healed? Bibi asked in surprise. Yes, it's fine now, Kabu replied. That's wonderful. It seems the medicine works, Bibi said excitedly. Yeah, let's go, I said impatiently. Then, Kabu, Bibi, Phasia, and I walked out of the tree cave. Baijiahu was still lying outside the tree cave, seemingly awakened a long time ago. Why did it rain? I said as I stepped out of the cave. Yes, it rained last night, Baijiahu answered. Oh no, the rain might have washed away Kelly and Alante's footprints, Kabu suddenly said. No problem, we have Phasia. You forgot about that. I reminded him. Oh right, we have Phasia. Kabu suddenly realized. Your leg looks perfectly fine. Baijiahu looked at Kabu and commented. Yes, it's completely healed, Kabu said as he swung his leg back and forth. Then that's great. Let's set off today, I said, looking up at the sky. Chapter 42, The Thorn Forest. Thus, after an entire day of rest, we began our journey once again to search for our companions. The weather and air after the rain were excellent, and we walked quite easily. Despite the ease, we still remained cautious, as death could come in the blink of an eye in this unknown world. Due to the pleasant weather and our well-rested states, all our energy had been fully replenished, so we didn't stop along the way. Instead, we followed the thief bird's lead, heading towards the direction where Alanthes and Kelly were. What are you talking about? I asked Bibi while walking by his side. Nothing, I'm just chatting with the white-horned tiger, replied Bibi. But what language did you just use? I couldn't understand a single word, I asked again. It's the divine beast tribe's own language. Of course you wouldn't understand it, explained Bibi. I nodded. Although I had many questions in my mind, now was not the time to ask them. Our goal at the moment was to find my two companions. We followed the thief bird across a vast forest, but found no leads. Fortunately, we encountered no monsters, allowing us to move much faster. Although we hadn't been attacked, being human, I naturally couldn't keep up with the white-horned tiger. After walking for a long time, my body started to struggle, especially Cabe, whose injuries were only just healed, making his stamina deplete even more quickly. We should rest a bit, said Bibi, who also looked exhausted, sweat dripping from his head. All right, I readily agreed. So, we found a rather secluded place to take a break. Even while resting, we couldn't let our guard down here. Everything that happened around us caught our eyes, staying alert every moment. I sat on a rock, with the white-horned tiger lying motionlessly beside me, as if he were a stone sculpture. White-horned tiger, why has your fur changed? I turned unintentionally to notice that his fur seemed to have turned slightly gray. Yes, it looks like the dark chi has begun to consume my body. Before long, I will also be full of the dark chi, like other divine beasts, becoming unstable and uncontrollable, starting endless killings, explained the white-horned tiger as he examined his hair. Is there any solution? I anxiously asked. There is only one way. Before I am entirely contaminated by the dark chi, we must find the mountain spirit god and let him restore the divine beast forest back to its original state. We will find the mountain spirit god because we have the thief bird, I consoled. Time passed swiftly. Before we knew it, we had rested for a while. Though this place was very safe and comfortable, we still needed to continue forward to search for our companions. Time soon arrived at afternoon, and our pace gradually slowed down. Look, ahead is a thorn forest, suddenly pointed out Bibi. We looked in the direction of Bibi's finger, and sure enough, there was a huge forest ahead of us. This forest seemed peculiar. The trees inside all grew sharp, long thorns, with various sizes and lengths of thorns protruding from each tree. What place is this? I questioned. The thorn forest, explained Bibi. The thorn forest, what a strange name, said Cabe. Because the trees in this forest are covered with thorns, it is called the thorn forest, the white-horned tiger explained. I hope we don't have to pass through here, worriedly said Bibi. But before Bibi could finish his sentence, the thief bird had already flown resolutely toward the direction of the thorn forest without hesitation. It seems we need to cross this thorn forest, I told Bibi. Why am I always so unlucky? Bibi complained unwillingly. Don't look at me, hurry up, I reminded Bibi. That's right, are the thorns inside this thorn forest poisonous? Cabe asked. In the past, the thorns in the thorn forest weren't poisonous. However, we don't know whether the thorn forest has been infected by the dark chi. If it has been infected, then they must definitely be poisonous. No matter what, everyone should still be cautious, analyzed the white-horned tiger. That's correct. Under no circumstances should anyone get pricked or hurt by the thorns inside. Be extra careful, I reminded everyone. With that, everyone got prepared and began advancing into the depths of the thorn forest. This forest was far bigger than I had imagined, seemingly boundless, with tall trees shading the sky and covering the ground. The space between each tree was rather small, the thorns intertwined. It was extremely difficult for us to proceed. Comparatively speaking, because Bibi was petite, he had a significant advantage. Looks like we'll spend the whole night here, sighed Cabe. Don't lose heart. I think we can leave this thorn forest before nightfall as long as we speed up, I confidently said. However, despite having some confidence, reality was still harsh. The sky gradually grew darker, but we were still carefully looking for a way out in this thorn forest. The sky is about to darken. We should figure out a way to spend the night, Cabe suggested. It's not time for that yet, I said. But even if we keep walking, we won't be able to leave here soon. We might as well prepare first, Cabe insisted. Then let's pick up some wooden sticks and light torches. It will help us move forward more easily, I proposed. All right, I'll go and collect them, Cabe said. Then he went under the trees to pick up some branches to serve as torches. The sky became darker little by little, and we lit our torches. Even though we could see the road clearly now, we were still worried about getting pricked by the thorns of the forest. After everyone's discussion, We unanimously agreed to find a safe place to rest for the night before setting off again in the morning. However, finding a safe place to stay within this thorn forest wasn't easy, especially at night, which made the search much harder. Looks like it's not easy to find a proper place, Cabe said nervously. I know, but no matter what, we have to find a spot to settle down. If we just blindly rush around in this thorn forest, we will end up in trouble sooner or later, I said. Whitehorn Tiger, you should know this area better. What do you think we should do now? I asked. Though this thorn forest is hard to cross, it's not impossible. I seem to remember there being a stone cave somewhere in this forest, though I'm not exactly sure where. So, isn't that like saying nothing useful? Cabe angrily shot back. Not useless, at least we have a specific goal now, I analyzed. Fine, let's look for the stone cave then. Hopefully, we can find it. Cabe responded with some disdain. Can BB keep walking? I asked with concern. To be honest, I can't walk anymore, BB replied wearily. And the thief bird seemed unable to fly any longer as well. It had already landed on BB's shoulder and fallen asleep. Without the thief bird leading us, we had no choice but to let the white-horned tiger carry BB forward while me and Cabe held the torches ahead to scout the path. The white-horned tiger followed closely behind, carrying BB. Our steps weren't fast because it was nighttime. Even with torches in hand, we didn't dare to recklessly speed up. First, we feared unknown monsters suddenly attacking us. Second, this was a thorn forest after all, and we certainly didn't want to be pierced into sieves. The sky remained pitch black as we continued searching for the location of the stone cave. How long have we been walking, Momoki? Cabe asked tiredly. I'm not sure, roughly 3 gussi, about 6 hours. I roughly estimated and answered. It's already been so long, Cabe sighed. Yeah, if it weren't for the power of those divine beings, we would have collapsed by now, I said. Look quickly. What's that? Cabe suddenly pointed ahead and asked. I looked in the direction he was pointing and saw something moving rapidly in front of us. What is it? I asked, confused. What happened? Whitehorn Tiger, who was walking behind us, suddenly noticed that both of us had stopped and asked. Look, what's moving ahead? I quickly explained. Whitehorn Tiger rushed to my side and looked in the direction of the fire from my torch. This isn't good, Whitehorn Tiger exclaimed. What? Cabe asked, very tense. They're thorn birds, the Whitehorn Tiger said. Thorn birds, I unintentionally repeated. These are highly aggressive birds. I just took a quick glance, and it seems these thorn birds have already been completely infected by the dark chi, Whitehorn Tiger said nervously. They will definitely attack us, I warned cautiously. And just as I finished speaking, those thorn birds also spotted our torches. They flew towards us in large groups. Prepare for battle, I shouted loudly. This shout woke up BB, who had been sleeping soundly on the Whitehorn Tiger's back. What happened? BB, just awakened, had no idea what had occurred. Be careful, everyone, I reminded them again. At this moment, those thorn birds had already flown close to us. There were about 20 or 30 of them, each roughly the size of an adult hunting eagle. They're coming, I shouted loudly. The thorn birds rushed towards me like raindrops. In my left hand, I held the torch, and in my right hand, I wielded an iron sword, fighting back against the thorn birds that were continuously attacking me. Their speed was extremely swift, and their impact force was astonishing. My hand swung tirelessly as I used every means possible to drive these thorn birds away. Even if I couldn't kill them all, I aimed to at least drive them away. There are too many of them. What should we do? Cabe swung his sharp sword in the air without stopping. I think we should avoid them, I suggested. All right, let's hurry and go. Cabe didn't hesitate to agree. Whitehorn Tiger, take BB and run, I reminded them. Although the Whitehorn Tiger was ferocious, it didn't have a good way to deal with the thorn birds flying around in the dark, so it had to dodge them first. It let BB grab its fur tightly, and then quickly broke free of the thorn birds' encirclement. Cabe and I followed, and quickly fled from the range of their attacks. However, those thorn birds were not easy to deal with. We had escaped their encirclement, but they quickly caught up. What should we do? They are coming again, Cabe said anxiously. It seems they won't let us go. Let's burn them with fire, I suggested quickly. Then Cabe and I began to wave our torches at those thorn birds. Surprisingly, this method was quite effective. Once touched by the fire, the thorn birds flew wildly in all directions. In no time, more than half of these dozens of thorn birds were burned to death, and the rest scattered away. Quick, they are fleeing, Cabe exclaimed excitedly. I held the torch in my left hand and breathed heavily due to the energy consumed in this fight. The Whitehorn Tiger, however, did not seem to have expended much energy. It still stood there full of vigor beside me. After being frightened by the battle, BB clung to the Whitehorn Tiger's fur tightly on its back, and his body was still trembling nonstop. Are you alright? I asked as I approached BB. I'm fine, BB replied shakily. That's good, I said with relief. Now what should we do? Cabe asked. I looked up at the sky, where it had started to brighten. I think after such a fight, none of us would feel sleepy now. Let's leave this thorn forest right away, I said. Chapter 43, Confrontation with the Thorny Deer. After this battle, everyone's spirits became much clearer. The sky gradually began to brighten, and we moved through the thorny forest faster. However, although the thorny forest occupies only a small part of the Monte Carlo forest, for us, it seemed endless. The sky slowly lost all traces of night, replaced by glaring sunlight shining through the trees. Finally, the sky is clearing. I couldn't help but say, how much longer until we get out of this forest? Kabu complained again. You'll have to bear with it a little longer, I consoled him. We've been walking for a day and night, and we're still not out yet. How much longer will this take? Kabu said impatiently. Let's hurry or we'll never get out, Baijiahu reminded us. The vastness of the thorny forest far exceeded my imagination. It was like a labyrinth. Even though xiuxian was leading us, winding paths and thorn-covered trees kept appearing before our eyes. It felt as if every time we exited one maze, another one awaited us. Quick look, Bibi shouted from Baijiao's back. What? I asked in confusion. It's a field of tall grass, Bibi said excitedly. Looking ahead, sure enough, there was a patch of grass at the end of a winding path in the thorny forest. We're finally out of the thorny forest, Baijiao said calmly. Really? Kabu said enthusiastically. Yes, that patch of grass marks the exit of the thorny forest, Baijiao replied firmly. Well, what are we waiting for? Let's go, Kabu said impatiently. Hold on. That grass hides thorny deers, extremely fast divine beasts. They use the tall grass to camouflage themselves and are highly aggressive. Everyone needs to be cautious, Baijiao warned us cautiously. What? Another monster? What kind of place is this? Kabu exclaimed angrily. All right, whatever this place is, we need to cross it. I accepted the reality calmly. In any case, everyone must be careful, Baijiao reiterated. I drew my iron sword, prepared for battle at any moment. Kabu also held his sharp sword tightly, remaining vigilant. This patch of grass was unlike any I had ever encountered. The grass here was taller than a person, and we had to cut it down to move forward. Additionally, each blade was incredibly sharp, with deeply rooted stems. Seriously, we just got out of the thorny forest, and now we're entering this grass. When does it end? Kabu muttered to himself. Kabu, stop complaining and let's go. I waited for Kabu, who was walking at the back. All right, I'm coming, Kabu said and quickened his pace. This field of grass seemed to be another labyrinth. We walked for about 2 geshes, approximately 4 hours, but still didn't see the end. Nonetheless, walking here was better than being in the thorny forest, so our journey was relatively easy. Soon, it was noon, and the blazing sun made the high grass feel unbearably hot. It's too hot. Bibi suddenly jumped off Baijiao's back. Even xiuxian darted around me anxiously due to the heat. Soon, we all started feeling parched. Is there water here? Kabu was the first to ask. What? We're divine beasts. We don't need food or water, Baijiao explained. But we're not divine beasts. We're human. Humans will die without water, Kabu said weakly. All right, stop talking and conserve your strength. Let's leave this place quickly. Maybe once we're out, we'll find water, I said firmly, though I wasn't entirely sure. Okay, let's go then, Kabu said urgently. Xiuxian, lead the way quickly. I told the creature in front of me. Seemingly understanding my meaning, Xiuxian resumed leading the way. The noon sun relentlessly beat down on us. My mouth and Kabu's grew increasingly dry, and our stamina drastically diminished. With decreased strength, both our judgment and agility suffered. At this moment, several thorny deers hiding in the distant grass had already spotted us. None of us noticed, even the usually keen Xiuxian and Baijiao. Only when they began slowly advancing toward us did Xiuxian sound an alarm and Baijiao become alert. Everyone, be careful. Several thorny deers are approaching us, Baijiao suddenly warned. Thorny deer, Kabu asked nervously. They usually live in groups of dozens, but this time there are probably only about 5. Although there are only 5, we must absolutely not be careless because they are extremely aggressive. Baijiao explained all the characteristics of the thorny deer at once. All right, we need to be extra cautious now. I had already prepared for battle based on Xiuxian's warning, but after hearing Baijiao's introduction to the thorny deer, I became a bit nervous and scared. Bibi, get down from my back. Baijiao suddenly told Bibi to get off, which surprised Bibi. Why? Bibi asked nervously. Because I will definitely fight against the thorny deers, and having you on my back is very inconvenient, Baijiao explained. Okay. Bibi reluctantly jumped down from Baijiao's back. Just at that moment, several thorny deers were already very close to us. Everyone, be careful. They're coming. Baijiao shouted loudly. Kabu and I stood still, swords in hand, waiting for the appearance of the thorny deer while Bibi hid behind Baijiao. Xiuxian also started to bristle its fur. I knew this was a sign that the enemy was nearby. Suddenly, in the tall grass in front of me, a gray-black furred animal appeared with 2 black horns on its head. It was roughly 1/3 the size of Baijiao and stared at me with brown eyes. Why is there only one? Kabu questioned suspiciously. And just as Kabu finished speaking, 4 more thorny deers appeared around us. It seems like they planned this out and have surrounded us, Kabu blurted out. Be careful everyone. Thorny deers are very smart, Baijiao reminded us. Right after Baijiao finished speaking, the thorny deer in front of me began to attack me. It moved quickly and within the blink of an eye, it was less than a meter away from me without any reaction from me. It then charged towards me with its sharp horns, and before I could even defend myself fully, I was harshly gored and flown up into the air, landing roughly 3 meters high before crashing onto the ground. Are you alright? Kabu asked anxiously. I'm fine, not dead, I replied somewhat humorously. At that moment, that same thorny deer rushed fiercely toward me again as if trying to kill me. I quickly picked up the iron sword that had been knocked away and pointed the blade at the rushing thorny deer. However, its speed was simply too fast, and my sword didn't even scratch it. Once again, I was flung into the air. Meanwhile, the other thorny deers around us began attacking Baijiao and Kabu. Due to their incredible speed, they scattered us apart. I faced 1 thorny deer, Kabu another, and Baijiao took on 3. Perhaps they had known beforehand that Baijiao would be a difficult target, so they overwhelmed him by numbers. Thus, I confronted the thorny deer in front of me. Even though I knew my chances of winning were slim, I still fought hard. I tightly gripped the iron sword in my right hand and gradually approached the thorny deer. Gradually, through several exchanges, I found some methods to deal with the thorny deer. Though the thorny deer moved quickly, its eyesight wasn't great. Therefore, I used this flaw against it in our battle. First, I tucked some tall grass on my body, making it harder for the thorny deer to pinpoint my location. Secondly, I positioned myself in a dense area of tall grass where the thorny deer almost couldn't tell where I was. I became like a ghost, drawing nearer to the thorny deer in front of me. When I was less than a meter away from the thorny deer, I seized the opportunity and plunged my iron sword into its neck. It suddenly reacted violently, jumping around frantically. Before I could pull my sword out, it slipped from my grasp, remaining deeply lodged in its neck. Blood continuously flowed from its neck until, after a while, its cries of pain gradually faded and its movements ceased. Thus it fell. I walked over to its side and pulled the iron sword out from its neck, splashing myself in its blood in the process. Then, I turned my head to look at the others. Kabu seemed completely exhausted, and yet the thorny deer in front of him remained undamaged. As for Baijiahu, one of the 3 thorny deers he was fighting was dead, and the other 2 were severely injured, effectively unable to resist further. Kabu, I'll help you. I shouted toward Kabu. I can barely hold on. Save me. Kabu pleaded. I quickly ran to Kabu's side, gently pushing him away as he understood my intention and slowly hid behind the tall grass. I still used the same method to deal with this thorny deer, and it soon fell for the trick. I took the opportunity to stab it and inflict serious injuries on it. By then, Baijiahu had already eliminated all 3 of the thorny deers. Phew, that was dangerous. Finally, it's over, Bibi exclaimed as he ran out from the tall grass upon seeing the situation improve. Is everyone alright? Baijiahu asked. I'm fine, I said as I brushed off the dust from my clothes. I'm okay too, Kabu replied, finally calming down. We shouldn't linger here any longer. Let's go quickly, I immediately suggested. Chapter 44, Deep Pit. For Arance and Kelly, the situation was even more difficult. They were aimlessly wandering in a vast forest without knowing when it would end. How long have we been walking? Kelly asked. About 4 gushi, about 8 hours, Arance responded. It's already been this long? Kelly exclaimed. Yes, we've walked for quite some time now. The sky is also getting darker, Arance said, looking up at the sky. Look quickly, there's a fork ahead, Kelly pointed out with her finger towards the fork appearing before them. Arance also looked in the direction Kelly was pointing. Indeed, a fork appeared before them, so Arance and Kelly quickly walked to the center of the fork. Although both paths led into the endless forest, there were still slight differences. Which side should we go? Kelly asked. No matter which way we go, we'll once again enter an immeasurably deep forest, Arance replied calmly. Then let's take this one, Kelly said, pointing to the path on the left. All right, but we should leave a mark first. Arance finished speaking and then carved a prominent symbol on the large tree leading to the left with his knife. Okay, let's go, Arance said after he finished carving. So, Arance and Kelly walked further into the forest on the left. This side of the forest wasn't as dense. It seemed a bit looser, and the road was wider. It looks like we took the right path, Kelly said smugly. The road here really is very good, Arance replied. Just at that moment, while Arance was walking in front, he suddenly slipped and stepped into empty air, falling down. Kelly also fell due to being unprepared. After a long while, Arance opened his eyes. He brushed off the dust from his body, looked around, and noticed that Kelly was lying less than a meter away from him. He immediately rushed over to her. Kelly, wake up, Arance called urgently. After being awakened by Arance, Kelly slowly opened her eyes. What happened? Kelly asked weakly. It seems we fell into a deep pit, Arance guessed. Deep pit? Kelly looked confused. Yes, a deep pit, but don't worry, Arance said. It's all my fault for wanting to take this path. Kelly started blaming herself. This isn't your fault. Are you injured? Arance asked urgently. Kelly slowly got up from the ground, brushing off the dust from her body and feeling around herself. I'm fine, I didn't get hurt. It's just that everything happened too suddenly, and I feel a little dizzy, Kelly answered. It's good that you're okay, Arance sighed. How did this happen? How did we fall into a deep pit? Kelly asked in confusion. It seems we were too careless. Now what? Can we get out? I've already examined carefully. This deep pit is at least 20-odd meters high. Falling from that height without dying was already a miracle. Getting out from here is almost impossible, Arance said helplessly. This is terrible, Kelly sighed. But there is one benefit, Arance analyzed. What benefit? Kelly asked curiously. At least we don't have to worry about where to rest tonight, Arance joked. At a time like this, how can you joke around? Kelly said angrily. Don't be angry. The night is already becoming darker gradually. Let's rest here well tonight, and early tomorrow morning, I'll think of a way out, Arance said confidently. All right, it seems we have no other choice, Kelly said reluctantly. As the night grew darker, we also emerged from the tall grass. Though even having come out, I didn't hold much hope. And facts proved my thoughts were right. Even though we came out from the tall grass, all we could see was still an endless expanse of forest. I can't go on, Kabu said helplessly. What's wrong? I asked. When will we finally walk out of this forest? Kabu complained. Let's find a place to rest first, I suggested. All right, since the sky has started to grow dark anyway, Baijiao said. Then let's go, Kabu said anxiously. I glanced at Kabu, shook my head, and turned to look at Bibi and Feijia. Bibi had already fallen asleep on Baijiao's back, while Feijia was resting on Bibi's shoulder. Let's go this way. I remember seeing a clearing over here where we can rest for the night, Baijiao suggested. All right, let's follow your lead, I said. Then we followed Baijiao and came to a grassland. This grassland was surrounded by trees whose canopies blocked out the sunlight, which could become our natural barrier to prevent enemies from sneaking up on us. Will this place work? Baijiao asked. This is perfect, safe, and comfortable. We'll stay here tonight, Kabu said excitedly. as the sky darkened. Even though our resting spot was safe, someone still needed to keep watch, and naturally, I went first. The night grew darker, and since we didn't need to eat, there was no campfire lit. This avoided some potential dangers. I sat alone on the grass and looked up at the sky. Although the sky was dim and I couldn't see much, I still saw a few shining stars hanging in the long sky. It's so beautiful, I murmured involuntarily. What's beautiful? A voice came from beside me. Nothing, just a few stars. I turned my head and saw it was Kaboo who had spoken. Stars. Kaboo looked up. Why aren't you asleep? I asked. Yeah, I can't sleep, Kaboo said. How are your injuries? I asked with concern. Don't worry, I'm all healed. Kaboo patted his wounded leg with his right hand. That's good, I said relieved. When do you think we'll find Aaron and Kelly? Kaboo asked. I'm sure we'll find them within a day or two, I said confidently. That's great. You should get some sleep. We still have a long journey tomorrow, I reminded him. It's fine. You sleep. I'll take the watch, Kaboo offered. Never mind. Your wounds have just healed, and you've already fought multiple times. You can take the watch tomorrow night. I declined politely. All right, then I'll go to sleep. Kaboo thought for a moment and said. Thus, an obscure night passed. Quick, wake up. It's time for us to set off. I kept shaking Bibi and said. Why are we moving again? Bibi said lazily. Yes, we're leaving. Get up. Kaboo also called. At this point, Bibi unwillingly got up from the ground. He rubbed his eyes and looked up at the sky. The sky was clear and cloudless. It looks like it will be a good day today, Bibi murmured to himself. Indeed, let's go, I urged. All right. Saying that, Bibi leaped back onto Baijiao's back. Why did you get back on? Baijiao asked angrily. I just want to rest a little longer. Anyway, I'm not heavy, so please bear with me for a bit. Bibi put on an air of pitifulness. Let's go, I said to everyone. And Phasia had already been impatiently leading the way ahead. I think we'll find them today, I said to Kaboo beside me. Find them today? Kaboo seemed somewhat skeptical. Yes, I said firmly. Why are you so confident? Kaboo became more confused. It's a feeling. I feel they are getting closer and closer to me. I explained. If we can find them today, that would be wonderful. Kaboo said with some excitement. Let's hope so. Just as we were searching for Aaron and Kelly, the two of them were also trying to figure out how to escape from the deep pit. This pit is too deep. Getting out is almost impossible. Kelly tried several times, but failed to climb out of the deep pit. Don't panic. Let me try, Aaron said calmly. After speaking, he started climbing up the walls of the deep pit again. But when he climbed halfway, because the soil of the wall could not support Aaron's weight, he fell down again. Are you okay? Kelly asked with concern immediately. I'm fine. I'm okay, Aaron responded. This pit is too deep, and the surrounding wall soil is also very soft. This is really difficult, Kelly said to herself. No matter how difficult it is, we must get out, Aaron said resolutely. We want to get out, but we need a good plan, Kelly said anxiously. All the methods we can think of, we've thought about and tried. Unless someone outside throws a rope down to pull us out, otherwise it will be really hard for us to get out. After Aaron finished speaking, he stood up as if he had given it his all. And at this moment, a small thing covered in light blue glow suddenly flew down from above the deep pit. Look quickly, what is that? Kelly said tensely, pointing at the glowing blue object. It's Phasia, Aaron blurted out upon seeing it. Phasia? Kelly said in surprise. Is anyone down there? Is there anyone below? A familiar voice came down from the top of the deep pit. It's Prince, Kelly said immediately. Yes, it's Prince. Aaron also got excited. Prince, it's us. Aaron began to shout as loudly as possible. After a while, a very thick rope came down from the top of the deep pit. This rope was woven from several thick vines, so it was very strong. Kelly, you're lighter. You go first, Aaron said to Kelly. Chapter 45. Reunion. Kylie nodded to Alanthus, then tied the thick vine around herself and began climbing slowly. After a while, Kylie climbed out of the deep pit. Since she had rested well last night in the pit, she had enough strength to climb all the way out at once. As soon as she climbed out, her first sight was of Mimachi. Your Highness, she said excitedly. Kylie, you're still alive. I rushed to her side and tightly embraced her. Don't be too excited. There's still one person left inside, Cab reminded us. It was only then that I realized this, so I released Kylie from my embrace. At the same moment, Alanthus also climbed out of the deep pit. Teacher, I shouted upon seeing him. Your Highness. He also hugged me with great excitement. I can't believe it. I knew you'd be fine, Alanthus said moved. Yeah, teacher, I knew you two would be fine too, I replied excitedly. Are you two men done hugging yet? Cab asked somewhat impatiently. Only after Cab spoke did the teacher and I separate from our embrace. Cab, are you alright? Alanthus asked concernedly. It's no big deal. I've got a life that won't easily end, Cab joked. By the way, how did you find us? Alanthus asked. Well, it's a long story. Let's find a place where we can have a proper conversation, I suggested. Did your friend come out? Baijiao asked from behind a large tree. Your Highness, be careful. Come behind me quickly. Alanthus called out upon seeing Baijiao. Teacher, don't fear. It's not an enemy but a friend, I calmly explained. What are you saying? A friend? It's a monster. Alanthus doubted. No, it is a friend. I will explain more about this later, I assured. All right, Alanthus responded skeptically. Thus, our team was truly reunited once again. Thank you, Thief, and thank you, Whitehorn Tiger. I expressed gratitude. No need for thanks. I promised you, and I will keep my word, Baijiao firmly stated. What do we do next? I asked Baijiao. Find the mountain beast god, Baijiao answered resolutely. Rest assured, we will definitely find the mountain beast god, I declared determinedly. You? Us. Bai Jiaohu questioned with doubt. Yes, have you forgotten that I also promised to help you find the mountain beast god? I reminded him. Fine, but you should escape first. I'll find the mountain beast god myself, Bai Jiaohu responded, his answer tinged with slight sadness. No, I won't break my promise. Whatever I've agreed to, I'll certainly achieve. I looked steadfastly at Bai Jiaohu. Well then, I hope our luck improves, Bai Jiaohu sighed. Our group walked nonstop for about 3 gushi, about 6 hours. During this time, I recounted almost everything I had experienced recently to Alanthes and Kylie. They gradually learned about my encounters with Bibi, Bai Jiaohu, and Cab. Time always passed quickly, and the sky grew dark once more. Fine raindrops began falling gently. Because we had just been reunited, we paid no attention to the rain and continued moving forward. When the rain intensified, we became anxious and started looking for shelter for the night. Look, there's a cave ahead. I pointed toward the emerging cave entrance and shouted. Hurry, everyone, let's go hide from the rain, Cab urged anxiously. Wait, what if there's a monster inside the cave? Alanthes warned cautiously. Don't worry, it's just an abandoned cave, Bai Jiaohu observed. If even Whitehorn Tiger says so, there must be nothing wrong, Cab insisted urgently. So, our entire group squeezed into the cave. It was larger than I expected. We lit a campfire in the cave to keep warm since it was spacious enough to accommodate even Bai Jiaohu this time, which made me quite happy. Oh right, Your Highness, you haven't told me how you found us yet, Alanthes inquired sitting next to me. Actually, it was the thief who led us to find both of you. When he brought us to a crossroads, we saw a cross-shaped mark. I thought it must be a marker left by teacher, so we followed the trail and found you accordingly. I explained everything in one breath. Oh, that's how it happened. Alanthes comprehended clearly. So what's next? Are we going to search for the mountain beast god? Cab suddenly asked. Yes, since I've already promised Whitehorn Tiger, I must stick to my words. Besides, with the thief helping us, it found even our teacher, so naturally, it can guide us to the mountain beast god. I analyzed confidently. It seems our journey has just begun, Cab sighed. Now that we've found teacher and Kylie, there's nothing to be afraid of. As long as we stick together, there will be no obstacles we can't overcome, I said firmly. All right, all of you go to sleep. I'll take the first watch tonight, Alanthes said. No, let Cab keep watch tonight. He talks too much anyway, I said angrily. Actually, in my heart, I had already changed my opinion about Cab significantly. I started thinking that Cab wasn't as unpleasant as he seemed on the surface. This change was understood more deeply by Alanthes and Kylie. All right, no problem. I'll keep watch. Don't worry. Cab finished speaking and then stood up, walking towards the cave entrance. Even though Cab agreed, I still felt somewhat worried. Lying down on the cold, icy rock inside the cave, I drifted in and out of sleep as the rain grew heavier outside. No matter how hard it rained, at least it couldn't reach us. The fire gradually began to die down until the sparks disappeared into the air. The night was incredibly quiet, with only the sound of raindrops hitting the ground, leaves, and stones. The sounds varied in intensity, a sign of the changing storm. I thought this night would pass quickly as usual, but it didn't. Time seemed frozen for a moment. The rainy scenery outside the cave repeatedly appeared in my mind. Cab, that big idiot, had fallen asleep deeply. However, to my relief, there were no monsters sneaking up on us during this rainy night. Otherwise, another fierce battle would have been inevitable. That way, I semi-slept through the night with one eye closed and one open. After the rain, the scene was beautiful as always, yet none of us had the mood to admire it. Alanthes and I were the first to wake up, followed by Kylie and Cab. As expected, Bibi woke up last, so I automatically woke him up again, and he responded as usual. Why so early? I'm hungry. Is there any food? Kylie asked involuntarily. Oh, yes, there are sunbeans. I remembered the sunbeans. What? Kylie looked puzzled. Sunbeans are amazing, I said excitedly. Eatable. Alanthes also became curious. Yes, I said while pulling out the sunbeans from a small bag tied around my waist. Who wants to eat first? I asked. How could such small beans fill anyone? Kylie asked doubtfully. You'll know if you eat them, I reminded. Okay. Kylie and Alanthes each swallowed one bean, and as expected, they were satisfied immediately. Amazing. There are actually such magical beans in the world, Alanthes marveled. All right, I think we should set off now, I reminded everyone. So once again, our team set out on our journey. This was the first gathering of our scattered team, so everyone was quite happy. But one member was still gloomy. It was Bai Jiaohu. What's wrong? I walked over to Bai Jiaohu and asked. Nothing. I'm just wondering when the divine beast will be able to return to our former lives, Bai Jiaohu sighed. I think it will be soon. Look, the thief has already helped me find my companions. He will certainly help you find the mountain beast god too, I consoled. Let's hope so, Bai Jiaohu responded. The sky was exceptionally clear, and naturally, walking under such a blue sky made us feel incredibly refreshed. We did not feel weary at all. In one continuous effort, we traveled for nearly 6 gushi, about 12 hours. Our team passed through forest after forest, yet more forests appeared before us. But unlike the past, we weren't despairing. Instead, we were filled with even greater hope because we believed we would eventually escape from this maze-like forest. We've been walking for far too long. It's time to take a break, Cab said tiredly. All right, it is time to rest. I looked up at the sky and said, rest sure, but we need to leave this area first, Bai Jiaohu reminded us. Why? Cab asked curiously. Just don't ask anymore. Let's do as Bai Jiaohu says, I suggested. Chapter 46, Me Machi seriously injured. The others also expressed their agreement, so we began to quicken our pace. However, it was clearly too late. As we were rapidly advancing, a group of clawed jiaoli had already silently crept up on us and gradually surrounded us. My God, what are these things? Kabu exclaimed in surprise at the sudden appearance of a group of clawed jiaoli. They? Bai Jiaohu blurted out without thinking. What? What are they? I asked hastily. Clawed jiaoli. Bai Jiaohu replied calmly. Regardless of what they are, I know they mean no good, Alan Tessie said as he drew his sword from his waist. At this moment, the rest of us also pulled out our weapons, ready for battle. It seems we have to slaughter again, Kelly said, tightly gripping her sword. So let's begin then. I shouted loudly. Naturally, under these circumstances, Bibi and Feijia naturally did not get involved. They were already standing guard beside Baijiao, who firmly, not daring to leave a single step. This group of clawed jiaoli had bared their sharp teeth and claws, loudly screeching at us. They were screeching as they slowly moved towards us. Their number was about 30, and their size was about half that of Bibi, with shiny black fur illuminated by the sun. At this point, two clawed jiaoli suddenly pounced at me. Reacting quickly, I dodged their attacks, but since they had the advantage of numbers, several more clawed jiaoli lunged at me. Caught off guard, I was bitten on my right shoulder by one of them. Although my right shoulder was protected by armor, there happened to be a small gap where this clawed jiaoli bit right through. Blood poured out from the bite, and I quickly covered the wound with my left hand, hoping to slow the bleeding. However, it didn't help much as blood continued to flow profusely from my right shoulder. Your Highness! Alan Tessie screamed and rushed over to me. Kabu and Kelly soon followed. Are you alright? Alan Tessie asked anxiously. I'm fine, I replied weakly. The blood continued to flow. It had already stained my armor red. The group of clawed jiaoli continued attacking relentlessly. Due to excessive blood loss, I could no longer fight and was dragged under a big tree by Alan Tessie while he stayed close to protect me. The others continued to battle against the clawed jiaoli. Despite their numerical advantage, due to their relatively small stature, Kelly, Kabu, Alan Tessie, and Baijiao who used the strategy of breaking them apart one by one. Soon, the group of about 30 clawed jiaoli was reduced to only 6 or 7 remaining, after which they wisely fled for their lives. And so, the group of clawed jiaoli was driven away. Leaning against the big tree alone, I did not utter a single word, ignoring calls from Kabu, Kelly, or Alan Tessie. Having lost too much blood, I had slipped into unconsciousness. Is he dead? Kabu asked tremblingly. Shut your mouth. He's not dead. Alan Tessie grabbed Kabu's sleeve and shouted loudly. He's right. Your Highness is not dead yet, but barely hanging on. Baijiao analyzed. Save him, Kelly pleaded with Baijiao. He has lost too much blood, but there is still hope, Baijiao said resolutely. How do we save him? Everyone asked almost simultaneously. We still have the immortal beans. Give him one every gushi, about 2 hours, but this can only temporarily preserve his life. It won't revive him immediately, Baijiao explained. So how can we revive him? Alan Tessie asked anxiously. We need to find the bloodlingji. Only the bloodlingji can save him, Baijiao explained. Bloodlingji, Alan Tessie repeated. Yes, the bloodlingji will replenish the blood lost by your Highness, thus saving him, Baijiao said. So how do we find the bloodlingji? Alan Tessie asked urgently. Well, the bloodlingji is a very rare elixir. Even in the Monte Carlo forest, it is extremely difficult to find. Finding it would almost be impossible. Baijiao's words struck like thunderbolts in clear skies. What? Alan Tessie started shouting in anger. We have Feijia. We can find it. Kabu suddenly said. Yes, Feijia. Kelly said excitedly. Yes, maybe Feijia can find it. For now, we can only rely on it, Baijiao sighed. At this point, we can only stake everything on Feijia, Alan Tessie said firmly. But we must hide our Highness in a safe place first, Kelly reminded everyone. Let's hide the Highness in that forest over there. Alan Tessie pointed to a lush forest ahead. Good, let's go there, Kabu agreed. So Baijiao carried me towards that forest. We weren't far from it and reached there in less than half a gushi, about 1 hour. Since I had already lost consciousness, I didn't know how long we walked. All right, we've arrived, Alan Tessie said. Let's place the Highness here. Kelly pointed to a tall tree and said. It's a good place, just put him here, Alan Tessie agreed. They slowly lifted me down from Baijiao's back and carefully placed me under the shade of a tall and large tree. All right, with trees on all 4 sides, this can serve as defense against attacks, Alan Tessie analyzed. Yes, indeed a good place. Kelly looked around and said. The Highness is safe now. Next we need to find the bloodlingji. Alan Tessie said anxiously. I'll go look for it, Kelly said without hesitation. No, I will go. Kabu suddenly interjected. You stop arguing. This time we must bring back the bloodlingji. Neither your abilities nor stamina match mine. Besides, I have consumed an immortal being, so I shall go, Alan Tessie stated firmly. I'll go with you, Kabu and Kelly suggested almost simultaneously. No, you both must stay behind and protect the Highness. I will go alone, Alan Tessie said resolutely. All right then, be careful on the way. Kelly, having no argument against Alan Tessie, consented. Kabu only nodded silently without saying anything. You should take out the immortal beans and give them to him first, Baijiao immediately reminded. Right. Hurry up and take out the immortal beans. Alan Tessie hastily searched my body for the beans. 5 of them. Kabu couldn't help but exclaim upon seeing. How long can these last? Kelly questioned. 5 days, Baijiao answered firmly. What? Only 5 days? Alan Tessie was greatly shocked. There are only 5 days, so you must find the bloodlingji within 5 days, or else your Highness will die, Baijiao explained. Within 5 days, I will return with the bloodlingji, Alan Tessie said firmly. It's all up to you now. You must come back soon, Kelly said with concern. I will. After finishing, Alan Tessie walked up to Phasia and asked, Can you lead me to the bloodlingji? At this moment, Phasia flew off from BB's shoulder, circled around Alan Tessie a few times, indicating that it would help Alan Tessie search for the bloodlingji. Thus, led by Phasia, Alan Tessie embarked on the journey to find the bloodlingji. Chapter 47. Searching for the blood spirit jur. Alan Tess was fully aware that his quest to find the blood spirit jur would likely end in disaster. The thought sent a shiver down his spine, but it wasn't out of cowardice. Alan Tess knew he represented my only hope. Should he fall, I was as good as dead. So, he had no choice but to persevere and live on so that there could be a chance for me. Alan Tess followed the flying thief through an extended journey, unsure of where they were heading. One thing was certain. Every moment in this forest carried with it inherent danger. He continued following the footsteps of the thief for what seemed like forever, until he was completely lost and couldn't retrace his steps. In front of him stretched endless groves of trees, while strange birds occasionally flew by overhead. How much farther is it? Alan Tess finally complained impatiently to the thief. Naturally, the flying thief didn't answer. It continued on towards some destination that Alan Tess could never have imagined. With no other option, Alan Tess reluctantly followed, moving deeper into places unknown. When would this journey come to an end? This was exactly how Alan Tess felt at that moment. As time ticked away, so did the life of His Highness. Saving His Highness in the shortest possible time was Alanthi's immediate priority. The sky began to darken gradually, marking the end of another day. What was even more significant was that once darkness fell, Alanthi's ability to travel would become severely limited, especially within this dense forest. Danger loomed larger around him, yet nothing could dampen his determination to save His Highness. Alan Tess had no intention of stopping for rest, as the flying thief persisted in guiding his way forward. It seemed the thief too understood the urgency of the situation. As Alanthi's pace slowed and the night deepened, he was forced to risk lighting a torch. Even then, his field of vision remained painfully narrow. There was one bright spot. However, the thief's body emitted a faint bluish glow at night. Though not particularly strong, this light proved invaluable in complete darkness. With the thief's luminance resembling ghostly flames, but symbolizing his sole beacon of hope, Alan Tess held tightly onto the torch and followed closely behind the thief, never letting up. He was all too aware that even the slightest relaxation could mean losing his own life amidst the blackness of the forest. Alan Tess didn't know how long he had been following the thief, but the path ahead seemed infinite, without an end in sight. An eerie silence enveloped the dark forest. No wolf howls, no bird songs, just a deathly still quietude. Alan Tess, despite recognizing the foreboding implications, could do little else but hurry to find the blood spirit jur as quickly as possible. Gradually, the thief appeared to be slowing down, compelling Alan Tess to slow as well. After some time, the thief came to a complete stop. Why are we stopping? Alan Tess asked, perplexed. Of course, his question remained unanswered. Stepping forward, Alan Tess approached the thief, which was still hovering midair. Upon reaching its side, the scene before Alan Tess made him recoil several steps in alarm. He had almost stepped off the edge of a cliff. Had he taken one more step, he would have fallen to his death. My goodness, that was close. Alan Tess whispered nervously to himself. He stood rooted in place, gathering his thoughts, a necessity at this point. First, it was natural that such a near-death experience shocked him, even if he were a brave warrior general. Second, he had to decide his next move carefully. Clearly, turning back was not an option. It would only mean failure. Yet advancing further required solving the challenge of crossing this cliff. Relying on his own strength alone was clearly impossible. He needed help. The only assistance available from nature lay in the boundless expanse of forest, filled with countless towering trees. At this moment, Alan Tess used all his strength to throw the torch towards the opposite side of the cliff. This was to measure the distance between the land on the other side and the cliff. As the torch landed on the opposite land, the distance between the two sides began to become clear. According to Alanthi's estimation, the distance between the two sides was about 100 meters. Jumping across would naturally be impossible. There was only one method, and it was also the only method, to build a wooden bridge himself. Alan Tess lit another torch and started searching for a suitable tree around the cliff to make the wooden bridge. Soon, he found one. Although this tree was tall enough, it was too small in diameter to support Alanthi's weight. So he had to abandon this small tree and look for other suitable ones. Just as Alan Tess was anxiously looking for trees, the flying thief flew to a branch of a large tree. Alan Tess followed the direction of the flying thief and a big, thick tree came into his view. Although this tree wasn't as tall as the previous one, it was very sturdy, capable of supporting Alanthi's weight. However, this tall tree was probably only 50-some meters high, not nearly enough to completely build a wooden bridge. But Alan Tess had fully understood the flying thief's intention. It didn't want him to cross the cliff, but jump over it. 100-meter distance was obviously too long, but if the distance were shortened, Alanthi's skills would be sufficient to use this tree as a springboard to jump over the cliff. So Alan Tess began his logging work, striking the tree with his precious sword again and again. The quiet forest immediately filled with the sounds of logging. The sound was like the tolling of a bell for the dead, a kind of funeral ritual, because using a sword for logging was naturally slower. Nevertheless, Alan Tess was still quite skilled. Despite just using a sword for logging, he successfully managed to cut down the big tree relatively smoothly. The thunderous crash when the giant tree fell was almost deafening. Alan Tess was also fully aware that this loud noise would definitely attract dangerous monsters, putting him in perilous situations. So he must leave here as soon as possible. The place where the giant tree fell formed a long and wide runway. Alanthes could take advantage of this runway to leap to the opposite side of the cliff. Even though they were still 60-some meters away from the cliff, as long as Alanthes exerted all his strength for one jump, he could clear the gap and reach the opposite side. This required skill, ample jumping power, and more importantly, sufficient courage and audacity. Clearly, Alanthes was not lacking in these qualities. Alanthes shone his torch forward, allowing him to see the path ahead clearly. He took a deep breath, aimed carefully, and then ran at full speed using all his strength. Soon, he rushed onto the felled tree. In fact, this tree hadn't been entirely severed. Its root connection still held fast. This way, it better supported the weight Alanthes released during his high-speed sprint. Quickly, Alanthes reached the top of the tree. When he arrived at the apex, he propelled both feet simultaneously and flew forward with all his strength. For a brief moment in midair, Alanthes successfully leapt across the chasm. However, he did not directly land on the ground. Instead, he wedged his valuable sword into the crack on the side of a rock. It might have been due to insufficient jumping force, but thanks to his quick reaction inserting the sword, otherwise he would have fallen off the cliff and perished. Thankfully, he was still alive, and hope remained. Alanthes slowly climbed up from the side of the rock to the land. He lay down on the ground, luxuriating in a fleeting sense of comfort. But this ease didn't last long. A strange sound entered Alanthes' ears. Upon hearing this peculiar noise, Alanthes immediately stood up from the ground. He tightly gripped his sword in hand, eyes fixed firmly on the direction of the eerie sound. Even though Alanthes couldn't see through the pitch darkness, he still stared intently at that location. At this moment, something gradually appeared before Alanthes. A red little glowing dot appeared right in front of him. Alanthes did not know what it was, but he was very certain that no matter what it was dangerous, so he had to stay constantly alert. This tiny light point swayed back and forth in front of Alanthes, much like the flying thief, but Alanthes was sure that it absolutely wasn't the flying thief. Gradually, instead of just one, dozens of red light points emerged. What are you exactly? Alanthes roared angrily. Chapter 48. The fellow species of white-angled tiger. As those red dots gradually approached Alanthes, the answer was slowly revealed. They were naturally one of the members of this forest, an animal similar in size to a fox. Their fur was pitch black, but emitted a pale white glow. Each had 6 legs and extremely sharp claws. What set them apart most was that they each had only one eye, which was the source of the glowing light. They advanced on Alanthes little by little, numbering around 20 or 30. However, Alanthes stood still, not moving an inch. He knew clearly that he was already surrounded heavily. A fight was inevitable. Therefore, he did not even think of running away, instead gathering more courage to prepare for battle. These monsters slowly formed a tight circle around Alanthes. Though only a short time had passed, it felt incredibly long to Alanthes. Suddenly, one monster leapt ferociously from behind him, yet Alanthes seemed prepared. He spun around and swung his sword, severing the monster's head in one strike. Blood spurted out, splashing onto Alanthes' face and body. Alanthes, of course, had no time to wipe the blood from his face because he had more pressing matters at hand. Either kill these monsters or drive them away. Eliminating all of them appeared nearly impossible, but driving them away might be doable. Yet reality didn't give Alanthes much time to think, as the creatures launched their second wave of attacks. This time, 4 or 5 would attack Alanthes at once. Despite their coordinated assault, Alanthes was undeniably an experienced veteran, and these small monsters posed no real challenge. With swift precision, Alanthes dispatched several of the creatures easily. Soon, 7 or 8 dead bodies of the monsters lay around Alanthes. Some had their heads chopped off, others cut into 2 pieces, while some were pierced through the heart. At this point, the remaining monsters began to feel a tinge of fear, daring not to rush forward lightly anymore. This also gave Alanthes a chance to rest and recover his strength, preparing himself again for another round of assaults from them. Sure enough, losing a few comrades did not cause them to retreat. They attacked even more fiercely. Forming groups of 4 or 5, they took turns attacking Alanthes. But no matter how many times they attacked, Alanthes deflected them with ease. Moreover, their numbers started to diminish significantly, reducing from over 20 down to fewer than 15. That meant they'd suffered more than half casualties, a situation highly advantageous to Alanthes. Victory was within his grasp now, as the few remaining monsters couldn't pose any threat to him. Emboldened, Alanthes boldly initiated an offensive against these small monsters. The monsters apparently hadn't anticipated Alanthes' counterattack and quickly lost their composure. Taking this opportunity, Alanthes successfully scattered them. As the numbers dwindled further, with only a few monsters left, the rest wisely fled upon realizing their perilous situation. Thus, Alanthes passed through this perilous encounter, panting heavily after the intense battle. Rest was needed, yet reality was harsh. He must quickly fulfill his mission. Fei. Alanthes had almost completely forgotten about Fei after the fierce battle. Now, he had to find Fei, for only Fei could locate the blood spirit fungus. Alarmed, Alanthes shouted loudly, carefully observing the surrounding trees and shrubs. There was not a trace of Fei in sight. Searching anxiously all around, he found nothing but trees and weeds beyond the bushes. Could Fei have been eaten by those monsters during the fight? Alanthes began to fret uncontrollably. Just then, he suddenly felt something move inside his sleeve. Instantly unrolling it, he discovered Fei nestled within. It seemed as if it had just woken up, though how it entered Alanthi's sleeve remained a mystery. Nonetheless, one thing was clear, his mission could continue. Slowly, Feijai emerged from Alanthi's sleeve, looking refreshed and energetic after what seemed like a good nap. After flying about in the air for a while, appearing ready to depart, Alanthes once again followed Feijai toward the unknown ahead. Alanthes looked up at the sky. It was still gloomy. He had no choice but to light his torch again, even though he knew it was dangerous. The path along the cliff wasn't much different from before, still an endless forest stretching as far as the eye could see without end. However, unlike earlier, Alanthi's pace had clearly slowed down, a result of the previous battle which he undeniably felt affecting him. He adjusted his speed as quickly as possible while time ticked by. Despite this, Alanthes grew increasingly lost and bewildered, unsure why he saw no end in sight. He followed Feijai step by cautious step, yet there appeared to be no end point. Endless shrubs passed by his side with no clear indication of when or where the journey would conclude. This created a great disturbance in Alanthi's heart. Time was running out for him, not waiting for anyone, and it was all the more urgent for him to complete his mission, his only reason to survive. Alanthes did not know how long he had been walking, but he seemed utterly unfazed by fatigue despite the ever-darkened sky above. At some point, a drizzle began, the raindrops splashing against Alanthi's face and body. But he paid no mind to it, for he still had a long way to go. The weather remained overcast and damp, and under the heavy rain, Alanthi's steps became heavier and slower, both due to weariness and the extinguished torch that had succumbed to the downpour, greatly hindering his progress. Feijai, on the other hand, seemed unaffected by the sudden rainstorm and continued flying forward unbothered, albeit at a slightly slower speed, not because it lacked energy, but because Alanthes behind it had slowed down noticeably. Together, they traversed forest after forest, grove after grove, yet Alanthes found no hint of the blood spirit fungus. After what seemed like forever, Alanthes stopped abruptly and looked up at the sky, now a dark expanse offering no brightness or hope. What's going on? Alanthes asked aloud suddenly. Of course, there was no answer to his question. His doubt stemmed from the fact that the sky had shown absolutely no change since the moment it grew dark. It felt endless, like wandering in a labyrinth. Yet, Feijai continued moving forward and Alanthes had no option but to follow its lead. After what seemed an eternity, Alanthes noticed the first signs of light appearing in the sky. Dawn had begun breaking through the darkness. Alanthi's heart eased as his weary sensation gradually faded, and his steps quickened accordingly, paralleling the acceleration of Feijai's flight. As sunlight eventually warmed Alanthi's face through the dense foliage, he felt a renewed vigor, walking faster once again. Encouraged by the clearing skies, Feijai's speed increased further, and the number of forests they crossed multiplied. Fortunately, there had been no obstacles on their journey thus far. However, that didn't mean safety. The light might merely precede another impending shadow. Alanthes stayed close behind Feijai, nearly jogging in order to keep up. Suddenly, Alanthes fell to the ground. Reacting quickly, he stood up instantly, fully aware that something had attacked him. And yet, whatever it was, it had vanished just as quickly from his sight. With a shout of "Ah!" Alanthes was once again struck down, this time attacked from behind. Alanthes tightly gripped his sword in his hand. At that moment, he sensed something moving to his left, so he swung his sword. A spurt of blood splashed onto his face. Alanthes looked to his left and realized that the thing had emerged from underground. Upon closer inspection of its shape, it resembled a huge, ugly rat. Its entire body was dark gray, especially the black and shiny horn on its head. Should it accidentally pierce the body, it would be fatal. At this point, Alanthes realized that he had to leave immediately. But before Alanthes could escape, trouble had already begun. More small monsters emerged from under the ground in front of Alanthes. Though these were somewhat different from the one that died, they were larger with extremely sharp teeth and claws. Their eyes were grass green, while those of the dead creature were brown. The fur on their bodies was dark gray, similar to the dead one, but they seemed much more difficult to deal with and appeared fierce and cunning. "Get lost!" Alanthes shouted at them. But this shout didn't scare them away. Instead, over a dozen more small monsters burrowed out of the ground around Alanthes, surrounding him instantly. "Big mouth, big trouble," Alanthes muttered sarcastically. Now there was no choice but to fight again. Alanthes lifted his sword, ready for another battle. But just as Alanthes was preparing for the fight, a thunderous roar suddenly reached his ears. This roar scared the group of small monsters into scattering in all directions. Although the monsters fled, Alanthes wasn't particularly happy because he knew well that greater danger was slowly approaching. His guess turned out to be accurate. As the small creatures scattered, a pair of large, gleaming eyes stared intently at Alanthes from deep within the forest. Alanthes tightly gripped his sword, waiting for the enemy's sudden attack. Those eyes, sharp like daggers, were slowly drawing closer to him. Finally, the true form of the monster hidden in the depths of the forest was revealed. Its coat was silver gray, its claws like sharp daggers, and its fangs outside its mouth were as deadly sharp as spikes. Most frightening were its eyes, ferocious enough to terrify even a coward to death. However, Alanthes wasn't afraid. He was a mighty warrior. Alanthes stood still without moving because he clearly understood that if he made any rash movements, the beast would become enraged, which would make things even more dangerous. So he stayed motionless and tried to keep quiet as possible, perhaps hoping to avoid the monster's attention. However, this hope was quickly shattered. The beast stopped about 3 meters away from him and let out an ear-splitting roar, its voice echoing through the forest. And when it drew closer to Alanthes, he finally got a clear look. This monster was none other than the black-horned white tiger. But Alanthes soon realized that this wasn't exactly the white tiger he knew. It was only its relative. Because Alanthes noticed that the horn on the creature's head was black rather than white. Alanthes was very aware at this moment that this creature would be extremely hard to deal with, and that he might lose his life in the process. Though he didn't fear death, he still couldn't die here. Not yet. He still had an unfulfilled mission. However, there was no time to think much more as the creature had already started its attack. It suddenly pounced toward Alanthes with great ferocity. Fortunately, Alanthes reacted swiftly and managed to evade the attack. But then it spun around and charged at him again. This time, Alanthes wasn't fast enough and was knocked to the ground by the tiger. Alanthes immediately got back up, but the creature showed no intention of letting Alanthes go so easily. It launched another vicious attack, swiping at Alanthes with its sharp claws. The first few attempts were relatively easy for Alanthes to dodge, but the attacks continued. Alanthes, of course, wouldn't defend passively. He hacked at the creature's claws with his sword, dealing significant damage. Blood slowly began to flow from its razor-sharp claws. However, it seemed that the creature had no intention of giving up. It crouched near a tree, less than 5 meters away from Alanthes, as if it needed a short rest after the fierce battle. This should have been an excellent chance for Alanthes to escape, but after dozens of rounds of combat, he was also too exhausted to run. So he took the opportunity to catch his breath instead. They stared at each other face to face, the moments ticking by slowly. Though only a short time had passed, it felt like eternity to Alanthes. Suddenly, the creature stood up, indicating that it had regained its energy. Alanthes rose to his feet as well, preparing for another round of attacks. But unexpectedly, the beast did not move toward Alanthes as he anticipated. It turned and walked deeper into the forest. Finally, it's over, Alanthes muttered to himself. Chapter 49, River Octopus. At this moment, Aaron slowly lowered the sword in his hand. Just at this time, the monster suddenly turned its head and pounced on Aaron at an incredible speed. Clearly unprepared for this situation, Aaron instinctively swung his sword at the monster. Perhaps it was luck. This single strike carved a large and deep gash into the monster. Blood gushed out from the wound, and the creature screamed loudly, its voice echoing through the endless forest, sounding even more desolate. It might have been that one instinctive slash that completely deterred the monster's interest in Aaron. Limping, it retreated into the depths of the forest. Only after watching its figure disappear into the forest did Aaron relax. After this fierce battle, Aaron had almost no strength left to move forward. What he urgently needed now was rest. Aaron almost collapsed beside a big tree, leaning against it as he slowly took breaths of air. This method quickly calmed his mind and allowed him to regain strength in the shortest possible time. Gradually, Aaron's strength began to recover. Let's go, Phasia, said Aaron as he stood up from the ground. Although he didn't know where Phasia had gone, Aaron was sure that Phasia was somewhere nearby. Indeed, after a while, Phasia emerged from a patch of green tall grass. Aaron waved to Phasia, signaling to continue forward, and Phasia clearly understood his intention. It began leading the way again, thus beginning another leg of their task. Due to Aaron's fatigue, despite a brief rest, he still felt weary. His pace slowed significantly compared to before, but he continued with determination. However, his travel speed had undoubtedly been greatly affected. Although they traversed countless trees and thickets, there was not a single completely flat path on the ground. The rugged terrain made it increasingly difficult for Aaron to proceed. With great difficulty, he walked step by step across the uneven rocky surfaces. Not knowing how much time had passed, Aaron stopped. He didn't stop because he needed rest. Instead, there was no way forward. In front of him lay a long and wide river, so deep that the bottom couldn't be seen, with swift currents capable of sweeping anyone away who wasn't careful. To swim across would be nearly impossible, especially given Aaron's current physical condition. Making a raft would provide a better chance, but creating one would require time, something Aaron lacked. Going around could take even longer and posed higher risks of encountering other monsters. The only option in front of Aaron now was to create a raft as fast as possible. Is this truly the only way? Questioned Aaron towards Phasia hovering before him. Phasia flew a circle in front of him, signifying that this was the sole route available, with no alternative ways forward. Thus, Aaron unsheathed his sword from his waist and approached a not-so-tall tree, striking it down with a single stroke. Following another blow, the mighty tree crashed onto the ground. Time passed quickly, and it soon became afternoon. Before Aaron lay 6 fallen trees. The next step for Aaron was to turn these trees into a raft. Thus, Aaron drove his sword into the ground and began the second phase of his project. Since there were no ropes, Aaron stripped the bark off the trees piece by piece. These strips were thick, long, and sturdy enough to serve as ropes. A considerable amount of time passed as the daylight gradually faded, but Aaron finally finished constructing the raft. Creating this raft had taken nearly half a day, if not more. Though not very large, it was sufficient for Aaron to cross the river. Now that the raft was ready, Aaron didn't rest but immediately began his next task, pushing the raft into the river. Though the raft wasn't huge, it still weighed a fair bit, and Aaron had yet to fully restore his energy. Still, after some effort, thanks to Aaron's persistence, the raft finally hit the water. All preparations were complete, and the skies grew darker, but Aaron could not wait until dawn. Lighting a torch, he picked up the wooden oar he'd prepared earlier and embarked on his journey once more. Alanthes was strenuously rowing the oar in the river, trying to save his strength. To conserve energy, Alanthes had no choice but to stick the torch into the front of the raft, which led to the torch being frequently doused by splashing water. Every time it went out, Allantes had to exert great effort to reignite it. Thus, Allantes started moving forward again through the vast expanse of river water with difficulty. The most comfortable one, as usual, was xiuxian. It flew just 2 meters ahead of the raft, a distance that Allantes found hard to approach due to the strong current. Each meter of progress was extremely challenging, yet Allantes gritted his teeth and persevered. The splashing waves around the raft had soaked him completely, making Allantes feel like a drowned dog floating on the big river. However, what comforted Allantes somewhat was that after paddling for so long, he had not encountered anything obstructing his path, increasing his confidence and motivation. So his paddling speed quickened. Although the effect wasn't obvious, it did have some impact. But this peaceful moment wouldn't last for long, as the large river could not remain so calm and serene forever. Allantes had been rowing for an unknown amount of time when suddenly, he felt the water flow beside him become even more tumultuous. Allantes immediately became highly alert, keeping the raft balanced to avoid capsizing. At this point, the water currents around Allantes grew increasingly rapid, resembling a large whirlpool, pulling him towards some hell-like place. With the flickering light of the nearly extinguished torch, Allantes looked ahead and saw an endless expanse of river water before him. In the water seemed to be something writhing, indicated by the continuous emergence of bubbles on the surface. These bubbles were of various sizes, but appeared at high speed. Allantes was immediately stunned by this sight, and quickly drew his sword, despite knowing fully well that doing so might be useless. Allantes' rowing speed slowed down significantly, but he still gradually moved toward the location where those bubbles emerged continuously. When he was less than 2 meters away from the source of the bubbles, a thick and long object suddenly darted out of the water where the bubbles were. Though it didn't hit Allantes directly, it still frightened him enough to make him fall onto the raft. Because the raft was traveling in water, its balance couldn't be as stable as on land, making it difficult for Allantes to stand up after falling. Moreover, the rapid current further increased the challenge. Nevertheless, Allantes managed to get back on his feet laboriously. Just as he stood up, another object shot out of the water, knocking him straight into it. Meanwhile, the hard-earned raft was easily destroyed by this strange creature. Although thrown into the water, Allantes' swimming skills proved to be good enough to prevent him from drowning. He struggled desperately in the water, using all his strength to swim towards the shore, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't reach land. At this moment, he realized he seemed to be entangled by something, which then lifted him out of the water. Once lifted, he finally got a clear view of what was underwater, a monster resembling a giant octopus. Unlike normal octopuses, its size was incomparably larger, and it had dozens of tentacles. Notably, there was a long and thick horn on its head, shining darkly, while its eyes were each as big as a human head. Its enormous mouth was big enough to swallow a cargo ship that could hold hundreds of people. Allantes was tightly wrapped by one of the monster's tentacles, leaving him immobile. In desperation, Allantes took his sword and slashed fiercely at the tentacle wrapping around him. Perhaps due to unbearable pain from the sword, the monster flung Allantes far away into the turbulent river. As the swift river engulfed Allantes, he disappeared swiftly into the depths. After Allantes was hurled into the river, the large monster also gradually vanished into the river depths. Chapter 50. An Encounter with Columbus. The sky was still overcast as Allantes slowly opened his eyes. The scene before him made him sit up abruptly from the bed. All around him were wooden walls, and on one of them hung a painting. The figure in the painting seemed to be a person, but not entirely so. Perhaps because Allantes had just woken up from unconsciousness, the image was still somewhat unclear. "Ah, you're finally awake." An unfamiliar voice suddenly reached Allantes' ears. Allantes instinctively looked in the direction of the sound. When he saw the speaker, he was almost speechless. "Bibi," Allantes blurted out involuntarily. What did you call me?" it asked suspiciously. Don't you recognize me?" Allantes became even more confused. "I certainly don't know you. Do you know me?" It looked at Allantes with puzzlement. "No, I don't know you, but you look very much like a friend of mine, even identical." Allantes explained. "The one called Bibi?" it questioned. "Yes, you two really look alike," Allantes repeated. "This is normal. We forest guardians are almost indistinguishable from each other," it explained. "I see. By the way, where am I? And who are you?" Allantes, perhaps unused to speaking with others for a long time, asked all these questions breathlessly. "This is my home. Since you have a friend who looks exactly like me, you should already know that I am the forest guardian," it answered somewhat impatiently. "Then what's your name?" Allantes curiously asked. "Tell me your name first," it countered. Allantes. "That's a strange name. And you?" "Call me Columbus." "Columbus." Allantes exclaimed in confusion. "Now that we know each other, you should tell me what kind of creature you are, where you come from, and where you're heading." Columbus sat eagerly in front of Allantes, waiting for an exciting story. "First of all, I'm not a thing but a human." Thus began Allantes' recounting of himself and others to Columbus. And Columbus seemed deeply interested in this story, listening intently. After a while, Allantes recounted everything. At this moment, Allantes suddenly remembered something and shouted anxiously. "Fees! Fees!" It turned out that Allantes had been so engrossed in talking that he completely forgot about Fees, who then emerged from a hole in the wall and flew to Allantes. "Great, you're still here," Allantes said excitedly upon seeing Fees. Fees landed on Allantes' hand, and then flew to a broken wooden table located in another room. Out of curiosity, Allantes got up and walked towards the table. "Fees," Columbus observed, astonished. "Yes, it's Fees. Have you seen it?" Allantes asked. "No, but I've heard that this little thing is a treasure. That's right. Without its help, I wouldn't have come this far. It seems like Fees has helped you a lot. That's true. It's an excellent guide. What are you looking at? Columbus asked curiously. What is on that table? Alanthus showed great interest in what was on the table. Ah, you mean that thing? It actually saved your life, Columbus replied. Really? Alanthus asked, half believing, half doubting. Of course. That thing is blood lingxi. What? Blood lingxi? Alanthus nearly went crazy when he heard this. He immediately rushed to the table, picked up the object on it, and examined it back and forth. So this is blood lingxi? Alanthus remained skeptical. Of course. You must never have seen blood lingxi before, Columbus said. That's right. I really haven't. Blood lingxi looks like this. It probably isn't what you imagined. Alanthus carefully inspected the blood lingxi in his hands, fiddling with it. In fact, calling it blood lingxi might mislead someone into expecting something beautiful. Rather, it resembled an ugly broken tree root. Moreover, it was a small one, as it barely differed from an ordinary tree root. If not for accidentally encountering Columbus, Alanthus might not have recognized the blood lingxi even if he saw it. Fees, let's go back, Alanthus said excitedly. Hold on, Columbus interjected. What? Do you mean you don't want me to take the blood lingxi away? No, quite the opposite. I want you to take more blood lingxi back, because this one has been around for a long time. I don't know if it's still effective. It brought me back to life, didn't it? How can it not work? You only had minor injuries, and there wasn't much blood loss. Didn't you say your friend suffered severe injuries? Then how do we find more blood lingxi? Alanthus asked eagerly. In fact, the place where blood lingxi grows isn't far from here. But you have to cross the boulder valley, which is quite troublesome, Columbus explained. No matter how difficult it is, I must bring the blood lingxi back. Alanthus said firmly. All right, then I'll tell you the direction of the blood lingxi, and you can go find it yourself. If you're really capable, it will only take half a day to bring it back. All right, I'll leave now, Alanthus said, and was about to walk out. Wait a minute. It's dark outside, you can't see the road. How are you going to go with such conditions? Besides, you're injured. You should rest well tonight, and set off tomorrow morning. There's no rush. Okay. Alanthus carefully considered what Columbus said, and thought it made perfect sense. Chapter 51, Triumphant Return. So he decided to set off early the next morning to search for the blood lingxi. However, how could he possibly fall asleep? Thus, Alanthus spent the night in a semi-conscious state. The sky gradually began to brighten, and at that moment, Alanthus immediately stood up from his bed. It's time. I should depart, Alanthus said to Columna. But Columna did not reply because it was still asleep, and this time the thief bird seemed to have no intention of following either, as it rested sweetly on Columna's chest. Though dawn was breaking, the skies were not yet fully clear and remained somewhat dim. This, however, could not hinder Alanthi's journey. Following the route Columna had given him, Alanthus moved forward cautiously step by step for two reasons. First, there was danger present at every moment here. Second, and most importantly, after being hid into the river by the water beast, Alanthi's accompanying sword had disappeared. Hence, he was now unarmed in his search for the blood lingxi. If any trouble arose along the way, without any weapon, he would surely be in great difficulty. Alanthus picked up a relatively thick wooden stick as a temporary weapon. He followed the route provided by Columna, and soon saw the Chaos Stone Valley. This is the Chaos Stone Valley Columna mentioned, Alanthus muttered to himself. Before Alanthi's eyes unfolded a completely different scene, an open space apart from the forest and bushes. In front of him stretched an endless array of stones, big and small, tall and short, long and short, irregularly piled on the ground. Not everyone has the luck to see such scenery, Alanthus exclaimed in amazement. After saying this, Alanthus took a deep breath and stepped into the Chaos Stone Valley. The uneven boulders made his progress slow. As he moved forward, Alanthus not only carefully observed the surroundings, but also meticulously examined each massive rock he passed. In this way, Alanthus struggled through the Chaos Stone Valley. Screech, screech. Alanthus immediately stopped in his tracks. What sound is that? Alanthus asked. Naturally, there was no one to answer this question. Nevertheless, he gripped the thick wooden stick even tighter. Screech, screech, came the sound again. Once more hearing this sound, Alanthus started to feel tense as he still hadn't seen what was making it. At this moment, something suddenly appeared on a stone before Alanthus. What is that? Alanthus couldn't help but ask. Despite his question, Alanthus deduced some features about the creature from its appearance. It looked much like a monkey, but with fur that was grayer and darker, and beneath the fur were some scales. Moreover, on its head was a sharp horn. Its eyes were deep red, like a red gemstone, staring fixedly at Alanthus as if ready to devour him. Alanthus, standing his ground, stared back at it just as intently. At this moment, it jumped swiftly down from the stone, almost completing the movement in an instant, too fast for Alanthus to clearly follow. After jumping down, it revealed its sharp teeth to Alanthus. The teeth, though razor-sharp, were also extremely nauseating, causing one to feel sick just looking at them. Seeing that it had already leapt down from the stone, Alanthus understood very well that it was about to attack him. Moreover, it wasn't going to be just one. Many more must be coming, as they had yet to show themselves. Alanthi's suspicion was quickly confirmed when indeed, after the appearance of this monkey-like little thing, more than 100 small monsters subsequently emerged from the cracks between the rocks. At this point, Alanthus immediately felt tense. He knew very well that he would not be able to win this fight. The only option was to find a way to escape. However, achieving this idea seemed impossible for now because of the swarm of small monsters surrounding him. Even without these creatures, running quickly through the Chaos Stone Valley would still be incredibly difficult. Nevertheless, Alanthes intended to turn the impossible into possible. Gripping his wooden stick tightly, it being his only weapon at the moment, Alanthes suddenly noticed a small monster leaping off a stone straight toward his face. Before Alanthes could fully react, the tiny creature had already knocked him down to the ground, leaving several bloody scratches on his face. Immediately after Alanthes fell, over a dozen small monsters pounced upon him. Unable to stand back up, Alanthes was attacked once again by those little things. Although their attacks succeeded twice, they weren't strong enough to cause fatal harm. However, Alanthes simply swung his wooden stick wildly in all directions and scattered most of them. Despite their weakness individually, the sheer number of them gave them an advantage as they kept taking turns attacking him relentlessly. Alanthes repeatedly repelled each group's assault, but his strength was inevitably limited. It was clear that if this continued, the small monsters would drain all his energy before finally killing him. Suddenly, a particular creature caught Alanthes' attention. This one was different from the rest, with shiny fur and pale red eyes, always surrounded by several smaller monsters. This must be their leader. Capture the king first. The thought instantly entered Alanthes' mind. With that idea in mind, Alanthes erupted like a volcano and charged directly at the leader-like creature. Of course, the other small monsters wouldn't let him succeed so easily. They swarmed toward Alanthes in droves, forcing him to defend desperately, using his wooden stick. Time and time again, he fended off their assaults. In no time, Alanthes reached the leading monster and struck at it with his wooden stick, but the creature was too agile, easily jumping out of the way. Alanthes tried another swing, yet the monster dodged effortlessly once more. Before long, countless small monsters pounced on Alanthes, and he was forced to focus on repelling these nearby enemies first. After several rounds of fighting, Alanthes noticed something. Their attacks were highly regular and organized. Every attack consisted of 10 to 15 monsters grouped together, and if they failed, another group took its place. This systematic attack pattern provided Alanthes an opportunity to escape. Since their attacks lacked overwhelming power, if they all rushed him simultaneously, Alanthes would surely die. Fortunately, they stuck to their structured tactics, which allowed Alanthes sufficient time to respond and plan his escape, or target the group's leader, striking at its weak point just like hitting a snake below its 7th inch. As Alanthes defended against wave after wave of attacks, he slowly retreated in the direction that favored an escape. At that moment, he noticed the leader standing less than a meter away from him, preparing to launch its own assault. Alanthes readied his wooden stick for a lethal blow. Without warning, the creature lunged at him, but Alanthes had anticipated this move and swung his stick forcefully. However, the creature's movements were too quick, and it turned gracefully to dodge the strike once again. Though the first attack failed, Alanthes skillfully hurled his wooden stick in the direction the creature jumped. To his fortune, it hit the leader squarely on the head, knocking it unconscious and slamming it hard onto the ground, where it died instantly. Seeing their leader perish, the remaining small monsters were immediately frightened and scattered in all directions. Within moments, over 100 creatures vanished completely. In this way, Alanthes narrowly escaped danger once more. With the small monsters gone, Alanthes finally had a chance to catch his breath, but he didn't linger long and quickly resumed heading in the direction Columna had indicated. Soon, Alanthes arrived at the place Columna had mentioned. Before his eyes stretched an unfathomably deep cliff, its precipitous walls covered with blood spirit mushrooms that Alanthes had seen at Columna's home. The blood spirit mushrooms grew around the cliff walls densely, almost like patches of moss. Of course, their color was not green. For Alanthes now, obtaining the blood spirit mushrooms wasn't the issue. How to collect them was a much more pressing and tricky problem. Since they all grew on the cliff walls, there was only one way to gather them. He would have to climb down the cliff wall and pick them one by one. But this task was far from simple. Nevertheless, Alanthes had already braced himself for hardship. He glanced around and noticed that the surroundings were almost entirely filled with large boulders, with occasional trees scattered about. It was these few trees that helped Alanthes. He peeled off the bark from these trees since it was exceptionally sturdy. Then he tied the bark together to weave a very strong rope. After finishing the rope, it measured over a dozen meters long. Alanthes fastened one end to his body and the other around a giant rock, pulling hard on the rope several times to ensure its safety. Next, Alanthes began the most perilous part. He started to slowly climb toward the cliff wall. Alanthes made every effort not to look down, because doing so would amplify his fear. Even the bravest individuals could feel intimidated when facing a cliff thousands of feet deep. Alanthes advanced carefully toward the cliff wall. Fortunately, he didn't need to climb too low. As long as he could reach the blood spirit mushrooms, it would be sufficient. Therefore, each time he reached a patch where blood spirit mushrooms grew, he picked them all. In no time, Alanthes had collected dozens of blood spirit mushrooms of various sizes. As he checked the quantity of the mushrooms, a satisfied smile spread across Alanthes' face. He then started climbing back up, moving significantly faster than before. However, at that moment, Alanthes' foot slipped and his body tipped dangerously to one side. Fortunately, the rope tied around his body held him back, or else he would certainly have fallen into the abyss below. Alanthes hung suspended in midair against the cliff wall, unable to move immediately. After a while, he gradually swung back and forth, forcefully swaying his body upwards toward the cliff wall. With one swift motion, he managed to fling his entire body toward the wall and clutched onto a rock with one hand, preventing himself from dangling in the air. Too close. Alanthes exhaled deeply, muttering to himself. Because of the unexpected mishap, nearly half of the blood spirit mushrooms Alanthes had gathered fell into the chasm below. Still, over a dozen remained. After quite some time, Alanthes finally climbed back to solid ground. Finally done. Time to return victorious, Alanthes said excitedly. Chapter 52, The Terrifying Cave. Alanthes was extremely excited after obtaining the blood spirit grass. With an extremely thrilled mindset, he was running in the direction of Columba's house. When he once again crossed the Chaos Stone Valley, he was lucky enough not to encounter any monsters blocking his way. Alanthes also successfully brought back over a dozen blood spirit grasses to Columba's home. You're back, Columba said with great joy upon seeing him. Look what I've got. Alanthes excitedly pulled out a package containing over a dozen blood spirit grasses from his body. Blood spirit grass. So much. Columba couldn't help but exclaim in disbelief when she saw them. These blood spirit grasses should be enough to revive a person over 100 times, right? Alanthes said. These blood spirit grasses are sufficient to bring every animal in this forest back to life once. Columba marveled. Fantastic. Where's Fly Thief? Alanthes asked. At this moment, Fly Thief flew out of Columba's arms. It looked more spirited than before. We should set off now, Alanthes said excitedly. Fly Thief then flew to Alanthi's shoulder at that moment. Are you leaving now? Columba asked. Yes, I've already found the blood spirit grass and 2.5 days have already passed. I must hurry back immediately. You should come with me. Alanthes earnestly invited Columba. No, I won't go with you. It's too dangerous outside. I will stay behind. Columba rejected Alanthi's proposal. Well then, if you want to stay, stay. I'll go first. Thank you for saving me, Alanthes said, and then turned around and walked out of Columba's residence. Alanthes was very clear in his mind that just leaving like this seemed somewhat unacceptable. However, he didn't have time to think about too many things anymore. His only goal right now was to return to Mimachi as soon as possible. And going back naturally meant retracing the original route, which was rather dangerous. After leaving Columba's house, Alanthes followed Fly Thief to begin his journey home. However, not long after they started moving, Alanthes felt something wasn't quite right. Fly Thief. Wait a minute. This doesn't seem like the way back. Alanthes stopped his steps and suspiciously said. Fly Thief seemed to have no intention of answering his question. In fact, Fly Thief couldn't answer his question either. It continued flying forward regardless of Alanthi's doubt. And Alanthes could only follow behind Fly Thief, confused and uncertain. Thus, Alanthes followed Fly Thief for a long journey. As the sky gradually darkened, Fly Thief suddenly stopped its progress. Alanthes had no choice but to stop his own steps even though he was already feeling anxious. Alanthes stayed in place for quite some time because a big and deep tree cave appeared in front of him. The meaning of Fly Thief stopping was that it wanted Alanthes to prepare the torch. Alanthes picked up a thick and long wooden stick at random on the ground, and then used stones to light a fire. In this way, Fly Thief led Alanthes into the tree cave ahead. If it were under normal circumstances, Alanthes would surely take a long time to deliberate and decide. But given the situation at hand, Alanthes didn't have a moment to hesitate. He knew not what exactly lay inside this cave, but one thing was crystal clear to Alanthes. Whatever it held inside certainly wasn't good. The torch in Alanthi's hand continued burning despite the bright and large flames becoming extraordinarily minuscule as Alanthes stepped into the darkness of the tree cave. The darkness within the tree cave was far more terrifying than Alanthes imagined. Moreover, the interior of the tree cave was damp and cold. The moment Alanthes took the first step into the cave, a chilling wind hit Alanthes, making him shiver involuntarily. Moreover, Alanthes had a feeling that made his blood run cold. Even Alanthes, this incredibly brave warrior, felt fear in the face of overwhelming darkness, for it was human nature. In the dark cave, Alanthes walked cautiously. The only light came from the faint glow of the torch he carried and the soft blue light emitted by Fly Thief's body. Though dim, its glow stood out prominently against the pitch-black darkness. Alanthes could not believe the length of the cave. Despite his slow pace, he had been walking for quite some time, almost half a day. But this cave seemed like an endless labyrinth, never-ending. Then Alanthes stepped on something which emitted a cracking sound. He quickly shifted the torchlight to the ground, grabbed what he stepped on, and examined it closely under the torchlight. My God, I should have known I ended up here, Alanthes muttered to himself. The sky gradually grew bright, and Kaboo slowly opened his eyes. Is he alright? Kaboo asked while sitting on the ground. He's fine, just as usual, Carrie sighed. It's already the 4th day. I wonder when Alanthes will return, Kaboo said. I hope he comes back soon, Carrie said. I think so too, Kaboo responded. Don't worry, nothing will happen to him. Whitehorn Tiger, lying beneath a large tree, remarked. But it's been such a long time, and Alanthes still hasn't returned. Time is running out, Carrie anxiously said. Don't lose hope, we still have time. Kaboo comforted Carrie. I haven't lost hope, it's just been a very long wait, Carrie urgently said. All we can do now is wait, Whitehorn Tiger quietly said. Look, BB is sleeping so peacefully. Stay calm, everything will pass, Whitehorn Tiger said. Alright, maybe I am being too impatient, Carrie said. After all, we are still safe here for now, Kaboo smiled. It seems you are easily content, Whitehorn Tiger commented. We humans have a saying. Happiness belongs to those who know satisfaction. Living this way makes life joyful without worries, Kaboo replied. The sun is up, Carrie looked at the blue sky and said. At that moment, Kaboo also looked up at the sky. I hope today brings good luck to Alanthes, Kaboo prayed. Is there any water? I'm thirsty, BB suddenly asked. BB, you're awake, Kaboo said. Yes, just woke up. Is there any water? Bibi yawned and asked drowsily. Water, is there any left? Kaboo asked. None. Carrie shook the empty water bag. Well then, it's probably time to find some water. Kaboo stood up. I'll go this time, Carrie immediately said. No, I should go. You need to stay here and take care of me, Machi. Kaboo took the water bag from Carrie. But, Carrie started. Don't say anything. I'm leaving. Kaboo cut off Carrie's words. Chapter 53, Searching for Water. After saying this, Kaboo walked away with the water bag. Don't worry, he'll be fine, Bai Jiahu said when he noticed Kelly's concern. Yeah, he'll be okay, Kelly muttered to herself. Since Kaboo had already gained some experience from his previous trip for water, he wasn't overly cautious about the surrounding environment this time. The water source was quite far from Kaboo and the others, but there were no major threats or dangers on the journey, which led Kaboo to become careless once again. Similar to last time, Kaboo moved quickly in the direction of the water, almost running at full speed. The ease of his last trip for water made him let down his guard. As he rapidly advanced forward, a shadow suddenly darted out from the woods, instantly knocking Kaboo several meters away. This collision left Kaboo severely shaken, and it took him a while to slowly get up from the ground as he massaged his head with his left hand. That hurt like hell. What kind of ghost thing hit me? Kaboo said furiously. At this moment, he began paying attention to his surroundings, but that thing seemed to have vanished into thin air. No matter how much Kaboo searched, he couldn't find it. Kaboo spent a long time meticulously looking around without discovering any clues. Alright, I guess it's my bad luck today, Kaboo murmured to himself. Although Kaboo failed to locate what had collided with him, this incident sounded an alarm in his mind. Kaboo became more vigilant, ready to counter sudden attacks from different directions at any time. His pace slowed down, allowing him better observation opportunities, but this also increased his potential danger. After an unknown period of time, Kaboo finally arrived at the water source. Just like the previous time, Kaboo squatted slightly, eyes locked tightly onto the surroundings. In no time, the water bag was completely filled. As Kaboo was about to return after sealing the water bag with the wooden stopper, a shadow suddenly appeared before him. Startled by this unexpected shadow, Kaboo immediately composed himself and began carefully examining the figure in front of him. The shadow turned out to be a deer with 3 horns, but this was no ordinary animal. It possessed strong aggression. It stood motionless before Kaboo, and Kaboo also remained still. This deer blocked Kaboo's only way out, standing right in front of him, yet it did not rush to attack. It appeared to be observing Kaboo's movements. At this point, Kaboo placed the water bag on the ground to ensure it wouldn't spill during a fight. After placing the water bag, Kaboo slowly began moving to his left, and the deer closely followed his every move. Kaboo chose to move left because the environment there was more advantageous for combat, providing greater leverage. Suddenly, the deer charged fiercely towards Kaboo. However, Kaboo had anticipated this, and with precise timing, he swiftly dodged the first attack by turning his body. But the deer quickly spun around and attacked Kaboo again. This time, Kaboo was unable to react in time and was struck, flung into the air, and landed painfully on the ground. Kaboo cried out in pain, and these cries made the deer even more enraged. Like a mad beast, it charged at Kaboo once more, its 3 horns aiming directly for Kaboo's chest. Kaboo immediately swung his sword at the deer's head. With a bang, the deer's antlers failed to pierce Kaboo, nor did they sustain any damage. Immediately afterwards, the deer launched a few more attacks on Kaboo, all of which proved fruitless. Perhaps due to the consecutive assaults, its stamina began to dwindle, causing it to collapse in front of Kaboo. Seizing this opportunity, Kaboo rested briefly. Thus, Kaboo and the deer faced each other at a distance of just a few meters. For a while, time passed quickly, though Kaboo felt as if an eternity had elapsed. During this period, he thought deeply and devised multiple escape plans. The plans were simple but could only be used once and must succeed. Given the intelligence and cunning nature of the deer in front of him, it would never fall for the same trick twice. Hence, Kaboo had to ensure his attempt worked on the first try. Once fully prepared, Kaboo threw a stone at the deer. The stone hit it precisely, but the deer showed no reaction, remaining stationary. Kaboo then picked up a larger stone from the ground and hurled it at the deer, striking one of its front legs. However, its reaction was nothing more than moving its leg a little, still with no significant response. This time Kaboo was truly anxious. He grabbed a handful of gravel and threw it at the deer in front of him. Coincidentally, one of the stones struck the deer's eye. Suddenly, the deer let out a howl, stood up from the ground, and charged madly towards Kaboo. This was exactly what Kaboo had hoped for, because behind Kaboo was a stretch of turbulent river, and in this river grew many aquatic plants. Kaboo had been careful even when fetching water, and now the enraged deer charged at Kaboo like a lunatic. Kaboo stood his ground waiting for the deer's attack, and silently counted down in his mind. In the blink of an eye, the deer was almost upon Kaboo. Seizing the moment, Kaboo swiftly turned and moved to the side, dodging the deer's attack. The deer, unable to avoid, rushed into the river. Kaboo, seeing the deer fall into the river, quickly picked up the water bag and ran as fast as he could back the way he came. The deer that fell into the water could have swum to the shore, but there were many aquatic plants that entangled its legs. No matter how hard the deer struggled, it couldn't break free from the water plants and was slowly dragged to the bottom of the river. Kaboo didn't know about this scene, nor did he want to. All he wanted was to leave here as soon as possible. After leaving the source of water, Kaboo ran all the way without stopping. However, during his journey, he seemed to sense another ominous premonition, and this premonition quickly became reality. As Kaboo ran recklessly forward, dozens of xuanjiao already surrounded him. These xuanjiaoju flew after Kabo for a while until he began to feel exhausted and slowed down. Then they appeared before Kabo. Naturally, Kabo noticed them. These creatures with emerald green eyes had claws sharp like sickles, and their wings spread wide like a giant net, seemingly able to cover the sky. They flew around Kabo's head. Some even landed on the branches surrounding him. All of them stared fixedly at Kabo with large eyes. Kabo knew clearly at that moment that there was no escape. Against the deer, he might have used a bit of cunning, but against these monsters, he probably had no choice but to fight them head on. Kabo gripped his sword tightly, ready to battle at any moment. Several xuanjiaoju danced in the azure sky, while others perched on tree branches. In the middle of all of them, Kabo stood there. They had completely surrounded him, and Kabo had no more strength to break through their encirclement. He could only rest for a moment while these xuanjiaoju had not yet attacked. However, there wasn't much time left. The group of xuanjiaoju started to move, calling out to each other. The sound was eerie, making Kabo feel bone-chilling. Kabo roughly guessed what was coming. The life or death moment was finally approaching. With Kabo's solitary strength, it was impossible to fight against dozens of xuanjiaoju, especially since Kabo knew almost nothing about these creatures. His only option was a desperate battle. Only then might there be hope for survival. Thinking this, Kabo took a deep breath, mustering up courage to face this decisive battle. At this moment, 3 xuanjiaoju formed a triangular formation in the sky and dived toward Kabo. Their speed was extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, they were already in front of Kabo. Before Kabo could dodge, the leading xuanjiaoju clawed him up and hurled him away carelessly. With a bang, Kabo was thrown onto the ground, landing heavily. Lying there for quite a while, Kabo did not get up. Kabo felt utterly dazed and massaged his own head with his hand. "At least I'm not bleeding," Kabo said, looking at his hand. After a short pause, Kabo slowly got up. Fortunately, during the time Kabo was lying on the ground, those xuanjiaoju did not attack again. Otherwise, Kabo would really have died. After getting up, Kabo looked around and sighed deeply. Good heavens, he had been thrown tens of meters away. To survive was already a miracle, and now he could stand up again. It seemed the goddess of luck favored him greatly. However, the goddess of luck wouldn't always help Kabo alone. Although Kabo was thrown tens of meters away, the group of xuanjiaoju quickly flew around Kabo again. "Looks like I haven't completely gotten rid of these guys," Kabo said as he looked at the xuanjiaoju sitting on nearby branches. At this moment, it seemed that the group of xuanjiaoju were about to start attacking again. Each of them stared at Kabo with their terrifying eyes. Their gaze was so dreadful that it felt like they wanted to swallow Kabo alive. Kabo couldn't help but feel fear growing in his heart. Even though he was a seasoned warrior who had been through countless battles, in this situation, he still felt vulnerable deep inside. The group of xuanjiaoju on the tree branches started flapping their wings, preparing to launch an assault on Kabo. Sure enough, after a while, the group of xuanjiaoju fiercely swooped down towards Kabo. Since Kabo had lost his weapon when he was thrown earlier, he now had no choice but to fight these xuanjiaoju barehanded. Just as the xuanjiaoju were about to reach Kabo, suddenly there came a thunderous roar. This roar startled the xuanjiaoju and made them scatter in all directions. Kabo covered his ears and looked in the direction from which the roar came. "Whitehorn Tiger!" Kabo shouted involuntarily. "Are you alright?" Whitehorn Tiger asked with concern. "I'm fine, just a little dizzy," Kabo explained. "That's good. Let's go," Whitehorn Tiger suggested. "Alright, but I need a moment." Kabo walked over to where the water bag was placed. Conveniently, his weapon was also there. Kabo picked up the water bag, and together with Whitehorn Tiger, they started heading back. "By the way, how did you find me?" Kabo asked curiously. "I noticed you hadn't returned for quite some time, so I figured you might be in danger. I followed your scent and footprints to find you," Whitehorn Tiger explained. "Thanks, you're truly amazing," Kabo said gratefully. "Amazing? You haven't seen truly amazing yet," Whitehorn Tiger smiled and said. "Looks like next time, we should send someone else for the water gathering task," Kabo laughed and said. "Of course, preferably someone with a loud voice," Whitehorn Tiger joked. At this moment, Kabo glanced at Whitehorn Tiger, and Whitehorn Tiger also looked at Kabo. They both laughed loudly before quickly returning to their original destination. "I've brought the water back," Kabo said happily. "Great," Bibi exclaimed with excitement. "Are you alright? Why are you back so late?" Carrie asked worriedly. "It's nothing, just ran into a bit of trouble, but everything is under control now," Kabo said confidently. "That's good. I was so worried when you left, but seeing that you're safe makes me feel relieved," Carrie said anxiously. "Don't worry, unless you've fallen in love with me?" Kabo teased. "Kabo, can you act mature for once?" Carrie said, blushing slightly. "Well, stop joking around. Is Aaron's back?" Kabo looked around. "Not yet, not even any news," Carrie sighed. At this moment, Kabo raised his head and looked at the sky. It was already afternoon. "Time flies," Kabo muttered quietly. "What? What did you say?" Carrie asked in confusion. "Nothing," Kabo clarified. Chapter 54, Giant Python Attack. Darkness ahead was still darkness, as if light would never appear. And one's soul was like being swallowed by darkness, forever without hope. Alontes walked alone in the cave like this, with a torch in his hand that continued to burn. Even though he already knew what would appear in this cave, he wasn't afraid because there was still hope in his heart. Alontes didn't know how long he had been walking or what the weather outside was like. He just kept following the bat deep into the darkness. And now it was night, which meant that if Alontes didn't deliver the blood spirit mushroom to Momoki by midnight tomorrow, he would die. And this expedition would also come to an end. Of course, Alontes wouldn't let such a thing happen, so he gritted his teeth and hurried to deliver the blood spirit mushroom to its destination. Alontes had been walking in the dark cave for a very long time. He also felt the deep part of the cave beginning to get colder and colder, bone-chilling cold, and his mind gradually became clear. This was normal since there was dry ice inside, and it was also a gathering place for snakes. However, he had been moving forward for so long without encountering a single snake, he was really lucky. As Allantes went deeper, he began to feel his body temperature slowly drop, but this low temperature seemed to have little effect on the bat, who still acted normally. Bat, when can we get out? Allantes couldn't help but ask. Even though he clearly knew his question wouldn't be answered, at that moment, Allantes seemed to hear something. He immediately became alert, and the sound slowly got closer to Allantes, making him start to feel nervous. After all, who in this dark cave wouldn't be afraid? What was even worse was that the torch in Allantes' hand appeared to be almost burned out. All around him was pitch black except for a little light from where he stood. This bit of light seemed about to disappear as well. Allantes shone his torch around his surroundings, but saw nothing. Actually, there was really nothing to see, and Allantes' steps became very slow. The bat, of course, also sensed danger, and its fur stood up on end. At this time, that sound came again, seemingly much closer to Allantes. Allantes immediately shone his torch toward the direction of the sound, and saw a huge snake head in front of him. Allantes jumped back in fright. This snake was over 10 meters long, coiled around itself, so it was hard to tell its exact length accurately, but it was the longest snake Allantes had ever seen. The volume of this snake was astonishingly large. It was more than a meter wide, and could likely swallow an adult elephant without any issue. The snake's eyes were deep green, shining with piercing light in the dark cave. Even more frightening was the horn on its head. That horn was long and sharp, enough to pierce through a thick city wall. My God, what is this? Allantes exclaimed in shock upon seeing this monster. At this point, the bat also instinctively flew into Allantes' arms because it knew a fierce battle was about to begin. Allantes saw the snake lying motionless on the ground and did not want to provoke it. And the snake also made no extra movement, so Allantes and the snake just faced off. But this standoff didn't last long because soon, Allantes noticed the faint glow of firelight showing the snake starting to move. First, it began to slowly move to its left side, producing a loud sound due to its massive body despite moving slowly. At this moment, Allantes' gaze followed the giant snake as it moved, then it shifted behind Allantes. He turned around accordingly, once again face to face with the giant snake. They faced off once more, and Allantes standing in front of the snake wondered why it didn't attack him. However, the answer to this question quickly arrived. While Allantes was thinking, suddenly, there was another strange noise behind him. This time, Allantes didn't turn around to look. After all, there was still a giant snake staring directly at him in front. But the strange sounds coming from behind grew closer and started multiplying. At this point, Allantes had no choice but to turn around and use the torch to illuminate the darkness behind him. What kind of joke is this? Allantes muttered upon seeing the scene behind him. The sounds grew closer and more numerous, and before Allantes' torch appeared 5, 6, no, actually over a dozen smaller snakes. These were called small only in comparison to the giant snake earlier. Each of these smaller ones was still nearly 9 meters long. Though they couldn't swallow an elephant, swallowing someone like Allantes would be effortlessly easy. It was at this moment that Allantes fully realized why the giant snake hadn't attacked him, because it had been waiting for its offspring to enjoy their meal. But Allantes wasn't some helpless lamb. Even with nothing decent as a weapon in his hands, he wouldn't just wait to die. He would fight fiercely until the end. In this situation, Allantes' chances of survival were indeed slim. Just as Allantes prepared to face the attacks of these enormous snakes, a sudden, horrifying roar erupted. The smaller snakes around him were immediately scared away in all directions, and even the massive snake vanished without a trace. Though the swarm of snakes had scattered, Allantes felt no relief. For whatever could scare off these monstrous serpents must be something even more terrifying. Soon, Allantes confirmed this guess. He remained on high alert as he attempted to leave the place. Suddenly, 2 red objects, each about the size of a full moon, appeared before Allantes. Without any thought, he instantly recognized what they were. After a while, as these red objects slowly moved closer to him, Allantes saw their owner's full appearance. A python so gigantic that it dwarfed the previous snake by dozens of times. Staring at this monster left Allantes stunned and almost unable to move. My God, what is this thing? Allantes exclaimed in astonishment. Before Allantes could react, the giant python already began launching its attack on him. In its eyes, Allantes was like a short, tiny ant, easily crushable at any time. But Allantes wouldn't go down that easily. Despite its immense size, the python couldn't fully extend itself within the confines of the cave. Thus, Allantes, like an incredibly agile monkey, jumped back and forth incessantly. No matter how hard the python tried to attack, it could not effectively strike Allantes. Soon, the python ceased its attacks on Allantes, remaining still in front of him. Several evasive maneuvers had depleted a good portion of Allantes' stamina, and he needed a break as well. What had helped him escape those fatal attacks was undoubtedly his torch. Though its light had dimmed significantly, it was still better than nothing. As the python paused its assault, Allantes took the opportunity to carefully examine it under the faint light of his torch. This python was truly extraordinary. Firstly, it had a thick and long horn atop its head, jet black in color. That alone said much. It had been infected by dark energy. Secondly, its large, round red eyes were the same things Allantes had seen in the dark, resembling twin moons. Lastly, its scales, almost entirely pitch black and seemingly impenetrably hard. With the weak light of the torch, Allantes could barely make out these details. He didn't dare get too close to the python, knowing it would be far too dangerous. He kept a distance of about 5 meters, which he believed was relatively safe. The python coiled directly ahead of Alante's path, blocking his exit from the cave. From the current situation, it seemed very difficult to pass by. Fortunately, after a few attacks, the python had not moved again. It simply lay there in front of Alante's, as if patiently waiting for the right moment. Meanwhile, Alante's braced himself for the next impending attack from the python. Time passed, though how much neither knew, and the python remained completely motionless, as if dead. For safety's sake, Alante's refrained from moving closer. Judging from the aura emitted by this giant python, it seemed to be asleep. Alante's mind began to clear. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. His time was running out. He had to take the risk. After stealing his resolve, Alante's started moving cautiously in the direction of the python. He was extremely careful, fearing that he might awaken the creature. Despite being only a few meters away from the python, it took him a long time to approach. Soon, Alante's stood directly before the python. Though his torch only provided faint light, he extinguished it anyway so as not to alert the python with any brightness. This would give him a better chance of escape. Because the python was truly enormous, Alante's had to go around its body, which significantly increased the difficulty of escaping. However, such difficulties were no match for Alante's. He carefully sought a way to navigate around the python's body. Since his torch had been extinguished, Alante's almost had to find an escape route in complete darkness. This added another layer of difficulty. Although challenges loomed, he still had an ace up his sleeve, the thief flyer. As if understanding Alante's predicament, the thief flyer emerged from his arms, and its pale blue light illuminated slightly. With this tiny glow, Alante's finally managed to discover an escape route. The exit was less than 2 meters away, within the range of the python's body, and barely wide enough for one person to pass through. But it was enough. The challenge now was to climb over a section of the python's body, presenting the final obstacle for Alante's. Without giving it much thought, Alante's moved towards the exit. This python, indeed, was staggering in size. Even a small part of its body covered a significant area. It seemed Alante's would have to climb over it. He took a deep breath, and then carefully started crawling toward the exit. First, he gently touched the python's body. The hard scales retracted slightly, showing how sensitive the python was to any touch. At this point, Alante's had little choice but to proceed, climbing onto the python's massive form, which stood over 3 meters high. A truly astonishing sight. Just as Alante's reached the top of the python's body, the python seemed to awaken and shifted slightly. Even this slight movement was enough to knock Alante's off. The sound of his fall immediately alarmed the python, which quickly lunged in the direction Alante's fell. Its speed caught Alante's off guard, and by the time he could stand back up, the python was already right in front of him. Alante's could almost hear the heartbeat of the python as it suddenly opened its colossal mouth, large enough to swallow dozens of elephants. Just as Alante's awaited his doom, a sudden sound came from afar. It seemed to be calling something, and upon hearing it, the python instantly vanished from Alante's presence. Chapter 55, Attacked Again. Its rapid disappearance left Arence in awe. Before Arence could figure out what had happened, the giant python had already vanished. Luckily, Arence narrowly escaped a catastrophe, but although he managed to escape, he wasn't overly excited because he was still inside the cave. His next move would be to leave as soon as possible. What's worse than being trapped inside the cave was time. Because it was pitch dark, it was impossible to tell the time. The only way was to keep track by himself. Therefore, Arence was extremely anxious since he couldn't confirm whether the time for rescuing Prince Daodig had passed yet. Hence, Arence began accelerating his pace of movement. Even though the flying thief's speed was slow, he followed at the same pace. Just moments ago, the cave seemed to have an exit within reach, but now it was gone, leaving only patches of darkness. It appeared that the flying thief was leading Arence around in circles. Arence no longer cared about anything else. His only mission was to leave immediately. He didn't know how long it had been or how far he had walked, until finally a streak of light appeared before Arence's eyes. Upon seeing this glimmer of light, Arence became even more excited and moved faster. Finally, thanks to the guidance of the flying thief, Arence emerged from the cave. The not-too-bright light made it difficult for Arence to fully open his eyes, a normal reaction after spending a long time in darkness. Arence could only rely on his peripheral vision to observe the scene ahead. Gradually, his vision began to recover, enabling him to walk faster. But time waits for no one. When Arence's vision had fully returned, he noticed that the sky was almost getting dark. After calculating these few days of travel mentally, Arence roughly figured out that it was the 4th day at dusk. By this time tomorrow, the blood spirit drew must be administered to the prince. Otherwise, everything will be too late. There would be no possibility of resting tonight. Every moment must be seized. Thus, Arence spoke to the flying thief. We have no time left, so we must keep moving tonight. I hope you understand. After speaking, Arence stared directly at the flying thief, for the success of this journey depended entirely on the flying thief's understanding. The flying thief seemed to have grasped Arence's meaning. As night fell, Arence had no choice but to light a torch, for he had already escaped the dark cave, and so did not need to worry about insufficient brightness anymore. He could always pick up fresh sticks from the ground to continue fueling the torch. However, one thing remained unchanged. There were potential dangers lurking in the forest at all times. Although Arence now possessed practically no weapons, he could still handle any monsters barehanded. Tomorrow is the 5th day, which is the last day for the medicine's effectiveness. Can Arence make it back? Kaboo asked, doubt creeping into his voice. He will surely return before the medicine's efficacy fades. Carrie said firmly. I hope so, but there's not a single word from him, Kaboo worried. It won't do you any good to worry unnecessarily. What we should do is wait, Carrie consoled. When will we get out of this accursed place? Kaboo grumbled endlessly. You'd better shut your mouth. Carrie snapped. Are you two not going to sleep? Bibi was woken up by their conversation. Sorry, go back to sleep, Carrie apologized. You're able to fall asleep so easily, Kaboo scoffed. But Bibi didn't hear that remark, as it had fallen back into slumber. You'd better sleep too, Carrie suggested to Kaboo. I can't sleep. Ever since we've come here, I've struggled to sleep well, Kaboo replied. Well then, you might as well keep watch for us all, Carrie said, closing her eyes afterward. Although her eyes were closed, she couldn't sleep like Bibi. Her mind was full of turmoil. One part of her hoped it would quickly turn into tomorrow, while another dreaded confronting the results of tomorrow. But regardless of willingness, tomorrow had to be faced in any case. Meanwhile, Kaboo lay on the grass, staring with wide eyes, unsure of what awaited them tomorrow. And naturally, he dared not think too much about it, eventually falling asleep. Kaboo, wake up. Carrie shook Kaboo vigorously. What's wrong? Kaboo asked without opening his eyes first. Aaron's has returned. Carrie exclaimed with excitement. Aaron's, Kaboo shouted. Yes, I am back, Aaron's confirmed, stepping in front of Kaboo. Kaboo patted Aaron's shoulder, his eyes filled with hope and excitement. What about Prince Dinshada? Is he alright? Kaboo immediately turned to look at where the prince had been lying, only to find that the prince was gone. I'm here. I walked out from behind Kaboo. Your Highness, you're alright. Kaboo asked excitedly. Of course I'm fine. Now it's your turn, I said coldly. What? My turn for what? Kaboo asked puzzled. At this moment, Carrie also walked over. Exactly this. After Carrie finished speaking, she suddenly struck a fierce punch towards Kaboo's head, leaving him dazed. What are you doing? Kaboo shouted. Just then, Aaron suddenly grabbed Kaboo's hands, while I used my hand to tightly choke Kaboo's neck, preventing him from breathing. What are you guys doing? Bibi walked up to see this scene and couldn't help but ask. Come on, help us too, Carrie said to Bibi. Alright, Bibi responded, then picked up a rock much bigger than her size and wobbled towards Kaboo. Kaboo was stunned by the series of scenes in front of him. He didn't know what was happening, but one thing was sure. He was definitely dead this time. Now your nasty mouth is finally sealed, Aaron said excitedly. Do you have any last words before you die? I released my grip on Kaboo's neck and asked. Are you all crazy? Kaboo coughed a few times and said. By now, Bibi had already approached Kaboo, lifting the stone and striking it down towards him. No. Kaboo suddenly opened his eyes. The sky was still gray. Kaboo looked around at Bibi, Carrie, and his highness nearby who were unchanged. Even the white unicorn tiger lying nearby hadn't moved. It was just a dream, Kaboo muttered to himself. Kaboo took a deep breath and closed his eyes again. But Aaron's wasn't as lucky as Kaboo. To quickly return to the side of the prince, Aaron's had no choice but to rush. Following the flying thief, he ran quickly through an endless forest. The flying thief seemed never to intend stopping. It zipped through the dense woods without delay, and Aaron's dared not slack even for a moment, closely following so as not to be left behind. In this way, Aaron's crossed grassland after grassland, yet there seemed to be no end in sight. Just as Aaron's was swiftly advancing, suddenly a shadow darted out from the dark underbrush and collided directly into him. Due to the abruptness of the event, Aaron's was knocked several meters away. What was that? Aaron's mumbled as he slowly got up, confused. The suddenness made it impossible for Aaron's to identify exactly what had flung him away. However, one thing was clear. Whatever it was enormous. Aaron's immediately shone the light of his torch around him. Nothing appeared except the flying thief, which was flying towards him. Its fur was standing up all over its body, indicating danger lurking close by. In no time, the flying thief had darted into Aaron's clothing. Aaron's continued to search his surroundings with the torchlight. Then, a sound appeared behind him. Aaron's instantly spun around, pointing his torch ahead. A vague figure loomed indistinctly in front of him. As Aaron's hadn't held the torch high enough, he could not clearly discern the creature's appearance. But soon, Aaron's directed the flame at the full form of the creature. My God, what is that? Aaron's exclaimed in amazement after seeing it. Chapter 56, Rescuing Mimachi. Bathed in the firelight, what appeared before Alantez was a monster resembling a bird. However, this bird had only one leg and was incredibly huge. Its neck was long like an ostrich's, but its head was disproportionately large compared to its thin neck. Its body was like a long, hard piece of stone. Alantez didn't get a clear view of its feathers, but the most obvious feature was the sharp horn on its head. Alantez was fortunate to be only hit by its body rather than its horn. Alantez shone his torch at the monster in front of him, while the monster stared at Alantez with its faintly red eyes, as if it wanted to eat him whole. Alantez knew clearly that he was in big trouble again. He began to slowly back away, afraid of angering the monster, so his steps were slow and cautious. Nevertheless, the monster noticed and started moving towards Alantez. As it had only one leg, it moved by hopping. With just one jump, it stood right in front of Alantez, very close to him. At this moment, Alantez fixed his eyes tightly on the monster, and his hand holding the torch was clenched tightly. Suddenly, the monster charged at Alantez, and out of instinct, Alantez attacked. He struck the monster's head with his torch, catching it off guard and making it roar as it retreated to a distance from Alantez. This is too lucky, Alantez thought. But Alantez was also well aware that this monster would not let him go easily. He must prepare for a second confrontation. This idea of Alantez was soon proven true. After resting for a short while, the monster once again lunged at Alantez. Since the monster advanced by jumping, Alantez saw his chance and aimed the torch in his hand directly at the monster's big foot, knocking it down. Alantez immediately rushed forward again, striking the monster's head hard with the torch. Without knowing how many times Alantez had struck, the monster was completely incapacitated. Its head was almost smashed into pieces, and its brains flowed out from its skull. Alantez looked at the monster, now dead, and finally sighed with relief. At this moment, the thief scurried out from Alantez's body, indicating the danger had passed. "We must set off immediately. There isn't much time left," Alantez said urgently. The sky gradually cleared and brightened, which was good news because Alantez could see the road. But it also meant that Alantez had to hasten, for this was the last day to save the prince. So Alantez's pace quickened, and the thief also accelerated its guidance. After some time of marching, Alantez finally emerged from the endless woods and came to a place that seemed familiar to him, which was also a route he had walked before. This signified that Alantez was not far from the prince's location. Today is the last day. Will Alantez return? Cab slowly opened his eyes and said, "Rest assured, he will return," Carrie said firmly. "He must hurry. Time waits for no man," Bye-bye suddenly said. "You all don't have to be so pessimistic, all right?" Carrie said angrily. "Bye-bye, stop talking," Cab said. "All right, if you won't let me talk, I'll stay silent," Bye-bye replied helplessly. "Hold on, did you feel that?" Bai Jiaohu suddenly asked. "What?" Cab asked, puzzled. "Some kind of movement. It seems like Alantez," Bai Jiaohu explained. "Alantez has returned," Carrie said excitedly. "Yes, it's him. I can feel that he's nearby," Bai Jiaohu said confidently. "So, will he come back soon?" Carrie asked anxiously. "Well, we might still need to wait a little longer. Even though he's near us, he hasn't returned yet," Bai Jiaohu analyzed. "Then, why don't we go find him?" Cab suggested. "No, what we need to do now is wait. We cannot separate again," Carrie analyzed. "Carrie is right. Only by staying together do we have a chance to survive," Bai Jiaohu said. "All right then, we'll wait here for Alantez," Cab replied. "You all don't have to worry too much. Alantez will be back soon," Bai Jiaohu consoled. Time was ticking away, and Alantez was practically running at his fastest speed. His speed was almost synchronized with the thief's, as Alantez tirelessly followed the path the thief led. Perhaps due to his great speed, he tripped over a rock and fell to the ground quite heavily. Since Alantez was running so fast, this fall was pretty severe, leaving him lying on the ground for a long time without getting up. At this moment, the thief also stopped flying. "Ow, that hurts," Alantez couldn't help but say. Just as Alantez was about to get up from the ground, suddenly a dark shadow darted out from the woods. "Whitehorn tiger," Alantez blurted out instinctively. But when he looked closely at the creature in front of him, he firmly rejected his first thought. This beast indeed bore some resemblance to Bai Jiaohu, the whitehorn tiger. Yet upon closer inspection, there were many differences. First, Bai Jiaohu's fur was white, while the one in front of him was gray. Its body was also slightly larger than Bai Jiaohu's, making it look even more ferocious and frightening. Alantez quickly realized that another fierce battle awaited him. Alantez immediately stood up. As it was daytime, naturally he didn't have a torch in his hand, and there was nothing around that could truly be used as a weapon. This time, Alantez was essentially fighting barehanded against the monster in front of him. Although the battle was very challenging, Alantez had already prepared himself thoroughly, and he had no other way. He must win. Facing such a situation, the thief naturally stayed far away as usual. However, unlike previous times, this time the thief didn't hide in Alantez's arms, but instead flew to a large tree. Seeing the thief fly to the big tree, Alantez breathed a sigh of relief, as the thief was the source of all his hopes. Alantez stood completely still, focused intently. He clearly understood his current predicament and tried his best not to provoke the beast opposite him. But the monster in front of him seemed to have no intention of attacking either. It just stood still, staring at Alantez with its fierce eyes. So, Alantez and the monster waited for each other's next move. As time went by minute, Alantez still had an important mission ahead of him. He couldn't just abandon it. He had to deliver the blood lingji before nightfall. Thus, he prepared to engage in a decisive battle with the monster in front of him. Only this way would he stand a chance. Slowly squatting down, Alantez picked up a stone from the ground. It would serve as his weapon. Upon seeing Alantez's movement, the monster in front of him began preparing for battle as well. It first rose to its feet, then crouched into an aggressive pouncing posture. Alantez saw these reactions clearly. He was now set to face off against the beast in front of him. With the stone tightly gripped in his hand, Alantez was ready to fight at any moment. Likewise, the monster was ready to attack Alantez. Perhaps due to the arduous journey along the way, Alantez began breathing heavily. Sensing this, the monster lost no time charging towards Alantez. Given how sudden everything happened, despite being fully prepared, Alantez was caught off guard. Just as the monster was about to pounce on Alantez, suddenly a figure darted out from the woods, knocking the beast to the ground. Everything happened so quickly that Alantez hadn't even reacted when he saw the monster knocked several meters away from him. "Are you alright?" A voice that was both strange and familiar came from the side. Alantez turned toward the sound and was stunned. The figure earlier turned out to be Bai Jiaohu. "Bai Jiaohu, what are you doing here?" Alantez said excitedly. "Don't talk right now. That guy isn't dead yet, and he will come back. Carrie is almost here. Go quickly. Leave this to me," Bai Jiaohu replied firmly. At this moment, Carrie also ran out from deep within the woods. She instantly spotted Alantez. "Alantez, you're alive," Carrie said, both thrilled and relieved. "Don't waste any more words. Take Alantez and leave here quickly," Bai Jiaohu shouted loudly. Alantez, let's go. Carrie urged anxiously. Alantez nodded at Carrie and took one last glance at Bai Jiaohu before running off into the endless forest with Carrie. At this point, only Bai Jiaohu and the fierce monster remained on this land, and a brutal battle was about to begin. Bai Jiaohu had told Alantez and the others to leave first while it stayed behind to block the monster in order to protect the other humans. Bai Jiaohu clearly understood that it must eliminate the beast in front of it. The monster, which had suddenly been hit dozens of meters away earlier, now appeared extremely enraged. It quickly rose to its feet, roaring fiercely as it pounced violently toward Bai Jiaohu. Bai Jiaohu also lunged at it at that moment. Thus the two ferocious beasts began fighting each other. However, Bai Jiaohu's size was slightly smaller than the monster's, so after a few rounds of combat, Bai Jiaohu gradually fell into a disadvantageous position. Nevertheless, Bai Jiaohu was quite clever. It didn't directly confront the monster head-on. Although the monster was larger than Bai Jiaohu, its agility was inferior, which was exactly its fatal weakness. Seizing upon this flaw, Bai Jiaohu delivered several critical strikes against it, inflicting serious injuries on the monster. But it was very tenacious. Even though severely wounded by Bai Jiaohu, it did not give up resistance. Its stubborn resistance also inflicted multiple serious injuries on Bai Jiaohu. The two beasts fought for a long time. Although the monster was seriously injured, its combat power remained strong. This time, it fiercely pounced at Bai Jiaohu with immense aggression. Bai Jiaohu seized the moment, calmly waiting until the opponent reached just in front of it, then suddenly extended its sharp claws and struck the monster's head, knocking it down. Then Bai Jiaohu immediately leaped onto the fallen monster and bit down hard on its neck. The monster struggled painfully on the ground, but after a while, it gradually stopped struggling, and Bai Jiaohu let out a sigh of relief. Just as Bai Jiaohu was battling the monster, Carrie and Alantez had already arrived before the prince. Alantez has returned, Kabu said excitedly. Alantez nodded to Kabu. Where is the blood Lingji? Kabu asked anxiously. Here, Alantez replied, taking the blood Lingji from his body. So, this is the blood Lingji, Carrie remarked after seeing it. Yes, it's this one, Alantez affirmed confidently. Let me take a look. Bibi also approached Alantez and said. Sure. Alantez showed it to Bibi. Is this how blood Lingji looks like? Bibi exclaimed in surprise. How? Haven't you seen it before? Kabu asked. That's right. I have never seen blood Lingji, Bibi replied. Well, since we've got the blood Lingji back, let's start saving him now, Alantez urged eagerly. But his highness is unconscious now. How can we make him swallow the blood Lingji? Carrie questioned doubtfully. Just grind the blood Lingji into powder and force-feed it through his mouth. Bai Jiaohu limped slowly out of the woods at this moment. Bai Jiaohu, are you alright? Alantez asked concernedly. I'm fine. Save your companion quickly, Bai Jiaohu responded. Thus, Carrie ground the blood Lingji into powder with a stone and slowly fed it into my mouth using a leaf. Hold on. When Carrie was just about to pour the last package of blood Lingji into my body, Alantez stopped her. What's wrong? Carrie looked at Alantez in confusion. I want to leave the last packet of blood Lingji for Bai Jiaohu. It's also badly hurt, Alantez explained. Yes, it should go to Bai Jiaohu, Carrie agreed. Therefore, Alantez personally made Bai Jiaohu consume the last packet of blood Lingji. Chapter 57, Awakening. Now that the prince has taken the blood Lingji, what's next? Carrie asked. Wait, Bai Jiaohu replied with certainty. How long do we have to wait? Alantez inquired. Considering the potency of blood Lingji, I would estimate around a day, Bai Jiaohu explained. A whole day? That's so long, Kabu exclaimed. It's not too long, considering your companion is still alive, Bai Jiaohu responded. Alantez nodded, and Carrie revealed a smile she hadn't worn in a while. The sky gradually darkened, but Alantez wasn't sleepy, as he had finally accomplished his mission. Why don't you rest for a bit? Carrie said, approaching Alantez. Not yet, I'm not tired, Alantez replied. This time, it really was all thanks to you. Carrie expressed her gratitude. You should get some rest. Once the prince wakes tomorrow, we'll need to continue our journey, Alantez stated. To be honest, I can't sleep either, Carrie confessed. I hope the prince wakes up soon, Carrie voiced her wish. He will. Very soon, the prince will return to his old self, Alantez consoled her. I believe that, Carrie agreed, nodding. Go ahead and sleep, we're setting off again tomorrow, Alantez urged again. Alright, then I'll go to sleep now, Carrie said, and walked away from Alantez. She rested against a large tree and closed her eyes. Time passed quickly, and soon the sky began to lighten. Is the prince awake yet? Alantez approached and asked. It seems not yet, Carrie responded beside him. Didn't you say one day should be enough? Kabu added. Just a little longer, Carrie suggested calmly. Let's wait a bit more, Bai Jiaohu advised as well. Alright, Alantez agreed, nodding. The sky grew brighter as the sun climbed higher, radiating warm beams. How much longer do we have to wait before he wakes up? Carrie started to become anxious. Don't worry, just a bit more patience, Alantez calmed her. At this moment, the thief bird emerged from Bai Jiaohu's fur and perched on my nose. Look, it's the thief bird, Carrie exclaimed in surprise. Kabu and Alantez both moved closer to me. What is the thief bird doing here? Kabu questioned suspiciously. That's right. I completely forgot about the thief bird after yesterday's fierce battle. Looks like it's fine, Alantez said in relief. Rest assured, the thief bird is fine. It stayed safe within my fur last night, Bai Jiaohu explained. But what is it doing now? Carrie asked, puzzled. Perhaps this indicates that your companion is about to awaken, Bai Jiaohu interpreted. It's true, Alantez said, excitement in his voice. Besides its ability to sense danger, the thief bird is highly sensitive to living beings. Your companion's life force is recovering, and I think the thief bird must have sensed it, Baijiahu explained further. So, the prince is coming back to life, Carrie said joyfully, looking at Allantes and Kabu. Warm sunlight bathed my body. Minute by minute, I felt the warmth seep through, and sensations slowly returned to my body. My hands and feet regained feeling, and my eyelids opened slowly. As my eyes opened, the first person I saw was Allantes. Teacher, I said weakly. The prince, you've awakened. Allantes exclaimed happily. Soon, Carrie, Kabu, Baijiahu, and Bibi gathered around me. I'm all right, I responded, though I was still a bit breathless. It's good that you're okay, Allantes said emotionally. All right, your companion will regain full consciousness shortly, Baijiahu reassured everyone. Are you really all right, Prince? Allantes asked cautiously. I'm fine, I confirmed, moving my shoulders slightly. How do you feel? Carrie asked, concerned. I feel fine. I believe I've fully recovered, I answered. Let's head out, I proposed. I think the prince should rest a bit longer. You've just regained consciousness, and starting strenuous physical activity immediately would harm your body, Allantes worried. I'm fine, truly, I tried to reassure myself. Looks like your companion recovers pretty fast, Baijiahu noted. In that case, let's start the journey, Allantes declared. Thus, after enduring this trial, our group set forth again. What exactly happened while I was unconscious? I asked curiously. Nothing major. As long as you're fine, that's all that matters, Allantes responded. Look, it's a cliff, Kabu shouted suddenly. At this, all of us looked toward the direction Kabu pointed. Another cliff? Carrie said angrily. How many cliffs do we have left to cross? Kabu complained. 1, Baijiahu replied at this moment. 1. I looked at Baijiahu with a questioning gaze. Yes, 1 is all there is, what you see in front of you, Baijiahu explained. So that means we. My words were cut off as Baijiahu interjected. This is the last cliff. After the cliff lies the Stone Lion Ridge, Baijiahu said. Stone Lion Ridge? Kabu asked. Yes, Stone Lion Ridge, Baijiahu affirmed. Stone Lion Ridge. Stone Lion Ridge. Upon hearing this name, Bibi trembled all over and said, What's wrong, Bibi? Carrie immediately approached Bibi and asked, What could possibly make you so afraid? Carrie asked again. Stone Lion Ridge. No, I would rather die here than go across, Bibi answered. Bibi's response shocked everyone except Baijiahu. What exactly is Stone Lion Ridge? Why is Bibi so afraid? I eagerly asked Baijiahu. After crossing this cliff, we'll reach the last barrier of Monte Carlo Forest. This is Stone Lion Ridge, Baijiahu said. So, we are finally going to leave this cursed place, Kabu said happily. Don't get too excited just yet. Bibi's words poured cold water over Kabu's excitement. Stone Lion Ridge might be the last barrier of Monte Carlo Forest, but it is also the most dangerous place, Baijiahu explained. How dangerous can it be? Haven't we encountered plenty of dangers already inside this forest? I stated firmly. The danger in Stone Lion Ridge is something you cannot bear, Baijiahu confirmed. No matter what, I am determined to leave this place, I said with unwavering determination. But our current situation dictates how we should cross this cliff to the other side, Allantes analyzed calmly. That's right. The crack of this cliff is too wide for us to jump across, Kabu said dejectedly. Even if it wasn't so wide, you still wouldn't be able to jump, Carrie retorted disdainfully. What shall we do? I asked Baijiahu. That's simple, Baijiahu replied. Simple. I looked at Baijiahu with confusion. At this point, Baijiahu let out an earth-shattering roar toward the opposite side. His roar was deafening and nearly startled Bibi. Slowly, from the ground on the other side, something seemed to grow. It looked like vines. In no time, many vines sprouted from the ground. You guys go, I'll stay behind, Bibi suddenly said. Bibi. I couldn't help but call out its name. Bibi, are you really not coming with us? Carrie said, somewhat unwillingly. I really won't come, Bibi replied with resolve. Bibi, we will protect you with all our strength. Don't worry about anything, I said. No, I don't have any concerns. I just really don't want to keep moving. Go quickly, I'll take care of myself. Rest assured, Bibi said reluctantly. Have you made your decision? Baijiahu asked. Yes, Bibi replied resolutely. Well then, good luck to you, Baijiahu said. Travel safely, Bibi responded. Then let's go, Baijiahu said. Go? How do we go? Kabu asked. Just go like this. Baijiahu finished speaking as something vine-like rushed toward us from the opposite side. It tightly wrapped around Kabu all at once and pulled him forcefully, sending him flying across like a kite. Thus, after bidding farewell to Bibi, each one of us crossed the final cliff in this manner. Chapter 58, Deadly Fruit. What are these vines? I asked Baijiahu. These vines are specially prepared for the divine beasts entering Stone Lion Ridge, but you just happen to need them, Baijiahu replied. Will other divine beasts come here? Kelly asked in confusion. Baijiahu nodded at Kelly. Didn't you say this is the most dangerous place in the entire forest? Why would divine beasts come here? Kabu also questioned. Danger is relative to you. For us divine beasts, there is no such thing as danger, Baijiahu answered calmly. How dangerous is it exactly? Kabu asked nervously. You'll only know the answer when you experience it firsthand, Baijiahu replied. Well, don't ask so many questions anymore. Let's set off, I suggested. After finishing my sentence, I turned back and looked at Kelly and Allantes, who both nodded to express their agreement. Thus, we bid farewell to Bibi and everything we had experienced before, entering a new world, more perilous than ever. Upon entering Stone Lion Ridge, the first feeling we all got was an indescribable sense of fear. The flowers, grass, and trees around us were the same as before, but we couldn't help but feel something was off somewhere, though we couldn't quite pinpoint what. Hey, I suddenly shouted loudly. What? Kelly walked up beside me with a puzzled expression. Didn't we lose a friend? I hesitated and said, Isn't Bibi not coming with us? Kabu responded. No, I'm not talking about him, I replied. Then who? Kabu asked, confused. He's referring to Fizii, Bai Jiaohu explained. Right? How did Fizii go missing? Kabu realized. Don't worry, Fizii won't get lost, and it won't run away. It will continue following you until it sees you out of the Monte Carlo forest, Bai Jiaohu said. But it's gone now, I anxiously asked. Don't worry, it will return, Bai Jiaohu reassured me. All right, let's hope so, I said helplessly. We continued like this for half a day, not moving too fast, so everyone's stamina held up fairly well. However, we were human after all, and I had received the last few spirit beans, so the simplest problem soon emerged, our food supply. Though we could still endure so far, the journey ahead was getting longer, and it was unclear what unexpected incidents might arise. Thus, our immediate priority was solving the food issue. This matter weighed heavily on my mind, and although I didn't bring it up with everyone else, ignoring it wouldn't make it go away. We soon ran into problems. We should rest a bit and eat something. We've been walking for half a day already, Kabu suggested, obviously starting to feel tired. No, we must leave here as soon as possible. It's too dangerous, Alontes reminded us. I think we should take a break, I agreed with Kabu. A break? Now, Alontes looked at me with confusion. Yes, I think we should rest for a while. I firmly answered. There were two reasons behind my decision. First, we were all starting to feel fatigued and needed time to adjust. Second, we needed to figure out a way to address our food problem since it would be difficult to contemplate solutions while on the move. I think we should find something to eat, Kabu suggested. Good idea, but where do we look? Kelly asked. This place is more familiar to Bai Jiaohu than it is to us. Perhaps it can help us find some food, Kabu proposed. The food you need might be hard to find here, and it's even more dangerous now than before. One misstep could cost your life, Bai Jiaohu warned. But we're human. Not eating would also cost our lives, Kabu replied. Kabu is right. We truly do need food, Alontes said. There's danger everywhere, and we shouldn't separate, I suggested. That makes sense. If we cannot split up, why don't we search for food together? That way, we can watch each other's backs, Alontes offered an excellent suggestion. Agreed. Let's search for food together, I agreed. Since you've all decided, I'll lead you to find some food, Bai Jiaohu firmly stated. Do you know where we can find food? Kabu asked. I know, but I'm not sure if those things are still edible, Bai Jiaohu answered. Regardless, we have to try. Kabu insisted resolutely. As soon as food is mentioned, Kabu always gets energetic, Kelly said dismissively. So let's set out now, I said. Let's go, Kabu excitedly exclaimed. After a brief rest, we embarked once again on a long journey. Where's the place you spoke of? I asked. The place is not far from us, but the road is hard to walk, Bai Jiaohu answered. As long as we can find food, it doesn't matter how far we walk, Kabu said with great energy. Shut your mouth, you glutton, Kelly scolded Kabu sternly. Bai Jiaohu was indeed right. I walked for only a short while and reached the edge of a thorn forest. What is this place? Kelly asked. It's a thorn forest, Kabu replied dismissively. Of course I know that, Kelly responded angrily. Well, stop arguing both of you. Let Bai Jiaohu speak, I interjected. Kabu is very correct. This is a thorn forest, but this is no ordinary thorn forest. The thorns here are extremely poisonous. If you get pricked by them, you won't die on the spot. But what will happen? I interrupted Bai Jiaohu before he finished. You'll start hallucinating, Bai Jiaohu said. Hallucinations? Kelly asked in confusion. Yes, Bai Jiaohu confirmed. Kind of like the hallucination stream that Kabu experienced before, but much stronger than the hallucination stream, Bai Jiaohu said seriously. Fortunately, this thorn forest isn't too dense. We can carefully tread and pass through safely. I reminded everyone. If we all manage to pass through this thorn forest safely, we'll be able to find food, Bai Jiaohu told the group. All right, since we see hope ahead of us, let's set off, I said confidently. Thus, our party entered this frightening thorn forest. Since it wasn't very dense, we just had to be cautious about the thorny plants around us. How far is this thorn forest? Kabu asked. Not far, only 2,000 or 3,000 meters, Bai Jiaohu replied. That's good, Kabu said. Are you so hungry that you can't walk anymore? Kelly teased Kabu. I'm just asking casually, Kabu muttered. Hurry up then, Kelly said, moving ahead of Kabu. Before long, all of us successfully emerged from the thorn forest. However, we waited a bit because Kabu was the last one to come out. Your food is on that tree. Bai Jiaohu pointed at a fruit-laden tree a few meters away. I'll go first, Kabu rushed over eagerly. The tree in front of us wasn't particularly large nor high, almost resembling a common fruit tree. Can these fruits be eaten? I asked cautiously. They can, Bai Jiaohu affirmed firmly. I also plucked a fruit from the tree. The fruit looked somewhat like an apple but was larger, about twice the size. Without hesitation, I took a bite. To my great surprise, the fruit had absolutely no taste. No taste, Kabu exclaimed first. No taste, this is impossible, Bai Jiaohu shouted suddenly. Really? Why don't you try it if you don't believe me? Kabu handed a fruit to Bai Jiaohu. My God, Bai Jiaohu exclaimed after tasting it. What happened? I asked confused. The fruit has been contaminated by dark magic, Bai Jiaohu explained. What? Kabu yelled out loud. Quick, throw away all the fruits, I shouted. Who has already eaten some? I asked. I did, Kabu answered. Me too. Kelly and Alontes both answered. Will we have any issues? Kabu asked Bai Jiaohu anxiously. I can't be sure. Let's just wait and see, Bai Jiaohu replied. At that moment, Kabu suddenly felt as if his body were tearing apart, suffering unbearable pain throughout his body and vomiting incessantly. Chapter 59, Stonegrass Ridge. Kabu, what's wrong with you? I asked anxiously. I don't know. Kabu replied weakly. What's wrong with him? I asked Bai Jiaohu. Perhaps he was poisoned after eating the fruit, Bai Jiaohu explained. But we ate it too. I questioned in confusion. Perhaps his fate is like this, Bai Jiaohu answered. What? What does that mean? I shouted. He's supposed to die, said Bai Jiaohu. Why am I supposed to die? Kabu asked feebly. Because your lifespan has ended, Bai Jiaohu replied. No, I won't die, I won't. Kabu roared. Kabu, wake up. I shook Kabu, who had fallen asleep, with my hand. It was just a dream, Kabu said after waking up. Did you have a nightmare? I asked. Thankfully, Kabu responded. Do you want a fruit? I took out a fruit and handed it to Kabu. No, this fruit is poisonous, Kabu suddenly said. Poisonous? I asked in puzzlement, and also felt very shocked. I think he must have had a nightmare. Kelly woke up at this moment and said. Yes, it was a terrible nightmare, Kabu replied. So are you going to eat? I asked. No, I'm not hungry, Kabu replied. Well then, I said. What should we do now? Kabu asked. Of course rest. It's midnight, I replied. It's already midnight. Kabu looked at the sky and said. You'd better get some rest. We still have a journey ahead tomorrow, I reminded him. I guess I should take a good rest, Kabu replied. And so Kabu closed his eyes again. Your Highness, please rest as well. Let me keep watch, Alante said. No need, teacher, rest. Let me do something for everyone, I replied. But your body hasn't fully recovered yet, Alante said with great concern. Rest assured, my body has no problems anymore. There's no need to worry about me, I replied. All right, you two rest. Let me keep watch, Kelly suddenly said. Don't argue further. I will keep watch tonight. No one will argue with me, I said firmly. Then let me stay with you, Alante said. No, teacher, rest fast. I will keep watch alone tonight, I said seriously. All right then. Alantes, seeing that he couldn't reason with me, lay down close to me. When the sunlight shone on my face again, I knew that a new journey was about to begin. Our group once again ventured deeper into Stone Lion Ridge. We walked for approximately an hour, about 2 hours, and although the time we walked wasn't long, we all felt a little tired. Perhaps over this period, everyone's physical strength had truly reached its limit. Even if we rested, we still felt exhausted. But when all of us were feeling very tired, a strange sound suddenly appeared in the air, a sound so shrill and ugly. What's that sound? I couldn't help but ask. Bad news, it's the spikebird, Bai Jiaohu said tensely. Spikebird, Kabu repeated. Are they dangerous? Kelly asked. If there are only 2 or 3, it wouldn't be an issue, Bai Jiaohu said. Look, what's that? Alantes pointed at a moving black cloud in the sky. My goodness, spikebirds. Bai Jiaohu yelled. What should we do? Kabu asked anxiously. Do I need to tell you? Everyone prepare for battle. I shouted to everyone. Just fighting won't work, Bai Jiaohu said. Why? Kelly asked. The spikebirds aren't large, and their movements are very agile. Also, since there are so many of them, it won't do any good to fight them directly, Bai Jiaohu explained. What should we do then? Kabu asked anxiously. Dive into the water and avoid their attacks. I suddenly remembered this solution. But where is their water? Kabu asked. I know a place nearby. It seems that the spikebirds will take some time to reach here. Let's hurry, Bai Jiaohu said. So all of us followed Bai Jiaohu quickly, reaching a small stream as fast as possible. This stream wasn't wide, and the water seemed not too deep either. All of us jumped into the water without hesitation, except Bai Jiaohu because the spikebirds wouldn't dare attack him. Soon, the flock of spikebirds flew overhead. I held my breath underwater watching this black cloud pass above our heads. There were so many of them, certainly thousands, and after a long while, the entire black cloud passed by. I'm suffocating. Kabu was the first to emerge from the water. Are they all gone? Kelly also poked her head out of the water. It's safe now, you can all come out, Bai Jiaohu said to everyone on the shore. Thus, we all emerged from the water one by one. Although our clothes were completely soaked, it couldn't stop us from moving forward. If Fei Zhai were here, it would be great, Kelly sighed. Relax, Fei Zhai will be back, Bai Jiaohu comforted her. We'd better hurry up, it's getting dark, Alantes reminded us. Only then did I look up at the sky and realize that it was indeed starting to get dark. This forest seemed endless, with the surroundings along the way almost identical. If Bai Jiaohu hadn't been leading us, we would surely have gotten lost. Time slipped away like this bit by bit. Let's find a place to rest for a while. Kabu finally couldn't help himself anymore. No, we need to keep going a little further ahead, Bai Jiaohu insisted firmly. Why? Isn't resting here the same as resting there? Kabu stopped walking and asked while standing still. If I'm not mistaken, a bit further ahead is Stonegrass Ridge, Bai Jiaohu replied. Chapter 60, White Duhua. What is Xiuxian Ridge? Kabu asked disdainfully. We can rest there for a night. It's relatively safe, Bai Jiaohu said. We're going to Xiuxian Ridge, I firmly said. All right, we better hurry up, Kabu said impatiently. We hadn't walked long when, sure enough, before us appeared a pile of enormous and messy boulders. Around the boulder pile grew all sorts of uneven grasses. This is Xiuxian Ridge, I couldn't help but say. Yes, we can rest here tonight, Bai Jiaohu said. Great, we're finally here, Kabu said excitedly. By this time, it was almost completely dark outside, but the bright moonlight illuminated Xiuxian Ridge clearly. With the help of the moonlight, we didn't light torches because lighting them would have been far too dangerous. So, where are we resting tonight? I looked around, searching for a good place. Over there, Kelly glanced at the surroundings and suggested. My eyes followed the direction that Kelly pointed out. It was a small rock cave formed by 3 massive rocks. It could hold about 5 or 6 people, perfect for spending the night. Great, Kaboo said enthusiastically. No, we can't rest there. At least not all of us in one spot. Alanthes suddenly objected. Why? Kaboo asked, confused. The teacher's right, we shouldn't rest together like that. I also agreed with Alanthi's suggestion. Why? Kaboo still asked, puzzled. Kaboo, are you even a warrior? Don't you understand such a basic principle? Alanthes asked angrily. What principle? Kaboo asked, still bewildered. If all of us stay in that cave, once a monster attacks, we will be trapped easily, and we won't be able to escape, I explained. Oh, that makes sense. Why didn't I think of that? Kaboo said as if he had just realized something. We'd already be dead if we waited for you to figure it out, Kelly said angrily. All right, let's all find a place to rest then, Alanthes suggested. Don't stray too far from each other while resting so that we can keep an eye on each other, I reminded everyone. Thus, under the clear moonlight, we all found our own places to rest. Because my wound had just healed, it was only natural that I stayed in the largest stone cave. The others also settled down in places suitable for them. As for Bai Jiaohu, he remained outside, guarding us alone. Perhaps due to eating some food, I lay comfortably inside the vast stone cave, feeling more relaxed than I had over the past few days. Not long after closing my eyes, I fell sound asleep. Your Highness, Kelly shook my body gently. What is it? I slowly opened my eyes. It's morning. We should set off, Kelly said. I understand, I replied, and unwillingly stepped out of the cave. It's morning. Let's go. Alanthes reminded everyone. I looked up at the sky. It was clear without a cloud in sight. Today's a beautiful day, Kelly responded. Where's Kaboo? I don't see him anywhere. I looked left and right and asked. Kaboo? He didn't wake up, so Alanthes chopped him down. Kelly joked. What? You're pulling my leg, I said, not taking it seriously. Not kidding. Look, this is Kaboo's head, Kelly said, lifting her right hand. When I saw what she held in her hand, I was utterly stunned. In her hand was none other than Kaboo's severed head, with his blood-red eyes staring fixedly at me. No, I screamed. I abruptly sat up, beads of sweat rolling down my forehead. It was just a dream, I muttered to myself. But when I turned my head to the left, Kaboo's head was facing me directly. His blood-red eyes stared straight into my forehead, leaving me shocked once again. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw Bai Jiaohu feasting on Kaboo's body. Under the moonlight, Kaboo's corpse looked even more eerie and frightening. My eyes flew open in fright, but all I saw was pitch-black darkness. A dream within a dream. I couldn't help but say, what's wrong? Did you have a nightmare? A familiar voice came close. Teacher, you haven't slept yet this late? I asked. I couldn't sleep, Alanthes replied. Did you have a nightmare just now? Alanthes asked. It's nothing, I said casually. It's still early until dawn. You should rest a bit longer, Alanthes said worriedly. How long has it been since we came here from Han Dynasty? I asked this question out loud without realizing why I did. I don't know. Alanthes thought for a moment and answered. Why ask that? Alanthes said curiously. I don't know. I was just asking, I replied. You shouldn't think too much. You should rest as soon as possible, Alanthes reminded me. All right, teacher, you should rest too, I said. Alanthes nodded, and so I closed my eyes again. I don't know when I fell asleep again. In my dream, it seemed as if I had returned to the past. I saw my father king, my mother queen, and her. No, to be precise, I couldn't see her clearly. Her face was blurry. She was distant from me, and I couldn't even make out her attire. Wake up, we need to go. A voice pulled me back from the dream. Kaboo, I responded. We should set off, Kaboo said. Are we leaving this early? I asked curiously. It's not early anymore. Look, Bai Jiaohu said. Following Bai Jiaohu's finger direction, I realized that the sky was indeed beginning to brighten. Maybe I was truly too exhausted, as I, who should have been the first one to wake up, ended up being the last one. Are you alright? Alanthes came beside me and asked. I'm fine, don't worry, I reassured him. Since everyone is rested, let's get going, Bai Jiaohu reminded us. I nodded. Perhaps because the journey ahead during the day appeared too long and arduous, there was hardly any exchange among us few people. We were just walking tirelessly ahead. However, there was some good news. This path we took would be relatively safe. We likely wouldn't encounter any terrible monsters. Kelly looked quickly. What's that? Kaboo asked curiously. I also looked curiously in the direction Kaboo pointed. What's that? I couldn't help but ask. What? What do you see? Bai Jiaohu hurriedly asked. Look over there at what it is. Kaboo urged Bai Jiaohu to look into a flower patch on the right side. This is white duhua, Bai Jiaohu answered. White duhua. We all became curious about this kind of flower. It's a flower that can bring us endless pain, Bai Jiaohu explained. What kind of pain? I asked anxiously. Different people will experience different kinds of pain, Bai Jiaohu said. In that case, this flower is dangerous. Kelly asked a very direct question. Yes, or we can call it the death flower, Bai Jiaohu replied. Will it attack us actively? Alanthes suddenly asked. No, as long as we don't touch it, it won't bother us, Bai Jiaohu said. Any more questions? Bai Jiaohu asked. No, Kaboo replied. Thus, we quickly walked past that cluster of white duhua flowers. However, I think these flowers should not be called white duhua, but enchanting flowers instead. They are incredibly beautiful, with silver white petals and dark green stems. Especially where they grow in clusters. From afar, they look like large, sparkling crystal stones. I wanted very much to pluck one to keep with me, but I restrained myself since this flower was extremely dangerous. Halt, Bai Jiaohu suddenly said. Chapter 61, The First Fog Barrier. What's wrong? I asked anxiously. The others also looked curiously at Bai Jiaohu. Baijiahu had led us for a long time. So why did he tell us to stop now? And there seemed to be no danger ahead. Why are we stopping? Kabu asked. Shoo, don't talk, Baijiahu said carefully. At that moment, I realized we were in for another big trouble. Almost all of us held our breaths. Baijiahu's expression was extremely tense, and we didn't know what would happen next. What happened? Alanthes asked quietly. Shush, don't speak, Baijiahu reminded seriously. We stood still for several minutes. Although we were prepared for battle, the danger hadn't arrived yet, making us even more nervous. Kabu's hands began trembling from anxiety. Kabu, calm down, I warned. I'm fine, Kabu replied, but his voice started breaking. More time passed with nothing happening. If there's nothing, why did you tell us to stop? Kabu said. Just wait, Baijiahu responded. What are we waiting for if there's nothing? I couldn't help asking impatiently. A pride of lions, Baijiahu coldly said. Although Baijiahu only spoke one sentence, it still scared us all. A pride of lions? Are you joking? Kabu said unbelievably. All right, now we can go, Baijiahu said. Now? What about the lion pride earlier? I asked curiously. All right, let me explain while we walk, Baijiahu said. And so, I learned from Baijiahu what had happened before. Although we were standing in place and didn't see any lions appear, we were actually in great danger just then because dozens of lions had passed right by us. Even though we couldn't see them, any slight noise could have alerted the lions to our presence, and we would have undoubtedly been subjected to a severe attack. Even with Baijiahu around, we would never be able to defeat dozens of fierce lions. That was really close just now, Kabu said as he patted his chest. You must have wet your pants, huh? Alanthes joked. Almost, Kabu admitted, which made all of us laugh. All right, if we continue moving forward for a day, we should reach the fog barrier, Baijiahu said. What is this fog barrier? I asked curiously. The fog barrier is the boundary line dividing Stone Lion Ridge into 3 segments, Baijiahu explained. 3 fog barriers? Kabu said. Yes, the fog barriers divide Stone Lion Ridge into 3 parts. In the first part, there aren't many lions, mostly cubs, posing little threat to us. The second segment is the most dangerous area, containing the highest number and strongest lions out of the 3 sections, as they're mostly adult lions, including their king. What about the third part? I asked. If we survive crossing the second fog barrier, you'll see what the third section looks like yourself, Baijiahu said. I looked up at the sky. It was already dark. We had unknowingly walked almost an entire day. Should we rest? Kabu asked. No, we need to keep going, I firmly said. Let's rest after walking a bit more, Baijiahu suggested. Agreed, Kabu quickly answered. What? Are we staying here tonight? Kelly asked. Yes, because we will cross the fog barrier tomorrow, Baijiahu said. So, we continued walking for a considerable amount of time until it became completely dark. Let's rest here. Kabu excitedly pointed to an empty spot. Fine, I responded. Can we make a fire? I asked Baijiahu. Yes, there is no danger here. Most of the creatures around are cubs with poor night vision, so they won't attack us, Baijiahu explained. That's great, Kabu exclaimed. I'll collect some firewood, Alanthes said as he headed toward a forest. Kabu, go with teacher, I ordered. Why me? Kabu complained unhappily. Because you talk too much, Kelly said angrily. All right, General, wait for me. Kabu ran toward Alanthes. General, you walk fast, Kabu said once he caught up with Alanthes. How come you're here? Alanthes was surprised. Why can't I be here? To keep you company, Kabu said humorously. The prince must have sent you, Alanthes guessed. You know and still ask me? Kabu said angrily. Must be your big mouth, Alanthes said. How amazing, how did you know that? Kabu asked in great surprise. Well, I'm not telling you anymore. Let's go back. Are you done collecting firewood? I am. Look, Alanthes showed the firewood he collected to Kabu. All right, let's go then, Kabu said. After a while, Alanthes and Kabu returned to where we were resting. We lit a fire. Even though there was nothing to eat, we still felt warm. Tomorrow we will reach the fog barrier. That is wonderful, Kelly said excitedly. Yes, soon we can leave this forest and get what we've been longing for, the Fountain of Truth. I said very excitedly. The Fountain of Truth? Baijiahu said, looking quite surprised. Have you seen it? I asked Baijiahu with much anticipation. No, but I've heard of it. They say the Fountain of Truth is far, very far away from here, Baijiahu said. But we'll arrive after crossing this forest, I firmly stated. I don't mean to discourage you, but even if you successfully navigate through Monte Carlo Forest, it might not lead you to the Fountain of Truth, Baijiahu said. I believe I will find it, I said with a smile. Well, it's getting late. We need to rest as we have a long journey tomorrow, Alanthes reminded. So we spent that night with great excitement. The next day's journey went smoothly, maybe because all of us were in high spirits, so our steps were quicker than before. We quickly reached the location of the fog barrier Baijiahu had mentioned. Look, the gray haze ahead is the fog barrier I previously talked about. Baijiahu pointed at a large patch of gray haze before us. So this is the fog barrier, Kabu said with great astonishment. Even the most learned scholar could not have imagined the sight before us. An endless expanse of gray haze loomed before us. The haze seemed to float gently, instilling a sense of fear in us because we didn't know what lay inside the haze or whether it had an end. All right, let's proceed, Baijiahu reminded. Is it safe inside? Kabu began to feel nervous. That's hard to say. We won't know until we enter, Baijiahu said. Have you ever entered before? I asked Baijiahu. No, Baijiahu answered directly. Thus, with curiosity, doubt, fear, and excitement, our group entered the fog barrier. This fog barrier was truly enormous, much bigger than we imagined. In the fog barrier, we could hardly see each other's faces. We could only cling together and move forward one by one. Although we had lit torches in our hands, they weren't effective enough. However, we still had to hold on to the torches because that gave us hope. When are we getting out? Kabu started complaining again. Why don't you ask Baijiahu yourself? Kelly said. Well, let's hurry up and walk, I advised. We followed Baijiahu for about 1 ancient hour, approximately 2 hours. At this time, the fog in front of us started to disperse gradually, and the mist wasn't as dense. I thought we had almost left the range of the fog barrier. Just when I assumed we were about to exit the fog barrier, something suddenly wrapped around my feet. I could feel it was likely a thick rope. Before I could react, I was pulled down, and it began dragging me into the dense fog. I shouted loudly. This way, others could judge my direction based on my voice even if they couldn't see me. Something's happened to the prince. Alanthes alerted everyone else immediately despite being unable to clearly see their positions. The prince is behind us, Kelly analyzed and reported. Hurry, save him. Alanthes shouted and ran towards the rear. Carrie, Kabu, and Baijiahu also started running towards the direction of my shouts. Although my feet were bound, my hands were free. I desperately tried to grab onto something to slow down my dragging speed, but there was nothing for me to hold on to along the way. Everything was barren around me. Still, I kept shouting, hoping they would come to save me as soon as possible. However, it seemed like I was being dragged further and further away, and my cries began to grow fainter until I almost could not hear their responses anymore. Despite this, I continued shouting loudly, hoping to give them more clues. It all seemed in vain though, as everyone appeared to be getting farther and farther from me. Alanthes and the others continued chasing after me with great effort. They ran as if they had forgotten about fatigue. It must be a mist vine that grabbed him, Baijiahu explained while running. Mist vine? Kabu asked. Yes, there isn't much difference between it and a regular vine, but it actively attacks moving objects. Our walking here has definitely startled it, and it will certainly appear again, Baijiahu said. But we can't even see the mist vine, Carrie exclaimed. Don't worry, mist vines are rare, and we have torches in our hands, so we really don't need to fear it, Baijiahu reassured. Doesn't the prince also have a torch? Kabu questioned. I think your prince's torch must have burned out, and he didn't change it in time, which is why. Baijiahu left his sentence unfinished. Soon, the mist vine dragging me stopped moving, and I stopped too. The grip on my legs gradually loosened, and everything around me was only gray fog, making it impossible to see anything clearly. I quickly stood up off the ground, completely unaware of what had just happened. Not far from me, however, a pale blue light suddenly appeared and drifted hesitantly toward my direction. Thief fly, I yelled without hesitation when I saw it. This pale blue light swiftly reached me. After taking a closer look, I confirmed that it was indeed the thief fly. Are you okay, thief fly? I couldn't help but feel excited. However, the excitement faded fast because all around me was still thick gray fog. But with thief fly back by my side, I no longer felt overwhelmed by fear. Thief fly took the lead before my eyes and soon found me a fairly clear path. Coincidentally, Alanthes, Carrie, Kabu, and Baijiao met up with me right at this moment. Chapter 62, The Blackhorn Beast. After we passed through the first layer of mist, although things were still relatively smooth, it was at great cost. Upon reaching the second layer of mist, what greeted our eyes was a scene that we had never seen before, entirely different from anything we'd encountered up to this point. My goodness, this is truly unbelievable, Cab said in astonishment. Yes, this might be the most beautiful sight we've seen in this forest, Alanthes said with a smile. I can't believe that there could be any danger in such beauty, I asked skeptically. The more beautiful the scenery, the greater the danger, the white-horned tiger warned. What the white-horned tiger says is true. We must not be deceived by this view, Kelly advised. All right, let's continue moving forward, the white-horned tiger stated. And so we began walking further into the second mist layer. The reason for our surprise was because this place was indeed incredibly beautiful. The tall trees here differed greatly from those that stood tens of meters high earlier. They were almost identical to trees from the human world. However, these trees' leaves were an extremely emerald green, their green light gleaming as if they were gemstones. The bushes here were also strange. They were multicolored, incredibly vivid, giving off a feeling like being surrounded by a 7-colored rainbow. In the distance, there was a magnificent waterfall. The water flowing down was crystal clear, and layers of mist created an atmosphere akin to a fairyland. This scenery left us awestruck. Although I had seen some fairly pleasant places in the human world, none could compare to the stunning world right before us. Such magnificence wasn't common in the human world. It might as well be said that it didn't exist there at all. We walked carefully within the endless forest, yet our moods contrasted sharply with the earlier trepidation. We thoroughly enjoyed the environment and the breathtaking scenery. How long have we been walking? Cab suddenly asked. I think we've probably been walking for around 3 gosher, about 6 hours, Kelly answered. That means we should already be in the afternoon. But, before Cab could finish his sentence, the white-horned tiger interrupted. There is no night inside the second layer of mist. Every day here is daytime. What? Almost everyone was shocked by the white-horned tiger's answer. This is truly strange, Cab remarked. It seems there will be many strange phenomena we need to face, I said somewhat dismissively. Then I looked at the returning rogue thief, who was asleep on my shoulder, snoring. It seemed it had become quite exhausted during this time, which also proved that at least for now, we wouldn't encounter any danger. Even though we had been traveling for a long time, we didn't feel tired at all. Perhaps it was due to psychological effects, or perhaps the surrounding environment was giving us infinite energy. We just kept on walking, without knowing how much longer we would do so. Stop! The white-horned tiger suddenly whispered softly to all of us. What is it? I asked nervously. At that moment, everyone's relaxed attitude immediately transformed into alertness. What's wrong? Cab asked anxiously. It's the black-horned beasts, the white-horned tiger replied. Another terrible monster. Kelly exclaimed. Not just one, a pack of terrifying monsters, the white-horned tiger explained. Horrifying. I muttered, feeling slightly uneasy. Right then, out of the multicolored bushes nearby, two beasts suddenly sprang out. Their size was comparable to that of adult wolves, with skin as dark as coal blocks, nearly black. Their eyes glowed faintly with a pale purple light, and their sharp white teeth shone prominently against their black skin, looking almost like scythes. They gripped the soil with claws resembling sickles, as if tightly seizing prey. And these were the black-horned beasts, the first enemies we faced after passing the second mist barrier. Everyone, prepare for battle. Alanthus reminded everyone. Be very careful. They aren't easy to deal with, the white-horned tiger cautioned earnestly. At this moment, the two black-horned beasts slowly approached us. The white-horned tiger blocked our path, separating us from the black-horned beasts. Its intention was crystal clear. It would take the lead in battle while we looked for an opportunity to strike a fatal blow. However, these two black-horned beasts were far more complex than what the white-horned tiger had anticipated. While they were holding their stance against the white-horned tiger, several more black-horned beasts gradually appeared around us. All of our attention had been focused on the two monsters in front, so we failed to notice the surroundings. By the time we realized the situation, it was already too late. We, including the white-horned tiger, were surrounded by no fewer than a dozen black-horned beasts. We're surrounded. What do we do now? Cab asked anxiously, his tension not unwarranted. Bibbo's refusal to come here to Stone Lion Ridge had already signaled that the situation here would be drastically different from before. We would face much tougher challenges ahead. I think brute force won't work. Let's try other methods, I analyzed. In this fight, we can only aim to escape by any means possible. There's no way we can win, the white-horned tiger said seriously to everyone. Escape? How can we possibly escape? Cab said, somewhat at a loss. I'll initiate the attack and try to open up a path for you all to escape during the ensuing chaos, the white-horned tiger suggested. All right, I agreed, and others also nodded in agreement. So we began with our plan. Although we'd come up with a strategy, executing it proved as hard as climbing to the heavens. These black-horned beasts were truly formidable, just like the white-horned tiger had warned earlier. The second mist barrier indeed harbored monsters of incredible strength. The white-horned tiger launched its first assault on the two black-horned beasts in front. Despite having some physical advantages, the white-horned tiger suffered greatly from merely dealing with the pair. One black-horned beast fought head-on with it, while the other sneaked behind to carry out surprise attacks. Though the white-horned tiger had an advantage over the frontal black-horned beast, the one sneaking behind successfully restrained its attacking power. We wanted to help relieve the white-horned tiger's pressure, but we were tightly trapped by the rest of the black-horned beasts. While they didn't launch direct attacks on us, we were immobilized and unable to act. What should we do? Cab asked again, growing increasingly nervous. There's nothing else we can do except fight hard to buy ourselves a chance to rescue the white-horned tiger. I shouted loudly to everyone. Then we picked up our respective weapons and initiated our attacks. The closest black-horned beast to me was quite large, so I summoned my full energy to deal with it. It bared its sharp teeth, growling ferociously at me. Its roar filled me with anxiety, yet I endured my fear and faced this ruthless creature. Roaring fiercely, it leapt toward me with speed that wasn't particularly fast. I sidestepped easily to dodge its attack, but when it missed, it suddenly clawed at my back with its left talon. Since my armor had disappeared long ago, it hit me without much difficulty, knocking me to the ground instantly. In pain, I screamed loudly. Alanthus saw my agony and quickly ran towards me, but he hadn't gone a few steps when another black-horned beast struck him violently, sending him flying into the air. He flew for over 10 meters before crashing into a tree trunk. Alanthus, me Machi, Cab yelled in distress upon seeing both of us fall to the ground. Neither Alanthus nor I had the strength to reply. Both of us lay on the ground, incapable of resisting further. Meanwhile, the white-horned tiger was battered severely by the two black-horned beasts. Our original escape plan was thus ruthlessly shattered. Now only Cab and Kelly remained able to fight. Yet they wouldn't last long either. Kelly's left foot had already been bitten by a black-horned beast, blood flowing incessantly. Clearly, she was on the verge of unconsciousness. And Cab wasn't much better off. He might be the least injured among us, but he was still encircled tightly by 7 or 8 black-horned beasts, making any movement impossible. His life hung in grave danger at every moment. However, as the saying goes, heaven never seals all exits. Despite being in extreme peril, our luck seemed to be on our side. Just as we were about to be slaughtered by these black-horned beasts, suddenly a melodious sound echoed through the sky. No, it wasn't exactly singing. It was more of a call. This call was incredibly beautiful, providing immense comfort to anyone who heard it. At the same moment, the black-horned beasts appeared bewildered upon hearing this sound, and then fled hastily in all directions. Chapter 63, Turning into a Mermaid. Since almost all of us were injured to varying degrees, we had no choice but to stop by the nearest stream. The water was very clear, perfect for cleaning our wounds. As we washed our wounds, each of us shouted to varying extents, indicating just how severe our injuries were. What was that sound just now? I asked Baijiahu while Kapu was bandaging my wound. It's the mountain beast god, Baijiahu replied. The mountain beast god, we've finally found it. I exclaimed in excitement. However, Baijiahu, who had been eager to find the mountain beast god, didn't seem joyful at all. Instead, he appeared even more sorrowful. What's wrong? I asked in confusion. To be honest, finding the mountain beast god here is the last thing I wanted. Baijiahu's reply left all of us perplexed. Why? Kapu asked impatiently. This means something even more terrifying will appear here, Baijiahu explained. What is it? I asked curiously. The poison vine woman, Baijiahu said with increasing tension as he uttered this name. Poison vine woman? This name sounds familiar. I heard about her not long after entering the Monte Carlo forest, I said. Yes, we have also met her pet, Baijiahu added. Pet? Kapu questioned. You should know it best. It's that giant python, Baijiahu stated. It's him. Kapu couldn't help but draw in a sharp breath. It looks like we're definitely going to face the poison vine woman head on, Baijiahu commented. We'll face the poison vine woman? Kelly asked. Yes, but apparently, it's not time yet, Baijiahu said. What does this have to do with the mountain beast god? I asked. The mountain beast god tends to stay in the area where the threat to the divine beast clan is greatest within a certain region, though this isn't absolute, Baijiahu explained. Will the mountain beast god help us then? Alanthes asked anxiously. This? I don't know either. The mountain beast god is an unpredictable divine beast, and I have no idea what will happen to us, Baijiahu explained. We stayed by the stream for about an hour, approximately 2 hours. Though we were all severely wounded, this did not change our determination to continue moving forward. Because of our severe injuries, our pace was relatively slow, and even Baijiahu's steps became difficult. Perhaps due to the lack of alternation between day and night here, it was difficult for us to identify our true biological clock. I only felt a bit drowsy, which made me realize that it must be around evening now. Yet, the sun still hung high in the sky, its glaring rays continuously shining on our faces, making us feel unbearably hot. We really needed to find a place to rest properly, but there would be no safety here, especially with all of us heavily wounded, which greatly increased the difficulty of wanting to rest. Aren't we going to rest? Kapu could no longer hold out and asked. I want to rest too, but where can we be safe? I responded. What do you think, Baijiahu? Kelly asked. I don't know, Baijiahu answered simply and somewhat cruelly. Would Fizai know? Kapu asked. It was then that I started looking for Fizai. Thankfully, it had sneaked into my arms at some point. It gradually emerged from my embrace, but it did not guide us any further. It simply landed on my shoulder again. It seems Fizai has run out of options too, I said helplessly. Everyone look. Ahead. Isn't that the waterfall we saw before? Kelly pointed toward a spot not far in front of us. Yes, it's the waterfall, Kapu confirmed. We need to make a raft, I said. Making a raft won't work. The current of the waterfall is too strong for us to cross. Baijiahu immediately dismissed my idea. How do we get across then? I asked urgently. We will cross the waterfall in another way, Baijiahu hinted cryptically without elaborating. As we spoke, we reached the edge of the waterfall. Indeed, the waterfall was magnificent and grandiose, with swift-moving waters. Baijiahu was right. If we attempted to cross using a raft, we would undoubtedly be overturned by the rapids. How? Before I could finish my question, Baijiahu interjected first. Do you see the tall tree growing on the land next to the waterfall? Is it that one? Kelly pointed to a tree that looked quite ordinary. Yes, you two go and pick the fruits from the tree, Baijiahu said. I'll go. After I finished speaking, I walked towards the tall tree. Although I didn't know why Baijiahu wanted us to collect these fruits, I believe there must be a good reason for it. Soon, I picked a huge pile of fruits from the tree and wrapped them tightly in the front part of my robes, bringing back a large bundle. What's the use of these fruits? I asked Baijiahu upon returning. Eat them first. Baijiahu instructed us to consume the fruits. So, we started eating. Maybe because we were too hungry, we ate every single one, leaving none behind. The fruits tasted pretty good, and each of us consumed roughly 7 or 8. Baijiahu, however, only ate one. Now can you tell us how we're going to cross this waterfall? I asked somewhat irritably. You'll know soon enough, Baijiahu replied. At that moment, I felt something was off with my body. The skin on both sides of my neck seemed about to split. Though the pain wasn't intense, I still felt very uncomfortable. Moreover, I could clearly sense significant changes within me. Shortly after, I began feeling nauseous and soon was vomiting uncontrollably. The others experienced the same thing. The nausea grew stronger, and my mind started getting hazy. I realized clearly that it must have been caused by eating those fruits. They were probably poisonous. But this didn't make sense logically because Baijiahu had no intention of harming us. So what was going on? I vomited for quite some time, leaving me unable even to speak. A while later, the vomiting stopped, and so did everyone else's. Gradually, my mind cleared up again, and I started noticing differences in my body. First, my skin. There was now a kind of protective layer growing outside, making it slippery and slightly sticky. I touched both sides of my neck and found streak-like marks, like gills on a fish. That's when I truly understood what Baijiahu meant earlier. Apparently, the fruit he gave us could turn humans into mermaid-like creatures. I'd read about mermaids in ancient texts but never thought I'd actually transform into one myself. Soon, Alanthes, Kelly, Kapu, and Baijiahu all completed their transformations. At first, Kapu and Kelly seemed upset, but after hearing advice from Baijiahu and me, they calmed down significantly. Now it was time to see if our mermaid forms worked properly. Baijiahu jumped into the waterfall first, fearing that we wouldn't dare. Because of the effect of the fruits, Baijiahu wasn't swept away by the rushing water. Instead, he moved freely underwater. Seeing this, all of us plunged courageously into the swift waters as well. Once in the water, I realized I felt better underwater than on land. Using the magical power of the fruits, we let the current carry us along the waterfall stream. For about less than an ancient hour, around 90 minutes, we finally reached the end of the waterfall. Everyone, get ready, we're going down. Bai Jiao shouted loudly. Then almost all of us closed our eyes and dived straight into the lower part of the waterfall. In an instant, we plunged into the deeper waters below. Although we weren't injured, we were struck dazed by the forceful currents. Fortunately, we quickly regained consciousness. Thanks to the effects of the fruits, we could breathe underwater like fish. We quickly adapted to the aquatic environment, moving more agilely and seeing much clearer. Due to the protective membranes covering our bodies, our previously injured areas no longer hurt. We felt invigorated, roaming freely in the water. We drifted along the path Bai Jiao led, and Fizai also darted around nimbly like a little sprite due to the effect of the fruits. Soon, our pace slowed as we witnessed yet another marvel, a grand scenic view. All right, we've arrived, Bai Jiao said. What place is this? Kapu asked dumbfounded, staring ahead with wide eyes. You wouldn't think that our Monte Carlo forest is just about the forest, would you? Let me tell you, we're currently 2 kilometers deep underwater. This means you'll be seeing sights that are unprecedented, far surpassing anything on land hundreds of times over, Bai Jiao said with great pride. What is this? Kapu still couldn't believe his eyes. Chapter 64, The City Beneath the Deep Sea. This is a city built underwater. I was also stunned by the landscape before my eyes, almost unable to say anything. Yes, this is the most mysterious deep-sea city in the Monte Carlo forest, Bai Jiao explained. The deep-sea city, its name truly fits it well, Alante said in surprise to Bai Jiao. All right, let's continue forward, Bai Jiao reminded us. So we walked into this mysterious and incredible city. Before we reached the deep-sea city, we hadn't seen a single aquatic creature. But when we entered the deep-sea city, not only were we shocked by the city itself, even the creatures under the water left me speechless. First, we passed through the grand entrance of the city. This gate was large and looked extremely ancient. It was arch-shaped. As we approached the gate, it opened automatically, allowing us to enter the interior of the city. What immediately caught our eyes were buildings that had an antique charm. Some of these buildings appeared to be several hundred years old, at least that was my assumption. These structures resembled some human residences in appearance, while others were particularly delicate and elegant, and still others seemed quite bizarre, but retained a sense of sophistication. Bai Jiao, how long have these buildings been around? I asked Bai Jiao. Very, very long. They existed even before the Monte Carlo forest, Bai Jiao replied. How long has the Monte Carlo forest been around? Kabu asked again. It already existed during the time of my great-great-grandfather. That's the earliest time I know about, Bai Jiao said. What does great-great-grandfather mean? I curiously asked. In human terms, your grandfather's grandfather going up 2 generations. Bai Jiao's explanation wasn't entirely clear, but we could somewhat understand what he meant. So how many years exactly? I wanted to figure out exactly how many years the city had been around. My great-great-grandfather together lived for 8,320 years, Bai Jiao answered. What? This number astonished me even more. This meant the city had a history of at least tens of thousands of years, maybe even longer. It was truly a miracle. After hearing Bai Jiao's explanation, the other people were silent, naturally struck by everything they saw. Perhaps due to the buildings being too captivating, we had overlooked the creatures within the city. At this point, a creature glowing with a pale green light slowly swam towards us. Its entire body was transparent. I could even see all of its skeletal structure. This is a bioluminescent eel. Its body releases strong water currents. We'd better keep our distance, Bai Jiao explained. Thus, we tried to avoid the bioluminescent eel as much as possible. Initially, there was only one, but soon dozens appeared in front of us. We had to be increasingly cautious because these bioluminescent eels were nearly a meter long, and their mouths had 2 sensitive and flexible whiskers. To prevent them from attacking us with water currents, we had to avoid touching those whiskers and the massive bodies of the eels. Fortunately, we moved relatively slowly, but we still successfully swam out of the eel's range. After passing through the bioluminescent eel's territory, following Bai Jiao's lead, we once again dived deeper into the heart of the deep-sea city. Soon, Bai Jiao led us to a district that seemed rather bustling. At least that's how I perceived it, because every building here was small, much smaller than those we had previously seen. Moreover, each building had its own unique style. Everyone stood out and looked exceptionally impressive. What is this place? I asked Bai Jiao. Once, this was where some underwater fairies lived, Bai Jiao answered. Then where are they now? Kabu, filled with curiosity, asked. They move unpredictably and are hard to spot. They always hide from other creatures and live solitary lives, Bai Jiao explained. The monsters here are really unbelievable, Kabu marveled. They should be called creatures, not monsters, because none of them have been infected by evil energy, and the dark forces cannot penetrate deep waters to infect the creatures living beneath the ocean, so they're all normal. Bai Jiao corrected Kabu's misunderstanding. Looks like we can safely cross the deep-sea city. Kabu started to relax and said, No, you forgot about those bioluminescent eels earlier. Dangers like these exist everywhere in the deep waters, so we must all still remain cautious, Bai Jiao warned everyone. Therefore, we all started to cross the underwater fairies' habitat with great vigilance. The size of this area was beyond our imagination because we were under the water. Moreover, due to the effects of the fruit we had eaten, the underwater visibility was extremely clear. However, this did not mean that we could judge the timeline clearly either. Let alone, even on land, we could not accurately determine the time. So we could only roughly estimate the time and use it to calculate how far we had traveled. I think we've walked for almost 2 gushies, about 4 hours, I calculated. How long will it take us to swim out of this area? Kabu couldn't help but ask impatiently. It's still a long way, Baijiahu replied simply. We glanced at each other and didn't say another word. We drifted through this underwater city for a long time, and we also saw many sights that we had never encountered before, such as water turtles that had been sleeping underwater for hundreds of years. They were extremely rare creatures. Their size was roughly equivalent to an adult elephant, with grayish-brown shells and ink-green skin tones. Even more astonishing was their mobility. They were so fast that they could rival any divine beast on land. For instance, there was the Nijiao fish with over 50 tentacles, which resembled squid from the human world in appearance, but was smaller than an average squid. Its most striking feature was its dazzling tentacles. These tentacles were very flexible and contained non-lethal venom, which was primarily used for self-protection rather than lethal harm. We also encountered various bizarre-looking creatures here. Fortunately, most of them were non-aggressive or lacked potent offensive capabilities, allowing us to pass through large areas of the underwater city quite leisurely. Soon, we reached another gate. Is this the exit? I asked Baijiahu. No, this is the entrance to another city. Once we go through here, we can reach the land, Baijiahu said. Great, Kabu said excitedly. Don't be too happy yet. There are great dangers ahead, Baijiahu solemnly warned us. I believe we're all prepared, I said, looking around at the others. Thus, we entered the last city of the Deep Sea City. This city was very different from the previous ones because nearly all the buildings inside showed signs of destruction. Some had almost been completely demolished, leaving only some remnants scattered on the ground. Are there often wars here? I asked Baijiahu. I'm not sure, but it's dangerous here, Baijiahu replied. Chapter 65, The Mermaid. So we immediately became more vigilant. Just then, Kabu's foot seemed to be suddenly entangled by something. He was swaying the trapped foot from side to side, but he could not break free no matter what. Something has me. Kabu shouted at all of us. What is it? I looked toward Kabu. It looks like seaweed. Kabu started using both hands to tear the seaweed that was tightly wrapped around his foot. Don't pull too hard, or those weeds will just get tighter, Baijiahu warned Kabu. At this moment, I also swam over to Kabu and began helping him remove the seaweed. Just as we were about to clear all the seaweed, a group of creatures glowing with a pale blue light suddenly appeared beside us. There were hundreds, about 300 or 400 of them. They all had extremely sharp teeth, bodies twice the size of an ordinary squirrel, and eyes of deep purple. And they stared at us with deadly focus. Oh no, Kabu said anxiously. Everyone, prepare for battle. Alanthes called out to everyone. How are we supposed to fight? We don't have any weapons. Kabu said. Only then did we realize that the protective membrane covering our bodies had already wrapped our weapons tightly against us, and we couldn't even open the protective layer. Let's think of a way to escape instead, I told everyone. But it was already too late to run. Those creatures had already fiercely charged towards us. We had no choice but to tough it out and fight them off. When we fought against them, they weren't as strong as I had imagined. Though they had very sharp teeth, our protective membranes seemed to be completely resistant to their attacks. Their teeth couldn't bite through our protective layers at all, and our previously suspended hearts finally calmed down. In no time, we scattered them. I carefully examined my body to make sure there were no overlooked wounds. Fortunately, those creatures hadn't injured me or anyone else. It seems like our protective membranes really work. Kabu excitedly said. Let's go, Baijiahu said. We hadn't swum far when I noticed something in front of us. It floated uncertainly, and its figure resembled a fish-like human, almost identical to us, except its lower body was entirely in the shape of a fish. Quick, look. What is that? Kabu exclaimed as he saw the creature in front of us. Is it a mermaid? I asked uncertainly. Yes, it's a mermaid, Baijiahu explained. Although I had guessed roughly, hearing the word mermaid from Baijiahu still excited me. After all, I had only seen descriptions of mermaids in books. What? A mermaid? Kabu sounded incredibly thrilled. Yes, it's your first encounter, as well as mine, Baijiahu said. But how do you know she's a mermaid? Kylie asked curiously. I've just analyzed it based on old descriptions I've heard before, Baijiahu explained briefly. Look, she's swimming towards us. Kabu said excitedly. That's right, she's coming. Alanthes immediately became cautious. By now, the mermaid had swum up to a distance of about 1 meter from us, and we could clearly see her true face. Her golden hair was like strands of gold thread draped over her shoulders, her azure eyes captivating at just a glance, and her skin as pure and fair as jade. Her beauty left us speechless, closely resembling the descriptions found in books. So, this is a mermaid, Kabu said, wide-mouthed in amazement. She's truly beautiful. Kylie couldn't help but be mesmerized by her stunning appearance. Are you a divine beast from the land? The mermaid in front of us asked Baijiahu, her voice soft and melodious. Yes, is there only one of you? Baijiahu replied. No, there are some others, but most of them are hiding, the mermaid responded. What happened? I interjected. Who are you? The mermaid looked at me, filled with curiosity. We're humans, Kabu blurted out quickly. You aren't divine beasts, the mermaid asked, slightly puzzled. No, I said. Then how did you come here? The mermaid questioned again. I wasn't sure where to start. All right, stop explaining. What happened to you? Baijiahu urgently asked the mermaid. It's actually our own problem, the mermaid admitted. And so, she began telling us about the catastrophe that had befallen her kind. 1,000 years ago, the mermaids lived in the most prosperous and bustling part of the deep sea city. They cared for and helped each other like a family, even though they were not born from the same mother. However, good times didn't last long. A new life was born, and she quickly became part of the big mermaid family. But something unexpected happened. Mermaids were originally a race that loved music very much. They sang every day, their voices beautiful and elegant. This brought great enjoyment and comfort to the other creatures living in the deep-sea city. However, the newborn's voice was jarring and even nauseating. By contrast, she possessed the most exquisite beauty and flawless skin in the mermaid community, making her an anomaly among her kind. As she grew up, her extraordinary beauty evoked envy and jealousy in the other mermaids. They continuously mocked her, excluded her, and hoped that she would die and disappear from their lives. The newborn mistakenly believed that it was her harsh-sounding voice that caused her peers to distance themselves from her, abandon her. One day, taking advantage of her mother's inattention, she swam deep down to where the water temple lay. She wished to seek help from the water god, hoping that he could grant her a pleasing voice so that she too could sing melodious tunes. And indeed, a miracle happened. The water god heard her pleadings and granted her wish, but with a small price. He took away the beautiful appearance heaven had bestowed upon her, and instead gave her a voice that no other mermaid could match. Chapter 66, Xiuxian Invasion. After acquiring the wonderful voice, she eagerly swam toward her companions. However, when she reached them, her companions began to distance themselves from her even more. Her own mother began to detest and dislike her too. Soon, she was once again isolated by her kind, this time with no possibility of reconciliation. Even though she possessed the most beautiful voice among the merfolk, capable of singing the most melodious songs in the world, she had lost her companions, even losing the mother she relied on the most. So, she started to sing endlessly by herself. Her songs were incredibly melodic, one after another. Her voice grew louder and louder until the other mermaids could no longer tolerate it, and other underwater creatures began to grow repulsed by her music as well. Yet she continued to sing without pause. Her voice began to spread throughout the entire underwater city. At this point, some creatures who could no longer endure began to leave the underwater city and seek out new places. Some of the mermaids also looked for places to hide from the songs, but they found no way to block out the songs that lingered in their ears. Gradually, some of the mermaids seemed to be controlled, even changed by her singing. They started becoming increasingly agitated and extremely aggressive, turning the merfolk into something else entirely. What kind of appearance? I and others were deeply absorbed in listening, and so wanted to know the entire process. We call these altered mermaids xiuxias, she replied. Xiuxia, Kabu said, a little confused. What is the mermaid's name? I asked. Ruiji, the mermaid answered. What a beautiful name, Kabu couldn't help saying. And then, Bai Jiao continued asking. As for what happened afterward, I don't know much either. But according to my second mother, Ruiji suddenly disappeared during a certain period. No one knew where she went, but this was considered good news for everyone, so everyone was happy. However, those mermaids who were changed by Ruiji could never return to normal. This place has become such a mess due to the xiuxias, the mermaid said rather dispiritedly. So, these xiuxias are the real culprits, I muttered to myself. What did you say? The mermaid asked. Nothing, I evaded. Well, now that we've heard everyone's stories, let's go, Kabu said to everyone. By the way, we don't even know your name yet, I asked the mermaid. You can just call me Mia, the mermaid said. All right, thank you for sharing your story, Mia, I said politely. Where are you going? Mia asked. We're moving forward, getting out of this area and heading to shore, Kabu said. Be careful, ahead lies the xiuxia territory. They're very fierce, Mia warned us. I understand, I said. So, after parting ways with Mia, we moved towards the direction she mentioned. Soon, we arrived at the place Mia had described. It was indeed very terrifying. Everywhere there were remnants of various creatures, along with corpses of mermaids. Judging by the condition of the corpses, they had been dead for quite some time, as they had already begun to rot, emitting a terrible stench. It seems we've entered the xiuxia's territory, Kabu cautiously remarked. Aren't you scared? Alanthes teased Kabu. Not possible, Kabu replied. But this wasn't the time to act brave. While we felt a bit of fear about our surroundings, unknowingly, a few xiuxias had already targeted us. Look, there seems to be something around us, Kelly suddenly said to all of us. We then looked around, and sure enough, several xiuxias as described by Mia appeared around us. These xiuxias were roughly the same shape as Mia, but their faces were noticeably gaunt, and their eyes appeared vacant. Each of them held a long and sharp trident. I had seen this kind of weapon in a book before, where the wielders were described as devils. I guess they must be the xiuxias Mia mentioned, I said to the others. Yes, Alanthes replied. Strange, why didn't the thief give any warning? Kelly began to suspect the thief. Only then did we direct our attention to the thief floating by my side. The thief still floated aimlessly next to me, showing no awareness despite us being surrounded by the xiuxias. At this moment, I suspected that the thief might not be able to sense danger underwater. But this didn't matter anymore since we were already face to face with a group of xiuxias. The number of xiuxias surrounding us was increasing, and soon about 30 xiuxias had tightly encircled us. Let's fight, Kabu suggested. Why are you so eager this time? Kelly asked. We won't get hurt anyway. Don't forget the protective layer on us, Kabu reminded everyone. This time, the protective layer may not work, Bai Jiao warned. That can't be true, Kabu said nervously. Well, no matter what, we need to battle these xiuxias for our lives, I said firmly. Yes, everyone should prepare to fight, Alanthes reminded us. At that moment, the xiuxias around us began their first attack. In front of me were 3 xiuxias who rushed toward me with their tridents. I dodged at the right moment, but they quickly launched a new attack. 2 sharp tridents pierced toward me. Since I had no weapon, I could only block with my arms. When my arms touched the trident, I felt as if they were submerged in scalding hot water, boiling all over. The burning sensation was indescribable, but I didn't have much time to focus on this feeling. I needed to deal with the immediate situation. Though I blocked the trident with my arm, I still felt the scorching heat. Meanwhile, other xiuxias nearby also attacked me, and suddenly 7 xiuxias surrounded me. Each one was fierce, and it was clear to me that I couldn't win this battle alone. On the other side, the situation was also grim for Kaboo, Kelly, and Alanthes, as they were surrounded by nearly 20 xiuxias and could hardly move. They were at constant risk of being besieged. However, Baijiao fought against just 2 xiuxias, and thus it didn't take long for him to kill them. Nevertheless, Baijiao suffered serious wounds as the tridents penetrated his protective layer, leaving deep wounds in his abdomen and body, causing massive blood loss. Soon, the water around Baijiao turned red from the blood. Baijiao, are you okay? I shouted from about 3 meters away, but Baijiao did not answer. He remained motionless as if dead, which made me even more anxious. I continued shouting at him, but there was no response. Others also called out to Baijiao, but it seemed like he had truly died. Our loud cries clearly enraged the xiuxias around us. They started attacking us fiercely, and we mixed in battle with the group of xiuxias. Despite this, our forces were far too few, and without weapons, we were quickly battered and bruised. Kaboo and Kelly had almost lost their ability to resist, floating horizontally in the water as if dead. Yet I knew well that their lives were not in danger. Soon, the xiuxias surrounding Kaboo and Kelly swam towards my direction, and before I knew it, there were already more than 20 xiuxias circling me. Fear welled up inside me. This fear wasn't because I was afraid of death, but rather due to the sheer number of terrifying, savage xiuxias around me. Your Highness, are you alright? Alanthes shouted to me. I'm fine, I replied hesitantly. Alanthes began swimming towards me since only one xiuxia was near him. He easily approached me, but at that moment, the xiuxias around me suddenly attacked. I had no choice but to fight for my life, despite knowing my strength was very limited and I was almost exhausted, leaving no energy to continue battling. Just then, a whirlpool abruptly formed around me, growing larger until it covered all the water around me. In an instant, I, along with the others and the xiuxias, were pulled into the whirlpool. I was trapped helplessly inside, and so were the others. At this point, I had almost lost consciousness, only vaguely remembering fragments. I eventually passed out. Warm sunlight shone on my face, and I felt particularly comfortable. Slowly, I opened my eyes to see the fiery sun shining brightly in front of me. Am I still alive? I said weakly. No one answered my question. After a long time, I finally regained a little strength and managed to get up with great difficulty. I was sure that I was now on land, meaning I had made it through the deep-sea city. Dazed, I stood up and looked around. The surroundings were still colorful as before. Where are the others? I muttered to myself. I began carefully examining the area, hoping to find other companions, but after searching for a long time, I couldn't find even a single person. Fear gripped me like never before, even more intense than when I faced dozens of xiuxias. I feared losing Kaboo, Kelly, Alanthes, Baijiao, and the thief. I feared losing any one of them. But now, I was alone, unsure of what to do or how to proceed. Just then, a beautiful sound rang out in my ear, like some creature's call. Following the direction of the sound, I soon reached its source. To my great surprise, there was an animal that resembled a deer in front of me. However, its antlers were both strange and beautiful, like complicated branches. Its snow-white skin was as pure as white jade, and its body was as large as 2 stags combined. Its emerald green eyes appeared very peaceful. What are you? I couldn't help but ask, but it didn't answer, just standing still. Its eyes stared at me intently. I didn't know what it meant, but I could sense no hostility from it. Yet I still couldn't understand what it wanted, which left me feeling rather puzzled. What exactly are you? I asked again. At this moment, it slowly approached me. Despite the distance between us being less than 5 meters, it took a long time for it to reach about 1 meter away from me, where it suddenly stopped. Then it looked down at its feet, and I followed its gaze toward the ground. At that moment, I felt something push me, and I fell to the ground instantly. Just then, the earth started shaking violently, and the ground began to split apart. Huge cracks nearly surrounded me. As I was stunned by this sight, I suddenly plunged into one of the fissures. In that instant, I completely lost consciousness, closing my eyes as I plummeted. Chapter 67, Rest. I gradually woke up from unconsciousness, slowly opening my eyes. The scenery in front of me was so familiar yet strange, but one thing was certain, I was on land. I could smell the grass. I slowly rubbed my head with my hands, realizing that what had happened before must have been just a dream. However, this dream was so real that I still felt some fear in my heart. Fortunately, it was all over. At this moment, a familiar voice reached my ears, and I turned my head toward the direction of the sound. Alanthes was walking towards me. Are you alright? Alanthes asked me with great concern. I quickly sat up, but my physical strength was still very weak, and it took several tries before I finally sat down slowly on the grass. What happened to us? I asked, not remembering anything that happened in the deep-sea city. I don't know either. I just woke up lying here. Alanthes also seemed to have lost his memory. At this time, Kapu, Kelly, and Baijiao also woke up one after another. We gathered together to recall what had just happened, but it was as if we had agreed beforehand. None of us remembered anything, not even the events in the deep-sea city. We didn't even know that we had been to the deep-sea city. The only hope was the thief, but since the thief can't talk, there was no way for us to find out any information. Fortunately, we knew a good piece of news. We were all still alive. This news made everyone feel very consoled and happy. We each checked our bodies one by one, and surprisingly, every one of us was unscathed, without even a tiny scratch. This made us all very surprised, but this was definitely the best news. So we rested on the spot for a while. When everyone's spirit gradually recovered, we began to move forward slowly following the direction indicated by the thief. The return of the thief was irreplaceable to us. It was our only hope. We followed the thief for about less than 1 gushi, about 40 minutes. Although the time we walked wasn't long, we all felt physically and mentally exhausted, including Baijiahu, who normally had super endurance. What's wrong with us? I asked Baijiahu beside me. I don't know. My memory is completely gone, at least for a period of time, Baijiahu answered helplessly. Let's take a rest, Kapu suggested. Although all of us wanted to rest, doing so randomly in this place would be like showing the enemies where to attack. So, despite how tired we were, we gritted our teeth and kept going. When can we rest? Kapu couldn't help asking. None of us answered him. It's not that we didn't want to answer, but we were all too exhausted. None of us had the energy to say another word. And so, after walking for approximately another gushi, about 2 hours, we eventually succumbed to fatigue. We simply couldn't walk anymore. Stopping to rest was our only choice right now because otherwise, we would die from exhaustion. We urgently found a relatively safe place and stopped. We lay or sprawled in various corners of the grassland. Sunlight scattered on our bodies and faces, and we enjoyed this beautiful moment. Good times always pass quickly. In the blink of an eye, we had spent approximately 2 gushi, about 4 hours. I slowly woke up from sleep. What woke me up was the feeling of something licking my cheek. I gradually opened my eyes and saw a pure white body of a giant horned deer through the gaps in my eyelids. I was so scared that I jumped up suddenly. But when I stood up, the giant horned deer seemed to have evaporated into thin air. It disappeared instantly. I quickly widened my eyes and looked around, but I couldn't find it again. Perhaps this was just another dream of mine. I comforted myself. I lifted my head and looked at the sunlight shining on me. The light was very abundant, making me feel warm. I then glanced at the other few people. They were all sleeping soundly in their places without any defense. Clearly, we were all very tired. Since I woke up first, I took on the responsibility of night watch, although there was no night in the second fog zone. Thus, we spent about 1 gushi, about 2 hours, more, and at this time, the others gradually woke up. The first to wake was Alanthes, followed by Kelly and Kapu. To my great surprise, Baijiahu was the last one to wake up. How long have we slept? Kelly asked. I think it should be about 3 gushi, about 6 hours, I guessed. That long. Kapu seemed a bit incredulous. But I didn't feel like it was that long, Kelly said. Maybe all of us were really too tired, Alanthes replied. Well, anyway, at least we've all rested well, regained our strength. Let's go. Alanthes said with renewed vigor. We're fully rested now. We can walk for a long time, Kapu said. Then let's set off, I said. And so, once again, we started on our journey. Perhaps because I was too exhausted before, I didn't have time to pay attention to the thief. The thief, too, appeared somewhat fatigued, but during our rest period, it seemed to have been fully adjusted. As a result, when leading the way for us, it looked quite energetic, flying back and forth with much liveliness. Because I kept dreaming the same dream, I was feeling extremely restless inside. Baijiahu seemed to sense this. It walked up to me and asked, Is there something you want to talk about? Chapter 68, Dream Encounter with the Mountain Beast God. I was momentarily stunned by its inquiry. I think I saw some kind of animal, I said uncertainly. What kind? Baijiao Tiger asked again. Maybe it's like a giant deer, I mumbled. What color is it? Baijiao Tiger now appeared extremely tense. White, pure white, like a piece of white jade, I compared. My goodness, it's the Mountain Beast God. Baijiao Tiger blurted out. The Mountain Beast God. I was momentarily confused. It's the Mountain Beast God, no doubt. What you saw is the Mountain Beast God, Baijiao Tiger said confidently. This is true. I thought it was a dream. I became somewhat at a loss. Your feeling does indeed resemble a dream, but this is merely one of the Mountain Beast God's powers. It seems we are really entering the final stage, Baijiao Tiger said seriously. What stage? I asked curiously. I think we will soon encounter poison ivy, Baijiao Tiger said. When? Kai interjected. Soon, Baijiao Tiger didn't elaborate further. We all need to stay alert and keep vigilant of the surroundings. It looks like our ultimate showdown is approaching, I said seriously to everyone. What about the Mountain Beast God? Why did I see it? I asked Baijiao Tiger. This might be an omen. It predicts that we're heading into great peril. Baijiao Tiger's response left me utterly shocked. It appears the threat from poison ivy will be something unprecedented for us. Fortunately, we have all received ample rest. Even if we encounter poison ivy, we can hold our own for a while. We followed the thief for approximately 2 gushis, about 4 hours, and the beautiful scenery in front of our eyes had lost all attraction. All we wanted was to get out of here as quickly as possible. As time slowly passed, our steps gradually slowed down too, indicating that our strength was beginning to wane. Shouldn't we take another rest? Kabu tentatively asked. Are you a pig? Always eating or sleeping? Kai angrily retorted. Kai was right. We shouldn't waste any more time. Moreover, we will soon face the most dangerous enemy, and now is not the time to waste time. We continued following the thief towards the unknown direction. At this moment, the thief's behavior was extremely unusual, and I was the first to notice it. Everyone prepare. We're about to have trouble, I warned nervously. At that point, everyone got ready for battle, each person being on high alert for any movement around them. Suddenly, 2 massive creatures appeared directly in front of us. Their heads bore a single sharp and sturdy black horn, and their appearance was almost indistinguishable from lions in the human world except much larger. nearly twice the size of Bai Jiao Tiger. What is this thing? Kabu exclaimed in shock. It's a stonehorn lion, Bai Jiao Tiger explained. What should we do? Kabu anxiously asked. In this situation, we have no choice but to fight them, Bai Jiao Tiger said. What? Can't we just run? Kabu questioned. We can't run. There's no chance to escape. Bai Jiao Tiger's reply shocked us. Are they really that powerful? I asked skeptically. You'll know once the fight starts. Bai Jiao Tiger's response was simple. Just as we were still talking, one of the stonehorn lions suddenly pounced toward us with great force, and the other closely followed behind. Get ready, the battle begins. I shouted to everyone. As soon as my words faded, a stonehorn lion was already within less than a meter of me. I was caught off guard and instantly struck by its sharp claws on my chest, sending me flying far through the air until I crashed hard onto the ground. Blood poured from my mouth. Though I was conscious, my body was completely paralyzed. The others immediately attacked the two monsters when they saw my condition. Bai Jiao Tiger lunged ferociously at the closest monster, but due to the huge size difference and its savage nature, after fighting for a bit, Bai Jiao Tiger was beaten badly, covered in wounds, and eventually pushed back. I just lay on the ground helplessly watching my other companions being defeated by these two monsters, unable to do anything. Although Alanthes, Kabu, and Kai were only facing one monster, there was a significant gap in strength. Soon they were all severely injured by that monster. Kabu and Kai had sustained extremely serious injuries all over their bodies, while Alanthes also received considerable blows. The three of them collapsed on the ground, blood constantly flowing out from their bodies. I could only helplessly watch this scene but do nothing about it. Perhaps we would really die here. A wave of pain surged through my heart. At this moment, the two monsters in front of us had no obstacles left. They could easily kill us. Helpless, I lay on the ground waiting for death, when suddenly the divine beast appeared before me, just as Bai Jiao Tiger had described, the mountain beast god. I wasn't sure if my vision was blurred or if I truly saw the mountain beast god. It walked gracefully to my side and gently licked my wounds with its warm tongue. At that moment, I felt immense excitement and warmth. This scene was only an instant, and soon the mountain beast god disappeared from my sight. I quickly jumped up from the ground, looking around desperately for the mountain beast god's trace, but after searching everywhere, I found no sign of the mountain beast god. Only then did I notice the two monsters standing in front of me, the two stonehorn lions. When I saw them, I was stunned by what I saw. The two stonehorn lions had already turned into stone statues at some unknown point. They stood stiffly less than 3 meters away from me, like stone lions guarding a city gate. This must be the work of the mountain beast god, I affirmed to myself. You're right, Bai Jiao Tiger suddenly interjected. Bai Jiao Tiger? Are you okay? I became nervous and began examining my companions. I'm fine. I think we've all seen the mountain beast god and have been helped by it, Bai Jiao Tiger explained. At this point, Kabu, Kai, and Alanthes also approached me. They pointed to their wounds to show they were now fine. I walked up to the two monsters turned into stone and touched them with my hand. I could vividly feel the fear of turning into stone. Their bodies were extremely cold. Even though I merely touched their bodies, I could sense an unbearable chill. After being saved by the mountain beast god, we narrowly escaped this peril. Though we were grateful to survive, this experience gave us a very clear realization. We were undoubtedly the weaker ones here. If we didn't leave immediately, it seemed we would indeed perish here. Having narrowly escaped, we continued heading forward. The thief still led the way, and we followed closely without hesitation. After roughly another 2 gushies, about 4 hours, we lost all track of time and could only continue following the thief's direction. Soon we arrived at an open area. This place was vastly different from any scene we had seen previously. The few remaining trees were nearly withered. The green grass beneath our feet transformed into withered wild grass. Cold winds brushed past us, making both our minds and bodies uneasy and even filled with great fear. We are finally going to face her. Bai Jiao Tiger looked especially tense. Poison ivy, I blurted out without thinking. Where is she? Kabu started nervously looking around. Another gust of cold wind blew past us, and we felt intense stabbing pain. One after another, we collapsed. Although we hadn't sustained any physical harm, each of us lying on the ground suffered excruciating pain. Even the thief fell to the ground, almost losing consciousness. Bai Jiao Tiger was sprawled near me, barely catching its breath. We all felt as if something had paralyzed us, leaving everyone bewildered and clueless. Chapter 69, The Death of Poison Ivy. It took us a long time to gradually regain consciousness. I managed to struggle and get up from the ground, weakly gasping for breath. The others did the same. What happened to us? I asked, feeling dizzy. It's poison ivy, Bai Jiao replied, equally out of strength. Did we get poisoned? Kelly asked groggily. Bai Jiao didn't respond but kept his head low, appearing extremely lifeless. We were still mired in confusion at that moment. Yet in front of us had already appeared an enemy who was both unfamiliar and terrifying. Poison ivy. Look, what is that in front of us? Kabu said, gazing hazily ahead. It seems like a person, Alanthes observed from her figure. It's poison ivy, Bai Jiao immediately warned. What? That sentence woke me up suddenly with a startle. At that moment, the others also came to their senses. We all drew our weapons, facing poison ivy who stood before us. Her appearance was similar to that of a human, except her hair was made up of countless vine-like strands. Her entire body was pale green, and her hands, feet, and parts of her body were surrounded by endless vines. Her emerald green eyes fixed on us unyieldingly. We seemed to be poisoned earlier, I said to Alanthes beside me. It probably was. I still feel powerless all over, Alanthes replied. What should we do now? Kabu asked anxiously. Looks like she's our last enemy. We have no choice but to fight with all we've got, I said, encouraging everyone. But before I finished speaking, a vine suddenly shot out from Poison Ivy's body, straight toward me. Unprepared, it tightly bound my legs and dragged me away instantly. Because everything happened so suddenly, the others didn't have time to react as I was pulled far away. Struggling fiercely on the ground, I found it useless, so I used the last bit of my strength to strike the vine holding me with the iron sword I held. With one swift movement, the vine was severed, stopping the drag. However, by then I was already very close to Poison Ivy, no more than a meter away. She extended her right hand, and from it emerged countless vines that tightly bound my whole body. I was squeezed too hard to move. Gradually, my breathing grew rapid, and my consciousness started to blur. Before I knew it, I seemed to faint. Everything unfolded so suddenly that the others were still stunned while I had been trapped right beside Poison Ivy. Seeing this, they rushed toward her with their weapons, even though none of their stamina had fully recovered. Indeed, they were still in precarious physical states. Nonetheless, they decisively charged toward Poison Ivy. Bai Jiao, who ran ahead since he was the fastest, followed by Alanthes, Kabu, and Kelly behind her. As Bai Jiao, who reached Poison Ivy, he was struck by a thick, long vine she released, being hurled several meters away. The others were also tightly bound by the vines Poison Ivy unleashed, unable to move. In this way, we were all firmly controlled by Poison Ivy. What should we do? Kabu, tightly constrained by the vines, asked. I can't move at all. It seems the prince has fainted, Alanthes replied. Bai Jiao, Kelly shouted loudly, because only Bai Jiao could save us now. Seeming to hear something, Bai Jiao slowly rose from the ground, limping towards Poison Ivy. Perhaps due to the previous attack by Poison Ivy, Bai Jiao had multiple injuries, yet he endured them and walked toward her. This won't work. Bai Jiao clearly can't attack anymore. He's almost done. Alanthes observed the situation and said, That's it for us. Kabu began losing consciousness gradually. Bai Jiao managed to reach a point less than 2 meters from Poison Ivy before collapsing on the ground. Perhaps this was Bai Jiao's final strength, or perhaps it was his last moment of life. Seeing Bai Jiao lying there, Poison Ivy unleashed several vines that swiftly entangled Bai Jiao's 2 hind legs and dragged him towards her. In no time, Bai Jiao was pulled right in front of her. Suddenly, Bai Jiao's forepaws fiercely lunged at Poison Ivy's chest. Taken by surprise, Poison Ivy was struck hard on her chest and cried out in pain. The vines wrapped around us immediately loosened, and we were all thrown to the ground. I became much more alert after the fall, but still couldn't move. Neither did the others seem to recover their strength immediately. They all lay on the ground. Although not in mortal danger, they were far from safe. Poison Ivy appeared enraged by Bai Jiao's surprise attack, which left a large mark on her chest. Now she went madly at Bai Jiao. Since Bai Jiao was so close to her, dozens of vines tightly bound his limbs and torso, while the remaining vines continuously lashed at Bai Jiao's body, like someone tied to a cross receiving whipping punishment. This cruel scene unfolded vividly before my eyes. But I could do nothing. All I could hear were Bai Jiao's soul-tearing howls, sounds that seemed to tear apart the soul, making people's hearts quiver. Bai Jiao was beaten for at least half an hour, approximately 1 hour. In this short period, it felt like the longest time of my life. I repeatedly hoped that Poison Ivy would stop this behavior, and many times I tried to intervene, but I remained immobile and powerless. Finally, Poison Ivy stopped beating Bai Jiao and slammed him onto the ground. At this moment, Bai Jiao lay motionless, not even showing a sign of breath. Though I refused to believe this fact, I had to accept it. Bai Jiao was dead. He had left us forever. Poison Ivy had killed Bai Jiao in an incredibly cruel way, and next, it would be our turn. Poison Ivy began unleashing her vines, these vines stretching toward me and my companions. Just as they were about to bind my body, a mysterious substance suddenly surrounded me, stopping those vines from reaching me. It firmly kept them at bay. Likewise, the same substance also protected the others. I was amazed, feeling incredible disbelief but unable to explain why this happened. However, one thing was certain, my consciousness and strength had completely returned. I immediately got up from the ground and moved away from Poison Ivy's range as fast as possible. In a short while, a silver-white light emerged between Poison Ivy and me, cutting us off entirely. Thus, my companions and I were temporarily safe. As I puzzled over everything that happened, Mountain Beast God appeared, answering all the questions swirling through my mind. Mountain Beast God had silently appeared in front of Poison Ivy, facing her directly. Its horn on top of its head seemed to be nurturing something, emitting constant strong beams of light that dazzled me, blinding me from seeing what exactly occurred. Suddenly, this intense light shot straight toward Poison Ivy. Unable to evade in time, Poison Ivy was hit, a bright red mark appearing across her front body, as if branded. Enraged, Poison Ivy spat out a stream of dark green liquid from her mouth, directly aimed at Mountain Beast God's head. However, just as the Mountain Beast God was about to be hit, it emitted something akin to a wave of energy that enveloped its entire body. The stream of dark green liquid sprayed directly onto this protective barrier, but failed to cause any harm to the Mountain Beast God. At this point, Poison Ivy went utterly berserk. Spreading her arms wide, 2 tornadoes suddenly appeared on either side of her body. In no time, the number of tornadoes increased to over a dozen. These tornadoes rapidly advanced towards the Mountain Beast God from all directions. Clearly unprepared for such an assault, Mountain Beast God's protective shield was quickly broken through by the tornadoes. It was then surrounded in the center of these spinning forces as they slowly merged, engulfing the mountain beast god within their vortex. Despite this, the mountain beast god wasn't swept off its feet. It remained standing still. However, its movements seemed restrained. At this moment, the horn atop the mountain beast god's head began emitting bolts of lightning one after another. Amidst the massive tornado, endless flashes of lightning intertwined, creating a sight before my eyes that resembled the gates of hell. Suddenly, the mountain beast god released a beam of light sharp like a sword from somewhere unknown. This streak of light shot toward Poison Ivy in an instant, catching her unprepared and piercing straight through her heart. She violently stumbled backward. Even though Poison Ivy had fallen, the vines on her still lived, launching frantic attacks on the mountain beast god. As Poison Ivy collapsed, the huge tornado around the mountain beast god gradually disappeared, replaced instead by countless vines. These vines attacked the mountain beast god one after another, tightly entangling its limbs, neck, and horns. But this was futile. The mountain beast god soon released a form of energy that scorched the vines to ashes. In a short while, these vines started to wither and eventually turned into dust, dispersing into the wind. Poison Ivy's body also gradually transformed into a pile of gray ash, which was carried away entirely by a strong gust, swirling everywhere. I witnessed all of this, left utterly stunned. At this moment, the mountain beast god turned to look at me and my other companions, giving what I thought was a slight smile. It let out a deafening roar toward the sky, melodious despite its ferocity. Then, astonishing changes occurred around us. The long withered trees regained their vitality, the barren grasslands were draped once again in lush green, and flowers sprouted anew from the earth, turning our surroundings into a lively and vibrant landscape. Then the mountain beast god walked up to me and released a transparent circle large enough for one person to walk through intact. I knew clearly that we could finally leave this place, yet I still grieved deeply for Bai Jiaohu. I hurried to his side, where others joined me too, and I stroked Bai Jiaohu sorrowfully. Mountain beast god, can you save him? I pleaded earnestly. The mountain beast god didn't respond, but instead gestured for me to leave as soon as possible. Reluctantly, I followed its bidding. Suddenly, something small appeared in my arms. It was Fei Zhe, the flying creature, who must have quietly slipped inside without my notice. Farewell, Fei Zhe, I said, unwilling to part. Fei Zhe circled me a few times, indicating it was time for me to go. Thus, alongside my three companions, I hesitantly stepped through the transparent circle one by one. Chapter 70. The Unclaimed Land, the Five Lords' Land. I felt as if I was lying on something incredibly soft, and when I touched it, it felt like grains of sand. Could this be the true word spring we've been searching for? I haven't found the answer yet, but I'll soon see what this place looks like. Gradually, I woke up from unconsciousness. As I slowly opened my eyes, the glaring sunlight made me cover them with my hand. I stayed lying there for a while until I was able to adapt to the light, then slowly stood up to observe my surroundings. However, when I looked around, I instinctively knelt down again, or rather, on the desert sand. All I could see around me was an endless expanse of desert, with nothing else. Master, Kabu, Carrie. I called out towards all sides while kneeling on the ground, but no one answered. At that moment, not far from me, an arm emerged from the desert sand. After seeing it, I quickly rushed over and pulled him out of the sand. When I had a closer look at this person, it was indeed Kabu. By my side, Carrie and Arence also climbed out from under the sand covering them. Time passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye, we'd already been in the desert for an hour, about 2 hours. We hadn't moved forward because we didn't know which way to go. Was this really the end of the world the sorcerer spoke of? But judging by the current situation, it didn't seem to be the end. It stretched endlessly, vast beyond measure. We barely escaped from the Monte Carlo forest, and now we're here. It's worse than being in the forest, Kabu complained. None of us responded. Perhaps we'd grown accustomed to facing adversity. What surprised me greatly was that I didn't feel overly desperate. This might have been the most precious thing I learned in the Monte Carlo forest. No matter what kind of hardship you encounter, never feel hopeless because difficulties will always pass, and hope is just ahead. What do we do now? Kabu asked. I think we should do the same as before and look for water first. Otherwise, we'll die of thirst, Arence said. Master is right. We should walk around a bit and take a look, I agreed. Thus, we decided to set off, though we had no idea where to go or which direction to head in. We could only feel our way forward blindly. Walking in the desert was truly a painful experience, and since we had stayed there for a long time, the scorching heat tormented each of us. We began to feel parched, and without water in such a hot desert, we wouldn't last long. There won't be any water in this desert, Kabu said pessimistically. There will be. Every desert has water somewhere, Arence said firmly. Really? I asked somewhat skeptically. Arence nodded at me, indicating that his words were reliable. Even so, it would be difficult to find water by wandering aimlessly, but we couldn't care about finding the right route now. There were no thieves, no white-angled tigers here. Everything now depended on ourselves. Look quickly, what's that? Kabu exclaimed excitedly, pointing ahead. It seems like a big tree. I faintly saw a large tree in the distance, still quite far away. Even so, it gave us great hope, and we quickly headed toward the tree. After a long time, we finally reached it. Indeed, it was a large tree, no different from those in the human world, or even from those in the Monte Carlo forest. It had a thick trunk and lush green leaves, entirely a normal plant. Are we close to a water source? Kabu asked anxiously. Yes, we should be near it, Arence said. Just then, I unintentionally noticed something moving, although it was still a distance away. Look quickly, what's that? I pointed with my finger to a spot hundreds of meters away. Looks like some kind of animal, Kabu said, opening his eyes wide. Animal. Carrie sounded somewhat disbelieving. What kind of animal can survive in the desert? I questioned. What kind of thing doesn't happen in a place like this? Aaron's countered. In fact, Aaron's was right. Right now, we know as little about this place as when we first entered the Monte Carlo forest, so we can only accept everything we see here. While we were still talking to each other, that animal had already come closer and closer. It seems like a yak, Kaboo confirmed after checking. Thus, all of us began carefully observing this unknown animal. Its appearance did indeed resemble that of a yak, but it was much darker than a yak, and from afar, it looked like a large block of black mist moving. Its fur looked very rough, and its hair was long. The hair under its neck even dragged on the ground. A pair of dark brown eyes looked rather dull, and it slowly walked towards our direction. It's coming, what do we do? Kaboo asked anxiously. Don't worry, I don't think it poses any threat. I guessed. We'd better be careful, Aaron said, still worried. The animal slowly approached us, and to keep a certain distance from it, we took a few steps backward. The animal slowly reached the big tree we had seen before and began stretching its neck to lick the leaves on the tree. It's an herbivore, Kaboo exclaimed in surprise. Seems so. I can confirm it now does not pose a threat, I confidently said. Just after I finished speaking, suddenly, a group of things resembling wasps appeared in the sky. They saw this yak, licking the leaves, and immediately launched an attack on it. Though their bodies were small, there were dozens of them, and this yak was completely surrounded by them. They kept biting its body, and it looked extremely uncomfortable. Seeing this, I immediately rushed over to help drive away these troublesome things. The others followed suit, and together with me, we drove away the swarm of wasps surrounding the yak. After being driven away, this yak seemed to understand human nature well, and it looked at us with its dull eyes. What are you? I stood in front of it and asked, but it did not answer me, just stood there dumbly looking at me. You forgot, this isn't the Monte Carlo forest, Aaron's quickly reminded me. Yes, maybe it really can't talk, I replied. At this moment, this yak slowly moved toward me. Naturally, I was still a bit wary and instinctively took a few steps back. Be careful, Carrie said anxiously to me. No problem, we just saved it, I confidently said. It gradually came to stand in front of me and then gently rubbed its head against my face, just like how a horse would show affection to its owner. Look, it seems to like me, I excitedly said. See if it can lead us to water, Kaboo eagerly suggested. Did you forget? It doesn't talk, I reminded Kaboo again. Perhaps it really knows where the water source is. Let's follow it, Carrie proposed. That's a good plan, otherwise wandering aimlessly in this desert won't help, Aaron agreed. Thus, the four of us followed this yak and embarked on a desert journey. We followed this animal for a very long time because its speed wasn't fast, so we could manage to keep up with it. But due to our prolonged lack of water and food, our strength and endurance rapidly declined, which caused significant issues with our physical condition. Look what's ahead, Kaboo asked weakly. At this point, we finally looked in the direction Kaboo mentioned. Indeed, not far ahead of us, there seemed to be a human. Is it a human? Carrie asked uncertainly. Looks like a human, Aaron's confirmed again. At this moment, we started walking towards this human. When we got closer to him, we realized he seemed to be burying something. In front of him were 5 small sand mounds, each longer than a person. From this detail, we could tell he was probably burying his kind. What are you doing? I stood 5 meters behind him and asked. When he turned around, from the moment he saw me, he looked extremely surprised, and there was a hint of fear in his eyes. What kind of person are you? Kaboo couldn't wait to ask. Are you humans? He asked hesitantly, sounding somewhat incredulous. We all found this question quite amusing, as it was obviously clear that we were the same kind as him. The only difference was in our clothing. He had a bare upper body and wore something like a skirt as a covering, which made him look like a wild man. But this wasn't strange considering how hot this place was. We are humans. What's your name? I answered his question and then asked back. Ablang, what about you? He asked. We introduced ourselves to him and explained how we ended up here. Turns out, this desert area wasn't the end of the world, but rather the beginning of another world. Our location is called No Man's Land, or alternatively Five Lords Land, as there was no ruler here. This world was divided into 5 regions: gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. The place we were currently in was the gold region, signifying the meaning of the golden desert. Ablang was a Cusack, and in the golden desert, only the Cusacks lived here, of course not including those terrifying monsters. We also learned that Ablang was sent on a mission to find water sources. However, he and his 5 companions were attacked by desert warriors along the way. Only he survived while the others perished. After hearing Ablang's story, each of our faces showed deep disappointment. Especially after learning that this was not the end point but the starting point, we felt an overwhelming sense of pain. On this journey, we had already endured too much hardship, and we couldn't bear another such blow. Chapter 71, The Golden Desert. After deliberation, we decided to help Abrong find the water source together. There were 2 reasons for this decision. First, following Abrong would be safer because he was very familiar with the environment here. Second, and most importantly, he could find the water source, whereas we couldn't. Hey, what about that yak? Kaboo began looking around. Don't bother, it's probably long gone, Alanthes said. What are you talking about? Abrong asked. It's an animal with long hair, I explained. Are you talking about a mammoth? Abrong said. A mammoth? That's what they call it here. Kaboo said curiously. It doesn't matter what it's called now. Let's set off right away, I said. So we packed all the food and water left by Abrong's companions. Of course, we also took the opportunity to eat and drink our fill because we were really hungry and thirsty. Following Abrong, we quickly arrived at the water source. This place was like a small lake, but its water volume appeared quite limited. So, this is it, Abrong said to us. Is the water here infinite? I asked a rather foolish question. No, if all the water here is used up, we'll have to search for other water sources, Abrong replied. How long will that take? Kaboo asked curiously. A few days or several dozen days, Abrong said. What does days mean? Alanthes asked. Just every day. Abrong didn't know how to explain further. I think what he means is days, I guessed. Yes, exactly every day, Kelly agreed as well. We filled a large bucket full of water and tightly secured it with thick, long ropes. Kaboo and I pulled from the front, while Abrong and Alanthes pushed from behind. Kelly was in charge of giving directions. We walked for roughly 2 ancient hours, about 4 hours. Though saying we walked for 2 ancient hours doesn't fully describe the situation. In fact, we stopped to rest at least 7 or 8 times during this period due to the extremely hot weather and the great physical exertion. Thus, our progress was incredibly slow. All right, let's rest a bit longer, Kaboo suggested. Good, let's take a break, Abrong agreed. Sitting down under the scorching desert sun. Although this place was slightly safer than the Monte Carlo forest, we'd rather face danger in Monte Carlo than endure this heat. The temperature in the desert was indeed high, and we couldn't rest too long, since doing so would make us feel unbearably thirsty. Despite having plenty of water, we still had to use it sparingly, as water resources were limited and we needed to transport them back to the Xiuxian family's home. We dragged the water for another short distance. What's that? Kaboo, who always had sharp eyes, noticed something moving not far ahead of us. Let me see, Abrong said tensely. What is it? I asked nervously. Everyone, get ready for battle. These monsters are desert warriors, Abrong told everyone. Monsters? Alanthes repeated, puzzled. In his view, the things in front of us looked just like humans, with no real difference except their skin color, which blended with the desert. However, when these things got closer, Alanthes finally saw them clearly. They truly could be called monsters because they were practically just human skeletons. Or you might say they were mere skeletons. These are the desert warriors, Kaboo muttered, stunned. Everyone, prepare for battle. I shouted. By this time, the desert warriors in front of us were less than 5 meters away. There were about 20 of them, each holding sharp daggers and weapons we'd never seen before, resembling sickles. The weapons looked strange, but now wasn't the time to talk about them. We all picked up the weapons belonging to Abrong's companions, ready to fight the desert warriors to the finish. The moment the desert warriors saw us, they charged at us. They were shouting something, but we couldn't hear clearly and didn't care to know. The instant we engaged in battle with them, we realized their height far exceeded ours. They were almost twice our size. Each of them stood at about 4 meters tall, making a significant gap in our strength comparison. However, even though we were much shorter than them, we were far more agile. We kept engaging in guerrilla warfare with them. Their legs were long, so it was easy for us to cut them down, yet they were not as weak as we imagined. After all, they were desert warriors and had an overwhelming numerical advantage. We could only fight them head-on. I was quickly knocked down by a desert warrior, but I got back up immediately since my small stature allowed me great flexibility. In contrast, these desert warriors lacked such agility. I saw a desert warrior fall to the ground, so I swung my blade and beheaded him. The warrior immediately turned into a pile of yellow sand scattered across the floor. On the other side, Kaboo was thrown several meters away by a punch from a desert warrior. Alanthes leaped and killed the warrior who had punched Kaboo in one stroke. That warrior instantly became a heap of yellow sand scattered on the ground. And that's how we barely dispersed this group of desert warriors. Kaboo, are you okay? Kelly asked as she approached him. I'm fine, just a little dizzy, Kaboo said in a dazed tone. Should we let them go like this? Kaboo asked while pointing to the remaining desert warriors who were fleeing. We'd better not ask for trouble, Abrong said. I thought Abrong was right. Our current goal is to return to the Xiuxian family's place as soon as possible, then we would be safe. After the attack, we quickened our steps and didn't rest for a single time during the journey, and we quickly arrived before a tall sand dune. As long as we cross this dune, we'll be back at my house, Abrong said. That's great, we've finally reached the end, Kaboo exclaimed with excitement. However, there are a lot of dangers behind this dune, some of which we can't foresee. Everyone must be careful. No matter what you encounter, don't be afraid, Abrong warned. You already know where we're from, right? The hardships we've gone through are many times more than yours. You don't have to worry about us, Kaboo said with disdain. That's good then, Abrong said. With that, we began to walk towards the dune with the water. The dune wasn't very high, and much smaller than we expected, so we crossed it easily. When we did, the scenery before our eyes transformed into an expansive expanse of desolation. Although we were still facing a vast desert, the color and feeling of this desert were completely different. The desert before us was silvery gray, and its sands appeared softer than those in the golden desert. Plus, there were occasional mini sandstorms in the center of this desert, making it seem eerie and mysterious. As soon as we stepped onto this desert, we felt extremely uncomfortable all over, and the sand here was so soft that every step sunk nearly to our knees. How can we walk in such a soft place? Kaboo complained again. Just hold on, we'll get through it, I consoled Kaboo. We walked in this soft desert for a while. When I noticed my body sinking further and deeper, it seemed we would soon be swallowed by the desert. What's happening? We keep sinking, I told my companions nearby. It's fine. As long as we pass through this desert region, we'll be fine, Abrong reminded us. But we keep sinking. Kaboo started getting nervous. Don't worry, everything will be fine soon, Abrong kept saying. We had no choice but to follow Abrong's advice and continue forward. Indeed, we soon emerged from the soft desert region. Thinking we were now safe, suddenly, out of nowhere, a massive sandstorm whipped up around us. It came on so unexpectedly and furiously that we were completely unprepared. I quickly covered my eyes with my hands to protect them from the flying sand, which could easily have impaired my vision. The others did the same, shielding their eyes and noses from the stinging sand. We pushed through the storm for a while, and after some time, it gradually died down. Slowly, we opened our eyes again, hoping to regain a clear view of the path ahead. Even with the clearer road ahead, there was nothing surprising, just more endless desert. But at least we could see where we were going now, which sped up our progress. We're safe now, right? Kaboo said before he could finish his sentence. Suddenly, a monstrous creature burst out of the sand next to him, knocking Kaboo to the ground. Instinctively, Kaboo used his hands to block the attack. Kaboo! Alanthes reacted first, leaping towards the creature and shoving it away. As the rest of us got a better look at the beast, its features were terrifying. Its skin was pitch black, its eyes pure white, and it had 4 limbs, resembling something akin to a leopard. After being thrown by Alanthes, the creature growled ferociously and exposed its sharp fangs in anger. What is this thing? I immediately asked Abrong. By this point, Abrong had already positioned himself in front of the monster, ready to fight. This is a sand leopard, one of the most dangerous creatures here, Abrong explained as he attacked the beast. Seeing this, we all rushed in with our weapons. Though the sand leopard was powerful, outnumbered as it was, it couldn't withstand all 5 of us. Within moments, we inflicted multiple wounds upon it, though both Kaboo and I sustained minor injuries in the process. Realizing it wasn't a match for us, the sand leopard wisely retreated. We let it go. After all, our strength was nearly depleted. But just as I tried to move forward again, something suddenly grabbed my leg, and I was unable to budge. What's happening? I can't move. I called out to the others. It's a sand vortex. Don't struggle. Abrong warned me urgently. Before long, the vortex began pulling me in up to my waist. I struggled desperately, but the more I fought, the faster I was swallowed. The others could only stand by helplessly. Grab this. Abrong threw me a thick, long rope. Once I grabbed it, I tied it around myself. On the other end, Kaboo, Alanthes, Kelly, and Abrong pulled together with all their might. After what felt like an eternity, using every ounce of strength they had, they finally managed to drag me out of the vortex. By the time I was freed, they were all exhausted, lying on the sandy ground, panting heavily. Are you okay? Alanthes asked. I'm fine. I panted heavily, lying on the ground. Can you still walk? Abrong asked. Yes, let's go. I stood up, brushing off the sand from my body. Soon, before our eyes, there appeared a very old, small city. It wasn't much of a city. It was more like a refuge constructed out of many wooden planks. Chapter 72, Shelter. We're here. This is where the Cusack people live, Ablang said to us. So this is the place? Kaboo asked, sounding a bit skeptical. What's wrong? Ablang asked Kaboo. How come this city is so run down? Kaboo blurted out without hesitation. It's one of the better places in this desert, Ablang said with great pride. All right, let's hurry up and go, I said to the 2 of them. We quickly arrived at the city gate. Actually, what was called the city gate was nothing more than a massive yet crude wooden door. Open the gate, Ablang said to the guards on the wall. Ablang, you're back. What about the others? Someone on the wall asked. They're dead. Just open the gate quickly. I'll tell you after we get inside, Ablang urged impatiently. The gate slowly opened before us. At that moment, a few people walked out from inside the gate. Their attire was no different from Ablang's. They all had bare torsos and wore skirts below. Every one of them carried weapons, as if they were prepared for our arrival. Ablang, you're back, a burly man said in a loud voice. Yeah, everyone else was killed by the desert warriors, Ablang said dejectedly. Who are these people? A thinner man standing next to Ablang asked. They're the ones I brought back. We wouldn't have made it back with the water supply without their help along the way, Ablang explained. Who are they? The burly man asked again. We're human, I replied, feeling rather foolish afterward. They would definitely think we were crazy. Humans? One of the men nearby questioned. How did you end up here? The burly man asked again. Well, I hesitated and didn't continue. Why aren't they answering my question? The burly man asked Ablang. There's a long story behind it. Let's go inside first and talk about it later, Ablang suggested. All right, let's go. Are you guys hungry? One of the men asked. Of course, let's eat first, Ablang suggested. Thus, we followed Ablang into the interior of the city. The environment here was much better than I expected. It was very clean and tidy, even though all the buildings were simply constructed out of wood. They looked quite rustic, and both the ground and streets were immaculate. We followed Ablang into a large hall. The space was expansive, and there were 4 long, wide tables in the center of the hall. On either side of the tables, many people were eating. This is our dining hall, Ablang told me. So big. This is much larger than the dining hall in my country, I exclaimed, surprised. Indeed, even in my own country, there was nothing close to such a vast dining hall, especially not in a place like this. Is there anything good to eat today? Kaboo asked impatiently. The same old things, but for you, it'll be a brand new experience, Ablang said. So, we found an empty spot to sit down. 2 women soon brought us food we had been longing for. What is this? Kaboo asked, pointing to the chunks of food in his bowl. It's bamboo yam, Ablang answered. It looks delicious, Kaboo responded. We ate our fill in this dining hall. Kaboo ate so much that he couldn't walk. We were all quite stuffed, and this was probably the most satisfying meal we'd had in a long time. Of course, except for the magic power of the god beans. After finishing the meal, Ablang led us to a large room. The room was extremely simple. There were only 2 large beds and a very worn-out table, with nothing else. You can rest here for the night, Ablang told me. All right, thank you, I replied. It's me who should thank you, Ablang said. That's how Ablang settled us in. Since we were unfamiliar with the place and its people, we hadn't ventured out since entering this room. We spent roughly 4 gushi, about 8 hours, like this. So we're just staying here? Kelly asked, bored. We don't know this place well, and it seems like the people here don't welcome us. At least not apart from Ablang, I analyzed. Yes, I noticed that too. They always look at us sneakily. Kabu agreed. We should stay here for a day and see what happens, Alanthes suggested. One day? I don't think there is even any night here, Kabu complained. What do you mean? I asked. Haven't you noticed? We've been walking for so long, but the sky is still bright with the sun shining high. If we calculate by our time, it should already be nighttime, Kabu explained. Alanthes is right this time. It seems like we might have encountered some trouble, Kelly said. No matter what, let's just wait and see how they treat us next, Alanthes said. Our teacher is correct. Let's stay here, but everyone must prepare for defense in case of an ambush, I said seriously to everyone. At that moment, someone knocked on our door. I opened it to find Ablang standing there. He was holding several thick blankets and some warm-looking clothes. Ablang, what are these for? I asked, confused. The others were also puzzled as to why Ablang had brought these items since we didn't need them. You don't know much about the environment here yet. When we were in the desert, I didn't explain it fully. Take these things first, and I'll explain the real situation here now, Ablang said, handing the items over to me before entering the room. We learned in detail from Ablang about the true circumstances here. The Cusack people referred to each day as one day, each day consisting of 36 hours, about 36 hours. 36 days made up a month day, approximately 1 month, and 10 month days formed a year day, around 1 year. Moreover, their time difference was drastically different from that of the human world. Here, the time was divided into 3 segments, 8 hours for daytime, 12 hours for dusk, and the remaining 16 hours for nighttime. Therefore, Kabu's assumption about the time was entirely wrong. All of us were deeply amazed by the strange time differences Ablang described. So what time difference is it now? Kabu asked. We're about to enter the nighttime, which is why I've come to give you warm blankets and clothes, Ablang explained. You mean the temperature drops significantly during the night here? I guessed. Yes, the difference between day and night temperatures is enormous. Daytime temperatures can reach 40 or 50 degrees Celsius, while nighttime temperatures fall below freezing, Ablang explained. Can you measure the temperature in degrees? I asked, very surprised. In our world, we lacked such capability. Even the trade and military powerful Han dynasty couldn't achieve this. However, this detail did make me admire the Cusack people slightly. In fact, it's not our people who can measure temperatures, but the elder, Ablang explained. Elder? Is he your leader? I asked. No, he's not one of us, just like you. He arrived here 5 years ago, apparently suffering serious injuries all over his body, and it affected his memory as well. So he has lived here with us for 5 years, though he brought things we've never seen before, things he called technology. We may not understand it fully, but this technology has revolutionized our lives, making them better, Ablang said, sounding excited and grateful when speaking of the elder. So the name elder was given by you guys? Kabu asked. No, he named himself, Ablang replied. The name elder sounds quite strange. It's kind of like a nickname for a wild man, Kelly commented. Well, regardless of the name, it seems he is someone with special talents, I said. Yes, he not only measures temperatures, but also knows many other technologies. For instance, he created weapons we've never seen before, calling them firestone cannons and fire guns. However, due to the lack of materials, only a few of these weapons were made, and some are already broken, Ablang said. Upon hearing this, I'm quite interested in meeting this elder, I said enthusiastically. There's no problem with that, but we'll have to wait until tomorrow since it's already nighttime, Ablang said. All right, take us to see him tomorrow then, Alanthes said. Okay, rest well, Ablang said. We lay on the warm beds with the blankets and thick clothes Ablang had brought us. However, there was one issue. There were only 2 beds in this room, so sleeping arrangements became a problem for all of us. Soon, though, a Cusack woman took Kelly to her own room. This allowed us to lie down more comfortably. Alanthes and I shared a larger bed, while Kabu slept alone in a smaller one. Gradually, we drifted off to sleep. I don't know how long it was before a terribly shrill sound woke me up. Alanthes and Kabu also stirred awake. What's going on? It sounds very noisy outside. Kabu mumbled groggily. Chapter 73, Sand Demons. Yes, it seems like something happened, I said with a growing sense of nervousness. Let's go check it out quickly, Alanthes said. So we put on thick clothes and rushed out of the door as fast as possible. After exiting, we were stunned by the sight of a chaotic crowd. Their faces were full of panic, eyes filled with fear. Clearly, they were terrified. What happened? I wanted to ask someone, but they simply avoided us without any response. At this moment, Kelly also ran to our side, looking like she already knew what had occurred. Kelly, do you know what happened? I asked her anxiously. They seem to have been attacked, Kelly said definitively. What attacked them? Kapu asked. I don't know, but we should leave anyway. Just follow these people running, Kelly said. Are you sure? I still doubt it. Kelly nodded at me to confirm. All right, let's go. So we joined the fleeing crowd and started running. On the way, we accidentally encountered Albrown. Upon seeing us, he seemed pleased. It's great to see you. I was worried about you, Albrown said excitedly. What's going on? I asked in haste. Don't worry about that now. All of you should head to the basement to take shelter first, Albrown said. Only then did we realize the severity of the situation. We quickly entered a spacious but slightly dim place with everyone else. It was quite cold inside despite all of us being dressed warmly. In the basement, some people began lighting torches. However, These torches were different from the ones we'd seen before. They were encased in structures similar to bird cages, ensuring that their flames would not be extinguished by strong winds. This might be one of the new technologies brought by the Elder, but I didn't have time to think about these trivialities. I wanted to figure out what had happened as soon as possible. After we arrived at the basement, it seemed that everyone was safe, as the tension and terror gradually disappeared from others' expressions. Here, we learned the truth from other people. They were attacked by sand demons. These creatures resembled liquid like water, except they were made up of sand. They could transform into various objects such as monsters, sandmen, or even desert warriors. They often appeared at night and frequently attacked the xiuxians. So when such incidents occurred, they got used to hiding in basements because only here would the sand demons not invade. Suddenly, Al Brown burst into the basement, breathless, asking the people inside, "There are too many sand demons upstairs. We lack hands. Is anyone willing to join us?" "I will," I said without hesitation. "Mimachi, this has nothing to do with us. Let's just stay here," Kapu said to me. "Mimachi is right. We should help." Alanthes seemed to understand my intentions. Actually, my actions were not solely for the xiuxians, but also for ourselves. Ever since we arrived here, we had always been under suspicion. If we could repel these sand demons, perhaps it would be a good start for communicating better with the xiuxians. "You?" Al Brown was somewhat surprised. After all, this war had nothing to do with us. In his eyes, we were merely passers-by. "Don't say too much. Let's hurry up and go," I said and walked out of the basement. The five of us, myself, Kelly, Alanthes, Kapu, and Al Brown, dashed out of the basement. Once outside, I saw a scene of utter devastation. Blood was everywhere, mingled with several corpses. Clearly, these people had just been killed. "You use these things, they can protect you." Al Brown pointed at the helmets on the ground. The four of us picked up the helmets on the ground and put them on our heads. In our hands, we also held the weapons we had brought into the city, and just like that, we joined the battle. We followed Al Brown to the open area in front of the city gate, which was the most intense battlefield. I saw countless sand demons transforming into various forms and battling against the xiuxians. Some turned into monsters, some into desert warriors, and others into sandmen. I was momentarily stunned by this sight. Just then, I suddenly felt something strike my back, knocking me down. I turned around to see that it was a desert warrior who had attacked me. Seeing me fall, he swiftly raised his sword to chop at me. I dodged his attack with an agile roll and immediately got up. I struck back at the desert warrior's head with the sharp blade in my hand. With a swift swing of my arm, I chopped off his head, and instantly, he turned into a pile of sand. That's how I began fighting these sand demons. But it seemed as if they would never end. Once a batch was killed, even more emerged to join the battle. Our numbers dwindled rapidly, especially among the xiuxians, whose casualties began to mount. "We can't hold out much longer. What should we do?" Al Brown said to a man dressed in a fur coat nearby. Judging by his appearance, he didn't look anything like a xiuxian. His eyes were sky blue, and his skin was light blue as well. He didn't appear to be very old, probably under 30 years old. He must have been the elder Al Brown referred to earlier. "Al Brown, go and get people to bring out the firestone cannons," the elder shouted. "All right," Al Brown replied and gathered the people around him to rush into a small black house. Not long after, Al Brown and several strong men laboriously pushed out a firestone cannon from inside the house. This firestone cannon was something I'd never seen before, a kind of weapon consisting of a large, thick iron tube placed on a cart with wheels on both sides. The iron tube was upside down. Al Brown appeared to be putting something inside the large iron tube. Soon, he shouted loudly to the elder, "It's ready. Aim at them and fire," the elder yelled. At that moment, I heard a deafening explosion as a streak of flame shot out from the big iron tube. It hit the group of sand demons right in front of us, causing a massive explosion among them. Sparks flew everywhere, and in an instant, our vision was filled with a sea of fire. "My God, what is this thing?" Kapu was frightened by the immense power of the firestone cannon and shivered uncontrollably. This flame wall continued to burn fiercely before our eyes, separating the attacking sand demons on the other side. The sky was gradually clearing up, and dawn was approaching. "Hold on everyone, it will soon be light. The sand demons are weakening," the elder told everyone. We stood there watching this scene for a while. Gradually, the flames dissipated, and the sky brightened. Those sand demons who hadn't been killed started to retreat one by one, and the city slowly returned to its usual calmness. "Finally, it's over," Al Brown muttered to himself. "Is everyone all right?" the elder asked concernedly as he approached Al Brown's side. "Yeah, we're fine," those who had survived replied. "Thank you for your help." "Who are you guys?" the elder asked me as he approached. "They are the humans I brought back." Al Brown introduced us to the elder. "Humans? How did you get here?" the elder asked again. "Well, it's hard to explain clearly," I responded. "All right, let's clean up the battlefield first, and then we'll talk about other things," Al Brown suggested. Chapter 74, Avoiding the Sandstorm. We finished cleaning up the battlefield together with the xiuxian people. A total of 21 xiuxians fell in battle, and of course the number of deaths among the sand demons was impossible to calculate. After we buried these xiuxian warriors, we all came to the dining hall where we had eaten before. It was already crowded, with most being those who were injured in the attack by the sand demons. We managed to find a place to rest after great difficulty. "This battle today was the hardest one during this time," Alung said to me. "Those sand demons are indeed very powerful," I replied. "I think that firestone cannon is even more powerful," Kabu interjected. "Yes, I must admit the power of the firestone cannon is truly astonishing," the elder said as he walked towards me. "Elder, what about them?" Alung asked us. "Let them follow me back to my house." The elder thought for a moment and then replied, "Well, all right." Alung considered for a moment and said, "Follow me," the elder said to us. We followed this elder into his room. His room was bigger than ours, and the wood here was thicker than in other houses. From these details, I could see that this elder's status must be more respected than the other xiuxian people. "Just sit anywhere," the elder said to us as he entered the house. We found seats and sat down. At this point, the elder began to inquire about our origins, and we truthfully told the elder our entire process of coming here. We quickly learned some secrets about his past, though we didn't learn much because he had surely suffered memory loss, and it had been too long since that time. We soon let down our guards, largely because we had helped the xiuxian people resist the sand demons. Everyone chatted happily, and soon it was breakfast time. In my view, this should count as lunch instead. Time here is completely different from human world, so we just follow local customs. We quickly arrived at the dining hall. This place had just been treating a group of wounded soldiers and had once again turned back into a dining hall. The food we ate was the same as yesterday, all bamboos. But today's meal tasted better because we had gone through a hard battle in the morning and expended a lot of energy. As a result, our appetite increased compared to yesterday. After finishing our meals, we were arranged back in our previous residence. After eating and drinking heartily, everyone lay down on the bed to rest. This feeling was really good, even though we knew such days wouldn't last long. I fell asleep without realizing it. "Momoki, wake up!" Alanthes urgently woke me up. "What's wrong?" I mumbled drowsily. "It seems something has happened again. The elder has gathered everyone in the dining hall," Alanthes said. "What? Something has happened again?" I immediately got up from the bed. The four of us reached the dining hall as quickly as possible. The dining hall was already filled with people. The elder was standing on a table in the center of the dining hall and speaking. From the elder's words, we understood an event more terrifying than the sand demons, the sandstorm. Apparently, everyone appeared somewhat at a loss regarding the arrival of the sandstorm, which puzzled us greatly. So, I asked a nearby xiuxian person, "Have you not encountered sandstorms before?" "Not exactly, but this sandstorm has come untimely. It was supposed to arrive 2 months later, but somehow it has come early. It seems our luck still isn't very good," Alanthes said to me. "When can we leave here?" I asked him again. However, that person left without answering my question. All the xiuxians started preparing for the impending sandstorm, while we had nothing to do and didn't know what to do. "Momoki, why are you here?" The elder came to me after dispersing the xiuxians in the dining hall. "We heard others say there's an emergency here, so we came to take a look," I answered. "It's just that the sandstorm has arrived earlier than expected, nothing serious. We have already made preparations. You don't need to worry, everything will be fine," the elder said to me. "Then, would there be any problem if we leave here after the sandstorm?" I asked the elder. "You'll have to wait until 1 month after the sandstorm to leave," the elder said. "Why?" Kabu asked angrily. "One day after the sandstorm is the most dangerous 1-month day of the year," the elder said. "What kind of day is that?" Kelly asked curiously. "The polar night," the elder simply said. "Is it the polar night you're talking about?" Alanthes seemed to know something. "Teacher, do you know what the polar night is?" I asked eagerly. "Yes, the polar night means that for a certain period of time, it will be entirely nighttime with no daylight," Alanthes explained. "What? How could that be possible?" Kabu said in disbelief. "Kabu, don't you remember the second mist veil we encountered inside the Monte Carlo forest?" Kelly reminded Kabu. "Oh, I remember now," Kabu replied. "In the non-human world, there is nothing that is impossible," Alanthes said. "So it seems like we have to stay here for at least 1 month," Kabu said. "Likely so, but don't worry. If you need to leave, I'll guide you," the elder said. "Thank you very much in advance. I express my gratitude." "All right, go to Albrin and get your sandstorm protection shields." The elder finished speaking and then turned to leave. After hearing the elder's words, we found Albrin and obtained our sandstorm protection from him. This so-called shield was simply a scarf and a helmet for each person. We wrapped the scarves around our heads, covering our faces, and then placed the helmets on top. And that was all there was to it. Now that all of us were prepared, we waited only for the arrival of the sandstorm. Very soon, a whirlwind arose in the sky. It grew stronger, slowly transforming into a massive tornado. It appeared directly ahead of the city and began moving toward us. Soon enough, the dust stirred up by this tornado resembled a vast golden cloud that enveloped our city. Even though we were inside our house, we could still clearly feel the power of the tornado. Since our house was made of wood, there were many cracks in its structure. These cracks provided a way for the sand carried by the tornado to enter our house. Before long, our room was filled with flying sand particles striking our bodies and faces. Fortunately, our face shields protected us, so we were unharmed. This went on for about 2 hours, about 4 hours. Although this sandstorm made us quite uncomfortable, compared to what happened in the Monte Carlo forest, it really was rather trivial. The 4 of us remained inside the house for the entire duration until the sandstorm ended. We waited until the dust had mostly settled on the ground before taking off our helmets and scarves. At this moment, a hurried and piercing drumbeat rang sharply in my ears. Chapter 75, The xiuxian People. "Is something wrong?" Kabu asked somewhat anxiously. "Something must have happened. Let's go check it out," I said to everyone. We hurriedly walked out of the house and met a Brong who was coming to find us. As soon as he saw us, he said very seriously, "It's bad. Something big has happened." "What is it?" I asked curiously. "It's the desert warriors," a Brong said tensely. "Desert warriors? Weren't they all killed?" Kabu asked in confusion. "No, this time they've come," a Brong said as he led us to the sentry on the city wall. "Look quickly." A Brong indicated for us to look far away. "It seems like a yellow cloud," Kabu guessed. "How do you know for sure that this yellow cloud is made up of desert warriors?" I asked a Brong. Use this to look, the elder said as he came beside me at that moment. The elder handed me something that looked like a flute, but it was much thicker than a flute and had no holes drilled into this stick. What is this? I asked the elder. It's the telescope I've researched, the elder said. What kind of? This name was so peculiar that I couldn't remember it. You'd better take a look first. The elder placed one end of the telescope against my right eye. This was incredible. That yellow cloud instantly appeared right before my eyes, and it was close within arm's reach. Although I was amazed by this device called the telescope, there indeed appeared an army of desert warriors in front of my eyes. It wasn't exaggerated to call them an army. From what I could see through the telescope, their group of desert warriors consisted of at least 10,000 people in scale, and this was just within the range I could see with my vision. There are too many of them, my goodness. I blurted out. What is it? Are they really the desert warriors? Kaboo asked anxiously. Yes, there are too many of them, I replied. Abrong, hurry and bring out the firestone cannon, the elder shouted to Abrong. All right. Hearing this, Abrong immediately set off with several others to push the firestone cannon onto the city wall. Elder, our gunpowder is running low, Abrong told the elder. This isn't the time to think about that. Let's get through this situation first, the elder said to Abrong. As we were talking, the army of desert warriors had gradually approached us. They were less than 2 kilometers away, and I could clearly see their appearances with the naked eye. At this point, almost all the xiuxian people had picked up their weapons, including the women and children. Everyone was prepared for battle, regardless of the outcome. Should we launch? Abrong asked the elder. No, wait a little longer, the elder said to Abrong. We stood on the city wall waiting for the arrival of the desert warriors. There's only 1 kilometer left, a xiuxian person standing on the watchtower shouted to the elder. Good, everyone prepare for battle, the elder said seriously. The firestone cannon is ready to launch. When the elder saw the desert warriors were less than a kilometer away, he loudly shouted, launch. At that moment, the firestone cannon emitted a powerful flash of fire that raced straight towards the location of the desert warriors and exploded soon after, splashing fiery light all over. In an instant, those desert warriors at the center were blown up and turned into powder. However, they didn't seem the slightest bit afraid, and their numbers were astonishing. A single blast from the firestone cannon was far from enough to disperse these desert warriors. At this point, the elder ordered more blasts of firestone cannons, turning the area around the desert warriors into a sea of fire in an instant. The power generated by the firestone cannons transformed the open space in front of us into a world of red. The strong smell of gunpowder even caused some xiuxian people to faint. It was because of this continuous firing that the desert warriors were temporarily held back by the walls of fire shot by the firestone cannons. However, no matter how powerful the firestone cannon was, its capacity was inevitably limited. Soon the gunpowder for the firestone cannons was used up. Elder, the firestone cannon is out of gunpowder, Abrong said despondently. I understand. I hope this gunpowder can halt the attack of the desert warriors, the elder said helplessly. Our battle had barely lasted less than an hour, yet despite the heavy casualties among the desert warriors, their numbers seemed far from depleted. Although they were temporarily separated by a burning wall of fire, it would eventually fade over time, and when that happened, they would swarm in overwhelming numbers we could not possibly withstand. We would be defeated easily. I was painfully aware of this reality, and I believed Elder also understood this outcome. We can't hold them off much longer. We need to think of a way to withstand their next attack, Abrong said to Elder. Let me think. Elder seemed at a loss for effective strategies. Do you have any ideas? Elder asked me. What's that? I pointed to a large porcelain jar behind us. That's an oil jar, Elder replied. Right, we can use it. Elder seemed to have come up with something. Everyone, quickly bring the oil jars here. Elder instructed the xiuxian people behind him. Everyone immediately scrambled to fetch the oil jars from their homes, placing them atop the city wall. Even if we use all these oils, it still won't be enough to stop the desert warriors, Abrong questioned somewhat perplexed. I don't intend to merely stop them. I intend to repel them, Elder confidently told Abrong. By then, almost every oil jar was carried onto the city wall, numbering in the hundreds. However, these jars weren't very large, and the amount of oil inside each one wasn't abundant. Still, I couldn't understand why Elder was so certain about his ability to repel the desert warriors. In no time, the fiery wall blocking the desert warriors burned out entirely. Some desert warriors began advancing toward the city again, their speed increasing dramatically. In moments, thousands of them had already reached the city gate, their numbers growing continuously. All right, everyone throw the oil jars down below the city wall, Elder shouted to everyone. Confused, some hesitated, unsure what to do. But Elder led the charge, throwing oil jars one after another. Following suit, everyone started pitching the oil jars down. The jars broke upon impact on the desert warriors, spreading oil across their bodies. Though the oil quantity from each jar was small, because it was oil, it quickly permeated through the desert warriors' armor and skin. After all the oil jars, hundreds of them, were thrown, Elder, with a torch in hand, flung it into the mass of desert warriors. Instantly, they burst into raging flames, causing disorder among them as the flames spread rapidly to the others nearby. Before long, the desert warriors became balls of fire scattering chaotically. Fantastic. They've been scattered, Abrong exclaimed, elated. It's not that easy. Elder expressed some concern, observing the next move of the desert warriors closely. Elder was right. The desert warriors weren't going down that easily. Even though most of them were burned to ashes, a significant portion of them escaped the inferno. These remaining warriors initiated fierce attacks on the city gates. What do we do now? Abrong asked Elder. We'll fight them to the end, Elder said resolutely. Given the current situation, there was no other option but to stand firm. Thus, the four of us armed ourselves, waiting for the moment when the desert warriors breached the wooden city gates. Soon enough, the gates gave way, and the desert warriors rushed in. Their numbers were overwhelmingly vast, a sea of yellow charging towards us. But it wasn't the time for hesitation. Together with the xiuxian people, we surged forward against the army of desert warriors, engaging them in fierce combat. Because I had fought against the desert warriors before, I understood some of their weaknesses and tactics, giving me some confidence in this encounter. Despite having to take on 4 or 5 desert warriors simultaneously, my agility and quick reflexes allowed me to maneuver deftly between them. Within minutes, I crushed several desert warriors. Yet, their sheer numbers were daunting. For every group of warriors we killed, more appeared to replace them, rushing endlessly towards us. Despite our relentless effort, there seemed no end to the waves of foes approaching. Right at that moment, thunder and lightning suddenly erupted in the sky as if a torrential rainstorm were about to descend. A downpour in this desert region was indeed an exhilarating event. Raindrops slowly began falling from the hazy yellow sky, soon turning into a deluge, the likes of which I had never encountered, even in the Monte Carlo forest. This rain saved us. The desert warriors, undoubtedly made up entirely of sand, quickly succumbed to the rainfall, disintegrating into clumps of wet soil. The desert warriors are being washed away by the rain. Abrong said excitedly. Everyone, grab porcelain jars and water storage containers quickly. The elder appeared unfazed by the victory, his mind already racing ahead. Thus, everyone scrambled, fetching anything that could hold water to collect the precious rain. The timing of this storm couldn't have been more perfect. It conveniently arrived just before the polar night, sparing the xiuxian people the arduous task of retrieving water again. However, the rain came and went swiftly. Soon the dark clouds dispersed, and scorching sunlight once more bathed the desert. Fortunately, we managed to store plenty of water during this period, enough to last through the long polar night. We tidied up the battlefield after the fight. We lost 56 people, and over 100 were injured, a grim toll for what they described as their most harrowing battle yet. What do we do next? I asked the elder standing nearby. Tomorrow, we'll send people to retrieve oil from the other end of the desert. This battle has drained all our stored oil, and we must replenish it quickly or risk not surviving the polar night. The elder spoke solemnly. Isn't the journey too far? I questioned. Not bad. A day's trip should be sufficient to bring the oil back to the city, the elder replied. I'll join you tomorrow then, I stated firmly. The elder nodded at me without reply and walked off with a smile. Exhausted from the great battle, we all retired early to our rooms to rest. As I lay on the bed, relaxing my mind, I eagerly awaited the dawn. Machi, are you asleep? A voice woke me. Not yet. I turned groggily, seeing that it was Master speaking to me. You're going with the elder to retrieve oil from the desert tomorrow, right? The Master inquired. Yes, I feel it's my duty to help them, I replied. But I think staying safe here might be better. Master advised me cautiously. We will remain here for many more days, so we need to maintain good relations with the xiuxian people, I explained resolutely. I knew you'd say that. Fine, I'll go with you tomorrow, Master declared firmly. I'm coming too. At that moment, Kelly walked in unexpectedly. Kelly, why are you here? Shouldn't you be resting? I asked curiously. After everything we've been through together, I'm determined to stand by all of you, Kelly stated seriously and resolutely. If all of you are going, leaving me behind would be no fun. I'll naturally come along too. Caboose suddenly sat up on his bed and said to all of us, we didn't want to leave you behind anyway. I responded. At that moment, laughter filled our room. Although our faces lit up with brilliant smiles, deep inside, I knew all too well that the next day would surely present another formidable challenge. Chapter 76, The Dune City. After a night's rest, everyone appeared to be in high spirits. The four of us packed our gear and went to the dining hall. There were already dozens of xiuxian people gathered here, and the elder was among them, which seemed to indicate that they had already prepared. We are ready. Are you all set? The elder asked me. Yes, we can leave any time, I replied. Everyone must remember that we need to come back within 1 day. Because of the urgency, I've decided we'll take the route through Dune City. Is there anyone who objects? The elder said, standing on a chair, facing everyone. Dune City? Isn't that too risky? We haven't walked that path for 3 years. I've heard it's already occupied by sand leopards and some other desert monsters. At this point, Abelang suddenly stood up and said, I know it is dangerous, but tomorrow is the first day of polar night. We don't have extra time to detour around to get oil. We must take the shortcut, the elder said with helplessness. We should go, because if we don't, we won't reach the desert oil fields at all, one of the xiuxian people said. At this moment, people started whispering. Some agreed with going through the Dune City, while others thought it was too dangerous and favored taking the safer route. Everyone remained at an impasse, and the elder seemed not to have many options at the moment, letting the debate carry on. How about deciding by drawing lots, suggested Kabo at this moment. Kabo, shut up. This isn't something for us to decide, Carrie interrupted him. Since we're also participating in this mission, it concerns all of us. Why wouldn't it be our business? Kabo glanced at Carrie and said, Kabo makes a valid point, but would they listen to you? I asked Kabo, what exactly do you mean by drawing lots? Abelang asked puzzledly. That's a good idea. Let's follow it. The elder interjected at this point. Then the elder took out 2 small wooden sticks, one longer than the other. If we draw the shorter stick, we'll go to Dune City, and if it's the longer one, we will take the detour. What do you think? He asked. Everyone unanimously agreed. For fairness, the elder let me decide the walking route. He He stuck the 2 sticks into the sand, and I closed my eyes, pulling one out randomly. When I opened my eyes, I saw it was the longer stick. Well then, we won't walk through Dune City. We'll stick to the previous route, the elder said disappointedly. Our group was large, precisely 40 people, marching in high numbers from this city, giving me the feeling similar to the one I had before during those out-of-town combat missions. After leaving the city, we followed the route led by the elder and Abalang towards the heart of the desert. Since we had brought enough supplies, there was no shortage of food or water along the way. Before long, we reached the edge of a dune field. This is the place you called Dune City, right? I asked the elder as I approached. Yes, but we need to bypass it, replied the elder. So how long will it take? Kaboo asked. It might take us until dusk to reach the oil fields, explained the elder. That's a long walk, Kaboo muttered, sounding impatient. What if we go straight through Dune City instead? I asked. That would be much faster. It would only take us about 3 hours to get to the destination, replied the elder. So, there is at least 4 or 5 times distance difference between the 2 routes. Alontes remarked, sounding skeptical. Yes, but unfortunately, you drew the longer path, the elder responded disappointingly. The long road may be further, but it is much safer, Abalang said. Dune City is very dangerous, Abalang added again. Can we reconsider? Which route should we really take? I asked the other xiuxian people. Once again, the group erupted into a heated discussion. However, our final conclusion was to take the route through Dune City, the reason being simple. We needed to return to the city in the shortest possible time. Otherwise, once night fell, the polar night would make everything even more dangerous for us. And thus, we began treading on the land of Dune City. Upon entering Dune City, what stretched before our eyes was an endless expanse of rolling dunes. They were of varying sizes and looked from afar like numerous burial mounds, creating a rather eerie atmosphere. But since it was daytime, the sight wasn't quite so terrifying yet. All right, let's take a rest here for now. But everyone must stay vigilant, the elder said to all of us. Although the journey through the area of Dune City would take us less than 3 hours, this was bound to be a desert. Our physical strength would consume much faster here than in normal places. Therefore, we would need 2 or 3 rest breaks during this time, and we were already cutting down our rest as much as possible. So all of us rested right where we stood. I sat on the scorching desert sands, feeling like my entire body was being burned. What's wrong? Can't you stand this weather? The elder said as he approached me. Yes, it's too hot, I replied. Don't worry, soon enough you'll feel freezing cold, the elder responded. Are you talking about polar night? I asked. Yes, when that happens, you'll miss this temperature, the elder smiled and said. At this moment, one of the xiuxian people shouted loudly nearby. Sand leopards. There's sand leopards. What? Everyone prepare for battle. The elder immediately warned everyone to prepare for combat. In the distance, a pack of sand leopards appeared before us. Their number must have been around 40 to 50, and they seemed well prepared. They didn't rush to attack us but began circling around, gradually surrounding our group. We're surrounded, Abalang said anxiously. Don't panic. We outnumber them, so they don't pose a threat to us, the elder reassured everyone. Though numerically, we weren't far off from the sand leopards, in terms of fighting capability, we were greatly inferior, and we were clearly at a disadvantage. We all gripped our weapons tightly, standing in high alert. No one dared to move recklessly since these sand leopards were not to be trifled with. One of the sand leopards began testing us by launching an assault. It slowly approached one of our xiuxian people and suddenly lunged at him. Although the xiuxian person had been ready, he was still knocked down by the sand leopard, which firmly clamped onto his neck. Soon after, he ceased breathing, and we all witnessed this grim scene. My God, that was brutal, Carrie said, unable to bear looking. Now, everyone must stay more vigilant. They seem to want to kill us all, the elder told us. At this point, the sand leopards around us began their large-scale offensive. They howled loudly and attacked us in groups of 3 or 5. We quickly became entangled in fierce battles with the pack of sand leopards. Kaboo was suddenly tackled by a sand leopard. I wanted to help him, but in front of me stood another ferocious sand leopard, roaring fiercely. It pounced on me suddenly. I dodged its first attack with agility, but it charged again. This time, I couldn't evade in time and was slashed across my back by its claws. A long bloody mark appeared on my back, but though I was injured, it wasn't severe enough to hinder me. With another quick turn, I struck down and severed the head of the sand leopard, instantly turning it into a pile of sand. Our fight with the sand leopards lasted for quite some time, but due to our limited capabilities, they began gaining the upper hand. Our people fell one after another, and soon only about a dozen of us remained. What do we do now? Abalang asked anxiously. We all must fight our hardest now, I said to everyone. After saying this, I charged straight into the middle of the sand leopards. Kaboo, Carrie, and Alontes followed me, while the elder led the remaining xiuxian people in desperate battles with the nearby sand leopards. The battle was extremely fierce. As each second passed, we eventually managed to disperse the last few sand leopards. All of us lay almost completely exhausted on the desert sands, ignoring the intense heat. It's finally over, Abalang muttered to himself. We should take this chance to rest quickly, then leave as soon as possible, the elder reminded us. What about the bodies of our companions? One of the xiuxian people asked. Well, we may not have much time to bury them properly. We can only temporarily leave them here. There's nothing else we can do, the elder said somewhat dejectedly. No, they are our comrades. We can't abandon them, a xiuxian person argued. Enough, everyone. Let's stop arguing. Our main goal is still to find the oil fields. Isn't discussing this now just a waste of time? Abalang interjected. Are we saying that talking about our comrades is also a waste of time? One of the Cusack people said angrily. All right, everyone, stop arguing. Let's go, the elder said helplessly. Thus, the 11 of us who remained began our journey again. We walked very slowly through the area of Dune City. Although our numbers had decreased significantly, our speed was much slower than before because we were all experiencing serious physical exhaustion. How much longer do we have to go? Kaboo complained again. Look, once we cross the dune ahead, we'll reach our destination, the elder said to Kaboo. From this perspective, the journey doesn't seem too far, Kaboo said. You shouldn't underestimate this short distance. It may be harder to navigate than the pack of sand leopards. The elder furrowed his brow and said. It can't be that bad. Kaboo seemed somewhat unconvinced. However, what the elder said was indeed correct. This segment of our journey was truly arduous. First, there were frequent sandstorms in this area of dunes, none of them particularly large, but every sandstorm made our progress exceedingly difficult. What troubled us the most were the countless traps hidden in this desert. We were constantly bothered by these small traps. Sand vines would occasionally extend from the sandy ground, wrapping around our feet and preventing us from moving forward. So, we had to clear these sand vines before continuing on. After enduring a difficult journey, we finally emerged from Dune City. We finally made it out, Abalang exclaimed with excitement. That's the oil field we're looking for. The elder pointed to an area up ahead that looked similar to a water source and said. Several of us hurried over. Indeed, it was an oil field. The size of this oil field wasn't large, but in terms of oil quantity, it could last quite a while. We hastily filled several large ceramic jars that we had brought, then quickly installed them. Our mission is complete. Let's head home, the elder said to everyone. But we can't take the route through Dune City again, Abalang reminded the elder. Since we have enough time this time, we can take a safer detour. The elder prepared to lead us on a more secure path. Chapter 77, The Scorpion. Because we had to carry 3 large oil porcelain jars, our progress was extremely slow. Fortunately, the journey was relatively smooth. After a long time, we finally returned to the city. Almost all the Cusacks cheered for our safe return, but we couldn't feel any joy because we had paid such a heavy price. The sky was still early in the evening, filled with a golden hue at dusk, like a golden ocean. We carefully placed the 3 barrels of oil that we had retrieved. It would be the source of light for us for the next month. My companions and I returned to our dwelling. I lay on a soft bed and fell asleep without realizing it. I don't know when I slowly woke up, but my head felt dizzy. I wanted to get up for a glass of water, yet I couldn't move as if pinned down by something. No matter how hard I tried, I couldn't break free. I could only open my eyes and hope to see my surroundings, but everything was blurred. I couldn't make out anything clearly. At this moment, I seemed to hear footsteps approaching me, getting closer and closer. Who could it be? I started to guess, but soon I recognized him. It was the elder. He came near without speaking to me, even though he couldn't fail to notice that my eyes were wide open. Why didn't he say anything? I was puzzled. Suddenly, he drew a sharp knife. I was immediately shocked and filled with some fear. Was he going to kill me? But what happened next left me utterly speechless. The elder did not stab me. Instead, he plunged the knife into his own abdomen. Soon blood streamed from his belly, and he slowly collapsed in front of me. Powerless, I could only watch as he bled out before my eyes. After an unknown amount of time, the strange sensation disappeared. I quickly got up from the bed and rushed to the elder's side as fast as possible. By then, the elder had already died from massive blood loss. Chief Elder, Chief Elder. I tried to wake him up, but it was futile. Just then, the elder in my arms suddenly extended a hand and tightly grabbed my neck, pinning me hard to the ground. Again, I found myself unable to move, lying there helplessly like a wooden log as the elder choked me until my breathing grew weaker. In no time, I stopped breathing. Hey, wake up! Kaboo shouted loudly at me. I slowly opened my eyes upon hearing Kaboo's shouts. What's wrong with you? Are you okay? Kaboo asked with great concern. What's wrong with me? I asked, bewildered. Why are you strangling yourself? Kaboo explained. I must have been having a nightmare. I realized that what had just happened was just a dream. I then got up from the bed. Where are the others? I asked Kaboo. They went out. You were sleeping too soundly, so we didn't wake you. Kaboo explained. Then let's go out and check, I said to Kaboo. Kaboo nodded at me, and together we walked out of the room. As we approached the city gate, I saw Kelly and Alanthus standing there. What are you doing here? I walked over and asked. You're awake. We're waiting for the polar night to arrive, Alanthus told me. How long until the polar night starts? I asked. About 1 ancient hour, approximately 2 hours, Alanthus replied. Time flies so fast, it seems the grand spectacle is about to happen. I marveled. Will there be any danger during the polar night? Kaboo asked anxiously. Of course. The elder appeared and walked towards us. As soon as I saw the elder, the nightmare flashed vividly through my mind, but I knew it was just a bad dream. What kind of trouble will we encounter? Kaboo asked nervously. During the polar night, we will face many troubles. For example, the sand demons might disturb us from time to time, and other monsters active at night may also pose threats to us, the elder explained to us. So the polar night is a very dangerous period, Kaboo said. But you don't need to worry, we are used to this situation. For us, the polar night is no longer that terrifying, the elder confidently stated. That's good, Kaboo finally relaxed. At this moment, one of the Cusack people standing on the city wall and patrolling shouted down to us. There's a situation. There's a situation. After hearing it, we hurriedly climbed up to the watchtower. What happened? The elder asked the patrolling personnel. Elder, look what that is. The patrolman pointed his finger towards something not far in front of us. About 2 kilometers away from us, there appeared a small patch of black things. They continuously surged out from the desert like a spring, and their spreading speed was quite astonishing. In just the time it took for us to speak, their coverage area had already reached several hundred meters. It's scorpions, the elder said after checking through his spyglass. At this point, the patrolman immediately rang the alarm bell. The sharp sound of the warning bells resounded in our ears, and at this time, the xiuxian people began to gather together. What happened? Ablang came to the side of the elder and asked. Scorpions, the elder simply replied. What do you mean scorpions? That's impossible. Aren't they supposed to be sleeping underground? How did they come out? Ablang could hardly believe his own ears. Just take a look yourself. The elder handed the spyglass to Ablang. After Ablang took the spyglass and looked, he could only astonishingly accept this fact. So, it's the scorpions, I said to the elder. That's correct. The elder's expression seemed extremely serious. Why don't we just use fire to burn them all? Kabu said rather nonchalantly. This method is great, but our oil supply is very limited. We can't possibly waste it on them, the elder helplessly said. Why didn't we consider this when we went to collect the oil? Kelly asked in confusion. Because they have always been asleep underground. They have never shown up before, Ablang interjected. Quick, look, there are more of them coming, Kabu startledly reminded us. Indeed, the number of these scorpions was constantly increasing, and it seemed their numbers were endless. In a very short time, their count had already reached tens of thousands. These densely packed scorpions might not have been big individually, but with their numerical superiority alone, they could overwhelm us. Their source was growing larger, and their numbers were multiplying at an astonishing speed. What should we do? Ablang asked somewhat at a loss. Use the firestone cannon, the elder said decisively. But the firestone cannon is for dealing with sand demons. Ablang exclaimed. There's no time for that now. Go quick and get it out. The elder urged Ablang anxiously. The firestone cannon was quickly wheeled out, loaded with gunpowder, and then fired. Cannonballs continued to be shot out from the cannon tube of the firestone cannon. In an instant, it turned everything in front of us into a sea of flames. Those scorpions gushing from the ground were instantly reduced to a pile of powder. How many more shots of gunpowder do we have? The elder asked Ablang. There are 15 left, Ablang said in a voice so low that only he himself could hear it. We've used up 55 rounds of gunpowder. These damn scorpions, the elder said angrily, though he deeply understood that this was an inevitable choice. For the next 36 days, our situation will be unprecedented. Everyone, get ready, the elder said while standing on the watchtower facing the xiuxian people below. Chapter 78, Polar Night. It was quite obvious that everyone's face revealed expressions of frustration and helplessness. After the incident with our companions, we returned to our quarters, and time flew by as the polar night finally arrived. We lit torches, though the elder called them oil lamps. The light from the oil lamps was indeed much brighter than the torches. Even though we were in the dark polar night, with the help of the oil lamps, it was as if we were in daylight and could move around conveniently. Families all over hung oil lamps inside their houses and on the streets, ensuring no place would be affected by the polar night. We stayed in our room for a while, then followed Alabrin to the dining hall to eat. The food was still the same as before, and after eating it for several days, we started to get tired of it. However, we had no choice but to face these meals again. I took a few random bites and returned to my quarters. Alanthes, Cab, and Kelly also ate a bit carelessly before leaving the dining hall. They gradually returned to their rooms, and even Kelly came to our room. Kelly, why are you here? I asked in confusion. The elder sent for me, Kelly told me. The elder? Does he have something important to say? Cab began guessing. From his tone when speaking to me earlier, there must be something important he wants to tell us. Kelly analyzed. What tone did he use with you? Cab asked curiously. It's hard to describe. Why don't you ask him yourself when he gets here? Kelly replied somewhat impatiently. At this moment, the elder knocked on the door and walked in, holding some thick clothes and blankets. Elder, do you have something to tell us? Cab asked eagerly. At this point, the elder hesitated. What is it, elder? I could tell that something serious was weighing heavily on the elder's mind, and it was certainly related to us. All right, I will tell you. The elder seemed resolved to reveal a tremendous secret. Elder, what exactly do you want to say? I couldn't help but ask urgently. We all looked at the elder with anticipation, hoping he would tell us something shocking. In fact, during the polar night, the most terrifying thing isn't the sand demons or other monsters, but... The elder didn't finish his sentence as Alabrin suddenly entered. Elder, you're here? I've been looking for you, Alabrin said to the elder. I came to bring them some warm clothing. The elder spoke humbly to Alabrin. Then let's go, Alabrin said to the elder. All right, you all rest well, take good care of yourselves, and don't catch a cold. The elder cared for us before leaving. Sure, take your time leaving, I said to the elder. After the elder left, we began analyzing his unusual behavior just now. What puzzled us the most was what the elder considered to be the most dangerous thing. I think what the elder wanted to say has something to do with someone, Alanthes analyzed. When the elder was speaking to us, Alabrin suddenly walked in and the elder stopped immediately. Could this matter be related to Alabrin? Kelly guessed. It might also have something to do with the xiuxian people, I suggested. Why? Cab asked. Haven't you noticed how the elder's tone changed when speaking to Alabrin? I reminded them. You're right. Just now, the elder sounded like one of Alabrin's subordinates, almost kneeling down to speak to him. Cab recalled. This completely contradicts the elder we've seen these past few days, Alanthes said. Yes, that's the key, I said. What exactly happened? Kelly was baffled. All right, let's put on the clothes first so we don't freeze, Cab said, grabbing a piece of thick clothing and putting it on. At this moment, we each picked up a piece of clothing and put it on. While Kelly was dressing, a piece of paper suddenly fell out from the clothes. What is this? Kelly opened the paper with great curiosity. It's a map, Cab said excitedly after taking a look. A map. I approached Kelly to see the paper. Cab was right. It was indeed a map, marking the location of where we currently lived. On the map, another place far away from us was clearly marked, which appeared to be a basement. This must be a treasure map, Cab said. You sure have a vivid imagination, Kelly said sarcastically to Cab. Regardless of what it is, this map must be something the elder left for us. He must have wanted to say something to us, but didn't have time to finish. We must figure this out, I said with firm determination. Right, we must find out what happened, Alanthus said. At that moment, Alabrin suddenly entered our room. The moment I saw him, I immediately hid the map from Kelly and put it in my own chest. What did the elder just tell you? Alabrin asked me. He just gave us the warm clothes, I replied. Are you sure he didn't tell you anything else? Alabrin obviously didn't believe me. What should he have told you? Cab countered. Nothing. It's fine if he didn't say anything. I'll leave now, Alabrin said, then left our room. What's going on? Cab asked curiously. I think the answers lie within this map, I said. Then let's go now, Kelly said impatiently, wanting to get to the bottom of things. We all put on the thick clothes because it was so cold outside. Walking through the empty streets, we stood out noticeably, but at least there was no one around. Why is it that only we are here? Cab asked nervously. This just makes everything more suspicious, Alanthus said. From the map, the location marked is still some distance away, so we need to be careful, I reminded everyone. Just then, a Kushak person appeared before our eyes, holding a weapon resembling a sickle. He looked quite young. What does he want to do? All four of us stopped walking. Where are you going? The Kushak man asked us. Just taking a walk, I lied casually. Lying. You're not good people. You've come to harm us, he responded. His reply confused all of us, because we'd been here for a while now. The locals couldn't possibly not know us, and they certainly knew whether we were good or bad. His strange behavior made us puzzled. What is he talking about? Cab asked curiously. I don't know, but everyone be careful, Alanthus warned the group. You've come to harm us. We won't let you succeed. Die, he started yelling loudly at us. Is he crazy? Cab said angrily. At that moment, another Kushak person appeared behind the first one. It was Alabrin. It's Alabrin. I felt especially glad to see him. Maybe he could explain everything. Where are you going? Alabrin stood about 10 meters away and asked. We're just wandering around, Cab said irritably. Are you looking for the elder? At this point, Alabrin's expression turned serious and rigid. Why would we look for the elder? Are you okay? Kelly replied. You're lying. You've come to harm us, haven't you? Alabrin began shouting furiously at us. Alabrin, are you insane? Cab also became angry. You won't succeed. You can't escape. Alabrin began moving toward us. He's here. What should we do? Cab whispered to me. Everyone be cautious. Adapt as needed. They seem deranged, I whispered back. We're not crazy. You're the crazy ones. Alabrin shouted at us. His response shocked us greatly because I had spoken softly to everyone, and Alabrin shouldn't have been able to hear it. How did he know what I said? This was puzzling, but there was no time to think about it. Alabrin was almost right in front of us, and whether or not to fight him was a big problem. Should we fight? Cab started hesitating. Yes, but hold back, Alanthus said to Cab. All right, everyone prepare for battle, I told everyone. So, the four of us got into fighting stances, ready to face off against Alabrin. Of course, Alabrin wouldn't fight alone. He stopped when he was less than 5 meters away from us, then whistled. Suddenly, dozens of Kushak people appeared, all around us. Each one of them had an aggressive look on their faces and was holding sharp weapons, ready to fight us. This is great. Alabrin has brought reinforcements, Cab muttered under his breath. Don't be afraid. We can handle it, I said to everyone. I'm not worried about whether we can deal with these people or not, but whether we should show mercy to them. Will they do the same to us? Cab asked. Cab's question reminded me of something. That's right. Judging from their expressions, they would definitely not show us any mercy. And it seemed like these Kushaks, including Alabrin, had completely changed into someone else. Someone who didn't recognize us anymore. What was more worrying was that all of them appeared to have gone mad. There's nothing much we can do now. Let's still try to go easy on them, I told everyone. Even though there were only 4 of us, our fighting strength was formidable. Add to that, we had been eating well and resting enough in recent days, which made us even stronger. So when the battle first started, we took a significant advantage. However, as time went on and the fight dragged out longer, since we didn't want to harm every Kushak person, while they each wanted to take our lives, our combat power inevitably began to weaken. Gradually, it became increasingly difficult for us to fend them off without causing any harm. After a while, we found ourselves incapable of winning without hurting each individual. So, we had no choice but to surrender. Alabrin tied us up with thick ropes tightly, and then over a dozen Kushak people escorted us to an uncertain destination. When we arrived at this place, I could confirm that it was exactly the location marked on the map, even though it was my first time here. They brought us down to the basement where there were a few prison cells. The cells were pitch black, so the Kushak people carrying us lit up oil lamps. Under the illumination of the lamp, we finally saw the entire view of the cell. It was almost identical to the jail cells in the human world, surrounded by walls on all sides, dirty and neglected inside. After being taken inside the cell, the ropes around our bodies were untied, and then we were locked into different cells one by one. It seems like we each have our own single room now, Cab joked. Are you kidding me? We are in such a terrible situation, Kelly angrily said. Well, Cab is not wrong. Our current activity space is pretty large, I said. And it's also very safe, a voice said. Our teacher is right. It's safe, I responded. What? I haven't spoken a word, Alanthus replied. Then who was speaking just now? I asked anxiously. It's me, the elder. This voice came again, straight to my ears. Elder, how are you here? I asked curiously. At this moment, Cab, Kelly, and Alanthes were equally puzzled. So through the elder's words, we learned an unexpected secret. Chapter 79, An Unforeseen Secret. The incident happened during the first year the elder arrived in this desert city. Back then, the elder was just as curious about everything here as we are now, and had built a very friendly relationship with these xiuxians. The new technologies he brought significantly changed the xiuxians' way of life, making the elder a leading figure in their hearts for a while. However, this good life lasted only briefly. During the polar night, the elder experienced something he had never encountered before. At the onset of the polar night, the xiuxians bound him tightly to a wooden stake with thick ropes and whipped him mercilessly until he passed out. This cycle repeated countless times. What confused the elder even more was how these xiuxians, who usually got along so well with him, suddenly transformed into demons overnight and subjected him to cruel torture without any reason. In such pain, the elder endured the 36 days of the polar night. After the polar night ended, it seemed as if these xiuxians returned to their former peaceful state, treating the elder like family as usual. The unusual situation scared the elder quite a bit. He tried to escape several times, but found himself surrounded by deserts outside the city, with nowhere to go. Thus, he spent 5 years in constant fear. After hearing the story told by the elder, everyone felt an indescribable fear. But you don't need to be afraid. They seem to have improved compared to before, the elder consoled us. They're all lunatics, said Kabu anxiously. Not entirely, replied the elder. Then do we just wait here for the polar night to pass? Kabu asked. It won't be that long. They will soon interrogate you, said the elder. What will they ask? Kabu questioned anxiously. Their questions are strange, but as long as you answer according to what they expect, nothing bad will happen, said the elder. I hope everything goes smoothly for all of us. I began praying. We slowly waited inside this prison. As expected, after a while, a group of xiuxians arrived, taking the 4 of us out of the cell. Where are you taking us? Kabu asked one of the xiuxians. They did not answer Kabu's question, but instead struck him hard across the face, leaving him dizzy and seeing stars. We were led to a very familiar place, the dining hall, but it was no longer a place for eating or resting. It had been decorated into a place similar to an altar. What are you going to do to us? Kabu shouted at the xiuxians. You are our sacrifices, said Alung approaching me. Alung, don't you recognize me anymore? I asked Alung. You are our sacrifices. Alung repeated his previous statement. It seems Alung and other xiuxians no longer recognized us. Just as the elder said, they had all gone mad. We're doomed now. What should we do? Kabu said to me. For now, we can only respond as circumstances dictate. If we find an opportunity, we'll escape. I whispered to everyone. Then, should we start killing them? Kabu asked. At a time when our own lives can't be guaranteed, how can we ensure others' lives? I told everyone. We understand, Kelly said. As we were speaking, the xiuxian ceremony began. We were led to the front of the dining hall on a platform where we were each tied to 4 pillars. What are you going to do to us? Kabu started saying with some fear. We plan to burn you alive, Alung said to Kabu. Burn us? Crap, we're about to turn into roasted pigs, Kabu joked. Kabu, why are you still? I stopped talking because I saw Kabu holding a small dagger with his bound hands, apparently stolen unnoticed from the xiuxians. Soon Kabu cut the rope around his hands, though he did not reveal it yet. At this moment, Alung walked up to Kabu and said, Since you talk too much, let's burn you first. But Kabu suddenly pulled out the dagger and placed it against Alung's neck, shouting loudly at the xiuxians below. Release my companions quickly, or I'll kill Alung. This caused chaos among the xiuxians below. Quickly, they sent up a xiuxian to cut the ropes tying me, Kelly, and Alanthes. After being untied, we picked up our weapons and ran towards the main door of the dining hall. Kabu also escorted Alung toward the main entrance. Before long, we left the dining hall. What do we do now? Kabu asked me. Why don't we let them release the elder as well? I suggested. You're right. With the elder's help, we might come up with more plans, said Kabu. So we made the request to release the elder again, but they flatly refused, and it was clear that they were extremely angry. They all glared at us fiercely, and it seemed that Alung's leverage over them would soon be useless. As we had anticipated, these xiuxians launched an attack on us, disregarding Alung's safety altogether, and unleashed fierce assaults against the 4 of us. We had no choice but to retaliate without mercy. Although there were many of them, our fighting abilities far surpassed theirs. Countless bodies fell around us, their blood staining every place we stepped on. Alung also perished during the battle with us. Just as we were fiercely battling the xiuxians, the sudden arrival of the sand demons drastically altered the battlefield situation. These sand demons easily breached into the city, transforming into desert warriors, sand people, and some bizarre monsters. They launched a violent attack on both the xiuxians and us. For a moment, we were caught in a chaotic melee with these sand demons. I struck down countless sand demons with my blade, and others eliminated quite a few as well. However, sand demons are not like the xiuxians. Their power is truly formidable. Although the xiuxians and we managed to resist the sand demons' attacks for a while, we were clearly outnumbered and weakened. Soon, the sand demons gained a significant advantage, and we were forced back step by step. While I was retreating, a sand demon attacked me. It was a sand demon that had transformed into a giant scorpion. It used its massive, agile scorpion tail to strike me hard, knocking me to the ground. After spitting out a mouthful of blood, I lost consciousness. Chapter 80, Dawn. I don't know how long it was, but I opened my eyes. The scene before me seemed so familiar. I sat up and carefully observed the surroundings in the room. I was still in my own room, with Kabu and Alanthes both inside as well. At this moment, Kaboo and Alantes were gradually waking up, and Carrie also walked into our room. What's going on? Why are we here? I asked Kaboo beside me. I don't know either. After I saw you being knocked out, I wanted to help, but I was also attacked by a sand demon. After that, I remember nothing, Kaboo replied. Strange, why aren't any of us dead? Alantes said. That's right. Even if the xiuxians had wiped out all the sand demons, we should have been killed by the xiuxians too, Kaboo said. How do you see this, Carrie? My gaze turned to Carrie. Carrie seemed somewhat dazed, her eyes looking rather unfocused. What's wrong, Carrie? Kaboo asked again. I just saw Oblong. Carrie's response left us all very surprised. That's impossible. I witnessed Oblong's death with my own eyes, Kaboo said in astonishment. Not only that, when I went out of the room just now, I also saw. Before Carrie could finish her sentence, there was a knock at the door. The door slowly opened, and the person who walked in left all of us speechless. It was the elder. Elder. After seeing the elder, I didn't know what to say. How did you rest? The elder smiled and asked me. Elder, are you alright? Kaboo couldn't help but ask. What's wrong with me? The elder looked puzzled and asked. Did the xiuxians let you go? Alantes asked curiously. The xiuxians never captured me. The elder's words didn't sound like a lie. After hearing this dialogue from the elder, we felt that the situation wasn't as simple as we imagined, and there must be more to this. Well, let's go eat. In another 2 days, the polar night will end, and then you can leave. The elder's words struck us like a thunderclap. How could things turn out this way? We couldn't find answers immediately, so we put our doubts aside for now. After eating, we immediately returned to the room and started discussing what had just happened together. Not only had we seen the elder, but also Oblong intact, and they seemed to remember nothing of what had happened before. All these events felt like a dream that the four of us had simultaneously. We carefully analyzed every aspect of the incident, yet we still couldn't find the answer. Therefore, we gathered our courage and decided to confront the elder and Oblong directly. After telling them about our experiences, even they were greatly perplexed. From their accounts, everything had gone on normally during this period without anything unusual happening. Furthermore, no one had encountered an attack from the sand demons, leaving them both clueless about why we would fabricate such a story, which, in our eyes, was not fabricated but a reality that truly occurred. Regardless of everything, we couldn't figure out the truth, so we had to put the matter aside. Time flew quickly, and there was only 1 day left until the end of the polar night. I eagerly awaited its arrival because we would finally be able to leave this place. Soon, the polar night will pass, and this whole thing should fade with it. Alantes comforted us. This is too strange. It can't be possible for all 4 of us to have the same dream. Kaboo exclaimed. Well, given how things have turned out, what else can we do? Let's just safely get through the polar night first, Carrie suggested. Thinking too much won't help right now. Let's calm down, I told everyone. At this moment, we all fell silent. Everyone remained serious, seated in their spots. Just as we were about to stand up and leave the room to head to the dining hall, the alarm bells rang. The enemies are attacking, I announced. Let's go check it out. After saying this, Alantes rushed out of the room. After we ran out of the door, the xiuxians outside were already engaged in battle with numerous sand demons, and we quickly joined in. This time, the number of sand demons was extremely high. There must have been hundreds of them. Although we were fighting on our own territory, our abilities were limited, and with such a large number of sand demons, we soon began to retreat. We were driven into a corner by the sand demons, because our losses were just too many, with over 500 deaths already. For a population of less than 5,000 xiuxians, this was simply a disaster. Since the sand demons were mixed up in close combat with us, we couldn't use firestone cannons against them, as that would harm our own people, which was one of the main reasons why we were so quickly forced back by the sand demons. We watched helplessly as the sand demons were about to wipe us all out when, suddenly, something unknown appeared before us, emitting an extremely bright light. The light was so intense that we couldn't open our eyes, so we had to either close them or cover them with our hands. After a while, the light suddenly disappeared, allowing us to slowly open our eyes again. Dawn has come, Oblong said excitedly. When I opened my eyes, I saw the sky had cleared, with a massive sun hanging high above us. We then began to clean up the battlefield. Perhaps it was that bright light that drove all the sand demons away. For now we were safe. It took a long time to finally finish cleaning up the battlefield, since our casualties were so heavy. After helping the xiuxians clean up the battlefield, we returned to our quarters and quickly packed our luggage. There wasn't much to take, just some clothes and personal items. Once all 4 of us had packed our things, we walked out of the house. At that moment, the elder and Oblong were waiting for us outside the house. Elder, what are you doing here? We were just about to come find you to say goodbye, I said with reluctance upon seeing the elder. I've made my decision, the elder said. Made what decision? I asked curiously. I plan to go with you, the elder said firmly. Elder, you. Chapter 81, Evacuation. I actually really want to look for my own roots. It's just that I've never had the chance. This time, I met you all. Perhaps this is the best opportunity given to me by fate. The elder didn't wait for me to finish speaking before interrupting. Great, Kaboo exclaimed excitedly. This way, our team has grown stronger, Kylie said with excitement as well. But what about the xiuxian people? Although I was extremely happy inside, I knew the elder must have lived a long time among the xiuxians and surely held deep affection for them. I wondered if the xiuxian people would agree with the elder's decision. Don't worry. Although we're reluctant to see the elder leave, the elder undoubtedly has his own considerations. We very much hope the elder can uncover the mysteries of his own origins, said Oblong nearby, his eyes rimmed with tears. That's excellent then. Let's go now, I said impatiently. We bid farewell one by one to the xiuxian people. Our group gained a wise and brave elder. In my heart, I was fully aware that once we left this city, what awaited us were endless deserts and countless monsters. Fortunately, we now had the elder who could help us to some extent since he had already lived here for 5 years. So, where should we go now? We asked the elder after leaving the city. I don't know either, but let's head in the direction of the oil fields, replied the elder. Although we weren't entirely satisfied with the elder's proposed route, none of us knew the area better than him. So we could only pray his direction was correct. As we anticipated encountering many dangers within this desert, we prepared thoroughly. Everyone almost carried a large bag on their back. Aside from a small amount of food, the majority of its contents were water sources. After all, in the desert, water was our lifeline. For about 3 hours, we traveled slowly at a very slow pace. Can we really get out of here? Kabu began to complain. I don't think this will be worse than the Monte Carlo forest, I responded. Initially, I thought once we exited the Monte Carlo forest, everything would be bright. But, Kabu sighed, not finishing his sentence. At this moment, everyone fell silent. Indeed, Kabu was right. We had endured countless hardships on this journey, faced unprecedented peril, yet we received no reward. The existence of the source of truth, perhaps now in every one of our hearts, it was already a question mark. However, the elder's spirit remained high. His pace was always quicker than ours, sometimes even requiring him to wait for us. Perhaps influenced by his mood, we quickened our steps. As we predicted before leaving the city, any danger could arise at any moment in this desert. Just as we started moving faster, the sand beneath our feet suddenly felt like suction cups pulling us tightly in. Taken aback by this unexpected situation, we were caught off guard and had no choice but to let it continuously pull us into the desert. And so, I gradually lost consciousness. When I woke up, I felt an immense dizziness in my head, and the urge to vomit was quite strong. Though my eyes were open, I always felt as though a curtain veiled my vision, making everything unclear. Is everyone here? I shouted with a very weak voice. But no one answered. At this moment, fear overwhelmed me, forcing me to sit still while waiting for my vision to recover. After a long time, my vision gradually became clearer, allowing me to start seeing objects more distinctly. My surroundings were filled with ruins. I could clearly tell that this place was old, likely several hundred years old, because many places were already corroded. Just as I was observing the environment around me, a sound suddenly appeared behind me. I quickly turned back. Are you alright, Kabu? I asked urgently. No big deal, just got a bit sore falling down, Kabu joked. What about the others? I hurriedly asked. I haven't seen them, aren't they with you? Kabu counter-questioned. No, I said anxiously. At this moment, Kylie and Alante suddenly ran over from somewhere. Judging by their appearances, they seemed unharmed. Are you alright, Your Highness? Alante asked concernedly. I'm fine, how did you find us? I asked. We just followed the sound of your voices. Kylie explained. That's great, everyone's safe, Kabu said happily. Where's the elder? I suddenly realized. Haven't seen him. Did any of you see him? Kabu asked anxiously. No, we didn't see him, Kylie replied. Let's go find him quickly, I said urgently. We searched all over this area but couldn't find any clues after a long time. Could the elder have? Kabu started. Don't talk nonsense. The elder will be fine, I firmly said. You're right. How could I be in trouble? At this moment, the elder suddenly appeared from somewhere. Elder, where did you go? I said excitedly. I didn't go anywhere, just took a look around nearby, the elder explained. Since all of us are safe, let's figure out a way to leave here, I said to everyone. Do you know this place well, elder? Kabu asked. Not really, the elder replied simply. Then how should we go? Kabu said anxiously. It's okay. I looked around earlier. This place should be an abandoned city. It's just built under the desert. Let's go this way. The elder pointed to a road ahead with his finger. I glanced at that road and nodded to the elder in agreement. The others had no objections either. Actually, here wasn't as gloomy as it appeared, it was just a bit dim. So our progress wasn't much affected. Our pace was very fast because we wanted to leave as soon as possible. But while we were eager to leave, we ignored the dangers here. Kabu's steps were faster than all of ours, so he was the first one to suffer misfortune. He was rushing forward carelessly, then something unknown in front suddenly entangled him. These things seemed like spider webs. I pointed at the things wrapping Kabu and said, Spider webs? Could this be their nest? Kylie said fearfully. Probably. There could be anything here, the elder analyzed. Alright, let's get Kabu down first, Kylie said anxiously. We began to use the weapons in our hands to slowly remove the spider webs on Kabu. These spider webs were really hard to remove. We spent a long time before finally clearing them up. By then, there were already several giant spiders lurking around us, though we hadn't noticed yet. They slowly surrounded us. When we finished removing all the spider webs off Kabu, a giant spider suddenly crawled out from the dim area. It crawled very fast, almost reaching the speed limit of humans. As soon as it came out, it pressed the elder onto the ground. Because it was unexpected, the elder was firmly pinned by one big foot of this giant spider. At this moment, we immediately acted. I pulled out a dagger and rushed towards the giant spider. The spider moved fast, quickly kicking with one long leg, and I was kicked far away. However, its force, although great, didn't cause much harm to me. I quickly got up from the ground and charged at it again. At this time, those hidden giant spiders around us all rushed out. They quickly surrounded us. Fortunately, we were also prepared. Everyone held weapons waiting for their attack. After these giant spiders surrounded us, they immediately launched an attack. We soon got into a melee with them. I kept stabbing the giant spiders with the sharp sword in my hand. Their bodies might be large, but we had the advantage of being smaller, so I could always stab their vital parts in small spaces with my sword. Thus, we wrestled with them for a long time. Nevertheless, their numbers and strength were definitely much higher than ours. No matter how flexible and adaptable we were, we couldn't endure a prolonged battle. But they were severely injured too. Most of them were already unable to fight. I continuously stabbed these giant spiders with the dagger, and the light yellow fluid kept flowing out from their bodies, quickly flooding the ground. They're almost done for. Let's hold out a little longer, I shouted loudly to encourage everyone. After hearing my words, everyone fought with even more spirit. In one breath, we completely wiped out these giant spiders. At this point, each of us was completely exhausted and had no strength to do anything else. They're finally all gone, Kaboo said weakly. Let's hurry and go. This place is too dangerous, I reminded everyone. However, all of us were almost at our physical limits and didn't have the strength to leave. At this moment, a strange phenomenon suddenly appeared around us. A glowing small spot floated into our view. What is this? Kaboo asked curiously. I don't know. Could it be fireflies? I guessed. It doesn't seem like it, Kylie said. Whatever they are, we should be careful with things here, Alanthus reminded everyone. What do we do now? Kaboo asked. I think everyone has rested enough. Let's go, I said. Okay. Everyone agreed with my suggestion. So we stood up from the ground. Because we had been sitting for too long, my legs were slightly numb. With the help of these glowing objects around us, we moved forward along the path. We didn't know how far we had walked when finally a place ahead looked like an exit tunnel. I think if we pass through this tunnel, we'll get out of here, I said to the elder. I think so too. The elder seemed very excited as well. The appearance of the tunnel made each of us excited, but we did not rush through it. Instead, we carefully observed the surroundings. As we knew, there would likely be unexpected dangers here. Sure enough, a large group of vampire bats were hiding around us, hanging upside down in dark corners. If we hadn't carefully examined the surroundings, we wouldn't have noticed them at all. What should we do? Once we move towards the tunnel, these bats will certainly attack us, Kaboo said. Why don't we light a torch? Kylie suggested. No, if we light a torch, we'll only indicate our position to the group of bats, Kaboo said. You're right, we'd better be careful while walking, I said. Everyone just needs to be prepared for battle, the elder said. With such anxiety in our hearts, we took cautious steps toward the tunnel. The glowing objects flying around us also moved with us, their faint light just enough to lead the way. Surprisingly, the group of bats did not attack us. Soon, we passed through the tunnel, and another scenery unfolded before our eyes. Chapter 82, The Warm Cave. When we stepped onto this land, a very familiar scene came into view. In front of us lay an extensive forest, but unlike the Monte Carlo forest, this one was completely withered. Both the trees and flowers were dead, as if in utter silence. Doesn't this place resemble? Kaboo began, but I interrupted him. It's quite like the Monte Carlo forest, only this place seems even more desolate. I'm starting to miss the days in Monte Carlo forest, Kaboo said. Are you serious? Do you want to go back? Carrie asked. At least it's better than being here, Kaboo replied. Although we had told the elder about the Monte Carlo forest, he hadn't personally been there, so he still understood our conversation somewhat vaguely. Well, no matter what, we're still alive, Alante said. We'd better keep moving, I suggested to everyone. Besides the scattered dead trees and broken branches everywhere, there were also patches of smelly ditches that emitted unpleasant odors, making us all quite uncomfortable. However, we could endure them because compared to monsters, these smells were nothing. We walked for a long time through this withered forest, and I gradually began to feel extremely exhausted, and soon this feeling spread to the others. I can't do it anymore, Kaboo said as he fell to the ground. One after another, the rest of us collapsed. My body is too tired, Alantes told me. Me too, I responded. Even Alantes, who had always been resilient, felt extremely fatigued, indicating how dire our physical condition had become. We didn't look for a better place to rest since we didn't have the strength to move another step. I lay on the ground covered with dead leaves and branches, not caring at all. Surprisingly, lying on them felt rather comfortable. Do we have to stay like this forever? Carrie asked listlessly. We simply don't have the strength to move any further. It's the only option right now, I answered. What if the monsters attack? Kaboo asked worriedly. This? I couldn't come up with anything, as this was something we frequently faced along the way. No matter what, let's just pray they don't show up, Carrie said. We rested on the spot for an unknown amount of time. I estimated we had rested for around 3 ancient hours, approximately 6 hours. Although I felt my stamina had slightly recovered, my body was still very weary. Perhaps I was truly exhausted. At this point, the sky grew darker, and I looked up at the gray heavens with resignation. The sky has turned dark, and we're still here, Kaboo said. How is everyone feeling? Alantes asked the group. Still very tired, Carrie and the elder said almost simultaneously. Can we walk a bit more? I asked. Maybe, the elder replied. Let's find a better place to rest thoroughly, I proposed. Despite our reluctance, staying here overnight was far too dangerous. Although our bodies were exhausted, at least we were safe. Thus, we dragged our weary bodies forward little by little. After a while, it was almost completely dark, and we had no choice but to pick up some sticks from the ground and make torches to continue walking. Our bodies were already worn out, and with complete darkness setting in, our pace became even slower. Thankfully, we encountered no obstacles on our way, which was indeed a comforting matter. Look, isn't that a cave up ahead? Carrie pointed at a large cave ahead using her torch. Yes, it's a cave, Kaboo confirmed. What if inside there are? Carrie hesitated, when suddenly, a heavy downpour started from the sky. No matter what's inside, we need to go in now, I told everyone. We all ran into the cave as fast as possible. This cave is so big, Kaboo exclaimed. Kaboo wasn't wrong. The cave was truly enormous. Its height was dozens of meters, though its exact height was difficult to estimate in the darkness. Strangely, the cave wasn't as cold as the ones we had stayed in before. Instead, it was unusually warm, which was a very strange occurrence. Why is it so warm in here? Carrie questioned. It was clear that Carrie had also noticed something was off, but given how comfortable this environment was for us, we decided to sit together in a circle. Because the cave was unusually warm, we didn't bother to start a fire and simply placed our torches around us so we could see our surroundings. The cave was not only large but also deep and long, with its farthest point lying directly across from us. It was pitch black there, evoking an overwhelming sense of fear when looking into it. Outside the cave, the heavy rain continued, pelting the dead trees, creating a sound that felt incredibly desolate. We sat together in silence, none of us speaking as we listened intently to the rain outside. Should we go further into the cave? The elder suddenly suggested this idea. We all understood what the elder meant by going deeper inside, but no one responded immediately. Instead, we quietly thought about it. Then Alante suddenly spoke up. I think we should go in. Master, you feel the same way too? I interjected. Yes, other than entering this cave, we have no other options, Alante said. We can still try to move forward, Kaboo said nervously. But we've already been traveling for a long time without any sign of hope, Alante pointed out. This cave may be scary, but it's so warm here, and I don't think there will necessarily be any terrible monsters, I confidently said. Alright, since all of you have decided to go in, I won't oppose it anymore, but I must warn you. It's definitely dangerous inside. Kaboo insisted on his own opinion. The question of whether there would be danger inside the cave didn't even need discussion. It was certain. I was just trying to reassure myself internally. We stayed in the entrance of the cave for roughly 2 ancient hours, approximately 4 hours, and by then the rain outside had stopped, leaving behind only an endless darkness. By now, our strength had largely recovered, perhaps due to the warmth inside the cave, or perhaps because of our inner peace, but our stamina returned quickly. Alright, let's head out, I told everyone. Thus, each of us holding our torches, we began venturing deeper into the cave. Surprisingly, the deeper parts of the cave weren't nearly as frightening as we'd imagined, and as we went farther in, the temperature continued to rise. This forced us to take off layers of clothing one by one. It's way too hot here, Kaboo complained. Yeah, this place is really strange. I couldn't help but wonder aloud. At that moment, a burst of very loud noises suddenly reached our ears. Chapter 83, The Cyclops. Listen, what is that sound? I stopped and said to everyone. Yeah, it sounds like someone is talking. The elder also heard this sound, and then said to me. They seem to be arguing about something. Alanthes analyzed at this moment as well. We held our breath and began listening very carefully to these noisy voices. These voices didn't seem to belong to any language we knew. We listened carefully for a long time, but still couldn't understand what these voices were saying. Unexpectedly, these voices seemed to start moving towards us. At this point, we could feel the ground trembling, and the tremors were getting worse to the point where we could hardly stand up. What's happening? Is this an earthquake? Cab asked, confused. No one could answer his question at that moment. However, one thing was certain. This earthquake must have been related to those sounds. And soon enough, the questions in our minds were answered. Just as we were swaying from side to side, the ground suddenly stopped shaking. What appeared before our eyes were creatures we had never seen before. Their height was over 10 meters, their figures extremely muscular, and they wore clothes similar to animal skins. In their hands were 5-meter-long thick sticks. Even more astonishing was that they only had one eye, located in the middle of their foreheads, and this eye was exceptionally large, almost the size of 2 of our heads. Moreover, their noses were also peculiar, making them look even bigger and uglier. In short, their appearances weren't much different from monsters. As soon as these 2 monsters saw us, they looked extremely surprised and began speaking to each other. We couldn't understand their language. This was the perfect chance for us to run away, but after the earlier shock from the earthquake, we felt dizzy and disoriented. One monster started extending a hand toward Cab. His hand was so large it could crush Cab completely, but instead, he firmly grabbed Cab and placed him into a big bag tied around his waist. We were shocked by this sight and made no attempts to resist. Soon, all of us were successively put into these giant bags by the 2 monsters. Inside the bags, we were all feeling dazed and unclear about what had happened. But one thing was crystal clear. We were in deep trouble, greater than ever before. Where are we? I asked groggily inside the bag. We should be on the road, Cab responded, not sure how to answer either. It seems like we've been captured by this giant. Kelly's voice was relatively clearer. What exactly are they? I asked again. Definitely monsters, Kelly said with certainty. Yeah, they only have one eye. They must be monsters, Cab agreed. While we were conversing, the 2 giants had already brought us to their lair. Both humans and bags were placed in a huge box, more like a cage, an enormous one. I think we've arrived somewhere, Cab analyzed. Yes, we have stopped moving, Alanthes added. Outside, the noise started again, loud, unpleasant, and incomprehensible dialogue. Based on these voices, we roughly estimated that there were at least 3 monsters here, because we also heard a female monster's voice along with the males who captured us. What will they do to us? Cab asked anxiously. Don't know, Kelly replied. Will they eat us? Cab speculated. Probably not. I seem to come out of my earlier dizziness. They will eat us. The elder suddenly spoke up. What? Everyone was quite surprised. On the way here, I kept thinking about what these things really were, and now I can conclude that those outside are cyclopes. The elder explained. Cyclopes. None of us had ever heard this name. Yes, I only have some memory regarding cyclopes, the elder continued. Do they survive by eating humans? Cab asked more nervously. No, they survive by eating all living beings. The elder's words filled us all with fear. So we're their meal this time, Cab said dejectedly. But I think they won't want to eat us just yet. We might have a chance to escape, the elder suggested. Escape? How can we escape? Cab heard what the elder said and immediately became spirited again. They didn't eat us right after capturing us. I think they must feel that we are very special, so we have to use this opportunity, the elder said. You figured out a way to escape? Cab couldn't wait to ask. Not yet. We all need to come up with a plan together, the elder firmly replied. The elder is right. We can't just sit here waiting to die. We need to get out of here, Alanthes added at this moment. At this point, one Cyclops walked over to our cage. He seemed to be muttering something. Then he turned the big bag that held us upside down, dumping us into the pre-prepared large cage. This cage looked almost like a bird cage from the human world, except it was much larger. At this time, this Cyclops stared at us intently with his huge, ugly eye, as if treating us as his pets. What's he looking at? Cab asked me very quietly. I don't know, but it's not going to be good. My reply was also cautious. Soon after, the Cyclops started mumbling something incomprehensible, making us all feel that whatever he was saying wasn't good either. Is he going to eat us? Kelly asked in great fear. He won't. I think he likes us very much, the elder said. Are you joking at a time like this? Kelly began to get angry. At this point, the Cyclops suddenly stopped speaking and started carefully observing every single move we made. From these details, it seemed like the elder was right. He really did seem to like us. What's he doing? I asked in confusion and curiosity. I don't know, but he may really be interested in us, the elder said. This idiot. Does he want to torture us to death? Cab began angrily. Cab, keep your voice down, I reminded Cab. What's the point of keeping quiet? We're going to die anyway. Insulting him will at least let me vent a bit, Cab said, then began cursing at the Cyclops loudly. Cab, shut up. I tried to stop Cab, but the elder stepped in. Why are you stopping me? I asked the elder. Let Cab curse. Anyway, the Cyclops doesn't understand what he's saying. He might even think it's a game, the elder explained. After hearing the elder's words, I thought it made perfect sense. Maybe Cab's actions could work in our favor. The Cyclops might even be pleased enough to release all of us. But my hopes were quickly shattered. Not only did the Cyclops not find Cab entertaining, but instead, he opened the cage door, grabbed Cab out of the cage while Cab was still in the middle of cursing at full force. Seeing this scene, all of us were shocked and didn't know what to do. Cab was struggling back and forth in the Cyclops' hand, but the more he struggled, the tighter the Cyclops' grip became. Cab almost had his breath cut off. Then suddenly, the Cyclops loosened his hand, causing Cab to fall directly onto the ground. We witnessed everything from inside the cage. Originally, we wanted to divert the Cyclops' attention to better protect Cab. However, what we never expected was that the Cyclops picked up Cab from the ground and put him back into our cage. Even more astonishingly, after putting Cab back in, the Cyclops actually told us, if you keep talking like this little thing will be your fate. With that, he left. Inside the cage, all of us were speechless. We almost couldn't believe our ears. Just now, the Cyclops spoke a sentence in our human language fluently and correctly without any grammar mistakes. He just said our language. Kelly stood dumbfounded in the cage, unsure how to proceed. It's terrifying, Cab weakly agreed. At this moment, we finally came to our senses from the daze. The few of us gathered around Cab to check on his injuries. Cab's condition wasn't serious. He had merely been choked unconscious by the Cyclops for a while. This also indicated that the Cyclops didn't intend for any of us to die, though we still didn't know the reason behind it. However, this must be a good thing. Through what happened to Cab, we realized something crucial. These Cyclopes could speak human language, and they understood human speech as well. But this was simultaneously bad news. Since the Cyclopes understood human speech, every word we said would be comprehensible to them. In such a case, our situation became even more dangerous. Our situation has become even worse, I muttered to myself. Don't worry, we still have a chance to escape, the elder consoled me. But we're trapped in this cage with no way out, Kelly said anxiously. We should all calm down first and think carefully. Alanthes interjected very calmly at this point. We sat silently on the ground inside the cage. If we couldn't come up with an escape plan soon, sooner or later, we'd die here. Moreover, we were facing enemies who were enormous Cyclopes. Our chances of winning were zero. At this moment, the elder suddenly stood up and began to carefully observe our surroundings. Although the environment wasn't overly complicated, everything here was several times larger than things in the human world. The cage holding us was placed on a large platform. The height of this platform was certainly not insignificant. Even if we managed to escape from the cage successfully, leaving this platform would still be extremely difficult. Despite the elder observing the surroundings carefully, our abilities were inevitably limited, and we were locked tightly in the cage, so achieving freedom felt like climbing to heaven. Chapter 84. Escape from the cage. Elder, do you have a plan yet? I walked up to the elder and asked. No. The elder replied with an expressionless face. Seeing the elder's helpless look, I didn't ask anymore. At this moment, the elder's eyes suddenly flashed with a glimmer of light. It seemed like he had noticed something. What is it, elder? Do you know something? Kaboo was the first one to notice the elder's expression. I think I have a way. The elder's words were brief, but gave us hope. What method? We all almost asked in unison. You see, our cage is made of bamboo, which is easy to break. We can get out of the cage relatively easily. The elder pointed at the cage where we were held. It was only then that we carefully observed the cage. Indeed, the cage that held us was made of bamboo, which was advantageous for us. However, Since we had no weapons on us, it took great effort to make an exit in the cage. One by one, we escaped through this opening. But this was just the first step. After all, the Cyclops could return at any time. We had to leave here quickly, or else we would be dead for sure. What do we do now? Kaboo asked anxiously. At this moment, I walked to the edge of the platform and looked down. The height here was at least 10 meters. If we jumped from here, even if we didn't die, we would definitely suffer serious injuries. This truly put us in a difficult situation. Look, there seems to be a ladder over there, Alanthus said excitedly at this moment. Our gazes followed Alanthi's words toward that side. Indeed, on one side of the platform, there was something resembling a ladder. We rushed over quickly. Although it turned out not to be a real ladder, but rather deep grooves carved by the Cyclops with a knife, these horizontal lines could exactly serve as steps for us to climb down. Carefully, we descended one by one. After this difficult climb, we finally got off the platform. This was the only chance to walk out of here. We vigilantly observed the surroundings, fearing the unexpected might occur. However, an unexpected situation did arise. Just as we were about to escape, a long-haired Cyclops suddenly entered. Because of our small stature and her poor eyesight, she didn't spot us right away. Once we saw her come in, we quickly hid in a corner. The position was good. She couldn't see us, plus we had the advantage of being short. So, we were safe for now. This Cyclops began looking around for something, but did not notice the cage was empty. She appeared to be searching for something else. Quickly, she found what she was looking for and turned to leave. But somehow, she unintentionally spotted the empty cage. At this moment, our hearts rose to our throats because if the Cyclops discovered our escape, they would surely search everywhere, increasing our difficulty to flee. If we accidentally got caught again, they would certainly eat us. But things did not develop as we imagined. This Cyclops merely glanced at the empty cage without much emotional reaction, remaining unusually calm. Then, she walked out of the room. We just heard a clang as the door closed. We waited in place for a while until we were certain we were safe, and then we came out of the corner. At this point, only we few remained in the entire room. We quickly ran to the big door of the room. Though the door was closed, our size allowed us to crawl out through the gap under the door. We each crawled out through the crack under the door and soon arrived in a familiar environment. It was that large cave. Without stopping for a moment, we hurriedly ran toward the outside of the cave. After running for a very long time, everyone was panting heavily. Finally, we ran out of this cave. Outside was bright and clear. The rain had already stopped, and we could occasionally hear the chirping of a few birds flying in the sky. After running out of the cave, we still didn't stop running until we realized we had lost our way. Where are we? I stopped and asked the elder. Don't know, we've been running too long, the elder replied. We must be lost. Kaboo became somewhat anxious. But at least we've escaped those Cyclopes. Kelly was relatively satisfied with the current situation. What do we do next? Kaboo asked. We need to properly plan a route. If we keep blindly running, sooner or later something bad will happen, I said to everyone. Then which way should we go? Kaboo asked. We should be far, far away from that cave. So let's head east, I said after hesitating for a moment. Since all our remaining supplies were lost in that cave, our days in this desolate woods would be much harder than they were in the Golden Desert, as we no longer had any provisions. Everyone, rest here, Alanthus said to the group. I looked around. There were only a few withered trees, nothing else. If enemies suddenly attacked us, we could clearly see where they were coming from. And of course, it would be the same for them. We need to find some food and water, I said to everyone. I'll go. The elder volunteered first. I'll go with you, I said. I'll go with you too, Alanthus added. No. Teacher, you stay here with Kaboo and Kelly to build a campfire and wait for us to return. It will be dark soon, and we will be back shortly, I said after looking at the sky. Indeed, we had been traveling for so long that none of us noticed how the day had passed. The elder and I set off to search for food and water. Since we couldn't go too far, we began searching within a kilometer of where our teacher and the others were waiting. In this area, all we saw were dead trees and weeds, making it incredibly hard to find any food. Look, what's this? The elder called me over to a deep pit. It's a big deep hole, I said curiously. Could there be something inside? The elder speculated. There must be, but could it be a monster? I questioned doubtfully. I'll try. The elder picked up a rock nearby and threw it into the hole. Based on the echo from the deep pit, the hole wasn't very deep. It just appeared so from its surface. Suddenly, an animal emerged from the deep hole. It was fairly large, like a fox, but I immediately recognized it, a rabbit. It looks like tonight's dinner is settled, I told the elder. The elder seemed not to fully understand my meaning, and he simply looked at me with confusion. Hurry up and catch it, I shouted to the elder. Chapter 85. Escape from the hands of the Cyclops. It was only then that the elder realized what had happened. The two of us began chasing this supersized rabbit everywhere. Despite its large size, the rabbit's agility hadn't diminished at all. We chased it for a long time, and without any instantly lethal weapons in our hands. It took great effort to finally catch this oversized rabbit. Holding this giant rabbit made me feel extremely pleased. It would definitely be our first full meal since we arrived here. Soon after, the elder and I returned to our settlement. However, the sight before us was unexpected. The bonfire was blazing, but teacher, Kaboo, and Kelly were nowhere to be seen. Where are they? I asked anxiously. They must have been taken away, the elder said calmly. What? Taken by whom? I turned and asked the elder. The Cyclops, the elder replied. That's impossible. We're already far away from them, I said. Look, these are the Cyclops' footprints. The elder pointed to a large footprint next to the bonfire with his finger. I stared at the footprint, speechless for a moment. The elder walked beside me, patted my shoulder, and said, Let's go back. I turned my head to look at the elder and nodded. I originally intended to rescue teacher and the others directly, but the elder insisted that I finish eating the giant rabbit I hunted before we went, saying it was to ensure we had enough strength when we fought against the Cyclops. After hesitating for a while, I quickly ate the food with the elder as fast as possible. Then, we followed the footprints left by the Cyclops back. Upon arriving at the huge stone cave again, it no longer felt unfamiliar to me. Are you ready? The elder asked. Yes, let's go, I said to the elder. The two of us cautiously entered the cave. Since we were familiar with the environment here, we easily reached the residence of the Cyclops without much trouble. How do we confirm they're still alive? The elder asked me at this point. I believe they're still alive, I replied firmly to the elder. We sneaked quietly into the room where we were originally held captive. There were no Cyclopes in the room, it was empty. The elder and I carefully observed our surroundings. The cage where we were originally imprisoned was still there, but it was empty. This confirmed that the three people were not in this room, which also increased the difficulty of finding them. They're not here. Let's search elsewhere, I said to the elder. Let's check over there. The elder pointed to another room not far from this one. The two of us quietly sneaked into the room. Inside, 3 Cyclopes were sitting around a giant table eating something. One thing was certain, they weren't eating my companions. They were eating while talking about something we couldn't understand, as they certainly weren't speaking human language. Neither the elder nor I cared about what they were saying. We wanted to know where our companions were detained. At this point, I seemed to faintly hear someone shouting, and the voice sounded familiar, especially like Caboose. It sounds like Caboos's voice, I whispered to the elder. At this moment, one Cyclops seemed to have also heard this sound. He stood up angrily from his chair and walked outside. The elder and I immediately followed this Cyclops to a room surrounded by walls on all sides. From the items stored inside, it appeared to be a storage room. On top of a large cabinet sat a small transparent box, and inside were 3 people, my companions. This Cyclops approached the box and roared at it. What's your racket about? We'll eat you little things as dessert soon. Then he left the room. The elder, they're up there. I pointed at the box above the cabinet. We'll get them, the elder said, and began climbing onto the cabinet. This cabinet was much taller than it appeared, and it took immense effort for the elder and me to reach the cage holding our companions. We're here. Caboose became very excited upon seeing us. The elder and I were also overjoyed. I ran to the edge of the cage housing them, intending to open it. But this cage had no exit. It was a transparent box overturned on top of the cabinet, so the exit was blocked. The elder had already observed this. There was nothing we could do to open it. What do we do now? I asked the elder. This box is flipped over. We can't open it with just the 2 of us. Let's think of some other way. The elder said helplessly. You guys, get us out of here quickly, Caboose said impatiently from inside. Please wait for a moment while we figure out a way, I said to Caboose inside. All right, Caboose, let's be patient and give them time to think, Alante said. The elder and I walked around the cage countless times, but still couldn't find a good way to rescue them. I think we really can't open this cage, the elder said helplessly. At that moment, an idea suddenly came to me, so I urgently told the elder. I've got an idea, but it's risky. What is it? The elder asked excitedly. Since we can't open this cage, why don't we let the Cyclops do it for us? I said to the elder. You mean? The elder didn't finish his sentence. This plan is indeed risky, but we don't have any other options, I said. I glanced at my companions inside the cage. They all nodded in agreement. Then Caboose started yelling loudly inside the cage while the elder and I hid in a corner waiting for the Cyclops to arrive. Sure enough, the same Cyclops who had been there earlier walked in angrily, reached the cage, and then opened it with his hand. That's when I shouted to my companions, run fast. Caboose, Kelly, and Alante scattered in different directions immediately. The Cyclops began chasing after them frantically. The elder and I also jumped out and threw weapons we had prepared, some powders collected nearby, and dumped all the powder onto the Cyclops' eyes. As soon as the dust hit his eyes, the Cyclops screamed in pain, wildly flailing his arms. Taking this opportunity, the elder and I quickly gathered our 3 companions, climbed down from the cabinet swiftly, and ran out of the room as fast as possible. When the other 2 Cyclopes heard the commotion, they rushed into the room too. Upon seeing their injured comrade, they became furious and roared as they bolted out of the room. We successfully escaped from the house and fled for our lives. Soon we reached the entrance of the stone cave. However, these Cyclopes were incredibly fast, and within moments, they caught up at the mouth of the cave right where we were. Luckily, because of our smaller size, grabbing us wasn't easy for them. We kept dodging among the Cyclopes until eventually, they became thoroughly confused. Then, we ran out of the cave and continued running forward as hard as we could. But those Cyclopes weren't easy to shake off either. Once they regained their bearings, they chased us again. Being much larger, they were faster than us. Despite running as hard as we could without stopping, we were surrounded by the 3 Cyclopes. Exhausted from the effort, we no longer had the strength to evade them. Soon, they caught us once more, clutching us tightly in their hands as we desperately struggled to break free, though it was futile. At that moment, something unusual happened around us. Grayish-white fog appeared in patches, quietly enveloping the 3 Cyclopes. Initially, we thought it was nothing significant, but when the Cyclopes saw the fog, they immediately looked alarmed and unexpectedly dropped us, fleeing from the surrounding fog in panic. None of us knew what was happening, but judging by the Cyclops' reaction, this fog must be dangerous, possibly even lethal. After the Cyclopes released us, instead of rushing away, we stood frozen on the spot since the Cyclopes had already left and there was nothing more to worry about. The fog gradually spread toward us, quickly encircling us tightly. Are there monsters in this mist? Kabu asked nervously. There might be. After all, even the cyclopes were scared away. Kelly replied anxiously. No matter what, we need to move. The elder remained calm. I approached the edge of the fog and slowly extended my hand toward it. When my hand touched the fog, an excruciating burning sensation seared my hand, leaving it red hot. I let out a "ah" and quickly pulled my hand back. What's wrong? Alontes walked over to me and asked. This fog is toxic. I extended my hand to the teacher to show him. Toxic? Alontes said with a hint of surprise after looking at it. What should we do now? Kabu asked anxiously. The fog has surrounded us tightly. There's nowhere we can go now, Kelly said nervously. At this moment, I accidentally saw a deep pit less than 2 meters away. It looked like it could hide a few people. So I told everyone hide in that deep pit. After hearing my words, they all rushed into the pit without hesitation. The pit wasn't very deep, but it was big enough for all of us. We stayed inside the pit for a long time. Actually, we weren't sure if hiding in the pit would help us avoid the fog's attack, but we had to take a gamble. I don't know how long it was. I stuck my head out and took a look, and found that the fog had already dispersed and the weather returned to its usual calmness. The fog has dissipated, I said excitedly to everyone. It's gone, Kabu also said with excitement. We climbed out of the pit. Everything here was the same as before. All around us were countless dead trees and weeds. What do we do next? Kelly asked. Since we've managed to escape the cyclopes' pursuit, this time we can safely leave here, I told everyone. That's right. But now we have an extremely important task, Kabu said seriously. What is it? I asked curiously. Eat. Kabu was starving. Actually, not just Kabu, Kelly and Alontes were also extremely weak since none of them had eaten anything for quite a while. Meanwhile, both Elder and I had been well fed. Yes, our task now is to find food. This time, everyone needs to act together, no more acting alone, I said firmly to everyone. Everyone nodded in agreement. To be honest, finding food in such a place is really difficult. Finding the giant rabbit that Elder and I encountered earlier was pure luck. Everyone searched for a long time, but found nothing. However, by chance, we arrived at the edge of a body of water where there was a very old large ship. Why is there a body of water here, and even a boat? Kabu asked in confusion. I don't know either, but if we want to continue moving forward, we'll have to get on the boat, I replied. Let's check out that ship, Kelly suggested. So, we all approached the old broken-down ship in front of us. Chapter 86, The Sailor. We slowly walked into the dilapidated ship. From its surface appearance, it looked extremely ancient, probably with a history of several hundred years. We were uncertain if it could still be used, but this ship must surely give us some hope. Look how old this ship is, Kabu said with some disappointment. It is very old, but it seems usable. The elder's words sounded very confident. How do you know? I asked the elder. I can sail, the elder said firmly. You can. I was quite surprised, and I wasn't the only one. The other 3 people were also astonished. Elder, how do you know how to operate something like this? Kabu couldn't help but ask impatiently. I don't know either, I just know how to do it. The elder seemed unable to explain all this. Elder, maybe you're not an ordinary person. Your background must be quite extraordinary, I said to the elder. I just hope to find out my own background as soon as possible. As for whether it's special or not, I haven't thought about it too much, the elder replied. Well, let's go aboard and take a look, Kelly reminded us. We followed the elder through a big circle before finally entering this large ship. Of course, the elder himself didn't clearly understand why he was so familiar with the structure of this ship. Fortunately, we didn't encounter too many difficulties following the elder to get inside. It's so dirty here, Kabu complained after walking in. This ship has been around for at least hundreds of years. Can it not be dirty? I said to Kabu. Looks like this ship can't be used, Kelly said disappointedly. Why don't we ask the expert? Kabu joked. That's right, elder. Do you think the ship is usable by us? I asked. We can use this ship, but I alone can't operate it. You'll have to help me, the elder told us. Us? We don't know how to sail, I said somewhat confusedly. Don't worry, I will teach you what to do, the elder said. All right, looks like we are about to become sailors, Kabu said excitedly. We should be pirates instead, Alanthes also teasingly remarked with interest. At that moment, everyone's mood was relaxed, as we had gone through a series of hardships, and it had finally become peaceful. We began learning some simple knowledge and skills on board with the elder. After approximately a long period, about several hours, we were all utterly exhausted. Thus, we rested in a cabin specifically set aside for crew rest. There were 6 beds here. Even though they weren't large, they were sufficient for our rest. We quickly cleaned up the hygiene here a bit, and then found relatively suitable places for ourselves to lie down. Since we had already sealed off all the entrances and exits of this ship earlier, we could relax completely here without worrying about any monsters sneaking in. In those few long periods, we roughly learned some basic knowledge and skills to be crew members under the elder's guidance. Therefore, if we wanted to take this ship to the water's surface, it would already pose no problems. Everyone worked hard all day and was very tired, and within a short while, everyone fell asleep. Because we were resting inside the ship's inner cabin, we didn't know what the outside sky looked like, and we all slept for a rather long time. At this point, a sudden violent shake woke us all up. What happened? I asked sleepily. Why is the ship moving? Kabu asked dizzily. Bad news. It seems we've entered the water surface. The elder immediately warned us. What? Impossible. We haven't even taken the ship out yet. Kelly said incredulously. I'll go check, the elder said to everyone. So will we. At this point, everyone was already spirited. When we reached the deck of the ship, sure enough, our ship was indeed floating on the water surface, and it had already drifted far away. How did we move on our own? Kabu asked puzzledly. I estimate it might be caused by the tide rising. The elder said something we all didn't understand. What's rising tide? Kelly curiously asked the elder. I'll explain it to you guys later. For now, follow the methods I taught you, and each take your position. We are setting sail, the elder said excitedly, barely containing his joy. Thus, our sailor life started from this moment. Each of us performed our duties at various designated positions on the ship as the elder had taught us before. Soon, our decrepit ship began traveling according to the instructions we provided. Although our speed wasn't fast, we could already confidently control this ship. The feeling of being a sailor is really extraordinary, Kaboo shouted from 5 meters away from me. Although I couldn't hear clearly what he said, I could still feel his excitement from his thrilled expression. I looked up at the azure sky. It was a shade of blue I'd never seen before. Perhaps only here would such a beautiful scene appear. In front of our ship stretched an endless expanse of water. But this feeling didn't fill me with fear. Rather, it gave me a flicker of hope. Everyone, take a break, the elder called out to the crew on the deck. Yeah, this feels amazing, Kaboo said excitedly. We left the deck and went inside the cabin. During the time before, we were all so busy learning skills that we neglected to explore the ship's interior. So whether it be for rest or for learning, we began touring the ship. Of course, the elder still led the way, and he explained in great detail about some objects and details inside and outside the ship. We all gained a lot from the elder's words. When we arrived at the ship's pantry, everyone suddenly became tense because we hadn't eaten anything for a long time. Kaboo was the first one to rush into the pantry. After rushing in, he immediately shouted for us others to come in quickly. So with excitement and anticipation, we rushed into the room as well. Once inside, the first thing we noticed was that this room was bigger than all the rooms we had been to before, at least twice the size, probably because it was used for storing food. And more excitingly, it was piled high with food. Though we weren't sure if these foods were edible, it at least gave us some psychological comfort. This is wine. Kaboo pointed to a large wooden barrel and said. How do you know? Kelly asked. I can smell the alcohol, Kaboo replied. What else is inside there? I asked Kaboo. I think, apart from the wine being drinkable, none of the other things are edible, Kaboo said helplessly. Let's check again carefully, I said to everyone. So we started examining the room very carefully. After searching for half a day, we finally confirmed that Kaboo's statement was correct. There was no edible food here, we could only drink wine. Chapter 87, Wild Storms. Everyone's mood started to become a little disheartened. Kylie and I both plopped down on the ground, appearing listless. We can eat something else, the elder said confidently to everyone. What should we eat? Kaboo asked immediately. Fish, the elder replied. Right, fish. There's plenty of fish, Kylie said with excitement. Well, chatting here won't solve the problem of hunger. Let's go fishing, the elder said to everyone. The several of us walked out of the cabin and returned to the deck. The weather was still as sunny as ever. Each of us made our own fishing rod according to what the elder had instructed. We began fishing leisurely by the edge of the deck. Since all of us rookies didn't have much skill, we didn't catch many fish. However, the elder was an expert. Not only did he catch a lot of fish, but they were also large. Very quickly, beside him piled up fresh and large fish. We stayed on the deck for about 2 hours. Except for the elder, almost none of us managed to catch big fish. But with the elder's haul, we wouldn't starve. We cleaned those big fish and brought them into the cabin to barbecue. Since there was a room specifically designed for barbecuing inside the cabin, it suited us perfectly. After a while, each of us ate until we were satisfied and collapsed into the rest area. However, the elder maintained some level of caution. After finishing his meal, he went to the deck to keep watch over everyone. After all, in this stretch of water, there were too many unpredictable things. I woke up gradually without knowing how. I looked at the others. They were all sound asleep on their respective beds. So I left the cabin alone and headed up to the deck. I saw that the elder was sitting alone on the deck, looking at the scenery ahead, so I went over to him. What are you looking at? I sat down next to the elder. You're awake. The elder glanced at me and said, did I sleep for a long time? I asked. For a long time. The sky is getting darker. The elder pointed to the color of the sky. Yes, it's getting dark. Let's head back, I said after checking the sky. No, I'll stay here a little longer, the elder responded. I'll accompany you then, I said. Good, the elder agreed. Have you remembered anything about your background? I asked with concern. Not yet, but maybe soon, the elder said with great confidence. I think so too. Ever since you came aboard, you've been commanding us like a general. Are you perhaps a pirate? I joked. I don't know, but I must be connected to ships and waters somehow, the elder said seriously. This made my earlier words feel somewhat inappropriate. Where do you think our ship is heading? I asked. Judging from the direction, it should be our next destination, the elder said. What destination? I asked curiously. Didn't you forget? I once told you this place is the land without masters, 5 masters land. We passed through Jean, crossed Mu, and now we are sailing toward water. And the place we are about to reach will of course be fire. The elder explained clearly to me. That makes sense. I finally understood after pondering for a while. We are currently in the water realm. I think we still have a long way to go, the elder said to me. If we leave the land without masters, 5 masters land, will you still follow us? I asked the elder. I think I will, until I find out about my own past, the elder replied. We will help you find your past, I said resolutely. At this moment, Kaboo, Kylie, and Alanthes also came out from the cabin. They arrived at the deck. Kaboo saw me and the elder sitting at the bow of the ship chatting, so he ran up and said, You two didn't sleep? I slept, I answered. Good morning, everyone's awake, the elder said when he saw everyone present. We all rested well, Kylie responded. That's great. The sky is about to get dark, and our test is coming. The elder warned us solemnly. What kind of test? Kaboo asked curiously. A wild storm. The elder's words shocked all of us. What? Kaboo seemed not to have heard clearly. Tonight, we'll encounter a heavy rainstorm. This will make the water surface extremely unstable, meaning big waves will appear, the elder explained. So we won't be able to rest tonight? Kaboo asked. Yes, haven't you already rested enough? The elder replied. Will we be okay? Kylie asked worriedly. Certainly. It's just a small storm. We'll get through it smoothly, the elder said confidently. All right. In short, if we don't understand anything in the future, we can ask the elder, I said to everyone. All right. We will follow elder's instructions from now on, Kylie agreed. You all don't need to be like this. I only know some trivial things, the elder humbly replied. What are we going to do tonight? I asked the elder. Just follow my arrangements. The elder smiled and told me. Time flew by quickly, and the sky had already darkened. The few of us stood at our positions as arranged by the elder earlier, waiting. Sure enough, it didn't take long before it began raining. This rain grew heavier and heavier until it became a torrential downpour, with the water surface becoming turbulent. For a moment, we were stunned by this scene, but thanks to the elder's timely reminders, we quickly snapped out of it. We started working according to the elder's previous deployment. Although we would occasionally stumble on the deck of the ship due to the waves, these minor injuries weren't too serious. We followed the elder through a challenging night spent battling against the turbulent waters. Finally, the sun began to peek through the clouds in the sky. We stood on the deck, drenched from head to toe, gasping for breath. We were exhausted, but at least we had survived that night. Finally over. I looked up at the rising sun and muttered. We made it safely last night. Kaboo exclaimed excitedly. Yes, but let's not get overly happy just yet. As long as we stay on the water, every day is another day of potential danger, the elder reminded everyone. Will we face more storms tonight? I asked the elder. I've calculated it. Our luck is good tonight. The weather will be fine tonight, and we'll even see many stars. The elder's words finally reassured all of us who had been anxious. All right, go dry your clothes quickly. Then we'll eat something and take a good rest, I said to everyone. At this point, everyone scattered, each placing their wet clothes by the fire to dry. Soon, everyone's clothes were dried, and we gathered once more. Pulling out the leftovers from yesterday, we ate our fill together. Afterward, we collapsed onto our respective beds to sleep since all of us were worn out after the struggle of the previous night. I fell asleep quickly in bed. At this time, the elder suddenly shook me awake. With great reluctance, I opened my eyes and sat up on the bed. Chapter 88, The Blood-Red Waters. Elder, how could it be you? I said to the elder. You should go up to the deck and take a look. The elder's expression seemed somewhat tense. What has happened? I asked curiously. You will know once you see. The elder seemed in a great hurry for me to get up to the deck. I rubbed my eyes with my hands, and then quickly walked onto the deck. As soon as I stepped on it, I was stunned by what I saw. In front of me, the sky was a fiery red. Even the clouds had turned red. That red resembled a pool of fresh blood. And beneath our ship, there stretched a red ocean, or more precisely, a sea of blood. What is going on here? I couldn't help but mutter to myself. This is the end of the world, the elder said standing opposite me. The end of the world? I found it hard to believe. Aren't you looking for the source of truth? This is it. The elder pointed at the crimson bloody water. No, this can't be, this isn't. I began to feel disoriented. This is the place you've been seeking. The elder's face turned very solemn. Elder, did you do this? I asked him. Yes, I will help you get the source of truth. The elder started smiling at me. His smile seemed terrifying. No, I don't want this thing. I firmly refused without hesitation. Do you not wish to save your beloved? The elder suddenly shouted at me. But I don't want it to be in this way, I said, somewhat emotionally charged. Come on, you just need to take a little of this blood water back, and it can save your loved one. A cup of blood water suddenly appeared in the elder's hand. I won't. I took 2 steps back and said, You won't take it. Or is it that you do not wish to give it to your beloved? The elder's complexion became somber. His question caught me off guard, because I didn't know if I should accept the blood water from the elder. Hurry up and take it. Go and save her. The elder extended the hand holding the bottle of blood water toward me. I slowly moved towards the elder, and at this moment, the elder suddenly transformed into Princess Yelena. She stood in front of me, waving her hand at me. Seeing her stopped my feet, I fixedly stared at Yelena, who was entirely covered in blood red. Even her hair had turned scarlet. Moreover, blood kept pouring out from her eyes, ears, and mouth continuously. Yelena, are you alright? I asked with a hint of horror. She didn't answer me, only continued to wave at me. My steps began moving toward Princess Yelena again, but this time, it wasn't voluntarily. I could not control my own steps as if I was being drawn closer by Yelena. As I got closer to Yelena, I truly discerned her real appearance. She was a blood-soaked figure constantly exuding blood, merely resembling Yelena in looks. No, release me, I told her. You need to save me. Her tone was incredibly cold, like that of a dead person. You are not Yelena, release me. I yelled at her. You need to save me. She repeated the same words over and over. I was about to reach her side when she opened her mouth wide, and out from her mouth emerged a long, thick tongue which wrapped itself around my neck tightly. It held my neck so firmly that I desperately tried to tear it away, but to no avail. Slowly, I lost consciousness. Soon after, I came back to life. Now in front of me was Yelena's head, her blood-red eyes staring at me intently, and something kept crunching inside her mouth. Upon seeing this scene, I wanted to escape, but no matter how much I struggled, it was all futile. At that moment, Yelena's head pounced on me, and she started tearing into every part of my body relentlessly. Despite the excruciating pain, I couldn't emit any sound. Then, Yelena's head floated in front of me, and her dripping blood kept splashing onto my face. All I could do was to stare at her. Suddenly, she lunged forward at me, and with an inner scream, I fainted. When I gradually opened my eyes, I was still lying on the bed in the cabin. All my companions around were asleep. It was a dream. I was certain of that fact now. I sighed deeply. Then, I carefully sat up from the bed. After clearing my mind sitting on the bed for a while, I exited the cabin and went to the deck. The bright moonlight shone on my face, temporarily blinding me so that I couldn't open my eyes. Alone, I went to the deck at the bow of the ship and stood there gazing up at the starry sky. The elder was right. It was indeed a calm and beautiful night. The stars in the sky twinkled beautifully. Our ship sailed slowly ahead, and I could hear the sound of the waves hitting beneath the hull. At this moment, I heard footsteps behind me and abruptly turned around to find that it was the master. He came towards me with 2 bottles of aged wine in his hand. "Why are you awake alone at night?" the master said as he reached my side. "I've just woken up," I replied. "Here." He then handed 1 bottle of aged wine over to me. I accepted the bottle and began drinking heartily with the master as we both sat down on the deck at the bow. "Who would have thought the weather tonight would be so good?" The master seemed quite delighted. "Yes, Elder is truly talented," I responded. "Our journey has been fraught with too much hardship. This was something unexpected, even though I had made full preparations before we set off," the master admitted with some helplessness. "I feel the same way, but it has broadened my horizons and allowed me to learn many things," I said. "We might face more difficulties in the future, but no matter what, we must persevere," the master said firmly. "I will," I answered after taking another sip of wine. And thus, the 2 of us stayed on the bow until dawn. At this point, the others woke up and gradually walked out from the cabin. "How come the 2 of you woke up so early?" Kabu saw us chatting on the deck and said with great surprise. "You're awake," I said to Kabu. "Yeah, sleeping is really comforting," Kabu replied. "What should we do today?" Carly asked the elder who was standing nearby. "The weather is pretty good today, so we can take it easy and do some light tasks," the elder replied. "That's great," Kabu exclaimed with excitement. "Then let's get started," I announced to everyone. Since we'd already spent 2 days on the ship, everyone had become familiar with the environment here and naturally lost the initial curiosity we felt. Instead, a sense of monotony and boredom crept in. However, this didn't seem to affect the elder, who continued managing our schedule and assisting with our work just as always. After 7 days aboard the ship, by now everyone had grown tired of life at sea, and it began showing clearly. The first person who couldn't handle it was Kabu. His temper grew short and aggressive, often glaring with an intimidating aura. Moreover, our ship kept being hit by violent storms at night, leaving all of us feeling drained and dispirited. All these changes the elder noticed, but he couldn't find a way to change them. "When are we going to reach land?" Kabu shouted. "Soon, I guessed. I imagine it will still take quite a while," the elder explained. "Quite a while." Kabu started getting impatient. "You should all calm down," the elder advised. "We are calm," Carly said. "No, you haven't been yourself for a few days," the elder said. "What's wrong with us?" Aranthes chimed in. "Your tempers are becoming short. Don't you notice?" the elder calmly pointed out. At this moment, Kabu somehow got a hold of a sharp large sword. Rushing toward the elder with the sword, before the elder could react, Kabu raised his hand and slashed the elder's head off. The elder's body fell instantly, his blood staining the entire deck. I was shocked to the core by what I had witnessed. It was impossible to believe that Kabu could do such a thing. Looking left and right at Carly and Aranthes, they seemed indifferent, coldly watching what was happening without reacting. "Kabu, are you crazy?" I yelled at him. "Didn't you suggest killing him?" Kabu's reply shocked me greatly. "What? Last night, we planned this together?" Carly also told me. "That's not possible. Last night, I was with the master." My thoughts became blurred because I truly did not know what was going on. "They're right. It's all you're doing," Aranthes also said to me. By this time, my mind was on the verge of collapsing. What exactly happened? I couldn't make any sense of it. All I knew was that my head felt dizzy, and then I suddenly fainted. "Momoki, wake up," a voice rang in my ears. I slowly opened my eyes. It was Carly standing in front of me, shaking me awake as she said, "Did you have a nightmare?" It was then that I realized what had happened before might just have been a dream. I touched my head with my hand and found it drenched in sweat, which had soaked my palm. "I had a long nightmare," I panted to Carly. "Never mind, get up. Let's go to the deck. Today's weather is nice," Carly told me. "How many days have we spent on the ship?" I asked Carly. "You're really muddled from sleep. Today's only the 2nd day. We encountered a big storm last night, don't you remember?" Carly explained to me. Maybe I was sleeping too soundly, too exhausted, and thus had such a vivid and lengthy nightmare. After hearing Carly's words, I immediately followed her to the deck. Indeed, the weather today was exceptionally clear and cloudless. Kabu, the elder, and Aranthes were already waiting for us there. "You slept like a log," the elder joked when he saw me step onto the deck. "Maybe I was too tired," I replied. "Look, isn't the weather today great?" the elder said. "It really is," I said after glancing at the sky. "It seems like our tasks will be much easier today," Kabu interjected. "Yes, we don't need to work too hard today," the elder agreed. Chapter 89, The Dwarf Luohan. We spent quite a while on the deck, and I also told them about the series of nightmares I had been having. However, they didn't take it seriously, and I certainly couldn't keep scaring myself either, so the matter passed. We stood at the bow of the ship admiring the scenery when suddenly Carrie seemed to see something and said to all of us, "It looks like there's something moving ahead of us." After hearing Carrie's words, Everyone started to get nervous. What is it? I quickly looked forward. The elder took out a telescope from his belongings, which he had newly made yesterday. He put the telescope to his right eye for a look. Then his expression turned grim. What is it? I anxiously asked. You look yourself. The elder handed me the telescope. I picked up the telescope and took a look. Before my eyes appeared a creature we had never seen before. It was the legendary beast, the dragon. It's a dragon. I couldn't help but blurt out. Dragon. Everyone else, hearing this word, also appeared very surprised. No way. That's impossible. Kaboo greatly doubted my words. Isn't the dragon just a mythical creature? Carrie questioned. It's definitely the dragon, I stated firmly again. Everyone took turns looking through the telescope once more to confirm, and finally our answer was unanimous. A few kilometers ahead of us was a giant dragon flying towards us. We still couldn't see its appearance clearly, but it would undoubtedly be a great threat to us. We began preparing ourselves, taking out all usable weapons, knives, swords, spears, bows, crossbows, etc. But these weapons were not enough to deal with the creature before us. Even so, we made thorough preparations. Carrie and Kaboo used their bows, already pulling the strings ready to shoot. Others grabbed spears and swords in preparation for close combat with this dragon. Very soon, the dragon came within less than 1,000 meters of us. Using the telescope, I could clearly see the face of this dragon. Its entire body was gray-brown with crimson-red eyes, like a ruby. It was particularly enormous. Even the cyclopes appeared tiny compared to it. It flapped its large wings rapidly, flying toward our ship at an incredible speed. It's here, Kaboo whispered to himself. Everyone, stay steady, the elder warned everyone. Archers, prepare to fire, I said to Carrie and Kaboo. In the moment between our conversation, the huge dragon had already flown above our ship, stopping suddenly at the prow and dancing back and forth before us, as if deliberately teasing us. Archers, fire, I shouted to Carrie and Kaboo. At this moment, Carrie and Kaboo shot the first arrows at the dragon in front of us. Both Carrie and Kaboo were exceptional marksmen. Although these sharp arrows hit the dragon's body, they failed to inflict any harm. It was like tickling the dragon. After being struck by several arrows, the dragon did not grow angry, instead feeling rather comfortable. It's no use, what do we do now? Kaboo said tensely. Throw the spear, I said and threw the spear hard towards the dragon. Although the spear struck the dragon, it had no effect. Of course, ordinary weapons cannot hurt a dragon, so we abandoned them. What do we do now? Carrie nervously asked. If all else fails, we will have to abandon the ship, I told everyone. No, if we abandon the ship, even if we are not eaten by the dragon, we'll be eaten by the fish in the water, the elder hastily replied. We should observe the situation further, Arlanthes said relatively calmly. It was only then that we began to examine the dragon. It hadn't attacked us despite us attacking it several times, and it showed no sign of anger. Instead, it kept circling around us continuously as our ship gradually came to a stop. What's it doing? Kaboo asked puzzled. I don't know, why isn't it attacking us? Carrie was equally baffled. Maybe it doesn't mean us harm, I speculated. Why won't it leave our ship? Kaboo asked again. Is it trying to tell us something? The elder analyzed. That can't be true, Carrie said. I'll ask it, the elder said and walked towards the dragon. No, you're crazy. I tried to stop the elder, but it was too late. He had already approached the dragon. What do you want to do? The elder actually spoke to the dragon. It was obvious that the dragon couldn't speak, but it seemed to understand what the elder was saying. Slowly, it flew to the elder and started swaying its head from side to side, as if trying to communicate something. What's the dragon doing? Kaboo asked curiously. I don't know, why don't you go ask it then? I replied to Kaboo. Never mind, I'd rather not be the dragon's snack, Kaboo answered. All of us stood far away from the dragon except for the elder, who was alone communicating with the dragon. At this moment, I noticed that the dragon appeared to be using its claws to carve something into the wooden bow of the ship. From the shape, it looked like characters, though I wasn't entirely sure. Then suddenly the elder shouted to us. Come over here quickly. We didn't rush to the elder right away. Instead, we hesitated before finally mustering our courage to approach him. Look at this. The elder pointed to the words that the dragon had just carved. It's writing, I exclaimed loudly, confirming my previous guess. What does it say? Kaboo squeezed forward curiously and asked. It is not a monster, it is a dwarf. I read aloud the words carved on the front of our ship. What does that mean? Carrie looked puzzled. This means it isn't aggressive and doesn't intend to be our enemy, I explained. It says it's a dwarf? Kaboo began to question the truth behind it. No matter what it is, if it poses no threat, then let us pass by peacefully, I said to the elder. It seems like it has something to tell us, but it can't speak, the elder told me. Then let it write it down. I thought for a moment and suggested. So all of us cleared the way for the dragon, which identified itself as a dwarf, to carve more words on the ship's wooden plank. Very soon, it finished carving the words. The several of us walked to the ship's bow and began examining these carvings carefully and seriously. From the text, we uncovered an astonishing secret. The place where we were sailing was called the Earth Sea. It was an incredibly mysterious water domain filled with countless monsters and traps. In the center of the Earth Sea along its axis, there was a large and fierce whirlpool. Surrounding the whirlpool existed some extremely peculiar magical forces. These powers could transform any object into something different, fish, shrimp, or even dragons. However, these objects weren't permanently transformed. They would return to their original forms after certain periods, only to change again in cycles. If our ship continued sailing forward, it would face the same fate as this dwarf dragon. After reading this, we generally understood the truth of the matter, Yet we still regarded it with a mix of belief and doubt, since it all seemed so unbelievable. Should we believe it? Kaboo asked. I think we should trust it. If it was a lie, wouldn't we already have been eaten by now? Carrie responded. Yes, isn't every single thing we've encountered out here incredible? I added. As we were discussing this among ourselves, suddenly, with a loud splash, something fell onto our ship. What's that? Arlanthes quickly approached and checked. It's a dwarf, the elder confirmed without hesitation. At this moment, the rest of us also walked up to the dwarf and began studying him closely. Seeing such a crowd surrounding him, the dwarf immediately stood up and said, Didn't I tell you the truth? This miraculous event shocked all of us, leaving everyone around the dwarf speechless. Suddenly, the elder broke the silence, asking, Who exactly are you? Didn't I already tell you? I'm a dwarf, the dwarf answered impatiently. What's your name? I quickly asked. Xuanhuan, the dwarf replied. That's a weird name. Kaboo burst out laughing. So what are your names? The dwarf asked. We introduced ourselves and shared the situation on our ship while learning a bit about this area from Xuanhuan. In fact, this dwarf wasn't really short, approximately 1.5 meters tall when estimated. Of course, compared to humans, he was indeed considered a dwarf. Xuanhuan had a sturdy, somewhat clumsy build, a round face, slight stubble, and a large nose that took up nearly a third of his face. After standing up from the ground, Xuanhuan was guided to the cabin's resting room, where we chatted with him inside. We learned a great deal from what Xuanhuan told us. Of course, this also included some basic information about the Earthsea. It turned out that our location was not originally called the Unclaimed Land. Thousands of years ago, it was overrun by countless monsters. At some unknown time, a magician came from the distant east. He saw some kind-hearted people being constantly harmed by the monsters, and thus cast a spell to divide this area into 5 regions: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. This also isolated those monsters in different zones. After thousands of years of change, the current unclaimed land has matured significantly, and the place where we were located was the 3rd region. We also learned from Xuanhuan that if we kept moving forward for one more day's journey, we would be transformed by magic into a group of monsters just like him. So how should we proceed? I quickly asked Xuanhuan. You must go around the center of the vortex, Xuanhuan replied. How long will the journey take? The elder asked as well. It will probably require at least 3 additional days of travel, Xuanhuan estimated. Then let's follow what Xuanhuan says, I told everyone. At this moment, everyone agreed. Oh, why don't you travel with us, Xuanhuan? I began to persuade Xuanhuan. I'm afraid. Xuanhuan hesitated slightly. Afraid of what? Kaboo curiously questioned. I don't know when I might turn back into a giant dragon. Xuanhuan finally revealed his concern. This? Arlanthes seemed to want to say something, but did not express it. Can the magic on your body be lifted? The elder asked. It can be removed, but I must leave the Earthsea waters first, Xuanhuan explained. In that case, you can come along with us. We'll help you leave the Earthsea waters, I firmly said. Yes, maybe your dragon form could even help us, Carrie smiled and said. That's wonderful. I'd really like to stay, Xuanhuan said. Thus, we gained another new member in our group. His name was Xuanhuan, a dwarf. Following Xuanhuan's guidance, we turned the ship in another direction to bypass the center of the vortex. Standing at the bow of the ship with my companions watching the swift sailing of the vessel brought me a sense of comfort. The sky is getting dark, let's head back. The elder walked up beside me and said. Yes, our luck is pretty good to have encountered Xuanhuan, I replied. We can't tell yet whether keeping Xuanhuan with us is a blessing or a curse. The elder expressed some worry. Don't worry, he won't cause us trouble, I firmly replied. Well then, let's go back inside since it's getting dark soon, Kaboo urged hastily. We returned to the cabin, while Xuanhuan continued to insist on staying on deck because he feared turning back into a giant dragon might damage the cabin facilities. We were deeply moved by Xuanhuan's gesture. The sky quickly grew dark, and bright moonlight bathed the bow of the ship. After eating, we all went to rest early. Even the elder lay down on his bed. Chapter 90, The Past. I came to the bow of the ship alone and handed over 2 well-cooked large fish to Xuanhuan, who was standing there. Xuanhuan seemed a little excited when he took the food I gave him, and soon began to eat. It was also my first time seeing a dwarf eating. His expression was extremely funny, and while he ate with his mouth wide open, it made sounds similar to those of a pig. I wanted to laugh very much, but feared interrupting Xuanhuan, so I held back until Xuanhuan finished both fish. How about it? Are you full? I couldn't help laughing aloud in the end. What? Why are you laughing? Xuanhuan asked, looking puzzled. Nothing, just that the way you eat is kind of. I didn't finish my sentence. Well, I'm done, said Xuanhuan. Who exactly are you? I asked curiously. Aren't you already aware? I am a dwarf, Xuanhuan replied, seemingly confused. I mean, what's your backstory? I asked Xuanhuan, finding his reaction somewhat dull because Xuanhuan appeared rather naive. Oh, you mean this? Xuanhuan finally understood my question. Yes, can you tell me? I asked. All right, Xuanhuan answered. Turns out he was a prince of the dwarves, his father being their king. Because his kingdom had suffered an attack by the insect race, he barely escaped. Now he wasn't sure what had become of his kingdom. You're a prince? I asked. Yes, Xuanhuan replied. In fact, I'm also a prince. We're just princes from different races, I said. You're a prince too? Xuanhuan seemed quite surprised. Why did you come here? Did your country also suffer an attack? Xuanhuan suddenly became very interested in my background. I explained everything about our group to Xuanhuan in detail. After Xuanhuan listened to my story, his face looked very astonished because he could hardly believe that I had endured so many trials. Are you telling the truth? Xuanhuan clearly didn't fully believe me. Yes, I said very confidently. It's all the fault of demonic aura. Luohan sighed. Do you know about the demonic aura? I asked. Yes, our country was destroyed by the demonic aura, Luohan said sorrowfully. How could that happen? I asked. The demonic aura woke up the insect race that had been sleeping for tens of thousands of years, and then they attacked my country, Luohan explained. Oh, I see. I suddenly realized. So, what happened to the forest you mentioned? Luohan asked. To be honest, I'm not quite clear either. In the end, we ended up here, I replied. Does that mean the demonic aura is still around? Luohan asked anxiously. It should be gone by now, I said uncertainly. How could it be gone? Luohan asked even more worried. It might be due to the mountain beast god, I guessed. Can it eliminate the demonic aura? Luohan asked eagerly. It might. I wasn't very certain. If I go find it, will it help me? Luohan asked anxiously. I don't know, I said helplessly. Maybe I can't get there anyway. Luohan lowered his head disappointingly. Don't worry, we'll help you, I firmly said to Luohan. Really? Luohan smiled at me. Really? We helped the white-horned tiger and Bibi before, I firmly said. That's great. If that's the case, once you arrive in our country, you will surely be treated well. Luohan was very excited. At that time, you must treat us well. At this moment, the elder appeared on the deck. Elder, you've awakened, I said. Yeah, almost fully rested, the elder replied. What were you talking about? The elder asked again. I was recounting our adventurous journey to Luohan, I replied. They are truly amazing, having gone through so much. Luohan was still lost in astonishment. Yes, I was also very shocked the first time I heard about it, the elder replied. So, how did you end up with them? Luohan curiously asked. Alright, since none of us can sleep, let me tell you our story. The elder walked over to Luohan and me and started telling stories. The three of us chatted under the bright moonlight all night long. Time slowly passed as we talked, and soon the darkness turned into daylight, ending our conversation. Alright, our talk has come to an end. Now that Luohan understands our origins, let's get to work, I said to them both. Okay, Luohan replied. At this point, the other three people also woke up and came out of the cabin. You guys woke up pretty early, Kelly said in surprise when she saw the three of us standing on the deck. Alright, I replied. Since our course had changed and the sailing time was extended by 3 days, this didn't have much impact on us. However, the most disadvantageous factor for us was the uncertainty with Luohan, because we did not know when Luohan would transform into a giant dragon, which caused us great concern. Luohan seemed to be unfazed by this matter, perhaps because he had it figured out in his mind. Chapter 91. The Tiger Shark Waters. We're approaching the waters of the tiger sharks, Luohan said to all of us as he stood at the bow of the ship. What? Tiger sharks? Kaboo asked nervously. Yes, they are a group of underwater killers, but they only operate beneath the sea, Luohan explained. How big are they? I asked. How should I describe it? They're probably about the size of 10 of you combined, Luohan described. In that case, these tiger sharks aren't really that large, Carrie said. You shouldn't underestimate these tiger sharks. Their attacking power is very strong, Luohan reminded us. Look, what's that over there? Carrie pointed toward the water ahead and asked. It looks like something pointy moving in the water, Kaboo guessed. That's the fin of a tiger shark, Luohan explained. There are that many? Kaboo was surprised. Didn't I already tell you? They are social animals, Luohan answered. Judging by the number, there must be over 100 of them, Alanthes remarked in astonishment. This isn't even too many. Fortunately, we're on the boat, so they won't pose too much of a threat to us, Luohan consoled everyone. A significant threat? Kaboo seemed puzzled. You mean they could still cause some trouble for us? Carrie asked Luohan. Something like that, Luohan replied. While we were talking, our boat had already entered the tiger shark waters. On both sides of our vessel, countless tiger shark fins appeared, sharp enough that from a distance they looked like a bunch of pointy rhombuses floating in the water. These fins are really sharp, Kaboo said as he walked to the railing of the ship to take a look. Kaboo, come back quickly. It's dangerous standing near the edge. Luohan said anxiously. You mean they're pretty? Before Kaboo could finish his sentence, suddenly, a tiger shark leapt out of the water. Its body was enormous, black with a silver-white belly. As it jumped out of the water, its massive mouth lunged towards Kaboo. Kaboo, caught completely off guard, was bitten on the arm by the tiger shark. He fell painfully to the ground. All of us were instantly thrown into chaos. I hurriedly ran to Kaboo and dragged him back to the center of the deck. How could this happen? I said helplessly. Kaboo, are you alright? Carrie asked with deep concern. Kaboo, Kaboo. The elder called out repeatedly for his name. But Kaboo had lost all consciousness and fainted. Kaboo has passed out, I informed everyone. Quickly, carry him to the cabin, Alanthes instructed. At that moment, all of us worked together to carry Kaboo into the resting room inside the cabin. Carrie fetched some blood-stopping bandages from the medical room and wrapped them around Kaboo's injured arm. With this, Kaboo's bleeding was temporarily stopped. How could this happen? I shouted angrily. He got too close to the tiger sharks, Luohan said as he stepped into the resting room. They can jump out of the water too? Carrie asked, her voice trembling with emotion. They don't fly. It's more like a leap, Luohan responded. Will they continue doing this? I asked anxiously. Yes, Luohan replied. We better head back up to the deck and check, Alanthes warned. We left Carrie behind to care for Kaboo, and the rest of us returned to the deck. By then, an entirely different scene had emerged outside the ship. Countless tiger sharks were leaping beside our vessel. Even though they couldn't reach the deck, it was still quite a test for us. Their leaps became increasingly larger, and some tiger sharks could jump from one side of the ship to the other. Should we go back down and hide? The elder suggested. No, Let's stay here so we don't end up in a worse situation, I said. Just at this moment, a tiger shark leaped high from the bow of our ship. Opening its blood-filled mouth, it lunged toward me. I was well prepared and sidestepped to avoid its attack, but it had already jumped onto the deck of our ship's bow, and it kept moving toward where we stood. At that moment, Alanthes lifted the spear he had been prepared with and ran towards this tiger shark. He stabbed forcefully at the tiger shark's head. In an instant, Alanthes' spear was deeply embedded in the tiger shark's head, killing it on the spot. The elder and I were both shocked by Alanthes' action, but we quickly came to our senses and helped Alanthes push the dead tiger shark back into the sea. Around our ship, several hundred tiger sharks had unknowingly gathered, jumping incessantly beside us, ready to attack at any time. What should we do? I asked the elder. We should hide. The elder insisted on his choice. Master, what do you think? I asked Alanthes. We should observe the situation further. The master also adhered to his choice. At that moment, 2 tiger sharks darted out of the sea and pounced down on us simultaneously from both sides. The elder drew a sharp sword and thrust it at the tiger shark closest to him, while Alanthes pointed his spear at the other tiger shark. Though the elder successfully killed his tiger shark, Alanthes' side proved tougher as his attempts to stab failed multiple times. During one of these attacks, Alanthes' spear was even broken by the tiger shark. Just as this tiger shark was about to attack the now defenseless Alanthes, suddenly a dragon flew down from the sky. The dragon's claws fiercely grabbed the tiger shark and threw it far away. It was then that I realized Luohan had transformed back into a dragon form. Thanks to Luohan's timely help, we escaped a perilous situation. Our ship moved very slowly through the tiger shark waters, but with Luohan's assistance, things became much easier. Using its rear claws, it tightly gripped our ship's bow and dragged us forward swiftly. Soon, we were far away from the tiger shark waters and had reached a safe place. Although Luohan no longer helped us sail, due to his size, he couldn't stay aboard the ship. Thus, he could only helplessly fly above our ship, enabling him to protect us and scout for intelligence so we wouldn't be attacked again. However, our immediate concern was Kabu's injury. His severe wound greatly affected us, for Kabu was indeed a brave warrior. His left arm had been entirely bitten off by the tiger shark. Although his life was saved and his bleeding temporarily stopped, he remained unconscious. Carrie stayed by his side, constantly taking care of him, which gave us some peace of mind, ensuring Kabu's safety. Carrie and I observed Kabu's condition inside the resting room, while the elder and Alanthes patrolled the deck. Suddenly, Alanthes rushed into the resting room with a tense expression, saying, "Your Highness, you should take a look at this." Seeing the tension on my teacher's face, I sensed something serious and hurriedly followed him to the deck. "Look, what is that?" Alanthes pointed at a gray mist ahead of us. "How can there be such thick fog on the sea?" I felt quite at a loss. "Luohan, do you know what's happening?" I then asked Luohan flying overhead. Luohan did not answer because, in his dragon form, he could not speak. "Elder, what do you think?" I asked the elder standing nearby. It shouldn't be anything to worry about. Even the elder was puzzled by this extraordinary situation. "Is there nothing you know either?" Alanthes asked the elder. "I have never seen anything like this," the elder said helplessly. "So what should we do? Should we go around this gray mist?" I suggested. "I don't think we can bypass it. Look ahead. Everything is covered by the gray mist. How can we possibly go around?" The elder immediately dismissed my suggestion. "Now what should we do?" Luohan can't speak. "What should we do?" I said anxiously. "There is only one way. We must traverse this gray mist," the elder stated firmly. "Are you sure?" Alanthes asked. "Sure." The elder was very confident. "All right, let's go then," I said to the elder. Chapter 92, The Domain of the Magic Sea. Our ship was getting closer and closer to the gray mist, when suddenly something fell from above the ship. "Elder, Alanthes," and I hurried over. I helped up what had fallen. It was Luohan. "Luohan, just now I really thank you. You saved all of our lives," I said with great emotion. "It's nothing, but it also thanks to the magic on my body," Luohan replied with a smile. "By the way, do you know what's happening with that patch of gray mist ahead?" the elder asked anxiously. "It's the domain of the magic sea," Luohan said very calmly. "The domain of the magic sea? What is it?" I asked nervously. "It's the last barrier for us to leave the seabed waters," Luohan explained. "That's wonderful," the elder exclaimed in excitement. "But this is also the most dangerous place," Luohan said seriously. "More dangerous than the center of the whirlpool?" I asked. "Although not as dangerous as there, it will be quite difficult for us to pass through here," Luohan said. "Well, no matter what, we've already come here. We can't turn back," the elder said firmly. At this point, our ship had entered into the fog. Though the fog here was rather thick, we could still see some things faintly. Our initial voyage went relatively smoothly. When we traveled further into the depths of the fog, it became so dense that we couldn't see our navigation direction at all. So we took out several torches from the cabin and placed them on both sides of the bow of the ship. This allowed us to see the forward navigation route more clearly. "This fog is so thick, it won't always be like this, right?" the elder asked Luohan. "Shouldn't be. As long as we go a bit further forward, we'll be able to leave this gray fog zone," Luohan guessed. "To tell the truth, what I'm worried about right now isn't this gray fog, but Kabu," I said to the elder. "Yes, Kabu's injuries are too severe. Although his life has been saved, his future life will become unbearably hard," the elder sighed. "You guys shouldn't be too upset. Kabu's wounds can be healed," Luohan suddenly said. "How?" Both me and Alanthes asked anxiously. "As long as we pass through the domain of the magic sea, we'll reach the range of a magic matrix. There, The magic water can be used to treat Kabu's wounds, Luohan explained. Are you sure? I asked, somewhat disbelieving. You'll know once we get there, Luohan said. We sailed for approximately 3 gosher, about 6 hours. Finally, the clouds opened and the fog dissipated before us, revealing a vast blue sea. Look, the fog's gone, I said excitedly. Yes, it's really not easy, the elder agreed. This is just the beginning. We still have a long way to go, Luohan said solemnly. But if we walk, we can certainly do it easily, I said. It may not be as simple as that. In the environment of the magic sea domain, anything could happen, Luohan reminded me. What Luohan says is true. We shouldn't let our guard down because of this. Alanthes also reminded us. But this sea doesn't look that scary, the elder said more relaxed. You mustn't underestimate this sea. It's full of traps everywhere, dangers everywhere, Luohan warned again. We all should listen to Luohan and be cautious, I told everyone. We will. After all, only Luohan knows the situation here. We rely on him to help us leave, the elder joked. All right, I'll go inside the cabin to check on Kabu. You guys stay here, I said to them. Okay, please go ahead, Alanthes replied. I turned around and returned to the rest area inside the cabin. How is Kabu? I asked as I approached Kabu's side. He hasn't woken up yet, Carrie said while sitting by Kabu's side. I have some bad news and some good news, I told Carrie. Tell me the bad news first, Carrie replied. We will have to stay in the domain of the magic sea for a pretty long time, I said. And the good news? Carrie asked. We found a way to cure Kabu's wounds, I said excitedly. Can it be cured? Carrie also asked excitedly. Yes, Luohan knows of a place where Kabu's wounds can be treated, I said after calming down a bit. That's great. When will we get there? Carrie asked anxiously. It will take some time. I imagine it would take at least 2 days, I said helplessly. This long? But at least we can confirm that Kabu's wounds can be cured, right? Carrie said enthusiastically. Yes, we will arrive at the place as soon as possible, I affirmed. Since Kabu is fine, I will go back up. They are waiting for me, I said to Carrie again. All right, you can go. Be careful. I'll take care of Kabu, Carrie replied resolutely. After finishing my sentence, I turned and left, quickly heading to the deck where I told everyone. Kabu's injuries are under control, but he hasn't woken up yet. That's good. We'll cure him as soon as possible, the elder responded. What's the situation now? I asked. Look, we've sailed into this area of the sea already. The elder pointed ahead and told me. What are these things? I was shocked by what I saw. These are some wreckage of ships, Luohan answered. How come there are so many ships here? I exclaimed with amazement. These were all destroyed by monsters in this region, Luohan explained. How many monsters are there? The elder asked nervously. A lot, Luohan gave a simple answer. By the time we finished talking, our ship had already entered the center of these wrecked ships. Some remnants kept colliding with the front and sides of our vessel. Is it all right that we keep being hit like this? I asked the elder. It should be fine. The impacts are small. There won't be any big danger, the elder consoled me. How long does this field of sunken ships last? The elder asked Luohan. Not too long. You don't need to worry, Luohan explained. Navigating through this area is really nerve-wracking, I said tensely. What kind of monsters could destroy so many ships like this? I began asking curiously. In fact, I have never seen them myself, Luohan explained. Could it be near us right now? The elder asked anxiously. Probably not in an area like this, Luohan was uncertain. No matter what, let's leave this area first, I asserted firmly. Our ship took approximately less than 1 gosher, about 2 hours, to navigate through this debris-filled area, and finally, we emerged from the zone. We're out, the elder said excitedly. Are we safe now? I questioned doubtfully. At least we're closer to the end point, Luohan said. Once we exited the area, a different view unfolded before us. Why is the sea ahead ink green? The elder wondered aloud. Yes, something seems to be floating on the surface, I also said with curiosity. It's seaweed. The elder finally identified what was floating on the water. Seaweed, I asked. How could seaweed float on the surface of the water? The elder was perplexed by the sight. Regardless of what it is, we'd better get out of here as fast as we can, I said to the elder. This body of water is actually the last barrier for us to leave the seabed waters, Luohan said with some excitement. Do you know this place? I asked excitedly. To be honest, I'm not very clear about it, but I often hover over this area, Luohan said. You mean after you turn into a dragon? The elder said. Yes, Luohan replied. At this moment, our ship had already sailed into this dark green-colored sea. Even though we didn't encounter any attacks on the way, each of us still maintained vigilance, because none of our companions could get hurt anymore. As we sailed into this ink-green area, I could clearly feel that our ship's speed had slowed down significantly. Our ship has slowed down, I said to the elder. Yes, I've noticed that too, the elder responded. Could it be that the ship doesn't have enough power? Luohan asked. It shouldn't be. Although this ship is old, it can easily sail for hundreds of days without issues, the elder stated. Chapter 93, Fainting. Could it be that these aquatic plants are slowing down the boat? I guessed. It's possible. The elder glanced at me and said. The 3 of us hurried to the edge of the boat and looked under it. Indeed, our boat was slowed down by a heap of aquatic plants gathered at the bow. What should we do? I asked the elder. I'll get some wooden sticks to push these plants away. The elder thought for a moment and said. Good idea. I'll help too. I responded. Each of us held a long and thick wooden stick, and we crouched at the front of the boat, slowly using the sticks to push aside the mass of plants piled up in front of the bow. We had been doing this for a very long time when Kelly came out from the cabin. She saw the 3 of us hunched over the bow and asked curiously, What are you doing? I quickly stood up and replied. We're trying to make the boat go faster. Why isn't our boat going fast enough? Kelly asked with some confusion. Don't you feel it? I asked her, equally puzzled. It feels the same as before, Kelly answered. Maybe you've been inside the cabin for too long, so you can't feel it, I replied. Speaking of which, why did you come out? The elder also stood up at this point and asked. I've been in the cabin for too long and wanted to come out for some fresh air, Kelly replied. How is Cabe? I asked. Cabe? He's already dead. Kelly looked at me with a puzzled expression. What? The elder almost couldn't believe his ears. You didn't see Cabe die? Kelly responded solemnly. Wasn't Cabe fine just now? Luohan also stood up at the bow and asked. What is wrong with all of you? Kelly asked with a confused face. I couldn't explain either. Let's go check on Cabe, I said to everyone. Cabe was thrown into the water by you guys. Where are you planning to check? Kelly began to sound anxious. This can't be right. Let's go to the cabin, I said, and went to the resting area together with the elder and Luohan. When we arrived at the resting room, the space was empty. The beds were neatly arranged, but there was nothing on them. How could this be? I was completely stunned by what I saw. Where did Cabe go? The elder anxiously said. Could Kelly be telling the truth? Luohan asked, clearly worried. I'll go back and ask Kelly, I said, and turned around, walking out of the cabin. But when I got onto the deck, Kelly was suddenly gone. Did you manage to find out anything? At this point, the elder also walked out of the cabin. Kelly's gone, I said anxiously. Kelly's disappeared? That's impossible. Luohan also immediately rushed to the deck upon hearing this, starting to search for Kelly. We searched for a long time, but found no trace of Kelly. Where did Kelly go? The elder said anxiously. There she is. In the sea. Luohan suddenly shouted, pointing towards a patch of sea ahead of us. We quickly moved to the bow of the ship and looked far out. Indeed, Kelly was about 500 meters away from us. That's Kelly. How did she end up in the sea? I exclaimed in excitement. Let's go save her. The elder finished speaking and leapt into the sea. Because both Luohan and I weren't good swimmers, we could only watch as the elder dragged Kelly back alone. It took him great effort to pull her back onto the ship. By then, Kelly had lost consciousness. Kelly, I called out to her beside her. At that moment, Kelly seemed to have heard my call. Suddenly, she opened her eyes, her blood-red eyes fixed intensely on me, causing a surge of fear within me. Kelly, you're awake. The elder said gently. How? What were you going to say? I hurriedly asked. Aren't you already dead? Kelly's words struck us like a thunderclap. What are you talking about? How could we possibly be dead? The elder questioned, looking puzzled. Kelly, maybe you're confused. You should think it over carefully, I whispered to her. I'm not confused. You're really dead, just now, Kelly said firmly. So who are we now? I asked Kelly. I'm also very surprised. How did you come back to life again? Kelly said with a look of terror on her face. This means we're not dead, the elder said. What about Cabe? I asked urgently. Cabe's already dead, Kelly replied without hesitation. Did you see it with your own eyes? I asked. You threw Cabe into the sea yourselves. Don't you remember? Kelly said, sounding somewhat dizzy. What exactly is going on here? I muttered, gazing up at the sky. At this moment, Kelly seemed to have regained her strength, and she stood up from my arms. Then she said to us, You're all dead, and suddenly disappeared. We were all stunned by what we had just witnessed, none of us knowing what happened. Where did Kelly go? The elder asked, looking at us in confusion. I don't know either, I replied, at a loss. Just then, a blinding blue light appeared before our eyes, and it made us faint. After an unknown amount of time, I slowly opened my eyes. I rubbed my blurry eyes and took a deep breath. Looking around, I was sure that I was in the cabin's resting room. A familiar voice sounded beside me. You're awake. Kelly, I said without hesitation. Are you alright? Kelly asked with concern. What happened to me? I asked, feeling dizzy. You've been unconscious for half a day, Kelly explained. What about the others? I asked anxiously. They're just like you, still not awake, Kelly replied. I slowly sat up in bed and looked carefully at the others. Cabe, the elder, Luohan, and Alantiers lay quietly on their beds. Do you remember what happened to you? Kelly asked. I think I had a dream. I began to recall what had just happened. Do you remember how you fainted? Kelly asked again. It might have been a blue light, I said uncertainly. At this moment, the elder, Luohan, and Alantiers gradually woke up. My head hurts so much, the elder said as he rubbed his head. You're all awake, Kelly said excitedly. What happened to us? Luohan asked hurriedly. It seems you four have lost your memories, Kelly replied. Kelly, tell us what happened, the elder urged impatiently. So Kelly recounted the whole story to us. She had taken care of Cabe in the cabin for a long time, but when we didn't return for a long while, she went up to the deck alone. On the deck, she found all four of us lying unconscious at the bow. She was scared, but after confirming we were still alive, she relaxed a bit. Then, she carried us back to the resting room. That's how it happened. So the four of us fainted. Alantiers muttered to himself. That should be it. Otherwise, it's hard to explain, Kelly replied. Why did we faint? The elder questioned. That's the key point, Kelly said. What were we doing before we fainted? I asked. That's something only you four would know, Kelly replied. We seem to be doing something important, Luohan recalled. What was it? I asked urgently. I can't remember, Luohan replied. At least we should be grateful that Luohan didn't transform into a dragon during this period. Otherwise, we'd all be dead, the elder said seriously. Well, anyway, we're all fine now, isn't that great? Kelly said happily. By the way, how's Cabe? I asked Kelly. He's still the same, but there's no problem, Kelly answered cheerfully. Well, we should get to work outside, I told everyone. You should rest a little longer, Kelly cared. No need. We've wasted too much time already and cannot afford any more delay, I said and walked out of the cabin, followed by the other three onto the deck. When I got to the deck, I was stunned by the scene before me. Chapter 94, Dragon vs. Squid. How did the water turn green? I muttered to myself. At this moment, the elder, Luohan, and Alantez also came up to the deck. It seems like seaweed, the elder analyzed. Seaweed. I seem to recall something. I remember now. Luohan hesitated for a moment before saying. I remember too. I quickly said. It's the seaweed. We were handling it then, Luohan said with some excitement. But why did we pass out? The elder's question plunged us into deep thought once again. Perhaps it's because of the seaweed, Alantez guessed. You mean this seaweed might be toxic? The elder asked dubiously. At least it made all of us pass out and have hallucinations. Alantez analyzed once more. Is that possible? The elder was somewhat skeptical. I encountered something similar in the Monte Carlo forest, I said. What should we do? The elder asked, sounding a little nervous. Wait a moment. It seems our ship has stopped. Luohan interrupted my conversation with the elder. Yeah, the ship has stopped. I also noticed. What's wrong? Luohan questioned. I'll check. The elder began examining parts of the ship to see if anything was broken. But after inspecting everything, there was no apparent abnormality found. Could it be that the seaweed blocked our ship? Alantez guessed. It wouldn't. Our ship has strong power. It wouldn't stop just because of seaweed. There isn't even that much seaweed anyway, the elder explained. Just at this moment, a black cloud appeared directly in front of us. Look quickly, what is that? I pointed at the black cloud in front and said urgently. Let me take a look. The elder took out his telescope. It seems like a flock of birds, the elder told us after observing through the telescope. Birds? Luohan asked curiously. Are you sure? I asked. Sure. The elder answered confidently. Let me see. Luohan took the telescope from the elder. They seem to be a flock of lake pelicans, Luohan analyzed. Lake pelicans? I asked curiously. Are they dangerous? The elder asked anxiously. They are very dangerous, Luohan said seriously. We need to prepare for battle immediately, Alantez hurriedly said. No need, we just go inside the cabin, the elder said. Yes, let's go inside, Luohan agreed. The four of us entered the cabin before the flock of lake pelicans reached our ship. After a while, those lake pelicans already flew in front of us. They were large and bulky birds. Their mouths were so big that they could swallow an adult cat in one bite. Their feathers were gray-brown and incredibly sharp. If touched by hand, they could cut off your fingers. However, as we hid in the cabin, we avoided any encounter or injury from these lake pelicans. After a long while, when we heard that there seemed to be no movement on the deck, I summoned the courage to quietly walk onto the deck. Sure enough, those lake pelicans had flown away, far from us. Everyone come out. They've flown away, I said to those in the cabin. The elder, Luohan, and Alantez all came out of the cabin. They've flown away, the elder sighed. We should think about how to get the ship moving again, I said helplessly. That depends on Luohan. The elder seemed to have figured out a solution. Me? Luohan looked confused. Depends on Luohan? I also didn't understand. When will you be able to transform, Luohan? The elder asked. Right. I finally caught on. If Luohan transforms into a dragon, it can carry us away from this sea area, but when Luohan will transform is quite an issue since even Luohan can't predict when it will happen. Therefore, we could only patiently wait. We waited patiently for 2 ghouly hours, about 4 hours, but Luohan showed no signs of transformation. Meanwhile, the sky started to darken gradually. It seems we'll spend the night here. I looked at the sky and said, Luohan, please, give us a hand, the elder joked. I'm trying hard to transform, Luohan helplessly replied. When can we leave? The elder also said helplessly. At this moment, Luohan suddenly ran quickly to the edge of the ship and then leapt into the sea below. His action stunned all 3 of us, leaving us momentarily speechless. But then a huge dragon flew out from beneath the ship, and at that point, we understood that this was Luohan's way of transforming. In this rather dramatic manner, we continued forward. Luohan pulled our ship tirelessly ahead for a long time. By the time the sky had darkened completely, Luohan finally ceased flying. We're going to spend the night here, I said to the elder, standing on the deck. Yes, it's already very dark, the elder replied. What about Luohan? I asked. He should be able to take care of himself, the elder guessed. All right then, I responded. Our ship had stopped moving forward. Since Luohan had transformed into a giant dragon, it was impossible for him to stay on the ship. None of us knew where he had flown off to. The 3 of us, me, the elder, and Alantez, went back inside the cabin to rest. Soon enough, a new day arrived, and Alantez and I woke up early. We went up to the deck, only to find that Luohan had already been flying above our ship's bow. Good morning, Luohan. I looked up and greeted him. Luohan flapped his wings as a greeting. After a short while, we finally managed to sail out of this green sea area. Our ship could now move normally again. Luohan released the ship's bow, allowing it to navigate on its own. Look quickly, what is that? Alantez anxiously pointed at a water spout-like column ahead. It looks like something is bubbling up. I immediately followed the direction indicated by the teacher. Could it be something surfacing from the water? Alantez guessed. If only Luohan were here right now, we could just ask him, I helplessly said. Look, the water spout is getting higher. Alantez became even more nervous. We need to stop the ship, I said to Alantez. We stopped the ship because we didn't want to take such a huge risk navigating further. At this moment, Luohan suddenly dropped from the sky above the ship. That hurt. Luohan massaged his bottom and complained. Luohan, you're back at the perfect time. Look, what is that? I urgently asked him to take a look. I saw it in the sky earlier, but I'm not sure what it is. Luohan gave a rather vague answer. You don't know either? I doubt it. So what should we do? Alan Tez started to get anxious. But I think there shouldn't be any problems, Luohan guessed. I think we all should still be cautious, I carefully warned. As we were speaking, the water column in front of us gradually disappeared. However, right at that moment, four thick and long tentacles suddenly emerged from the water. These tentacles immediately wrapped around our ship tightly, causing it to rock violently. Caught off guard by the sudden sway, all of us lost our balance and fell hard onto the deck. What's happening? I asked alertly. What is this thing? The elder stepped out of the cabin to inquire. Luohan, what is that? I asked. It seems like a squid, Luohan guessed. A squid? Could it be this big? I was surprised. At this moment, those tentacles began rocking our ship left and right. All of us started swaying with the movement of the ship. Because the rocking was so severe, we almost couldn't stand up. What should we do now? I shouted as I rocked back and forth. I don't know. The elder shouted back loudly. How can we make it stop? The elder shouted again. What happened? Carrie laboriously climbed out of the cabin. We're under attack. I shouted loudly to Carrie. What is that? Carrie noticed some large and sturdy tentacles surrounding our ship. We don't know what kind of monster it is. The elder explained loudly to Carrie. What should we do? Carrie lay on the deck and asked. We're not sure yet. The elder answered. At this moment, Luohan suddenly underwent a change. He transformed into a giant dragon without any warning. Flapping his massive wings, Luohan flew up from the deck and began attacking the tentacles wrapped around our ship. Even though Luohan had turned into a dragon, he still appeared small compared to this gigantic creature. With his extremely sharp claws, Luohan fiercely tore at these tentacles. Despite his strong attacks, they didn't cause much harm to the giant monster. At this point, one of the monster's tentacles released our ship and lunged toward Luohan. Although Luohan could fly freely in the sky, he was still hit twice by the tentacle. The first hit sent him flying dozens of meters away, and the second hit struck one of his wings. Fortunately, Luohan seemed unharmed. At this moment, Luohan appeared quite enraged. He opened his large mouth and shot a stream of flames directly at the tentacles in front of him. The flame raced straight toward the monster's tentacles, which caught fire quickly and thrashed around in apparent pain. Look, these tentacles are on fire, I shouted to everyone. Yes, Luohan burned them to death, the elder said. And our ship was no longer swaying so violently. We could stand more steadily on the deck. After being attacked by the flames Luohan had breathed out, those tentacles all retreated back into the water. Look, they're gone, the elder said with some excitement. Yes, they fled back into the sea, I said. Chapter 95, Escape. Suddenly, a huge squid surfaced in the sea in front of us. It had countless tentacles. From its appearance, its skin looked very slimy, and its skin tone was slightly yellowish. After surfacing, it attacked our ship with its innumerable tentacles. Its massive tentacles lunged towards us, while Luohan also sprayed out an extremely fierce flame. However, given that the giant squid's tentacles were just too many, even if Luohan resisted one tentacle's attack, countless other tentacles still struck our ship. The ship was destroyed instantly by these tentacles, and we fell into the sea with the ship. I kept struggling in the seawater. Though my swimming skills are decent, considering that we suffered from severe attacks, my head was still a little dizzy, so I could only keep struggling in the sea. The other people were also struggling in the water, while Luohan was fighting those tentacles in the air. He continuously sprayed flames at the tentacles, but the effects were no longer significant. Luohan's body was heavily attacked by those tentacles and soon got beaten into the sea. Luohan's enormous body floated on the surface of the sea, though he wasn't far from me. So I swam toward Luohan. Soon, I climbed onto Luohan's back and began shouting loudly to my fallen companions. In a short while, Kelly, the elder, and Alanthes had all climbed onto Luohan's body. However, it seemed that Luohan had passed out, floating on the sea surface without any reaction. Is everyone alright? I asked everyone. Yes, they all answered almost simultaneously. But Kaboo is gone, Kelly said anxiously. Kaboo? I asked nervously. Yes, Kaboo is gone. What shall we do? Kelly asked worriedly. I will look for him, the elder said and jumped into the sea. Elder, please be careful, I said while standing on Luohan's back. Our ship has been destroyed. What shall we do now? Kelly asked. We can stay on Luohan's back for now, Alanthes replied. At this time, the giant squid's tentacles once again attacked our location. They continuously emerged from the waters around us and launched an attack. Since we didn't have any weapons, we couldn't resist. We were hit by the tentacles and thrown back into the water. At the same moment, Luohan suddenly woke up. He flapped his large wings and flew, then sprayed a thick and long flame with all his strength. This flame shot directly at the head of the squid. The giant squid screamed as it was hit by Luohan's flames and dived underwater. I lost consciousness in the seawater. Big raindrops beat against my body, and I woke up unknowingly. I slowly opened my eyes and saw that I was lying on a sandy ground. This made me very sure that I had arrived on land. However, my body was still very weak, unable to stand up, but I was already able to see some of the surroundings clearly. After a long time, I slowly regained a bit of strength and tried to stand up. The first thing I did after standing up was search for my companions. Fortunately, my several companions were lying nearby. I rushed over, and the first person I found was Kaboo. Although Kaboo was still unconscious, he still had a heartbeat. I carried Kaboo and walked toward the next companion. Before long, all the companions were awakened by me. Where are we? The elder asked Luohan. I don't know either. By this point, Luohan had transformed back to human form. Have we already left the water area? I asked somewhat excitedly. No, because if we had left the water area, Kaboo would have woken up, Luohan said firmly. So what should we do now? Kelly asked. We should rest here for a while, then set off on a suitable route, I analyzed. We spent almost all of our resting time in the pouring rain. After a while, our bodies had restored some strength. First, I carried Kaboo, but just as we set off, many roads appeared before us. How can there be so many roads? Kelly asked curiously. Before our eyes were many roads, all straight, and none of them clearly indicated where they led. What do you think, Luohan? I asked. I have never been here either. Being able to escape alive from the sea region is already a miracle, Luohan said. This place is really eerie. What should we do? Kelly said. Let's take this road. I pointed to one of the roads in front of us. Are you sure? The elder asked. Absolutely sure, I said with great confidence. So, the few of us followed me toward the nearest road. The environment here was extremely harsh, with water pits and small swamps everywhere. Our movements were very difficult. With the heavy rain falling from the sky, our progress became even slower. Every step we took landed in a puddle. What's more, this dampness was something we found hardest to bear. Not only were we completely soaked by the rain, but each of us felt physically and mentally exhausted. Considering we had just regained some strength, we all felt unimaginable difficulty. We walked for roughly an hour and a half, about 2 hours, and by this time, the rain seemed to have lessened somewhat, but still caused us significant trouble. Shouldn't we rest for a while? I was the first to suggest it. Though I rarely initiated rest, I had no choice but to concede under such harsh conditions, especially since I, the elder, and Alanthes were also carrying Kaboo's burden. So where should we rest? The elder asked. That's true. There is water everywhere and no dry place to stand. Luohan said helplessly. He was right. Indeed, on this land, there was nothing at all except for some stunted trees and sparse wild grass, besides which there were only countless water pits. I searched carefully in the surrounding area for a long time, yet failed to find any relatively suitable place for us to rest. Look, there's a patch of wild grass over there. Kelly pointed at a spot about 500 meters away from us and said, all right, let's go there and rest for a moment. I quickly responded. After a little while, we arrived. To our great surprise, this field of wild grass wasn't nearly as damp as the rest of the area, considering the rain continued to pour down overhead nonstop. It seems pretty dry here, Kelly said, puzzled. It is strange indeed, but at least we've found a suitable place for ourselves, I replied. I gently laid Kaboo down on the wild grass, then sat down myself. At this exact moment, the heavy rain suddenly ceased. The rain has stopped, the elder exclaimed excitedly. The weather here is truly bizarre, I muttered to myself. I don't think this bodes well, Luohan cautioned. Whether it's good or bad, at least we're more comfortable now, the elder said. This time, we managed to recover all the strength we had lost, and as night gradually fell. The light is dimming. Let's head out, I said to everyone. All right, everyone agreed. Chapter 96. Here. This time, we were much faster than before. Perhaps because our physical strength had been restored, it wasn't long before we arrived in front of a desolate mountain. Such a huge mountain, Kelly marveled. This must be the last barrier to leave the water region, right? I asked Luohan. It should be. Luohan's response wasn't entirely certain, but it still gave us a glimmer of hope. Looks like the path I chose was correct by luck, I joked. Well, let's leave this place first, Kelly reminded me. All right, everyone prepare to climb the mountain, I said with determination. This mountain wasn't as difficult to traverse as I had imagined. Instead, it was the easiest mountain I'd ever climbed. However, my relaxation cost me, for its vastness was something we had never anticipated. We walked through this mountain for approximately 2 periods, about 4 hours. By then, the sky had become pitch black, and we had no choice but to light torches. Because there was water everywhere, we spent a long time trying to ignite them. With great difficulty, we managed to light 2 torches, one held by me at the front, and one by Alanthes at the rear. Kaboo was carried on the elder's back, while Kelly and Luohan followed in between us. This mountain is so big, I couldn't help but complain. Yes, it's very large, as if it has no end, the elder said. Luohan, can we really make it out? I asked somewhat doubtfully. We can. Luohan clearly didn't want to say anything else. At that moment, a cold wind blew towards us, extinguishing our torches. What a strong wind. I shivered. Quick, relight the torches, Kelly said anxiously. We tried to relight the torches again, but just then, an animal's wild howl broke the silence. What's making that sound? The elder asked cautiously. Luohan, what is it? I immediately asked Luohan. I'm not sure, but it's definitely something dangerous. Luohan also became tense. At that moment, 2 extremely glaring red lights appeared ahead of us. What is that? I pointed at the 2 beams of red light and asked. It seems like a pair of eyes, the elder speculated. The 2 red lights slowly moved towards us. It's coming towards us. I alerted everyone. Everyone, get ready for battle. Alanthes shouted. Although none of us had any weapons, we could still fight the enemy hand to hand. As we reminded each other, those 2 red lights came closer and closer. I gradually began to see what stood before us, a monster covered in sharp spines, with a mouth full of razor-sharp teeth, and eyes glowing like ghostly fire, was angrily advancing toward us. It's a huge monster, I announced after identifying the full appearance of the beast. Everyone run quickly. I panicked. We started retreating backward because we needed to take care of Kaboo, which made our retreat very slow. The monster caught up with us soon and began attacking us. It swung its immensely sharp claws at me fiercely. Even though it was dark, my distance from the monster was close enough to allow me to clearly discern its attack direction. I quickly dodged its first strike. However, this monster didn't give up easily. It lunged at me once more, and I avoided it again, this time seemingly angering it. It roared loudly and charged furiously at me. This time, I wasn't quick enough, and it knocked me down. The rest of you attacked when they saw me down, giving me some time to escape amidst the chaos. Are you alright? Alanthes asked worriedly. I'm fine. I panted heavily in response. By now, the monster had already knocked down all the people who rushed at it, and both Kelly and the elder had suffered varying degrees of injury. What do we do now? I asked my teacher, somewhat at a loss. Look, there seems to be a light over there. Luohan suddenly pointed out. I looked in the direction Luohan was pointing, and indeed, not far from us was a dazzling light. But we couldn't yet determine what that light was, or whether it was dangerous. We had no choice but to take our chances. Let's head over there quickly, I shouted. However, the gang had no time to care about me now because they were fighting this monster intensely. I saw everyone continuously attacking the monster, and without fear, I charged in too. But this monster was undoubtedly very powerful. Even though it had also endured a heavy attack from us, it hadn't been injured much. Instead, several of us were hurt. Let's go to that beam of light, I reminded them again. Seeing that there was no way we could withstand the monster's attacks anymore, everyone began running towards the light. That light seemed not too far from us, but despite our desperate running for a long time, we didn't reach the destination. Meanwhile, the monster was chasing us relentlessly from behind. Why does the light look farther than it seems? Kelly said aloud while running. I don't know either. Why have we run for so long and still not reached it? I responded as I carried Kapu at the front to better protect him. Just when we were almost reaching the end near the light, the monster suddenly darted out from somewhere. It blocked our way between us and the light. What do we do now? Kelly asked. We fight it. The elder shouted loudly and then rushed toward the monster. At the same moment, Kelly, Alanthes, and Luohan also charged towards the monster. I carried Kapu behind them, hoping to squeeze through a gap and reach the light. This monster appeared to be more ferocious than before. It kept swinging its spiky tail at Luohan and the elder, and its tail moved left and right incessantly, making others unable to get close. At this point, it opened its big mouth, revealing sharp teeth, and roared loudly at us. Its voice shook us all so much that we covered our ears with our hands. Just then, behind the monster, which was right in front of us, the beam of light suddenly emitted some ripples. The ripples were an eye-searing pale blue color. Instantly, the glare made us unable to open our eyes, and it appeared as if the monster had been hit by this strong light, causing it to flee in panic. This beam of strong ripples seemed to grow even stronger without any sign of weakening. Soon, all of us lost consciousness and collapsed on the ground. When I opened my eyes again, I had no idea where I was. I rubbed my eyes and cleaned up my blurry vision. Only then did I carefully examine my surroundings. Around me was a completely silver-white scene. It didn't resemble snowflakes or liquid, yet these white objects surrounded me. What is this stuff? I murmured drowsily, but no one answered me. My head felt hazy, and I didn't know what had happened. Slowly, I stood up, though my body was still quite weak, and I managed to stand up flinching, barely. Once again, I observed the area around here looking for my companions. But here, aside from a vast whiteness, there was nothing. I took a few slow steps forward, and the environment remained unchanged. Kelly, teacher, I called out loudly, but here only echoed my own shouting voice. Just at that moment, I suddenly felt as if someone had pushed me from behind. Staggering, I was pushed to the ground, and simultaneously, the ground beneath me became hollow, and I fell down. No, I screamed as I fell from the air. By this point, I had completely lost control over my situation, gradually losing consciousness. When I woke up again, the first thing I saw was Kapu. Kapu, you're awake. I stood up excitedly. I've been awake for a while now. I was just waiting for you. Kapu also said happily. How come your hand? I noticed Kapu's left hand was fine, as if it had grown back. My hand has grown back. Kapu fiddled with his hand and said, What's going on? I asked, puzzled. That's a long story, Kapu replied. Let Luohan explain it to you, Kelly added as she walked up beside me. Only then did I observe the surroundings. Turns out Kelly, Kapu, the elder, Luohan, and Alanthes were all here, and they looked to be in good spirits, and it seemed like my condition was pretty decent too. Luohan approached me and said, Let me explain to you what you went through earlier. I began to listen carefully to Luohan's story. He told me that they had been to the white environment, just like me. That was because we had passed through a buffer zone of the water area, and that place was a place to heal wounds and illnesses. Kapu's injury was also cured there. Although Luohan only briefly told me a few sentences, I already understood the entire process clearly. We have now completely left the water area and come to the fourth region, which is the fire domain of the unowned lands, 5 masterless lands. Since I had already recovered my strength and some of my old ailments were healed as well, I could begin observing the conditions of the fire domain more at ease. In this fire domain, I couldn't see any plants or animals, because in front of me was a wasteland of yellow earth, and much of this land had begun to crack. I also started to feel my body getting hotter and hotter. The clothes that were originally soaked were now thoroughly dry. We all started sweating profusely after walking for only a short while. Except for Kelly, all of us had taken off our upper garments, yet the sweat still kept flowing out of our bodies nonstop. Thus, we officially entered the territory of the fire domain. Chapter 97, Volcano Cave. We only walked for a short while, and we already had signs of dehydration. The weather here was completely different from the desert. Our sky wasn't filled with such an intense sun. Instead, it was somewhat gloomy. However, the temperature here was extremely high and stifling, giving us a sense of difficulty in breathing. I can't do this anymore. Luohan gave up first. Try to hold on a little longer and see if we can find a cooler place to rest, I suggested. Does it even matter where we rest at this temperature? Kabu said with some irritation. Wait, look over there, what is that? Kelly seemed to notice something. What did you see? The elder quickly asked. I just saw something moving. Kelly said uncertainly. There's something moving? I became curious too. You must have seen wrong, Alantez said. I'm not sure either. Maybe I saw incorrectly, Kelly replied. All right, no matter what. Let's just walk forward a bit more before we decide, I told everyone. The temperature here was truly unbearable. We hadn't gone very far when we all collapsed one by one. But soon after we fell down, we stood back up because the ground was also hot, even hotter than the air itself. At that moment, a creature similar to a leopard appeared in front of us. It wasn't very large, about the size of a small horse, except its eyes were black, and the rest of its body was fiery red. It was very close to us, probably less than 300 meters away, and as we looked at it, it seemed like a ball of flames moving around in front of us. Kelly, did you see this earlier? I asked Kelly. It seems so, but I'm not quite sure, Kelly replied. What are we going to do? Should we scare it away? Kabu now sounded nervous. No, Luohan chimed in. Why? I asked curiously. I don't know what that animal is, but I think it's not alone. And since it can survive in such a harsh environment, there must be a reason. Let's try to quietly follow it. Perhaps it might lead us to water, Luohan analyzed. Luohan's right. Let's follow this plan, I agreed. Although Luohan's idea made sense, this animal seemed unwilling to leave us. It kept running around aimlessly in front of us, and yet it didn't seem to want to attack us either. Why isn't it leaving? Kabu said impatiently. Let's wait a bit longer. Kelly tried to comfort him. Will it really lead us to water? Kelly started questioning. I'm pretty sure it will, I confidently said. But before it leads us to water, we'll likely die of thirst, the elder remarked. It was true. We had already been in this scorching heat for more than 2 ancient hours, about 4 hours, and it was already remarkable that we managed to endure until now. If we continued waiting like this, we would indeed perish here. Just then, the creature began to take action. With a swift leap, it ran towards our left front. Although we tried our best, it easily outpaced us. Despite losing track of it, it still brought us to the face of a volcano. Is this a volcano? Alantez was slightly shocked by the sight of the mountain. I think so. Kabu was also amazed by the scene. In front of us stood a volcano unlike anything we had ever seen. It was the tallest and largest volcano I'd ever encountered, continuously releasing thick white smoke from inside. How could there possibly be water here? The elder sighed. That little thing must have been playing tricks on us. Kabu began angrily. My strength is almost completely drained, Kelly said. Hey, there's a cave over there. After carefully observing the situation of the volcano, I suddenly noticed a cave. A cave? Where? Kabu was very curious. Over there. I pointed toward the direction of the cave. Let's check it out. The elder seemed excited. Are you crazy? Over there. Kabu disagreed. Or do we just stand here and wait to die? The elder was getting impatient. What do you all think? The elder then asked for everyone's opinions. Everyone except Kabu somewhat agreed to go and take a look at the cave, and soon we arrived in front of it. The entrance to this cave was small, only large enough for one person to pass through, so I decided to personally investigate inside. With great caution, I approached the mouth of the cave and stepped in carefully. To my immense surprise, the inside of the cave was not only spacious but also cool, and not as dark as I had imagined. Moreover, there were faint flashes of pale yellow light shimmering on the surrounding rock walls within the cave. After seeing this sight, I was astonished and found it even more incredible. I immediately called all my companions inside, and once everyone entered, they too were amazed by the spectacle. Chapter 98, The Dark Fog Messenger. This place is really too strange, Kabu exclaimed. That's right, even standing here, I don't feel thirsty at all, Kelly said excitedly. We are really very lucky to find such a great place, the elder said. Although this place is great, our pressing concern now is the problem of food. I began to worry about dry rations. Yes, although we feel cool here, it has been a long time since we've eaten. If we continue like this, we will starve to death, Kabu also began to say anxiously. There hasn't been any vegetation along the way, let alone food, Kelly said helplessly. You remember those animals, don't you? It was then that I realized. That's right, didn't we find this place because these animals led the way for us? They must be able to find food, the elder said. Where do we find them now? Kelly questioned. In that case, the elder, Luohan, and I will go out and look around. Perhaps we can find some food, I suggested. This. Kabu seemed to have something to say. What do you want to say, Kabu? I asked curiously. It was hard for us to find this place, and now you're going to leave again. That means we'll be separated once more. I think we should all go together, Kabu proposed. Kabu is right. We need to unify our actions in the future, Alantez added. All right then, I said to everyone. We left the cave, and before we left, we made a mark here so that we wouldn't get lost when we returned. When we stepped out of the cave, a scorching wave of heat hit us. We weren't accustomed to it initially. We followed a narrow path. We did not know where this path would lead. After walking for a while along this path, we came to an area filled with plants. These plants were slightly yellowed and appeared to be bushes from a distance. There are plants here. Kabu was surprised. This only shows one thing. There must be a water source not far from here, Alantez analyzed. That's correct. Let's search carefully, I said, carefully observing the surroundings. We started conducting a very meticulous check around this area. Indeed, not far from us, there appeared a lake. This lake wasn't big, but it was enough to satisfy the thirst of all of us. We hurried over. The water in this lake looked very clear. Since we were worried it might be poisonous, none of us drank recklessly. We each just sipped a little. After a while, as nothing harmful happened, we finally drank until we were full. Look, those seem to be fruit trees. Kabu pointed to a place roughly a kilometer away. They are fruit trees. Kelly looked in the direction Kabu was pointing. How do you know they are fruit trees? I asked Kabu. I guessed, Kaboo answered. Let me take a look. The elder took out a telescope and observed. It's a fruit tree. The elder further confirmed Kaboo's guess. Let's go check it out, Xuanhuan said impatiently. We still need to remain alert, I reminded everyone. As we were about to reach the fruit trees, suddenly, a pale-faced, bloodshot-eyed man appeared beside us. He had a pair of sharp ears, wore a very peculiar helmet on his head, and held a very sharp crescent-shaped blade in his hand. As soon as he saw us, he shouted loudly at us and bared his sharp teeth. Is he human? Kaboo began to feel tense after seeing him. He's dangerous, the elder alerted. What kind of person is he? I also began to feel nervous. Seems like Xuanhuan seemed to know his identity. What? Kelly asked anxiously. The dark fog messenger, Xuanhuan replied. Do you know him? Alantez said. Just heard of him, Xuanhuan replied. Is he a very dangerous person? Kelly asked. They are extremely dangerous, Xuanhuan said seriously. You mean they? I asked. Their numbers are many. It's not just one person, Xuanhuan explained. We only see one person in front of us, Kaboo said. Will he attack us? Kelly seemed more concerned about the current situation. Probably not. Alone he won't rashly attack us, Xuanhuan explained. At this moment, the dark fog messenger in front of us slowly walked towards us. Xuanhuan, you said he wouldn't attack us. Look at him coming towards us, Kaboo said tensely. Kaboo, calm down. There are more of us than him. He doesn't pose a threat. Alantez reprimanded Kaboo angrily. But he has already. Before Kaboo could finish his sentence, the dark fog messenger had already walked up to us. Can he speak? I asked Han in a low voice. Han shook his head at me, but I wasn't sure what it meant, whether he didn't know or if they couldn't speak. The only thing I knew for sure was that this dark fog messenger before us would bring us a lot of trouble. Dwarf? I haven't seen a dwarf in over 1,000 years. His voice was extremely raspy and deep, giving off a chilling feeling. He can speak, Kaboo muttered softly to himself. And who might you be? The dark fog messenger pointed at us and asked. None of us took the initiative to answer him. Answer me. He began to roar at us. Still, none of us responded. How could you have come here? The dark fog messenger began, now perplexed. No, you are neither dwarves, nor elves, nor beastmen, nor demons. Then what are you? The dark fog messenger started making wild guesses about our identities. Among the races he mentioned, we'd only heard of the dwarves. The rest were entirely unfamiliar to us. What do you want to do? Xuanhuan suddenly asked. So you can speak, the dark fog messenger said with surprise. What do you want to do? Xuanhuan repeated his question. Are you a dwarf? Then who are these? The dark fog messenger pointed at us and asked. That's none of your business. We don't want any trouble. Stay away from us, Xuanhuan said sternly. Are they outsiders? The dark fog messenger guessed. We are outsiders, I blurted out an answer. You can also speak? The dark fog messenger was obviously surprised and excited. We don't want any trouble, Alantez said. Wonderful. The dark fog messenger quietly rejoiced in his heart. After looking at all of us, he turned around and left. Seeing this, we finally let out a sigh of relief. He's gone. Kaboo exhaled deeply and said, let's leave here as soon as possible, Alantez reminded everyone. We quickly gathered some fruits from the fruit trees nearby, and then hurried back to the cave, where we had been earlier. Due to the urgency on our way back, by the time we reached the cave, we were all panting heavily from exhaustion. Finally, we're back, Kaboo sighed in relief. Will that dark fog messenger follow us? Kelly still worried and asked. He shouldn't. He left there earlier than we did, the elder guessed. Anyway, no matter what, we need to be extra careful from now on, I warned everyone. Chapter 99, The Valley of Baranison. We ate some of the fruits we brought back. These fruits were not as bad as we imagined, but they reminded me of fairy beans. After finishing them, we began to observe the cave seriously. This cave was much larger and deeper than we expected. Initially, we did not explore the interior of the cave, but this time we decided to find out what was inside. We carefully walked into the interior of the cave, and it became increasingly cold, even causing us to shiver. It was completely different from the conditions outside the cave. It's so cold here, Kaboo said, shivering. Just endure for a while longer. Maybe we can discover something unexpected here, I said, feeling very curious and interested in the cave. I hope we can find some good things, the elder said, also shivering. By this point, we had reached deep within the cave, and the light was becoming darker. The original pale yellow glow had gradually disappeared. We continued walking further, far beyond our imaginable limits. How much farther do we need to go? Kaboo complained. Let's leave this cave, I suggested. Of course, now we could not go back if we wanted to. We can only proceed this way, Xuanhuan said. Maybe by going out this way, we'll end up somewhere else, the elder guessed. If we reach the Earth Realm, that would be even better, Xuanhuan said excitedly. So, are we leaving the Gnome Master's land, Five Masters' land then? Kelly asked. That would be great, I replied. We'd better focus on getting out of here first. Alanthez gave us a reality check. We walked in this cold and gloomy cave for a long time, about 2 hours. The light grew increasingly dim until we couldn't see each other's figures at all. At this point, we stopped, gathering together. We had planned to light torches to illuminate the surroundings, but in such darkness, there was no wood available for lighting a torch. What do we do now? Kaboo said anxiously. Who would have thought it could be so dark here? I muttered to myself. Just then, a strange sound suddenly appeared near us. The sound was extremely mournful, filling each of us with despair. What is going to appear next? Kaboo said nervously. We can't see anything. How are we supposed to fight it? Kelly also felt anxious. Right now, everyone must stay vigilant. Let's face each other back to back so we won't be ambushed by enemies. Alanthez reminded everyone. So we formed a large circle according to Alanthi's suggestion, though this circle was made under complete darkness. Suddenly, the mournful cries stopped abruptly. Why did it stop? I said, muttering to myself. Did it leave? Kabu guessed. It probably didn't. The elder responded cautiously. Right at that moment, a glaring beam of bright light suddenly appeared above us, illuminating our surroundings entirely. Thanks to the light, we realized that people surrounded us. More accurately, dark mist messengers stood all around us. There were at least 40 or 50 of them, enclosing us tightly. My goodness, they're the dark mist messengers. Kabu exclaimed in surprise. How could? Everyone was shocked by the current situation. How did we end up on the territory of the dark mist messengers? The elder said, somewhat panicking. Everyone stay calm. We will assess the situation first before acting, Alanthas calmly reminded us. What should we do now? Kelly anxiously asked. At this point, we can only rely on fate, I said. At this moment, one of the dark mist messengers stepped forward to me and said, You dared to trespass onto our land. This saves us the trouble. From his statement, I clearly analyzed that even if we hadn't come to their place, they would have come after us. Did you intend to find us? I gathered my courage to ask. We want you to help us with something, the dark mist messenger replied. What kind of help? The elder quickly asked. You'll know soon enough, he answered. These dark mist messengers took us to their residence. We soon arrived at where the dark mist messengers lived. They resided in this cave, and inside was a city both majestic and grandiose, its magnificence in no way inferior to those famous cities. They actually live here, Kabu said, surprised. This place is indeed magnificent. The elder was also amazed by the scene before him. Where will they take us? Kelly asked. Probably to a prison, I guessed. We don't have prisons here, one of the dark mist messengers told me. Then where are you going to take us? The elder anxiously asked. To see our master, the dark mist messenger replied. In no time, we were led to a very spacious open area. In front of us sat a dark mist messenger with a crown on his head. I clearly knew he was the king here. That's the king, I whispered to my companions. Should we kneel? Kabu's legs seemed to tremble a little. If you want to kneel, be my guest, Kelly angrily said. At that moment, several armored dark mist messengers suddenly appeared beside us. From their clothing, I could tell that they were probably generals or guards. We've finally waited for this day, the king standing in front of us said. I didn't understand what he meant at all. I had no idea what he was talking about. What is he saying? The elder quietly asked me in my ear. I shook my head. We've waited for thousands of years, and we've finally waited for the people we need, the king excitedly said again. I didn't understand what the king said this time. The people he referred to waiting for were us. What do you want us to do? Alanthas suddenly interjected and asked. At this point, Alanthi's question turned out to be quite important, because we must clearly understand what the dark mist messengers actually want us to do. Otherwise, we would feel very uneasy inside. The dark mist messengers have been trapped here by a magic array for over 1,000 years. We have always tried every way to leave here, but we couldn't accomplish it. However, now that you've come, you can help us leave here. The king began telling his story. Us, I muttered to myself. Only species from outside can reach the valley of Baronisan. You guys are our saviors, the king explained. So we're their saviors then? Kabu started to get excited and said. Don't get too excited yet. We still don't know what exactly is going on. Kelly immediately reminded him. It's all right. Didn't you hear? He said we're his saviors. Kabu enthusiastically said. Do you want us to go to that valley? Kabu asked the king. Kabu, shut up. Alanthas tried to stop Kabu from asking further questions. Yes, you must go. The king's tone was very firm. How can you treat us like this, tying us up like this? Kabu shook his body, indicating that they should untie the ropes on him. Do you want the ropes untied? One of the dark mist messengers asked. Is that what you should say to your savior? Kabu spoke assertively. Kabu, shut up. Do you want to get us all killed? Luohan shouted nervously at Kabu. I think you haven't realized our true power as dark mist messengers. Are you threatening us? The king began roaring at Kabu. At that moment, several dark mist messengers walked towards Kabu. As soon as they arrived, they started hitting Kabu fiercely. Kabu was instantly knocked to the ground, and these dark mist messengers continued kicking and beating him even after he fell. That's enough. The king raised his hand, signaling them to stop hitting Kabu. You now understand our strength as dark mist messengers, right? The king disdainfully said to us. What do you want us to do there? The elder asked the king. To fetch something, the king replied. What thing? I asked both anxiously and somewhat curiously. The horn of Baronisan, the king said very seriously. Horn? You just want that? I asked. Yes, as long as you bring me the horn, I'll let you go, the king promised. All right, how do I retrieve it? I asked. At this moment, Alanthas whispered to me. We shouldn't agree so easily. It's fine. I don't think he seems like someone who doesn't keep his word, I replied. If this horn could be obtained so easily, he wouldn't need us. This mission is bound to be extremely dangerous. We've already encountered too many difficulties and obstacles on this journey, and now we're supposed to take risks for him again. It's not worth it, Alanthas whispered. What are you two talking about? The king shouted at me. Nothing, we're just discussing tactics, I answered. Good. I think your companion here, and that female companion should stay behind. Once you safely bring back the horn to me, I'll release them. The king finished speaking and signaled his subordinates to drag Kelly and Kabu over. Kabu had already been half unconscious from the beating, so he was practically carried to the king. Deal, I firmly said. Bring them some dark mist spring water. The king waved his hand, and several dark mist messengers appeared with a few large cups of water. Drink it. It will keep your body hydrated for a certain amount of time, so you won't feel thirsty or hungry. However, its effect only lasts for one class period, about 6 hours. If you don't return within one class period, you'll be poisoned by the toxic juice inside the dark mist spring water. The king clearly explained the function and effects of this spring water to us. Of course, we didn't want to drink it, but under these circumstances, we had no choice but to reluctantly swallow it down. After we finished drinking the dark mist spring water, a dark mist messenger led us outside the cave. Compared to the previous stifling heat, we now felt almost the same as we did inside the mountain cave. The water given to us by the dark mist messenger was indeed very effective and miraculous, despite being a poison. We followed this guiding dark mist messenger for a while until he brought us to the entrance of a valley. This is the valley of Baranasan. Go on in, he told us. Why don't you come with us? The elder asked. I can't enter, he replied. Well, hurry up and go inside. The entrance is there. He pointed to a small crevice ahead in the valley. The four of us, me, the elder, Luohan, and Alanthes, wearing the armor given by the dark mist messengers and carrying the weapons they provided, walked into what was known as the Valley of Baranasan. Since Kelly and Kabu were held as hostages by the dark mist messengers, we had to find the Horn of Baranasan as quickly as possible. And since all of us had been poisoned, our biggest enemy wasn't the unknown monsters, but time. If only I had volunteered to be their hostage, Luohan joked as we walked. Do you want to get beaten up too? The elder responded. It's better than coming here, Luohan retorted. Soon, we arrived at the entrance of the valley. The entrance was extremely narrow, requiring even one person to carefully squeeze through. Thus, we entered the Valley of Baranasan. Chapter 100 Memory. After we entered the valley, the environment here was very different from the outside. This valley was dark yellow, and this color made people feel as if they were in a graveyard, eerie. Moreover, there were dark yellow mounds all over the place, just like individual graves. The soil here was very hard, and walking on it made our feet sore. The road here was also very difficult to navigate. Aside from some winding and twisting small paths, there were also bumpy roads. We stepped forward with difficulty. Where exactly is this place? It's so difficult to walk, the elder complained. The dark fog messenger said this is the Baranajan Valley. Do you know it, Lohan? I asked. In fact, I am somewhat familiar with this valley's name, but I can't recall it at the moment, Lohan answered. Will we get that horn? The elder asked doubtfully. We certainly will. Otherwise, all of us are dead, I said. I never thought I'd encounter something like this, Lohan said dejectedly. Do you fear it? I asked. No, it's just that I've gone through so much already, and now I'm stuck in danger again, Lohan replied helplessly. Actually, my companions and I have really had bad luck, I consoled Lohan. While chatting and laughing, we arrived at a large expanse of yellow earth. It was completely different from the paths we had walked before. It was extremely flat and had no bumps at all. This path is good, Lohan said excitedly. It might not be, I warned. What? Lohan asked. Look, though our journey has been tough, we haven't encountered much real danger or obstruction. Now, the land before us is so flat. Could there be something wrong here? I questioned suspiciously. You're overthinking it. Lohan didn't seem to care too much about what I said. Mimachi makes sense. We should still remain vigilant, the elder said. Alantes also agreed with my point of view. This open space was very wide, roughly estimated at about 30,000 meters in distance. And there wasn't a blade of grass growing on this open ground, which was quite surprising to us. It was practically a barren wasteland, a dead land. After we had walked for a while, I suddenly felt like I had stepped on nothing, and I let out an ah. What happened? Everyone then turned their attention to me. Nothing serious, I just stepped into a hole. I pulled my foot out of the hollowed-out hole. Only then did I notice the small circular pit I had stepped into. From its appearance, it looked like the burrow of some kind of rodent. Just then, the elder also stepped into a hole. Over the next period of time, we kept stepping into these small holes, slowing down our progress significantly. These little pits appeared endlessly, making valuable time even more pressing. Even Alantes, who rarely complained, began cursing. With time passing continuously, our inner feelings slowly grew restless and uneasy. At this moment, from the holes we had stepped on earlier, some small, thin animals suddenly sprang up. They resembled moles quite a bit, but their looks were much uglier than those of moles. After they emerged from the holes, they attacked us, catching us off guard. However, due to their limited aggressiveness, we quickly wielded our weapons and slashed at them. Soon a large number of carcasses scattered around us. These creatures were numerous and incessantly continued long-term harassment against us. We kept swinging our weapons left and right, repelling them repeatedly. The longer time dragged on, the more unfavorable it became for us. Thus, we started fleeing from this area. But this region was already filled with these small animals, and wherever we ran, they would block our way ahead. There are too many of them. What do we do? The elder seemed uncertain of what to do. Look, up ahead is a cliff. Alante shouted, reminding us. It's a cliff. What should we do? Lohan asked anxiously. It seems we might be able to jump across. I analyzed. Jump. As soon as the elder finished saying this sentence, we had already run up to the edge of the cliff. Everyone jump quickly. I shouted to everyone. I was the first to jump to the other side of the cliff. Since we weren't very far from the opposite side of the cliff, I could clearly judge whether it was possible to make the leap. All of us jumped up together and made it across. The small creatures that had been chasing us closely did not follow us over. Instead, they could only screech at us helplessly from the other side. That was close, Kelly sighed. All right, everyone, let's hurry up and go, Alantes reminded us. Only now did we begin to carefully observe the situation on this side of the cliff. The environment here on the other half of the cliff wasn't much different from what we had experienced before, but there were more growing plants here, some trees, and some vegetation as well. We should head in this direction, Lohan suddenly pointed toward a dead tree ahead and said, "How do you know the way, Lohan?" I asked curiously. "I seem to have regained some memories," Lohan replied uncertainly. "What kind of memories?" the elder asked curiously. "Let me explain while we walk," Lohan responded. As we walked, we listened to Lohan recount his memories. We all already basically knew about the Dark Fog Messenger. This time, Lohan mainly told more stories related to Baronigan Horn we were searching for. Lohan explained to us the origin of the Baronigan Horn, which was an ancient legend. It had only been a tale before. After this place became an unmastered land without 5 masters, the order here basically improved. And thus, after thousands of years passed, an unknown legend appeared. If one could find the Baronigan Horn and sound it, they would be able to break the magic array of the land without 5 masters, restoring it to its original state and also releasing the monsters locked here. So, by helping the Dark Fog Messenger find Baronigan's Horn, we'll release them? I asked. Yes, Lohan explained. If they are released, the world will turn into hell, Lohan added further. But our companions are in their hands, the elder said anxiously. No matter what, let's find the horn first and see what happens next, I reminded everyone. This is the best course of action right now, the elder said. We followed Lohan as he walked forward because he seemed to have recovered some memory. Following his own recollections, he led the way for us. Soon, we arrived in front of an old castle. I think the Baronigan Horn must be inside, Lohan explained. So, let's go in then, I said eagerly. Wait, Lohan suddenly stopped us. What's wrong? I asked confused. According to legend, there is a guardian who has always been guarding Baronigan's Horn, Lohan said. What kind of guardian? The elder asked. I don't know much about it either. I just read about it in some ancient books, Lohan answered. Why didn't you mention these things earlier, Lohan? The elder complained. I've only just now started regaining some of these memories, perhaps because I stayed underwater for too long, or maybe because of some lingering effects from being turned into a dragon by magic, Lohan explained. Well, regardless, we have to go inside. Whatever may lie within, we need to face it, I said firmly. Chapter 101, The Horn of Groningen. I slowly opened a pair of ancient double doors in front of me. This door was extremely heavy, and it took a great deal of effort to push it open. After pushing the door open, a sight resembling a church from the human world came into view. Directly ahead of us stood a stand on which rested a golden horn. Look, it's a horn, said the elder excitedly. Yes, is that the horn of Groningen? Asked Luohan excitedly. Let's go take it. The elder finished before stepping forward. Wait. Just as Luohan spoke, a burly man with a bull's head and a human body appeared in front of the elder. Standing 3 meters tall with an oversized battle axe in his hands, his deep blue bull eyes fixed intensely on the elder. Elder, be careful. Just as I finished speaking, this minotaur-like monster swung its massive axe down towards the elder. Thankfully, the elder reacted quickly, leaping aside just in time to avoid the attack. Not about to give up so easily, the creature brought down another fierce swing aimed at the elder. At this point, Alantez drew his large sword, striking solidly against the monster's battle axe. However, Alantez's strength was no match for the monster, and the collision sent him flying. Those around Alantez also drew their weapons and launched attacks on the monster. I unsheathed my sword, attempting to strike at the monster's legs. Despite its imposing size, the creature's movements were surprisingly agile, and it easily evaded my attack. Even the arrows shot by the elder, though capable of piercing the creature's arm, seemed to have no effect whatsoever. Seemingly unfazed by the elder's arrows, the monster slammed a fist into the elder who had just attempted to slash him with a blade. Thrown backward violently, blood pouring from the elder's mouth, he lay unconscious. Right then, Luohan swung a sharp axe at the monster's back. Struck, the monster let out a roar and grabbed Luohan, hurling him forcefully to the ground, causing him to faint momentarily as well. I once again thrust my sword towards the monster's leg, succeeding this time as the blade plunged into the creature's thigh. A deep blue liquid began spurting out, but it didn't seem to significantly harm the monster. Celebrating briefly over my success, the monster kicked me in the chest, making me spit out blood as I collapsed into a pool of it. Now only Alantez remained. He rushed with all his might toward the monster, jumping as high as he could to attempt cutting off the monster's head. But this monster wasn't so easy to defeat. With ease, it sidestepped Alantez's attack. Once again aiming for the monster's leg, Alantez swung his blade only for the monster to deflect it with its axe. In the moment of distraction, the monster struck Alantez with a powerful kick to the face, blood gushing from his nose as he collapsed. Thus, none of us managed to cause any substantial damage to the monster, only to be swiftly overwhelmed. After we'd all been beaten to the ground, the monster dragged each of us one by one towards the entrance and raised its axe to bring down upon us. With my last bit of strength, I hurled my sword towards the horn before me. The instant my sword hit the horn and knocked it off its pedestal, an extremely powerful shockwave instantly felled the monster before us. Taking advantage of this opportunity, I crawled over to where the horn had fallen. Rising immediately after, the monster saw me holding the horn and grew even more frenzied. It lifted its axe and swung it at me. With no other options, I blew the horn. The sound it produced echoed through the entire hall. Upon hearing it, the monster turned into a stone statue right before my eyes. I was astounded when the statue then disintegrated into a heap of gray powder and dissipated in the wind. Simultaneously, the rest of my companions stood up from the ground, appearing completely restored. What exactly happened? The elder asked dazedly. We've obtained the horn, I said while raising the horn aloft. This is the horn of Groningen, Alantez said, looking at the golden horn in my hand. Yes, we succeeded. Luohan replied enthusiastically. Now we can leave, I told everyone. Are we really going to give this horn to the Dark Mist Messenger? Luohan questioned at this point. This, I said with some hesitation. No matter what, we must rescue our companions first, Alantez said with great determination. That's right. Now that Broningan's horn is in our hands, I think the Dark Mist Messenger won't be too reckless, I stated. Good. Then let's go back, the elder reminded us. The four of us returned to the Dark Mist Messenger's territory with the horn of Broningen. Before we even reached the cave, dozens of Dark Mist Messengers were already waiting for us at the entrance. Look, it seems like they're waiting for us, I pointed out, gesturing toward the Dark Mist Messengers ahead of us. Yes, everyone be careful, Alantez cautioned us all. We quickly arrived at the cave entrance. As soon as these Dark Mist Messengers saw the horn of Broningen in my hand, their expressions turned very surprised and excited. They immediately escorted us to their master's presence. I held the horn high so everyone present could see it clearly, including the king of the Dark Mist Messengers. Is that the horn of Broningen in his hand? Some of the Dark Mist Messengers began to question. You really brought the horn, the king of the Dark Mist Messengers said, showing great excitement. Where are my companions? I asked anxiously. Your companions are fine. Give me the horn, he replied sternly. Release my companions first, I answered resolutely. At that moment, one of the Dark Mist Messengers brought out Kaylee and Cab. Judging by their appearance, they hadn't been tortured by the Dark Mist Messengers. The injury on Cab's body had been there since before we left. All right, now you can hand over the horn of Broningen to me, the king told me. I was hesitant at this moment because I didn't know what I should do. If I handed the horn over to the Dark Mist Messengers, they would be released from their restrictions, but no one knew for sure what consequences that would bring. If I refused, we might all die here. I don't think we need to hand the horn over to you, Luohan suddenly said. Luohan, you. I didn't finish my sentence. If we give you the horn, will we even be able to leave here alive? Luohan shouted at the Dark Mist Messengers. Do you think you can leave here alive if you don't give me the horn? The king roared at us angrily. Chapter 102, The Great Battle with the Minotaur. At this moment, a group of Shadow Mist Messengers suddenly appeared around us. Each of them was holding a sharp scimitar. As soon as their king gave an order, these Shadow Mist Messengers began to launch a frenzied attack on us. Although their assault came rather unexpectedly, we had already been prepared. We drew our weapons and started to fight fiercely against these Shadow Mist Messengers. In no time, we were all tangled up in a chaotic battle. The Shadow Mist Messengers indeed had powerful attacks. Their speed, strength, and reaction times were on par with ours, and they outnumbered us significantly. With this alone, we were already at a disadvantage. I held a sharp scimitar and fought desperately against these Shadow Mist Messengers. Their numbers were simply too overwhelming, and we were soon captured. We were tightly bound together by some material we didn't recognize. Encircled by these Shadow Mist Messengers, their curved swords pointed directly at us. Finally, we can escape from this five-shaped array, the king said excitedly, holding the horn of Broningen. What should we do now? Cab asked groggily. We'd better stay still for now, Alante suggested. Let's see what happens before we decide, I said. The king of the Shadow Mist Messengers approached me. He was holding a golden horn and said to me, I must thank you for bringing me the horn. It's a pity that you will only be able to see it one last time. You've already gotten the horn. Let us go, Cab pleaded nervously. I'll release you, but not now, he replied. He raised the horn and said to us, let me show you the true power of the Broningen horn. He blew the horn, and its crisp sound reverberated throughout the entire area. Suddenly, a very strong shockwave emerged from the horn, striking all the Shadow Mist Messengers surrounding us to the ground. When I turned back, the king who had blown the horn had turned into a pile of powder. Meanwhile, the other Shadow Mist Messengers surrounding us were knocked unconscious by the shockwave. At this moment, the ropes binding us disappeared without warning. The Shadow Mist Messengers have been eliminated, Luohan said excitedly. What exactly happened? I wondered. No matter how it happened, we had all made it safely through this disaster. We're really lucky, I told everyone. All right, we can leave now, Luohan proposed. We took some weapons from the fallen Shadow Mist Messengers and wore some of their armor on ourselves. I hung the horn of Broningen over my shoulder and walked out of the cave. We finally made it out, Cab exclaimed happily. By the way, what about the venom inside our bodies? We suddenly realized. I guess since the Shadow Mist Messengers are dead, we should be fine, Luohan guessed. Is that really true, Luohan? I asked anxiously. I don't. Before Luohan could finish his sentence, Kelly suddenly shouted loudly. Quick, look at that. Our eyes followed the direction Kelly pointed. This can't be. He was already dead. The elder couldn't believe his own eyes. In front of us stood the monster with a bull's head and a human body. He still held a battle axe and was staring at us from less than 5 meters away. What should we do? Cab anxiously asked. No worries. If we beat him once, we can do it again, I reassured everyone. Saying this, I pulled out the horn and blew it at the monster in front of us. However, no matter how hard I tried, the horn refused to make any sound this time. What's going on? Luohan asked. I don't know either. It just won't make any noise, I said, confused. The monster began charging toward us. His battle axe swung down right at me. I barely dodged in time to avoid his attack, but then he turned to attack someone else. The first one hit was Cab. Because of his injury, Cab's movement speed was slower than ours. He received a heavy punch to the face from the Minotaur, causing Cab to cry out and fall to the ground. Blood poured from his face. At this moment, the elder charged with a spear toward the monster. The elder's spear struck the leg of the creature. Enraged, the creature kicked the elder's abdomen with incredible force. Even though the elder was wearing armor taken from the shadow mist messengers, the kick was so powerful that the elder was thrown far off, and his abdominal armor shattered completely. Seeing this, I shouted to Allantes, "Teacher, give me a hand." The teacher understood my intentions. He crouched down, less than 2 meters away from me. I sprinted toward him and stepped off his back, leaping high into the air with a sword in hand as I swung it toward the Minotaur. His reaction was quick. With a swift dodge, he evaded my attack, and I stumbled forward without hitting anything. At that moment, the Minotaur swung his battle axe at me. Unable to evade in time, I fell onto the ground. As I watched his axe descending towards me, Allantes suddenly charged in and blocked the iron handle of the axe with his body. With this obstruction, the axe couldn't reach me, giving me the chance to rise quickly and escape. However, the teacher had taken the full force of the axe's impact on his body and gradually collapsed. At that point, Kelly drew her bow, preparing to attack the Minotaur. Sensing this, the Minotaur swung his axe toward Kelly. Realizing the danger, I swiftly ran over and pushed her aside, allowing her to avoid the blow. The Minotaur redirected his axe toward me. At that moment, Xuanhuan jumped out, wielding a dagger which he swung at the Minotaur. The monster seized Xuanhuan by the neck and threw him far away. Taking advantage of this opportunity, I managed to evade the Minotaur's attack, but I accidentally dropped the xiuxian in the process. It fell to the ground, and the Minotaur started moving toward it. I raced toward it too. Suddenly, the 2 horns on the Minotaur's head sparked crimson flames, and he began transforming into a fiery mass. This fire grew larger, and then it surged toward me. Just as I grabbed the horn, I thought quickly and blew it. The clear sound of the horn reverberated in my ears. Unexpectedly, a beam of golden light emerged from the sound, and instantly turned our surroundings into a sea of gold. For a brief moment, it felt as if time had stopped, slowing everything around us. But this spectacle didn't last long, and before I knew it, the golden glow vanished. I felt an unusual surge of energy in my body. The Minotaur standing before me had turned into a golden statue, and the fireball he had projected also transformed into a piece of copper figurine that lay at my feet. Standing up, I noticed my companions seemed to have been strengthened by the golden light as well, gathering around me. What just happened? Cab asked, puzzled. What was that golden light? The elder questioned curiously. I think the xiuxian horn saved us again, I explained. What about the horn? Kelly asked. The horn? It's gone, I exclaimed in surprise. Perhaps it turned into the golden light and disappeared, Allantes analyzed. That's possible. So what do we do now? I asked. That depends on Xuanhuan, Allantes said. Me? What can I do? Xuanhuan asked, confused. Can you safely lead us out of here? Allantes asked. I'll try, Xuanhuan replied, though without much confidence. Well, no matter what, we're all fine now, isn't that great? Kelly said happily. Let's go then, I reminded everyone. We hadn't felt the heat or thirst yet due to the dark mist water given to us by the shadow mist messengers earlier. But as we ventured deeper, the effect of the dark mist water gradually wore off. We began feeling the heat and thirst, but could still endure it. Soon, Xuanhuan led us to a transparent wall of flames. What is that? I asked Xuanhuan, bewildered. It's the final barrier to cross the fire realm, Xuanhuan explained. It's a wall of fire, Cab marveled. Yes, once we pass through here, we will arrive at the last region of the land without masters, the earth region, Xuanhuan explained. Then let's go, I said impatiently. But we can't just walk through like this. We must not bring anything from the fire realm across, Xuanhuan warned. What things? I questioned. Our weapons and armor, they are all items from the fire realm. We cannot take them along, Xuanhuan explained. We removed all of our weapons and armor, leaving them behind before stepping towards the wall of flames. As soon as I entered the fire wall, a powerful wave of searing flames surged and engulfed me. Inside, I was constantly tossed and tumbled, not knowing how many rotations I went through, until I finally landed. Chapter 103, Azura. I stood here and was crystal clear that I had arrived at the final realm of Earth. Carefully observing everything around me, the sky was overcast, and the land was also dark, creating a very oppressive feeling. In this dim area, there were some withered trees and weeds. What astonished me more was that in this region, there were patches upon patches of mounds. To be more precise, I was standing right now in an immense cemetery. This shocked me immensely. How come here? I couldn't articulate my thoughts when seeing the sight before my eyes. This is the graveyard. At this time, a familiar voice came from behind me. I turned around and sure enough saw Allantes. Master, where are the others? I asked. They're over there, Allantes said, pointing to a place not far from us. At this moment, the rest of the group also started walking towards our side, gathering once again as a team. Xuanhuan, this is what you meant by the Earth domain. Kabu anxiously said. Yes, Xuanhuan's response was simple. It's essentially just a massive cemetery, Kelly said. To tell the truth, I have never been here either, but strangely enough, I feel quite familiar with the environment here, Xuanhuan curiously remarked. As long as you know the situation here, that's fine, I said. Well, since everyone's here now, let's set off, Xuanhuan reminded everyone. We followed in Xuanhuan's footsteps, slowly moving forward. Aside from the fact that the path along the way wasn't good, another big reason was that we were treading on this desolate expanse of graves. Everyone's mind was influenced in some way, no matter how small or large. At this moment, a large number of faint blue flames suddenly appeared around us. Of course, we knew well that these were so-called ghost fires, though it felt fresh to me because I was witnessing such ghost fire for the first time. There are so many ghost fires around us. Kabu walked up beside me and said. Yes, I can see them too, I replied. Aren't you afraid? Kabu teased, trying to scare me. You don't seem scared either, I responded. In all honesty, I don't care about this at all. Compared to these ghost fires, I'm much more terrified of the monsters here. After saying this, Kabu shivered. Well, stop scaring yourself. Alantes walked up to Kabu and patted his shoulder. Suddenly, Luohan stopped in his tracks, looking grave as if he had seen or heard something. What's wrong, Luohan? The elder, standing beside Luohan, asked. I think I heard something, Luohan said, sounding uncertain. What? Kabu started getting nervous. What did you hear? I urgently questioned. It sounds like someone crying, Luohan replied. Come on, there isn't even a shadow around here. How could there possibly be a living person? Kabu said disdainfully, apparently thinking Luohan was scaring us. No, I'm certain of it. I didn't mishear anything, Luohan firmly stated. Wait a moment. I think I hear it too, Alante suddenly said. Teacher, you also hear it? I began to believe what Luohan said. Yes, I faintly caught someone crying earlier, Alantes confirmed. Where's the sound coming from? Kabu asked anxiously. It's probably that way. Luohan pointed towards our right direction. Let's go check it out, the elder suggested. Go check it out. Kelly seemed reluctant to do so. Go take a look over there. Is there any objection? The elder asked the group. Yes, we should go check it out, I resolutely said. What do you think, Luohan? Kelly asked Luohan. All right. I'm also very curious to understand the situation. Luohan exhibited a strong sense of curiosity. The group headed toward that unknown sound. The closer we walked, the clearer the sobbing became. One thing was certain. The sounds Luohan and Alantes had heard were real. Soon, we arrived in front of a huge, tall tomb, which was very different from the smaller, shorter ones we'd seen before. Whoever was buried here must certainly have been an extremely authoritative figure. Here it is, Luohan said confidently. Is that a person ahead? Kelly noticed someone kneeling seemingly in front of the tomb. It's a child, Kabu said, surprised. Yes, it's a child, the elder further confirmed. We quickly approached the child's side. This child was kneeling on a soft cushion, about 10 years old based on his appearance. He had short hair and looked exceptionally delicate with large, watery eyes, high cheekbones, pale skin, and a graceful demeanor that suggested he was no ordinary laborer but more like the young master of a wealthy family. I liked him the moment I saw him. Upon noticing us behind him, he stood up, somewhat shorter than the rest of us, looking at us with those big, teary eyes and appearing flustered. Really just a kid, Kabu said aloud. Look how cute he is, Kelly chimed in. Though being a warrior, she was still a woman whose maternal instinct could never disappear. Luohan, do you know him? I asked Luohan. No, Luohan's expression turned extremely serious, contrasting starkly with our smiles. Why aren't you happy, Luohan? The elder asked again. Not at all. Luohan quickly forced a laugh. I noticed this, yet I didn't fully understand why Luohan felt this way. What's your name? Kelly gently asked the child. Azura. The child replied softly but clearly. What a nice name, I smiled and said. What are you doing here, little one? The elder questioned. Memorializing. The child responded a bit louder. Memorializing your. Alantes did not put it too bluntly. Parents. Saying this, the child's eyes were filled with tears. Don't be sad, child. How old are you? Kelly asked kindly. 13, the child answered. Heaven, he's much smaller compared to others his age, Kelly exclaimed. It was true. This 13-year-old was indeed much smaller than others his age, only seeming as if he were 10 years old. However, it wasn't something we paid too much attention to. Why are you here alone? The elder asked with sympathy. My parents have died. I no longer have any relatives, the child replied. Where is your home? Kelly asked. I no longer have a home, the child answered. You should come with us, I said without hesitation. The child hesitated for a while, then nodded in agreement to my suggestion. Everyone in our group was delighted, except one person, Luohan. Luohan seemed to not like this child very much, perhaps due to his naturally taciturn disposition, so none of us thought too much about it. With Azura joining, Luohan was no longer the shortest person in our team. We followed Luohan toward an unknown direction. We weren't at all bored now because of Azura's addition, enjoying laughter and chatter along the journey. Only Luohan neither spoke nor laughed, continuing to walk ahead silently. It seemed Azura's presence brought us good fortune as we encountered no danger at all, making our path smooth and pleasant. Moreover, the sky began to brighten. Azura was a very smart child with an extraordinary learning ability. On our way, we taught him a lot of things, which he could learn relatively easily, and even extend what he learned to other contexts. We were all amazed by Azura's incredible learning ability, and Kelly, Kabu, and I even developed admiration for this 13-year-old boy. Chapter 104, Trust Crisis. We had walked for about 3 ancient hours, approximately 6 hours, without realizing, our first time ever feeling how fast time flies. Soon, a large open space appeared before us. There were no graves on this land, meaning it wasn't a cemetery. This is a great place, Kabu excitedly said after looking around. Let's take a rest here, the elder suggested. All right, everyone agreed. No, it's dangerous here, Luohan suddenly spoke up. Dangerous? I questioned. Don't you all think it's too comfortable here? Luohan asked back. Then let's go, Kabu quickly said. I think we're fine. Besides, Ashura has been following us for so long already. You're not tired, but he probably is. Kelly looked at Ashura gently and said, Ashura, what do you think? I asked Ashura. At this moment, Luohan shot Ashura an angry glance. Ashura didn't say anything, probably because he dared not to. After a while, he quietly said, I'll just follow Uncle Dwarf. Hearing Ashura agree with his suggestion, everyone clearly had nothing more to object to. Since we were all here for the child, if the child decided to leave, then we would leave as well. We continued moving forward with Luohan. A little later, we we arrived at a very winding small path. On both sides of the road were grave mounds in all sizes. This place was as horrifying as a passage leading to the underworld. Ashura, are you scared? Kelly asked Ashura worriedly as she hugged him. Ashura nodded. Let's change the route. The kid's really scared. I warned Luohan. There's only this route for us to take, Luohan firmly replied. Are you sure? The elder somewhat questioned. I'm sure, Luohan persisted. All right, let's go then, Alanthes said. We stepped onto this narrow path. Suddenly, chilling winds blew past, making all of us shiver continuously. Especially Ashura, since he was still a child with weak resistance. Kelly tightly embraced him and took one step at a time. At this point, those graves of various sizes around us seemed to exhibit some peculiarities. All of a sudden, one grave exploded, and out of it crawled a skeleton-like man. His entire body had rotted and decomposed, with worms constantly crawling around his bones. What is this? The elder immediately reacted and asked. Everyone immediately stopped walking. Meanwhile, countless skeletons began emerging from the graves around us. Ashura saw the scene and screamed in terror. Kelly pulled Ashura into her embrace and stood in the center of us, so that we could protect Ashura well. Since all our weapons had been left behind in fire domain, we could only use short pieces of wood or broken wood as weapons from the ground. The skeletons around us then started their attack towards us. They slowly approached us, and soon we were fighting these skeletons. Their numbers were indeed many, but their movements were relatively slow, allowing us to easily knock down these skeletons. However, their numbers increased more and more. In no time, we were surrounded by hundreds of terrifying skeletons. Our only option at this point was to carve out a bloody path. So, we engaged in a desperate fight against these skeletons. I continuously knocked down some skeletons while also facing more skeletons rushing toward me. Soon, we were overwhelmed by the overwhelming number of skeletons. Just when these skeletons were about to fatally strike us, there was a sudden shockwave beside us. This shockwave was very strong, yet it did not harm us, instead completely crushing all the vicious skeletons. What happened? Everyone felt bewildered. It's Ashura, Kelly shouted to everyone. How could it be Ashura? I found it hard to believe my own ears. It's the shockwave emitted by something on his body, Kelly explained confidently. What is it? Everyone gathered around Ashura except Luohan. It turned out that the shockwave emitted by a necklace hanging around Ashura's neck saved all of us. We did not dwell too much on the details here, but quickly left the place. We hurriedly reached somewhere we considered relatively safe. This allowed us to regroup properly and understand the situation. There were no grave mounds around here, and the area was also in a low-lying terrain. We decided to recuperate here for a while. Naturally, everyone was most concerned about the necklace Ashura wore around his neck. It was an ordinary necklace like any other, but it was precisely this necklace that saved all of us. It was a keepsake left by his father, and the only item he had. However, we were unclear about how Ashura's parents died, as Ashura never spoke about it. Of course, to avoid bringing up sad memories for Ashura, we also didn't ask further. After everyone learned about the necklace, they began directing their focus toward Luohan, who insisted on taking that route earlier. It was quite obvious that this attack was caused by Luohan's mistake, which not only led to us being attacked, but almost cost Ashura his life. When everyone pointed the finger at Luohan, he naturally wouldn't accept the blame without justification. He was very angry, believing that this incident had little to do with him. Similar things happened before, and no one blamed him back then. Why did the blame arise now after the arrival of this child? The tone of Luohan clearly aimed the blame towards Ashura. The first to defend Ashura was Kelly. She argued fiercely with Luohan, believing that he was shirking responsibility. With the arrival of a child in the group, shifting focus towards him was normal. Moreover, Luohan disliked Ashura from the start and tried to get rid of him. Luohan felt exasperated by Kelly's baseless accusations. However, given the current situation, no one stood by him, so he stopped arguing with Kelly. Everyone stopped arguing about this matter and sat silently in their own places. After some time, our strength somewhat recovered, and we set off again. Naturally, Luohan still led the way. This time, Luohan obviously learned from the previous mistake. Every time others disagreed with him, he listened carefully to their opinions before making a decision. Thus, we continued walking for another ancient hour, about 2 hours, when suddenly, a village appeared before our eyes. Look, it's a village, Kabu said excitedly. Is this your home, kid? Kelly asked gently. Ashura shook his head. Regardless, we have a place to stay tonight, the elder said. Luohan, what do you think? I asked. I don't see any problems. Luohan's response wasn't as confident as before, and he still deferred to the group's opinion. Then let's stay here, I said definitively. Great. Kabu excitedly started walking toward the village. Soon we reached this village. It was extremely simple and small, with probably only about a dozen households. What was strange was that there wasn't a single person in sight, maybe because it was getting dark and people had returned indoors. We arrived at a house's door, and I softly knocked on it. A while later, an old woman with white hair opened the door. Grandma, we are travelers seeking a place to stay for the night, I said politely to the old lady. But she didn't answer, just standing there looking at us. Grandma, we would like to. Kelly attempted to speak, but was interrupted by the elderly woman, who said to all of us, Where are you from? Her voice was hoarse and quiet, but we could still hear her. We come from a country unknown to you, I explained. At this point, the old woman's gaze shifted to Ashura. As soon as she saw Ashura, her face turned pale, and her body started convulsing. Seeing this, I quickly held on to the old woman to prevent her from falling. We entered her house. Her house was very modest, but clean. From some details inside, we judged that she lived alone. Muddledly, the old woman was supported by me to the bed. She seemed to be losing consciousness. Kelly began searching for water and towels to wipe the sweat off the old woman. In less than an ancient hour, approximately 1 hour 30 minutes, the old woman woke up. We were all curious why she fainted when seeing Ashura, a question only she could answer. Slowly, the old woman opened her eyes, looked around, and saw us standing by her bedside. At this moment, Kelly asked gently, "Grandma, are you feeling better now?" Chapter 105, Trust Again. Him. The old lady seemed to have something she wanted to say, but in the end, she didn't speak. She just kept pointing at Ashura, muttering incomprehensibly. Kylie immediately brought a glass of water. But before Kylie could hand it over to the elderly woman, her hand suddenly dropped lifelessly. Her eyes became vacant. I quickly placed my finger beneath the old lady's nose. She had passed away. This sudden turn of events was unexpected. We thought we'd found a safe place to stay, but things turned out this way. For a while, none of us spoke, standing there in shock. "Ashura, don't you recognize this old grandma?" Luohan asked suspiciously. Ashura wrapped his arms around Kylie's waist and shook his head silently. "You're lying," Luohan said angrily. "What are you doing, Luohan?" "He's just a child," Kylie shouted at Luohan. "Luohan, calm down and talk it through." Alanthes comforted Luohan. "Kid, do you really not know this grandma?" I asked gently. "I don't know her," Ashura replied softly, clearly frightened by Luohan's earlier aggression. His head hung low as he spoke. "Luohan, why would a child lie?" I couldn't help but feel puzzled and even slightly irritated by Luohan's behavior. "Didn't you see the expression on the elder's face when she saw Ashura?" Luohan said anxiously. "Yes, so what? What does that prove?" The elder interjected. "I think there is something wrong with this kid," Luohan said firmly. "What could possibly be wrong? If anything, the problem lies with you," the elder retorted, and Luohan responded with mounting tension. "You two, stop arguing. Let's focus on properly burying the elder's body," Kylie reminded everyone. Everyone was deeply saddened since the death of the elder was closely related to each one of us present. In fact, it might as well be said that our arrival led to her death. Perhaps because everything happened so abruptly, and with the sky now growing darker, we all agreed to bury the elder's body early the next morning in the yard behind the house. Gradually, night fell. I lit a fire, and some of the elder's small techniques came in handy. We abandoned torches for oil lamps used by the Cusack people. When the oil lamp was lit, we finally had a clear view of the elder's house interior. Aside from a large table and 2 chairs, there was nothing else inside. It appeared that the elder lived in poverty. At this point, we began searching for food in the elder's home, but after searching for quite a while, we found nothing edible. So we stopped looking altogether. At least tonight, we had a relatively decent place to rest. Since the house was small and only had 1 bed, we decided to sleep on the floor, leaving the only bed in the house for the elder's remains. We carefully laid her body flat on the bed so she wouldn't feel uncomfortable, though in reality, she no longer felt anything. After making sure the elder's body was properly positioned, we all lay down one by one on the cold, hard floor. However, for us, being able to spend the night in a decent house was already very fortunate. Everything else didn't matter much. I lay next to the teacher, unable to close my eyes for a long time. Perhaps the scene of the elder's passing kept replaying in my mind, unable to subside. Even though I am a brave warrior who has fought countless enemies on the battlefield and seen many horrifying corpses, facing such a peaceful elderly person lying less than 2 meters away, my heart still wasn't calm. Like me, Luohan was also awake, but it wasn't because of the elder's sudden death. It was because he kept fixating on Ashura. This was evident not just to me, but to everyone else too. However, I did not understand why Luohan had such a strong aversion towards this child. Kylie was hugging Ashura asleep nearby, yet Luohan's eyes were glaring intensely at Ashura without letting up. And so we spent this difficult night. At least for me, it was like this. Early the next morning, we buried Grandma's body in her backyard. Around this time, other villagers started coming out to work. Judging from their appearances, they all seemed ordinary enough. After finishing the burial, we left the old lady's house. "What should we do now?" Kabu asked uncertainly. "We'd better leave," Luohan suggested. "Yes, this incident was an accident. It's best if we don't linger any longer," the elder reminded everyone. "But how can we just leave like this?" I was uneasy. After all, the whole thing began because of us. "You mean we tell the other villagers about this?" Kylie asked me. I nodded slightly, saying nothing more. "What do all of you think?" Alanthes asked everyone. "We'd better leave," Luohan insisted again. At this moment, a young man approached us. He appeared to be a farmer from his attire. "Who are you people?" The man's voice was deep and firm. I started to explain our origins, but Alanthes stopped me. "We're just passing through." The teacher quickly interjected. "I saw you come out of Grandma's house. Did you stay there last night?" The man inquired. "Yes, we have some business to attend to, so we'll be leaving now," Luohan interrupted suddenly. "That's not right." The man's expression suddenly turned serious. "How is it not right?" Kabu asked nervously. "You're lying," the man stated firmly. "Don't talk nonsense." The elder couldn't hold back his impatience. "I can tell, you're lying," the man insisted on his judgment. "We should just tell the truth," I said helplessly to everyone. "Just go already. Don't mind him." Luohan spoke after finishing and then walked towards the village entrance. The young man in front of us began shouting loudly, "Don't run away." Suddenly, more than a dozen people dressed like farmers appeared around us, holding sickles, hoes, and other tools as weapons. Although these men were armed, they were clearly no warriors. In terms of numbers, they didn't pose an overwhelming threat either. For us, seasoned and skilled warriors, they could hardly present any real danger. However, These were ordinary villagers, and with guilt in our hearts, engaging with them would prevent us from using our full combat skills. We don't mean any harm, I hurriedly explained. But before I could finish my sentence, they attacked us. Their attacks were feeble, and we easily subdued them one by one, knocking them down. Not wanting to waste more time wrestling with them, we ran out of the village as fast as possible. Soon we had left the village far behind and slowed down to rest for a while. How could such a thing happen? Kaboo said angrily. There's no point talking about it now. After all, the elder's death is related to us. The elder sighed helplessly. At least we've managed to get away from their trouble, Kaboo said. How's Azura doing? I asked Kylie. He's fine. Kylie petted Azura's head, who was smiling innocently at me with his big watery eyes, evidently having adapted to this kind of life. What should we do next? The elder asked. We'll go this way, Luohan answered quickly. We followed Luohan's pointed direction and noticed a very flat road ahead. There weren't many graves around either, making it appear to be a rather safe path. Yet, each of us was acutely aware that there's never truly absolute safety here. Are we taking this path? Kaboo questioned suspiciously. What's wrong? Luohan countered curiously. Is it really safe here? It was clear that Kaboo was still shaken by Luohan's past wrong guidance. Do you guys no longer trust me? Luohan looked at everyone with doubt. All right, stop doubting each other and follow Luohan, Alanthes affirmed resolutely. Just as Luohan predicted, we met no monsters on the way. We moved along quite smoothly for quite some time until our guards were let down. Suddenly, we were subjected to a large and intense attack. Attacking us were tree vines, which are plants similar to creepers. They surged out of the ground without warning. Taken by surprise, we were all caught by them. The more we struggled, the tighter the vines squeezed around us. Everyone except Azura was tightly bound and unable to move. These vines tied up our hands and feet, rendering us completely helpless. What puzzled us most was that these vines only attacked us, seemingly ignoring Azura entirely as he stood beside us unresponsive. Azura, run! Kylie shouted desperately, but Azura seemed not to have heard. He still stood there without any reaction. Suddenly, the necklace around Azura's neck emitted a dazzling light, and we passed out instantly. I don't know how much time had passed before I woke up. It was pitch dark around me, and it seemed that it was midnight already. I wanted to shout loudly for my companions, but I couldn't say anything. I was puzzled about what was wrong with me until the mystery was solved when a streak of white light appeared in front of me. I opened my eyes and murmured, "What happened just now?" We're not quite sure either, but one thing is certain. The necklace around Azura's neck saved us once again, Kylie said beside me. After hearing Kylie's words, I slowly got up from the ground and asked her, "Is everyone okay?" "We're fine," Kaboo interjected. Only then did I begin to observe the surrounding situation. It was almost the same as before I fainted, with no abnormality. And all the others were present. Standing on the spot for a while, I said to them, "We should set off now. Let's leave here first." Kaboo hurriedly chimed in. Perhaps due to the blinding light just now, we failed to recover from the dizziness for a long time, which completely affected our progress and judgment. While we stumbled forward dimly, suddenly, two forks in the road appeared before our eyes. "It's a fork in the road," Kaboo reminded us. "Yes, it's a fork in the road," Kylie confirmed. "Which way should we go?" The elder looked hesitant. "What do you think, Luohan?" Alanthes seemed to trust Luohan more. "This way," Luohan pointed to a road without hesitation. "Are you sure?" Kaboo began to doubt Luohan's judgment. "You don't trust me?" Luohan looked depressed. "Not exactly distrust. We'd better figure things out more clearly," the elder added. "I think Azura has been here for a long time. Why don't we ask him?" Kylie raised another opinion. "Azura, which way do you think we should go?" I asked Azura. Azura didn't say anything, but pointed to a road totally different from Luohan's. "How can this be different from Luohan's choice?" Kaboo said. "Kylie, I think your idea is wrong. He's just a kid. How could he remember the way? Moreover, it's so big here. I think let's forget it," I said to Kylie. "Would you rather believe a child than me?" Luohan looked extremely angry. Luohan didn't like Azura anyway, and now that everyone started not to trust him, he became even angrier. "Well, we haven't lost faith in you. Let's go together." I smiled at everyone. We all followed Luohan towards an unknown path. After a while, our faintness disappeared, and everyone gradually perked up. "Do you think the necklace around Azura's neck is a magical treasure?" Kaboo was in better spirits. "It's indeed amazing. Azura must have saved us twice already," I replied. Chapter 106, Parting Ways. Azura walked hand in hand with Kelly in the middle of our group, which allowed us to protect his safety effectively. We followed Luohan's steps for about 2 geshis, approximately 4 hours, at which point everyone felt physically and mentally exhausted. We originally intended to rest on the spot, but at that moment, we suddenly encountered a large flock of flying birds. It would be more accurate to call them gray monsters instead of birds. Although they were not very large in size, they had extremely sharp beaks, and their claws were razor sharp as well. If accidentally scratched by them, one would certainly suffer serious injuries. Moreover, their speed in the air was fast, making it hard to predict their movements. There were hundreds of them. Clearly, in terms of speed, attack power, and numbers, we were at no advantage. Perhaps due to the suddenness of their attacks, none of us were prepared. The first victim was the elder. He was caught off guard and injured by the sharp claws of several small monsters. He collapsed immediately, and soon all of us were being attacked by these creatures. We were tightly surrounded in a very small circle as these small monsters launched relentless attacks on us. Being outnumbered and lacking resources, we were quickly driven back. Both Kaboo, Luohan, and I sustained various wounds. Only Alanthes continued to fight fiercely against these monsters. At this time, Alanthes was also knocked down by the monsters, with multiple injuries bleeding profusely. All of us lay in a pool of blood. Even Azura wasn't spared from the attack of these flying creatures, leaving marks on his legs and hands. However, despite the pain, Azura remained strong. Though tears streamed down his face, when a tear dropped onto the necklace around his neck, it suddenly emitted a translucent blue protective shield. This shield enclosed all of us, preventing those flying birds from attacking further. They hovered outside the shield, only retreating when they realized they couldn't break through it. Meanwhile, inside the protective shield, we stayed there for a long time. Perhaps this shield had healing properties, because after staying inside for a while, we found our wounds slowly recovering. Then, the shield gradually disappeared. Azura saved us once again, Kelly sighed. This child must surely be a lucky charm, Kaboo said excitedly. I don't think so. Luohan still seemed to harbor no good feelings toward Azura, despite being saved by him over and over again. Do you have the nerve to mention Azura, Luohan? If it weren't for your insistence on taking this route, would we have encountered these monsters? The elder began angrily. Is all the hardship along the way caused solely by me? Luohan responded furiously. Luohan, this is all your fault. Kaboo also started showing dissatisfaction towards Luohan. My fault. My fault was simply not bringing you out of the water area. You all should have just died there. Luohan became highly agitated and yelled angrily at all of us. Luohan, calm down. Seeing the situation escalating, I tried to soothe Luohan's emotions. Luohan seemed to have completely lost control, shouting incessantly. At this moment, Kaboo suddenly walked up to Luohan and delivered a punch, knocking Luohan heavily to the ground. Unyielding, Luohan got up from the ground and lunged at Kaboo, starting a physical altercation between the two. Others quickly ran over and separated the two, both of whom were extremely furious. Seeing this, I loudly shouted at them. Are you two crazy? I'm not crazy, it's all of you who are crazy. Luohan still showed no sign of calming down. Let go of me. Let me kill him. Kaboo struggled while yelling at those holding him. Luohan, I have to say, everything is your fault, Kelly suddenly said. I knew it. You're all colluding. I am not one of yours, and I will never be with you dumbass anymore. An angry Luohan turned around and left us. Even though he walked away, not a single one of us attempted to stop him, including me. Maybe deep down, I always believed Luohan was most responsible for this. Now that Luohan is gone, what do we do? The elder asked. Luohan may be gone, but we still have Azura, Kaboo replied. Yes, with Azura, we no longer need Luohan, Kelly also agreed. Let's get going then, I said to everyone. We strangely expelled Luohan from our group. With Luohan's departure, we basically followed the same route Azura had pointed out before, and Luohan walked alone on the path he himself had chosen. It was clear that Luohan was extremely unhappy and a little disheartened, for surely after all the trials he had been through with us, deep bonds had formed. But at this moment, his anger had not yet subsided, so there was no way he would return to our group. Our team now lacked Luohan's assistance and felt somewhat powerless. In many places, Azura only gave us an approximate direction, and the rest depended entirely on our own exploration. Still, we were relatively lucky, as we had traveled such a long distance without encountering any threats. Looks like the way Azura pointed is reliable, Kaboo said excitedly. At least we finally have someone who knows this place, the elder commented. Following the route Azura had indicated, we walked for 2 geshis, about 4 hours, while the sky gradually grew darker. The sky had always been overcast, but it was now even more gloomy than before. Shouldn't we find somewhere to rest? Kaboo proposed first. Yes, I think Azura looks exhausted, Kelly said, her eyes full of concern as she looked at Azura. At that moment, a pavilion suddenly appeared before our eyes. This pavilion was very unique. It wasn't the kind ordinary people usually see. It was supported by 2 pillars forming a small structure, and on these pillars were some peculiar carvings that seemed to depict some form of writing, though I had never seen this kind of script before. How could there be a pavilion here? Kelly asked in confusion. Azura, do you know about this pavilion? The elder asked Azura. Upon seeing the pavilion, Azura seemed to react abnormally. His pupils began to dilate, and his body started trembling uncontrollably. What's wrong with Azura? Kelly noticed Azura's abnormal reaction. What's wrong with Azura? I hurriedly approached Azura and asked. I don't know, but ever since he saw the pavilion, he became like this, Kelly said anxiously. Why don't we just bypass the pavilion? Kaboo suggested. I think this is the only way forward. Alanthes carefully examined the surrounding environment and stated. But what about Azura? I left my sentence unfinished. We need to figure out why Azura reacted this way, the elder firmly said. This isn't the time. Let's cross the pavilion first, I said urgently. Then Kelly carried Azura on her back, and the rest of us quickly passed through the pavilion ahead of us. While crossing it, I seemed to catch a glimpse of someone inside the pavilion. He looked like an old man. What surprised me even more was that the old man was the one we had buried before. He stood alone in the pavilion, smiling at me. A moment later, he suddenly pointed toward Azura on Kelly's back. Chapter 107. The Expulsion of Kaboo. She then made an even more astonishing gesture. She made the motion of cutting her throat with her finger, which greatly shocked me. We quickly left this pavilion, and soon it was out of my sight. After passing through the pavilion, we arrived at a relatively clean open area, which was perfectly suitable for resting. So everyone decided to take a break here before continuing our journey. During this time, I recounted to everyone what I had seen. However, they seemed indifferent to the scenes I described, clearly thinking that I had hallucinated them. Even Alanthes believed this as well. Perhaps influenced by others, I gradually began doubting what I myself had witnessed. Maybe the death of the elder had been too much of a shock for me. We rested on this open ground for a long time. By then, night had completely fallen, forcing us to camp there. We managed to find some dry wood to use as firewood and lit a bonfire in a circle. It's been such a long time since I've felt this comfortable, Kaboo said happily. Only Lohan is no longer with us, I muttered softly. Don't mention him anymore, Kaboo said angrily. Lohan shared many hardships with us and has saved us countless times. I reminded everyone. Mimachi is right. We shouldn't have expelled Lohan, the elder regretfully said. At this point, Ashura seemed somewhat better. Kelly called everyone over, and we gathered around Ashura. Ashura had opened his eyes and was staring at all of us with his big, watery ones. What happened to me? Ashura asked confusedly. Nothing, you just fainted, I explained to Ashura. Ashura climbed out of Kelly's arms and rubbed his head. Sighing, he said, that was close. Clearly, this statement left all of us very puzzled. We all wanted to know what had exactly happened. Why Ashura trembled and fainted at the mere sight of the pavilion. What do you mean that was close? I curiously asked. Someone tried to kill me. Ashura thought for a moment and said. Who tried to kill you? The elder anxiously questioned. Ashura didn't say the person's name. Perhaps even he didn't know who it was. At this moment, Kaboo came closer to Ashura, and upon seeing Kaboo, Ashura's expression became instantly tense. This change was first noticed by Kelly. Ashura, what's wrong with you? Kelly asked concernedly. It's him. Ashura kept pointing at Kaboo and saying. What are you talking about? Kaboo seemed thoroughly bewildered. He wants to kill me. Ashura's words shocked all of us. How could that be possible? Kaboo couldn't help but laugh in disbelief. It's him, Ashura firmly asserted. You won't believe me, will you? Kaboo helplessly said to us. I think Ashura must be having hallucinations, Alanthus suggested. It doesn't look like it. Kelly started to believe what Ashura had said. Kelly, do you believe it? Kaboo asked in disbelief. Ashura has saved us multiple times. Why would he lie? Kelly reasoned. That's just because he's having hallucinations, Kaboo attempted to explain. I don't think Ashura is the type to lie either. The elder also stood on Kelly's side. You guys are crazy. He's just a kid. How can we possibly trust what a child says? Kaboo sounded evidently flustered. Didn't we reach this point only by listening to what a child said? Kelly pointed out strongly. This statement left Kaboo speechless. What's your opinion? Kelly turned to ask me. I didn't have strong feelings about this incident. It was initially a minor matter, yet now it had led to continuous arguing among everyone. I have no opinion, I replied. Well, let's rest for now, Alanthus suggested to everyone. No, we need to clarify the situation first, Kelly refused. All right, now isn't the time to quarrel. Ashura should get more rest, I told Kelly. Okay then, let Ashura rest first, and we'll talk about it tomorrow. Kelly considered for a while and agreed. I'll take the watch, Kaboo quietly said to me. I nodded to Kaboo, and then we all started to rest, leaving Kaboo alone on watch since we were now one person short. Therefore, we had to conserve our strength in order to deal with any unexpected situations. It was already getting very dark, and our bonfire continued to burn, still bringing us warmth. Kaboo sat with a wooden stick he picked up from the ground, close to a dead tree near everyone. He couldn't figure out why Ashura had said those things. Perhaps Ashura really was having hallucinations. Anyway, Ashura was still a child, and what he said shouldn't be taken too seriously. Kaboo sat there like this, and time passed quickly. Soon it was midnight. The fire was gradually dying out, the warmth disappearing, replaced by cold wind. Perhaps fearing that Ashura would catch a cold, Kelly tightly held Ashura, keeping him from freezing. At this moment, Kaboo noticed that Kelly seemed cold as she began to tremble. He took off a thicker piece of clothing he had on, quietly walking towards Kelly so as not to disturb others. As Kaboo was about to cover Kelly with his clothes, Ashura suddenly shouted loudly. Everyone woke up startled at the sound. What happened? The elder asked groggily. It seems Ashura shouted. Alanthus guessed. Quickly light the fire. I hurriedly said. The fire was lit again quickly, and everyone was now awake. Kelly looked puzzled at Ashura, who was still shouting. Ashura, what are you yelling about? Kelly gently asked Ashura. He wants to kill me, Ashura cried while yelling. Why are you talking nonsense again? Kaboo said helplessly. How do you know Kaboo wants to kill you? I curiously asked. Look, he's going to kill me while I'm sleeping. Ashura pointed at Kaboo. At this moment, Kaboo stood before Ashura with his wooden stick, which almost touched Ashura's head. Kaboo, how could you? Alanthus said angrily. I didn't. Kaboo didn't understand how this could happen. Do you really want to kill Ashura? What? The elder asked full of questions. I didn't. Kaboo began to get angry and said. If you didn't, what were you doing? I also got somewhat angry and said. I just wanted to cover Kelly with the clothes, Kaboo explained. You're pretending. How is that possible? Kelly replied angrily. I truly wanted to cover you with clothes, Kaboo answered innocently. Then where are the clothes? The elder asked suspiciously. The clothes are. Kaboo then realized the clothes were unknowingly worn on his own body. Your clothes have always been on yourself. How could you possibly cover me with them? Kelly angrily scolded Kaboo. This. Kaboo was at a loss of what to do because of this sudden situation. All right, why did you want to kill Ashura, Kaboo? Alanthus questioned him like he was an accused criminal. I didn't, was all Kaboo could say now. The sky was gradually clearing up, and the sun slowly rose. Even though the sky was still gray, we had seen the brightness. Why, Kaboo? The elder and Kelly asked at the same time. Is it for Lohan? I guessed. Not. I really didn't. Kaboo's words were meaningless now, given the evidence before us. Lohan may dislike Ashura, but not to the point of killing him, the elder said. Now that it's daytime, we should leave here first, Alanthus suggested. Yes, let's go out of here and discuss further. Kaboo immediately responded. No, it's we who will leave, I firmly stated. What do you mean? Kaboo started to say nervously. We don't want to fight with you. You should leave on your own, Kelly interjected. You are expelling me because of what a child said. Kaboo indignantly said. Ashura is a great threat to you. We don't want to fight with you, so you'd better leave. The elder also seriously said to Kaboo. You are crazy, driving a companion away because of a kid's words. Kaboo appeared unable to accept the decision, yet he was helpless. After saying this, he turned and left. Now let's go, I said to the remaining people. Chapter 108. Firm Belief. On the other hand, Luohan was walking on a path he had chosen for himself. Contrary to his expectations, this path was extremely smooth and safe. It was clear that the road Luohan chose was the right one. After Kaboo was expelled from our group, he returned dejectedly along the original route back to the fork in the road. After much thought, he walked back onto the same road that Luohan had taken. From this moment on, our team split into two groups. Kaboo and Luohan were on one side, while the rest of us were on the other. We quickly followed the road guided by Ashura until we came upon a very narrow and winding path. How is this road like this? Kelly asked with a frown. Maybe we're about to get out of here, I said confidently. Ashura, how far do we have left? Alanthes asked Ashura. After we pass through here, we should be able to make it out. Ashura replied with certainty. That would be great, the elder said excitedly. Although we didn't encounter any monster attacks along the way, this road was so difficult to navigate that even though we walked for a long time, we hadn't made much progress. Everyone was exhausted. This road is really tough to walk, the elder complained. Ashura, are you sure this is the way? I asked Ashura. Ashura didn't answer but nodded, affirming it. At this moment, someone suddenly appeared on the winding road we were walking on. This person was less than 2 meters away from us. I scrutinized carefully at the person ahead. When I recognized who stood before us, I was stunned. Apparently, Alanthes, the elder, and Kelly were equally shocked. The person standing before us was none other than the old man we had buried in the courtyard. Grandma. I couldn't believe my eyes. Yes, it's her, the elder confirmed firmly. How could this be possible? Kelly was also shocked. At this moment, Ashura seemed to undergo some changes. His eyes began to become dazed, and his lips started trembling slightly, though we did not notice these subtle movements. What should we do? I asked everyone. Just then, the old lady ahead gestured for us to come closer, but there was no way we could move under such circumstances. Suddenly, Ashura went through an unexpected transformation. Standing beside Kelly, his complexion grew worse, and his limbs seemed to exhibit some movement as well. His body gradually started swelling up. As soon as we noticed this scene, we quickly moved away from Ashura. Ashura, Kelly shouted in shock. What's going on? The elder asked. Why has Ashura changed? I looked perplexedly at the entire process. In no time, Ashura transformed into a monstrous creature with 2 large wings resembling a giant bat. Then, not far from us, the old woman suddenly spoke. This is its true form. By now, all we felt was utter astonishment. Ashura is a monster? Kelly found it hard to believe. This can't be happening. The elder clearly struggled to accept what was happening. But the truth had been revealed right before our eyes, and we had no choice but to believe it. It turns out Ashura has been driving a wedge between us, I realized suddenly. So the departure of Luohan and Kaboo was caused by Ashura alone, and we were just deceived by his appearance. I regretted deeply at that moment, but regretting now was useless because Ashura had already transformed into a terrifying monster. It was at this moment that the old woman before us also underwent a change. She slowly transformed into a giant eagle. In an instant, this monstrous Ashura charged towards the large eagle before us. With wings of his own, Ashura's flying speed was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, he tangled with the giant eagle. The two creatures began tearing at each other and clawing mercilessly, while the rest of us could only stand far away and watch helplessly because there was nothing we could do in such a situation. We watched the two monsters fiercely battling both in the air and on the ground. Soon, the monster Ashura had transformed into began gaining the upper hand, constantly striking blows against the eagle, which slowly started losing its strength. What do we do? Kelly asked anxiously, observing the situation. Let's see what happens, I said tensely. In fact, it was very normal for us to be extremely nervous. After all, from the current situation, the giant eagle was on our side. If it were to lose, we would be next. And with our current attack power, we had no chance of winning. Now the giant eagle was beginning to retreat. The monster Ashura was fighting fiercely and had already taken full advantage. We could only stand by anxiously. Suddenly, a sharp axe flew towards Ashura, cutting one of its eyes. Ashura seemed in great pain, roaring as it flew backward. Taking advantage of this moment, the giant eagle began its counterattack. It first gouged out Ashura's other eye, rendering Ashura completely blind and unable to resist. It was now just waiting for death to come. Who threw the axe? I asked in surprise to those around me. It was me. A familiar voice came from beside me. Luohan. I turned around to see Luohan. And Kaboo. Kelly also shouted excitedly. How did you two? Alanthes was so happy he couldn't finish his sentence. There's a long story behind it. But let's get through this first, they said as they walked over to me. The two monsters in front of us basically stopped fighting because Ashura's heart had stopped. It fell heavily from the sky with a loud crash, forcing us to cover our ears tightly. After Ashura landed, blood continued to flow endlessly from its two eyes, though it looked more like dark purple pus, making it very uncomfortable to look at. Ashura was dead, and the giant eagle disappeared. It's over, Kaboo sighed. It should be over, I replied. We all breathed a sigh of relief because things had come too quickly and left just as fast. The only thing we could do now was leave this place as soon as possible to avoid any unexpected trouble. Thus, we quickly followed the road indicated by Luohan and Kabu to leave this terrible place. Along the way, Kelly, the elder, Alanthes, and I gradually learned what Luohan and Kabu had experienced after they left us. It turned out that after Kabu returned to the road Luohan had pointed to, he walked alone. At that time, he felt that something was wrong with the road. Meanwhile, cracks started to appear under Kabu's feet, just like those caused by an earthquake. As Kabu was about to fall into the crack beneath his feet, Luohan suddenly appeared, tightly grabbing Kabu and pulling him up. Kabu was completely stunned at the moment, but he quickly reacted. However, there were still large cracks around them. Then, a large hole suddenly appeared under Luohan and Kabu's feet, and both of them fell into the hole. When they woke up, they were already by our side, and Luohan still had a battle axe in his hand. Everyone knows what happened afterward. Still, everyone found it hard to believe how Kabu and Luohan suddenly appeared. Fortunately, everything was fine now, and everyone became more united because of this. Following Luohan, we arrived at a vast wilderness where there was nothing, no tombs, no uneven land, just endless wilderness. If we go through here, we can leave the Earth Zone, Luohan said confidently. It seems we will have to walk for a long time, Kabu said with some concern. I think nothing can stop us now, I said to everyone. Yes, we are united, and nothing is impossible, Kelly said excitedly. Since our journey was smooth, our speed was also fast. Soon, a barrier tens of thousands of meters high appeared before our eyes. This barrier was sky blue and looked like a water wall, at least that was my guess. We've made it, Luohan said excitedly. Is this the last checkpoint? Kabu asked anxiously. Yes, if we pass through here, we will arrive at my country, Luohan confirmed. Your country? The elder questioned. Yes, the kingdom of dwarves, Luohan said without hesitation. It sounds like a great country, I told Luohan. You'll see when we get there, Luohan replied. What are we waiting for? Kabu said impatiently. All right, everyone is ready. Let's set off, Luohan reminded everyone. All right, we were all very excited and curious about what kind of scene awaited us on the other side. You guys shouldn't have too high expectations. Luohan seemed to have read our minds and poured a bucket of cold water over us. Luohan, you're too pessimistic, I said to him. You'll see. It's not that I'm pessimistic, but it's the reality, Luohan replied. In fact, Luohan was absolutely right because no one knew the dwarf kingdom better than Luohan himself. Why are we wasting so much time on chatter? Let's go quickly, Kabu said, barely containing his impatience. When we pass through this barrier, we might feel a bit uncomfortable. Just bear with it, Luohan said to everyone. No problem, Kabu answered readily. As we stepped into the barrier which resembled a water wall, an invisible force immediately enveloped us as soon as we entered. I just felt dizzy in my head, completely disoriented. Luckily, it didn't last long, and I soon regained consciousness. However, I still stood there vomiting for quite some time, even though I hadn't eaten anything for a while. I practically brought up all the gastric acid in my stomach, and it took me a considerable amount of time standing alone before I could catch my breath again. Chapter 109, Portsmouth Barren Ridge. Perhaps Luohan had already poured a bucket of cold water over us in advance. After carefully examining the surroundings, I felt no surprise at all, rather it seemed normal. So, I was right, wasn't I? Luohan said to everyone. It seems we really can't expect too much, Kabu helplessly said. Maybe this is the kind of scenery we often encounter on our journey, Alanthes said. This is the Dwarf Kingdom, Kelly asked. No, this is the Portsmouth Barren Ridge, Luohan explained. Very fitting to its name, isn't it? Kabu said. This is just a barren ridge, the elder said. When will we reach the Dwarf Kingdom? I started asking anxiously. We need to cross the Portsmouth Barren Ridge, Luohan replied. It looks like we're going on another long journey, Kabu said helplessly. Is it dangerous here? Kelly asked. Duh, how could it not be dangerous? Kabu said. This is the territory of the Northern Dwarves, Luohan explained. Northern Dwarves? I asked. Yes, these Northern Dwarves were originally exiled criminals or rebels. Over time, their numbers increased and they eventually formed a group, or you could say, a country, Luohan explained in detail. In that case, there are your kind here, Kabu said. Yes, Luohan answered. That's great. Maybe we can even have a few hearty meals, Kabu said. No, didn't you hear Luohan say they were criminals and rebels? Do you think those people would invite you for dinner? Kelly disdainfully said to Kabu. Kelly is right. They may be my kind, but they are very dangerous and won't obey any commands, Luohan said. In that case, we're in trouble again, I said helplessly. But it's not such a big deal. Now the insect race has awakened from the deep pit. I believe our dwarves will unite to fight the insect race, Luohan confirmed this point. I hope so. Alanthes casually said this sentence. All right then, let's go, Luohan said to everyone. This isn't the first time we've come to a completely unfamiliar place. Although I've become accustomed to this kind of life, every time I arrive at a completely new environment, I still feel a little uneasy and scared inside. After all, we've gone through so much, and I also don't know what will happen in the future. We followed Luohan as we walked across the Portsmouth Barren Ridge. Here, only Luohan knows the way best and understands the environment most clearly. We walked through one field after another, when suddenly Luohan tensely told everyone, hide quickly. Although we didn't know what happened, we quickly hid beside a nearby high ground. At this moment, a group of fully armed dwarves appeared not far from us. They were slightly taller than Luohan, and if you didn't look carefully, you wouldn't notice. Moreover, their physiques were much stronger than Luohan's. They were the northern dwarves Luohan had mentioned. These are the northern dwarves, Luohan quietly said to me. They are your kin. I was somewhat surprised because I had only seen one dwarf, Luohan. And now seeing so many dwarves made me a bit excited. Should we go greet them? Kaboo joked. Luohan did not speak, but only gave Kaboo a glance. At this moment, the group of dwarves seemed to sense something and began moving toward us. How did they see us? Kaboo started saying nervously. They must have sensed us, Luohan affirmed. What should we do? Kelly asked anxiously. We'll fight them. There aren't many of them, I said to everyone. No, we should try to avoid them. Luohan gave a different opinion. By the time we finished speaking, the group of dwarves was already very close to us. It was clear we couldn't hide anymore, so we had to confront them. Our group suddenly rushed out from cover, which startled the group of dwarves. Due to lack of weapons, our attack strength wasn't strong, but we had the advantage of height. This group of dwarves was about fewer than 10 in number, so we quite easily defeated them. We seized their weapons. Apart from 2 who had died, the rest were captured by us as hostages. Luohan, one of the dwarves blurted out. What? Do you know me? Luohan was surprised. Of course. Haven't you forgotten Chi Luo? The dwarf said. Are you his subordinate? Luohan asked. He didn't answer Luohan, but only nodded. What's wrong, Luohan? Do you know them? Kaboo suddenly asked. I'll tell you about this later, Luohan said to Kaboo. What about these dwarves? Kelly asked. Kill them, the elder suggested. No, we can't, I opposed first. Why not? Kaboo said in confusion. They are captives now. We cannot just let them die, I explained. But if we let them go, we will be more in danger, Kaboo argued. Luohan, they are your kin, you decide. Alanthes suddenly said to Luohan. Let them go. Luohan considered for a while, and then said. Let go. Kaboo obviously didn't quite understand. We need friends now, not enemies, Luohan firmly stated. You let us go, but we won't be your friends, the dwarf said. Regardless of anything, you go, Luohan said after finishing and pointed to the road ahead. These dwarves looked at us, then left. What should we do now? Kaboo asked. Keep going, Luohan replied. After letting these dwarves go, we continued toward the gnome kingdom that Luohan had spoken of. On the other side, those dwarves we released thought themselves lucky to have survived, but they never expected to encounter the insect race on the way. The outcome was no longer necessary to mention, as they were all wiped out by the insects, and we were completely unaware of all this. Soon, Luohan led us to the entrance of a large cave. I looked up at the cave. It was smaller than the ones I had seen before, and it also didn't look so terrifying. Are we going to cross here? The elder asked Luohan. Yes, crossing here will lead us to the gnome kingdom, Luohan replied. Is it safe here? Kaboo asked uneasily. I haven't been here for a long time. I'm not sure either, Luohan said. Why are there so many pointless questions? Let's hurry up, Kaboo said impatiently. The environment inside was almost as I imagined. Scattered stones everywhere, pitch black with nothing visible. We had prepared our torches early, and with their light, we could see the surroundings clearly. Beneath our feet were countless pieces of broken rocks, and some animal-like carcasses that had dried up long ago. They must have died quite some time back. We carefully walked through this cave, occasionally stopping to rest or observe the surrounding environment. We rested and advanced intermittently within the cave for approximately 2 gushi, about 4 hours. As we had been walking in the dark for a long time, drowsiness started creeping over us despite the slight illumination from our torches lighting up the path. Not too far away from us, something unknown was searching for its prey inside the cave, and we were exactly what it sought. 3 gushi, about 6 hours ago, remember those dwarves eaten by the insect race? Their leader Chi Luo, leading a large group of dwarf troops, found his subordinates. Although the dwarves were barely recognizable due to being eaten by the insects, Chi Luo still recognized one of them as his son. His name was Xiuxian, who was the dwarf speaking to Luohan. Seeing his son killed cruelly by the insect race made Chi Luo extremely angry and grief-stricken, prompting him to lead his team towards the insect's nest, the very cave we had entered into. Before long, Chi Luo arrived with his troops at the entrance of the insect's lair. Chi Luo, look, there are footprints. A dwarf pointed to a disordered set of footprints at the front of the cave. There is a dwarf's footprint, another dwarf speculated. Yes, it's a dwarf's footprint. But whose are the other footprints? Another dwarf questioned suspiciously. Chi Luo approached these footprints and observed them carefully. After a moment, Chi Luo shouted loudly. It's Luohan. It can't be, a dwarf responded. Luohan. It must be him. I know his footsteps well, Chi Luo asserted. But wasn't Luohan already killed by you? A dwarf asked in confusion. He didn't die but was teleported to an unknown world instead. How did he come back? Chi Luo obviously didn't understand. Could it be that these other footprints brought Luohan back? A dwarf guessed. You're right. It must be like that. Let's go inside and catch Luohan, Chi Luo angrily declared. Yes, Luohan is definitely going back to the gnome kingdom on this road. If he returns, we won't have a chance, one of the dwarves explained. All right, we must catch Luohan. Let's go. Chi Luo shouted loudly to the dwarves behind him. Chapter 110, The Mine Pit. So, Chero led a team of dwarf soldiers into this cave. Perhaps because Chero and his group were familiar with the cave, they quickly traced our trail as our pace was relatively slow. The situation on our side also became increasingly worse, mainly because we kept encountering unexpected situations along the way, such as getting lost. The environment here was inherently very complex. Additionally, after spending a long time walking in the dark cave, our judgment often deviated, even though Luohan was leading the way. This significantly affected our progress. However, while we continued to delay, Chero's team was constantly closing the gap on us. It was only a matter of time before these two teams met. At this moment, Chero's group was already very close to us when they were suddenly ambushed by the insectoids hiding in the darkness. Although they had prepared sufficiently, they were still caught off guard. However, due to their large numbers, their team engaged in fierce battle with the insectoids. Since Chero's subordinates frequently fought against the insectoids, they were experienced in dealing with them. Before long, they wiped out all the insectoids that attacked them, but at the cost of more than 50 dwarves dying. Chero buried these fallen warriors simply together, then said to the remaining dwarves, "Let's go." They didn't die in vain. Meanwhile, we were constantly searching for an exit in the dark cave. Even without being attacked by the insectoids or other monsters, our circumstances were far from optimistic. Luohan, is the route you're leading us on correct? Kabu couldn't hold back any longer. It should be right. Luohan began to doubt his own judgment. Wait a moment. Alanthes suddenly told everyone. There's a sound. I also alerted everyone. Their footsteps, very urgent, Kabu also noted. Could it be the dwarves? Luohan started to guess. Dwarves? The elder asked in confusion. Yes, it's the dwarves, certainly, Luohan now stated confidently. Isn't it the people you released earlier coming to chase us again? Callie guessed. That's highly likely, the elder said. Get ready for battle, I told everyone. Of course, those hurried footsteps belonged to the dwarf army led by Chero. Even though they had lost over 50 dwarf warriors in a fight with the insectoids, they still had a team exceeding 200 dwarves. Their pursuit speed was accelerating, and soon we encountered them. This proved that Luohan's guess was right. It was indeed the dwarves, and their leader was Chero. Chero. Luohan looked extremely excited upon seeing Chero. Luohan, we meet again. Chero bitterly smiled. Chero, I don't want to keep fighting with you. Luohan capitulated first. No, our feud will not end like this. Chero angrily responded, and then rushed toward Luohan weapon in hand. The dwarves behind him also charged at us. We had no choice but to engage them in battle. Despite their significant numbers, these dwarves were remarkable in strength and agility. Despite our height advantage, we were quickly driven into a corner. What do we do? Kabu seemed at a loss, given we were still inside a dark cave. Where's Luohan? I looked around. At this moment, Luohan was locked in combat with Chero. Both of them wielded war axes and continually battled each other on a small patch of open ground. The other dwarves clearly had no intention of joining in. They just stood aside watching. Chero, give it up. We shouldn't continue like this. Luohan spoke while still engaged in battle with Chero. I will never give up. I'm going to kill you. Chero said furiously. Our current enemy is the insectoids, not each other. Luohan shouted loudly. The insectoids are something I can handle alone. I don't need your help, Chero said and threw a punch at Luohan's face, sending him flying away. The other dwarves, witnessing this, immediately rushed toward Luohan, seizing him. We were also captured by the dwarves. Luohan, are you okay? The elder shouted loudly. I'm fine. Luohan answered loudly. You won't be fine in a bit, Chero told Luohan. Chero lifted his sharp axe, his face full of anger as he swung the axe straight towards Luohan's head. There was nothing any of us could do but watch helplessly as Luohan was about to be struck. Just as the axe was about to hit Luohan's head, suddenly a huge and long bug appeared out of nowhere. It swallowed the axe in one bite. Due to the suddenness of this event, none of us fully realized what had happened at first. Soon, countless bugs emerged around us. They were grotesque and ugly. Seeing us, they immediately attacked. We also engaged in fierce combat with these giant bugs. At this moment, both our group and the dwarf army became allies, at least temporarily. This was the first time I had ever seen such large and numerous bugs, which left me momentarily dazed. I picked up my weapon from the ground and began hacking at the bugs, splitting them into halves. These bugs seemed fearless and continued rushing toward me. Before long, I started feeling overwhelmed due to the sheer strength of their attacks. Let's go this way. Luohan shouted at us. Yeah, everyone run. I yelled to everyone. We all began running in the direction Luohan indicated, while Chero's dwarf army was still fighting against the bugs. Chero, run. Stop fighting. Luohan shouted at Chero. Are you crazy? Chero wants to kill you. Kabu didn't understand Luohan's thinking. No, Chero is my brother, Luohan replied without hesitation. Everyone was stunned upon hearing Luohan's words. What exactly was going on? Everyone now felt even more confused, but there was no time for delay. The pressing concern was to escape to safety as quickly as possible. Chero, come over here. Luohan continued calling out to Chero. We retreat. Seeing the situation turning unfavorable for his army, Chero decisively chose to withdraw. This way, Luohan waved to Chero. Seeing Luohan waving, Chero ran over and quickly approached Luohan. Suddenly, Chero raised his battle axe and swung it down toward Luohan. With great agility, Luohan blocked the attack using his own axe. A loud bang resounded as Chero's axe was split in two by Luohan's blow. Chero's current axe was hastily picked up from the ground, whereas his original one had been swallowed by the bugs. Stop fighting. Let's run first. Luohan shouted at Chero. We go. Chero glared at Luohan with anger before giving orders to his men. We all ran forward with all our might. After an unknown amount of time, we finally stopped. The insectoids that had been chasing us never showed up again behind us. Why did we stop? Kabu asked cautiously, still uneasy. Take a look yourself. Luohan brought Kabu in front of him and pointed ahead. What? Kabu looked and grew extremely nervous. Cliff. I saw it, and couldn't help muttering under my breath. How can there be a cliff inside this cave? The elder couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. How are we supposed to cross? Callie anxiously questioned. Luohan, you've doomed us all. Chero angrily accused Luohan. No, this should be the last route, Luohan asserted confidently. What do you know? How are we supposed to cross now? Chero began shouting at Luohan. We will find a way to get through, Luohan stated firmly. Well, then you cross alone. We're leaving, Chero said irritably and turned around to leave, but Luohan quickly stopped him. What are you doing? Seeing Luohan prevent his departure, Chero grew even angrier. Although Chero initially wanted to kill Luohan, he clearly understood the situation now. More people meant more strength. He would have to postpone killing Luohan until after they left this place. Look, Luohan pointed ahead toward the cliff. It's a passage. Chero looked and was surprised. How so? I've been here for a long time and haven't seen it, Chero murmured to himself. We'll go that way, Luohan said to everyone. All right, I readily agreed. Soon, we arrived at the entrance of the passage. The passage was not as dark as the outside. Instead, it was quite bright, much better than where we had been before. One by one, we began to enter the passage. It was very narrow, so narrow that it could only accommodate one person's width. Consequently, all of us lined up like a long chain crawling through the passage. However, this uncomfortable feeling didn't last long, and we soon crawled out of the passage into another place. Compared with the passage, here was much broader. After everyone crawled out, we all became extremely interested in the environment here. There were constant flashes of colorful silver light around us, and this place seemed like a huge mine. Truly beautiful. Kaboo couldn't help but blurt out. What is this? Chero was also stunned by the scene before him. It seems like, or stones. One of the dwarves answered Chero. Yes, it's or stone, Luohan confirmed. Never thought we would end up here, another dwarf said. What are these or stones? I asked curiously. This is an extremely rare kind of stone, and its value is immeasurable, Luohan explained briefly. I'll take some then, Kaboo said and rushed towards the stones. Kaboo didn't listen to Luohan's warning at all. He ran straight to a piece of or stone and swung his weapon down onto it. After chopping a few times with great force, Kaboo discovered that the or stone didn't seem to have moved a bit. Still unwilling to give up, he kept hitting the or stone in front of him, while our ears were continuously filled with the harsh sound of Kaboo hitting the or stone. Kaboo, stop, come back. Without tools, you won't be able to mine this or stone, Luohan reminded Kaboo. Kaboo ignored Luohan's reminder. He persisted stubbornly. At this time, a big hole appeared from somewhere unknown. The hole was neither far nor near from us. Look, there's a hole, I told everyone. As I was speaking to everyone, a large swarm of bugs emerged from the hole. Each one of them had a hard shell, sharp claws on their front limbs, and a sharp scissor-like mouth. After surging out from the hole, they charged towards us. We got ready quickly and engaged in combat with them. This battle was much more difficult than the previous one. These bugs had not only superior attack power, but also remarkable intelligence. They always managed to find their enemies' weaknesses during the fight. While fighting these bugs, we found it even harder and more strenuous. Soon, we started retreating step by step. Worse still, we now had no way to retreat. Chapter 111, Spider Den. What do we do now? Kelly asked anxiously. Right now, we have no choice but to fight these bugs, Alanthus said to everyone. But there's no way we can win, Kaboo said helplessly. Don't talk so much, just fight, I said to everyone. Perhaps due to the principle that desperate troops fight to the end, our numbers were dwindling, yet our combat power began to rise. Even so, we still could not withstand the attacks of these insect tribes. After a while, we were almost completely defeated. The dwarf army led by Cielo was almost annihilated, with fewer than 10 people left. At this time, I was surrounded by dozens of bugs. Suddenly, one of them rushed at me and kicked hard with one leg. I couldn't dodge in time and was kicked several meters away, then fell unconscious on the ground. I don't know how long it lasted, but I slowly woke up and suddenly found myself on a lush green meadow. In this meadow stood an elegant large tree right in the center. A gentle breeze passed through, and the leaves swayed with the wind, looking exceptionally beautiful and charming. Where am I? I couldn't help but mutter to myself. My question would not be answered, so I could only nervously approach the big tree. The tree wasn't far from me, and soon I reached its front. Suddenly, someone walked out from behind the big tree. He looked extremely graceful, making it difficult for people to discern his gender at first glance. Who are you? I couldn't help but ask. I am you, he replied curtly. What? I felt confused for a moment. I am you, he repeated to me again. How is that possible? I didn't believe his words. You will believe me eventually, he told me. Why am I here? I asked. It's time for you to leave, he said to me. After he finished speaking, he pushed me down to the ground. Suddenly, a deep pit appeared where I fell, and I screamed as I plummeted into it. I gradually opened my eyes. The view in front of me was blurry, but I could still make it out. It seemed like I was wrapped in something tight and sticky. I guessed it must be a spider web. I tried to sway back and forth, but it was utterly useless. I was tightly bound by the web and couldn't untangle myself. I struggled desperately inside this large net until I saw something that gave me hope. There was actually an iron sword next to my left hand. This was great. I immediately grabbed the iron sword and pierced a large hole in the outer part of the web surrounding my body, then ran out. The external environment wasn't much better than what I had imagined. There were spider webs of various sizes around me. I could only constantly dodge or cut them down to leave the area. Luckily, I didn't encounter any insects along the way. As I continued wandering among the webs, I seemed to hear some sounds, which sounded like they came from a person. Following the sound, I found all my companions enveloped in some spider webs. Thus, I freed them one by one. What has happened to us? Kaboo asked in confusion after being rescued. His head also hurt badly. It seems we've been captured by a group of spiders, I said to everyone. We'd better hurry up and leave, the elder urged anxiously. We searched for the exit for a long time, but couldn't find it. Everyone was already very tired, especially after being confined in the spider webs for so long. Our physical strength was quickly depleting. We can't get out. Kaboo cried in distress. Let's search more carefully. Lohan seemed confident. Let's go that way, Ciela suddenly suggested. Which way? The elder questioned doubtfully. That way. Ciela pointed to a small tree hollow. But the hole is so small. Can we really get out? Kelly asked skeptically. Let's try. I agreed with Ciela's suggestion. This tree hollow was really hard to navigate. Each time only one person could go through, and it took a long time. Nevertheless, we finally managed to escape from the spider den. Did we leave the cave? Kelly asked. Evidently, we did not, Lohan confirmed confidently. Look around us, I said to everyone. The surroundings were silent and dark. Of course, by now we had mostly gotten used to walking in the dark, but our vision was still very poor. Where are we? Ciela didn't understand the situation either. I think I know where we are, Lohan said confidently. Where? Ciela asked. Armor City, Lohan replied. This is impossible, Cello immediately opposed. This is the Armor City, Lohan said with great certainty. Although we couldn't understand the conversation between Lohan and Cello, we were all curious in our hearts and felt that the Armor City mentioned by Lohan must have great secrets. All right, let's find a safe place to talk first, I said to everyone. Okay, since this is the Armor City, I'll take all of you to a safe place, Cello said. Chapter 112, The Armor City. I glanced at Luohan, who nodded at everyone, indicating that we could trust Xia Luo since Xia Luo and Luohan were still mortal enemies. We followed Xia Luo to a room that resembled a storeroom. As we entered, we immediately felt an inexplicable warmth. The lighting inside the room wasn't as dark as expected. Instead, it had a faint yellowish glow, making the scene appear rather strange. This is the place, Xia Luo said to everyone. This is, Luohan was still thinking. This is the furnace room where we used to play when we were kids, Xia Luo said to Luohan. Is this it? Luohan asked with some surprise. Yes, Xia Luo replied. I'm extremely curious about both of your identities now, and also about this Armor City. Since all of us are safe now, why don't you tell us your stories? I said to Xia Luo and Luohan. Xia Luo closed the large door of the furnace room. Only then can we really consider ourselves safe, Xia Luo said to everyone. Inside the furnace room were me, Kelly, Luohan, the Elder, Kaboo, Xia Luo, Alanthes, and 5 dwarven warriors. The others had fallen in the battle earlier. Should I speak or should you? Xia Luo looked at Luohan and asked. I'll speak, Luohan replied. And so, Luohan began to recount the mystery of his and Xia Luo's origins. The story started with the Armor City. Both Luohan and Xia Luo were princes of the Gnomish kingdom. Luohan was the elder brother, and Xia Luo was the younger. The two grew up together in Armor City and fought side by side for decades. One day, which also happened to be the day the insect race awakened, the brothers had a serious disagreement on strategy. Xia Luo advocated striking first and attacking the insect hive, while Luohan was more cautious and preferred to strengthen their own defenses before finding an opportunity to counterattack the insects. Impatient, Xia Luo did not agree with Luohan's plan, and the final decision rested with the king, who favored Luohan's idea. The king supported Luohan fully and ordered all dwarf legions to remain inside the city for defense, forbidding any unauthorized attacks on the insect hordes. However, Xia Luo harbored resentment over this decision. He disobeyed the king's orders and led a dwarf legion to attack the insect nest without permission, only to fail. Upon returning, Xia Luo witnessed countless corpses spread across the fields. These were all the remains of dwarfs. It turned out the insect race had launched a devastating assault on the Gnomish kingdom. After a fierce battle, the dwarves managed to drive the insects out, but suffered great losses themselves. Following this event, the king was furious and exiled his youngest son from the kingdom. From that day forward, Xia Luo became an ally of murderers and traitors. After Luohan finished telling the story, Xia Luo's face was quite pale, but he endured the anger inside him and listened on. So that's how it was, Kaboo sighed. That means it was Xia Luo who destroyed your kingdom, the elder said. This has nothing to do with me. If we don't exterminate the insect race first, we'll die anyway, Xia Luo said angrily. All right, Xia Luo, now isn't the time for arguments. Let's focus on the situation at hand, Luohan advised Xia Luo. We're very safe here, Kaboo responded. It is safe, but we can't stay here forever, I said to Kaboo. What should we do now? Kelly asked. Let's rest here for a while. Once the timing is right, we'll go out again, Luohan suggested. That makes sense. It'll also give you two brothers some time to calm down, I said to Luohan. We stayed in the room for quite a long time, but for us, time flew by quickly. All right, let's go, Luohan said to everyone. We carefully stepped out of the room. Outside, everything was pitch black, but luckily, we were already accustomed to it. Moreover, with Luohan and Xia Luo leading the way, we felt more assured. Perhaps due to our relaxation, as we followed Luohan through the dark roads, several large, black spiders suddenly appeared in front of us. They were the biggest spiders I had ever seen. Once we encountered them, we engaged in fierce combat with them. A large spider rushed straight at me, stabbing repeatedly at me with its sharp legs. I continuously swung my battle axe in front of me at the monster. With a swift stroke, I severed one of its legs, causing black liquid to spray everywhere. However, the monster did not stop its attack because of this. It charged at me again. I held my battle axe and rushed toward it. Then I swung my axe and slashed at the monster's head. The axe hit the spider's head directly, and the spider fell down instantly. It struggled on the ground for a moment before its heart stopped beating. Although I had killed one spider, there were still many more around us. We fought these spiders desperately, but they were too strong. We had to fight while retreating. At this moment, Luohan shouted to everyone. Look, there's the exit. We all started running towards the direction Luohan pointed at, and soon we ran out of the cave. That was close. Kaboo sighed as he spoke. Are we out? Kelly still didn't quite believe it. We have left the Portsmouth wasteland, Luohan confirmed. No, look at the surroundings, Xia Luo reminded Luohan. Luohan began to examine the surroundings carefully, but he still couldn't figure it out. This is still the Portsmouth wasteland, Xia Luo affirmed. How can you be so sure? Kaboo asked. I've lived here for 25 years. What do you think? Xia Luo replied. I'm 85 years old this year, Xia Luo answered. Our dwarves live long lives, one of the dwarves responded. All right, anyway, we have definitely left that cave, I said to everyone. We should leave here first and talk later, Alanthes suggested. Xia Luo, now that we've safely left the insect nest, we can take action against Luohan, one of the dwarves whispered to Xia Luo. It's not the right time yet. Our numbers are no longer advantageous, and Luohan is protected by these outsiders. It will be difficult for us to win. Let's wait a bit longer, Xia Luo whispered back. Thus, we walked for about an ancient hour, approximately 2 hours, and soon we arrived in front of a thorny shrubland filled with wild grass. Where are we? Luohan seemed unfamiliar with this place as well. There shouldn't be this shrubland. Xia Luo also felt strange. What should we do now? Kaboo asked. We have no choice but to go inside, I firmly said. Looks like that's the only option, Luohan also responded. It looks dangerous, but we still have to go inside. Kaboo questioned somewhat bewilderedly. If you want, you can go back alone, Kelly disdainfully said to Kaboo. I'd rather not, Kaboo replied. At the beginning of entering the shrubland, it wasn't as difficult as we had imagined. Although there were many thorny areas, we could manage to overcome them. As we delved deeper into the shrubland, our path became increasingly harder, and every step was extremely arduous because sharp thorns often appeared near us. They stuck to us closely, causing us plenty of scratches and wounds. When can we get out of here? Kaboo complained again. What do you think, Luohan? I asked Luohan. I'm not quite sure either. Luohan seemed to be without a solution this time. What do you think, Xia Luo? The elder asked. It should be almost done, Xia Luo guessed. I hope you're right, Kaboo anxiously said. After a while, we finally emerged from the dense thorny area and reached a relatively open space. The expanse of land stretched endlessly, just like many places we had passed through. It seems we won't be able to leave here today, Kaboo said helplessly. It's getting dark quickly, what should we do? Kelly looked at the sky and asked. We'll rest here tonight, I told everyone. Fine, it's certainly better than the previous place, Kaboo agreed with my suggestion. And the others had no objections, since everyone was already tired and needed to rest. So one person went into the nearby forest to collect some firewood for a campfire during the night, including Xia Luo and his men. Xia Luo, when do we act? One dwarf asked Xia Luo. Tonight is a good opportunity, another dwarf suggested. Let's act tonight then, Xia Luo decided resolutely. But what about those outsiders? Another dwarf questioned. We'll deal with them as well, a dwarf said. But there are only 6 of us, and our strength is not advantageous. We cannot defeat them, a dwarf argued. In that case, it might be better to act after we reach the Gnomish Kingdom, one dwarf proposed. Once we reach the Gnomish Kingdom, we'll become prisoners. Have you forgotten that we're all criminals? One dwarf shouted at another. All right, stop talking, we'll act tonight, Xia Luo said firmly. Agreed. The other dwarves chorused in unison. Xia Luo and his group, carrying some gathered firewood, returned to our side. By now, the sky had turned gloomy, suggesting an impending rain. It seems like it's going to rain, Kaboo told everyone. Looks that way, I replied. Shall we still light the campfire? The elder asked. Let's light it for now. We'll let everyone warm up a bit, and then we'll see what happens when the rain comes, I answered the elder. We all sat around together. Of course, Xia Luo and Luohan were separated. One of them sat by me, the other near the elder. We quickly enjoyed this brief warmth. As expected, soon after, small droplets began falling from the sky. Although the rain was light at first, it quickly doused our fire. With no shelter available on this vast open ground, all we could do was sit there dumbly gazing at the darkened sky, which looked completely devoid of vitality. There was simply nothing else we could do. The sudden downpour disrupted Xia Luo's plan to assassinate Luohan. In the rain, he couldn't make his move since none of us would be able to sleep in such conditions. Thus, Xia Luo had to once again delay his intentions to kill Luohan. The night passed agonizingly slowly, and in front of us now stretched a bright, clear sky. The skies have cleared, I said, looking upwards. Finally it has stopped, Kaboo yawned as he spoke. We should set off, Alanthes told the group. Not already? We've just spent the night soaked in the rain, and now we need to leave. Kaboo complained with irritation. The weather is good now. We can leave here as early as possible, I responded. Yes, let's go quickly, Luohan agreed. And the others also agreed with Luohan's point of view, except for Kaboo. Though Kaboo had no choice but to continue forward with the rest of us. Though today's weather was pleasant, due to having hardly slept the previous night, our pace was rather slow. Fortunately, along the way, we encountered no monsters or insect attacks. After quite some time, we finally left this open area behind. We then arrived at another region, Portsmouth Mountain Range. Chapter 113, The Scorpion King. After we cross this mountain range, we will reach the kingdom of the dwarves, Zhou said to everyone. Can you trust what he says? Kaboo was already starting to doubt. Lohan, what do you think? I asked. Yes, Zhou is right. Although it has been a long time since I've come to the Portsmouth wasteland, I still remember this place, Lohan said. So what are we all waiting for? Kaboo said to the group. How about you don't want to rest here anymore? I laughed loudly as I said to Kabo. The several of us entered the Portsmouth mountain range. There must be a lot of monsters here, right? I asked Lohan. Just one, Lohan replied. What is it? Kabo asked nervously. A scorpion, xiuxian answered. A scorpion? I repeated. It's an extremely large scorpion, Lohan responded. Ever since the dark energy rose from underground, a huge scorpion has been dominating the Portsmouth mountains, xiuxian said. We'd better be careful then, Kabo said. We followed Lohan and xiuxian on a long journey. It was indeed vast, and the environments along the way were basically the same, making it impossible to distinguish. If it weren't for Lohan leading us, we would have certainly gotten lost. Time passed quickly, and before we knew it, we had traveled a long distance. When will we make our move? One of the dwarves asked xiuxian quietly. Let's wait a bit more, xiuxian whispered in reply. If we keep waiting like this, we will leave the Portsmouth mountain range, another dwarf said softly. No problem. Once they meet the Scorpion King, there will be no need for us to act, xiuxian said. But we are also in danger, one of the dwarves said. No problem. I know a safe place that can protect us, xiuxian grinned slyly. What time is it now? Kabo began to show signs of impatience. We have already walked for about 3 gushies, about 6 hours, I replied. Why haven't we walked out yet? Kabo started complaining. Isn't it that easy? Lohan replied. But I don't see this place being as scary as you say, Kelly said. That's because we haven't entered the Scorpion King's area yet, xiuxian suddenly said. The monster is called the Scorpion King, I asked in surprise. Yes, once you see it, you'll understand why it's called the Scorpion King, xiuxian said. We walked even further. Stop, xiuxian said to everyone. What's wrong? Kabo asked anxiously. We have arrived at the Scorpion King's territory, Lohan answered nervously. Everyone must be extra careful, xiuxian said to everyone. But in his heart, he was already thinking about how the Scorpion King could eat all of us. Here, we didn't even dare to breathe heavily, fearing that we might lure out the Scorpion King. However, we did make a mistake. We shouldn't have let xiuxian lead the way. Xiuxian had intended to lure out the Scorpion King. He deliberately made some faint sounds that none of us noticed. Soon, the Scorpion King hiding in the dark corner began to move toward us following the weak sounds made by xiuxian. After a while, the Scorpion King had begun to slowly approach us. We didn't notice at all, including xiuxian and his group. Suddenly, a gigantic scorpion appeared in front of us. As Lohan had described, it was a scorpion we had never seen before. Its body was black, just like an ordinary scorpion's color, but it had 4 massive claws. When it appeared in front of us, it scared all of us despite us already preparing to face it. The Scorpion King, Lohan shouted to everyone facing the scorpion. It's terrifying. Kabo couldn't help but blurt out. At this moment, the giant scorpion was ready to attack us. It kept moving its large pincers up and down, and suddenly it charged towards us. Due to its immense force, the dust on the ground was swept up. Everyone, be careful, Lohan shouted to the group. At this moment, the Scorpion King was already in front of Lohan. It used one of its pincers to lift Lohan up. Lohan, seeing the situation, I shouted to Lohan. However, it was already too late. The Scorpion King grabbed Lohan and slammed him onto the ground fiercely, causing Lohan to lose consciousness immediately. At this moment, xiuxian and his group had already vanished. Xiuxian had led a few of his subordinates and taken advantage of the Scorpion King's attack to hide his dwarven squad in a place he had long known about. Meanwhile, we were locked in a grueling battle with the Scorpion King. The elder swung a sharp battle axe towards the scorpion, but the moment the axe touched the Scorpion King's shell, it was deflected outwards, flinging the elder away as well. This guy looks like he can't be killed, Kelly said to me. At this moment, Allantes charged forward with a spear in hand towards the Scorpion King. He aimed the spear at one of the scorpion's eyes and lunged forcefully, but piercing the Scorpion King's eye wasn't that simple. The Scorpion King noticed the spear coming and used one of its claws to grasp the spear tightly. With just a little force, it broke Allantes' spear. Just then, Kelly held a long sword and stabbed at one of the Scorpion King's legs. Its shell was too hard, though. Despite her best efforts, Kelly couldn't even scratch it. We're doomed now. Kabo stammered nervously as he spoke to me. I was holding a battle axe, but I didn't have much more to do since all our attempts had failed to hurt the Scorpion King. That's when I suddenly realized xiuxian and his dwarf companions were nowhere to be seen, leaving me greatly surprised. Could it be that xiuxian and his group were already eaten by the Scorpion King? But during the earlier fight, I hadn't seen xiuxian participating at all. Kabo, did you see xiuxian? I asked. No. Could they have already? Kabo started guessing. No. Allantes interrupted abruptly. You saw xiuxian? Kelly asked. I noticed them running off in that direction. Allantes pointed toward a dark passage. Why would they run? I questioned, somewhat puzzled. Fear, Kabo answered. It doesn't seem like that, Allantes replied. As we were speaking, the Scorpion King began to approach us, swaying back and forth as it charged. What should we do? The elder anxiously asked. Run, in the direction where xiuxian went, Allantes suggested. What about Lohan? The elder asked. I'll carry him, I said as I ran over to Lohan. The others did their best to keep the Scorpion King at bay, buying me some time. Quickly, I ran to where Lohan lay unconscious, picked him up on my back, and sprinted toward where xiuxian's group had gone. The rest of the group followed me in the same direction. Of course, the Scorpion King was chasing after us from behind. Our speed was unusually fast due to the relentless pursuit of the Scorpion King, and perhaps it was during this sprint that Lohan woke up. What happened to me? Lohan mumbled groggily on my back. Lohan, you're awake, I said while still running. Put me down, Lohan requested. But under these circumstances, I had no time to put Lohan down, especially considering his current condition which rendered him unable to walk on his own. I certainly couldn't act irresponsibly like that. Soon, we arrived at the location where Churuo and his companions were hiding. Perhaps Churuo never expected that we would make it alive to his position because when we reached them, they looked incredibly astonished. You? Churuo faltered speechlessly upon seeing us. By this point, the Scorpion King was almost upon us again. As we continued running ahead, the Scorpion King made a single leap and landed directly in front of us. It instantly began launching an assault. Since Churuo was also close to us, his men were attacked first. The Scorpion King swung its tail and pierced one of the dwarves, killing him instantly. Seeing this, all of us began attacking the Scorpion King, even though we knew it wouldn't work. Within a few rounds, we were defeated, and several of Churuo's men were killed outright. We had no choice but to find another opportunity to escape. While running, we suddenly spotted a bright light. With all our strength, we ran towards the light, quickly making our way out of the Portsmouth mountain range. We've made it, Kaboo shouted as he was the first one to emerge. Even though the Scorpion King was in hot pursuit, its size was immense while the path we were running along grew increasingly narrow. So the Scorpion King could no longer chase us, and we all managed to escape one by one. Just as we were congratulating ourselves for escaping another peril, the Scorpion King suddenly burst forth from a stone cave within the Portsmouth mountain range. It shattered a massive boulder with a single blow and then appeared before us. The Scorpion King, Kaboo shouted loudly. We were shocked at the sight before us, but I quickly regained my composure and yelled to everyone, "Run!" But it was already too late. One of the Scorpion King's claws had already grabbed the elder, and its other claws had also seized Kelly, Alontes, and Churuo. It seemed that we had truly enraged the Scorpion King. I swung my sharp axe furiously at the Scorpion King, but just like before, my weapon couldn't hurt it at all. Just when I was helpless, an arrow thick and long appeared from somewhere, piercing directly into one of the Scorpion King's eyes. Even though the Scorpion King still had 5 other eyes, it let go of its victims in pain, and those caught in its claws fell down. Looking back, I saw a large group of dwarves rushing towards me, shooting crossbows at the Scorpion King as they ran. In no time, countless arrows pierced the Scorpion King's body. The Scorpion King began to retreat and fled back into the Portsmouth mountain range, soon disappearing from my sight. Seize him, a dwarven leader commanded his subordinates upon seeing me. 4 or 5 dwarves pounced on me and tied me up securely with thick ropes. After capturing me, Kaboo, Kelly, and Alontes were also bound. As for the elder, he remained unconscious and wasn't restrained. Suddenly, a dwarf yelled to their leader, "Chief, it's Prince Lohan." Prince Lohan. The leader didn't seem entirely convinced, hurrying over to confirm personally. Yes, it is Prince Lohan, the leader confirmed after checking closely. Lohan was still somewhat disoriented. He struggled to his feet groggily and asked, "Where are my friends?" "Your Highness, who are your friends?" a dwarf inquired uncertainly. "Chief, it's Prince Churuo." Another dwarf noticed Churuo lying on an open stone slab. "Capture him. Don't let him run away," the leader ordered several dwarves. Thus, by sheer luck, these dwarves had inadvertently saved us. Even more fortunate, these dwarves turned out to be under Lohan's command. Along the way, we gradually recovered our strength and consciousness. Lohan became clearer in his thoughts as well, and the binds on us were loosened. However, Churuo remained tightly bound because he was considered a traitor, at least according to the king. We traveled a long distance with these dwarves, always in safety. We feasted on a substantial meal. Kaboo drank so much water that he threw up. Every one of us clearly understood that the danger was almost over, at least for now. With these dwarves, we arrived at a city. The city wasn't large, but it was grand. This was the Gnome Kingdom. Chapter 114, The Kingdom of Dwarves. Perhaps my expectations for the Kingdom of Dwarves were too high. When I approached, it wasn't as wonderful as I had imagined. It even felt somewhat desolate. "This is the Dwarf Kingdom," Cab sighed. "Yes, it wasn't always this desolate. It's because the dark energy awakened the insect race that we suffered heavy blows," Luohan explained. "This dark energy is truly powerful," I said. "It hasn't even unleashed its full power yet," Cheluo, who was bound, responded. "Shut up." A dwarf punched Cheluo in the face. "Well, he is your prince after all." Luohan looked sad when he saw Cheluo get hit. Soon, we arrived before the grand hall of the Dwarf King with these dwarfs. "Luohan, my son." An elderly white-haired dwarf was extremely excited upon seeing Luohan and quickly strode forward. "Father." Luohan also ran to his father. They embraced and cried, holding each other for quite a while before realizing we were still in the grand hall. Luohan introduced our group to his father and told him about Cheluo. The king was originally very pleased to see Luohan, but when he heard that Cheluo had also come to the Dwarf Kingdom, he became visibly angry. However, he managed to control his emotions. We learned from Luohan's mouth that it had been nearly 10 years since he had last seen his father, and the culprit behind their separation was Cheluo. Luohan's father was named Luban, the 27th king, but during his reign, there had been years of warfare. This could not be entirely blamed on him, as the appearance of dark energy was impossible to avoid. We received warm hospitality from Luban, and much of it was thanks to Luohan's help. We ate heartily and happily. Luohan and his father, having not seen each other for 10 years, engaged in an early evening conversation. We were arranged to rest in the largest and best room, which was the best place we had stayed recently. Of course, Cheluo, regarded by Luban as a traitor, was imprisoned in the dungeon. Luohan initially wanted to plead for Cheluo, but seeing how his father got angry just mentioning Cheluo's name, Luohan kept quiet. After being well fed and satisfied, we lay on soft beds. One couldn't help but feel at ease. I clearly knew such comfort wouldn't last forever. but at least I could savor the fleeting pleasure. In this state, I fell asleep unknowingly. When I woke up again, it was already noon the next day. I looked around. Others were still deeply asleep, likely exhausted. I rubbed my eyes, got out of bed, and walked out of the room alone. You're awake. Luohan was about to enter my room. Luohan, I replied. Why are you alone? Luohan asked curiously. They're still sleeping, I answered. Let them sleep then. I'll take you somewhere, Luohan said enthusiastically. Where? You'll see. Luohan didn't want to reveal more, so I followed him to a pond. This pond seemed no different from ordinary ponds. After observing it carefully for a long time, I couldn't discern any special features, except perhaps that the water inside was deeper than usual. What's so interesting about this? I asked Luohan. Look closer at the pond, Luohan instructed. I approached the pond and scrutinized it seriously. Indeed, my image appeared within the pond. This wasn't strange, as it was merely a reflection. Gradually, I began to see some scenes in the pond that hadn't happened yet, but they were about to. No, I screamed, taking several steps back. Did you see? Luohan asked me. Is this real? I asked anxiously, sweating profusely. What do you think? Luohan counter-asked. I can't believe it, I replied. Suddenly, Luohan pushed me, and I fell directly into the pond. What seemed like shallow water instantly turned bottomless. I struggled desperately in the water, but to no avail. Slowly, I lost consciousness and sank into the depths. My heart stopped beating. Just at that moment, I suddenly spat out a breath of air, then abruptly opened my eyes. Sweating profusely, I sat up in bed. However, I had grown accustomed to this feeling. Every time we went through great trials, I would have a nightmare like this one. And every time I had such a nightmare, I would face an even more nightmarish reality afterward. I wiped the sweat from my forehead with my hand and got out of bed. I glanced at the others. They were all still sleeping soundly on their beds. I didn't disturb them, so I walked out of the room alone. When I stepped outside, I realized that it was still the dead of night. A cold breeze blew past, making me feel somewhat chilled. Alone and aimlessly wandering, suddenly I noticed something familiar. Yes, exactly the scene from my dream. I followed its lead until I reached the pond in my dream. Beside the pond, waterspouts continued to splash incessantly. Driven by curiosity, I approached the pond for a closer look. It was undoubtedly a bad idea. After reaching the edge of the pond, I saw my reflection in the water. Under the moonlight, my shadow in the pool stood out starkly and appeared somewhat sorrowful. This can't be real, I muttered vaguely, perhaps still half asleep. It's not. My drowsiness vanished immediately because I heard a familiar response, coming from my own reflection in the water. This. I suddenly broke out in cold sweat. What's happening? I inwardly questioned myself. You'll find out, the shadow responded again, answering the question posed by my inner thoughts. Who are you? I tried to calm my racing heart. I am you, he replied straightforwardly. Am I still dreaming? I asked. Do you think so? He started questioning me back. No, it must be a dream, I firmly answered. Then it's a dream, he agreed. I want to wake up, I declared, determinately punching myself in the face. The pain was real. I could truly feel it. This isn't a dream. I began to become even more confused. Is this a dream or not? My shadow asked again. Why do you keep asking? I countered. You've seen the truth, he said. What truth? His questions left me bewildered. The truth you saw for the first time, he explained. I mumbled, unable to voice the words. Remember it, he commanded. No, that was just a dream, I insisted. At that moment, my reflection in the pond disappeared abruptly, leaving me standing alone by the pond. I couldn't see my reflection in the water anymore. Just as I puzzled over it, a large hand suddenly emerged from the pond, grabbing my neck and dragging me inside. When I opened my eyes again, it was already daytime. Despite hearing no sound, I knew it was just another dream. I got up from the bed, just as the others woke up too. Did you sleep well last night? Cab asked me. All right, I replied nonchalantly. Last night was the best rest I've had, the elder said. Me too, Carrie chimed in. Shouldn't we go eat breakfast now? Cab asked. I'm a little hungry, Carrie admitted. Yes, we should enjoy our time here while we're lucky to be here, Cab excitedly said. That's right. Or else we don't have many more days to enjoy, I suddenly blurted out. What did you say? Alante sharply asked. Nothing. I didn't know why I said those words. All right, let's go, the elder instructed everyone. We followed the guards outside the door and soon finished breakfast. Then, Luohan spoke to all of us. Let me take you guys to a place. Sure, Cab eagerly said first. We followed Luohan's steps and arrived at a place that was both familiar and strange to me, the pond from my dreams. How beautiful, Carrie sighed in admiration. One of the most beautiful places in our country, Luohan proudly proclaimed. How are you adjusting here? Luohan asked again. Just fine, Cab continuously praised. Why are you so quiet? Alantes whispered to me. I originally wanted to tell teacher about my dream last night, but I feared they would find it childish, so I remained silent. You seem off today, Carrie walked up to me and asked. Not much, maybe I didn't sleep well, I simply replied. At this moment, a dwarven guard ran up to Luohan, seemingly saying something to him. Luohan then said to everyone. I have something to attend to and must leave early. You all can continue enjoying yourselves here. After finishing his sentence, Luohan turned around and left. What could possibly make Luohan so rushed? Cab complained a little. Without Luohan, what are we still doing here? Carrie asked. Let's head back, the elder suggested. So I turned to walk back, when Cab suddenly called me to stop. Wait a second. What's the matter? I asked in confusion. Do you know the way back? Cab asked. Yes, I do, I replied. Everyone was quite surprised at this point. because this was our first time coming here. They believed that it was my first time as well since we had only spent one night here. Still, I led them all back to where we were staying. Everyone was both confused and curious about my behavior. So what exactly is going on? Cap finally couldn't hold himself back from asking. I sat on the bed and looked at everyone's curious eyes and replied, "You might find it hard to believe, but this comes from one of my dreams." "Tell us more," the elder said. And so, I began recounting the scene by the pond from my dream to everyone. I shared everything I had seen, whether the things I witnessed were real or mere illusions. Chapter 115 Luohan's Conspiracy. A dwarf figure appeared in the pool. Although this dwarf was covering his face with a mask, I could still tell from his every move that it was Luohan. Luohan seemed to be talking to someone, but I couldn't see the person's appearance clearly. Soon, Xiaoluo appeared before me, followed by the process of Xiaoluo being exiled. After that, some other things happened. Xiaoluo began to carry out a plan to assassinate Luohan. In the end, although Luohan was expelled from the Gnome Kingdom, Xiaoluo himself was also exiled forever to the Portsmouth Wilderness. While everything seemed to be caused by Xiaoluo's actions alone, the mastermind behind the scenes was actually Luohan. Luohan wanted to eliminate Xiaoluo, so he could become the king of the Gnome Kingdom without any hindrance. So he set a trap, using Xiaoluo's impulsive nature, which indeed succeeded. He didn't anticipate that Xiaoluo would send him into the no man's land, nor did he think that he would return to his own kingdom again, and all of this happened because of us. What surprised me even more was that things did not end there. They continued to fuel Luohan's ambition. Soon, Luohan came up with a way to get rid of Xiaoluo, and the king of the Gnome Kingdom, who was also Luohan's father, was assassinated by Luohan. This way, Luohan became the new ruler of the Gnome Kingdom, and naturally, none of us escaped our fate. We all died here. Of course, everything seemed to proceed smoothly, but the events yet to come had not unfolded yet. It was only a preview. "Do you really believe this thing?" the elder asked suspiciously. "I don't believe it either," Caboose said. "Then how could I know the way from the pool to here?" I asked. At this moment, everyone fell silent, just staring blankly at each other. "I want to rescue Xiaoluo." My words broke the silence in the room. "You're crazy," the elder said to me. "I may be crazy, but I trust this dream of mine," I said firmly. "What do you guys think?" the elder asked the others. "I will follow His Highness," Kylie answered. "I think this has nothing to do with us. We'd better stay out of it," Caboose replied. "It's just a dream," the elder said. "Alontes, what do you think?" Caboose asked. "Let's rescue Xiaoluo." Alontes hesitated for a long time before saying, "Not possible," Caboose said helplessly. "There is no need to take such risks for an unreal dream," the elder reminded us. "We should reconsider," Caboose began to persuade. At this point, a dwarf ran into our room. "What is it?" I asked the panting dwarf. "Xiaoluo is going to be sentenced to death," the dwarf said. "What?" Everyone was shocked. Because this scenario I just described appeared exactly as stated. "This can't be real, right?" Caboose began to believe in my dream. "Let's go check it out," I said to everyone. We followed the dwarf to an execution site where a crowd had already gathered, most of them to watch Xiaoluo's hanging. The executioner was Luohan, who stood alongside 4 axe-wielding executioners. Xiaoluo was pinned down on a large stone slab. Judging from the bloodstains, this slab was clearly used for executions and hadn't been used for a long time. At this moment, the king entered the execution site. Upon seeing the king, everyone bowed deeply, including us. After finishing the bow, the king addressed everyone present. "Although Xiaoluo is my son, he betrayed his country and was exiled to the Portsmouth Wilderness by me. However, now he reappears in our nation and plans to escape from prison. Therefore, I have decided to execute Xiaoluo." Hearing these words from the king, people were not surprised and seemed quite excited. In their eyes, Xiaoluo was nothing but a traitor and a criminal. At this point, one of the executioners began walking toward Xiaoluo. "What should we do?" Caboose whispered to me. "Let's wait and see," Alontes responded. "If we keep waiting, it'll be too late," I said anxiously. By then, the executioner had already reached Xiaoluo's side and raised the axe in his hand, ready to begin the execution. Suddenly, an arrow shot out from a corner, hitting directly the executioner wielding the axe. The executioner fell immediately upon being hit, but did not die, merely losing consciousness. Kylie was an expert with bows, and she recognized instantly that the archer's skill was extraordinary. The situation started to differ slightly from what I dreamed, but this single arrow saved Xiaoluo. "There's an assassin." Some dwarf guards began looking around for the assassin. Everyone on the scene, including us, were stunned. "What's happening?" Caboose asked dizzily. "Why is it different from what you said earlier?" Kylie said to me. I shook my head at everyone, indicating that I wasn't sure either. However, one thing was certain. Xiaoluo was safe for now at least. "Quickly, catch the assassin," Luohan shouted loudly. At this moment, the scene became extremely chaotic. After a period of confusion, it finally grew quiet, but only because the Gnome King had been assassinated with a single fatal arrow. I knew clearly that Luohan was behind all of this, but if I were to say it now, no one would believe me. Soon, everyone frantically carried the king to his bedroom. Luohan knelt in front of his father, sobbing. A while later, the royal physician announced that the king had officially passed away, and a new dwarf king was born, Luohan. We outsiders returned to our lodging, and the Xiaoluo I cared about was thrown back into the dungeon again. We stayed in the bedroom for quite a while when a dwarf rushed over to inform us that King Luohan wanted to see us. Sure enough, everything happened just as my dream foretold, though not exactly as it unfolded in my vision. Nevertheless, we already knew the outcome. The few of us prepared ourselves mentally before appearing in front of King Luohan. This Luohan was now very different from the first time we met him. His expression seemed even more serious. You've come, Luohan said coldly from his throne as he faced us. Luohan, congratulations. You're the king now, Kabu laughed and said. I am the king now, Luohan solemnly told Kabu. I know that, Kabu replied somewhat puzzled. Are you planning to rescue Xia Luo? Luohan suddenly asked. We were all very surprised. How did Luohan know what we were thinking? Luohan, you're crazy. Xia Luo is your brother. Why would we rescue him? The elder began defending. Then who shot the arrow at the execution site? Luohan started asking angrily. How would we know? Kabu replied disdainfully. Stop trying to dodge the question. I know everything. What exactly did you see in the pool? Luohan asked me directly. Oh no, how does he know? Kylie whispered to me nervously. Suddenly dozens of dwarf soldiers sprang out around us, all fully armed. What are you going to do? Kylie shouted at Luohan. You can't escape. Give up, Luohan urged us. Luohan, you've turned out to be someone like this, I said angrily. At that moment, the dwarves began rushing toward us. We had no choice but to resist their attack. Although we had the advantage of height, these dwarves outnumbered us by far, 4 or 5 times our number. Plus, during the fight, we held back a bit. It didn't take long before they captured us. After capturing us, Luohan didn't execute us immediately, but threw us into the dungeon instead. He had to publicly execute us in front of his people so that they would trust and obey him. Once inside the dungeon, we were confined together in a large cell where we also saw Xia Luo. Judging from his expression, he seemed injured and seriously wounded, though there shouldn't be any immediate threat to his life. What should we do now? Kabu shouted from the opposite side of the cell. Shoo, keep your voice down. Kylie suddenly reminded him. It's fine. There's no guard here. Xia Luo weakly responded. What happened to you, Xia Luo? I asked with concern. I was stabbed by someone, Xia Luo answered. Who? Kabu asked. Was it Luohan? Kylie guessed. It was someone I knew very well, Xia Luo replied. Did he run away? I guessed. He's dead, Xia Luo replied. All right, let Xia Luo rest properly now. Stop talking to him. Alantes reminded us suddenly. We should think about how to get out of here, the elder anxiously said. There's no guard here. Isn't it easy for us to escape? Kabu began to feel excited. Kabu, look around carefully. These gates and walls are almost entirely made of natural rock. Do you think you can break through them? The elder helplessly replied. What should we do then? Kabu sat on the ground dejectedly. Maybe it's safer here for us, I suddenly said. What? The elder didn't seem to understand my words. My dream, I reminded them. Yes, the dream. Kabu stood up immediately from the ground. How could we forget about that? The elder also became excited. As long as we stay here for a while longer, the insect race will attack this city. That's when we'll find a way out, I confidently stated. Let's wait then, Alantes calmly said. Thus, we fell silent in the dungeon, while above us Luohan was secretly gloating over his successful conspiracy. Suddenly, a dwarf rushed to him, sweat streaming down his face, and with a nervous expression. He panted and said to Luohan, Your Majesty, a large number of insects are heading towards us. Upon hearing this, Luohan almost refused to believe it, as he had never seen the insect race initiate an attack, let alone on the dwarf kingdom. Luohan quickly gathered his army. The dwarf battalions were spread out, some stationed on the walls and others behind the gates, all ready for battle. At this point, the insect race was less than half a gungzi, about less than an hour, away from reaching the dwarf kingdom. Clearly, Luohan was now most anxious, having just ascended the throne and already facing the most severe challenge in the history of the dwarf kingdom. Soon, the insect forces arrived at the city walls. Look, the insect race. A dwarf pointed at the vast insect army below the walls. My God, Luohan couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. There are so many. The dwarves standing beside Luohan were all stunned by the sight. How can we possibly fight them? This is what Luohan was thinking inside, though he did not show it, for the great battle was about to begin. Chapter 116, The Fall of the Kingdom. At this moment, a leader of the insect tribe stepped out from the ranks. It was a gigantic scorpion, slightly smaller than the Scorpion King, but still a behemoth compared to the dwarves. How many insectoids are there? Luohan asked a nearby dwarf. Judging by the numbers, it should be about 10,000, the dwarf stammered. 10,000. Although Luohan had seen the vast army of insectoids, he still could not believe his eyes. At this time, the insectoid army seemed to begin moving. They gathered in clusters of dozens, forming small battalions, and then launched wave after wave of charges towards the dwarf city gates. Archers, prepare. Seeing the insectoids beginning their assault, Luohan started deploying defensive fortifications. Dozens of archers stood in a row, releasing arrows towards the charging insectoid army. Countless arrow showers pierced into the charging insects, with rows of them falling beneath the city walls. However, even more kept charging forward. At this point, some insectoids capable of spraying venom began attacking the archers on the city wall. One by one, the archers who were sprayed with venom immediately turned to ashes. This venom had corrosive properties and quickly corroded the dwarves' bodies until nothing remained. These corpses instantly turned into pools of blood. Soon, some massive insects climbed onto the city walls, and a fierce battle began. The dwarves wielded their weapons for close combat against these incoming insectoids. Of course, this kind of resistance put the dwarves at a great disadvantage. Nonetheless, these dwarves fought valiantly despite confronting an extremely formidable enemy. Luohan led a large contingent of the dwarf army, rushing directly into the insectoid ranks. Armed with a sharp axe, Luohan continuously slashed through a group of insects. Quickly, a heap of insectoid corpses accumulated around Luohan. But given the sheer number of insectoids and their immense attack power, Soon some of the dwarves couldn't hold out anymore, starting to flee. You all come back. Don't run. Luohan shouted loudly to those fleeing dwarves. But they wouldn't listen to Luohan as the insectoids were simply too powerful. In just a short while, the dwarven casualties were more than twice that of the insectoids. Luohan could only retreat with the remaining dwarves to another fortified area within the city. By now, the Gnome Kingdom had been completely overrun, with dead dwarves scattered everywhere. Outside the city, there were still some dwarves fiercely fighting the insectoids, but their time was running out. We inside the dungeon were quite at ease, completely unaware of what was happening right above our heads. I guess the insectoids have already begun their assault, Caboose said to me. It seems so, I responded uncertainly. At that moment, a dwarf ran in. He held a sharp axe and charged straight towards our prison. Is he coming here to kill us? Caboose became very nervous upon seeing this. Soon, several other dwarves rushed in. Hurry, release them. One of the dwarves instructed the others. Then, these dwarves cut open the locks of our cell. Why set us free? The elder asked with confusion. The insectoids have breached our defenses. We can't hold them back any longer. You must escape on your own, one of the dwarves said to us. After speaking, they threw a few weapons at us and fled with the other dwarves. What should we do? Caboose asked. What else can we do? We need to fight our way out. I told everyone. Wait, we can't leave without xiuxian, I suddenly realized. We went over to xiuxian, but he had passed out due to his severe injuries. Let me carry him, Alanthes volunteered. All right, I replied. We all must ensure the safety of teacher and xiuxian, I reminded everyone. With that, we all braced ourselves and walked out of the dungeon. Just stepping out, we saw countless dead bodies lying around haphazardly. My goodness, Caboose exclaimed in shock. What happened? Kelly couldn't believe her eyes. Let's go. There's no time to lose, I urged everyone. We quickly left the dungeon, but the further we went, the more dead bodies we found on the ground. Eventually, we made our way out of the dungeon tunnel and onto the surface. At that exact moment, a few large insects spotted us and charged towards us recklessly. The elder was the first to rush forward with his weapon. Then it was my turn, followed by Caboose, while Kelly stayed behind to guard Alanthes and xiuxian. Thus, we engaged in battle against the insect tribe. Although these big bugs were of considerable size, they had slow reflexes, sluggish movements, and couldn't turn around easily. Spotting these disadvantages, I took advantage of them, and soon killed the bugs. However, the insect tribe was undoubtedly an enormous army, and other groups began gathering toward our location. Realizing things were about to get dangerous, we quickly left this unsafe area. By now, the Gnome Kingdom had been almost entirely occupied by the insectoids, leaving no safe place for us. Still, we managed to find a relatively secure spot by chance. We rested briefly in this small corner as larger insects couldn't enter this V-shaped-like area. What should we do now? Kelly asked anxiously. We can't stay here forever. Caboose also worried. At that moment, a group of dwarves ran toward us. Clearly, they were some of the few survivors. Seeing this, we promptly stopped them and invited them to hide together with us. Soon, the insects surrounding us gradually retreated, allowing us to re-emerge. The Gnome Kingdom now looked devastated and completely different from the one I had seen just before. What should we do now? Caboose asked again. We need to escape as soon as possible, one dwarf said. But where can we go? Insects are everywhere. Caboose said anxiously. I know a way. xiuxian, on Alanthes' back, suddenly spoke up. xiuxian, you're awake, I said. I'll guide you. Let's all escape together and take my people with us, xiuxian said slowly. Chapter 117, Shelter. Thus, Xiaoluo pointed out a route of escape for us. Following the direction that Xiaoluo indicated, we indeed found a winding path. This narrow road could barely accommodate one person to pass through. On the way, we also gathered quite a number of dwarf warriors, numbering over 1,000. The insectoids mostly surged into the inner city, which was the last fortress of the Gnome Kingdom. The number of dwarves trapped inside the inner city far exceeded those outside, including us. However, no matter how many they were, it was futile as they had already been besieged to death. The insectoid attacks became more ferocious, quickly breaking through the surrounding walls of the inner city. They easily invaded the inner city, compelling the dwarf legions within to once again resist these insectoids. Soon, they could no longer hold on. At this moment, over 1,000 dwarf warriors led by me, the elder, and Caboose charged in. I was fully aware that with only our small group, we couldn't win this battle, but I still wanted to take a gamble. Our army soon intertwined with the insectoids, my sword striking down numerous bugs. However, their numbers continued to grow and strengthen. We held out with all our strength for a while, but were eventually driven into a corner where we couldn't move. At this time, each person's face displayed a variety of expressions: fear, seriousness, stupefaction, and even bitter weeping. Of course, among these people, there was naturally no lack of Caboose. Caboose stood beside me, incessantly praying for something, his trembling hands clearly proving just how terrible his mental state was. The insectoids continued their relentless assault. In a little while, we would be completely annihilated, leaving not a single survivor. Perhaps Caboose's prayers bore fruit, for the insectoids suddenly stopped just as they were about to capture us all and started retreating. In an instant, the large swarm of insectoids around us vanished. They retreated. This wasn't a trap or some kind of dream. It was a real occurrence. Everyone was perplexed by the sudden retreat of the insectoids. Now not only us, but the dwarves too were puzzled. Mysteriously, we had been saved, a good thing. We emerged from the dead end. At this moment, everyone began counting the bodies of the deceased. After a while, the casualty figures came out, more than 3,000 dead, with twice as many injured. Alantes carrying Chailuo approached my side, and then said to me, "We are saved." What? I was momentarily dazed. Chailuo knows of a place that can save us, Alantes said excitedly. At this point, a man staggered out of the crowd of dwarves. It was Luohan. Luohan looked at Chailuo with great anger, especially since he saw Chailuo actually together with us. "Chailuo, why didn't you die?" Luohan shouted angrily at Chailuo. At this moment, Chailuo asked to get off Alante's back, so the teacher set him down. "I am not so easy to die," Chailuo replied. "Chailuo, where is the place you mentioned that can save all of us?" Kabu asked impatiently. "I know where it is," Luohan interrupted suddenly. "You do?" Kelly questioned. "Chailuo, are you talking about the shelter?" Luohan said disdainfully. "So are you afraid?" Chailuo responded arrogantly. "I oppose the idea of my clansmen going to the shelter." Luohan firmly rejected Kelluo's suggestion. "The shelter?" The dwarves started whispering privately. "How does the shelter have any secrets?" I quietly asked Chailuo. Chailuo did not immediately answer my question, but merely shifted his gaze to a vast group of dwarves present. Then Chailuo said to them, "I intend to go to the shelter to evade the insectoid attacks. Are there any of you willing to come along with me?" "No one will be willing to go with you," Luohan asserted confidently. "I'm willing to go," a dwarf said. Luohan turned around sharply, glaring at him angrily, and said, "I will stay here. If you want to go with this traitor." At this moment, everyone stayed quiet. Even the dwarf who originally intended to go with Chailuo stepped back a few steps. "Our country is gone. If we keep holding on here, it will be a certain death. The shelter has always been our natural barrier. Once we reach there, we will be very safe," Chailuo began advising his companions. "The shelter is a V-shaped castle. It has no rear exit. If we go there, we'll just end up waiting for death," Luohan began advising the dwarves. At this point, the debate among everyone became even more intense. Some people agreed, and of course, there were also those who opposed. However, the number of people who agreed to go to the shelter was greater. The reason being that what remained of the gnome kingdom now was merely rubble, and these remnants would not be able to withstand another attack from the insectoids. Luohan suddenly walked up to Chailuo and raised his weapon, slashing towards Chailuo. Chailuo was quick-witted and quickly reacted, sidestepping in an instant to dodge Luohan's attack. The other dwarves began preparing to act, but they were stopped by Luohan because he wanted to personally deal with this threat posed by Chailuo. We stood aside without any intention to help, as this was certainly an internal matter for the dwarf nation. Nonetheless, I hoped deeply for Chailuo to win. After a few rounds between Chailuo and Luohan, due to the fact that Luohan had already expended much of his energy beforehand, while Chailuo was severely wounded, both ended up matching each other in strength. "All right, stop fighting," I said to both of them. Thus, they ceased their battle, not because of my interruption, but because neither had any strength left. Luohan said to Chailuo, "You leave then. For anyone wanting to follow Chailuo, I won't stop them. Let's go," Chailuo said to the dwarves in front of him. At this moment, some dwarves began walking toward Chailuo, and one thing was certain. Our group would definitely be following Chailuo. Chailuo led a group of dwarves away from the devastated gnome kingdom, whereas Luohan stayed behind with the dwarves who remained, defending their homeland until the very end. Chapter 118. Reinforcing the defense. After we followed Sero out of the gnome kingdom, we arrived at a vast grassland. "How far is our destination?" I asked Sero. "We'll arrive once we cross the Wanera riverbanks. It will take 2 days," Sero replied. Our group quickly found a place to set up camp and rest. Since we would reach the shelter tomorrow, the night sky was adorned with countless shining stars, something we hadn't seen for such a long time. Unconsciously, I felt a bit melancholic as I walked alone on the grass, enjoying this brief moment of peace. Behind me, there were the dwarves chattering noisily. For them, talking seemed to be one of their greatest pleasures. After setting up the tents, they hadn't stopped speaking. We gathered together around a fire, spending a rather pleasant evening. The next day, before setting off again, each of us carefully checked our equipment, making sure nothing was left behind. After all, the gear in our bags was our only guarantee for this trip to the shelter. Following Sero's steps, we eventually reached the Wanera riverbanks. "Look here, this is the Wanera riverbanks," Sero told me. I carefully examined the river before me. The water was clear and transparent, and it looked drinkable, but I wasn't about to try it recklessly. The flow of the Wanera riverbanks wasn't very fast either, so we just needed to be cautious while crossing it. According to Sero, there was a type of fish in the Wanera river that the dwarves called flying fish. Besides being able to leap from the water, these fish had large sets of sharp teeth. If bitten by them, you could either suffer serious injuries or even die. Though I wasn't particularly scared, Cabo started to worry. As usual, his exaggerated reactions amused everyone. After preparing ourselves, we began crossing the river. The water wasn't deep, it only reached our knees. However, after walking through the cold water for a while, I felt my feet start losing sensation. That's when I realized my feet had gone numb from the cold. Suddenly, I noticed some ripples appearing ahead of me. Although small at first, they gradually became more numerous. Then, Sero shouted abruptly, "Flying fish. Everyone, be careful, flying fish." No sooner had Sero finished than a flying fish leaped out of the water straight toward him. Sero was ready. He swung his sharp axe and sent the flying fish flying away. But more came surging forward from behind. A countless number of flying fish rushed toward us with their mouths wide open, revealing sharp teeth. We hastily defended ourselves against these attacking fish using our weapons, swinging them frantically. These flying fish were indeed hard to handle. As we walked, we continuously swung our weapons in the air to fight them off. Eventually, after a long period of struggle, we managed to pass through their assault. Some of us sustained minor scratches, but none were serious. A little while later, we finally crossed the Wanera riverbanks. Finally, we're out. Cabo sighed. Look, that's the shelter. Sero pointed to a V-shaped building ahead of us. We've finally made it, I said happily. Walking into the shelter, my first impression was its decrepit condition. Everything was old and broken down, and it emitted a slight, unpleasant smell. There were some dwarves living inside, though not many. They were excited to see us. They must have been without company for quite a long time. We settled into a quiet room to rest, and took advantage of this time to give ourselves a good bath, something we rarely did. After bathing, I lay down on a cold, hard piece of wood planking, which, despite being uncomfortable, felt somewhat satisfying. I fell asleep quickly. I don't know how long I slept, but slowly, I opened my eyes. At that moment, Arence approached me and whispered softly, "It's time for us to get to work." "What kind of work?" I mumbled drowsily. "Reinforce the walls, strengthen the defense," the elder added as he joined us. At this, I slowly sat up from the bed, stretched my body, and said, "Let's get started then." We patched large stones onto the damaged sections of the wall and built small houses out of wooden materials. These housed barrels of cooking oil, useful in times of emergency. After working tirelessly for a long time with a big group, we finally transformed the worn-out city into a fortress as strong as iron. Still, whether it was truly so solid still remained to be tested by war. The situation on Luohan's side was basically the same. They hastily fortified their defenses, but since the entire city had been severely damaged, they could only do their best. However, the dwarves were well aware that they were facing the insectoids, the most terrifying race in the world. Not only were the insectoids a fearsome race, but they were also highly intelligent. They knew how to use natural resources in warfare and were adept at learning from war during battles. Soon another wave of insectoid armies advanced toward the Gnome Kingdom. Although Luohan and his men were mentally prepared, they never imagined that the insectoids would arrive so quickly. Just a day later, the insectoids once again appeared beneath the walls of the Gnome Kingdom. Luohan led his subordinates, these dwarves who were already exhausted from the previous battle. At this point, Luohan's forces numbered less than 2,000, including some wounded soldiers. The insectoids then began their assault on the Gnome Kingdom, quickly breaking into the inner city. By now, Luohan had no way to retreat. He ordered his dwarven army to resist fully until death. The battle was brutal. Luohan continuously swung his weapon, and soon there lay a pile of dead insects before him. This time, the insectoids not only deployed ground troops, but also their flying corps. These large bugs with wings used their sharp claws and pointed horns on their heads to relentlessly attack the dwarves on the ground. Although the dwarves bravely resisted the insectoids, they stood no chance in terms of numbers, attack power, or defense. Their ranks quickly diminished as one dwarf after another fell in pools of blood. With weapon in hand, Luohan stood still when a flying insect suddenly swooped down on him. Luohan charged at it with his axe, but as it had wings, its claws swiftly grabbed him and threw him forcefully onto the ground like a ragdoll. Luohan was grievously injured, nearly unconscious, as a few dwarf soldiers ran over to try and help him up. Halfway there, several venomous scorpions darted out and blocked their path. These dwarves were no match for the scorpions and were quickly killed. Luohan lay alone on the ground, blood seeping constantly from his body. In his dying moments, he spoke a single phrase, "I'm sorry, Xiaoluo." Slowly, Luohan closed his eyes, and thus his heart stopped beating. No! A gut-wrenching scream abruptly reached my ears. What happened? I rushed over to Xiaoluo's side and asked urgently. Xiaoluo leaned against a pillar, sweating profusely and gasping for breath. "What's wrong with you, Xiaoluo?" I asked again. "I had a terrible nightmare," Xiaoluo replied. "It's nothing. I often have such dreams too," I consoled Xiaoluo. I looked up at the sky. It was already afternoon. It seemed like the day had passed in this manner. We all tidied our things and returned to our quarters. Soon enough, it grew dark, and before long we had lit our torches. Since the nights at shelter were long, though, for those of us who had endured the polar night, this darkness didn't seem like much. Everyone went to bed early because Xiaoluo informed everyone that in 2 days, on the murky day, the day when the sun is half obscured, the insectoids would surely launch an attack on us. So we had 2 good days left to enjoy, and we needed to cherish the present moment. Worn out from the journey, we slept until noon the next day, when I slowly opened my eyes. Chapter 119, The Bow of Tears. It's noon. Cielo walked into our bedroom. I hurriedly got up and asked, "How is the situation outside?" "Relax, the weather today is fine. The insect tribe won't show up," Cielo reassured me. "That makes me feel better," Caboose said. We all finished eating and once again returned to fortifying the stronghold. Although most of the work was done on the first day, there were still many minor details left undone. We must fix these small but crucial details, or we would lose because of them. In battle, details can often decide the outcome of a campaign, or even a war. We carefully and meticulously completed the repairs on what seemed unimportant but vital details. This way, we practically rebuilt our refuge. It now appeared impregnable. Of course, that would have to be proven with time. Today's work was over, and everyone appeared excited during dinner. However, Cielo looked troubled, as the next day would be turbid day. How the insects would manifest then, we did not yet know. The final day had finally arrived. Tomorrow, we would encounter a massive insect horde. The few of us stood atop the city walls, gazing into the distance. A diminutive dark figure appeared in front of us. The elder spotted him first, due to having binoculars. Through the elder's binoculars, we identified this person as Luohan, who clearly had suffered grievous wounds and appeared close to death. He moved toward us very slowly. Cielo pondered for a long while and decided to send a dwarf to rescue his brother, given that they were close siblings. Soon enough, Luohan was brought back by the dispatched dwarf. When Luohan appeared before us, we were all extremely shocked. Almost every part of Luohan's body bore injuries, yet he managed to survive. A true miracle. Cielo arranged for Luohan to stay in his room, where some dwarven doctors treated him. But Luohan's condition was far from optimistic, as his wounds were incredibly severe, leaving the dwarven doctors to only do their best. After waiting for half a day, we received relatively good news. Luohan had survived, though he remained unconscious. Cielo was understandably the happiest despite knowing the tensions between him and Luohan had been resolved in recent times. I walked alone up onto the city wall, standing high as I gazed at the setting sun in the distance. This sunset resembled a person's life gradually fading, unable to rise again. What's wrong? Alanthes walked up beside me and asked. I'm thinking about tomorrow's great battle, I replied. Hope we can get through this, Alanthes said. When can we leave here? I lamented. Maybe after tomorrow's great battle. Cielo also joined me and said. Can we really? I questioned. If we win, we can, Cielo answered. Our numbers are too few, little chance of victory. Kabu also approached and somewhat disheartened said. You should stop saying such discouraging words. I scolded Kabu. Kabu is right. Our people are too few. Cielo sided with Kabu this time. So what should we do? Kabu asked. In fact, we can find reinforcements. Cielo suddenly brightened. How do we find them? Kabu eagerly inquired. Go to Portmouth Barren Ridge. There are at least tens of thousands of dwarves exiled there, Cielo excitedly stated. Not again. Do we have to return? Kabu asked fearfully. Not necessarily. As long as we find the Bow of Tears, Cielo explained. The Bow of Tears? I curiously asked. Yes, the Bow of Tears is one of our dwarven artifacts, forged by our ancestors. It has immense power, but because its strength is too overwhelming, no one could harness it. Hence, it has been sealed in the bog pool ever since, Cielo clarified. You mean, if we find the Bow of Tears? I didn't finish my sentence, but Cielo interrupted. We can blast a huge hole in the Portmouth mountain range, allowing the exiled dwarves to return to their homeland through this hole. Where's the bog pool? I suddenly inquired. You wouldn't dare to. Kabu said timidly. We'll go and find the Bow of Tears, I firmly decided. Not again. Kabu slumped down onto the ground. What are you searching for? Carrie also ascended the city wall and asked. It's too late now. Although the bog pool isn't far from here, it's extremely dangerous, with many monsters lurking around, and no one has ever dared to approach that place. Cielo was the first to negate my idea. I want to give it a try. Cielo's words only strengthened my determination. But our time is running out, Cielo said to me. That's fine. I believe we will return soon, and with a massive army. I replied resolutely. I'll go with you, Cielo said. No, you must stay and organize your people to fight against the insect tribe. We will be back as soon as possible, I told Cielo. Are you really going? Kabu stood up from the ground and asked. Well, do you prefer to stay for the great battle with the insect tribe or come with us to search for the Bow of Tears? I smiled and asked. I'd rather go. That way, I might survive a little longer. Kabu laughed heartily. Of course, Carrie and Alanthes were also part of our team to find the Bow of Tears. To ease Cielo's worry, we left the elder behind to assist Cielo in defending the refuge. After some preparation, we set off. We followed the map drawn by Cielo, heading towards the bog pool. Chapter 120, The Untouchable Bow and Arrow. We soon arrived at the marsh, just as Chero had said. It was indeed very close to the shelter, but of course, danger lurked too. This must be the marsh that Chero mentioned, I told everyone. The smell here is truly unbearable, Kabu said, pinching his nose. It's swamp gas, Alanthes reminded us. Anyway, everyone should still be careful, I said. The terrain here was relatively flat, with soft soil, undoubtedly a marshland. Strange plants grew around us, and everyone knew clearly that each plant here was toxic. Therefore, we stayed as far away from them as possible. As we ventured deeper, the concentration of swamp gas increased. It choked us so much that we could barely speak. We could only endure it while walking forward. After traveling another stretch, the swamp gas began to weaken, and we slowly lowered our hands from covering our noses and mouths. Soon, we came upon a disgusting-looking marsh pool that appeared foul, but did not emit the previous stench caused by the swamp gas. We were somewhat relieved by this. Everyone stood by the edge of the marsh pool, discussing how to cross it. Eventually, we all agreed on conserving time by crossing directly. First, I used a stick picked up along the way to measure the depth of the marsh pool. It reached just above our knees, an acceptable level. Rolling up our pants legs, we stepped one after another into the marsh pool. I think our decision was wrong. Kabu complained while walking. Will you shut your mouth already? Kelly snapped from beside him. All right, I'll stop talking. Kabu retorted with disdain. Kelly suddenly screamed. What's wrong? Everyone turned toward her with tense eyes. My foot seems to have stepped on something, Kelly said uncertainly. What kind of thing? I asked. I'm not sure, Kelly said anxiously. At that moment, without knowing when it had approached from behind us, a two-headed snake suddenly appeared. From its appearance, it seemed like a walking snake, similar to a cobra, but with an extra head. It quickly burst out of the marsh pool and tightly coiled around Kelly, leaving her unable to move in the middle of the marsh pool. Seeing this, I rushed toward Kelly, but the snake suddenly spat venom at me. Reacting in time, I dodged the attack. I raised an iron sword in my hand and hacked at the two-headed snake. With a swish, one of the snake's heads was cut off, and black-green liquid began spraying from the wound. By then, The snake no longer had the strength to wrap around Kelly and started loosening its grip. Kelly seized the opportunity to raise her weapon and strike at its other head. With another swish, the snake's second head was severed. It fell into the marsh pool and disappeared gradually. Everyone let out a sigh of relief after seeing this. Just as we were all rejoicing over this incident, a whirlpool suddenly appeared before us in the marsh pool. It began slowly pulling us inward. Our strength naturally couldn't match that of the whirlpool. Before long, we were sucked inside, tumbling constantly within it. After a long time, we finally landed on the ground. All of us felt dizzy and disoriented. I got up hazily, seeing stars. The surrounding environment was almost entirely unclear. I could vaguely sense that the light here wasn't good, slightly dim, and nothing else was visible. I immediately sat down hoping to regain consciousness as soon as possible. They were all in a similar state, their minds muddled and unsure of what was happening. If a monster attacked now, we'd surely be killed. We stayed where we were for quite some time until gradually regaining our senses and starting to understand our surroundings. Apparently, the whirlpool had brought us into a large cave. Here there was faint light, a pale blue glow. From afar, it looked like ghost fire, making it appear particularly eerie. "How are you guys doing?" I asked as soon as I regained enough clarity to speak. "No problem," Kelly answered first. "How do we end up here?" Kaboo questioned, confused. "I think we're now under the marsh pool," Alanthus said confidently. "Underneath." Kaboo clearly didn't believe it, examining the surrounding environment carefully, but eventually had to admit to Alanthi's statement. Thus, we began looking for an exit in this vast cavern. Due to the whirlpool, the map Chero had given us was long gone, leaving us reliant solely on ourselves. "Look, there's an exit." Kelly discovered what seemed to be a stone gate-like area. "It seems to be a door," I said speculatively as I approached. "Regardless of what it is, once we go inside, we'll know." Kaboo's mood appeared to be quite good. We slowly pushed the stone gate open. A glaring ray of light shot out from the crevices of the stone gate. I covered my eyes with my hand and slowly moved forward inch by inch. Before long, we entered through the stone gate, and the light gradually softened. Soon, we were able to see everything clearly here. It looked exactly like the fairy tales I had read. Emerald green grass, a faint floral fragrance, and colorful plants blooming around us. A crystal clear stream flowed gently beneath our feet. "My goodness, have we reached heaven?" Kaboo couldn't help but exclaim. "This truly is an earthly paradise," Kelly chimed in. "Quiro never mentioned this place to us," Kaboo said again. "Well, let's keep moving inside," I reminded everyone. The deeper we ventured, the more breathtaking the scenery became, just like a mystical realm. At this moment, a frog with red stripes on its back jumped out of a puddle and hopped right up to me. "Look, it's a frog." I pointed at the frog and said. "It's so adorable," Kelly revealed her softer side. As I was about to reach out to grab the frog, Alanthus stopped me. After all, we weren't familiar with the situation here yet, and such brightly colored frogs might very well be poisonous. Apparently, I had forgotten all these precautions. Soon, we arrived at the base of a magnificent castle. Its appearance looked incredibly splendid. It was probably the most gorgeous castle I had ever seen. Could this be the castle marked on Quiro's map? Kaboo excitedly asked. "Maybe," I replied. "Then let's go inside," Kelly said somewhat impatiently. At that moment, the grand doors of the castle suddenly opened by themselves. We stood before the enormous gates, utterly astonished and perplexed. After discussing for a while, we decided to enter and investigate. Carefully stepping into the castle interior, we were greeted by equally luxurious architecture and furnishings. Golden patterns completely covered the walls, and the carpets were woven from pure white tiger fur. There were also priceless antiques and ornaments displayed alongside. Everything within sight could be considered invaluable treasures. We followed the passage of the castle and entered the Great Hall. In the front center of the Great Hall stood a pedestal with a bow and arrow placed atop it. The tier bow, as Chero had mentioned. "Doesn't the current scenario remind you of when we went to retrieve the Barony root horn?" Kaboo suddenly said. "Yes, it's so similar." I also recalled our last mission to retrieve the horn. This scene really mirrored the time we sought the horn almost identically. Would we face the same process as last time? "What should we do now?" Kaboo anxiously asked. "I'll get it." I thought for a moment and said, "Your Highness." Alanthus sounded worried. "Don't worry, I'll be fine," I reassured him. After saying that, I walked towards the tier bow. As I reached it, I hesitated briefly but then extended my hand. My hand seemed to already touch the tier bow, but for some reason, I couldn't grasp it no matter what. I tried repeatedly but failed every single time, leaving the others dumbfounded. "What's happening?" Kaboo turned to Alanthus, asking. "I don't know. How can we see the tier bow clearly and yet not be able to get it?" This. Alanthus too was shocked and powerless against the situation. I tried multiple times, standing in front of the tier bow, but always returned empty-handed. "Your Highness, come back," Alanthus said. Chapter 121, The Great Battle Approaches. I had no choice but to reluctantly return as my teacher had said. Suddenly, several thick and long vines appeared around me. They instantly wrapped around my limbs and lifted me up. I hung there like a human cross in front of my companions. Alanthus ran swiftly towards me with an axe in hand. At that moment, countless vines also appeared from all sides of Alanthus, tightly binding him so that he could not move. Kaboo and Kelly were also surrounded by a great many vines. We were instantly tightly bound by these vines and couldn't move at all. Worse still, these vines not only held us tightly, but they tightened even more, causing me to soon lose consciousness. At this time, one of Alanthi's hands broke free. He cut the vines on his body with the weapon in his hand, freed himself, then began rescuing each of us. Because I was unconscious, Alanthes carried me on his back and ran towards the door. As we were running out of the gate before us suddenly closed. All we felt was pitch blackness, like falling into an endless abyss. I don't know how much time passed before I opened my eyes. A pungent smell struck my nose. Struggling, I stood up. At this point, I realized I was still inside the marsh pool. My whole body had already been soaked in the water of the pool. Looking closely at my surroundings, I noticed that others were also soaking in the pool water. Then I saw something both surprising and exciting. Kelly actually held a weapon, the bow of tears. Excitedly, I woke up the unconscious companions. It was only then that everyone groggily stood up from the marsh. Kelly clutched the bow of tears and didn't quite know what had happened. But one thing was for sure. We had successfully obtained the bow of tears. The current pressing matter was how to head towards the Portsmouth Mountains. After discussing for a long while, we finally decided to return the way we came. Very soon, we exited the swamp pool and arrived at a small slope. Alanthes alertly told everyone, lie down. Though we did not know what was happening, we listened to Alanthes' words and all lay down on the ground. What's going on? Kaboo anxiously asked. Look, Alanthes pointed with his finger at a place less than 2 kilometers ahead of us. It's the insect army, Kaboo stammered after looking. The insect army, Kelly confirmed. So many. I was shocked by the sight of the insect army. The insect race, lined up in a long dragon-like formation, looked like an endless black river that stretched endlessly. They must be heading to the shelter, Kelly guessed. We have to reach the Portsmouth Mountains quickly, otherwise, it will be too late, I told everyone. How many insects are there? Kaboo exclaimed. Judging by the numbers, there should be no fewer than 100,000. I also analyzed based on the quantity visible to the naked eye. 100,000. Kaboo exclaimed. Well, don't let the scene scare you. After the insects pass, we'll leave, I told everyone. After a while, when most of the insect army had left our sight, we stood up and continued moving forward. On the other side, Chero was already well prepared for the great battle against the insect army. His dwarf soldiers were fully equipped, ready to engage the insects fiercely. A dwarf guard rushed to Chero, panting, and said, The insect army is coming straight toward the shelter. How many? Chero calmly asked. Around, no less than 100,000. The dwarf guard hesitated as he replied. 100,000. Chero nearly fell onto the ground hearing that number. At this moment, the dwarves around started whispering among themselves. 100,000. So many. Can it be true? How can we fight against them? There are too many. Let's flee. Shut up. Where to run? We'll fight them. A few thousand people against an army of 100,000? You're crazy? These dwarves were disordered like a pot of boiling porridge. Though Chero looked calm on the surface, his heart was troubled more than anyone else's. At this moment, Chero said to everyone, We prepare for battle. Are we still going to fight? Some dwarves doubtfully said. Why are you afraid? Chero asked. Our strength is vastly different. We cannot win, a dwarf said. Fine, then let's all go out of the shelter then, Chero said. You're crazy. That's suicide, a dwarf said. If you won't fight or surrender, then what do you want to do? Chero angrily shouted at these dwarves in front of him. We will never give up. Xuanhuan suddenly appeared before Chero. Xuanhuan, you. Chero felt a hint of warmth at this moment, even though this feeling was quite strange. At this moment, another dwarf ran towards Chero. He shouted loudly. The insect army is here. They're coming. Chapter 122, The Battle of the Bug Tribe. Xuanhuan, and a few dwarves together reached the city wall and witnessed a terrifying scene. A massive horde of bugs was rapidly marching toward the refuge. Soon, they arrived at the base of the walls of the refuge. Their numbers are truly vast, one dwarf exclaimed after seeing the bug army. Everyone, prepare for battle, Xiaoluo said to the other dwarves. The dwarves inside the refuge began bustling with activity. Each of them had their own role to play and quickly prepared for the large-scale battle against the bug tribe. Almost simultaneously, the bug tribe officially launched its attack, beginning in an orderly fashion to assault the gate of the refuge. Groups of dwarf archers started firing arrows at these first waves of attacking bugs, raining down arrows like a storm from atop the walls, piercing through the bodies of the bugs. Wave after wave of bugs fell swiftly, yet even more continued to charge forward. At this time, some winged bugs also began attacking the dwarf archers standing on the city wall. They grabbed the dwarves with sharp claws and threw them out. Most of the dwarf archers were instantly annihilated by these flying bugs. It was now time for Xiaoluo and his companions to take action. Leading a team of dwarves, Xiaoluo began counterattacking the bugs assaulting the city wall. They threw large stones that had been prepared earlier, hitting directly the bugs attacking the gate. Soon, a wide field of bug corpses appeared before the gate. However, the number of bugs surely counted in the tens of thousands. After several failed assaults, they finally broke through the gate. Xiaoluo shouted, leading his dwarven companions towards the entrance of the breached gate, where a massive gap had already formed. A great swarm of bugs was surging through the gap, and Xiaoluo led his group of dwarves positioned right in front of the opening. Seeing a massive influx of bugs rushing in, Xiaoluo wielded his axe and led his dwarf regiment into the ranks of the bug army. The dwarves and the bugs soon became entangled in fierce combat, marking the start of a grand battle. With each swing of Xiaoluo's weapon, another big and black bug would fall before him. Meanwhile, although Xuanhuan had yet to fully recover from his severe injuries, his power had clearly diminished somewhat. He could still handle smaller bugs though, and soon there were several bug corpses around Xuanhuan. Other dwarves fought valiantly as well. However, not only did the bug tribe have far greater numbers, but they seemed to get stronger and smarter as they fought. They learned from war during war and drew lessons from failure. Before long, the number of dwarves began to drastically decrease. Virtually all the dwarf soldiers died in battle, showing the cruelty of this war. As the bug tribe grew bolder in their attacks, the dwarves became increasingly exhausted and began retreating step by step, with many fleeing deeper into the refuge. In no time, the entire outer city of the refuge was occupied by the bug tribe. At this moment, only fewer than 500 dwarves remained in the inner city, some gravely wounded and on their last breaths. Xiaoluo told the remaining dwarves, "We no longer have any way to retreat. Now we can only fight the bug tribe to our last breath." After finishing his speech, Xiaoluo picked up his weapon. He stood before the gate of the inner city, readying himself for a final showdown against the bug tribe. The other dwarves joined in as well. Even knowing that victory was nearly impossible, they resolved to fight for honor. At this moment, the inner city gate had already been breached by the bug tribe, and a swarm of bugs rushed inside. Armed with his weapon, Xiaoluo charged forward again, commencing another brutal hand-to-hand battle. But given the significantly fewer numbers of dwarves, within a short while, over 500 dwarves were reduced to half their force. It was then that Xiaoluo was suddenly struck to the ground by one of the bugs. Struggling to rise, it was too late. The bug before him began launching its attack, aiming a highly sharp foot directly toward Xiaoluo, preparing to crush him. Suddenly, Luohan appeared, using his body to shield Xiaoluo from the bug's foot. As a result, Luohan's body was completely pierced through by the sharp limb, blood spraying forth directly onto Xiaoluo's face and body. Witnessing this scene, Xiaoluo roared in anger and swung his axe fiercely at the bug in front of him. With his swish, the head of the bug was severed by Xiaoluo. Unfortunately, Luohan had already perished. Attempting to embrace Luohan's lifeless body, Xiaoluo found himself surrounded by several other bugs, which promptly dismembered Luohan's corpse. Luohan was torn apart into pieces by the bugs. At this point, the dwarves had no ability to resist any longer. Suddenly, from outside came a very familiar horn sound, followed immediately by a great deal of slashing and shouting. Xiaoluo realized reinforcements must have arrived. It must be us returning. And indeed, Xiaoluo's guess was correct. We had indeed led a large army of dwarves back. Our dwarf army charged down from the hill towards the bug tribe's camp. The two massive armies clashed, soon turning into an enormous battle. I led my dwarf army rushing through the right side of the bug tribe, while Kabu and Kylie each led another team of dwarves charging through the left flank. Finally, Alantez led the largest dwarf army in the middle line straight ahead, and before long, we engaged in fierce combat with the bug tribe. Although our numbers were clearly at a disadvantage, our advantage was that we were much more familiar with the terrain here. For a period of time, we managed to retain some edge. As the battle dragged on though, our advantages gradually faded, and we started to retreat slowly. At this moment, the murky day began to fade, and bright sunlight gradually shone into every corner of the refuge. The bug tribe particularly feared the glaring strong light, especially sunlight. Soon, a large number of bugs began fleeing from the refuge. And just like that, we and the dwarves emerged victorious. Not long after, the entire bug tribe withdrew completely from the refuge. We truly won this war. But there was not a trace of joy or excitement on the faces of the dwarves. Instead, sadness and desolation replaced them. Yes, this war was too brutal, unimaginably tragic. Only around 20,000 dwarves survived, which was less than half of what we brought back. Neither did the bug tribe gain anything. They probably lost nearly 30,000 soldiers as well. Fortunately, they retreated. If the battle continued, it was certain that we would have been the ones defeated. We buried the fallen warriors and held a simple funeral for them, then proceeded to clean up the devastated battlefield. Will the bug tribe return? I asked, standing beside Xiaoluo. The current situation suggests that they shouldn't. Xiaoluo replied, sounding somewhat dejected. Are you still saddened over Luohan's death? I asked again. He was undoubtedly my brother, Xiaoluo said solemnly. Do you still want to kill him now? Kabu interjected as he walked over. Xiaoluo shook his head at Kabu. Before long, the battlefield of the refuge had been cleaned up, and night fell gradually. We all returned to our own quarters. What should we do next? Kabu asked, lying on his bed. We've already stayed here too long. It's time to set out again, I told everyone. Shall we leave tomorrow? Kylie inquired. This is something I need to think about further, I replied. Let's discuss it with Xiaoluo tomorrow, Alantez suddenly suggested. By now, everyone drifted off to sleep. Early the next morning, we all rose earlier than usual. Even though yesterday we experienced such a big battle, this did nothing to diminish our resolve. Chapter 123, The Mysterious Island. Our group found Cheru, who led us to the lakeside. There was a small boat by this lake, and though it was small, it could comfortably accommodate all 5 of us. We set off in this small boat, leaving the dwarf kingdom behind. Before our departure, we expressed heartfelt gratitude and appreciation to Cheru, considering everything we'd been through together. From Cheru, we also learned about another race, the elf race. We had never seen elves before, nor did we know what awaited us next. When will we leave this lake? Cab asked. Didn't Cheru say it would take a whole day to row? I said. We've already been rowing for a long time, Kelly said. Are we going to spend the night on this broken-down boat? Cab worriedly said. It seems so, based on the current situation, I replied. At that moment, light rain suddenly began to fall from the sky. It's raining, Kelly said. What terrible luck, the elders said. Now we won't be able to sleep. Let's just hurry up and get away from here, Kelly said. I'll start rowing with Cab, then you and the teacher can take over after, I said to Kelly. That's how we took turns rowing throughout the entire night. Despite spending the whole night rowing, I still felt relieved since we didn't encounter any obstacles along the way. It quickly turned into dawn, and a 7-colored rainbow appeared in the sky, presenting a truly breathtaking view. It's so beautiful, Kelly couldn't help but say. Look, there's land, Alanthus excitedly said. It looks like an island. The elder, who hadn't spoken for almost the entire day, now spoke up. You mean it's an island? Cab confirmed after looking as well. It's an island, the elder reaffirmed once more. Why don't we check it out? Cab curiously said. No, we should bypass it, I told everyone. Miyamochi is right, we should go around it, the elder agreed. I really want to see the island, Cab said regretfully. Then you can go alone, Kelly retorted. Well, never mind then. Cab scratched his head and replied. We attempted to navigate our boat around this mysterious island. However, this island seemed to possess some sort of mysterious power, preventing us from passing no matter which way we tried. What do we do now? Cab asked. Cheru never mentioned this island either, Kelly said. Since we can't bypass it, let's go ashore and have a look. I thought for a moment and suggested. Before long, our boat docked at the edge of this island. We tied the boat and carefully stepped onto this mysterious island. This island was not as big as we imagined, but it was very beautiful. The flowers, grass, and trees were lush and verdant, giving off a slightly eerie feeling nonetheless. This place isn't bad, Cab said enthusiastically. Don't jump to conclusions too soon, the elder reminded Cab. There's something strange about this island. I voiced my doubts. What is it? Alanthus asked me. Did you notice there are no insects or animals on this island? I reminded everyone. You're right. I hadn't noticed that until you mentioned it, Kelly responded. Should we venture deeper inside? Cab proposed. Isn't this a bit too dangerous? The elder cautioned. Let's go back. Kelly also agreed with the elder's suggestion. But if we go back, we still won't be able to bypass this island, I said to them. The prince is right. Even if we go back, we still won't be able to bypass the island, Alanthus said. After careful consideration, we decided to explore further into the depths of the island. Quickly, we entered the dense forest within this island. This forest was incredibly beautiful, even surpassing Monte Carlo forest in terms of beauty many times over. The trees here were thick and strong, and they were roughly the same size. The green grass on the ground was like a green carpet, creating a sense of being in a sea of green. The rare flowers and exotic plants around us also drew our attention. Suddenly, a sound reached my ears. What happened? I stopped abruptly, and Cab immediately asked me. Did anyone hear a sound? I asked. No. Practically no one else heard anything. I must have misunderstood, I muttered to myself. At that moment, another sound entered my ear. This time, I was certain I heard the sound. The others, however, heard nothing. Could it be that only I could hear it? Without giving it much thought, it wasn't a significant issue. We continued moving deeper into the forest. The forest appeared small, but in reality, it was quite deep. After walking a long distance, we finally came across a relatively wide open area. My goodness! Kelly stood beside me and exclaimed in awe. I was also stunned by the scene before me. Could this be what people call heaven? Cab's eyes were fixed on the scene ahead as he spoke. Before our eyes, a picturesque sight akin to a fairyland unfolded. Waterfalls, streams, and all sorts of exotic flowers and plants. At that moment, a patch of yellow clouds suddenly appeared in front of me. Look quickly, what is that? I hurriedly pointed at the cloud and said, It's just a cloud, nothing special to look at. Cab replied indifferently. Something doesn't seem right. Kelly began to express her doubts. What is it? The elder asked. They don't look like regular clouds to me, Kelly said. Let me take a look. The elder prepared to take out his telescope, only to realize he had left it on the boat. What happened? Did you forget your telescope, elder? I asked. It might have been left on the boat, the elder helplessly replied. Forget it. Maybe it really is just a cloud, I said. The cloud started to approach us slowly. When it finally came into full view, we discovered that the so-called yellow cloud was actually a swarm of giant yellow jackets. It's yellow jackets, I shouted loudly to my companions. Chapter 124, Strange Creatures. It was too late to hide. The swarm of hornets had already flown right in front of us, and we were now surrounded. Each one of these hornets was incredibly massive, perhaps 100 times larger than an ordinary hornet. Suddenly, one grabbed Kelly and threw her out like a toy, tossing her dozens of meters away. The elder, Kaboo, Alanthus, and I were also thrown out in the same manner by these hornets. As I flew through the air, I only felt a cool breeze passing through my body before losing consciousness. When I woke up again, I found myself on the bank of a small stream, with everyone else lying around me. They still seemed unconscious as I groggily stood up. Only then did I start to observe our surroundings. Apparently, these giant hornets had dropped us into a huge deep pit that resembled a skylight, over 100 meters high. It was miraculous that I could survive falling from such a height. My companions remained unconscious, and I couldn't find Kelly after searching for a long time near the stream. One by one, the others regained consciousness. Perhaps due to serious injuries, they all looked very weak, especially Kaboo and the elder. The elder's left foot seemed fractured, while Kaboo's head kept bleeding though his wound wasn't large. What do we do now? After a long pause, Kaboo finally spoke his first sentence. Kelly's gone, I told everyone. At this moment, the group became aware of Kelly's disappearance. We need to find her, Kaboo said. Yes, but we have to get out of here first, I replied. It's a big hole, the elder said, looking up at the sky. How can we get out? Kaboo asked curiously. There might be another way, I said hopefully. Then let's look for it, Alanthus suggested. Alanthus and I helped the elder walk while Kaboo moved alongside us. Soon we discovered a narrow cave hidden underground, which seemed to lead somewhere. After a long discussion, The group decided not to explore the cave since it was too dangerous and the elder was injured, making movement inconvenient. Just as we planned to search for other exits, a large hole suddenly opened beneath our feet, and we were all sucked into it. Currently, the most relaxed person was Kelly. She was thrown into a beautiful place by the giant hornets. Although she lost consciousness on the ground for some time, she soon recovered. Walking alone in this picturesque scenery, she seemed to forget her sorrow, pain, and her companions. The stunning views continuously impacted her eyes. A waterfall soon appeared in front of her, not far from where she stood. Kelly decided to check it out. In no time, she arrived at the base of the waterfall, with cold water splashing onto her body. At this moment, Kelly noticed something and sprinted towards it. Very quickly, she reached our side. We had fallen near the waterfall. After a while, all of us finally woke up, regained consciousness, and were delighted to reunite once again. Now what we needed to do was leave this place as soon as possible. Although it was beautiful, danger lurked everywhere. Look, there's a cave. Kaboo excitedly pointed inside the waterfall. Inside the waterfall? Kelly questioned. Just look, Kaboo insisted. Yes, there is a cave, I confirmed after checking. Should we go inside? The elder hesitated slightly. Given our current situation, we had no choice but to proceed through this path. Surprisingly, the temperature inside the cave differed greatly from what we imagined. Instead of being cold, it was surprisingly warm. What kind of place is this? Kaboo asked. I don't know, but it's definitely not a snake's nest, the elder responded. How do you know? Kaboo asked again. You really have no common sense. Kelly glanced at Kaboo and didn't say anything further. Snakes must live in cold places because they are cold-blooded animals, the elder explained to Kaboo. At this moment, Kelly seemed to step on something and instinctively looked down. What's wrong? I hurriedly asked. I think I stepped on something, Kelly replied. What is it? Kaboo walked over beside Kelly to take a look. What is this? Kaboo was visibly shocked upon seeing it. What's wrong? I quickly joined Kelly to take a look as well. It can't be an elephant, can it? I couldn't help but say. Would an elephant be this small? Kaboo asked. If this isn't an elephant, then what is it? The elder asked. No one could answer, for sure enough, there was a dead elephant right in front of us. It was so small, like a little cat. Not only did we see the corpse of the elephant, but also the small corpses of many other large animals before us, such as rhinos, giraffes, hippos, even lions and tigers. How come all these animals have become so small? This question formed in all our minds. Maybe we've grown bigger instead. Of course, such a possibility wasn't without basis. Although everyone felt extremely strange about it, we didn't pay too much attention to the matter. Soon, we exited the cave and witnessed an entirely different sight. Our speculations inside the cave had indeed not been wrong. In this island, big things became smaller, and small things became larger. The first thing we encountered was a giant ant. As we were still dumbfounded by the scene before us, the ant already charged towards us. It attacked us with its sharp antennae. My body was certainly agile, and I dodged its attack quickly. However, it wasn't that easy to shake off, and once again, it lunged at me. The others immediately ran over to counterattack it together. We all pulled out our weapons and started chopping at this enormous ant. Before long, we had chopped off 3 of the ant's legs. Just as I was about to decapitate the ant, suddenly, an even larger beetle appeared. It grabbed the ant with its pincers and swallowed it. Seeing this, we rushed toward a nearby small cave. But just as we were running, a huge frog appeared in front of the cave. It opened its big mouth and swallowed the beetle in one gulp. Unfortunately, we were swallowed along with it. Inside the belly of the frog, we were washed into its abdomen by foul-smelling water. Here, besides us, there were also insect carcasses that had already been digested by the frog. What do we do now? Kaboo said, floating in the putrid water. We must cut open the frog's stomach if we are to survive. I told everyone. That's a good idea, but how can we move when we're soaked in this water? The elder asked. We swim over there. I gathered everyone around using my eyes. Luckily, our weapons were still on us when we got swallowed. I drew my sword and stabbed it into the frog's abdomen, then forcefully slashed a big opening. Thus, we managed to escape from the belly of the frog. When we emerged from the stomach of the frog, we realized that we were actually in a breeding ground for frogs. Around us were dozens of huge frogs, all staring at us with their bulging eyes. How did this happen? Kaboo muttered softly. These frogs seemed to have heard his words and began croaking loudly at us. We stood motionless, fearing that our movements would draw the attention of these frogs. However, Kaboo's one sentence plunged us back into danger. I shouted at everyone, "Run!" We started running frantically in one direction, while the frogs seemed to have begun moving as well. They spat their tongues and shot them at us. We desperately ran forward, until, unknowingly, our feet slipped and we all fell into a giant tree hollow. At this point, the frogs stopped chasing us. They're not chasing us anymore, Kelly exclaimed joyfully. At this moment, a giant centipede leisurely crawled past Kelly, making her almost scream. She quickly covered her mouth with her hands. Apparently, this was a decayed tree hollow. Several types of giant insects appeared around us. Besides the centipede Kelly had just seen, there were also some gigantic ants beside us. Their species seemed different from the ones that attacked us, and under our feet lay a massive flesh worm that began moving slowly. We moved along with it, riding on its back as it carried us out of the tree hollow. We seized the opportunity and jumped off its back all at once, and this time we were finally safe. We came to a pile of rocks and walked along these rocks for a long stretch. Soon, we arrived in front of a cliff. It seems that we have to cross this cliff, I said to everyone as I stood at the edge of the cliff. I think this cliff isn't too high. Even if we fall, we won't die. Kaboo said humorously. All right, let's see how we can get across, Alanthes reminded us. We began to carefully observe our surroundings. Suddenly, a group of large blue dragonflies soared up from the bottom of the cliff. After they flew out, they launched a sudden attack on us. Taken by surprise, we were immediately grabbed by these dragonflies and carried through the air for a long time. Although we weren't seriously injured, we were all uneasy throughout the journey, since we were flying thousands of meters above the ground, worried that these dragonflies might suddenly drop us. And what we feared eventually happened. These dragonflies took us to a place resembling a volcano and suddenly threw us towards the crater. Shouting, I fell down. When I woke up again, I found myself in a place I had never seen before, a different world. It was a world that felt both familiar and strange to us. I got up dazedly and found myself standing amidst a sea of green, an endless expanse of grassland. Where is this? I couldn't help but mutter to myself. Perhaps we've already reached the elf kingdom. The elder mumbled as he staggered to his feet. The elf kingdom? I found it hard to believe. I suspect so, the elder said. Kaboo, Kelly, and Alanthus also stood up one after another. Everyone looked exhausted because we had gone through quite an ordeal. What do we do now? Kaboo asked while rubbing his head. Let's find a place to rest first and discuss later, I said after glancing at the sky. Chapter 125, Werewolves. Here's all grassland. Until when are we going to walk? Kaboo complained as he walked. All right, we should move forward. It's better than anything else, the elder said impatiently. Do you think we will meet the elves that Xiaoluo mentioned? Kaboo asked curiously again. That's certain, Kelly said confidently. Perhaps we'll encounter even stranger things, the elder said. Really? Kaboo became a little nervous. In that case, we're done for, the elder joked. Maybe without those elves, we would be living better, Kelly replied. I really want to see those elves, the elder said. Me too, I replied. After talking and laughing for quite a distance, perhaps amidst our cheerful conversation, we had unknowingly walked out of this vast grassland and arrived at the top of a very tall hill. Look, Alanthus pointed with his finger at a small city down below the slope. It's a city, Kaboo exclaimed in surprise. Never would have thought there would be a city in a place like this, the elder remarked. Well, no matter what, tonight we have somewhere to stay, Kaboo said excitedly. We've been walking for so long now, and the sight of the city, no matter how shabby it might be, seemed like a comfortable spot to us. We quickened our pace toward the city. When we reached its entrance, it was already dark outside. Now it was night time, so we lit a few torches and stepped into the city with excitement. Why isn't there anyone in this city? Kaboo observed the surroundings while walking. It's too late. Everyone must be asleep. Kelly glanced at Kaboo and said, Don't you feel something is not right here? The elder seemed to have an ominous premonition. All right, stop overthinking. Alanthus reassured everyone. The place was indeed dilapidated, and the stone roads on the ground were worn out and battered. The old houses around us were full of holes. It felt less like a city and more like a graveyard. This place is really scary. Kaboo began scaring everyone again. Kaboo! Kelly came up behind Kaboo and hit him hard on the back of the head. Ow, that hurts. Kaboo let out a loud cry after being startled. The echo of Kaboo's scream continued reverberating in our ears. How come there's an echo here? Kaboo wondered curiously. Yes, this shouldn't have an echo. I also found it strange. Suddenly, a mournful howl came from behind us, which startled all of us. What's making that sound? The elder couldn't help but ask. Probably a wolf, Alanthus guessed. Wolf? Yeah, it's the wolf's howl. Kaboo agreed with Alanthi's explanation. How can there be wolves here? I asked puzzled. Maybe it's because we're too close to the grassland, Alanthus tried to explain. But it's not exactly close to the grassland, the elder noted. You forget, these are wolves, Alanthus reminded everyone again. All right, let's keep moving. Kaboo started sounding anxious. Soon we arrived at a place marked as an inn. Although the signboard was written in characters none of us could understand, I could deduce from some small details that this was indeed an inn. There was a large backyard, and there were a few horses, likely belonging to guests staying here. Moreover, the building was tall, much taller than any other structure nearby, and the rooms were separated individually. Based on these clues, I judged it was probably an inn. We extinguished the fire from the torches and approached the front gate of the inn. I was about to knock, but the door appeared unlocked, so instinctively, I pushed it open. Why is this door not locked? Kaboo questioned curiously. Maybe it's a local custom, Kelly guessed. Could that be possible? The elder also expressed doubt. Slowly, we went inside. Strangely, there were neither lit torches nor any source of light in the house. It was rather dim inside, and looking at the layout, this should have been the reception desk where guests register and check out. Why isn't there any light in here? Kaboo questioned. Everyone wasn't in the mood to deal with Kaboo's trivial complaints. Instead, we searched high and low for something to light up. However, after searching for a long time, we failed to find anything, so we had no choice but to light the remaining torches once again. Slowly, we lit the torches, and finally brightness appeared before our eyes. What was revealed before us was a sight none of us could believe. Even Kelly almost screamed. The floor beneath our feet was covered in a large pool of blood, and all around us were broken remnants of bodies, hands, feet, internal organs of some creatures, and chunks of flesh scattered on the ground. After seeing this, Kaboo immediately threw up. Yes, anyone who saw this scene would throw up. What is going on here? The elder couldn't help but mutter to himself. This place is like a massacre ground, Kelly said, covering her nose. This place must have gone through a great battle, I judged. I think this has something to do with the wolves here, Alanthus firmly stated. Wolves? Kaboo asked, confused. Yes, look, these are claw marks made by wolves, and these are tooth marks from wolves. Alanthus pointed at an incomplete corpse. Let's leave quickly then. Kabo was already eager to leave this place. At that moment, outside our door began a chorus of wolf howls. Wolves, it's the wolves, Kabo exclaimed in fear. What should we do? Kelly asked anxiously. We go out. We can't stay here, Alanthes asserted resolutely. All right, I agreed. Bathed in moonlight, we observed the situation outside. It seemed there were just a few wolf howls, and we didn't see any wolves appear. However, we could judge from the howls that the wolves were very close. We were all prepared for battle, and each person maintained vigilance. We cautiously moved forward step by step, though we didn't even know where we were going, hoping only to leave this place as soon as possible. Then the wolf howls echoing in our ears suddenly ceased. They've stopped howling, Kabo whispered softly. What, are they gone? I murmured to myself. Not likely. Maybe they're tired of howling, the elder guessed. Let's hurry and leave, Alanthes reminded everyone. Suddenly, a shadow appeared in front of us. This is, Kabo loudly exclaimed upon seeing the shadow. A werewolf. I couldn't help but mutter. It's a werewolf, Kelly confirmed further. The werewolf standing before us was tall, about 4 meters high, covered in black long hair. Its pair of yellowish-brown eyes stared at us intently. Its sharp teeth and claws seemed to be seeking something, swaying continuously. We all hastily drew our weapons, ready to fight this monster. However, it seemed as if it had no intention to attack us right away. It just stood there, its terrifying, ugly face illuminated by the moonlight. For us, now wasn't the time to wait anymore. Clearly, the one least able to bear it was Kabo. He decided to launch an attack on this monster. He was the first to rush towards the beast, and soon his sharp dagger struck the werewolf. Following him, we had no choice but to join the fray and slash at the werewolf. The werewolf seemed completely unfazed by our attacks. It simply stayed still and blocked for a while with its sharp claws. Thus, we tangled with the werewolf for some time, but to little effect. It started baring its sharp teeth and roaring loudly, then launched fierce attacks at us with its claws. I was slashed on my chest by its claw, but luckily I was wearing armor, so I was unharmed. Kabo, however, was struck in the face by the werewolf, leaving bruises all over his face. Mouthfuls of blood poured continuously from Kabo's mouth, and he collapsed on the ground without realizing it. Seeing this situation, Alanthes gripped a spear and fiercely stabbed at the werewolf. The werewolf reacted swiftly, nimbly dodging Alanthes' attack. I held my sharp sword and thrust with great force towards the werewolf's chest while it was distracted. The sword pierced its chest, and blood gushed out immediately, causing the werewolf to fall. Is it dead? Kelly wanted to get closer to the werewolf to see clearly, but I stopped her. How is Kabo? Alanthes asked, concerned, as he ran to Kabo's side. By this time, the elder was already tending to Kabo. He's just fainted, he'll be fine, the elder replied. Kabo truly. Alanthes stopped speaking after seeing that Kabo was already injured. The werewolf is dead, Kelly informed everyone. We all sighed with relief, but just at that moment, another growl of wolves echoed in our ears, and suddenly a group of werewolves appeared around us, quickly surrounding us. How did so many werewolves show up? The elder couldn't help but exclaim. What should we do now? Kelly asked anxiously. Run, I shouted loudly to everyone. Chapter 126, Dark Night Werewolves. But we were tightly surrounded by this group of werewolves, and it wasn't so easy to break out. After surrounding us, the werewolves launched fierce attacks on us. Before we could even catch our breath, they pounced on us. Kelly was the first to be attacked. She was struck on her back by a werewolf's claw and fell to the ground, spewing forth mouthfuls of blood. The elder also suffered an attack from the werewolves. He was surrounded by 3 werewolves but kept wildly swinging his sharp sword. However, these werewolves fiercely grabbed the elder and threw him far away. And I couldn't escape either. One werewolf hurled me at a great distance, leaving me lying on the ground for quite some time unable to get up. Then another werewolf came over to my side, picked me up high, and slammed me violently onto the ground. I spat out a large mouthful of blood after being thrown. My consciousness began to blur. In a daze, I seemed to see a huge werewolf suddenly jumping down from the roof of that inn. Then it began a fierce battle with this group of werewolves. At that moment, a bloody scene unfolded before my eyes. The head of a werewolf was cruelly torn off by the giant werewolf. Blood splattered all over the giant werewolf as the decapitated corpse of the werewolf fell to the ground. Several nearby werewolves rushed all at once towards this giant werewolf. Despite their numbers, they gained no advantage. This giant werewolf easily took them down one by one. Lying helplessly on the ground, I watched everything happen, yet I was unable to move. In no time, all the werewolves attacking us were killed off by this giant werewolf who had intervened midway. I unknowingly fainted. When I woke up again, I found myself lying on a comfortable bed. Where am I? I said while touching my own head. It seemed there was no one else around, and no one answered my question. I used my full strength to sit up from the bed and looked around. At this point, Kelly, the elder, Cab, and Alanthes all lay unconscious on their respective beds. They hadn't yet woken up. I got up alone and walked over to Alanthes' bedside, wanting to wake him up. But for some unknown reason, it seemed like I lost my ability to speak. I tried hard to say something, but couldn't produce any words. Despite trying repeatedly for a long time, I failed each time, so I returned to my own bed and lay down again. At that moment, a shadow entered the room. Lying in bed, I heard this sound but didn't open my eyes, keeping them tightly closed. You've woken up, a rough voice entered my ears. How does he know I've awakened? I felt a surge of fear in my heart. Don't pretend. Get up and eat something. Your companions are fine. They just fainted. This voice reminded me once more. Filled with doubt, I slowly opened my eyes. In front of me stood a handsome young man who looked to be about my age. Sitting up, I scrutinized his appearance carefully. Indeed, his features matched exactly the description Ciro gave me of an elfin person. Right now, what appeared before me was a real elfin person. Are you an elfin person? I couldn't help but ask. How do you understand our language? He appeared surprised. Yes, I said with wide eyes. I'm an elfin person. How do you know? He asked in surprise. I thought for a while, but still didn't reveal Ciro's affair. Well, not telling is fine too. You don't look like our clan, do you? He asked. Yes, I nodded. Then who are you people? He looked very interested in us. Thus, I recounted our origins to him. After hearing, he looked greatly shocked. It seems he doesn't quite believe our story. From his words, I learned that this city is called Carson City, which has the same name as one of our country's cities. His name is Yeka, though he actually doesn't know his true name. Yeka is just the nickname given by his comrades. Another shocking piece of information is that this city has already been occupied by those werewolves. That is to say, we had trespassed into their territory. However, we were quite safe at the moment because it was daylight, and these werewolves cannot appear under the sunlight. I didn't fully comprehend what Yeka had said, just as he couldn't entirely grasp what I told him. At least for now, we managed to save our lives. All thanks to one person, Yeka, who had saved us. As to why he saved us, I did not ask much about it. Soon after, my other companions woke up one by one, and they all sincerely expressed gratitude to Yeka. Through our interaction with Yeka, we gradually learned a lot of details and truths, especially concerning this city and the elfin people. Yeka informed us that this city had been captured by werewolves years ago. These werewolves are a group of cruel monsters. During the day, they look like normal elfin people, but at night, they transform into terrifying and ruthless werewolves. The elfin people have given them another name, Dark Night Werewolves. That's why no elfin person dares to walk alone on the streets during the night, except for us few. After hearing Yeka's account, we were all greatly shocked. Still, we accepted this fact relatively calmly. After all, on this journey, we had encountered far too many strange occurrences. Yeka never disclosed why he saved us, but I could tell that he was hiding something significant from us, something very important. The sky cleared, and several skylarks flew freely in the air, their silver-white wings fluttering without a care. We took advantage of this time to follow Yeka out of the room and onto the street. On the bustling street, various elfin people were hard at work. It was hard to imagine how they would look when they turned into werewolves. Based on current appearances, they seemed extremely friendly. Why don't we take this opportunity to kill them? Cab suddenly blurted out such a question. Because they are elfin people right now, and when they turn into werewolves, they lose all memory. They won't remember what they've done. Besides, some elfin people have never been infected. So, Yeka left his words hanging as a young man walked toward him from the opposite direction. When this young man saw Yeka, he looked very delighted and said to Yeka, "Are these your friends?" "Yes, uncle," Yeka smiled and replied. "They aren't elfin people, though," the uncle remarked. "That's right," I answered. "But you don't look like dwarves either," the uncle asked again. "We are humans," Alanthes responded. "Human?" the uncle questioned, puzzled. "They are not from our world," Yeka replied. "What?" Clearly, the uncle didn't understand what Yeka meant. "Well, let's not talk about it anymore. We should go," Yeka said. The uncle nodded and then left. "It's best if we keep our distance from him," Yeka whispered to us. "Why?" I asked curiously. "He's dangerous," Yeka replied. "Is he a werewolf?" Cab asked curiously. "He's the leader of the werewolves," Yeka replied. "Why don't you kill him then?" Cab said anxiously. "He's my uncle," Yeka said. After wandering around the streets for a while, we returned to where we were staying. It started drizzling outside, and the sky grew darker as the night approached. All of us, including Yeka, were very nervous because we were about to face these terrifying and cruel creatures once again. The sky quickly darkened, and the rain kept falling heavier and heavier. Standing by the window, I gazed at the scenery outside, with myriad thoughts flashing through my mind. These memories, however, felt fleeting. The sky has turned dark. Will they come out? I asked Yeka by the window. "They will come out because they need to feed," Yeka replied. "Feed? What do they eat?" Cab asked. "Whatever they can get their hands on," Yeka replied. "Didn't you say no one goes out at night?" Kelly asked. "But they'll attack people inside houses," Yeka said coolly. "What?" Cab suddenly stood up from the chair in alarm. "Let's prepare for battle." I turned around and said to everyone. At that moment, the silence of the night sky was shattered by a howl, followed shortly thereafter by more werewolf howls echoing throughout the silent night. "The hunt has begun," Yeka said. "They're hunting us," Cab asked. "To be more accurate, we're being hunted by them," Yeka smiled and replied. "You still manage to smile in a situation like this?" Cab said angrily. "Don't worry, I'll protect all of you," Yeka said. Chapter 127, The Giant Werewolf. At this moment, all of us were standing inside the house, our hearts filled with extreme tension as we had already experienced the power of these werewolves. "Look, they're appearing," Kaboo nervously pointed to the black figures outside the window and said. "Are they?" I asked Yeka. "Yes, we need to prepare for battle," Yeka firmly said. "Will they attack?" Kelly asked anxiously. "Yes," Yeka confirmed. At that moment, a howl reached our ears, soon followed by another one, then another, one after another. The hunt had begun. These werewolves, having found no targets on the streets, began attacking the elven people residing in houses, though the number of uninfected elves in this city had become very few. Our location became the primary target of these werewolves. There was a huge sound outside our door, and soon, this deafening noise grew closer. "Did you hear that?" Kaboo asked nervously. "Yes, they are here," Kelly replied. "Everyone, get ready." I gripped my sharp sword, prepared to defeat these werewolves. Soon, The door to our house was violently broken open by a werewolf. It entered our room, its fangs bared. All of us hid in the corner of the room, waiting to ambush the werewolf. After it wreaked havoc inside the room, I seized the opportunity and plunged a sharp dagger into its back. It let out a loud howl and quickly pulled the dagger out of its back. Then it charged at me suddenly. I, caught off guard, was thrown across the room and fell heavily to the ground. Kaboo, Kelly, Alanthess, and the elder also rushed out, launching a fierce assault on the werewolf. Kelly thrust her sharp sword toward the werewolf's heart, but the werewolf moved swiftly, even though it was injured, still showing remarkable agility. With a turn, it evaded Kelly's attack. The elder struck with a long spear, which the werewolf couldn't dodge in time. It was pierced in the chest, spraying a large pool of blood instantly before falling down. Great, it's dead, Kaboo exclaimed excitedly. We shouldn't be too happy. Don't forget, there are still many werewolves outside. I reminded everyone. Where is Yeka? Kelly suddenly asked. Wasn't he with us just now? Kaboo said. Could he have already died? The elder had a bold thought. No, Alanthess responded. Do you know where he is? Kaboo asked Alanthess. When we were fighting this werewolf just now, I saw him rush out of the room and go outside. Alanthess said confidently. Impossible. Did he go out alone? Kaboo obviously didn't quite believe it. Well, we shouldn't worry about Yeka anymore. Let's take care of ourselves first, the elder said. What do we do now? Kelly asked. We go out, I firmly said. What? Kaboo didn't understand. If we go out, it's like committing suicide, the elder said. So staying here isn't waiting to die either? I asked. Your Highness is right. If we stay, we'll eventually be devoured by the werewolves breaking in, Alanthess warned everyone. Even though it was dangerous outside, the routes outside were more conducive for escape. We carefully stepped out of the room. There wasn't a single person on the street, only moonlight reflecting off every building along the road. We cautiously walked onto the street, hiding in the shadows cast by the houses. Everyone was extremely tense since we could be attacked by werewolves at any moment. And when we had just left our room, several werewolves burst in. We narrowly missed encountering them face to face. That was close. Kaboo patted his chest and said, You were saying we should stay inside? I responded. I was wrong. Kaboo smiled at me apologetically. At this moment, we noticed a werewolf walking towards us. It was moving slowly as if searching for something, and its leg appeared to be limping, as if it had been injured. It seems injured? Kelly whispered to me. Yes, it appears to be looking for something. I responded unclearly. Look, more werewolves are coming. The elder alerted everyone. Indeed, at this moment, several more werewolves appeared and gathered around the injured one. Then a cruel and incomprehensible event unfolded before our eyes. These werewolves actually began to savagely devour their injured companion. We could only watch in stunned disbelief. Why are they eating their own kind? Kaboo asked in confusion. Maybe it's because it's injured, Kelly guessed. Perhaps this is their custom, the elder replied. Look, they seem to be staring in our direction. Alanthess suddenly alerted us. Indeed, after consuming their injured comrade, the werewolves seemed to notice something. And that something was most likely us. They're walking towards us, Kaboo said nervously. They probably can't see us, right? The elder tried to reassure himself. Actually, Night Elf's vision in the dark is the best. It was just that previously, the werewolves were too preoccupied with devouring their companion to notice our presence. Now they had spotted us, and were slowly approaching. All we could do now was prepare for battle against these werewolves. Instead of waiting for them to attack, we decided to take the initiative, and all of us suddenly rushed out from under the shadow of the house to launch an attack on them. I wielded my sharp sword and lunged at the nearest werewolf. Since it hadn't prepared itself for an attack, it was quickly stabbed through its chest, blood spurting out immediately. The elder charged another werewolf with a long spear, but this werewolf was obviously well prepared. With a swift turn, it evaded the elder's strike, then used its sharp claws to swat the elder across his back. The elder fell hard to the ground and didn't rise for a long time. When Kelly saw the elder get hit, she ran toward the werewolf. However, she failed to notice that another werewolf had silently appeared by her side and attacked without warning. As the werewolf was about to bite Kelly, Kaboo quickly thrust his dagger into the neck of the werewolf. Its head dropped instantly. Kelly then successfully ran over to the elder to help him up. However, that same werewolf again charged toward the elder and Kelly. I pulled my sharp sword from the chest of another werewolf and dashed toward the werewolf attacking the elder, while Alanthess also swung his sword and joined me in the fight. Soon, we surrounded this werewolf. As it continuously maneuvered between us, Kaboo suddenly threw a long spear toward the werewolf. It struck one of its eyes. Letting out a loud howl, the werewolf thrashed in pain. I seized the opportunity and slashed at its legs with my sword. Both of its legs were quickly severed, and it fell to the ground, eventually bleeding to death. It's finally over, Kaboo sighed. Don't celebrate too soon. We should still stay alert, I told Kaboo. The sky should be turning light soon, right? Kaboo asked. Not yet, Kelly replied as she looked up at the sky. What should we do now? The elder asked. We need to find Yeka first, I suggested. Yes, Yeka hasn't been seen for quite some time, Kaboo agreed. Maybe Yeka is on their side. Alanthess proposed boldly. That can't be. If he was with them, why would he save us? I countered. This could very well be a trap set by them. They might be playing us, Alanthess responded. None of us spoke further, for the situation was already too dire. Not only did we face threats from the werewolves, but we were also uncertain whether Yeka was friend or foe. No matter what, let's leave here first, I suddenly told everyone. So we quickly departed from that street, following the shadows beneath the eaves until we reached an open clearing. Why is this place an open field? Kaboo started questioning. I don't know, I answered tensely. This place was clearly easy to be attacked by the werewolves, and sure enough, the events unfolded just as I feared. Large numbers of werewolves suddenly burst out from all sides, quickly surrounding us. Fear and panic spread among all of us despite being seasoned warriors. "We've been surrounded," the elder shouted loudly to warn us. At this moment, the werewolves around us began to launch an attack, and we had no choice but to fight for our lives against these creatures. One of the werewolves charged at me. I held my sharp sword, ready to face the attack, when another werewolf leaped down from above. I quickly swung my sword upward, instantly piercing its abdomen. It screamed in agony and crashed to the ground. The werewolf that had initially charged at me then swiped at me with its sharp claws, throwing me several meters away. The blow left me temporarily unable to stand up. On the other side, Kaboo and the elder were surrounded by 5 werewolves, completely trapped. The elder jabbed his long spear toward one of the werewolves, but it nimbly dodged. Kaboo's sword proved equally ineffective as he flailed wildly in front of the werewolves, who showed no fear. Suddenly, one of them extended a claw and firmly grabbed Kaboo before hurling him far away, knocking him unconscious against a nearby stone pillar. Kelly's situation was dire as well. Though she faced 2 werewolves, her leg had already been torn open by their claws, blood streaming continuously, and she grew increasingly weak from the loss of blood. Among us, Alanthes remained the most spirited. With a swift stroke of his blade, he eliminated one of the werewolves. However, over 4 ferocious werewolves continued attacking him from all sides. Soon, Alanthes could no longer hold out and started retreating step by step. Another werewolf attacked him from behind, knocking him down to the ground. In this critical moment, a large werewolf suddenly sprang from the shadows. When I first caught sight of it, I instantly recognized it. It was the same werewolf who had saved me, the giant werewolf I had seen while dazed earlier. Why was it here? And why did it appear once more to save us? This became a mystery, but one thing was certain. Its arrival turned the tide significantly. Its sudden emergence startled the other werewolves. Strangely, these werewolves didn't recognize the giant one as their companion, as they immediately rushed towards it in unison. However, these werewolves were no match for the giant, who easily dispatched them with a few quick movements, leaving them severely injured and incapable of continuing the fight. Once again, we were saved, even though we had no idea who or what exactly had rescued us. As I gathered my companions together, the giant werewolf had already vanished, perhaps having come solely to save us. I helped each of my friends to their feet and led them to a safer place where we could hide and recover. Chapter 128, The Midnight Rainbow. Did you see what just happened? I asked my companions. I saw it. Kelly was the first to answer. What are you talking about? Kaboo asked, confused. That giant werewolf, I answered. Giant werewolf. Clearly, Kaboo had seen nothing. Why did it save us? The elder suddenly asked. Maybe it's trying to tell us something, I guessed. Don't you think that werewolf looks familiar? Alante said something surprising. Do you know who it is? I also asked curiously. Could it be? Before Alante's finished. Yeka, the elder suddenly said. Yeka? No way. Kelly found it hard to believe. How do we explain Yeka's sudden disappearance? Alante's asked. But didn't Yeka say those werewolves could only transform at night? Yeka was with us all along. If it was him, why didn't he transform? Kelly made a very convincing point. Yeah, Kelly's explanation makes sense, Kaboo agreed. If it's not Yeka, then who was that werewolf? I muttered to myself. Whoever it is, as long as we're still alive, what's there to fear? Kaboo smiled and said, What should we do now? The elder asked. Let's rest here for a bit. It's almost dawn. I looked up at the sky and said, There was less than 2 ancient hours, about 4 hours, until sunrise. We had stayed in this place for a long time. Suddenly, a beautiful rainbow appeared in the sky above our heads. This rainbow was like a bridge in a fairyland, drawing a beautiful curve in the dark sky. How can there be a rainbow in the sky? We were all puzzled by this unusual event. A rainbow appears in the night sky, truly a wondrous thing. Kelly stared straight at the rainbow and said, The appearance of this rainbow in the night is truly beautiful. Kaboo couldn't help but exclaim, What are you doing here? A voice came from behind us. I turned around and saw that it was Yeka. He was out of breath running towards us. Where have you been, Yeka? I immediately asked upon seeing Yeka. You don't need to ask so many questions right now. Let's go quickly. Yeka appeared very tense, as if something serious had happened. What's wrong with you? Kaboo looked at Yeka, puzzled. Hurry up and leave. Yeka shouted loudly at us. Only then did we stand up and followed Yeka to a secluded basement. It was dark but a safe place. Yeka, what's going on? I questioned Yeka. You almost lost your lives earlier. Yeka's reply shocked all of us since we hadn't encountered any attacks or ambushes before. How could we lose our lives? The elder asked, puzzled. Didn't you see that rainbow in the sky? Yeka asked immediately. Yes. I replied. That's a dangerous sign. Yeka responded. No way. A rainbow appearing in the night sky would be a danger signal? Apparently, everyone was dissatisfied with Yeka's response. However, his following explanation made us feel chills down our spines. Do you know how that rainbow appeared and what it represents? Yeka asked. How would we know? We're not from here. I answered. That rainbow is the symbol of the bloodthirsty queen. Yeka responded. What queen? Kaboo didn't quite hear Yeka's response. The bloodthirsty queen. Yeka repeated again. What is this bloodthirsty race? I began to ask anxiously. They are an even more terrifying kind than the night shadow werewolves. They survive on blood. Whether elves, werewolves, or various animals, any living creatures with blood are prey to them. Yeka's answer quickly allowed us all to understand the nature of the bloodthirsty race. So these bloodthirsty ones, do they also come out at night? The elder asked. Yes, but they have never appeared in this city before. I wonder why these bloodthirsty ones have come here, and even their queen has shown up. Yeka responded. Queen? Are they female? Kabu asked curiously. There are 9 queens in total, each governing 9 different regions. They are the symbols of the bloodthirsty race and also its origin, Yeka replied. Origin? Kelly asked. Yes, the bloodthirsty race was established by these 9 queens. They were once part of the vampire family. When the vampire family gradually declined, they were forced to leave their homes and came here. Thus, the elves here became their prey and gradually evolved into part of the bloodthirsty race. Yeka's explanation was very clear, and soon we had a fairly good grasp of the origins of the bloodthirsty race. What should we do now? Kabu asked nervously. I think we don't need to be so afraid. We will soon get through this night. I replied. No, Yeka suddenly answered. What's wrong? I asked. Our night is far from over. Yeka's response made all of us feel very disheartened. How can that be? The elder asked. Yeah, the night is almost over, Kelly also asked. That rainbow. Only when that rainbow disappears will the sky brighten, and the bloodthirsty will leave, Yeka calmly responded. What? Kabu couldn't believe his ears. So are we just going to stay here? I asked Yeka. This place can only temporarily protect us, but the bloodthirsty are very smart. They will soon discover us here, Yeka replied. Do you have a better plan? Allantes finally spoke after a long silence. I do have some methods to deal with these bloodthirsty. Yeka's words made all of us sigh in relief. Yeka, are you a werewolf? Allantes asked another surprising question. Why would you ask that? Yeka hesitated for a moment before replying. If you're a werewolf, then our chances of survival would greatly increase, Allantes replied. I see, Yeka muttered softly. Allantes, can't you tell? Yeka isn't one. Otherwise he would have already turned into a werewolf, Kabu answered on behalf of Yeka. As we were talking, a large number of bloodthirsty appeared above our heads, searching for prey. Of course, werewolves were also considered prey by them. This was actually a good thing for us. The appearance of the bloodthirsty was quite peculiar. They weren't ugly, nor were they handsome. Their skin color was pale blue, similar to that of some elves, which indicated they must have evolved from elves. Their eyes were brownish yellow, turning blood red when they began to suck blood, signaling the start of their feeding. Each one of them stood less than 1.8 meters tall, shorter by more than half a head compared to the elves. Compared to our heights, they were slightly shorter as well. However, their vision and hearing were highly developed, and they were agile and aggressive. Especially during group attacks, they often overwhelmed their prey, and this tactic was typically used when fighting against large numbers of werewolves. Suddenly, there was an array of chaotic footsteps from above us. The bloodthirsty, they're coming, Yeka said tensely to everyone. Chapter 129, Bloodthirsty Clan. Just as Yeka had finished speaking, the bloodthirsty clans above us broke down the door of our basement. They rushed at us like a flood. We were already prepared. Though they were numerous, their individual combat abilities weren't actually very strong. Soon we fought our way out of the basement and onto the surface. The area above was already filled with members of the bloodthirsty clan. As soon as they saw us rush up, they attacked again. With one stroke of my blade, one of the bloodthirsty clan fell before me. Nearby, Kabu, the elder, Kelly, and Allantes had also entered their fighting states. Only Yeka seemed to have disappeared once more. I simply had no time to worry about that, as my main task right now was to escape from this chaotic battle with the bloodthirsty clan. At that moment, several members of the bloodthirsty clan charged toward me, and behind me, a few more of them appeared. They began attacking me from both the front and back. I quickly turned and escaped from this disadvantageous position. This allowed me to face these bloodthirsty clan members directly, so I held my sharp sword and charged at them. In no time, I had killed 4 members of the bloodthirsty clan. At that point, the others around me glanced at the corpses lying on the ground, then turned and ran away. The battle lasted for a long time, but ended with our victory. Is everyone alright? I asked while standing among everyone. We're fine. Everyone answered almost in unison. Where's Yeka? Kelly asked curiously. He disappeared again, Kabu said. Yes, how did Yeka disappear again? The elder also said. Could he be dead? Kabu guessed. Don't you find Yeka a bit strange? Allantes said. You mean? Kabu didn't finish his sentence. If he truly is one, why hasn't he transformed? Kelly asked. That's exactly what I'm questioning, Allantes said. Yeka absolutely isn't a werewolf, I firmly said. How do you know? The elder asked. Instinct, I replied. Alright, let's not discuss this anymore. We should leave here first, Allantes reminded everyone. Which way should we go? I pointed towards a winding path and said. We went around this winding path and seemed to have arrived at another part of the city. The buildings here seemed even more magnificent compared to the previous ones. Are we already out of Carson City? Kabu asked. I don't think so, the elder replied. The architecture here is quite different from before, Kelly said. I think we are still in Carson City, just on the other side of it, I analyzed and said. This place seems safe. Kabu relaxed somewhat and said. We still can't be too careless. Allantes just said that when suddenly several werewolves appeared on top of the tall buildings around us. Their speed was fast, and in an instant, they jumped right in front of us. We were caught off guard. However, we quickly reacted and engaged in battle with these werewolves. A werewolf fiercely rushed toward Kabu, who was busy fighting another werewolf. He was immediately knocked flying by that werewolf. On Kelly's side, she was tightly surrounded by 2 werewolves and couldn't move. She held a sharp sword and kept swinging it left and right. Soon one of the werewolves was severely injured and fell to the ground. Another werewolf rushed madly toward Kelly. Kelly leaped up, holding her sword, and slashed towards the werewolf's head. Swoosh! With one swift cut, a werewolf's head was severed by Kelly, and blood spilled all over the ground. I was facing off against a brown-haired werewolf. It was probably the most attractive werewolf I'd ever seen, but it was indeed very tough to handle. Several attacks I made against it failed, and I was even clawed and injured on the arm. At that moment, the other companions came over, and we surrounded this werewolf. It's got nowhere to run now, Kaboo excitedly said. Kaboo, be careful, don't be reckless, I warned Kaboo. How is it different from those other werewolves? Kelly asked. No matter what kind of werewolf it is, it's going to die today, the elder said menacingly. Just as we had this werewolf surrounded, a group of bloodthirsty clan members suddenly appeared from somewhere and immediately launched fierce attacks on us. Naturally, they did not intend to spare the brown-haired werewolf either. Distracted by these unexpected bloodthirsty clan attackers, we had to abandon our plan to deal with this particular werewolf for the moment. It seemed like the bloodthirsty clan would never run out. They kept appearing in front of us no matter how aggressively we attacked them. They did not retreat at all, as if their intention was to drain our physical strength and combat ability. Their strategy proved quite effective. After all, we were made of flesh and blood, and soon our stamina and attacking power started to drop compared to the beginning. Gradually, we began to fall into a disadvantageous position. The situation for the brown-haired werewolf wasn't much better either. It was tightly surrounded by over a dozen bloodthirsty clan members. Although its size was larger than theirs, it was alone, and very quickly it was beaten up all over. At that time, several more werewolves suddenly appeared, joining the battlefield rapidly and quickly turning the tide of the fight. Regardless of whether it was the werewolves or the bloodthirsty clan winning, we stood to gain no advantage whatsoever. Certainly, all these monsters posed significant threats to us. One favorable factor now for us was that the werewolves and the bloodthirsty clan had begun fighting each other in chaos, giving us an opportunity to escape. Of course, we wouldn't pass up such a chance. We started looking for an exit. Just then, Yeka's sudden appearance brought us a glimmer of hope. He led us to a rather shadowy dark spot. Right in front of Yeka, a dozen bloodthirsty clan members suddenly showed up. Their blood-red eyes stared intensely at all of us, clearly indicating that they had already consumed blood. Those bloodthirsty clan members began to attack both Yeka and us. In no time, more werewolves appeared on our battlefield, mixing our groups into a chaotic melee with both werewolves and bloodthirsty clan members. For a while, corpses were everywhere, and blood flowed profusely. Under these circumstances, we witnessed another side of Yeka. That's right, Yeka finally transformed into a massive werewolf, growing bigger in place, breaking through his clothes, and gradually becoming the huge werewolf that once saved us. My God, Kaboo exclaimed at Yeka's transformation. Yeka is. Kelly was too surprised to continue her words. It seems my guess was correct, Alante said without too much astonishment. Yeka is really a werewolf. I also couldn't believe my eyes. The truth was there. After transforming into a werewolf, Yeka began to wildly attack both the bloodthirsty clan members and even his own kind. What should we do now? Kaboo anxiously asked. Run? Let's head to a safe place, the elder said. To where should we run? Kelly asked. Look, let's follow Yeka, I told everyone. Follow Yeka? Kaboo hesitated when asking. Well, following Yeka cause. The elder's statement carried many doubts. No time left, let's go. I urged everyone anxiously. At this point, Yeka had already started running madly towards one direction at great speed, quickly leaving us far behind. Only then did we begin chasing him fervently. Soon we left the battlefield between the werewolves and the bloodthirsty clan. It seemed Yeka realized something and started intentionally slowing down his pace. After a long while, we finally caught up with Yeka. By then, Yeka had transformed back into his human form, lying naked on the ground. Quick, pick up Yeka. I ran first to Yeka's side and told everyone. Clothes, the elder said. Kaboo took off one piece of his clothing, which I used to dress Yeka. We found a relatively safe and abandoned district of the city to settle temporarily. The sky gradually cleared up, so we still lit a campfire because Yeka remained unconscious, and his clothing was scarce. Who would have thought Yeka was? I sat on a big rock and spoke. Yeka is a werewolf. That is really unexpected, Kaboo said. It seems Alante's guess was right, the elder said. Now that it's clear skies, we're safe for now. Kelly looked at the sky and happily said. But there's one thing I still don't quite understand. Alante seemed to have some doubts. What is it? I curiously asked. If Yeka is a werewolf, how can he transform back into human form at night? Alante's question was actually our collective question, and the answer to this question could only be given after Yeka woke up. It seemed that Yeka didn't want this mystery to last long either, and he came to after a while. Yeka has awakened, the elder announced to everyone who was near Yeka. You've all seen it, Yeka said as he sat up from the ground. Judging by his appearance, he was fine now. Yes, I replied. Will you fear me? Yeka asked worriedly. No, I responded readily. Yeka, we have some questions. Before I could finish my sentence, Yeka interrupted. Let me clarify everything about myself to you all. Chapter 130, Crescent City. It turned out that Yeka was an ordinary elf. He had parents and siblings. However, there was one thing he did not know. His father was actually from the same clan as the elder. During a werewolf attack on Carson City, all of Yeka's family perished, leaving only him. Additionally, he was bitten by a werewolf. Being bitten by a werewolf causes one to slowly transform if they do not die immediately. Naturally, Yeka could not escape this curse either. However, Yeka gained a unique ability that other werewolves lacked. He could change into his werewolf form at any time, meaning he didn't have to avoid daylight to transform. Furthermore, his werewolf form was larger than those of other werewolves. This is why Yeka managed to live in Carson City for so long. By this point, we had all roughly understood Yeka's situation. As for us, We were injured in battle with the werewolves, leading us to wonder if we too might become werewolves. However, Yeka's answer dispelled our doubts. He told us that the transformation into a werewolf only affected those of elven bloodline. For us outsiders, it should have no effect. Yeka also informed us that the route here was not far from Crescent City, which we had been eager to visit after hearing about it from Chero. Thus, we began another journey with anticipation. We left the abandoned district, and before our eyes appeared a field of golden rice. Do you think these rice stalks resemble where you used to live? Cab asked the elder. You mean the Golden Desert? The elder replied. Yes, Cab answered. It's somewhat similar, but this place is much better than the Golden Desert, the elder responded. We'll reach Crescent City after crossing this field, Yeka said excitedly. This rice field is truly beautiful. Kelly marveled at the sight before her. Could there be any danger here? Arance remained cautious. Well, I'm not entirely sure. There shouldn't be any, Yeka guessed, though he really didn't know what might be hidden within the rice field. We soon entered the rice field. The stalks weren't very tall, but had already surpassed our shoulders in height. Now, we could only feel our way forward, with Yeka leading the group ahead, whom we all trusted. After walking for some time, Yeka suddenly stopped, and I curiously asked, What's wrong? There seems to be some movement, Yeka nervously said. I don't hear anything, I replied. The sound is far away, several kilometers away, Yeka explained. What? Can you hear sounds from such a distance? Cab clearly doubted Yeka's words. Yeka is a werewolf. You forgot, Kelly reminded Cab. Oh right, Yeka is a werewolf, Cab realized. So what is making that noise? Although I couldn't hear anything, I was already prepared for battle. It seems like some kind of animal, Yeka guessed. Is it dangerous? Cab asked anxiously. I'm not sure yet, Yeka glanced at Cab. They seem to be heading in our direction, Yeka continued. There are more than one. I asked. Yes, they're huge. Yeka could judge the appearance of those animals based on his superior hearing. What is it? Cab asked anxiously. It seems like a long-necked bird, Yeka replied. As soon as Yeka finished speaking, a giant long-necked bird-like creature appeared before our eyes. Upon looking up, I saw that it was indeed something akin to an ostrich from our human world, except it was over twice the size. It immediately picked Yeka up with its mouth and started running at incredible speed. Since we knew catching up would be impossible, and we were confident Yeka wouldn't be harmed given his massive werewolf form, we decided not to chase after them. However, after the ostrich-like creature took Yeka away, 3 more of the birds appeared around us, initiating an attack. The elder grabbed a spear and thrust it toward the eye of one of the ostrich-like creatures. Fortunately, the elder was lucky, and the spear precisely struck the bird's eye, causing a milky, white substance to flow out. The creature fell dead instantly. Another ostrich-like creature lifted Kelly into the air. I leaped up and slashed at its neck, cleanly severing it in one swift motion. Kelly fell from the sky, but fortunately was unharmed. Only one ostrich creature remained. Seeing its companions dead, it tried to flee. As it ran, a massive werewolf suddenly grabbed its neck, and with a mighty squeeze, snapped it in two. We all knew this werewolf was Yeka, who soon reverted to his human form. Yeka, where are my clothes? Cab asked, concerned about his outfit. Don't worry, I'll put them on now, Yeka said before leaving us for a moment. He returned wearing the clothes Cab had lent him. Are you guys hungry? Yeka asked. These ostriches are edible, I replied with surprise and joy. They're edible. Yeka seemed to be getting hungry too. We started a campfire, and soon the ostrich meat was roasted. Like a pack of starving wolves, we devoured every bit of the roasted ostrich meat. You know, this tastes pretty good, Cab said while eating. We haven't had food like this in a long time. It's really delicious. The elder couldn't resist the sweetness of the ostrich meat and spoke with his mouth full. We almost ate an entire ostrich ourselves. Then, following Yeka's lead, we walked out of the rice field and reached a higher hilltop. Look, that's Crescent City. Yeka pointed to the city before our eyes and said, Yes, just as Chero described, I said excitedly upon seeing Crescent City. Then let's go over there, Cab said, unable to contain his excitement. Hold on, Aaron suddenly said, as if he'd noticed something. What's wrong? I asked. There seems to be something off about this city. Aaron began to voice his suspicions. What do you mean? Cab asked. Look, it's daytime. Why isn't there a single person on the streets? Aaron said. They might all be sleeping at home, Cab said dismissively. How could that be possible? Kelly also questioned doubtfully. Why not? Cab replied. Aaron is right. Something's off about Crescent City, Yeka interjected. What? The elder anxiously asked. It shouldn't be this quiet, Yeka said. Could it be that the werewolves have already attacked here? I asked. It's quite likely, Yeka said ambiguously. If so, what should we do? Cab asked anxiously. This can't be confirmed yet. What's your hurry? Kelly scolded. We're going in. I thought for a moment and then declared. Everyone looked at each other hesitantly and decided to enter this mysterious Crescent City. Chapter 131, Demon Beast Invasion. Soon we arrived at the city gate of Crescent City. The gate, towering over a dozen meters high, looked especially magnificent. Look, the city gates are open. Kaboo pointed to the slightly ajar gates and said, Let's go in, I said to everyone. We cautiously walked into Crescent City. It was indeed as magnificent as Chero had described. Besides some towering architectural complexes, there were also delicately carved small houses and decorative patterns. This is Crescent City, Callie marveled. Yes, we've finally arrived. The elder was also stunned by this sight. We should all be more careful, Alantes reminded everyone. Why isn't there a single person here? Callie started questioning. What's going on? Kaboo began asking Yeka. Werewolves, they're werewolves. I can smell the scent of werewolves, Yeka suddenly told us. Werewolves? I asked anxiously. Then let's quickly leave here, Kaboo said worriedly. Well, Kaboo, you have such a small heart, Alante said angrily. Let's first take a walk inward and see what's going on, I said to everyone. Soon, we arrived before an expansive square. This square is truly large, Kaboo couldn't help but say. Yeka, are there many werewolves here? I asked Yeka. Not only are there werewolves here, but also some other things. Yeka became alert. What kind of things? The elder asked anxiously. Are they the bloodthirsty clan? Callie asked. They should be people from the demon race, Yeka replied. Demon race? I asked. Yes, the demon race. They are a group of even more terrifying beings, Yeka said, his voice trembling somewhat. And just at that moment, suddenly, a warrior ran towards us from straight ahead. Judging by his condition, he seemed already gravely injured. He stumbled as he ran toward us. Look, there's someone, I excitedly said to everyone. Yes, it's an elf, Yeka happily said. So, we rushed over to the side of the elf as fast as possible. By then, he had already collapsed on the ground, barely breathing. Hey, wake up. Kaboo kept shaking this elf warrior. Do you want him to die? Callie stopped Kaboo's actions. At this time, the elf warrior slowly opened his eyes and looked at us with his last breaths. You must go save the princess. Princess? The elder questioned. Which princess? I asked. Put on my armor and go save her. The elf warrior left these words that were somewhat unclear before dying. He wanted us to save the princess? Callie looked at me and said, something must have happened here, Yeka said. The princess he mentioned is? I asked curiously. Should be the elf princess, Yeka replied. So, are we going to save her? Kaboo reluctantly asked. I hesitated for a moment without giving a clear answer. I think we should mind our own business, Kaboo said. I will save her, Yeka firmly said. What? Kaboo asked. Let's all go save the princess together, Alante suddenly said. Teacher, I looked at the teacher and didn't say anything further. Don't forget why we came here, Alantes reminded us. That's right, we did come to rescue the princess, didn't we? I also said, are you here to save the elf princess? Yeka said puzzled. I'll explain that to you later, I told Yeka. I put on the armor of the elf warrior, which fit perfectly on me. It was made from a material I didn't recognize at all. The armor glowed with a red hue all over and looked like a blazing fire from a distance. After briefly handling the remains of this elf, we headed in the direction he had come from. Perhaps we were getting closer to the location of the elf princess. The scene unfolding before our eyes shocked us greatly. Corpse after corpse appeared around us. This place has almost become a cemetery for elves, Yeka couldn't help but say after observing these. Who could have done all this? I asked. Should be people from the demon race, Yeka confidently said. The demons are the cruelest race in the world, Yeka answered. So are we going forward? The elder looked somewhat hesitant. The elf princess must have encountered a great danger, Yeka said. Just then, a howling sound pierced through our ears. This sound was blood-curdling, making people feel immense pain. What's that sound? Kaboo asked nervously. It seems to be the roar of a demon beast, Yeka speculated. Demon beast. I also began to feel fear. Let's go back, Kaboo said in fear since we had not yet encountered any demon creatures. Perhaps it was an instance of inviting trouble by being afraid of it. For just as we were talking, suddenly a demon beast appeared before us. It wasn't very large, but its whole body was covered with long fur. Its sharp claws could rip a person apart, and its exposed fangs made it look like a monster straight out of hell. What is this thing? Kaboo became even more tense and scared upon seeing it. It's a demon beast. Yeka transformed right after seeing the demon beast, quickly turning into a giant werewolf. Callie saw Yeka transform. Though she wasn't as surprised as before, she still felt some discomfort. This is what a demon beast looks like, the elder said with his mouth wide open. At this point, the demon beast launched an attack on us. First, it swung its thick and long tail at Callie and Kaboo. Callie dodged quickly, avoiding the demon beast's attack, but Kaboo wasn't so lucky. He was hit in the chest by the demon beast's tail and was thrown several meters away. I drew my sword and charged at the demon beast. Its tail rotated and struck me. Caught off guard, I was also hit and fell to the ground, spitting out a large mouthful of blood. The elder threw a spear at the demon beast upon seeing this scene, but the spear didn't even reach the demon beast before it was blocked by the demon beast's tail and instantly broken into two halves. The demon beast then charged towards the direction of the elder and Callie. Alantes rushed to the demon beast with his sword, wildly brandishing it in front of the demon beast. However, the demon beast paid no attention to Alantes' actions, and it used its sharp claws to strike Alantes in the chest, causing him to be sent flying and colliding with a pillar, knocking him unconscious. Yeka, who had turned into a giant werewolf, was no match for this demon beast either. Yeka pounced on the demon beast, but it nimbly evaded Yeka's first attack. Then the demon beast's tail swung toward Yeka, which he also easily dodged, and they began tearing at each other. Soon, Yeka couldn't withstand the demon beast's attacks anymore and was severely injured all over. Just as the demon beast was about to kill Yeka, a huge steel arrow came from somewhere unknown and pierced through the heart of the demon beast, causing it to let out a howl before falling down. Unconsciously, I opened my eyes. What I saw was a group of elves surrounding me. I tried to get up, but my body felt like it was nailed to this spot, unable to move. He has awakened. One of the elves seemed to be speaking to someone else. What about the others? The other person asked. They seem not to have awakened yet, the elf answered. I slowly breathed in air, trying my best to maintain a steady breathing rhythm so as not to be noticed by these elves, as it was unclear whether they were friend or foe. Chapter 132, The Perilous Stone Bridge. Why is this person wearing the general's armor? One of the elves asked. This is exactly what I want to know as well, another elf said. Perhaps because I had rested for a long time here, my strength recovered quickly, and before long, I was able to sit up or walk around. However, I still pretended to be in a semi-conscious state. Then, other companions gradually woke up. Cabe, Kelly, the Elder, and Allantes. From these elves, I didn't hear any news about Yeka. Could it be that Yeka escaped? That was all I could think now. As the companions woke up one after another, they were also questioned in turn. Finally, I couldn't bear it anymore and stood up myself. General, he has awakened, an elf said. Everything they said is true. I told the leader of the elves here. Where did you get the armor you're wearing? The elf in front of me asked. So, I recounted everything we had experienced again to this elf, even though Cabe, Kelly, the Elder, and Allantes had already explained everything. However, this elf still looked perplexed, and he continued to suspect we were lying, though he had no definitive proof. He reluctantly half-believed us. Do you believe us now? Kelly asked this elf. You claim you're not from this world. Then how on earth have you managed to come all the way here? Another elf asked us. Because we've been helped by friends along the way, I replied. What kind of friends? He asked. That's difficult to explain clearly, I replied. At this moment, an elf ran over to us and said breathlessly, a werewolf. A giant werewolf is outside our area. Werewolf, I muttered under my breath. Could it be Yeka? Cabe whispered to me. What did you say? This seemed to catch the attention of the leader of the elves. What is this Yeka you speak of? Who is he? He asked Cabe sternly. Cabe hesitated and did not answer immediately. At this moment, an elf walked up to Cabe and struck him hard with a punch. Cabe was knocked down instantly, and blood slowly trickled out of his mouth. What are you doing? I shouted loudly at these elves. Now it's your turn. Who is Yeka? And what is your connection to that giant wolf? The leader of the elves appeared angry now. He approached me and drew his sword. Even if I tell you, you wouldn't believe me. I responded. I see. So you're just looking for death. He prepared to cut toward my head with his sword. Stop. A crisp voice pierced through my ears. A woman's voice, magnetic and beautiful. I turned around and saw a cold-eyed woman standing behind me, dressed in a silvery white armor that exuded sharpness. Princess he is. Before he finished, the princess interjected. They're not here to kill me. But they might be connected to the werewolf, one elf reminded. You tell us the truth about the situation, the woman gently said to me. Then, I told these elves about Yeka, something we hadn't mentioned before, as not everyone could easily accept the existence of Yeka. Although most of the elves didn't believe me after I finished my story, my actions later proved everything. Now, Yeka was lingering outside our group. To prove that what I said was true, I walked out of this safe area alone. At this moment, all the elves were watching me intently. After a while, I brought back Yeka who had transformed back into human form, and only then did the elves truly believe every word I said. We also came to understand the identity of these elves. It turned out that the woman was the elf princess, which I had already known. The ones protecting her were a group of brave warriors. They originally numbered 700, but after several major battles, only 300 plus remained. The elf who tried to kill me was a general. They had 7 generals in total, one of whom had died, he whose armor I was wearing. The remaining 6 people were called Kressler, Luxembourg, Shivo, Yuri, Porto, and Schalke. They were the princess's 6 bodyguards. The deceased warrior was named Corinthian. These 6 generals each wore different colored armors, consisting of red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, and purple. The armor I was wearing was the red one, the most noble among them. After resolving some misunderstandings and barriers, we formed a relatively large team, giving more security to our small group. When will we leave here? I asked Kressler. We originally planned to rest here for an entire day, but your sudden arrival has forced us to alter our itinerary, Kressler replied. So, how are we going now? The elder asked. Our route is to first enter the tunnel, escape from Crescent City, cross the Silent City, and then we'll return to Elf City, Kressler answered. Looks like we have quite a long way to go, Caboose sighed. Our current task is to leave here as soon as possible, Yuri suddenly said. What's wrong with this place? Allantes wanted to know. The demon race. This place has basically been occupied by the demon race. There might also be some Dark Knight wolves and bloodthirsty clan members, Schalke responded. I can deal with werewolves. Those demons depend on you, Yeka responded. You? Forget it. We're used to relying on ourselves, one elf dismissed. All right, we need to stick together now. Kressler angrily reprimanded that elf. So let's set off now, the elf princess said. All right, let's go. We arrived at a huge underground chamber. It was very dark inside, and almost no objects could be seen, so we lit torches. Instantly, the firelight illuminated our surroundings brightly. Originally, this was an abandoned dungeon that had been neglected for many years. This used to be a dungeon, but it's abandoned now. Once we cross this dungeon, we'll reach a much wider cave, which will make our journey much easier. Kressler explained some of its history to a few of us. After walking for quite a while, we gradually left the dungeon behind and finally reached the cave that Kressler had mentioned. It was indeed spacious and somewhat eerie and cold, but fortunately, we all had warm clothes, except for Yeka. He probably wasn't afraid of the cold. Look, this is the entrance to the cave, Schalke said to us. I carefully observed this entrance in front of me. It was pitch black and very frightening, and a cold wind was blowing out from inside. Will there be any danger here? Caboose asked uneasily. Of course, there are many dangers here, Kressler told Caboose. What kind of danger? Caboose asked anxiously. You'll find out when the time comes, Kressler replied. Will we still have time to run away? Caboose asked again. How come your friend has such a small heart? Yuri asked me. Caboose, shut up, I said angrily. Don't embarrass us, Kelly shouted furiously at Caboose. Halt. Everyone stop. Kressler, who was leading the way ahead, told us. What's wrong? Shaka asked quickly. It's the stone bridge. We have to cross the stone bridge. Kressler looked tense, as if something was wrong. What's the stone bridge? Kelly asked in confusion. How could there be a bridge here? The elder couldn't help but ask. Come and take a look. Kressler called me to his side, and I stood next to him. Indeed, an elliptical arch bridge appeared before me. The bridge was quite long, approximately 1 kilometer long if measured roughly. The bridge itself was thin, so our entire group had to form a single file line to cross it. Moreover, beneath the bridge lay an abyss, making this crossing even more challenging. My goodness, can we really get across? Kabu seemed to lose heart after looking at the bridge. The stone bridge shouldn't be here, Yuri said with a hint of puzzlement. That's right, the stone bridge should have been in another location, but how it ended up here is still unknown to us, Kressler replied. We all looked at each other, and no one spoke for a while. Soon, part of the elven team formed a straight line and crossed the stone bridge. However, the elf princess lingered without crossing. Princess, let's go, Kressler said to the princess. This bridge is too high. Okay. The princess muttered to herself to build courage. She moved cautiously, step by step. Perhaps due to her excessive tension, she missed a step, causing her body to tilt sharply. Just as she was about to fall into the abyss, the elder extended his arm and caught her, pulling her back. Then, he carried the princess on his back and carefully crossed the bridge. We arrived at a relatively large open area, and Kressler told everyone, let's rest here for a moment. We all found a flat spot and sat down. Thank you just now. The elf princess walked over to the elder and said, no problem. We are a team now. The elder didn't say much to the beautiful princess. You don't seem to be like them, she guessed. Yes, I met them only during previous events, the elder explained. What kind of person are you? The elf princess seemed increasingly interested in the elder. I don't know. It seems I've lost my memory, the elder responded. I think you're some kind of creature. The elf princess hinted as if she knew something. Do you know my background? The elder looked excitedly at the elf princess. Have you heard of the blue demons? The elf princess asked. No, the elder answered. They share similar deep blue skin like you, and some of their habits and appearances are also very alike, the elf princess explained. You mean, I might be the so-called blue demon? The elder curiously asked. Yes, that's just my guess, the elf princess reminded. What exactly are these blue demons? The elder showed great interest in this race. They're a group of pirates, Yuri interjected as he walked over. Pirates? The elder found it hard to believe. Yes, they are pirates, Kressler confirmed as he also joined the conversation. So that means I am also a pirate then, the elder stated. Actually, I'm not entirely sure if you really are a blue demon, the elf princess replied. Did you hear that? The elder might be a pirate. Kabu turned to me with curiosity. Yes, that is indeed surprising. I also admitted with astonishment. Who would have thought that the elder's secrets would come out like this? Alante said to me. The elder finally knows who he is, which is wonderful. Kelly was happy for the elder. It seems the elf princess is still uncertain about the elder's real identity. I pointed out to my companion. Regardless, the elder is a great savior among us, rescuing the princess. When we arrive in the elf city, we'll surely be treated well, Kabu excitedly proclaimed. At the same time, a huge sound emerged from our front. What's that sound? Everyone tensed up. It sounds like. Kressler seemed to recognize something, but didn't specify. Chapter 133, Guardian Elf Princess. What is it? I asked anxiously. It's a night demon beast. Yuri couldn't help but tell me. Night demon beast? I was somewhat shocked by this name. They are one kind of demon beasts. They appear at night, Kressler explained to us. How many are there? Cab asked nervously. From these sounds, we can judge that there are at least more than 10, Shulk told Cab. We must leave here as soon as possible, Arentz reminded everyone. Soon we left the open area, and what appeared before our eyes was a large expanse of desolate rock mounds. Why is there also a rocky hill inside this cave? Kelly asked in confusion. This place used to be a stone city, which no longer exists now, Yuri explained. It must have been very prosperous back then, I said. How do you know? Cab asked. Just from the stonework carving skills, you can see it, I answered. At this moment, a silver light-colored demon beast suddenly appeared from somewhere. It was covered in silver light, which was quite blinding. We could only keep our eyes half open looking at this demon beast. Its body was like a big lion's. Its claws and sharp teeth were much sharper than a lion's. After it darted out, it stood right in front of our group. It didn't hurry to attack us. Maybe it was still waiting for something. Before we could react, Kressler already led a group of elves to charge towards this demon beast. Kressler wielded a sharp sword and stabbed at the demon beast. The demon beast turned its body around, and its tail swung Kressler away. And the elves behind Kressler were all thrown away without exception. Kressler wore armor and seemed not to have suffered too much harm. At an unknown time, several other demon beasts also appeared by our side, and each of them lunged at us with fangs bared. We engaged in a desperate battle with these demon beasts. Although we had strength in numbers, however strong these demon beasts were, they could not wipe us out entirely. However, our primary task was to protect the elf princess. She was the mission we absolutely needed to accomplish. More than 100 elves were protecting her. At this time, 4 demon beasts began charging towards the direction of the elf princess. These elves started fighting off these demon beasts. Though the elves were numerous, the attack power of the demon beasts was fierce. Not long after, most of the elves were killed by the demon beasts, while only a small number of people were still valiantly battling against these demon beasts. At this time, one demon beast fiercely charged towards me. The elder saw this and stabbed this demon beast with the spear in his hand. I also jabbed the demon beast's eyes with my own sharp sword. There was just one howl. and the demon beast painfully fell to the ground. Then 2 demon beasts rushed towards our direction. They swiped their sharp claws fiercely towards us. I quickly turned my body to avoid the first attack, but another demon beast attacked from another direction. I wasn't aware of it, thus getting slashed by the demon beast's sharp claws on my back. I spat out a mouthful of blood, and then fell down on the ground. When Aaron saw this, he ran to me immediately and lifted me up. At that point, I lost consciousness and passed out. Your Highness! Your Highness! Aaron's called my name a few times. Seeing no reaction, he dragged me to a secluded spot and laid me down. At this moment, these demon beasts continued wrestling with those elves. They also had been beaten down to only 4, and their attacking powers were far less than before. Perhaps knowing this themselves, they began to retreat, and we did not plan to annihilate them completely either. After all, our current losses were far greater than theirs. The battle ended soon, and our losses were significant. One could even say catastrophic. Kressler counted the numbers. Apart from the injured, about 8 out of 10 elves had died, including 4 elf generals. Now, the remaining elf generals were only Kressler, Yuri, and Shulk. There was no way out. This great battle was indeed too bloody, and I woke up drowsily. Where are we now? I asked while sitting up from the ground. We've already left the rocky hills. Arentz, who was sitting by my side, replied. Those demon beasts. My words weren't finished when Cab interrupted, saying, they have been driven away by us. How is our condition? My senses became somewhat clearer. Terrible, Kelly said helplessly to me. But luckily, we're still alive, Cab joked. Our location was a cave made entirely of solid rock, looking very strong and secure. We lit torches, and the firelight brought us immense warmth and hope. I carefully observed my surroundings. Now there were pitifully few elves left. In total, there were no more than 20 or so. How could this happen? I sighed. Those demons are truly powerful, Yuri said as he walked beside me. It's already a miracle that we're still alive, Kressler added while walking over. Will the demons come back again? I asked an evidently foolish question. That's hard to say, Yuri responded. But for now, we're safe here, Yuri added. What about the elf princess? I asked anxiously. She's fine, she's sleeping right now, Kressler replied, pointing at the elf princess's location. Good, at least she's all right. I exhaled deeply. How long will we stay here? Cab asked. For now, we can only wait for the opportune moment, Yuri replied. What kind of opportunity? The elder asked. Those demon beasts won't be satisfied. They'll surely go seek out the people of the demon race. It would be dangerous if we went outside right now, Yuri explained. We'll have to stay here and wait for now, Kressler responded. Since they were familiar with their territory, just as the elves expected, those demon beasts fled and found reinforcements from the demon race. Now a large group of demon warriors were heading our way, and a major battle seemed imminent. Where's Yacha? I noticed that Yacha had suddenly disappeared. Yacha got lost, Cab told me with some helplessness. Got lost? I couldn't believe it. In the chaos of the previous battle, we were probably too focused on ourselves and neglected others. But I think Yacha will be alright. Arentz consoled me. I hope so, I sighed. At this moment, Yacha had fallen into combat with a demon beast, and they both tumbled into a deep pit. The demon beast was killed instantly from the fall, but Yacha survived. Yacha had returned to his human form and was now naked as he wandered around the pit. He discovered some abandoned armor and dusty clothing scattered around the bottom of the pit, which he put on. What is this place? Yacha wondered. One thing was certain. A fierce battle must have taken place here before, or else there wouldn't be so many skeletons lying around. As Yacha moved through the dark pit alone, darkness was clearer to him than daylight, since he was a werewolf of the night. Suddenly, his hearing detected something moving ahead of him, though he saw no one around. Yet, instinctively, Yacha hid cautiously. A humanoid figure then appeared, peeking out from behind a large stone. Finally, Yacha could clearly see what it was. It was an elf-like creature. To be precise, it wasn't exactly an elf. It resembled one in appearance, but had a tail extending from its back. Its naked skin seemed coated with a slimy substance. In any case, this creature was certainly not an elf, but likely a mutated monster like Yacha himself. Chapter 134, Evacuation. This thing slowly darted out from behind the rock. Its movement was so fast that Yeka almost didn't see it. In an instant, it leaped onto a big rock as if grabbing something. On closer inspection by Yeka, it turned out to be chunks of meat. Yeka couldn't determine exactly what it was eating. One thing was certain, though, this creature posed no threat to Yeka. Yeka suddenly thought that this creature might know the way out, perhaps representing his last chance for survival. With this in mind, Yeka stepped forward. He had intended to approach quietly, but the creature's hearing was exceptionally sharp. Upon detecting Yeka's approach, it nimbly jumped back behind a rock. Don't be afraid, I won't hurt you, Yeka whispered softly. The creature neither responded nor fled, indicating he was cautious yet curious about Yeka. Come out, Yeka encouraged. Slowly, it peeked its bald head out, devoid of any hair. Yes, come out, Yeka called again when it seemed ready. Now fully exposed, the creature leapt up onto the large rock with Yeka directly facing it. What's your name? My name is Yeka. Yeka introduced himself. It merely emitted two sounds, and then went silent. Yeka judged that this person probably could not speak, or had forgotten due to a long period of disuse. Can you understand what I'm saying? Yeka asked, looking at him with hope. The creature nodded towards Yeka, confirming he understood his words. Yeka was excited and asked once more, Can you lead me out? The creature alternated between shaking his head and nodding, confusing Yeka as to what he truly meant. Suddenly, Yeka came up with an idea. If you lead me out, I'll give you plenty of good food. Upon hearing about food, The creature became highly excited. It seemed he wasn't a sprite, but rather an animal-like creature resembling one. Only an animal would react in such a manner. Thus, Yeka and this creature reached an agreement. If the creature could guide Yeka out, Yeka would reward it with plenty of delicious treats. Without losing sight of the creature for a single moment, Yeka followed it through winding paths and a narrow channel until they finally exited the deep pit. When they reached a sunnier area, Yeka saw clearly where they were. The creature had led Yeka entirely out of the cave. They now stood on land, with a desolate city lying before Yeka's eyes. We had been stuck in that cave, but soon we too emerged. Behind us, however, an army of demon soldiers was quickly gaining ground. Time was running out for us. We entered a brighter zone, the final checkpoint within the cave. Once out, we'd leave the cave system and reach land, a situation we understood well. Our dilemma now was how to exit without being detected by the demons, given their speed, numbers, and overwhelming offensive capability. The demons quickly caught up, trapping us tightly with a horde of their troops encircling us. Where did all these demon soldiers come from? Kaboo exclaimed, terrified by the sight. Their pursuit was too swift. We couldn't evade them, Kleisler told us. We unsheathed our weapons, preparing for a life or death battle. Each of us knew that this fight would determine our survival. The demons far outnumbered us, and we had no absolute advantage or guarantee of success. Surrounding us, the demons launched their assault. They rushed at us in a near-perfect encirclement. We had no choice but to face them despite the odds. Soon we engaged the demons. Before me appeared 4 demon soldiers, dressed in black armor with helmets covering nearly their entire heads. I could only faintly make out their blood-red eyes. They charged me with sharp blades. As I swung my weapon, one demon fell, but these foes weren't easily vanquished. Another demon abruptly appeared from behind me and swung fiercely at my back. Thankfully, the blade struck my armor, sparing me injury. With one turn and a slash, I cut off the head of the demon soldier. At this moment, a cloud of black smoke appeared before me, and that demon soldier vanished. Despite my efforts to fight these demon soldiers, their numbers were just too many. There was no way we could handle them with just a few dozen of us. Very quickly, our numbers began to dwindle. Now there were fewer than 10 of us left. Just when it seemed like we would be wiped out by these demons, suddenly a huge werewolf leaped down from above us. Yeka! I exclaimed in both surprise and excitement upon seeing it. The appearance of the giant werewolf completely turned around our unfavorable battle situation. It ferociously attacked the group of demons in front of us. Soon, the demons couldn't withstand its assault and started to flee in disarray. We felt very secure behind this werewolf. Not long after, those demons were driven away by the werewolf, and we managed to save our lives. Subsequently, we exited the cave that had almost cost us our lives. Chapter 135, Dead Silent City. How did you end up here, Yeka? Kaboo asked excitedly. The giant werewolf standing before us had already transformed back into human form. It was indeed Yeka. It was this little thing that led the way, Yeka said, pointing at a small animal by his side. What is it? Kelly looked at it and seemed uncomfortable. Never mind all that. Do you have any food? Yeka appeared to be very hungry. No. We all looked at each other and said, what's this? Krausler noticed the strange creature beside Yeka. Do you know what it is? I asked curiously. Yeka, stay away from him, Yuri warned Yeka. Because now there are only a few of us left. Me, Kelly, Kaboo, Yeka, the Elder, Alantes, Krausler, Yuri, and the Elf Princess. There were still a few elf soldiers, but they were severely wounded and didn't look like they could fight. What exactly is it? All of us began to become wary of the small creature. A half-human. The Elf Princess suddenly stepped out from behind Krausler and said, half-human. I wasn't quite sure about this term, and I felt that this little monster in front of us wasn't anything good. Don't worry so much, it has saved me. Yeka stood beside the creature and told us. At this moment, we all kept our distance from it. Yeka, come over here quickly, I urged anxiously. It's fine. Yeka waved us off with a dismissive hand gesture. At this moment, the small creature seemed to react somehow, and its mouth started emitting continuous, squeaking sounds. Seeing this, Yeka quickly asked worriedly, what's wrong? Food? Food. It suddenly spoke, although after such a long time without speaking, its pronunciation sounded unclear. Suddenly, it attacked Yeka who was right next to it. Unprepared, Yeka was bitten on the neck by the creature, causing blood to flow profusely. We rushed toward Yeka when we saw it, but this little monster was agile and escaped swiftly. When we got to Yeka, he was just slightly injured and unharmed for the most part. This little monster still looked furious and kept screaming at us from where it stood. What's going on? Kaboo asked strangely. It seems to. Yuri seemed as if he wanted to say something, but hesitated. What is it? I pressed anxiously. It appears to be transforming, the Elf Princess calmly announced. Transforming, Kelly responded, clearly confused. Indeed, this small creature really started changing. Its body started expanding rapidly, looking like something was about to burst through its skin. Within moments, the originally tiny monster turned into a huge and ferocious beast. Its figure resembled a giant scorpion-like demon. Its skin was fleshy pink, and we could see the veins and some of its internal organs inside. The Elder had already prepared himself for a battle with this monster. He grabbed his spear and hurled it quickly at the monster. However, the monster didn't even flinch against the Elder's attack, and though the spear pierced its body, the beast's tough skin rendered the Elder's weapon ineffective. With one swift move, the monster used its powerful tail to pick up the Elder, swing him around in midair several times, then threw him far away from us. Before we could recover from the shock, the beast charged toward us. I gripped my sharp sword and plunged it toward its eyes, but it reacted incredibly fast, dodging my strike effortlessly. It then kicked me with its strong leg, throwing me onto the ground. Seeing this, Kaboo and Allantes immediately picked up their weapons and charged at the beast. Suddenly, the monster sprayed a stream of yellow liquid from its mouth, which adhered to Kaboo and Allantes, sticking them together instantly. At this moment, everyone except Krausler and Yuri, who were guarding the elf princess, started attacking the monster. Maybe it was because the monster had injured Yeka earlier, and Yeka hadn't yet transformed into the giant wolf. Just as we were nearly overwhelmed by the monster's attacks, Yeka finally transformed into the gigantic wolf. Yeka rushed to the front of the monster while we retreated to its rear. The monster appeared to have been enraged by our previous attacks. It charged towards us like a lunatic. Yeka used its sharp claws and swiped at the beast, gouging out one of its eyes in one swift move. The beast looked incredibly pained as it let out a loud howl. However, it didn't abandon its attack on us and madly charged again. Yeka seized the opportunity and rushed at the beast fiercely, using its own claws to strike toward the monster's head. Immediately, a wound appeared on the monster's head with blood gushing out. The creature began to sway unsteadily and gradually lost consciousness, falling to the ground. Is it dead? Kaboo asked anxiously. Dead? It should be dead, Krausler walked over and said. That was really too close, the elder said fearfully. Elder, are you okay? Yuri asked. I'm fine, it's just a minor injury. The elder looked truly unharmed. Although the previous attack left all of us injured to some extent, we managed to survive it. We stood before an ancient city gate, which looked very old, appearing to be more than 100 years in history. Where is this place? I asked Krausler. This is Dead Silent City, his face filled with melancholy. What? Is it very dangerous here? The elder asked anxiously. The reason it's called Dead Silent City is because it's full of traps and dangers everywhere, Krausler told all of us. Can we only go through here? I asked. Yes, only through here, Yuri said. It's the only road leading to the elf city, Shock said. At this moment, the city before our eyes seemed to start being enveloped by a thick fog. This dense fog quickly surrounded the entire city, making the environment unclear to us almost immediately. Well, everyone, let's go, I said. It seems we're about to pass another checkpoint, Kaboo said helplessly. Our group quickly entered this place known as Dead Silent City. The city gate wasn't completely closed, but had a small gap open. We squeezed through this crack and went inside. After entering, the interior was indeed filled with thick fog, making it nearly impossible for us to see the way clearly. Even though Krausler and Yuri were relatively familiar with the surroundings, they found it hard to recognize the situation here. Myself, Kaboo, the elder, and Allantes were responsible for protecting the elf princess. Yuri and Krausler led the way ahead of us, while Yeka, Kelly, and Shock protected us from behind. We traveled for quite some distance, and the fog slowly started to dissipate. This was good news for us since we could finally see the environment clearly. Not long after, the fog disappeared completely, and we finally could see our surroundings. It turned out to be a huge abandoned city, where all buildings were utterly ruined and severely damaged. What happened here? I asked the elf princess. There was once a great battle here, but I think it happened before my time, the elf princess answered. Let's rest for a bit here, our guides, Krausler and Yuri, said to us. We sat down in a relatively clean spot. It looked like there would still be a long journey ahead if we wanted to leave here. I looked up at the sky. It was now noon. We would need to find something to eat. Is there any food around here? I asked Yuri and the others. I think there should be a storage room not far from here. I was planning to go there to get some food, Krausler replied. Great, I'll go with you. Kaboo couldn't contain himself upon hearing about food. Kaboo, stay here. I'll go with them, I said to Kaboo. Why don't you trust me? Kaboo asked angrily. Kaboo, it's better if you don't cause more trouble, Allantes said seriously. All right, I won't go then, Kaboo said dismissively. Yuri, Allantes, and I decided to go to the storage room to fetch food, leaving Krausler behind because he knew the routes better in case anything happened. Yeka and the others would stay behind to protect the elf princess. With Yeka around, the princess would be safer. We three started walking towards the storage room. How far is the storage room from here? I asked Yuri. It shouldn't be too far, we'll arrive soon, Yuri said confidently. Just then, suddenly before us appeared a large sandpit. Each of these sandpits was about 4 or 5 meters deep, and they were large enough for all of us to fall into. How did these things appear here? Allantes asked Yuri. I'm not quite sure either. Yuri also became a bit at a loss. These sandpits should not have been here originally, I said to everyone. That's right. I don't remember there being these sandpits, Yuri replied. What do we do now? I asked. Is there any other way we can go? Allantes asked. No, this is the only way for us to get to the storage room, Yuri said. All right, let's be careful as we go, I said. Although there were many of these sandpits, we could still find our way on the small patches of level ground. But there were indeed too many sandpits, and they weren't just deep. They even gave us a feeling of being sucked in. Just then, suddenly, from one of the sandpits in front of us emerged a thick and long monster. This creature, having just leaped out from the sandpit, immediately threw its head back and let out a loud howl towards the sky. Chapter 136, The Storage Room. What is this thing? It's so big. Yuri was scared by the monster in front of him. This thing looks like a giant earthworm. I was also shocked by what was in front of me. At this moment, it seemed to have noticed the three of us. Half of its body was still buried in the sandpit, and it began preparing to attack us. Get ready for battle. I also realized its action. It was undoubtedly a monstrous creature to us, and there was no way we could fight against it. The only solution was to run. We began to dash forward with all our might. Although the monster was large in size, compared to us who were tiny like ants, it was difficult for it to make an accurate attack on us. Given our small size and greater flexibility, we rushed toward the front side of the sandpit as fast as we could so that we could truly escape from it. At this time, the monster also started attacking us, lunging at us with its huge mouth. Our speed was relatively fast, and we dodged its attack instantly. Even though the monster was very large, since half of its body was buried in the sandpit, its range of attack was quite limited. After we ran out of the area of the sandpit, it had no more ways to deal with us. Thus, it could only abandon the attack and slowly bury itself into the sandpit again. We narrowly escaped this calamity and later arrived at the storage room. This is the storage room, Yuri said, pointing at a house that looked relatively well preserved. Judging from its appearance, there must be good stuff inside. I already started dreaming of delicious food because all of us had been starving for a long time. Without thinking much, the three of us rushed into the storage room, and our hopes and expectations were not replaced by disappointment. There was a pile of food inside: bread, milk, some dried meat, baskets upon baskets of fruit, vegetables, and even some delicious wine. Of course, what we thought about now was not how to celebrate wildly. Since the three of us did not have the strength to take all these things back, we could only choose some milk, bread, and some fruits and vegetables. Each of us carried a large bamboo basket on our backs so that we could carry plenty of food. However, the other problem facing us was that we still had to cross that sandpit, and this time, the difficulty of crossing it would be greater because each of us was carrying important items. We need to be more careful this time, I said to them. Maybe we'll have great luck this time. Yuri looked full of hope. We quickly came to the edge of the sandpit. To our surprise, there wasn't a single sandpit in front of us, meaning those sandpits had disappeared. How can this be? I said, astonished. I told you, we're having good luck today, Yuri said smugly to me. Don't say it too soon. We'd better still be careful, Aaron's reminded us. We walked on this soft ground, which felt like walking on a big field of cotton. How does this feel like a cotton field? I said to Aaron's. Just at that moment, several things suddenly sprouted from under our feet. Each one was as thick as my thigh. Moreover, their outer skin was flesh-colored, looking like animal tails. They burst out of the ground and immediately wrapped around our feet, then began dragging us underground. We struggled hard to climb up, or else we would all have been pulled down completely. At this moment, I used the sharp sword in my hand to cut off the thing wrapped around my foot instantly. A foul smell surged toward me, and I knew it was emitted by the creature. Yuri and Aaron's also cut off the things wrapped around their feet at that time, and the three of us stood up again. We had no more time to think, and we readjusted the items on our backs and ran toward the front. Unbeknownst to us, another enormous thing appeared behind us. It seemed to be a sharp horn. As soon as it appeared, it pierced through Yuri's body from behind and flung him away. Yuri! I shouted loudly towards Yuri. At this moment, I realized clearly that Yuri was dead. The priority for me and Aaron's now was how to escape from here as soon as possible. The monster behind us had already begun charging toward us. Its sharp spear-like spike lunged at me. My reflexes were fast enough to dodge its first attack. But when it lunged at me again, Aaron seized the opportunity and swung his sharp sword towards the spike. With a snap, the spike was severed by Aaron's, and a shrill scream came from behind us. Clearly, this was the monster's scream. The two of us didn't even look back, but just ran for our lives. We quickly left this soft sandy area. I checked the food I was carrying on my back. Although most of it was lost during my run, some still remained. And the situation with Aaron's was about the same. They're back. Caboose saw us from afar. Where is Yuri? Kressler already anticipated something bad. Aaron's and I quickly walked up to them, only handing over the items. Did Yuri? Kressler didn't finish his question. I didn't answer him directly, but simply nodded. Well, Yuri died an honorable death as a warrior, Kressler said. How have you been these past days? I asked. We're fine, except the elf princess seems weak from hunger, Caboose explained. Quick, let's eat something first, I said to everyone. We divided what we had brought back and started eating voraciously. It seemed like everyone was really starving, and in no time, everything that Aaron's and I brought back was all eaten up. The elf princess regained a little spirit. Being female, she was still not as strong as us. I never thought I'd be able to taste such delicious things again, Caboose said while eating. There were actually many more things in the storage room, but we couldn't carry them all, I explained. Then let's go back. Caboo's eyes lit up. It's impossible, Kressler said. Why is it impossible? Caboo asked, confused. Didn't we say there would be sandpits along the way? Kressler answered. So what? We've got more people. Why should we fear? Caboo looked quite brave. If you're so confident, then go ahead yourself. Kelly disdainfully glanced at Caboo. Caboo fell silent after that. Following Kressler, we arrived in front of an ancient architectural complex. What is this place? I was astonished by the sight before me. A large number of buildings stood before us. Even though they were worn out, they still gave off an air of majesty. This used to be a royal city, Kressler explained. Royal city? Here. Caboo also felt surprised. Why did it turn into the current state? The elder asked. That happened a long time ago, Kressler answered. All right, stop talking. Let's get through this place first and discuss later, I reminded everyone. Chapter 137, Half-Beast. A gust of dust blew past us, and I quickly covered my mouth and nose to prevent the sand from being inhaled. At this moment, a strong wind suddenly arose in front of us. The strong wind approached us very quickly. We had almost no defense and were instantly swept into it. I only felt dizzy, then lost consciousness. Perhaps the suddenness of this gale left us completely unprepared. When I woke up again, I was alone. There was nothing around me except for a series of dilapidated buildings. Still groggy, I got up from the ground. I didn't know where I was. Maybe I was still a bit disoriented. Staggering a few steps, I saw a big rock and went over to sit on it. My mind was blank as I tried hard to regain my senses. At that moment, a shadow seemed to appear before my eyes. I was still fuzzy and couldn't see clearly, but judging by the size of the shadow, it was not one of my companions. "Who's there?" I asked without hesitation. It did not answer and vanished at once. I immediately rubbed my eyes with my hands so that I could see more clearly. By now, the shadow had long disappeared. I stood up and brushed off the dust on my clothes, then began seriously observing my surroundings. It was extremely quiet here. Alone, I could only hear the sound of a gentle breeze blowing past me. I realized clearly that I had lost contact with my other companions. I had to find a way to reunite with them. I walked along the surrounding cluster of buildings, still full of hope in my heart, because I believed that if I just kept walking along these buildings, I would be able to find my other companions. This place was truly enormous. I walked for a very long time, but I didn't see a single person. Not only that, though the sky had cleared up, there wasn't even a single bird in the air. This place deserved its name as the silent city, devoid of any vitality, silent and dead. Just as I aimlessly headed toward an unknown direction, less than 500 meters ahead of me, I spotted several people. Judging by their silhouettes, they seemed to be Kaboo, the Elder, and Kelly. I ran towards them quickly, but the instant I was about to reach them, they all disappeared in a flash. A wave of panic surged through me. "What is going on?" I muttered unconsciously. No one would answer me. Even though they had vanished in the blink of an eye, I quickly regained my calm, adjusted my spirit, and rubbed my eyes again. Maybe I saw wrong. I comforted myself. I once again continued forward, lowering my head. This time, I walked for quite a while. Soon, the sky started to darken slowly. I looked up at the sky. It seemed like night was approaching. I wasn't worried about where I'd stay, since there were countless ruined buildings around me. No matter where, I could take shelter. What I was really thinking about was when I would finally find my companions. Meanwhile, our team had been scattered into several small groups. Luckily, the elven princess ended up with Yeka and Alanthes. Inside, the princess was filled with fear, given that we were now in a very disadvantageous situation. And at this moment, their first thought was also to quickly locate their companions. As the night fell, it was clear that finding them today would be impossible. Thus, Alanthes and Yeka discussed briefly and decided to search for a relatively safe place nearby to spend this night first. Soon, Alanthes found an old house, and they all three went inside. Although it was dusty, it was still considered a good place. Because of the elven princess, Alanthes and Yeka both stayed awake the entire night, guarding the princess. The situations of the other companions were basically the same, except for Chrysler, who was blown alone to an unknown place like me. Kaboo, the Elder, and Kelly were all together. This night finally passed. I slowly opened my eyes, and the glaring sunlight shot in through the gaps inside the room. I used my hand to block the incoming light, and then got up from the ground. Carefully, I stepped out of the house. The abandoned buildings were illuminated by the sunlight, appearing extremely beautiful, as if it were a brand new city. I stretched and continued walking towards my unknown direction. Soon I arrived at a bridge. The bridge was formed by 4 thick and long iron chains linked together. Beneath the bridge was a bottomless dark hole, from which I could hear the sound of flowing water, possibly indicating there was a big river underground. I carefully observed this suspension bridge. It seemed intact, with no apparent damage around, looking sturdy. So I cautiously walked onto the suspension bridge. As soon as my foot touched the bridge, a cold wind blew over me, giving me a chill. Slowly, I climbed onto this cable bridge. It swung left and right in the air with each step I took. I cautiously examined the surroundings to avoid any accidents. When I reached the middle of the cable bridge, suddenly a geyser sprang up from the bottom of the bridge. It appeared exactly on my left side, and quickly many geysers emerged around me. These water columns shot straight up to the sky, reaching tens of thousands of meters high. I was shocked by these water columns. They surrounded me, so I stopped to look at this scene. These water columns began to merge, forming 3 giant tornadoes. They were on my left and right sides, and behind me. Then I realized there was no way out now. Whichever way I chose would be a dead end. Moreover, the 3 tornadoes were slowly turning towards me. I had no doubt reached a situation where death was certain. Perhaps my luck was good because suddenly a black hole appeared under my feet, and I fell down without any preparation. When I woke up again, I was already lying on a soft bed. What is this place? My mind was blank. My home. A female voice reached my ears. Who are you? Upon hearing this voice, I immediately sat up from the bed. And who are you? She counter-asked. Only then did I really look at her clearly. She didn't seem like a true human. She had a human body, but her feet were hooves, and she also had a long, thick tail. What kind of monster are you? Seeing this situation, I started being cautious. I am a monster? She seemed puzzled. Who? I realized I might have been impolite since she had saved my life. My name is Nagi. She began introducing herself. My name is Momoki. I didn't know what to say. How did you come here? She asked me. I hesitated for a moment, still not knowing how to explain. What kind of person are you? She curiously asked. I'm human, I simply replied. Never heard of it. She became more curious. What about you? I also curiously asked. I am a half-beast person, she explained. Half-beast. I carefully looked at her entire body. She indeed resembled an animal, but also very much like a person. How did I get here? I wanted to know how I arrived here. You fainted right in front of my door, she answered. Fainted? I actually still remembered some previous incidents. This matter was truly too strange. Where do you come from? Nagi asked me. I didn't have the intention to answer her, given that I had explained too much on this journey already. I didn't immediately respond to Nagi. Now, I felt as if I had regained some strength, so I stood up from the bed. Can I leave here? I asked Nagi. Yes, but if you encounter other half-beasts after leaving, you will be in great danger, Nagi reminded me. How many of you are there? I anxiously asked. We're a tribe, what do you think? Nagi counter-asked. Fortunately, my armor and weapons were still on me, so I wasn't weaponless. Surprisingly, I spent 2 days, at least what I thought were 2 days, in Nagi's home. In the world of half-beasts, 1 day lasted 3 times longer than in our human world, and daytime took up most of it. Chapter 138, The Attack of the Centipedes. I walked out of Nagi's house. Before that, I had already said goodbye to her. She told me that if I left her house, I couldn't come back. Because I am now the enemy of all the beast men. No, more accurately speaking, I am now the prey for all the beast men here. I have quietly slipped out from Nagi's home and found myself inside a colossal city. Actually, I originally thought beast men lived in forests. Turns out I was wrong. This is an enormous city, and it doesn't fall short of any famous city, Paradise Mouth, Elf City, etc. One distinguishing feature of this city compared to other cities is that there are no tall buildings inside. I can easily see the situation within several miles around me. In other words, the houses here are almost as high as Nagi's house, approximately not exceeding 3 meters. For me, this is extremely disadvantageous because it makes it hard for me to hide. Moreover, the number of beast men in this city is enormous, making it difficult for me to evade them. I carefully tread on a fairly wide street. It was currently nighttime, and there wasn't a single beast man on the streets. I thought to myself, perhaps beastmen sleep at midnight too. However, my assumption was incorrect. Just as I was congratulating myself on my good luck, suddenly, a group of beastman warriors appeared in front of me. There were about 10 or so of them heading in my direction. I wanted to find a place to hide, but as I had previously mentioned, this place is unsuitable for me to conceal myself. Now, I have absolutely nowhere to hide, and can only face these beastmen head-on. There's something, a minotaur beastman said to his companions. What? It seems to be moving. One of the beastmen looked carefully towards my direction. It looks like an elf human, one beastman guessed. Impossible. How would an elf come to our territory? Another beastman responded, seemingly disbelieving. We should go check, a beastman suggested. Thus, they ran towards my direction. They seemed very interested in me, and I didn't have any way to escape. All I could do was confront them face to face. What are you? The beastman stood in front of me and asked. I'm your kind. I tried to pass myself off. You're lying. You're an elf, one of the beastmen said. No, I am your kind, I insisted. Leader, he doesn't look like an elf nor like us. Could it be the demon race? One of the beastmen began guessing wildly. Demons? Their leader seemed to feel somewhat chilled. I don't think so, another beastman said. How does it not look like one? Have you seen demons before? It questioned its companion. Never, it replied. Well, no matter what he is, let's capture him first, their leader told his subordinates. At this moment, these beastmen slowly advanced toward me. Holding my weapon firmly, I wasn't afraid of them, though their numbers far outnumbered mine. I dared not rashly attack them either. 2 beastmen charged at me, wielding sharp weapons that chopped down towards me. I quickly dodged their first attack, and then several more beastmen rushed towards me. Once again, with a leap, I evaded their attacks. At the same time, with one swift strike, I cut down a beastman. Seeing my incredible prowess, these beastmen began to feel fear. Nevertheless, given their numerical advantage and their larger physique compared to mine, they started rushing at me en masse, and I entered a state of real combat. I continued battling against these beastmen. Soon, one after another, 2 and 3 heads of the beastmen were severed by me. Witnessing their underlings falling one by one, the beastman leader began to feel terrified of me. At this point, he instructed his companions, let's run. Then these beastmen scattered and fled in all directions. Standing still with my sharp sword in hand, watching the beastmen flee in disorder, I felt momentarily exhilarated. However, my excitement only lasted for a short while. Since I had to leave this place as soon as possible, otherwise it would become even more dangerous, I picked up my pace and hurried away. A short while later, just as I turned a corner, a strange sound reached my ears. I turned my head to look behind and discovered a large centipede-like creature. Its body was several feet long, its legs moved swiftly along the ground, and it gave off a sinister vibe. This was my first encounter with such a creature since entering the Beastman City. I quickly ran into a patch of grass taller than a person. I didn't know where this place was, but I knew that relatively speaking, it would be safer here. Without hesitation, I walked into this patch of tall grass. These grasses were growing very densely, and they didn't seem to have grown naturally. They looked more like they had been cultivated intentionally, though this wasn't my concern. All I cared about was whether it could keep me safe. This seemed to indeed be a good place because I spent quite a while here without encountering any danger. The sky appeared to be starting to brighten. I lay down and waited for the dawn. Perhaps I was feeling sleepy, because during the time I waited, I fell asleep. When I woke up again, the sky had cleared up, and I stood up from the grass. Stretching lazily, I noticed at this moment that the grass around me, which had been taller than a person, now seemed much shorter. It only reached my knees. Now I could clearly see the entire scene around me. What is that? An unusual animal caught my attention. This animal was eating these green grasses. It wasn't very large and resembled a rhinoceros in appearance, though it was thinner. Its head was crowned with a sharp horn, making it look like a dangerous creature. It quietly grazed on the grass nearby, occasionally lifting its head to look at me, then lowering it again to continue eating. I also relaxed my guard toward it. After observing the surroundings, it seemed that a large area here was covered with this kind of tall grass. I picked a direction and started walking toward it. It seems that even during the day, the city of the Beastmen had its own unique qualities. Although it was daytime and the sky was bright, I couldn't see the sun. The light shining down from the sky didn't appear to be sunlight either. Despite searching for a long time, I never found an answer. Suddenly, I spotted something concealed in the grass about 30 meters away, a giant animal. I immediately lowered myself to the ground as the animal began to move slowly. It seemed to be approaching the rhinoceros. In no time, it reached the rhinoceros, then suddenly stood up. Only then did I see its full form. It was a giant centipede, or at least, that's what I assumed it to be. Once upright, it swiftly grabbed the rhinoceros with its claws before viciously plunging them into the rhinoceros's body. The rhinoceros let out painful screams and looked as if it wouldn't last much longer. I watched every detail of the attack by this centipede on the rhinoceros. In no time, the rhinoceros collapsed on the ground. Then, the centipede began using its antennae to pierce into the rhinoceros's body. It proceeded to suck out the fluids inside, until shortly the rhinoceros was reduced to a mere skin sack. At this sight, I felt immense shock. This was certainly the first time I'd witnessed such a thing. I began creeping away, planning to leave the area since I knew the centipede would soon notice my presence. But the centipede discovered me anyway. Lowering itself, it rapidly advanced toward me, forcing me to rise and flee ahead. However, unprepared, I was struck on my back by something. Despite wearing armor, I was hurled several meters away, crashing onto the ground. Fortunately, the grass cushioned my fall somewhat, lessening the pain. Chapter 139, The Pursuit of the Beastmen. I immediately stood up again. That centipede had already appeared in front of me, standing directly opposite me, less than 2 meters away. I tightly gripped my sword, ready to fight the centipede at any moment. At that time, a barrage of arrows shot toward this enormous centipede. I turned back and saw a group of half-beastmen not far from me, running in my direction with weapons. I took the opportunity to flee in the opposite direction. However, this giant centipede was still alive. It stood on the spot, swaying its massive body left and right. All the arrows that had pierced its body fell off quickly. Soon after, another round of arrows struck its body. Sharp spears also pierced toward its eyes. Then it spat out a cloud of smoke from its mouth, which flew toward the group of half-beastmen. Very soon, several half-beastmen who were running ahead were hit by the cloud of smoke. Their bodies began to change, slowly turning into dust and scattering with the wind. Watching such a scene, I couldn't help but feel a bit of fear inside me. Still, I held back my fear and fled as hard as I could from this dangerous area. As I ran, I looked back at the situation on the field. That centipede seemed unable to fight back. It fell to the ground, and several half-beastmen rushed to its side, using their weapons to chop this centipede into many pieces. Maybe the centipede was too big. They had to slash it more than hundreds of times before cutting it into fragments. Then these half-beastmen put the pieces of the centipede into their mouths. Of course, I didn't witness all this, for by then I had safely escaped from that dangerous zone. Although I had safely run out of that area, those half-beastmen soon discovered my trail. They quickly gathered a large number of beastmen, forming an immense half-beastman army, and followed the scent I left, chasing after the direction I ran. I was unaware of all this. Soon I arrived in front of a vast forest, one no smaller than the Monte Carlo forest. I hesitated standing in front of the forest, whether I should enter or not. My time for consideration was limited, for at that moment, a series of roars echoed in my ears. I could judge from these sounds that the half-beastmen had caught up. Without hesitation, I entered this forest, regardless of what might be inside. Once I entered, the army of half-beastmen also arrived at the entrance of the forest. "This is the Dark Night Forest," a half-beastman said to his leader. "We'll go in," he replied without hesitation. "But there are evil spirit knights there." A half-beastman seemed somewhat reluctant. "You're afraid?" This leader turned back to look at his subordinates. At that moment, nobody spoke. The leader drew his iron sword from his waist and swung it towards the cowardly half-beastman. In an instant, the head of that half-beastman was cut off. The other half-beastman around took a few steps back and screamed again loudly. "We'll go in." The leader repeated his command to his subordinates. So, he led his followers and stormed into the Dark Night Forest. This place was actually the territory of the Dark Knight Lycans. The castle where the Dark Knight Lycans lived was here too. The grudges between the half-beastmen and the Dark Knight Lycans had lasted for many centuries. The main reason they dared not rashly enter here was because they feared another monster in this area, the Evil Spirit Knights. The Evil Spirit Knights were another terrifying clan in the forest, distinct from the half-beastmen and the Dark Knight Lycans, because they were the offspring of the half-beastmen and the Dark Knight Lycans. They never joined the clans of either the half-beastmen or the Lycans, because they had become a special race, a more powerful clan than both the half-beastmen and the Lycans. On the other hand, my other few companions also arrived at the entrance of the Dark Night Forest. Of course, there were many entrances to the Dark Night Forest. "It's a forest," Kapu said somewhat surprised. "It looks like we have to go through another Monte Carlo forest," Kylie said to Kapu. Yeka, Arentz, and the elf princess also entered here. As for Kleesner, he was still wandering aimlessly in a place that even he didn't know. Suddenly, a pack of wolves appeared in front of him. These wolves were different from other wolves. Their size was comparable to an adult tiger. After they suddenly jumped out, they surrounded Kleesner. At this point, Kleesner no longer had the strength to fight these wolves. After holding his ground for a few rounds against the wolves, he was knocked down by one wolf that lunged at him. Then several more wolves took advantage of the situation to rush towards Kleesner. Kleesner was mercilessly torn into pieces by the pack of wolves. I had already entered this forest. This forest was different from the Monte Carlo forest. The trees were not very dense, allowing me to see the road ahead more clearly. Of course, it also made it easy for the half-beastmen to spot my location. I walked for a long time in here without seeing any animals or half-beastmen. Just as I continued walking aimlessly in the forest, the howl of werewolves echoed in my ears. I quickly found a place to hide. After a while, a group of werewolves came into my view. These werewolves were very different from the ones I had seen before. They were much larger, and their fur was brown. They were less than 10 meters away from me, but didn't discover me, which made me feel strange. Of course, I also considered myself lucky since their sense of smell should have been very keen. They muttered a few sentences among themselves, and I couldn't hear what they were saying. Actually, I had no interest in what they were saying. All I wanted was for them to leave me alone as soon as possible. However, it seemed that this small wish of mine would not come true. Soon, they seemed to notice something and started getting nervous. Then, a group of half-beastmen rushed out from one side of the forest. When this group of half-beastmen saw the werewolves, they also became extremely tense. Thus, the group of half-beastmen and the group of giant werewolves began a fierce battle. Since the number of half-beastmen far exceeded that of the werewolves, the half-beastmen soon gained the upper hand. But these huge werewolves were no pushovers. Their attacking power was quite strong. With the advantage of numbers, the half-beastmen quickly drove off the group of werewolves. 3 werewolves fled, looking very disheveled, but the half-beastmen's victory came at a great cost. They lost about a quarter of their forces. I watched the intense battle from a hidden place with a secret joy in my heart, because their mutual slaughter was good news for me. It allowed me to better conserve my strength and energy to deal with unexpected situations. After simply dealing with the bodies of the dead half-beastmen, they set out again, this time once again to search for me. I waited until these half-beastmen left, and then quietly emerged. It seemed that I had narrowly escaped this time. Chapter 140, The Elf Kingdom. My good luck seemed to have come to an end here. When I thought I was safe, suddenly a hideous wolf jumped out from behind me. This wolf was the ugliest creature I had ever seen. In one leap, it appeared in front of me. I drew the dagger at my waist and faced the beast. What seemed like a fierce battle was inevitable. The wolf charged towards me with ferocity, and though I managed to dodge its first attack, it quickly came back for another pounce. I thrust my sword in retaliation, hitting the wolf's neck with accuracy. It let out a terrible howl, retreated a few steps, and collapsed on the ground. Seeing the opportunity, I charged forward. However, the wolf unexpectedly sprang up once more, catching me off guard. Its claws hit my left shoulder with brutal force, sending me flying. But I didn't fly too far before crashing hard into the ground. After standing up quickly, the wolf already came lunging at me again. This time, I took advantage of the momentum, driving my sword fiercely into the underside of the wolf's neck. The blade pierced through the wolf's jaw and straight into its brain. And just like that, the wolf fell dead. I didn't have time to celebrate this small victory because I needed to leave the area as soon as possible. It was no longer safe here. Enduring the pain of my previous fall, I fled from the place at what felt like top speed. Elsewhere, Princess Elf, Yeka, Alanthes, and others had found a safe spot to settle down. Considering Yeka and Alanthe's primary responsibility was to protect Princess Elf's safety, they were stationed accordingly. Kaboo and Kelly also located a relatively secure location to rest temporarily. Thus, despite our group splitting up, we were all still alive. By mistake, I stumbled into an unusual forest. At its center stood a colossal castle. This was the stronghold of the Dark Night Wolves. Unbeknownst to me, I arrived in front of the castle where there were no guards posted outside. Soon after, a group of werewolves emerged from within. I cleverly sought out a hiding spot. These werewolves weren't simpletons. Their sense of smell was highly acute, and it wasn't long before they found me. One wolf charged at me violently. With my sword, I slashed at its head, but while I fought it, another wolf attacked me from the side, taking me by surprise and throwing me backward. Yet another wolf lunged toward me. Already fallen to the ground without a chance to get back up, all hope seemed lost. Suddenly, from the other side of the forest, a troop of half-men creatures rushed forth, wielding sharp weapons as they attacked the pack of wolves. A chaotic melee ensued between me, the half-men, and the wolves. Once again, fortune favored me, as the sudden appearance of the half-men saved me from certain death. Still, there was no room for rejoicing. I needed to find a way out immediately. Inside the castle, even more wolves poured out, joining the fray, suggesting the half-men would soon be overwhelmed. Confused about what to do next, a hand grabbed me suddenly, causing me almost to scream. Looking up, I realized who it was. It was Yeka, now transformed into a giant wolfman. Despite his changed form, I instantly recognized him. He led me to an open space, where Alanthes and Princess Elf waited. "Are you alright?" Princess Elf asked me anxiously. "I'm fine," I replied, emotionally overjoyed. "Well done, Your Highness," Alanthes exclaimed excitedly. "How did you find me?" I wondered aloud. "This is not the time to explain. Let's leave this place immediately," Yeka urged. Given Yeka's familiarity with this territory, it was miraculous that he found me. Yet Kaboo and Kelly remained unaccounted for. We believed confidently we'd reunite with them eventually. Quickly following Yeka, we reached a narrow passageway. "Once we go through this passage, we'll reach the Elf City," Yeka affirmed. "Our hardship is nearly over," I said with excitement. "But what about Kaboo and Kelly?" Alanthes queried Yeka. "You both lead Princess Elf to safety. I'll search for them," Yeka declared firmly. "No, I'm going with you," I insisted. "No, you go ahead. I'm very familiar with the environment here. Your presence would only cause trouble," Yeka explained. After a moment of thought, I realized that what Yeka said was true. If I followed him, it would indeed be troublesome for him. So, Alanthes and I protected the elf princess and went through the narrow passage. We soon returned to the elf city. Meanwhile, Yeka once again ventured back into the forest to look for Kaboo and Kelly. At this point, Kaboo and Kelly were already lost, though they had been lost all along. They just wouldn't admit it. One good thing was that, despite their wandering, they hadn't encountered any danger. Otherwise, with their limited abilities, it would have been hard to withstand attacks from the half-men or werewolves. Kaboo and Kelly arrived at a dense forest when suddenly 3 vicious wolves darted out from the forest. On the backs of these wolves sat 3 creatures that looked like werewolves, but were not quite. It was none other than the legendary evil spirit knights. As soon as the 3 evil spirit knights appeared, they immediately surrounded Kaboo and Kelly, exchanging words among themselves, although neither Kaboo nor Kelly could understand them. What are they? Kaboo felt extremely nervous because he sensed that his life might end this time. How should I know? Kelly also showed unusual tension. Will they eat us? Kaboo fantasized aloud. Shut up, stay quiet. Kelly feared alarming the evil spirit knights, and so told Kaboo to shut up quickly. After finishing their conversation, one of the evil spirit knights slowly approached Kaboo and asked, "You are neither half-men nor werewolves. What are you?" "We." Kaboo was too tense to answer the question properly. "We are humans." Kelly stepped in first and answered. "Humans." It was clear that the evil spirit knights had never heard of such a race. "We are humans, and we mean no harm," Kelly quickly explained. "Why did you come to the Dark Night Forest?" Another evil spirit knight walked over to Kelly and asked. "We got lost." Kaboo finally eased his fear slightly and answered the evil spirit knight. "Lost?" The evil spirit knight didn't seem to believe it. "Yes, we got lost." Kelly picked up where Kaboo left off. "Where do you humans live?" An evil spirit knight asked again. "Our place is far from here," Kaboo replied. "How far?" The evil spirit knight pressed. "After crossing the Blaze Mountain Range and the Monte Carlo Forest, then passing through the Dwarf Kingdom and the Bug Hole, we finally came here." Kelly practically described our entire journey. "I haven't heard of any of these places you mentioned." The evil spirit knight seemed somewhat skeptical. "Believe it or not, it's all true." Kelly tried to persuade the evil spirit knight. "Let us go," Kaboo began to beg. "No, you trespassed onto our territory, and you've trespassed on many others' territories too. That makes you dangerous," one of the evil spirit knights said. Hearing what the evil spirit knight said, Kaboo felt both nervous and amused by how ironic it was, since clearly they were the most dangerous ones right now. "We really mean no harm." Kelly still attempted to convince the evil spirit knights. It seemed nothing she said was going to work. The 3 evil spirit knights slowly approached Kaboo and Kelly. Soon they were about to attack, when suddenly Yeka charged out. He transformed into a gigantic werewolf and fiercely lunged forward. One of the evil spirit knights was caught off guard and instantly had his head bitten off by Yeka. This shocked the other 2 evil spirit knights, giving Kelly the chance to draw the sharp sword at her waist and cut down the leg of the nearest evil spirit knight, causing him to bleed profusely and fall to the ground. Kaboo seized the opportunity too and struck at the last evil spirit knight. But the latter reacted swiftly, dodging the blow and escaping successfully. "Yeka!" Both Kelly and Kaboo exclaimed excitedly. "Let's leave here quickly." Yeka, having reverted to human form, urged them. Soon, our group met again within the elf city. We safely escorted the elf princess back to the elf city, which made the elf king extremely happy because we had saved his only daughter. Named Poseidon, the king was currently the most powerful person in the elf kingdom, and he was indeed an enlightened monarch. As expected, we were treated well, and tonight we stayed in the best castle in the elf kingdom. Each of us slept soundly. Time for rest always passes quickly. When I opened my eyes again, it was already noon on the second day. After tidying up our appearances briefly with the others, we appeared before Poseidon. He kindly invited us once more, and we reciprocated his gesture with friendly greetings. Chapter 141, On the Brink of Battle. Naturally, we all sat down in the grand hall of Poseidon's palace. We then began to recount everything we had encountered on our journey to Poseidon without missing a single detail. Of course, the most excited one was Kaboo. We also entrusted Kaboo with telling King Poseidon about all our experiences along the way. The others only occasionally chimed in to elaborate on some details that Kaboo might have left out. Kaboo talked about the Flame Mountains, the Monte Carlo Forest, the No Man's Land, the Dwarf Kingdom, and the great battle against the insect race. Beside us, Poseidon listened with great excitement. Although he was the king of the Elf Kingdom and had extensive experience, even he had never experienced such rich adventures as we had, and yet we were still alive. This was nothing short of a miracle. Just as Kaboo was narrating our adventure stories, an elf soldier rushed anxiously to our side. "What has happened?" Poseidon asked the soldier. "The demons, it's the demons. They've started their attack," the elf soldier replied nervously. "Demons?" Upon hearing this word, Poseidon stood up immediately. "Gather the generals here, quickly," Poseidon said worriedly. Soon, the grand hall was filled with many armored elf generals. Then, Poseidon gathered these elf generals into a secret room inside the palace, while the few of us naturally remained in the grand hall, waiting for Poseidon's summons. After quite a while, King Poseidon emerged from the room and approached us, saying, "The demon army is already at our gates." "They're here already? So soon?" Kaboo asked. "Yes," he replied. "How many are there?" Alantes asked. 10,000, Poseidon said helplessly. "What? 10,000 people?" Hearing this number, we were astonished as well since the number was truly massive. "And how many do we have?" I asked urgently. "Less than 2,000, Poseidon answered. "But fortunately, we're still safe within the castle," Kaboo thought optimistically. "I'm afraid it won't be that easy," Poseidon responded. "Are the demons really that powerful?" Kaboo asked disbelievingly. "Well, enough talk about that. You are my friends and benefactors. I will not let anything happen to you. I will ensure your safe departure today," Poseidon said to me. No, I am staying. I refused almost without hesitation. Yes, all of us are staying. The elder, Kylie, Alontes, and Xiuxian said. Naturally, Kaboo did not say much, but he thought like us. This can't go on. If you stay, it would be suicide, Poseidon said angrily to us. All right, no need to say more. We've made our decision, I said and turned away afterward. At this moment, Poseidon didn't have time to argue with us. A soldier ran to him and told him something. Then he hurriedly went outside. The few of us followed him out, and we arrived at the castle wall. At the city gate below, there gathered countless demon soldiers, each wearing heavy armor that completely covered them, so I couldn't see their faces. And even if I could, I wouldn't want to because they all looked incredibly terrifying. These are the demon soldiers, Kaboo muttered, feeling a little apprehensive. They are the demons, Poseidon told us. How could they move so fast? It took just a little while for them to reach here. I asked. Because their leader has come too, Poseidon replied. The demon king, I stated. Yes, Poseidon confirmed. A slightly taller demon warrior slowly stepped out from among the crowd. He looked up at us on the castle wall. I saw his face clearly. Despite being masked, I could tell his features were exceptionally delicate, far less fearsome looking than one would expect from a demon king. Could he truly be the demon king? I wondered silently. All the elf soldiers had entered a state of high alert, and the other elves had all hidden themselves in safe places. Now under our castle walls, more than 10,000 demon soldiers had gathered, signaling that the big battle was imminent. Poseidon was not intimidated by the sudden appearance of this large force. Instead, he was calmly arranging defenses. Soon, a loud trumpet sounded from within the demon ranks. I realized the battle had begun. Poseidon said to a row of archers behind him, Archers, prepare to shoot arrows. Chapter 142, The Moment of Battle. Right after Poseidon finished speaking, the demon race under our city wall started rushing towards us. They were about 10 to 20 meters away from us, so they couldn't reach our city gate immediately. At this time, one arrow rain after another was shot at the rushing demons, and quickly the demons in front of us were pierced by countless arrows and fell down one by one. However, their number was just too large. Even though many demons died on the way during the charge, the following ones rushed up even more fiercely. Soon they had already reached our city gate. They started to violently hammer our gate with their battering rams, and other demons also began attacking the soldiers above our wall from different angles. For a moment, one arrow rain after another came straight at us. Luckily, we quickly grabbed the big and wide shields around us, which barely helped us resist the attack of the arrows. The few of us walked while pausing and arrived at a relatively safe corner. And those large numbers of demons started to launch an even fiercer attack on the city gate. Soon the wall's gate was broken through by the demons, and a large amount of them rushed into the city. Poseidon's elven army also waited inside the city gate for the arrival of the demons. The two armies finally clashed as the elven army mixed with the demon army in fierce battle. As Poseidon swung his sword, one demon after another fell to the ground. We hadn't left the range of war either. Quickly, we joined the battle as well. I held my sharp sword and slashed toward the nearest demons. Alanthes and Carrie were beside me covering each other mutually. Xiuxian also transformed into a giant werewolf and mixed together fighting with these demons. Xiuxian fought both sides hard, causing demon after demon to fall to the ground or be hit flying out. Kaboo and the Elder weren't idle either. They constantly darted through a large group of demons, knocking down many of them. Even though each of our combat abilities was quite strong, there were simply far too many demons. With only us, it would be impossible to defeat them. Very soon, we and a large number of elves were being forced back step by step. After a while, we had been driven to our final life-saving place, the inner city. What do we do now? Kaboo anxiously asked me. We can only defend here to death now. I didn't have any better solutions, because we've already been driven into a desperate situation. A large number of demons were furiously attacking outside, and with their attack capabilities and speed, it wouldn't take long before they broke through the internal city we were guarding. Poseidon and his nearby elves stood fully prepared, waiting for the demons' next assault. We were preparing for our final battle with the demons. The ultimate showdown has finally begun. The demons had already breached our last line of defense. They all rushed towards us, and we once again mixed in combat with the demons. One elf after another fell on the battlefield. We didn't have time to mourn the fallen elves. I lifted my sword and struck down a demon in front of me, but countless more demons charged toward me. The Elder, Kaboo, Carrie, Alanthes, and Xiuxian all ran over to my side, and the few of us formed a large circle so we could withstand attacks from any direction. At this moment, the number of elves was dwindling, and we all understood clearly. We were about to be completely eliminated by the demons. The demons had tightly surrounded our dozens of people in a corner. It looked like they didn't intend to attack us directly. They merely trapped us. A man wearing black fog armor, a kind of mist-like material, appeared in front of us. He seemed to be the leader of the demon race, that is, the Demon King. Is he the Demon King? Kaboo couldn't help but ask me. I shook my head at Kaboo, indicating that I wasn't very clear either. The Demon King had already stood in front of us. He seemed to be saying something to Poseidon. I couldn't hear their conversation at the moment, but I could feel that they were exchanging something. Suddenly, Poseidon was grabbed by the Demon King's magic power, and then a large amount of black fog surrounded Poseidon's body, making his body motionless, as if he were dead. Then Poseidon fell heavily onto the ground, and the demon soldiers behind the Demon King began charging toward us. Once again, we mixed into combat with these demon soldiers. At this moment, a loud horn sound suddenly came from my ear. This horn sound was from the outer castle. At this time, a demon soldier rushed in from outside. He seemed to say something to the Demon King. Then the Demon King went out to the outside of the castle. We were still fighting with the remaining demon soldiers. After a while, the demon soldiers fighting with us seemed to gradually withdraw from the battle, allowing us a little breathing space. I immediately ran to Poseidon's side and looked at him. He lay on the ground like a dead man. Is he dead? I asked the elf next to me. They couldn't be sure either and just shook their heads. Poseidon's children suddenly ran to his side. She knelt before her father and kept shaking Poseidon's body, but it didn't matter anymore. We didn't have time to deal with Poseidon's affairs anymore. We let the princess stay behind to take care of Poseidon. Then those of us who survived together rushed out of the inner city and once again fought against the demon soldiers. After we rushed out, we clearly saw where that loud horn sound had come from. A large number of dwarves appeared in front of our eyes. They were all fully armed and fighting fiercely with the demon soldiers. I was very surprised when I saw these dwarves. But we didn't have time to embrace and celebrate with these dwarves. Right now, we were putting forth our best efforts with the dwarves to fight the demonic army to the death. Although the dwarf army had appeared before us, which temporarily suppressed the demons, the number of demon soldiers was bound to be much larger. Soon, the demon soldiers began to launch a large-scale counterattack against us, faster than we had imagined. Their forces increased instantly. Even though our alliance with the dwarven army had been established temporarily, we were still unable to withstand the fierce attacks of the demons. We and the Dwarf Legion were pushed into a desperate situation again. Our troops were slaughtered en masse by the demon soldiers, leaving our forces shattered by the demon army. It was at this point that I decided to kill the Demon King first, which might ease our disadvantageous situation. Suddenly, the Demon King turned around. He stared at me with fiery red eyes, then suddenly lunged toward me. Before I could react, he was already in front of me. He grabbed me and threw me far into the air. I only felt a sharp pain and then crashed heavily onto the ground. When I slowly opened my eyes, an even more astonishing moment came. In front of me stood Baijiahu, Whitehorn Tiger. Baijiahu, I blurted out involuntarily. It seemed that Baijiahu had no time to catch up on old times with me. Behind him appeared a large number of divine beasts, all fiercely attacking in the direction of the demons. For a moment, dwarves, elves, divine beasts, and our people all mixed into combat with the demons. Perhaps due to the participation of the divine beasts, the battlefield situation quickly turned around, forcing the demons into retreat. However, their numbers were bound to be large, so it was difficult for us to completely eliminate the demons in a short time. At this point, the demon army began to drastically decrease. The mountain beast god suddenly appeared before the Demon King. The Demon King violently attacked the mountain beast god, who suddenly formed a transparent protective membrane around himself. No matter how the Demon King attacked, he could not break through this protective layer. The mountain beast god then emitted a strong light from the tip of its horns, hitting the Demon King squarely in the chest. The Demon King was instantly thrown dozens of meters away by the mountain beast god. At this moment, the demon soldiers around the Demon King began running toward the outside of the castle. However, there were already a large number of divine beasts gathered outside the castle waiting for the demons. The Demon King slowly got up from the ground, and another fireball flew toward him. The Demon King was hit by the fireball at this moment, his entire body burning. He then transformed into a wisp of black smoke and disappeared. The great battle against the demon race has finally come to an end. Although we defeated the demons, we also paid a heavy price. The mountain beast god, Baijiahu, and their divine beasts have left, while the dwarven legions remained. I also saw my old friend, Qiaoluo, from the dwarven legion. Chapter 143, Becoming a Demon. I quickly walked up to Qiaoluo, and upon seeing me, Qiaoluo appeared extremely excited. He hugged me tightly and exclaimed loudly, my friend, Kylie, Alanthes, Kabu, Yeka also approached. They greeted Qiaoluo one by one. At this moment, we realized the elder was gone. Perhaps the battle had been too intense earlier that none of us noticed it. We began to worry slightly, as elves and dwarves started searching everywhere for the elder. After looking for quite a while, we still couldn't find him. Since the battlefield hadn't been tidied up after the great battle, we decided to go check there. Our hearts truly hoped that the elder wouldn't be there, but our hope was dashed. When everyone was clearing the battlefield, we found the elder. By the time we reached him, he had already been pinned down motionlessly by a group of demons. It took all of us considerable effort to drag the elder out, and I immediately checked his pulse. He's still alive, I said with excitement. The others gathered around, and slowly we carried the elder into a bedroom. The elves gave some medicine to the elder. They said the elder would soon wake up, though his memory might be damaged. However, at this moment, none of us were worried about that because the elder's memory must have been damaged once before. We started cleaning up the battlefield since this big battle had almost completely destroyed the castle where we lived. As for King Poseidon of the elves, he was still unconscious and was placed in his own bedroom, where his daughter was tending to him without rest. Thus, the demon race was driven back by us. But deep inside, I was still somewhat uneasy, and I wasn't sure where this uneasiness came from. Soon after, something completely unexpected happened. We were all glad the Demon King was dead. After cleaning up the battlefield, we all returned to our respective rooms to rest, as we were utterly exhausted. Time passed quickly. 3 days had flown by. During these 3 days, we didn't encounter any further attacks from the demon clan. Perhaps they were really scared off by us and no longer dared to enter the territory of the elf kingdom. But we were all wrong. The demon race was just waiting for an opportunity, or more precisely, he was waiting for an opportunity. On the 4th night after the great battle between us and the demons, the princess was sleeping soundly in her bedroom. Outside her room, a large number of elf guards were guarding her. At this moment, a wisp of black mist appeared from the window of her room. This wisp of mist hovered like a floating vine, slowly making its way towards Princess. Slowly opening her drowsy eyes, she saw a person in front of her, yet her blurred vision prevented her from clearly recognizing who he was. This person then suddenly disappeared from her view. At this moment, a patch of black mist appeared before her eyes, swiftly entering her mouth. She slowly floated in the air, continuously spinning. Suddenly, she stopped spinning and stood on the head of her bed. Her eyes turned blood red, her skin became silver gray, and step by step, she walked out of her room. The guards outside her room were greatly shocked when they saw her. Afraid to rashly make a move, they directly reported the matter to their king, Poseidon. Poseidon had just become conscious not long ago, but after learning about this event, he immediately went to the door of Princess' room, and so did we, upon hearing the news. What's going on? Kabu couldn't help but ask Poseidon. Poseidon did not say anything. He just stood silently in front of Princess, who stood unmoving at the entrance of the room. From Princess' expression, I could tell that she was no longer the same princess. Rather, someone else. What's wrong? The elder mumbled as he staggered towards us. Elder, you're awake. Seeing the elder awaken made me incredibly delighted. What's wrong? The elder asked. We had no time to explain everything to him. Just then, Poseidon said to all of us, let's all go out now. She's no longer the princess. What? The elves around Poseidon were very surprised. Then what is she? Kabu obviously shouldn't have asked such a question at this time. She has become the new demon king. The words spoken by Poseidon made all of us completely disbelieving. Right at this moment, Princess instantaneously transformed into a wisp of black mist and vanished right before our eyes. Because of the speed being too fast, none of us were prepared in any way, and she had already vanished right in front of us. What's going on? I couldn't help but ask as well. Let's all go back. Poseidon seemed to know something and didn't want to say more at this moment. The next day, Poseidon summoned all of us to the Great Hall. He said to us, you must be curious about what happened yesterday. Yes, what exactly happened? I couldn't wait to find out the truth. In fact, she is not my biological child, but one I adopted. However, before that, I never thought too much about it. As she grew up, I gradually learned about her background. She is actually the child of the Demon King. The Demon King has 2 children, a boy and a girl, and she is that girl. In our previous great battle, we killed the boy, and his magic was transferred to her. Now, she is no longer my daughter. Her current magic is far stronger than any generation of Demon Kings. She will regroup her army in the demon capital and launch another round of attacks against us. So, we need to prepare. Although we weren't entirely clear on the full truth of the situation, we now had a general understanding of what we faced. At that moment, an elf soldier ran towards Poseidon, panting for breath after reaching him. He said, the demon race is reassembling their army and will soon launch another attack on us. Chapter 144, The Underground City. What? So fast? Poseidon couldn't quite believe his ears. How could they possibly have that many troops? I asked. The demon capital is gathering the armies of the Dark Knight Wolf tribe and the Bloodthirsty tribe. They're also creating another hybrid race, and together they will form a massive army to attack us again, the elf explained. What should we do? Cab anxiously asked. Let's ask for the help of the White-Horned Tigers, Carrie suddenly suggested. It's unlikely. They've already left, and even if we go after them for help, it won't be enough time for us to make a round trip, I said. How are the demon clans coming back? Cheluo appeared before us at an unknown time. Cheluo, why are you here? Carrie asked. I noticed everyone outside was extremely tense, so I knew something must have happened, Cheluo said. We should convene a military meeting first, Poseidon said. He gathered the elf general and the dwarf general together. Of course, we outsiders were also involved. Based on the intelligence gathered by the elves, it would take the demon army at least 7 days to gather in full force, and another 3 days to reach our city walls, meaning we still had about 10 days to prepare for battle. Poseidon clearly seemed more pessimistic. He believed that our forces were now unable to counter the demon army, especially since the Demon King was the daughter he had raised for many years, making it hard for him to harm her. And with her current magical power, we simply had no way of competing against her. So what do we do? Cheluo asked anxiously. There is a way, but it's almost impossible to succeed. Poseidon seemed to have figured out a solution, though this solution sounded incredibly challenging. What? Everyone looked curiously at Poseidon. The Crimson Sword, Poseidon told us all. The Crimson Sword? Isn't that just a legend? The elves standing beside Poseidon seemed skeptical. The Crimson Sword truly exists. It resides in the underground city, Poseidon said. Underground city. Many faces turned pale instantly. What is this underground city? Cab asked with confusion and curiosity. We call this place the underground city. No one has been there, and no one has ever walked out alive, an elf explained. And what exactly is this Crimson Sword you mentioned? I asked suspiciously. It's difficult for me to explain clearly, but only the Crimson Sword can save us. At the very least, it offers us some hope. Poseidon, who hadn't spoken much recently, suddenly addressed me. I think we should help the elves find the Crimson Sword, I firmly told my companions. What? No way. This has nothing to do with us. Let's leave. Cab immediately opposed my idea. He's right. You've helped us too much already. This upcoming war isn't your battle. You'd better leave. Poseidon also advised me. In war, no one is innocent, and no one escapes the shadow of war. I firmly replied. Do you really intend to search for the Crimson Sword? An elf beside Poseidon asked me. Not me alone, but us. I glanced at my companions around me. Aside from Cab, who appeared slightly unhappy, the others didn't seem to have significant resistance. It looked like they were ready. Poseidon kept trying to persuade us, but it was futile. Our group prepared to set off for the underground city tomorrow. Of course, traveling with us were also Xiaoluo, the elder, and Xiuxian. These three were willing to stay with us because we had already endured too many hardships together. Now these challenges were as common as daily meals to us. We had all prepared the items we needed. According to each person's characteristics, we chose the best weapons available. By the time all of us had finished preparing our equipment, the sky had gradually darkened. We sat together around a huge round table, with Poseidon sitting among us. I've never met people as brave as you. Poseidon's eyes seemed brimming with tears. Is that so? Cab joked a bit. This is a map leading to the underground city, which I just finished drawing. Poseidon handed me the map. I took it, studied it briefly, then put it away. You should get some rest, Alante suddenly said to Poseidon. He looked at all of us, then bowed respectfully to us before walking away. Why did you let him leave? Carrie asked Alante, puzzled. He makes us all feel uncomfortable, Alante said. Our teacher is right. We're about to set out again, I said with some excitement. Who knows what we'll encounter this time? Cab said somewhat negatively. No matter what, nothing will happen to us, the elder said. By the way, elder, are you feeling better from your injury? I asked with concern. I'm fine, and I feel my memory is slowly returning. The elder replied with a smile. Your memory has returned? Cab asked curiously. Not fully yet, but I've started to remember some things, the elder answered. It's getting late, let's rest. We'll set off early tomorrow morning, I said to everyone. Look, Xiaoluo and Xiuxian have already fallen asleep. Carrie laughed as she spoke. I looked at Xiaoluo and Xiuxian next to me. They were sleeping soundly, snoring loudly. All of us cherished our last night in the Elven Kingdom. By the next morning, all of us had gathered at the castle gate, where Poseidon was already waiting for us. These horses are for you to ride. Poseidon called and had someone bring us fast horses, one each. Don't worry, we'll be back, I firmly said. In no time, our group of 7 had ridden to the location marked on the map. A towering mountain range stretched before us. Is this it? Cab asked me. I carefully examined the map markings and then told my companions. Yes, it's here. Let's dismount. We slung our luggage over our shoulders and headed toward the base of one of the peaks. After walking for less than one gushi, about 2 hours, we finally arrived at the foot of the mountain. The road had been too rugged, making it impossible to continue riding, so we released the horses Poseidon had given us. In front of us now loomed an enormous cave, its insides chilling and dark, with cold gusts occasionally blowing out from within. This is the entrance to the underground city? Cab asked anxiously. According to the map Poseidon drew, this is the entrance to the underground city, I informed everyone. Then let's go inside, Carrie said. From the ground nearby, we picked up a few sticks to use as torches and cautiously ventured into the large cave. Inside, it was pitch black. Even with the light of the torches, we could see only about 2 meters in front of us. Do you all hear that noise? Xiuxian suddenly said. Chapter 145, Section 1. Because Yeka's hearing is dozens of times better than ours, his reaction is also much faster than ours. What is it? Although all of us were listening very carefully to the sound, we didn't hear anything. It seems like something is flying towards us, Yeka warned us. Towards us. Kabu had not finished speaking when a large group of flying objects appeared in front of us. Because the range illuminated by our torches is very limited, we could only clearly see what they are within the illuminated area. They are bats, Carrie suddenly said. No, the elder suddenly said. However, we have already been surrounded by these things. They kept flying past us, fortunately without attacking us. If it's not bats, then what is it? Carrie asked the elder. Dark birds, Chero suddenly explained. At this moment, these dark birds that Chero spoke of quickly flew past us and disappeared from our sight. What did you say these are? I curiously asked. Dark birds, Chero repeated. All right, let's not talk anymore. Let's leave here quickly. Alanthes reminded everyone. We quickened our steps, soon leaving the initial dark place. Now the several of us arrived at another area. Here, we no longer need to light our torches because it was bright here, as if it were daytime. Where are we now? Kabu asked. I took out the map and compared it carefully. Then, I said to everyone, we should have entered the first section of the underground city. The first section? The elder questioned. According to Poseidon's map, the underground city is divided into 5 sections in total, and xiuxian naturally is in the last section, I explained. So how do we proceed? Chero asked me. I examined the terrain where we currently stood. We were on a vast open area. In front of us stretched an endless expanse of open land with a few withered trees in the middle. At this point, I was leading my companions in the correct direction according to the map markings. Soon, we left this expanse of open land and now faced a more desolate wasteland. My goodness, Kabu exclaimed upon seeing the scene before him. It really looks like hell. Carrie couldn't help but sigh upon seeing this. What's that? Alanthes suddenly said to us all. At this moment, we looked toward what Alanthes was pointing at. Not far from us, there appeared a group of moving objects. Although we couldn't see their shapes clearly, we already knew what kind of impact these things would have on us. While we were still trying to figure out what these things were, they had already rapidly moved toward us. Look, they're coming. The elder pointed them out and shouted loudly at us. They're wolves. They seem like wolves, Kabu told us after seeing. These wolves that Kabu described had rushed to our front. Their appearance was indeed quite similar to wolves, slightly smaller than ordinary wolves. Moreover, their eyes were on either side of their heads, just like fish. After rushing to our front, they stopped, startling us momentarily. None of us made a move. This allowed us to calm ourselves so as not to provoke these wolves in front of us. We should start the fight now, Chero whispered to me. Just wait a bit, I answered Chero quietly. But apparently, Yeka couldn't wait any longer. He suddenly transformed into a giant werewolf. Immediately, the pack of wolves in front of us charged toward Yeka all at once. Instantly, Yeka engaged in fierce battle with the wolves, forcing us to unwillingly join the fight against the wolf pack. With one swift movement, I chopped off a wolf's head, and on the other side, Carrie, Kaboo, and the Elder were each fighting multiple wolves. We fought against these wolves for a long time, yet their numbers did not decrease. Rather, their numbers kept increasing. I unintentionally discovered that the wolves we killed not only resurrected, but each one split into two, 2 into 4, and 4 into 8. Their numbers continued to grow exponentially. By now, we were all nearly exhausted from fighting the wolves for such a long time. Suddenly, Alanthes shouted to us, "Let's leave here quickly. Otherwise, we will all die here." The several of us began to run toward a safe place, while Yeka voluntarily stayed behind. He could attract more of the pack wolves to fight him. This way, we could escape from here relatively smoothly. And that was exactly what happened. Yeka successfully held off those wolf packs, and we safely escaped from that dangerous area. "Look, there's a stone door ahead," Alanthes suddenly shouted to us. All of us ran towards the stone door and quickly entered inside. "Yeka, what about Yeka?" I reminded my companions around me. "I'll go save him." The Elder turned to rush back and save Yeka, but was stopped by Alanthes and Chero. "Why don't you let me save Yeka?" the Elder asked angrily. "Yeka is planning to sacrifice himself for our survival. If you go back, then his death will have no meaning," Alanthes sternly explained to the Elder. Just as Alanthes and the Elder were talking, we had already passed through this stone door and entered another environment. Here, everything was a deep green, making it feel like we were in a world of algae. "What kind of place is this?" Carrie couldn't help but ask in surprise. "Can Yeka make it back alive?" Kaboo asked me. I shook my head because I also did not know whether Yeka would be able to survive and regroup with us. "How should we proceed now?" Kaboo asked me. I took a look at the map Poseidon gave me, and then said to my companions, "We should have reached the second section now." "What are these things?" Carrie asked. "I'm not sure. They seem like seaweed," the Elder analyzed. "So how should we proceed?" Carrie asked again. "Let's head that way." I pointed toward a nearby patch of open ground. It was an island-like piece of land, surrounded tightly by this seaweed, resembling a pure haven. "All right, let's go," I told everyone. As we stepped on this stuff resembling seaweed, we felt it was extremely soft, just like stepping on cotton. At this moment, Yeka was already bitten all over by the wolf pack. His current form had transformed back into human shape. In front of him now appeared several larger ferocious wolves. Suddenly, one of them lunged straight at Yeka's face. Yeka slowly closed his eyes, and darkness immediately enveloped his entire body. Chapter 146, The Giant Octopus. Our group has successfully arrived at this open space. "This place looks like a beach," Kelly said to everyone. Just as we stepped onto this open area, several large and thick things suddenly appeared from the seaweeds around us. They were like the tentacles of an octopus. Before we could react, Ciela was tightly bound by one of them, and the rest of us were also tightly wrapped up. At that moment, none of us could move. I struggled to pull out a sharp dagger from my foot and stabbed the tentacle that had me tightly bound. After being attacked by me, it instantly loosened its grip on me, causing me to fall heavily on the ground. Others also started to use various methods to untangle the tentacles that bound them. "What are these things?" Kaboo anxiously asked me. "Ciela, what are these things?" the Elder asked Luohan. Luohan shook his head at all of us, indicating he wasn't quite sure about what these things were either. Fortunately, we all managed to safely detach ourselves from those tentacles. Although our resistance did not drive them away, they continued circling us nonstop. This time, they did not attack immediately, but seemed to be searching for opportunities while we were completely trapped in this open space by these huge creatures. "What do these damn things want to do?" Kaboo impatiently asked. "What should we do now?" I asked Alanthes. "There's nothing much we can do now except wait," Alanthes told us. "Then how long should we wait?" Kelly said, losing her patience too. At this point, the tentacles around us began slowly moving closer. We were all extremely nervous. Suddenly, I felt as if something beneath my feet was moving. "Do you feel that? It seems we're moving." I quickly informed everyone of this discovery. "Yeah, we are moving," Ciela agreed. By now, we felt the movement becoming increasingly intense. Suddenly, we all fell into the seaweed beside us. At this moment, we realized that what we fell into was actually a vast ocean. And right before our eyes, there appeared a super huge octopus. What we thought was just an open space was actually the top of this giant octopus's head. This giant octopus's enormous tentacles began attacking us. Since we were all in the water, our movements were somewhat hindered. We were quickly entangled by those tentacles. One thick and long tentacle tightly coiled around my waist. No matter how I struggled, I couldn't escape. Just when the end of the tentacle fiercely struck my head, I was knocked unconscious. I don't know how long it lasted, but I gradually opened my eyes. At this moment, I only felt a severe pain in my head. I slowly stood up and looked around. I found myself inside a forest filled with dense and towering trees surrounding me. "Where is this?" Kaboo groggily stood up beside me. "I don't know," I replied. Kaboo and I woke up our companions who were still unconscious nearby, only to find that Ciela was missing. "Where's Ciela?" I asked others. Everyone was in a daze after waking up, unaware of their own condition or what happened to others. So, we began looking for Ciela around the forest. After a long search without finding him, we were all exhausted. We then found a relatively open area to rest. "Doesn't this place resemble the Monte Carlo forest?" Kelly said to everyone. "No, the Monte Carlo forest isn't this dark," Kaboo responded. "Well, stop talking nonsense. When will we find Ciela?" Alanthes said. There aren't any traces of Xiela here. How are we supposed to find him? Kabu complained. Suddenly, I heard a commotion near my ear. Everyone, listen quickly. What's that sound? I nervously told everyone. There's a sound, Kabu confirmed. The sound is getting closer to us, Kelly added anxiously. It seems like a group of large animals running towards us, the elder warned everyone. Right at that moment, suddenly a group of wild buffaloes with dark skin and long hair rushed out from behind the big tree in front of us. Each of them had an incredibly strong physique. As soon as they burst out of the woods, they galloped madly toward our direction, almost stunning us. We had no idea what to do. Alante suddenly said to all of us, "Everyone, crouch down quickly and don't move." We immediately followed Alante's advice and squatted down. Very soon, those buffaloes passed through where we were squatting. After about a while, this herd of buffaloes finally crossed our open area, leaving us unharmed. Alantes, your trick really worked. Kabu excitedly said. It's common sense. Buffaloes would jump over something that resembles a rock, so we needed to squat down and pretend to be a big rock. That way, the buffaloes would jump over us. Alantes explained to us in detail. At this moment, a black shadow darted in front of us. It was a large lion with a silver-gray body. Its sudden appearance made our hearts, which had just settled down, race again. Lion, Kelly reminded everyone. This lion pounced fiercely towards my direction. I didn't have time to dodge, and it knocked me down instantly. Seeing this, Alantes drew his sword from his waist and stabbed the lion. Kabu, Kelly, and the elder also wielded their weapons and slashed at the lion. The lion then jumped far away, escaping our attack range. Are you alright? Kelly asked concernedly. I'm fine. I looked at everyone and said. This lion began roaring loudly in front of us, as if it were roaring at us for some reason. Soon, more roars echoed around us. At this moment, we realized that this lion was actually calling its companions. After a while, many lions appeared around us. There were about a dozen of them, surrounding us tightly so that we couldn't move. Trouble. We're trapped, Kabu said anxiously. This time, we're going to have another big battle. Alantes firmly looked at everyone and said. Each of us picked up our weapons and pointed them at the lions surrounding us. Everyone held their breath as if the air had frozen solid. These lions slowly approached us. 2 meters, 1 meter, very quickly, they were less than 1 meter away. Finally, they lunged fiercely at us, and we became entangled in fierce combat with the lions. I charged forward with a sharp dagger in my hand and swung the knife at a lion's abdomen. However, this time I missed, and instead, the lion's claws scratched my arm. Fortunately, the injury wasn't severe. Then I once again tried to slash the lion's head with my knife, but it easily dodged again. Meanwhile, Kabu, Kelly, the elder, and Alantes fought similarly intense battles with the lion pack. We can't hold on much longer. What should we do? The elder shouted loudly at us. No one could answer him now because everyone was locked in a desperate fight against the lion pack. Soon, the lion pack cornered us into a small area. They tightly surrounded us together. As the lions started their final assault, a fireball came flying from somewhere unknown. It landed right in the middle of the lion pack, scattering them and making them very tense and agitated. In this split second, we seized the opportunity to escape from the corner. Taking advantage of their confusion, we battled the chaotic lions. Now, they were no match for us since they had been frightened by the mysterious fireball. After fighting for a while, we managed to drive away the lions, some of which were heavily injured, limping away in all directions. The lion pack finally disappeared, and we all let out a sigh of relief. However, everyone was curious about that strange fireball. Just as we were speculating about it, someone's arrival solved our doubts. Xiela. Upon seeing him, I felt extremely excited, and the others who saw Ciela's appearance not only felt happy, but also slightly puzzled. Xiela, how did you get here? Kelly asked first. I've actually been around you the whole time. I just couldn't summon you, Xiela explained. Why? Kabu curiously asked. I don't know either. I could even see you battling the lion pack, but I couldn't move at all, Xiela said. So what about the fireball? I asked. When I could move, a fireball suddenly appeared by my side and rushed towards the lion pack. I have no idea how it happened, Xiela explained. Alright, no matter what, all of us are together again now. Let's go, it's not safe here. I reminded everyone as I spoke. Chapter 147, The Stone Beast. Time shifted to the Elven Kingdom. It had been 3 days since we left the kingdom. King Poseidon was actively preparing for the invasion of the demon clan. And on their side, the demon clan kept increasing its forces, now growing from an original 200,000 to a staggering 500,000. Moreover, this number continued to rise. Now, the demon clan was truly an army on the rise, gathering the Dark Night Wolves, the Bloodthirsty Tribe, the Half-Orcs, the Evil Spirit Knights, and demons along with some species that they had created themselves. Most importantly, the demon clan had even included the insect race. Coupled with the ever-increasing magical power of the elf princess, the demon clan now had enough force to destroy the entire world. Poseidon was very much aware of this. His only hope was that we could find the red sword to end all of it. The elves' preparations became even more intense. Despite the addition of the dwarf army, their numbers were still far fewer than those of the demon clan. The whole city of the Elven Kingdom was on high alert because war could break out at any moment. All elves had to join in this battle, including another tribe of the elf clan, the Blue Elves. The Blue Elves are an unconventional group within the elf clan. They are smaller in stature than dwarves. The reason they are called Blue Elves is because their bodies are completely sky blue. Each one of them is rather plump, resembling blue meatballs moving from afar. They live inside tree holes and rarely interact with other elves. However, this time they too had no choice but to resist external enemies alongside the others. After all, The elven race had reached a point of life or death. The blue elves aren't immortal beings. They have lifespans, though each one varies. Unlike the undying elves who possess eternal lives, the blue elves do not. However, they look upon life and death quite optimistically. Everyone lived happily and cheerfully. The population of blue elves has already dwindled, making them a rare clan. Hence, no matter what time, the undying elves would always protect this rare clan, even if the blue elves did not much like being together with the undying elves. The battle preparations were complete, and the elves had made up their minds to take on the demon clan head-on. But resolve alone was insufficient. Most importantly, there must be strength. This fact was clear to Poseidon, and also to the other elves. If we couldn't find the red sword within the stipulated time and bring it back, the elven clan would perish, as would we. Though Poseidon gave us a map, in this vast forest, we simply found no way out. How much longer do we have to walk? Kaboo began to complain. Just shut up. Kelly glanced at Kaboo and said, we've already been walking here for about a day. We're running out of time. The elder reminded us. We're lost. I had to speak out everyone's thoughts. Yes, we're lost. Alanthes also sighed reluctantly. What about the map? Isn't it useful? Kaboo asked urgently. I helplessly shook my head. This forest was far larger than we had imagined. No matter how we walked, it seemed endless, just like turning around aimlessly inside a maze. But there was one thing that made us somewhat relieved. We'd walked for a long time, but hadn't encountered any dangers yet. What part of the journey are we on now? Kelly asked. I think we should be in the third section, Chero guessed. At this moment, several of us came to a place covered with chaotic stones. Look, it seems to be an array of stones, Kaboo said nervously. We carefully observed the stone formation before our eyes. Perhaps this was where we could find the exit out of the forest. Maybe this is the exit, I told everyone. Then let's hurry. Kaboo couldn't wait to say. Wait, is there any danger here? Alanthes still warned cautiously. Thus, we carefully walked towards the stone formation. Soon we entered it. Here, there was nothing but stones. Not even a blade of grass grew. Everyone treaded lightly, fearing we might accidentally trigger something dangerous. Now, which part of the journey are we on? Kelly asked. I think we should be in the third section, Chero guessed. At this point, we approached a rugged terrain filled with boulders. Look, it appears to be a stone labyrinth, Kaboo said anxiously. We scrutinized the stone formation before us in detail. Perhaps this was the exit leading us out of the forest. Maybe this is the exit, I announced to everyone. Then let's go quickly, Kaboo eagerly said. Hold on, could there be any danger here? Alanthes reminded everyone cautiously again. So, we carefully proceeded into the stone labyrinth. As we entered, there was indeed nothing but stones. No grass grew anywhere. We moved cautiously along these stony paths, fearing we might inadvertently awaken some monstrous entity, thereby putting ourselves into danger. Even with all our caution, we could not avoid the emergence of some dangers. Just as we believed we could leave this chaotic stone array safely, suddenly surprising things began to happen around us. Some large boulders around us actually started moving. In fact, we had encountered such situations before. They were stone beasts. However, these stone beasts seemed very different from those we had faced previously. They did not resemble human forms at all, but rather looked like giant trees, with only 2 eyes and a mouth protruding from the center of the trunk. Their sudden appearance disrupted our plans, leaving all of us extremely tense, as the stone beasts began rising one by one around us, quickly surrounding both our front and rear. What should we do? Kelly whispered to me. Let's see first, I replied softly. These stone beasts started gathering ahead of us, apparently assembling their ranks. Despite their movements, my steps did not falter. We moved even faster through the stone labyrinth in hopes of leaving the area as soon as possible. Fortunately, for us, these creatures had not yet attacked us. It seemed as though they hadn't noticed our presence. A lucky break for us. Our pace grew quicker. Suddenly, a stone beast appeared directly in front of us, blocking our way. Its sudden emergence startled us. Humans, dwarves, blue elves, what are you doing here? The stone beast asked abruptly. The shock of its sudden appearance left us speechless, and hearing it address us further stunned us. My God, it can talk, Kelly exclaimed, amazed. Answer my question. The stone beast roared loudly at us. I tried to explain, but no words came out. How do you know who we are? The elder suddenly interjected. I have existed for a very long time. Of course, I know what you are, it replied. We're looking for the red sword. Kaboo suddenly blurted out. The red sword? It sounded almost incredulous. Yes, we've come to find it, I said. You'd better leave here quickly, it warned us. Hearing this, we let out a collective sigh of relief. From its words, we could tell that these stone beasts posed no threat to us, at least not at the moment. We're leaving now, Kelly said. No, you're heading in the wrong direction. You should go back. It pointed toward the way we had come and advised. Go back. Chero looked perplexed at the stone beast. There will be a great battle here soon. If you don't return, you'll die here. The stone beast finished, and then walked away toward its gathering place. Chapter 148, Section 4. Although we couldn't understand what the battle was that the boulder monsters referred to, it was clear in our minds that staying here would be dangerous. Returning the same way was impossible. We had to keep moving forward. Soon those boulder monsters gathered together, standing in a row and preparing for battle. What are they doing? Kaboo asked. I don't know, the elder replied. At that moment, I felt the earth tremble, and this trembling grew increasingly severe. It became so serious that none of us could stand, only squatting on the ground and using our hands to brace ourselves against falling over. What's going on? Kelly asked. We didn't even have the presence of mind to answer Kelly's question. Suddenly, a large group of massive black objects charged towards us. the direction where the boulder monsters were gathered. After a short while, these huge objects finally came into view. They turned out to be creatures resembling giant rhinos, or more accurately, rhino monsters. They were almost identical to the rhinos from the human world, but tens of times larger. As soon as these rhinos appeared, they fiercely attacked the boulder monsters. The boulder monsters lined up in a long row, like a sturdy stone wall, shoulder to shoulder, hand in hand resisting the giant rhinos' attacks. Wave after wave, these boulder monsters continuously withstood the attacks of the giant rhinos. Their numbers were obviously fewer, and after each resistance, they became weaker. Since we couldn't stand up, we could only crouch halfway on the ground, but we clearly saw this rare spectacle. What kind of monster are these giant rhinos? Kaboo couldn't help but exclaim. They're truly formidable, Kelly added. It seems like those stone men won't hold out much longer, the elder said. That's how I see it too. Will they come charging toward us? Kaboo quickly said. Should we retreat back now? Kaboo asked again. It's better for us to stay put here, Alanthes told them. However, I think these boulder monsters can no longer endure, Ciela interrupted. In that case, let's withdraw first, Kaboo suggested. To where? It's even more dangerous behind us. I couldn't help but say angrily. As we debated whether or not to leave, the boulder monsters' defense had already been breached by the giant rhinos. The colossal rhinos, like a mob of crazed beasts, madly galloped toward our direction. They're rushing at us. I shouted loudly to my companions nearby. At the same time, these enormous rhinos had already reached in front of us. We could only curl up our bodies, like little pebbles, hoping to evade the rhinos' attacks this way. But we were wrong. After they charged at us, the giant rhinos swiftly surrounded us. With our heads bowed low to our abdomens, we had no idea what was happening outside. Soon I realized that the tremendous sounds of their stampede around us suddenly vanished, and thus I slowly raised my head, just as others gradually stood up too. Only then did we discover that these giant rhinos had completely encircled us. We weren't sure why these giant rhinos had trapped us, yet deep inside, we all knew. They would surely attack us next. Why have they surrounded us? Kaboo asked me anxiously. I glanced at Kaboo and looked at everyone else without answering, because I also felt puzzled. Logically, such gigantic rhinos shouldn't notice tiny things on the ground, unless there was something about us that caught their attention. At this point, further imagining what might happen made me dreadfully fearful. Then, one of these giant rhinos slowly approached me. Upon seeing it, I instantly felt immense fear. It was far more terrifying than I initially imagined. Are you humans? This giant rhino spoke to me. Yes, I replied shakily. However, I wasn't shocked by this speaking rhino since I'd already witnessed too many incredulous things. Why have you come here? It asked again. We've come looking for something, I replied, calming down slightly. For what? It questioned further. The red sword. Kaboo suddenly blurted out. You've come looking for the red sword? It seemed astonished. Yes, I shot Kaboo a glance and replied. You might have come to the wrong place, it told me. Do you know where the red sword is? I asked with hope. You need to walk forward for 2 more sections of the journey, and you will see it. However, you won't be able to reach there, it replied. Why? I asked. These giant rhinos seemed like they wouldn't harm us. They were more polite to us, just like those boulder monsters. You'll understand once you get there. It answered, and then turned and walked in the opposite direction. The other giant rhinos around us also moved away. We quickly left this place. Now we had arrived at another area. Here was nothing but gray dust, much like the aftermath of a volcanic eruption. Here should be the 4th section, right? I said to everyone. It should be, Alanthes responded. Once again, I took out the map, and we all carefully examined its route to find a way to leave this place. We walked for a long time, but all we saw ahead of us was vast stretches of gray dust. There wasn't even a single tree. Just when we were exhausted from walking, we suddenly spotted an odd-looking large tree before our eyes. This tree wasn't very tall, but it grew extremely lushly. This tree is really strange, the elder pointed at the tree and said. We all stared intently at the tree because it was too peculiar. Its peculiarity didn't just lie in its shape, but also in the fact that there was no water in this dusty gray land, yet the tree grew so vigorously. While we were all watching the tree closely, suddenly, a gray shadow leaped out from the tree. Although it moved fast, we could still make out its appearance. It was a peculiar kind of monkey. Look, it's a monkey, Kaboo said to everyone. The monkey jumped right in front of us. It had a gray furry coat, and its body was shorter than Ciela by quite a bit and very thin. Other than these features, we couldn't find anything else unusual about it. No matter how we looked at it, it was just a small monkey. How can there be monkeys here? Kelly asked. No matter what it is, we still need to be cautious, Alanthes warned us. This little monkey began jumping around in front of us, as if welcoming our arrival. Sometimes it would jump onto the tree, sometimes it would leap right in front of us. We didn't take it seriously because we intended to leave. Perhaps due to our carelessness, suddenly countless vines shot out from the tree before us, tightly binding us up. At that moment, we were stunned, and when we tried to break free, it was already too late. We were being gradually pulled toward the tree's insides by the vines. The little monkey suddenly transformed into a huge black gorilla, and it broke the vine holding me, causing me to fall down. Quickly, I picked up the dagger lying on the ground and slashed at the vines binding my companions. The vines broke quickly, and all of them fell down. Damn vines. Kaboo cursed loudly after falling to the ground. Before we all had time to recover, the vines launched another attack on us. Their numbers increased again. The giant black gorilla gathered us together and pushed us all into the hollow center of the tree before us. Chapter 149, The Mysterious Ancient Castle. Darkness enveloped each of us, and all I could see was pitch black. Is anyone there? A voice whispered quietly. No one answered him. I slowly felt around for objects near me as I cautiously stood up. Then, I too began to whisper questions, though I barely heard my own voice myself. It seemed like my throat had gone hoarse. At this point, I could more clearly hear Kelly speaking nearby. It seemed she had found her companion. I started shouting forcefully, but my voice remained faint. Suddenly, a large hand grabbed my shoulder, causing me to let out an extremely loud scream, which startled the person beside me as well. "What's wrong with you?" came the voice next to me. It was the elder. "Elder, is that you?" I asked. "Yes, can't you see me?" His words carried a note of puzzlement. "Where are we?" Kaboo asked everyone. "I think this place should be our ultimate destination. This should be level 5, Alanthes analyzed aloud. "We've already reached level 5? I couldn't believe what they were saying. "I think so." Alanthes walked over to me and said, "Why is it so dark here then?" I inquired skeptically. "Dark? What do you mean by dark?" Everyone's eyes turned towards me. "What's wrong?" I sensed something was amiss. "The light here is a sea of sky blue. Don't you see it?" Chirua said anxiously to me. After hearing Chirua's words, an indescribable sense of fear welled up inside me, because I realized I must have gone blind. Alanthes approached me and waved his hand in front of my eyes before silently mouthing to everyone else, "Mimachi seems to really be unable to see." Everyone was nearly dumbfounded because none of us had ever encountered anything like this before. Although I had roughly understood my condition, despite being filled with inner terror, I accepted the current situation calmly. "How did Mimachi go blind?" Everyone expressed confusion. "Maybe when we fell down here, he hurt his eyes," Chirua explained. Everyone gathered around me and began examining my eyes carefully. My eyes were open, yet I felt nothing because everything before me was pitch black. They scrutinized me for a long time but didn't find any clues. It looked like I was truly blind now. Because of my sudden blindness, everyone was at a loss, beginning to panic slightly, though not visibly on the surface. From their breathing, I could feel their current tension. Perhaps, when someone goes blind, their hearing becomes more sensitive. I quickly learned to judge some things through sound alone. They took out the map and held a small meeting around me, basically discussing our subsequent routes and how we would find the Crimson Sword. Soon after, we set off again. Kelly supported me by my side, while Kaboo and Alanthes guarded me from either side. Chirua and the Elder led the way with the map since, due to my reason, our pace was extremely slow. "Look, it's an ancient castle." Chirua turned back and informed everyone. "The Crimson Sword might be here," the Elder murmured. At this moment, I also gained a rough understanding of what the castle before us looked like through Kelly's description. This castle wasn't much different from usual ones, except that it appeared overly aged. It seemed like the thing we sought was here, because I could distinctly feel at this time that a powerful force was pulling me toward the inside of the castle. "I think this is the end," I suddenly said to everyone. "Can you see again?" Kelly excitedly looked at me and asked. "No, but I can feel it," I firmly replied. "Then let's go in," Kaboo reminded everyone. "Wait, we should still be careful. There must be danger here," Alanthes warned everyone. We soon crossed the patch of grass outside the castle and arrived at its main gate. Chirua went to the front of the gate first, trying to push it open. However, it appeared we wouldn't get in easily, since the castle gate was likely locked from the inside, indicating that something must be guarding the Crimson Sword within. "It's locked. What do we do?" Chirua said to us. "Check around if there are any other ways in," Alanthes told everyone. Thus, everyone started searching for other routes around the ancient castle. After going through a large loop, they still found nothing. However, I felt that the gate of the ancient castle in front of me seemed not to be locked, but instead bewitched. I said to everyone, "Check around the outside of the castle gate for any special marks or words." After hearing my hint, they began to search around the main gate of the ancient castle. Strangely enough, it turned out I was right. There really was an inconspicuous line of small text etched near the gate's edge. What's more, these small letters were coincidentally written in our human language. Alanthes read the line aloud. "Moonlight shines on the big bed." What? Everyone gathered closer to inspect this cryptic sentence inscribed there. "Moonlight shines on the big bed." I kept repeating the phrase over and over again. "Maybe we need to wait until the moon appears," Kaboo suddenly proposed. "Yeah, Kaboo makes sense this time," Kelly agreed. But I had another thought because I didn't think this phrase directly related to the moon, at least not requiring us to wait for its appearance. Could it be a riddle? I suggested, throwing out a much bolder idea. "No way. How could it possibly be a riddle?" The group rejected my theory with doubts. I grew increasingly firm in my conjecture as everyone fell into deep contemplation but couldn't devise a solution. Then, all of a sudden, a couplet popped into my mind. Maybe my previous guess was incorrect after all. This clearly wasn't a riddle. It was part of a poetic couplet. All we needed to do was match the second line of the couplet. Although "moonlight shines on the big bed" might seem hard to pair, I already came up with the corresponding line. "Golden brightness illuminates all directions." Without hesitation, I pronounced this response toward the gate of the ancient castle. Suddenly, the ancient gate cracked open slightly. Although the gap wasn't wide, it was enough for all of us to slip inside. Everyone became incredibly excited. None of us anticipated entering the ancient castle this way. As we entered the interior, the gate closed abruptly behind us, suggesting we'd remain trapped here if we didn't retrieve the Crimson Sword. Inside lay a castle almost entirely forged from gold, with dazzling light so brilliant that it almost made everyone unable to open their eyes. "How did you know the password for the gate?" Kaboo asked me quietly while standing beside me. "I merely guessed it, never expecting it to work," I responded. Kelly described everything she saw to me by my side, leaving me equally astonished by what she relayed. Though I was blind to all of it, it somehow didn't shock me as profoundly as it did her. Now following the route indicated on the map, we soon reached the second floor of the castle. Like other castles, the second floor comprised a series of rooms, but none of the doors would budge no matter how many times we tried them. With only one path forward, we advanced along a rather narrow corridor leading to a very high, long staircase before us. We have to climb those stairs, Kaboo complained impatiently. The Crimson Sword might just be up there, Kelly exclaimed with excitement. Indeed, the stairs stretched longer than expected, appearing to count over 1,000 steps. We climbed for what felt like ages together, further hampered because I could see nothing. Despite the difficulty, we finally reached the top where an open door awaited. Without hesitation, we walked through. Immediately, a vast field filled with sword graves unfolded before our eyes. Here, there must have been tens of thousands of sharp swords, all looking exceptionally ornate and splendid. Perhaps this was a trial laid before us. Perhaps it was also our chance. Chapter 150, Demon King Yibala. Everyone stood together, looking at the scene before us. Kelly described what was happening to me, and I was equally astonished. Surely we're not going to find the red sword here. Cab asked in surprise. Let's start looking, Alanthes said to everyone. Every sword in front of us looked splendid and intricate, so finding the red sword here would truly require a miracle. As time passed slowly, Poseidon in the Elven Kingdom had already prepared for battle with the demons. At this moment, the demon army had gathered and begun marching towards the Elven Kingdom. Their speed was remarkable, allowing them to reach beneath the walls of the Elven Kingdom within half a day, a fact Poseidon was fully aware of. Now, there was only about 1 hour, about 2 hours, left until the demons arrived at their gates. Poseidon was ready for his final battle against the demons. Time continued ticking by. Soon, an elven guard rushed up to Poseidon and, breathless, reported, "The demon army has arrived at the city of elves." Poseidon furrowed his brow, casually drew the sword from his waistband, and stepped outside. Outside the walls of the elven city stretched a vast black mass, the demon army. Standing on the wall, Poseidon observed the army below and felt uneasy. He clearly knew that his forces could not possibly defeat such a powerful demon army. The elves surrounding Poseidon began murmuring quietly amongst themselves, showing signs of fear. At this moment, a figure emerged slowly from the demon ranks. It was the elf princess. Now she reigned as the new demon king, her name being Yibala. She gazed upward at where Poseidon stood. Likewise, Poseidon now caught sight of his own daughter. They were enemies now, and deadly ones at that. Watching Yibala, Poseidon couldn't help but shed tears, a reflection of a father's longing for his daughter. Prepare for battle. Suppressing his emotions, Poseidon spoke these words to the elves around him. Thus, the two armies, composed of elves and dwarves, readied themselves to defend against the demons' assault. The demons arranged themselves into various formations, preparing to launch their final attack on the Elven Kingdom. Standing at the center of the demon army, Yibala issued a command. Her followers surged forward like a dark cloud toward the Elven Kingdom, marking the beginning of this epic-defining battle. Elven archers commenced firing upon the incoming demon troops, showers of arrows raining down upon the demon soldiers. In no time, many demons fell along their advance route. They toppled one after another, like cards in a game of tarot. However, the sheer number of demons was overwhelming. They totaled nearly 500,000, a force more than capable of annihilating any race. Indeed, they could even destroy the entire world. Large numbers of demons started attacking the main gate of the Elven City, the sturdiest and most magnificent gate it possessed. Now large numbers of demons wielded daggers and claws relentlessly assaulting this gate. Despite the constant barrage of arrows falling from above, the demons did not waver, one after another falling without retreat. These demons lacked emotion, driven solely by slaughter and destruction. Soon, the demons managed to breach the Elven City's gate, creating a hole wide enough to allow several demon soldiers entry simultaneously. Inside the city, close quarters combat erupted swiftly. Poseidon led numerous elven soldiers rushing to the direction of the gate. Then, large numbers of demons surged forward and mixed in fierce melee battles with Poseidon and the demons alike. Poseidon skillfully swung his weapon, felling demon after demon in pools of blood. However, more demons kept rushing forward in endless waves. Before long, Poseidon's elven army was scattered. Small groups of elven soldiers fought the demons in their last stands. Suddenly, Poseidon was struck by a warhammer from a demon soldier next to him, causing him to collapse onto the ground. Another demon raised its blade and lunged toward Poseidon, but at the very last moment, an arrow pierced through the demon's forehead, killing it instantly. It was Kelly who fired that arrow. Kelly. Poseidon showed surprise upon seeing Kelly's arrival, though he quickly brushed aside the sentiment since the demon army had already infiltrated the Elven City in great numbers. One could say that the Elven City had already fallen to the demons. Kelly didn't have much interaction with Poseidon either. She began fighting the demon troops around her. At this moment, the Elder, Cab, Alanthes, Chiru, and I all appeared in front of Poseidon at the same time. Poseidon seemed more excited to see all of us. However, he didn't let our arrival cloud his judgment, as our current situation was to fight against a large number of demon troops. The few of us, along with Poseidon, formed a solid small team. Everywhere we went, the battlefield was littered with corpses and rivers of blood. The other elven armies and dwarven armies had already been beaten into almost no recognizable form by the demons. A large number of dwarves and elves were killed, and in front of us lay countless fallen elves and dwarves. Based on the current battle conditions, it wouldn't take long before we were annihilated by the demon army. Have you found the red sword? Poseidon asked me anxiously. While I fought the demons, I drew the sword in my hand. Poseidon then also saw the sword I held. He hadn't seen what the red sword looked like before, so he wasn't sure whether the sword I had was indeed the red sword. But suddenly, Yibola's figure appeared in front of me. Unable to help myself, I said, "Elf princess." She immediately used her magical power to completely freeze me in place, making me unable to move an inch. My companions quickly rushed towards Yibola. At this moment, a shockwave emerged from Yibola's body, flinging my companions far away. Meanwhile, I remained frozen where I stood. Yibola slowly approached me, though even though her pace wasn't fast, in my eyes, she instantly reached me. Gradually, my stiffened body started recovering some movement, causing me to fall onto the ground. Around me, there was no one left among my companions. Because they had all been hurled several dozen meters away by Yibola, counting on them to rescue me now was impossible. In my hand, I tightly gripped the red sword. Yet at this moment, the red sword seemed to serve no real purpose. I swung the red sword towards Yibola. However, with my current abilities, I was no match for her. She extended her left hand, and a black energy ball flew towards me. I tried to turn aside but failed to avoid her attack. Struck by the black energy ball on my abdomen, I spat out a mouthful of blood and painfully fell to the ground. Though lying on the ground, I endured the pain and forced myself to stand up once again. By this point, Yibola was standing right in front of me, almost face to face. With her hands placed on my chest, I slowly began levitating. Then, the red sword slipped from my hand and clattered to the ground. Immediately afterward, I ascended further into the air, overwhelming fear flooding my mind, for I had risen more than 100 meters high. If I fell from this height, I would undoubtedly die. And perhaps my fears came true when I suddenly lost balance mid-air and plummeted toward the ground. I squeezed my eyes shut, bracing for impact. When my body touched the ground, something strangely bounced me back. Opening my eyes instantly, I realized that it was the red sword lying on the ground that had protected me. This sword emitted a brilliant fire-red light, so bright that Yibola was forced to retreat several steps. Suddenly, the divine sword disappeared. While I marveled at having survived, the red sword reappeared in my hand, and I sensed a powerful force urging me to raise the red sword and slash towards Yibola. Chapter 151, The Death of Ebola. At this moment, Ebola had just regained consciousness, but unexpectedly, I raised the cheese sword and slashed at her. She dodged my attack with a swift move. At some unknown time, she had conjured up a black long sword and swung it at me. I blocked her with the cheese sword, instantly unleashing a powerful shockwave from our sword energies. Thankfully, neither Ebola nor I were shaken by this force. Now, Ebola and I were embroiled in a fierce battle, our sharp swords continuously intertwining, emitting sounds of sizzle, bang. Taking advantage of a small opening from Ebola, I thrust my sword toward her abdomen. Immediately, Ebola was pierced in the stomach by my blade. However, no blood came out. Instead, a hot gas burst forth, and I stepped back a few paces to evade the heat. Ebola crouched halfway on the ground. Clearly, my strike had deeply wounded her. Soon, she stood up again. She then attacked me, though her strikes weakened since she was surely injured. I felt my strength growing stronger and stronger. I relentlessly charged at Ebola. Once, twice, thrice, striking her vital spots. Though she still did not bleed, I could sense that she was beginning to falter. Thus, I pressed on even more vigorously, striking furiously towards Ebola's head. Ebola used her sword to fend off my assault. In an instant, her sword cracked, as it broke under the power of my cheese sword. Naturally, my sword continued its descent toward Ebola's head. In that fleeting moment, Ebola's entire body transformed into a cloud of gray powder that scattered in the wind. I slumped down onto the ground, panting heavily, as if all my previous energy had suddenly vanished. Meanwhile, the multitude of demon soldiers inside the Elven Kingdom began to flee in all directions, showing signs of disarray and confusion now that they had lost their leader. Large numbers of elves and dwarves commenced slaughtering the fleeing demon soldiers. Soon, this prolonged battle of the ages came to an end. People started gathering atop high grounds to celebrate the victory, despite the fact that the Elven Kingdom lay in shambles. Nevertheless, the elves cheered joyfully, having accomplished what seemed impossible. Poseidon approached me, lifting me up and pulling me tightly into his embrace, tears streaming down his face, unsure of what to say. Then my other companions arrived, Carrie, Cab, Arentz, the Elder, and Ciro. We succeeded, Ciro exclaimed loudly to us all. Yes, it seems we've saved the world, Cab said excitedly. At that moment, Carrie lightly struck Cab's back of the head with her fist, and said, "Did you save it?" Everyone burst out laughing heartily, and time passed quickly until nightfall. The elves, the dwarves, and we sat together. Although this place was thoroughly ruined, we managed to find a fairly suitable spot to eat. The demons have been eliminated. What do you plan to do next? Poseidon asked while eating. We will keep moving forward. We must find the source of truth, I replied. Do you still intend to press ahead? Poseidon asked in bewilderment. Yes, we still have missions unfulfilled, Arentz answered. In that case, you will need to take a boat to leave here, because ahead lies the Blue Sea, the domain of the Blue Demon. Luckily, your group has a Blue Demon already, Poseidon mentioned to us. That would be me, the Elder responded. Correct. How is your memory recovery progressing? Poseidon inquired. It has partially recovered, but many parts remain unclear, the Elder stated. No worries. After you leave, you can continue seeking your memories aboard the ship, Poseidon reassured. Perhaps, the Elder responded. Speaking of which, how exactly did you find the cheese sword? How did it suddenly appear before me? Poseidon curiously asked us. It happened like this. I straightened myself and recounted. We all reached the very top level of the ancient castle, and on that level was a tomb of swords. To us, these swords numbered in the tens of thousands. Finding the chi sword among so many swords seemed utterly impossible. Just as everyone was at a loss, suddenly not far from us appeared a gigantic figure. We were all extremely tense at that moment, for the colossal silhouette was slowly advancing towards us. When it finally stood before us, only then did we recognize what it was. It turned out to be a gigantic xiuxian with a light yellow body, much like human skin. Covering its skin were layers of incredibly hard scales, and its two horns were razor sharp. By now, it had already approached us, yet instead of attacking, it simply stood there and stared at the group of us. Oh, Cab whispered softly to Arence. Shut up, Carrie gave him a nudge. Human. You are human, the xiuxian spoke. This caught all of us by surprise. You can speak. I cautiously asked it. Of course. Are you here for the chi sword? It questioned me. Yes. Do you know where it is? I asked softly. I certainly do. I am the guardian here, it replied. Then could we borrow the chi sword for a moment? I pleaded softly. Borrow. It burst into loud laughter upon hearing this. We truly only intend to borrow it temporarily and won't claim it as our own. I responded quietly. I understand that you wish to use the chi sword against the demons. I won't stop you from retrieving it, but whether or not you succeed will depend on your fate, it told us. Afterward, the group followed the xiuxian to a fountain. The divine sword lies within the fountain. What happens next is entirely up to you. It finished, and then ran off. At this point, the fountain in front of us began to slowly spout water, and from within the water aperture, there emerged a red-colored precious sword. The blade was perfectly straight, while the hilt was adorned with two equally sized red diamonds. It seems this is the chi sword, Cab said excitedly. I'll take a look, I said to everyone. Be careful, Carrie reminded me. I cautiously approached the fountain. Its water splashed onto my clothes. At this moment, I wasn't concerned about that. Standing in front of the precious sword, I hesitated for a long time, as I still did not know what would happen when I reached out. Nevertheless, trembling, I extended a hand toward the chi sword. Chapter 152, Setting Sail Again. When my hand touched the chi sword, I couldn't feel it at all. It was like a shadow standing there, and I could not grasp it. What's going on? Kaboo asked in surprise. Looks like the divine sword is really hard to obtain, Cho said worriedly. I tried several times from different angles, but all failed. It seems we can't take this divine sword, I told my companions. Let's think of other ways, I suggested again. Wait, Alanthes suddenly said to everyone. What's wrong? Everyone looked at Alanthes with confusion. Why is there another sword over there? Alanthes pointed to a small corner not far from us. We turned our eyes to that direction. Indeed, there lay a crimson blade. Although it appeared rather magnificent, it had already started to rust. Perhaps this is the true divine sword. The elder's words made us all quite surprised. Maybe the elder is right. We shouldn't be deceived by this reflection in the fountain. Thus, I walked towards the fallen sword in the corner. I picked up this dusty blade. The dust slowly fell off the blade, revealing it as a grand and majestic divine sword, though it appeared somewhat aged. What about it? Is it the chi sword? Kaboo asked me. I don't know, but I sense that it harbors some mysterious power, I told everyone. At this moment, the reflection of the divine sword in the center of the fountain suddenly disappeared, and a sword identical to the reflection fell onto the ground. Look, that sword also dropped. Xiuxian pointed at the sword and said. Then the elder approached the sword. He stretched out his hand to grab it, only to encounter the same situation as I did. Although we could see the existence of the sword, we couldn't touch it. I placed the sword in my hand on the ground, and then walked to the front of the other sword. This time, without much hope, I reached out to pick up the sword, and surprisingly, I firmly held this sword in my hand. I've picked it up, I said excitedly. I quickly went to the front of the other sword, wanting to take it along. However, this time I failed to lift it up. It seemed just like a shadow lying on the ground. What's going on? Everyone felt puzzled. It was possible just now. Why isn't it possible all of a sudden? Kaboo and Kelly both showed incomprehension. Perhaps this is a choice, I suddenly realized. A 2-to-1 selection, Xiuxian said in amazement. Now, we are in a dilemma. There must be one real divine sword among the two, and we can only take one. Our chance of success is 50%, and naturally, so is our chance of failure. We have been here for approximately 2 gushi, about 4 hours, and cannot delay anymore. I stood up from the ground, looked at the two swords laid side by side, and almost without hesitation, I picked up the sword in the spring water column. Let's go, I firmly said to everyone. Just at this moment, the place we were in began to whirl around. The violent tremor made us unable to stand. Moreover, the ceiling above us also started caving in. The fountain in front of us suddenly formed a black void. Perhaps driven by instinct, we all rushed into this void. When we opened our eyes, we found ourselves in the Elven Kingdom. I recounted for a long time, and Poseidon listened very attentively. By this point, it was late. We few found a relatively clean and still usable room, and had a good sleep, because we knew we would soon leave the Elven Kingdom, since we still had an unfinished mission. The warm sunlight shone upon us. I drowsily opened my eyes. The scorching sun made it difficult to fully open my eyes, so I squinted and looked around. The others were still asleep. I slowly sat up from the worn-out bed. Poseidon quietly entered. You're awake, he said. Yeah, I think we should go today, I replied. I know. I've already prepared a large ship for you, he said. A big ship. I felt astonished. Yes, you need a big ship if you're heading to the Blue Sea, he explained. We quickly packed our things and had a simple breakfast before following Poseidon to a port not far from the Elven Kingdom. This was a small port with a massive ship docked there. At least, we thought it was a huge vessel. This ship isn't bigger than the Blue Demon's ship, but its speed is quite fast, Poseidon told us. Blue Demon. I repeated. You'll know later, Chirua told me. Why aren't you coming with us? Kaboo looked at Chirua and asked. My friends, my mission is also complete. I'm going back to the Gnome Kingdom with my army. Wish you a safe journey, Chirua said while hugging each of us one by one. Well, the weather's good today. Get on the ship, Poseidon said to all of us. After bidding farewell to Poseidon and Chirua, we boarded the large ship. Previously, we had already operated another vessel, so for our group, handling this ship again was relatively familiar. Plus, we had an elder who claimed to be the Blue Demon with us, and the ship built by the elves wasn't hard to set sail on, making it quite simple to operate. We quickly left the port of the Elven Kingdom and sailed forward. Now, however, there were only 5 of us left. Me, Machi, Kaboo, Kelly, Alanthes, and the elder. How's your memory? Have you recovered any of it? I walked up to the elder and asked. Looking at this blue sea, I seem to have remembered something, but the image isn't clear. The elder smiled and said to me. That means all of us are counting on you now. You're our captain now. I laughed, patting the elder on the shoulder. Kaboo excitedly ran out from the cabin and loudly said to the elder and me. I can't believe how meticulous the elves are. The cabin is full of food, clothes, and bedding. It seems like we could stay here for months without any problem. We won't stay that long, the elder said to Kaboo. You're right. We can't live on the ship forever. Kelly walked over and said. It looks like the weather is pretty good today. Kelly looked at the sun ahead of us and said. Calm seas, Kaboo echoed. But I think we're going to run into big trouble tonight, the elder said. Are you saying there will be a storm tonight? I immediately asked. Yes, it seems you're becoming more and more like crew members, the elder laughed. Soon, it got dark, and the speed of our ship slowed down. A few of us entered the cabin, had a simple dinner, and then lay down to rest. The elder didn't seem sleepy and went alone to the deck, looking out at the boundless blue sea. What are you thinking about? Alanthes approached the elder and asked. Nothing, just can't fall asleep, the elder answered. I can't believe we've come so far, Alanthes sighed. I never thought I'd get a chance to go home, the elder said. How? Did you remember something? Alanthes curiously asked. Yes, a little bit, the elder replied. We'll see a small island after sailing for a few more days. I forget its name, but we should be able to reach that island, the elder said. Wait, listen, Alanthes reminded the elder. Is it singing? The elder also heard some sounds. Yes, singing, Alanthes said. How could there be singing? Kelly came out from the cabin and asked. I don't know, Alanthes said. Maybe, the elder seemed to know something. What? Kelly and Alanthes both curiously asked. Let me think carefully. The elder lowered his head and thought for a while. What are you doing at night instead of sleeping? Kaboo also came out from the cabin. Nothing, Kaboo. Did you hear anything? Kelly said to Kaboo. Hear what? Kaboo looked puzzled and asked. Singing, Kelly replied. Singing? Yeah, I think there is some singing. Kaboo listened carefully and said. Elder, did you figure it out? Alanthes asked. Not yet, let me think more. The elder once again fell into deep thought. Could it be a mermaid? Kaboo's unintentional words suddenly enlightened the elder. Yes, Kaboo's right. It's a mermaid, the elder said and became unusually nervous. Why are you so nervous, elder? Isn't it just a mermaid? Kaboo also started to feel nervous when he saw the elder's reaction. She's not an ordinary mermaid, she is. The elder was about to say something when a huge wave hit the bow of the ship, knocking everyone off their feet. I fell out of bed, hitting my head painfully. Are we under attack? I asked dazedly. At this moment, everyone was on the deck, and no one answered my question. Soon, everyone returned to the cabin. Where have you been? I asked when I saw them. Nowhere special, but the storm is coming, the elder said to everyone. It seems we're in for a lot of trouble here. Alanthes had just finished speaking when another huge wave hit the bow of the ship, causing us to fall to the ground again. When will this storm stop? Kaboo asked. It's just beginning, the elder said. No sooner had the elder finished speaking than the wind and rain outside became fierce, with lightning and thunder. Fortunately, our ship had already stopped moving forward, so we could only sway left and right with the big waves outside. This continued for quite a while, and each of us threw up what we had eaten for dinner, except for the elder. After about 2 gushies, about 4 hours, the storm outside finally weakened significantly. Thankfully, the ship was now relatively stable, allowing us to rest on our beds. Elder, you haven't finished talking about the mermaid yet. Kelly reminded the elder to finish what he had started to say. Kaboo and Alanthes also showed an exceptional interest in this story. They both sat up immediately, looking at the elder. I slowly sat up as well, curious to hear what the elder would say. The elder took a sip of water and then told all of us. My memory isn't very clear, but I can still remember some things. Let me tell you what I know. Chapter 153, Xianxia, the Aegean Sea. In the early morning, a gentle ray of sunlight streamed through a Venetian blind onto Xianxia's pale and round face. She slowly opened her large watery eyes. Her long, black lashes blinked as she looked at a chubby white cat that had been lying beside her. Good morning, meow. Seeing Xianxia awake, the white cat immediately stood up from the bed. My child, you're awake. A voice, magnetic yet kind and warm, entered Xianxia's ears. Yes, Mom, I'm awake, Xianxia said while yawning. Do you know what day it is today? Mother had already quietly walked into Xianxia's room. Today? It seems like my birthday. Xianxia hesitated for a moment before replying. That's right. What birthday present would you like? Mother smiled broadly as she looked at her adorable daughter. I don't need anything. Xianxia replied hesitantly. She was well aware of her family's financial situation. Even having a full meal was difficult, let alone preparing a birthday present for herself. My dear child, I will give you a surprise today, Mother suddenly said. What surprise? Xianxia's interest was piqued upon hearing her mother's words. Curious, she asked. Guess. What could it be? I still can't guess. Xianxia remained uncertain after pondering multiple times. What has always been your dream? Mother suddenly asked. To be a musician, Xianxia replied without hesitation. Besides that, Mother asked again. The sea. I want to see the sea. Xianxia answered without any thought. It seems your wish will soon come true. Mother said this with such excitement that she nearly started dancing. See, can I really see the sea? Xianxia, upon hearing her mother's words, could not believe what her ears were telling her. Look what I have. Mother instantly pulled out 2 brand new tickets from her waist. These are boat tickets, Xianxia said in amazement. We're going to see the blue sea, meaning the ocean, Mother exclaimed excitedly. Perhaps Xianxia could never have dreamed that her dream would come true so quickly. When Xianxia opened her eyes again, she and her mother were already aboard a large ship heading toward the blue sea. This large ship was a commercial vessel filled with various household supplies like bedding, clothes, shoes, and some new or old armor. With the 2 cheap lower-class tickets her mother bought, they could only stay in a smelly cabin full of rotten fruit. Yet, despite this, Xianxia already felt incredibly happy because her mother was about to fulfill her long-held dream. Soon, the big ship docked at a port, its final destination. Mother led the 11-year-old Xianxia off the ship, finally leaving behind the stinky rotten cabin. Xianxia greedily took deep breaths of the hard-earned fresh air, but compared to the imminent realization of her dream, enduring this little hardship didn't count for much. You go straight ahead, and you'll reach Lakefront City. We won't accompany you further, a young sailor politely said to Xianxia's mother. Thank you for your help. Mother, overexcited, didn't know how to thank this young man who hadn't really helped much. Thus, Mother led Xianxia along a winding, steep mountain path, staggering towards the lakefront city mentioned by the sailors. After a long time, Mother finally brought Xianxia to a relatively high hilltop. Below her eyes lay a city that appeared magnificent and spectacular, at least in her view. Indeed, she had never left her small village nor seen a real big city. Mom, is that Lakefront City? Xianxia tugged at her mother's hand with one hand and pointed at the city in front of her with the other. It should be the city. We're almost there, Mother said excitedly. Perhaps because Mother was too excited, while she was leading Xianxia toward Lakefront City, her foot slipped, and suddenly both of them tumbled down from the high mountain. They immediately passed out. When Mother woke up again, she found herself lying on a soft, large bed, almost the softest one she had ever slept on. Hurriedly looking around to find her daughter, Mother instantly saw Xianxia lying just 2 meters away, apparently sleeping sounder than usual. She wanted to wake Xianxia, but hesitated for a moment and decided against it, as she hadn't seen her daughter sleep so soundly for a long time. After a while, Xianxia naturally opened her eyes and saw her mother sitting in front of her with a gentle expression on her face at the first sight. Mom! Xianxia jumped up from the bed as soon as she saw her mother, then threw herself into her mother's arms. It's okay, nothing bad happened. Mother gently patted Xianxia's thin and bony body. At this moment, the room's door seemed to be pushed open by someone. Though the sound was very light, Mother still heard it and turned back alertly. It turned out to be a little boy who looked a few years younger than Xianxia, about 8 or 9 years old. Cute kid, how did you come here? Mother immediately put her guard down upon seeing that it was just a child. You're awake, the little boy said innocently, looking at Xianxia in Mother's arms. Is this your home? Mother asked kindly. Yes. Are you going to stay here? The little boy asked curiously. No, we won't be staying here, Mother replied quickly, though her voice remained magnetic. You can stay as long as you like. A female voice came from outside the open door. Holding Xianxia, who hadn't spoken a word and was hiding in her arms, Mother peeked out through the doorway and saw a well-dressed woman walk in with food in her hands. Kakala, how did you get in here? The woman seemed upset when she saw the little boy standing next to her, and her expression darkened. The little boy didn't answer, showing his fear of the lady. Haha, scared you. Huh, little troublemaker. The woman's frown instantly disappeared, replaced by a full smile. Seeing the unpredictable woman, the little boy burst into tears right away. At that moment, Mother gently placed Xianxia on the bed, stood up, and slowly squatted down in front of the little boy. She wiped his tears away with her relatively clean sleeve. It seems you really like this child, the woman said. We'll leave soon. We won't stay here. Thank you for saving us, but we don't have extra money for payment. I will work here until I pay off our debt, Mother sincerely said to the lady in front of her. Who said anything about money? This is an orphanage, and it's a free place anyway. The woman gave an air of disdain as she looked at the dirty woman in front of her. Here's your food for today. After handing over the food in her hands to Mother, the woman turned and left. When the woman left, Kakala followed and exited the room. Now there were only Mother and Xianxia left. Lowering her head and looking at the food in her hands, Mother was almost stunned. Although the bread, milk, and simple sausages on the plate were plain, they were enough to make Mother and Xianxia thrilled because in their everyday life, even such simple food wasn't guaranteed. Here, they received such hospitality effortlessly. The mother and daughter couldn't resist eating what would become the most delicious meal of their lives in large gulps. Days passed quickly, and the mother and daughter gradually blended into the orphanage mentioned by the woman. Because Mother could do some household chores, she secured a job as a handyman at the orphanage. She did almost everything, always with gratitude for every task she took on. The arrogant woman was the head of the orphanage, named something like Kaliana, though mother wasn't sure if that was her exact name. And Kakala was her biological son. The boy was 8 years old, and he got along well with Xianxia, possibly due to their similar ages. Xianxia also liked him, as she possessed an ability many people envied, playing the harp, a skill very few people mastered. Thus, everyone in the orphanage liked her, including the usually cold and stern Kaliana. Time passed quickly over the span of half a year, and Xianxia's dream of seeing the sea seemed to be crushed once again. Every day, she could only play her never-ending harp, which became the sole thing she did. Her mom worked on simple odd jobs every day. Although it was boring, she never complained. Mom, when will I get to see the ocean? Xianxia finally asked the question that had been troubling her all along. Mom appeared at a loss for words as well, unable to answer her daughter's simple inquiry. Do you want to see the sea? Kaliana walked up to Xianxia swiftly and asked. Yes, we came here just for that, Xianxia replied. But there is no ocean here, Kaliana said. No. Xianxia looked at her mother with astonishment after hearing this. Isn't this lakefront city? There should be an ocean here. Mom also felt incredulous after hearing Kaliana's words. Haha, lakefront city means a city built alongside a lake, Kaliana explained. Then where is the sea? Xianxia asked anxiously. If you want to see the blue sea, then you need to go to Blue Demon Island, Kaliana said. How can we get there? Mom asked eagerly. I'm sorry, but you cannot go there. It's too dangerous, Kaliana explained. Dangerous? Xianxia stared at Kaliana in disbelief. Blue Demon Island is filled with blue demons. They are a group of extremely cruel and vicious people, basically pirates. Do you know what pirates are? Kaliana said disdainfully while looking at Xianxia. After hearing the word pirates, both Xianxia and her mother shivered involuntarily. They certainly knew what pirates were. They were a ruthless bunch, feared by everyone. Since Kaliana had made things crystal clear, even though Mom wished to fulfill her daughter's dream, the reality was harsh. Upon hearing this, Xianxia suddenly broke down into uncontrollable sobs. Her heart-wrenching cries echoed throughout the orphanage, moving everyone present. However, she would never have imagined that in a few days, she would actually have the chance to venture to that perilous place. Chapter 154, The Sound of the Harp. A warship was speeding toward its destination at an extremely fast pace, which was none other than the lakefront city just within sight. Soon, this warship docked at a shore of lakefront city. The first person to step off the warship was a guy with a well-built figure and a stern face. He held a sharp, heavy sword in his hand, one crafted from rare material that could slice through metal as if it were butter. Next, dozens of warriors clad in tattered armor descended from the warship, each also holding sharp weapons. It seemed these pirates were about to raid the residents of Lakefront City. After a journey on foot, they arrived beneath the city gates of Lakefront City. Despite being called a city, it barely differed from a small village. Even the walls were made of crude wooden fences, offering almost no protection whatsoever. Captain, look how weak their city defenses are, said one pirate approaching the man wielding the heavy sword. We know this place is poor, but business is tough right now, so we'll have to do a job here first, replied the man without any change in expression. They easily breached the wooden barriers of Lakefront City, encountering practically no resistance as they proceeded to plunder this broken-down town. Meanwhile, Xianxia, Eugene, and her mother had already learned of the pirate invasion. Thus, everyone at the orphanage took refuge in an underground shelter designed precisely for protection against external attacks. Yet, none of them anticipated that even such a hidden place would be easily found by the pirates. One by one, the people from the orphanage were dragged out by the pirates and stood gathered in an open area. The heavy sword-wielding man slowly walked up to them, lowered his voice, and said solemnly, "We don't wish to harm anyone, but if any of you dare to resist us, there will be no good outcome." In the crowd, the mother tightly clutched young Xianxia's little hand. By this point, both of their hands were drenched in sweat, revealing how terrified they were. Not just them, everyone else from the orphanage was gripped by fear, fearing they might lose their lives at any second. After the man's intimidation, the people at the orphanage didn't dare act recklessly anymore. They all obediently remained in the open area. What was already a dilapidated place became even worse after the thorough plundering by the pirates. Just as the pirates were about to leave, a very young voice suddenly came from the crowd. "Can you take me with you?" The heavy sword-wielding man immediately turned around to look towards the crowd, and the people from the orphanage were also startled by this sudden voice, causing some timid individuals to faint. "Who just spoke?" The heavy sword-wielding man asked seriously. "It's me." The mother desperately tried to cover her daughter's mouth, but it was too late. It's actually a little girl." The heavy sword-wielding man was quite surprised when he saw who had spoken. "Who are you people?" the man questioned further. "They're not residents of Lakefront City. You'd better take them away." One person from the orphanage immediately chimed in. "They're not residents of Lakefront City?" The heavy sword-wielding man scrutinized the two before him with great interest. "I'm sorry, my daughter doesn't understand manners. Please forgive us," the mother tearfully pleaded. "You don't need to be afraid. We won't hurt you, but why does she want us to take her along?" The heavy sword-wielding man inquired curiously. "I want to see the sea." Xianxia responded with unexpected courage. "Oh, see the sea? Ha ha, ha ha." The usually stern-faced heavy sword-wielding man burst into laughter upon hearing Xianxia's reason. This brought some relief to the people present. "Boss, surely you're not considering taking them along?" A pirate stepped forward and asked. "Why can't we?" The heavy sword-wielding man retorted. "But there are rules on the island. No one is allowed to enter Blue Devil Island without permission," another pirate reminded him. "I know. I don't need you to tell me." The heavy sword-wielding man appeared slightly angry. Several pirates nearby immediately shut their mouths. All right, the two of you, follow us onto the ship, the heavy sword-wielding man decided. Although extremely reluctant, the mother had to agree so as not to upset the heavy sword-wielding man again. After nearly a day of sailing, the mother and xianxia arrived at Blue Devil Island, an island independent of any place, which was also quite enormous. Almost 200 times the size of Lakefront City. The mother and xianxia were brought by the heavy sword-wielding man all the way to the island's master, an almost 50-year-old elderly man who appeared much older than his age due to years of living on the island. Father, I've returned, the heavy sword-wielding man said politely upon seeing this elderly man. My son, how could you have returned so soon? The voice of the old man was extraordinarily hoarse, barely audible only to the heavy sword-wielding man. I went to Lakefront City, but there was nothing of value there, replied the heavy sword-wielding man, placing his sword on the steps nearby. And these two? The old man looked at the mother and xianxia with curiosity. You know the rules. We don't abduct people to bring to the island, the elder stated irritably. These two are interesting cases. They weren't abducted. They came willingly, the heavy sword-wielding man explained to his father. Willingly. The old man gazed doubtfully at the pair of mother and daughter before him. Why did you both come here voluntarily? Asked the old man. To be honest, it's my daughter's fault. She is very undisciplined and has always wanted to see the sea. That's why we offended your son, the mother sincerely answered. See the sea? The old man seemed shocked after hearing this explanation. At this moment, xianxia suddenly blurted out. Grandpa, can you take me to see the sea? Ha ha ha. The old man couldn't help laughing aloud when he heard xianxia refer to him in such a way. He too had once had a granddaughter just as cute as xianxia, but unfortunately, she had passed away from illness 2 years ago. The sudden appearance of xianxia made the old man feel an unfamiliar sense of family warmth. He immediately led xianxia, her mother, and his own son to a harbor on Blue Devil Island. Here, this is the Blue Sea, said the old man gently, stroking xianxia's forehead. The mother also appeared to relax her previously tense mood, realizing that these people probably wouldn't harm her or her daughter. Xianxia stared at the vast blue ocean in front of her, as clear as the sky. The turquoise water flowed continuously, and the nearshore areas were so crystal clear that one could even see the bottom. This is practically the most beautiful view spot of the entire Blue Sea, said the heavy sword-wielding man to xianxia. Xianxia's large watery eyes filled with wonder as she looked at the magnificent sight, temporarily forgetting all her worries and hardships. Thank you so much for fulfilling her dream, the mother said gratefully beside the old man. At this moment, a pirate dressed in light armor rushed over to the heavy sword-wielding man and said, Time is almost up. All right, little girl, it's about time for us to go. The heavy sword-wielding man bent down to look at xianxia and said, Let her watch for a bit longer. The old man interjected suddenly. Father, our time is limited now. The heavy sword-wielding man reminded his father. Oh, I almost forgot. Haha, look at my memory. All right, my dear granddaughter, let's leave now. We'll come back tomorrow. The sun is setting, the old man spoke. After hearing what Grandpa had said, xianxia turned obediently to leave. But then a song drifted into her ears from far away. Song. Xianxia immediately turned around again. How could there be a song? Her mother seemed equally shocked. Clearly, the song was coming from a distant part of the vast sea. Here, put these in her ears. The heavy sword-wielding man quickly handed the mother a pair of earplugs. What is this? The mother took them, full of confusion. Just do as I do. The heavy sword-wielding man inserted the plugs into his ears. The mother followed suit and placed the plugs into her own ears. However, xianxia didn't use the earplugs because she had never heard such a beautiful melody and found this enchanting song even more astonishing since it came from afar in the Blue Sea. Mom, if only we had a harp now, xianxia told her mother. A harp? The old man nearby without the earplugs asked. Yes, a harp. Xianxia gestured with her hands as she spoke. It seems I have something like that, the old man said. He then ordered a pirate to bring over the harp that xianxia had mentioned. By this time, the beautiful song coming from the distant Blue Sea was growing louder, and at times even becoming piercing. The elderly man himself had to put in earplugs to prevent his eardrums from rupturing due to the shrill music. However, xianxia showed no signs of discomfort and instead began harmonizing with the melody by playing her beloved harp near the Blue Sea. The blend of the beautiful song and xianxia's harp created music that sounded almost heavenly. Everyone present was left speechless. The elderly man was the first to take out his earplugs, followed by his son, and then others on the island. Soon, all the people on the Blue Devil Island removed their earplugs. Every day after arriving at Blue Devil Island, xianxia would come here to play her cherished harp while gazing at the sea she had always longed for. The elder paused for a moment after finishing the story, cleared his throat, and said, This story is merely a legend. So did the girl named xianxia save everyone on the island? Cab asked in amazement. One wouldn't exactly call it saving, but ever since then, no one on the island wore earplugs anymore, the elder replied. Then who was singing such a beautiful song? I asked, growing more curious. The legend does not specify clearly, but there is a rumor that it was a mermaid, the elder said. A mermaid? Kelly exclaimed upon hearing this. Perhaps the explanation involving mermaids is reasonable, Alanthus suggested. I also think the mermaid theory makes sense, I concurred. Anyway, it's just a legend, the elder chuckled. All right, it's getting late. We should rest now, the elder said. It was only then that we realized how much time had passed while the elder narrated his story. Alone, I walked up to the deck at the front of the ship, looking toward the horizon, toward the seemingly unattainable twilight. The golden hues grew more intense, akin to the hope that burned eternally within me. Chapter 155, Encountering Pirates. The azure sea waves gently lapped at the deck where I stood, and the sky was clear with just a few white clouds floating in the air. Standing alone on the deck, I admired this beautiful scene and couldn't help but marvel at the wonders of nature that could create such beauty. Though the weather was sunny, we were still sailing across the blue sea. Even in such pleasant weather, powerful sea winds blew through, forcing us to always be mindful of keeping warm. "You're up really early," a rough voice sounded in my ears. I turned toward the source of the voice and saw it was my teacher, General Alanthes, walking towards me. "Couldn't sleep, so I came out to enjoy the view," I replied. "I can hardly believe how far we've already traveled," Alanthes said as he approached me and lightly placed one hand on my shoulder. I could feel the weight and firmness of his large hand, which gave me endless strength and unparalleled comfort. "Our elder said we'll head directly to Blue Devil Island this time." Alanthes paused briefly before continuing. "Aren't we going to Lake Edge City?" I looked curiously at my teacher and asked. "We probably won't stop there. Lake Edge City is undoubtedly far from Blue Devil Island, and we cannot waste time there," Alanthes explained. "And besides, maybe Lake Edge City doesn't even exist anymore," Alanthes added. "Why do you say that?" I asked curiously. "You forgot. The elder's story was only a legend. Its authenticity is difficult to confirm," my teacher said. Just as we were talking, others also emerged from the cabin. The first one to walk quickly to my side was Kaboo. I looked at Kaboo. Perhaps because he had just woken up, his face was unkempt, and he stood rigidly on the deck gazing into the distance. "Why are you looking so disheveled?" I found Kaboo's appearance amusing. "I haven't slept so comfortably for a long time," Kaboo said while stretching lazily. "If everything goes smoothly, we will reach Blue Devil Island today." The elder, wearing a gray linen robe, stepped between my teacher and me. "Are we really arriving today?" Kaboo was visibly excited upon hearing this. "How long have we been on this ship?" Kelly, who had been standing behind us, questioned. "About 20-some days, I think," the elder calculated aloud. "It's been that long already?" Kaboo exclaimed in astonishment as he stared at the elder beside him. "Are we heading straight for Blue Devil Island?" I asked the elder. "Yes, it will reduce our troubles significantly," the elder answered. Suddenly, our big ship stopped without any warning. "What happened? Why has the ship stopped?" Kaboo looked anxiously at the elder beside him. Among all of us, only the elder was an experienced sailor. Naturally, everyone on the ship listened to his commands. Since the ship had come to an unexpected halt, the elder would have to resolve the situation. He soon found the reason for the halt. It was because the bottom of our big ship had hit a massive reef. This huge reef blocked our forward path, and now we could only wait. The elder carefully examined the surrounding environment and told everyone that once the tide in the blue sea rose, we could continue forward. Although none of us understood much about the tide mentioned by the elder, we all trusted him implicitly, just as we trusted ourselves. After a long period of waiting, instead of the tide that the elder mentioned, another ship appeared, one more accurately described as a pirate ship. It was a dark-colored ship, not nearly as large as ours, yet it was still quite sizable. A cross mark appeared on its sail, a common symbol or logo used by pirates. The dark ship sailed quickly and soon appeared not far from us. "Look, there's a big ship." Kelly pointed ahead loudly. "Pirates, they're pirates." The elder grew tense when seeing the mark on the ship's sail. "Pirates? Will they attack us?" Kaboo became nervous. "Everyone, go inside the cabin, fast." The elder grabbed Kaboo's arm and pulled him hurriedly into the cabin. The rest of us also gradually entered the cabin. Although we were now inside, it didn't guarantee our absolute safety. Perhaps we could only pray that these pirates hadn't seen our big ship and would leave this area. Of course, our childish thoughts were unrealistic. The pirate ship was less than a few thousand meters away from our position. With their fast speed, it wasn't long before the pirate ship stopped right beside ours. Next, a muscular man jumped down from the pirate ship. His long hair was scattered on both sides, and he wore a tattered armor with a rusty large sword in his hand. His face was serious and stern. More noticeably, one of his eyes was white-gray, indicating he was likely a one-eyed man. Soon, a few more pirates boarded our ship. I could determine their numbers from the footsteps. Though it would be easy for the few of us to handle these pirates, we didn't want to get into such trouble. After all, the blue sea belonged to these pirates, and our job was to hide ourselves and avoid being discovered, perhaps allowing us to escape this disaster. But we were wrong again. These professionals quickly found the cabin where we were hiding. At that moment, the few of us had our swords ready, separated by just a door. Outside, a pirate was using a crowbar to pry open the cabin door. When the cabin door cracked open, I was the first one to rush out. With an explosive burst of strength, I half-squatted and broke through the cabin door, throwing the prying pirate several meters away. There really are people. Get ready to fight. Chapter 156, Blue Devil Island. The one-eyed dragon man was commanding the pirates around him to launch an attack on us. I can now fully confirm that this one-eyed dragon is the leader of this pirate ship. If we take him down, these pirates won't be too much of a threat anymore. I first grabbed my sword and charged toward the one-eyed dragon man, but standing by his side were several pirate crew members. They reacted quickly and surrounded me before I could reach him. Without overthinking, I began to fight them all together. With a swift slash, one pirate crew member fell before me. It seemed that these pirates weren't so skilled after all. However, since their numbers were 4 or 5 times greater than ours, I carefully engaged with these surrounding pirates while gradually trying to get closer to the one-eyed dragon. At the same time, others were already fiercely battling. Kelly, Kapu, the elder, and Arents were all fighting together with the pirates in front of them. Very soon, One pirate after another collapsed on the ground. Not long after, there were only a few pirates left who had boarded the ship. Now, only the one-eyed dragon man and a few shivering pirate crew members remained. It appeared that these pirates were thoroughly shocked by our sudden appearance, and the powerful combat strength we displayed was certainly not something they had expected. Who are you exactly? The one-eyed dragon man finally spoke after staring at us for a long time. We are not your enemies, I firmly replied as I stared at this one-eyed dragon man. Then why did you attack us? And how did you appear in the blue sea? The one-eyed dragon man asked curiously. Perhaps now wasn't the time for explanations, and I didn't respond to his question. At this moment, the one-eyed dragon man suddenly looked at the elder and said, "You, are you also a blue devil?" "Yes, I am," the elder confirmed. "No matter who you are, it seems today we're destined for a bloodbath." The one-eyed dragon man gripped his weapon tighter. After hearing his words, I understood in my heart that this was his last stand against us. Suddenly, the one-eyed dragon man started waving his large blade, charging toward our direction. The pirates beside him also rushed toward us. Once again, the two groups engaged in a fierce battle. After some fighting, the one-eyed dragon man was severely injured, blood streaming from his arm and thigh. We thought he would run for his life, but he continued attacking us, even though his offensive capability was practically zero. None of us engaged with him any further. Instead, we simply dodged his attacks left and right until he eventually died from excessive blood loss. As he lay dead on the ground, we were all shocked by his tenacity, even if he was an enemy in our eyes. We glanced at each other, no one saying a word. Perhaps at this moment, none of us had anything to say. Standing on the deck of the ship's bow, we all inadvertently looked at the elder. Since he and these pirates were from the same tribe, perhaps the elder's spirit of resilience originated from here. Since we've now taken care of all the pirates, our next task was to push their bodies into the blue sea. Our big ship was still blocked by massive rocks, so we simply switched to the pirates' warship. Although the pirates' ship was smaller than ours, its navigation speed was fast. Entering the pirate ship, we began starting the entire large vessel. The elder, being an experienced captain, made us fearless with just his presence. Soon, our pirate team set off on a new journey. However, the weather in the blue sea was as unpredictable as a woman's mood. Just as we boarded the pirate ship, dark clouds gathered above us, and then a torrential downpour ensued. We hadn't fully reacted when we were already drenched. My goodness, what kind of terrible weather is this? Kapu complained as he looked up at the pouring rain. This time, no one opposed his complaint since everyone was frustrated by the sudden downpour. Nevertheless, despite the frustration, we still needed to continue forward. After the elder assigned all of us tasks, the pirate ship smoothly sailed on the blue sea. For a long time, the heavy rain showed no sign of stopping. Since our pirate ship was now sailing smoothly, we were able to retreat into the cabin to avoid the rain. This pirate ship indeed sailed much faster than our previous one. It didn't take long for us to travel a great distance, but the sky remained dim with unceasing heavy rain. We all sat quietly inside the cabin without saying a word. Even Kapu, usually the loudest of us, had closed his mouth. Suddenly, our ship violently rocked. Due to inertia, we were all thrown to the floor. "What's happening?" I asked while holding onto the ground, directing my question at the elder. "Maybe we've encountered a tornado." The elder hesitated before replying. "Tornado?" Kelly, lying beside the elder, looked astonished as she stared at him. "You stay here, I'll go and check it out," the elder said, then took a big step and rushed out of the cabin. He stumbled onto the deck, where he saw a massive whirlpool before his eyes. This spiral-shaped whirlpool stretched up toward the clouds, confirming the elder's suspicion. The whirlpool kept spinning toward a single point, pulling our pirate ship slowly toward its center. Taking advantage of the brief period before the ship rocked violently, we also ran out from the cabin. When we saw the scene in front of us, like the elder, we were all shocked beyond belief. "So this is a tornado?" Arence, who had been clutching my arm, said in disbelief. "Could this be the legendary gates of hell?" Kapu shivered uncontrollably as the rain drenched his entire body. At this moment, the entire ship began tilting towards the center of the whirlpool. Our bodies slid toward one side of the ship due to the tilt. The tornado kept expanding in size, and the larger it grew, the stronger its pull became. In an instant, our pirate ship was completely drawn into the center of the tornado. We barely had any time to react, and were all swept into this massive black vortex. Cold ocean waves continuously battered my back. I lay on a sandy beach covered in shells and pebbles. At this moment, I was still unconscious, but standing in front of me were several men with pale blue skin, muscular and towering figures, and sharp gazes. Although I remained unconscious, it felt like I was dreaming that someone carried me into a warm room. There was a cozy bed, delicious food, and clean, comfortable clothes. It seemed I had everything I desired. But when my dream abruptly ended, I finally opened my eyes. Yet, there were none of those wonderful things from my dream in front of me. At least not right now. "Where am I?" I asked weakly while lying on a cold, hard surface. "You're awake. Looks like you really have some luck." A man's voice reached my ears. After hearing the man's voice, I tried turning my head to look at him, but my neck seemed stiff and wouldn't move under my control. "Don't waste your effort. You surviving already counts as a miracle," the man continued in his rough tone. "Where am I?" I asked again, still weakly. "Blue Devil Island." The man replied with just these 3 words. When I heard the words, Blue Devil Island, I lost consciousness once more. Chapter 157, Duxi Silang. When I woke up again, I found myself lying on a soft large bed, and I was in a warm and spacious room. I struggled to get up from the bed, but my body was still weak, and I could not yet fully control my physical functions. How did I end up here? And where exactly am I? Questions kept swirling in my mind. You must be wondering where you are, right? A deep, masculine voice sounded beside me. I quickly turned my head to look. Although I couldn't control my whole body, moving my neck was quite easy. To my surprise, there sat a man less than 2 meters away. My heart skipped a beat at first, but then I calmed myself down as much as I could and asked, "Where am I? And who are you?" "It seems your consciousness has largely returned," the man said while sitting at a distance from me. "But I still can't move," I replied. "That's fine. Drinking some herbal soup will fix it soon." The man stood up. Then a woman walked into the room with a bowl of yellow liquid in her hands. It was clear to me that this liquid was what the man referred to as the soup medicine. "Drink this, and you'll feel better." The man pointed at the bowl of soup. Clearly, I had no choice but to obey his request, even though I didn't want to drink it. I didn't know if this herbal soup would do me good or harm. Yet, I could only follow his order since I couldn't resist. The woman slowly helped me sit upright, leaning against the headboard, and then she carefully fed me the soup. As soon as my lips touched the soup, a strong bitter taste filled my mouth. Evidently, it was some kind of Chinese herbal medicine. Though I knew little about drugs, during my years in Carson City, I had learned a bit of medicinal knowledge, which I acquired simply for the purpose of saving myself and my companions in dangerous times. Gritting my teeth, I drank the entire bowl of yellow soup. Then I felt a burning sensation all over my body, as if I were being purified by fire. But this feeling only lasted for an instant, and soon I returned to normal. After seeing me finish the soup, the woman left the room. Right after she left, I felt my body return to its usual state. My fingers and toes could wiggle freely, and my limbs could move slowly. It was indeed miraculous how effective this bowl of soup was. "How are you feeling now?" The man stepped closer to me and asked. As the man approached, I finally saw his true features. He looked to be in his late 50s, or maybe older, judging by his appearance. His face was covered with a gray beard due to his age. Despite his advanced years, he had an attractive countenance, with time doing little damage to his handsome looks. He had a pair of piercing light blue eyes looking at me with a hint of melancholy, paired with thick eyebrows shaped like crescent moons above his eyes. His prominent nose complemented his face well. In summary, this middle-aged man was truly a symbol of elegance and charm. "Thank you," I politely said to the man who could have been my father. "Now that you're awake, I'd like to ask you a few questions." The man sat by the edge of my bed. Of course, I was still leaning back against the headboard, unable to completely sit up. I knew what kind of questions the man wanted to ask, probably related to my background and experiences. I was prepared to answer these things to him, but I never imagined that the first question from this old man would be something like, "Are you married?" The old man blurted out without thinking. This unexpected question completely caught me off guard. Upon hearing it, I almost fell off the bed, but I managed to calm myself down, given that I had just regained my strength. Also, his questioning was technically normal, though the timing and context seemed inappropriate. His simple question put me in quite a predicament. Whether I was married or not, this should have been an easy response, but somehow difficult to explain. Yes, it seemed I hadn't tied the knot, but wasn't my presence here aimed precisely toward such a goal? I hesitated for a moment before answering. Your answer is quite hard for me to understand," the man said. "Since you don't want to answer this question, then let me ask you some regular questions instead." The man cleared his throat and said, "What were these regular questions?" Naturally, they were the very ones I had imagined earlier. The man asked each one without skipping, and naturally, I answered every one of them too. However, for some overly complicated events, I chose to tell him only the most concise and essential parts. As expected, the man was shocked upon hearing my story, and he also became very interested in the blue demon elder I mentioned. But now I was separated from my companions, and I had no idea whether they were alive or dead. When I thought about it, I couldn't help but worry about them. After hearing your story, I'm really shocked. I've seen elves and dwarves, and even dealt with people from the demon race, but you've encountered so many different races and fought against them. It's truly unbelievable, the man marveled. I owe my survival entirely to my companions' help. Could you please help me find them? I looked at the man pleadingly. If they were all washed ashore on Blue Demon Island, I could definitely find them. But if they were washed up somewhere else, that would be difficult. The man paused for a moment and replied. Since I was washed up here, they must have been washed ashore here as well, I said firmly. I understand how you feel, but this doesn't guarantee they are necessarily on Blue Demon Island. Anything can happen in the Blue Sea, the man explained. After hearing what the man said, I didn't respond. Perhaps he was right. My companions might not have been washed ashore on this island with me. They might have already. I didn't dare to continue the thought. You've told me so much, but I haven't introduced myself yet. The man smiled as he spoke. Please go ahead, I responded politely. Here is Blue Demon Island, which you already know. And where you are right now is the central area of Blue Demon Island. This city is called Wolf Castle because there are many wolves around here, and I personally raise a large number of wolf pups. That's why the people of Blue Demon Island call me Duke Xiuxian. The man explained all this information in one breath. Duke Xiuxian. I couldn't help but repeat as I looked at the man. Haha, you can call me Wolf Duke from now on. Xiuxi sounds too formal, the man said. Thank you, Lord Wolf Duke. I responded politely. Since you've fully recovered your strength, why don't you come along with me to take a look around the environment here? Wolf Duke asked me. Chapter 158, Pirate Gascoigne. I obviously couldn't refuse Lord Wolf. Although I knew some of the situations here, I still didn't know much about this man in front of me who claimed to be Lord Wolf. Even though he had saved my life, I still had to be cautious about this old man. I followed Lord Wolf out of the room and walked through this castle with him. The so-called Wolf Castle that Lord Wolf described was enormous. It was even bigger than many castles I had been to before. Following closely behind Lord Wolf, it took me quite a long time to basically understand the entire layout of Wolf Castle, though this was only a small part of the entire fortress. Just as I was accompanying Lord Wolf on a tour of Wolf Castle, a woman with a graceful figure, light blue skin, and eyes like a pair of blue gems walked up to Lord Wolf. As soon as she saw him, she smiled and said, "Father, why have you come here?" "I came to see you." Lord Wolf also smiled and said when he saw the woman. "Who is this?" the woman asked, looking at me. "He is a mysterious guest I just rescued." Lord Wolf intentionally did not tell her my identity. Mysterious guest? The woman's blue gem-like eyes turned towards my position. I quickly shifted my gaze from hers to avoid any awkwardness. The woman examined me from head to toe and then said, "He's not one of our people." "That's right. He is a member of a clan I've never heard of." "Humans," Lord Wolf said. "Humans? I haven't heard of them either, but aside from their different skin color, there doesn't seem to be anything particularly unusual about them," the woman said. "She is my daughter, Natalia." Lord Wolf introduced the beautiful woman in front of me. "My name is..." Before I could introduce myself, Lord Wolf suddenly interjected. "You can just call him Wolf Treasure." "Wolf Treasure, father's precious treasure. What a cute name." The woman burst out laughing after hearing Lord Wolf's words. After hearing that name, I found it amusing as well. However, since I was on their territory now, naturally they could call me whatever they wanted, and I didn't really care. Since the father and daughter had already met, the three of us together left Wolf Castle. "I want to see the place where I was discovered." I made this request to Lord Wolf. "All right, I'll take you there." Lord Wolf quickly brought me to the spot where I had been washed ashore by the blue sea. It looked almost exactly like what I had seen when I was semi-conscious. Watching this scene, I couldn't help but feel a wave of sorrow, especially because although I had completely escaped danger, my companions were nowhere to be found. Woo 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 woo. An urgent horn sound rang in our ears. "What's happened?" I anxiously asked Lord Wolf. "Pirates," Natalia, standing nearby, explained. "What are pirates?" I curiously asked. "The ship you were on belongs to the pirates," Lord Wolf told me. "So they are pirates, but aren't you guys pirates too?" I looked at Lord Wolf, puzzled. "Yes, we are pirates, but pirates are far more terrifying. Moreover, they are entirely different from us," Lord Wolf said while walking briskly toward the direction of Wolf Castle. Natalia and I followed closely behind Lord Wolf. I clearly understood that now was not the time for me to indulge my curiosity, as a big battle was about to break out. After returning to Wolf Castle, Lord Wolf gathered a large number of pirate warriors. Each one of them was tall and imposing, with fierce expressions. Neither Natalia nor I participated in Lord Wolf's assembly, but we stood silently in a corner not too far from these people. "It seems there are a lot of these pirates this time," Natalia said to me. "I still don't quite understand the pirates you speak of." I expressed my confusion. "The leader of these pirates is named Gascoigne. He used to be my uncle." Natalia revealed a sentence that I would never have expected. "Uncle." I was shocked after hearing it. My uncle wanted to kill my father to replace him as Lord Wolf, but he failed. My father defeated him, and he fled with his remaining forces to Lagoon City near Blue Demon Island, which became Gascoigne's territory. There, he continued to expand his power. His forces grew increasingly stronger, and he once boasted that he would attack Wolf Castle again to seek revenge against my father. In one breath, Natalia narrated this long segment of family history, which could certainly be considered an incredible story. "That's how it is. This time, it must definitely be Gascoigne attacking Blue Demon Island," I said. "You're right, and this time it might very well be his personal expedition," Natalia said. As Natalia's words trailed off, Lord Wolf had already led a group of pirate warriors toward the main gate. Natalia, seeing this, immediately ran to her father and hugged him tightly, knowing all too well that he was about to fight another life-or-death battle. I, having clashed with sea pirates before, knew their strength. Hence, I fully understood the kind of people Lord Wolf was about to face. Natalia's sudden action caught Lord Wolf slightly off guard, but he quickly untangled his daughter's arms from around him and resolutely left the castle with his men without looking back. Watching Lord Wolf stride out of the Wolf Castle with such determination reminded me of our equally steadfast elder back home, whose fate now remained unknown to me. Natalia stood at the grand gates of Wolf Castle, tears welling up in her eyes as she watched her father's figure grow smaller in the distance. I was right next to her, witnessing every genuine emotion flickering across her face. "Let's go. Lord Wolf will be fine," were the only words I could manage, not really knowing what else to say to Natalia during such a tense moment. She didn't respond, but instead walked straight back into her room. Clearly, her mind was overwhelmed by distress. Anyone would feel the same if their father went off to risk his life like this. With a heavy heart, I returned to my own quarters in Wolf Castle. Even so, I still lingered by the window, gazing outward. However, I considered myself quite fortunate because my room overlooked a vast sandy beach outside the Wolf Castle, where I had first lost consciousness. From there, I could clearly see Lord Wolf and his army making preparations for the upcoming war. Woo woo woo. A loud trumpet sounded in the distance over the blue sea, instantly drawing my attention far out toward its horizon. The sight almost caused me to lose balance. Hundreds of warships covered the blue sea. Each vessel was far larger than the pirate ship I had been on, indicating that Gascoigne had arrived this time to completely annihilate Lord Wolf. Preparations for the battle against Gascoigne were underway on the beach known as Gravel Beach, a hazardous location filled with sharp stones hidden beneath the sand. Yet, why did Gascoigne choose to attack here? As the fleet approached slowly, Lord Wolf waved to his men beside him, and soon a group of lightly armored warriors emerged from a dark cave pushing large black objects. These were long, dark circular shapes, resembling something I'd seen before, an image flashing through my mind. I remembered them from the Golden Desert when we fought the Desert Legions. This was something the Elder had also used. What is this called? It's called the Firestone Cannon, came a tearful voice behind me. Turning sharply, I saw Natalia standing there. How did you get here? I asked, astonished. The orientation of your room allows an excellent view of Gravel Beach. I wanted to see too, Natalia replied as she walked next to me. You've encountered weapons like ours before, haven't you? She curiously asked. Yes, I've not only seen them but also used them, I answered. As Natalia showed even more surprise at hearing this, several Firestone cannons were already in position on Gravel Beach, their muzzles aimed at Gascoigne's warships out at sea. Lord Wolf stood behind a massive Firestone cannon, watching as Gascoigne's ships drew closer. After a while, Lord Wolf gave the command, "We can start." At his order, one of his men placed the torch they'd been holding near the cannon's ignition point. Immediately, ear-splitting explosions erupted from Gravel Beach, forcing me to cover my ears tightly, just as Natalia beside me did the same. Firestones shot continuously from the cannons, like fiery snakes streaking toward the enemy fleet upon the blue sea. Instantly, Gascoigne's ships were struck, causing many to burst into flames and others to sink rapidly beneath the waves. In just a short period, the blue sea became an ocean of fire. Chapter 159, Conquering the Beach. Natalia and I stood by the window, gazing at this magnificent, yet terrifying sight before us. Despite being a brave and skilled warrior, I couldn't help but tremble all over when facing such a grim scene. Natalia, who was standing beside me, seemed even more nervous than I was. Her hands were tightly gripping the edge of her clothes, her palms already drenched in sweat. I could almost see the droplets of sweat falling from her hands to the ground. "Don't be so tense, everything will be fine," I said softly as I gently patted Natalia's shoulder. "I'm okay," she replied while turning her head to look at me. "It seems that the battle has already decided the winner," she said. "Maybe." I turned my gaze back out the window. At this moment, the Gravel Beach was filled with Lord Lang's soldiers, each fully armed. It became clear that merely relying on the Firestone cannons would not be enough to force Gaston to retreat. Soon the cannonballs ran out. At this point, a huge warship appeared in the shallow waters near the Gravel Beach. A tall man leaped out of the warship in one swift move. He was approximately 3 meters tall, clearly much taller than ordinary pirates. This giant rushed toward the Gravel Beach after jumping out of the warship. Several nearby soldiers noticed him and charged forward with their weapons ready. However, the giant, wielding a massive iron hammer because of his enormous size, easily rammed into the Guardian army. With just one simple collision, those soldiers were thrown away. More pirates then surged out of the warship one after another. Each of them looked ferocious and wielded sharp weapons as they stormed towards the Gravel Beach. The Guardian army on the Gravel Beach immediately engaged in fierce combat with the pirate army. For a time, the chaotic sounds of battle spread throughout the entire Gravel Beach. Viscount Lang led a group directly toward the giant, since the giant's towering figure and broad range of attacks made his presence especially lethal. Lang wielded an extremely sharp steel blade forged entirely of pure steel that could cut through metal like butter. He stepped up to the giant and loudly shouted, "I'm here." The giant turned around instantly upon hearing the voice. Just as he turned back, a sharp steel blade lunged toward his chest. But luck was on his side. This blade struck the armor he wore across his chest. He had escaped a deadly attack once again. Realizing the danger, the giant swung his mighty hammer down hard at the small Viscount Lang in front of him. Lang's movements were quick. He nimbly sidestepped to evade the blow. But the giant's reaction was swift. He raised his giant hammer once more, aiming for Viscount Lang. Before Lang could recover, a soldier bravely stepped in front of Viscount Lang, only to be crushed by the hammer swing from the giant. In front of Viscount Lang unfolded a scene of bloody disarray. Lang darted backwards swiftly to put some distance between himself and the giant's next attack. Even now, the giant continued to swing his enormous hammer, quickly causing many of the nearby guardians to collapse in pools of blood. Viscount Lang knew this state of affairs couldn't persist. Seeing a bow and arrow lying at his feet, he picked it up, set the string, and aimed at the giant's head, releasing the arrow. The arrow traced a beautiful curve through the air before hitting its target. However, Viscount Lang underestimated the resilience of this giant. Even though the arrow pierced the giant's head, it caused only a slight wound. The giant quickly tore the arrow off from the side of his scalp. Though blood flowed freely, this level of pain was trivial to the giant. Seeing the scene, Viscount Lang fired a second arrow. However, this arrow did not aim at the giant's head but directly hit one of his ankles instead. This shot caused the giant to kneel on the ground. Viscount Lang swiftly ran toward the giant's position. He tightly held his steel knife and slashed down fiercely at the giant's neck. With one swift movement, the giant's head was severed by Viscount Lang. The surrounding Guardian army cheered without exception, but it wasn't time to celebrate yet, because large numbers of pirate soldiers were surging out from an increasing number of warships. Their quantity was growing rapidly, soon occupying vast areas of the Gravel Beach. After resisting for a long period, Viscount Lang's army had no choice but to retreat. They came to the second line of defense, a wall more than a man's height located behind the Gravel Beach. This wall wasn't very long, but it could still barely withstand the attacks of the pirate army. When the fierce battle on the Gravel Beach gradually quieted down, a man dressed in a black robe wearing a black hood stepped off one of the warships. There were several other people dressed in black robes beside him, including another giant. "We've already conquered the beach," a pirate respectfully said to the man in black. Where's Viscount Lang?" the man asked in a hoarse voice. He took the survivors and hid behind the stone wall behind the beach. The pirate replied. Take me there, the man in black said and followed this pirate to the stone wall behind the gravel beach. When the man in black arrived at the stone wall, he slowly removed the hood covering his head, then shouted to Viscount Lang hiding behind the stone wall. Long time no see. How have you been recently? Upon hearing this unpleasant yet familiar voice, Viscount Lang angrily stood up from behind the stone wall, and then he quickly walked out of the stone wall. Although some soldiers wanted to stop Viscount Lang's behavior, they all failed. Walking over 10 meters ahead, Viscount Lang responded, I won't be well as long as you're around. Haha, haha. Upon hearing Viscount Lang's words, the man in black burst into laughter. Let's talk about something serious. You should know why I am here, the man in black said. You won't get what you want, Viscount Lang firmly answered. Is that so? My army has conquered the beach now, and I've forced you into a desperate situation. Do you think you still have any room to talk tough? The man in black disdainfully looked at the old man in front of him. I haven't lost yet. You forgot where this place is. It's the Blue Demon Island. Here is my territory, and you dream if you want to conquer the Blue Demon Island. After finishing these words, Viscount Lang slowly raised one hand over his head. At this moment, all the soldiers behind the stone wall came out, and not only that, a great many soldiers also rushed out from the dark corners by the beach. What? What is this? The man in black was astonished when he saw this. It seems we are surrounded. This is a trap. It's a trap, a nearby pirate loudly shouted. Gaskin, today is your dying day. Viscount Lang revealed a ferocious expression on his face. What should we do now? A man in black beside Gaskin approached him and asked. What can we do? We have to break through. You need to find what I want as soon as possible, Gaskin said. Chapter 160, Rescuing Natalia. Just as Gascoigne's words had faded, the Sith Wolf Baron had already launched a counterattack on him. Now, Gascoigne was surrounded by the Sith Wolf Baron's soldiers, almost completely encircled. But he was not about to give up so easily, and his remaining forces still numbered in the thousands. Even in a direct confrontation with the Sith Wolf Baron, he did not fear Sith one bit. Another fierce battle erupted, but this time it was Gascoigne's army that was crushed. Although Gascoigne's army was large in number, they were at the Blue Devil Island, which was the Sith Wolf Baron's territory. At this moment, Gascoigne led his troops, breaking through layer after layer of siege, finally carving out a bloody path, a path of hope leading to the warships. But Gascoigne could not leave yet because he had not completed his mission. Natalia and I stood inside the house. Although we could no longer see what was happening behind the gravel beach, we could still guess from the shouts on the battlefield that the situation had completely turned in favor of the Sith Wolf Baron. It looks like we've won this battle, Natalia said excitedly, looking at me. Uh-huh. I nodded with a smile at her. Snap. A sudden crisp sound caught my attention. I turned around sharply only to find a man dressed in black right in front of me within a split second. Natalia was startled when she saw the man in black, but she quickly calmed down. Finally, I found you, the man in black said, staring intently at Natalia. They've come for you. I immediately stepped in front of Natalia, shielding her behind me. Get out of the way, the man in black shouted at me. After hearing the rudeness of the man in black toward me, Natalia suddenly yelled at the man in black. What are you? How dare you shout at my Wolfie? Upon hearing the word Wolfie again, I almost burst out laughing but managed to hold it back since it was not the right time for laughter. After hearing Natalia's roar, the man in black seemed to be unwilling to waste any more words on her and pulled out a sharp dagger from his waistband. He then approached me, with two other men in black following closely behind him, all armed and slowly advancing towards me. Just as the man in black was about to reach me, several of the Sith Wolf Baron's men rushed into the room and immediately engaged in a fight with the two men in black at the door. Taking advantage of the confusion, I lunged fiercely at the man in black in front of me. I grabbed his hand holding the knife tightly and struck it hard against the ground. In just a few moments, the dagger in the man in black's hand was knocked away. The dagger bounced right under Natalia's feet, and she immediately picked it up and stabbed at the man in black struggling with me. I held the man in black firmly, and as Natalia's dagger struck him, the man in black suddenly turned around, throwing me off first and quickly dodging Natalia's attack. Then he gently struck Natalia on the back of her head, causing her to faint. At this sight, I immediately got up and lunged at the man in black, but at this moment, another man in black emerged from somewhere unknown and delivered a powerful kick to my stomach. With intense pain coursing through my body, I fainted too. I don't know how long it was before I opened my eyes again. In front of me lay only some dead bodies of the Sith Wolf Baron's men and the mess inside the room. What happened? I touched my kicked abdomen while struggling to stand up. I desperately tried to find Natalia. Carefully inspecting the surroundings in the room, I saw nothing. I endured the sharp pain in my abdomen and stepped out of the room. Outside, there were numerous corpses. Finally, unable to bear the severe pain, I half squatted. After a long while, a living person finally appeared in front of me. It was the Sith Wolf Baron. Are you okay? The Sith Wolf Baron squatted down and asked, seeing my pained expression. I'm fine, but I haven't seen Natalia, I said helplessly. Don't worry, she's alive. She has been captured by Gascoigne. Saying this, tears welled up in the Sith Wolf Baron's eyes. What? She's been taken away? I was also greatly shocked to hear this. Yes, during the battle between me and the pirate army, he took the opportunity to send people to sneak into the Wolf Castle and kidnap Natalia. The Sith Wolf Baron explained. I was there too, and I even fought with one of the men in black, I said as I recalled. That's right. The man in black who captured her was the one you fought. Did you see the man in black's face? Upon hearing this, the Sith Wolf Baron immediately became more animated. His wide-open eyes fixed intently on me. No, I didn't get a clear look at his face, but I could definitely recognize him again. I replied firmly. All right, perhaps you should rest for a bit, and we all need some rest. The Sith Wolf Baron stood up and said, Did we win? I asked while struggling to stand by leaning against the doorframe. Win? Without Natalia, we can't really call it a win, the Sith Wolf Baron said here, his entire face filled with great pain and becoming contorted. Where was Natalia taken? I asked anxiously. To the lakefront city, the Sith Wolf Baron replied. When the Sith Wolf Baron mentioned this place, I suddenly remembered that it seemed to be the place the Elder had told us about. Will we go save her? I asked. It's impossible. The lakefront city won't let us enter easily, the Sith Wolf Baron replied sorrowfully. Why can Gascoigne sail to our location, but we can't go to his? I questioned in confusion. Because we simply don't have as many warships as Gascoigne does, and we've never been to the lakefront city either, the Sith Wolf Baron said. Then I will go alone, I said without hesitation. You going alone? The Sith Wolf Baron looked utterly astonished after hearing my words. I'll go and bring Natalia back. I can do it, I stated resolutely. Truly? Are you willing to save my daughter? The Sith Wolf Baron still seemed unsure if he could fully believe my words, but I had already made up my mind entirely. I must go to rescue Natalia, just like everything I had done before. Only this time, I am alone. Since I had decided to rescue Natalia, after a day of rest, I prepared my gear for departure. This time, I only wore lightweight armor, and strapped around my waist was an extremely sharp steel blade. Of course, this blade was the one used by the Sith Wolf Baron. Alone, I rowed a small boat and set off, with my destination being the distant lakefront city. Chapter 161, Meeting the Elder Again. I slowly paddled a small boat following a rough map drawn by hand that Count Zeiss had given me. I rowed alone on the blue sea for an entire day, resting very little even though I was utterly exhausted. Drawing upon my last reserves of strength, I pressed on toward my destination. It quickly grew dark, and in this small wooden boat, I was completely alone. After eating some food I had brought with me, I soon felt a powerful gust of wind rushing toward me. Just as I was about to react, the fierce air current flipped my small wooden boat over, and I plunged into the blue sea. The suddenness of it all left me unprepared, and after falling into the blue sea, I was forced to drift along with its currents. My body was already completely drenched, and before long, I found myself drifting toward a vortex. Although I could swim, there was no way I could fight against such strong currents on my own, and in an instant, I was swept into the vortex. The enormous vortex pulled me into the center of the current, drawing me deeply into its heart, and then I sank deep beneath the surface of the blue sea. Cough, cough. A violent cough jolted me awake from the searing pain. My throat burned unbearably, but I had no choice but to endure it. Wave after wave crashed against my body. I slowly tried to push myself up from the soft sandy beach, but I was far too weak to stand. All I could do was lie there on this unknown beach. After a long time recovering, I finally regained a bit of strength. Struggling to stand, I carefully examined my surroundings. As I expected, I really was on an island, but one thing I knew for certain was that this island wasn't Lanma Island. What place is this? Looking up at the sky, it was still dim. Using only the full moon high above, I managed to find what seemed like a traversable path. Following this vaguely discernible route, I eventually arrived in front of a small cave. A cave? I exclaimed, surprised yet delighted. I quickly entered the cave. Although it was a cave, the space was quite limited, barely big enough for just me, but that was entirely sufficient. Barely enduring, I spent a tormented night inside the cave. As dawn broke, I emerged from the cave and headed toward a winding mountain trail ahead. Though I didn't know exactly where I was, I had a faint sense that this might be the city near the lake I needed to reach. Behind the cave lay a dense forest, which was not particularly large. Soon, I exited the forest, and as I did, a tall tower came into view. It was a fully wooden tower, both tall and massive, with a spiral staircase wrapped around the exterior. Yet, there was no one guarding the tower, suggesting that it had been abandoned for a long time. Carefully, I approached the tower, taking cautious steps to avoid startling any hidden dangers nearby. However, just as I neared the tower, I suddenly sensed someone behind me moving quickly. Before I could turn around, a pair of powerful hands grabbed my neck. In an instant, I was pinned down onto the ground by this towering figure. I struggled fiercely, but the shadow continued to strangle me with relentless grip. My throat began to feel suffocated, my eyes gradually losing their luster. Just as I was about to lose consciousness, the man on top of me abruptly let go of his grip. Mimachi. The shadow called out my name suddenly. Cough, cough. I coughed violently. Seeing me struggle so severely, he immediately ran to my back and gently patted my back to help me feel more comfortable. How do you know my name? Who are you? I choked out amidst the violent coughing. This shadowy figure slowly lifted his disheveled long hair. Through the strands he had pulled aside, I finally saw his face clearly. Elder, I exclaimed in surprise when I saw him. It's me, he said with excitement. You're still alive? I said with emotion, looking at the disheveled man in front of me. Indeed, I didn't expect you to be alive as well, he said and pulled me into a tight embrace. I instinctively hugged him back tightly. After some time, I slowly followed the elder as we ascended the tower before us. Did you build this tower? I asked once we were on the tower. No, I found it by accident, but when I discovered it, it was already abandoned, the elder explained. Do you know where the others are? Since I had found the elder, I wanted more than ever to know the whereabouts of our other companions. I do. They are all being held in the dungeon under Lake City, the elder replied, sounding somewhat helpless. Lake City? Dungeon? I looked at him in shock after hearing his words. The elder then recounted everything that had happened during my absence. At the time, everyone except for me had been washed up on the island of Lake City by the waves. But when the elder woke up, they were all locked inside a giant cage. The elder managed to open his blurry eyes and saw the people lying next to him, Kabu, Kylie, and Alontes, who were still unconscious. The elder tried to stand up, but felt completely drained, unable to rise. At that moment, a voice reached the elder's ears. It was a man, who seemed to be speaking to some others nearby. The elder had just woken up from fainting, so his hearing wasn't fully restored, but he could sense that the voice near him was shouting loudly. A little while later, the elder seemed to have regained some strength and slowly opened one eye. In front of him now stood an enormous group of people. The elder quickly identified their professions from their attire. They were Gaskin's subordinates. Huh, said a man walking past, looking toward the cage where the elder was, sounding surprised. He's awake, the man shouted loudly to those around him. Really awake. Several others quickly approached the cage where the elder was. What's your name? Why did you come to Lake City? One man suddenly asked the elder. Hearing the question, the elder wasn't sure how to respond. He only quietly said, Who are you? Why did you capture us? Haha, it seems he doesn't even know who we are or where this is. A man holding a rusty broadsword mocked. This is Lake City, its master is Gascoigne. Haven't you heard of him? Are you not one of Zeise's men? The man with the rusty broadsword asked in turn. The elder shook his head upon hearing this. Stop! A loud voice came from the front of the group. Soon, several lightly armored warriors ran to the front. Not long after, they brought back troubling news. A large pile of rubble blocked the road ahead, and the group would have to change course and go around. Damn! A man complained loudly. Perhaps due to the loud shouting, Kabu, who had been unconscious in the cage, seemed to wake up. Slowly moving his body, Kabu abruptly opened his eyes and shouted. It really hurts like hell. Damn it. His sudden yell attracted everyone outside the cage. Kabu immediately stood up after shouting but failed to notice his location. His head crashed violently against the top of the cage. Oh! Kabu screamed loudly again because of the collision. Due to his shout, Kylie and Alontes, who were also unconscious nearby, woke up too. What's going on? Kabu, despite having suffered a hard blow to his head, appeared to become more alert. Seeing the group of people standing around him, Kabu was stunned. With his mouth wide open, he stared at the scene without knowing what to say. It seems you're all awake now. A young voice emerged from the crowd surrounding the cage. Chapter 162, Along the Lake City. At this moment, Kabu, the elder, Kelly, and Alanthes all looked in the direction of the young voice. Soon, a youth emerged from the crowd in front of them. This young man appeared to be only in his early 20s. His appearance was ordinary. He had dark skin, a tall stature, and a muscular build. From his outward appearance, this youth seemed to be a brave and skilled warrior. Who are you? And who are all of you? Kabu asked nervously as he stared at the young man before him. Haha, you can call me Harvey, or you can call me Duke, the youth said with an elegant demeanor while addressing Kabu inside the cage. Duke? Why have you locked us up in these cages? The elder who woke up earliest couldn't help but ask. Haha, it seems like you truly don't know what kind of people we are, do you? Said the young man who claimed to be the Duke. Duke, these few people don't seem like they're from Sis, a nearby man politely said. It does seem that way, but we still need to send them to the dungeon beneath the Along the Lake City for further investigation, the Duke said to the man beside him. What? You want to put us in a dungeon? Kelly shouted in surprise after hearing the Duke's words. Haha, it seems all of you have quite the temper, the Duke responded, still wearing a smile on his face. After saying this, the young man turned around and left. The entire group also began to change their route. Before long, they entered a new road, and the several people locked inside the cages had no choice but to follow the group toward a completely unknown area. When the elder recounted this part of the story, I already understood the whole sequence of events. So how did you escape from the dungeon? I curiously asked, looking at the elder. That was due to some luck. I didn't follow those few to the Along the Lake City. During the transport, our cage was struck by a massive rock. In this attack, I was thrown out of the cage, but I didn't die. I directly rolled down a steep slope. When I woke up, I was here, the elder explained. How long have you been here? I asked. A good amount of time has passed, roughly over 10 days. The elder hesitated slightly before replying. This period roughly matched my time spent on Blue Demon Island. So what plans do you have now? I asked. In the time since I escaped, I've been doing everything I could to enter Along the Lake City. Finally, the day before yesterday, I managed to find a way to get there, the elder said very excitedly. There's a way to reach Along the Lake City? Where? I eagerly asked upon hearing this. The elder raised his head and looked at the sky. The sky was starting to darken. It would soon be night. Looks like your timing is just right. We can use this dark night to sneak into Along the Lake City. The elder smiled and said to me. Good idea. It looks like our group will reunite again soon, I said with excitement. We set off quickly. I followed the elder through a sparse forest, then crossed a shallow water area. Before my eyes, a colossal city lay ahead. Even in the dead of night, the moonlight allowed me to see clearly the magnificence and splendor of the entire city. The grandeur of this city far exceeded that of the Wolf Fort on Blue Demon Island by countless degrees. This is Along the Lake City, I exclaimed, amazed at the imposing city before me. That's correct. The first time I saw this place, I was completely awestruck by the sight, the elder replied. Do you know where they're imprisoned? I asked. Not yet, but we can go and search for them. The elder shook his head and said to me. Taking advantage of the darkness, we quietly sneaked into the city of Along the Lake. The outer perimeter of the whole city was encircled by a wall towering 30 meters high. Despite its massive size, there were inevitably a couple of breaches in the structure, one of which had been discovered by the elder. In no time, I followed the elder to a cracked opening in the great wall. One by one, we carefully squeezed through this crack. Although the city was both magnificent and splendid, its defensive measures appeared rather loose. Perhaps because the city was not subject to attacks from external enemies, its defenses had become lax. Soon, we entered the interior of the city. Taking advantage of the night, I observed the layout of the city's interior. It mainly consisted of clusters of relatively small houses, and rarely were buildings taller than 4 or 5 stories seen. However, such an arrangement was somewhat disadvantageous for us to hide. Very quickly, we followed one of the city's broad streets and ran towards a building that was slightly higher. Before long, we arrived in front of this building. In front of the two of us stood a 5-story building. This structure wasn't a house, but rather resembled more of a tower or a guard post. The elder and I hid behind this tower-like building as a group of patrolling soldiers approached from the front. These soldiers wore black uniforms, making them nearly invisible in the dark night. Yet the elder and I could easily pinpoint their location by their heavy footsteps. I lightly tapped the elder beside me. He turned back and looked at me, seeming to fully understand my intentions. Slowly, he pressed his entire body tightly against the back of the tower, and I stood shoulder to shoulder with him. In our ears rang the heavy footfalls of this patrol squad, but suddenly, they seemed to have discovered something. Their footsteps quickly became disordered, and some even began shouting. The elder and I remained hidden on the shadowed side of the tower. Though we heard the commotion from the patrol squad on the other side of the tower, it was not time for us to rashly move out, as we had not been fully detected yet, and the squad's behavior did not seem related to us. What is this thing? What are they? What are they? Eliminate them? Kill them? Run? Save your lives. The elder and I listened intently, while staying concealed in the darkness of the tower, as the patrol soldiers continued shouting behind us. They seemed to have seen something, the elder whispered to me. I didn't answer the elder's words, merely nodding my head in agreement. Following that, a series of combat sounds came to our ears, though these sounds were muted, allowing me to vividly imagine how intense the fight was. Soon enough, the patrol squad fell silent. The elder and I still didn't dare to show ourselves from the shadows of the tower because we were unsure of what had happened. Perhaps due to our long hiding, multiple squads of patrol soldiers soon surrounded us from all directions. Moreover, the sky gradually began to brighten as dawn approached. These patrol soldiers arrived first at the site where the chaos had occurred. They were startled by the sight of the bodies sprawled every which way on the ground. Then, they carefully inspected these bodies. Who are you? One of the patrol soldiers shouted loudly in our direction. With his shout, a large number of patrol soldiers instantly surrounded us completely. Isn't this the person who fell into the ravine below? A soldier said from the front of the crowd. How did you not die? He seemed particularly surprised. Capture them. Another soldier called out loudly. In no time, the soldiers around us rushed toward us in mass. I had no choice but to raise my weapon and engage in combat with them. My blade swung down and felled one of the soldiers. I then wielded my weapon fiercely at those surrounding me, and before long, several soldiers lay dead under my blade. Apparently, these people's abilities were not too strong. But this wasn't surprising since I had fought my way through countless beasts, and dealing with these humans was relatively easy for me. The elder beside me also appeared unconcerned about these soldiers. Together, the two of us carved a path out through the fighting. Although we managed to escape using our abilities, this battle woke up many more soldiers residing in the city. Before long, fully armed warriors streamed towards us from all sides. After a period of intense combat, we were ultimately captured alive. Of course, there was nothing we could do, given the overwhelming numbers against us. Both the elder and I were tied up securely and taken to the dungeon beneath Lake City. However, perhaps this was a good thing, saving us the trouble of having to search for our companions' exact locations. When the elder and I entered the dungeon, the other captives expressed immense astonishment. Your Highness, Elder How? Kelly exclaimed in amazement, her jaw wide open, clearly unable to believe her eyes. Highness, you're still alive, Alanthes exclaimed upon seeing me. You're both still alive, Kabu remarked, maintaining a certain level of restraint. The elder and I were locked together in the same cell of the dungeon. Of course, there was only one cell in this dungeon because all the others had been sealed off to house our companions. After the guards who escorted us locked us inside, they left. It seemed that they wouldn't leave anyone to guard us here, as even without a guard we would be unable to escape. This dungeon was far too strong and sturdy. Despite its large area, I could tell from the building materials and its location that it must be a dead end. The entire dungeon was constructed at the bottom corner of an inverted triangle, with only one entrance and exit. Thus, no matter how we tried to escape, we couldn't break free from the only exit of the prison. This cut off any thoughts we might have had about escaping. Once the soldiers were gone, the few of us, old friends, who hadn't seen each other for a long time began to chat. Perhaps because we were already accustomed to these trials, we didn't think much about our own safety. Instead, everyone unanimously believed that this dungeon was actually the safest place. Chapter 163 Troy. I was extremely delighted to see a long-lost companion, but I still did not forget the purpose of my visit to Yinggu Lake City. From what I learned from my companion, they had been imprisoned in the dungeon after being captured, and the woman named Natalia whom I mentioned had not been detained with them. But one thing I was certain of, Natalia must still be alive, and I had no doubts about this. Now, the only goal for all of us was to figure out how to get out of here, but soon we received an answer to this troubling question. Not long after, a group of soldiers entered, tied all of us up tightly, and dragged us out of the dungeon. We followed the troop through a narrow passage and arrived inside a castle in Yinggu Lake City. Where are they going to take us? Cab asked anxiously in a low voice. Kylie beside him shook her head, indicating she didn't know either. Where do you intend to take us? Unable to contain himself any longer, Cab suddenly asked the group of soldiers leading the way in front of us. "You're going to meet our master," one of the soldiers replied as he walked over to Cab. "Gascoigne." After hearing these words, I suddenly said, "Yes," the soldier replied. We were escorted by this team of soldiers into a grand hall located at the innermost part of the castle, and seated right in the center of the hall was Gascoigne. "What is your name?" Gascoigne pointed to me and asked. I looked up at the man in front of me, who was well over 50 years old. Despite his advanced age, his body appeared much younger than expected. He was a burly individual, standing tall. Although he remained seated on a chair in the middle of the grand hall, I judged his height to be at least over 2 meters. Gascoigne's face was full of wrinkles, his eyes small and nearly squinted into a line, yet his nose was disproportionately large and high-bridged compared to his face. At that moment, Gascoigne was gently stroking his grizzled beard. Then, noticing my prolonged silence in response to his questioning, he gave a subtle signal to a nearby soldier. This soldier swiftly stepped beside me and delivered a powerful punch directly to my abdomen. Though it was a heavy blow, given my robust physique and enduring many previous hardships, I stood firm without uttering a single sound. The soldier, upon witnessing my reaction, appeared thoroughly shocked. He first took a few steps backward and looked back at Gascoigne. Seeing this, Gascoigne immediately stood up and approached us step by step. "What is he going to do?" Cab nervously asked from behind me. "Shut up. Don't say anything," I whispered to Cab. "Who exactly are you people?" Gascoigne stood approximately 1 meter away from me and shouted loudly. "My name is Mimachi," I answered Gascoigne's question. "Mimachi? I've never heard of you, and none of you are locals here. What exactly are you?" Gascoigne did not finish this sentence. He suddenly directed his gaze towards the elder standing at the back. "Troy." Upon seeing the elder, Gascoigne instantly called out this name. "What? How could this be possible? You're actually still alive." Gascoigne walked quickly toward the elder, visibly astonished. "Do you know me?" The elder was utterly perplexed and stared blankly at Gascoigne after hearing his name being called like that. "Father, what did you just call him?" A young man who claimed to be a nobleman stepped out of a dark corner in the grand hall and asked. "Do you not recognize me, Troy?" Gascoigne asked incredulously. "He has completely lost his memory," Cab interrupted, standing in front of the elder. "Lost his memory?" Gascoigne looked at the elder in surprise after hearing Cab's words. "Father, so is he the person you often mentioned, the one named Troy?" The young noble had already walked beside Gascoigne and asked. "Yes, he is Troy," Gascoigne confirmed. "My real name is Troy." Upon hearing this, the elder became extremely agitated, knowing now at least his true name. "Release them," Gascoigne told the soldiers beside him. "Father, this isn't wise." The young noble tried to dissuade Gascoigne's decision. But the ropes binding us had already been cut. Although the ropes around us were released, dozens of warriors still surrounded us. "I hear Harvey speaks highly of your martial prowess," Gascoigne, standing behind several soldiers, asked me. "We are not your enemies, and we sincerely apologize for intruding into your territory," I said politely. "Haha, intruding into our territory? You were captured and brought here," Gascoigne reminded me. "Why did you come here? What is your purpose?" Gascoigne asked. His question wasn't difficult to answer, but our current situation made it impossible for us to have enough time to explain. "That's really hard to clarify in a short time," I replied. "Why did you come alone?" Gascoigne seemed to already guess my intention. "I hope you will release Natalia." I spoke the truth without any lies. "Oh, so you're here to rescue her, sent by Sis, right?" Gascoigne said. "I beg of you, do not harm Natalia," I pleaded. After hearing my plea, Gascoigne paused briefly and then said, "I know you're here to save her. Fine, I have something I need your help with." "Help?" Upon hearing Gascoigne's words, I immediately felt great doubt and suspicion arise within me. Naturally, I knew this elder wouldn't let Natalia go so easily, and neither would we leave here lightly. So what exactly was the favor he mentioned? What do you think about that? Gascoigne looked at me and asked. "All right, I will help you," I said firmly. "What exactly do you plan to make them do, father?" Harvey, who stood beside Gascoigne, seemed unclear about his father's intentions. "Go and call Gamba," Gascoigne told his son. After hearing his father's instruction, Harvey instantly understood his father's plan. Very soon, a short and emaciated man stood before us. "What exactly do you want us to do?" Cab glared at the weak man named Gamba and asked angrily. "Gamba, you're the only one who survived the trip to the ancient city ruins. Now, take these people back to the ruins once more," Gascoigne instructed the man named Gamba. Ancient city ruins, Barbara, Barbara." The man began to mutter those words repeatedly after hearing about the ancient city ruins. Chapter 164. The ancient city ruins appear. What's wrong with him? I looked at Gangba repeating these few sentences and felt that the man seemed a bit mentally unstable. "You mustn't be afraid. 3 years ago, not far from Yenhu City, an ancient city ruin appeared, which was the underground water city in ancient legends. So, I sent a team to explore it, but they never returned after leaving. Then, I subsequently sent several exploration teams, but none of them came back," Gascoigne said. "However, not long ago, one person actually survived from a team we dispatched. He is Gangba. When we found him, his mental state had completely collapsed. But he has been relatively normal during this time," Harvey Wanju added. "Do you want us to go to that underground water city? That's just sending us to our deaths." Cab, standing behind me, said nervously. "Yes, but given your current situation, do you have the capital to refuse?" Gascoigne said with complete disdain. "What do you want us to bring back for you from there?" I asked. "It seems I underestimated your ability. You're really too smart. Unfortunately, you're not my subordinate," Gascoigne said admiringly. "All you need to do is bring me a book," Gascoigne said. "A book?" Kelly was confused when she heard this. You don't need to know too much. If you can really bring that book to me, I might consider releasing the person you want, Gascoigne said. He won't release Natalia. We shouldn't follow his order and head there to die. Cab reminded the people around him. We don't have any other choices, Alanthus said. Though he hadn't spoken all this time, his first words were quite penetrating. We accept your mission, I replied without hesitation. All right, then I'll give you 2 days to prepare, Gascoigne said. No need, we can set out right now, I immediately responded. Now? Haha, looks like you're so eager to die. Gascoigne was seemingly startled by my sentence. Are you sure? Harvey also looked surprised as he spoke to me. We are very sure, Alanthus, Kelly, and the elders said in unison. Haha, I really underestimated you guys. Oh yes, Troy, you want to know about your own origins, right? When you come back, I'll tell you everything, if you really can return, Gascoigne said. Isn't father going to leave someone here as a hostage? Harvey suddenly said. Then let's keep the one who talks the most here. Gascoigne pointed at Cab's position. In an instant, several burly soldiers tightly bound Cab. Although Cab strongly resisted, he couldn't possibly fight against so many of them. Though we watched Cab being escorted back into the dungeon once again, everyone seemed to exhale in relief. After all, leaving Cab, the troublemaker, behind was indeed the best choice. We quickly put on the armor and weapons prepared by Gascoigne. With Gangba, the madman, leading the way, our group officially set off. Gascoigne had already prepared a small wooden boat for us. Our team boarded the boat heading towards the direction indicated by the madman. Prince, do you really think Gascoigne will keep his promise? Alanthus suddenly asked me. I don't think he will really release Natalia, but as long as we're still alive, aren't we? I said. Gangba, what dangers are there in the place we're going? Kelly asked. Barbara. Gangba seemed to have no connection with any of us at all, constantly repeating this word. What does the Barbara he mentioned mean? Kelly asked the elder beside her. I'm not quite sure either, but I think it must be related to the ruins of the underground city we're going to this time, the elder said. Congratulations, elder, you've finally learned about your own origins. I looked at the elder and said. Haha, I'm glad too, but it's not time to celebrate yet, the elder said. How do you still call him elder? He has his own name. Kelly smiled and said to me. Oh right, the elder now has his own name, called Troy. I slapped my forehead and said. As we chatted and laughed together, the boat was getting closer and closer to the underground city ruins. Look quick, a small island appears ahead, Alanthus said while looking at the small island that appeared before his eyes. We've finally arrived, I said slowly as I stood up from the small boat. Soon our little boat docked at the shore of this small island. After we disembarked, a huge yet dilapidated city appeared before our eyes. It looks like this is the underground water city, Alanthus remarked, looking at the scene in front of him. Barbara, ancient city ruins, Gangba repeatedly shouted loudly from atop a hillock. Is he crazy again? Kelly asked, sounding a bit irritated. I really don't understand why Gascoigne sent such a person to lead us, the elder said confusedly. Isn't it simple? He wants us to die, Kelly said. No, that's absolutely not true. If he wanted us dead, why wouldn't he just kill us directly? I guessed aloud. Your Highness is right. This Gangba must have a specific purpose, Alanthus added. Hey, Gangba, let's go. The elder walked up to Gangba and gently reminded him. After hearing the elder's reminder, Gangba suddenly turned around, looked at the elder, then sighed deeply and said, let's go. Anyway, we don't have much time left. The elder and the rest of us were chilled to the bone by Gangba's words. Following Gangba, we crossed a winding, narrow path, then appeared before the face of the dilapidated ancient city ruins. Carefully observing the surrounding environment, I deduced that this place was at least hundreds of years old. Even so, I could still see exquisite carvings on some broken pillars, a rare carving art, hard to find even in the human world. We cautiously entered the decrepit city. After passing through an area of devastation, we reached a huge stone gate. Though severely damaged, faint carvings could still be discerned on the surface of the stone gate. We all worked together to push open the enormous stone gate, only to be hit by a sudden gale blowing out from inside the gate. Completely caught off guard, Kelly was blown down to the ground by the gale. How could there be such a strong gale? I looked questioningly at Gangba standing in front of me, hoping he would explain this mystery. We're finally here. Gangba smiled after seeing the gate opened, completely ignoring us as he walked straight into the gate. Gangba, I didn't get to finish my sentence before he had already walked through the gate. What's wrong with Gangba? Kelly asked, rising from the ground. Whatever's going on with him, let's follow him now, Alanthus reminded us. Chapter 165, The Trap. We followed closely behind Gangba and ran forward, but Gangba seemed not to know the meaning of fatigue. His running speed kept getting faster, which made it harder for us who were following him. Just as Gangba had passed through a narrow passage, a giant steel-framed iron grating suddenly appeared above our heads. This massive iron window instantly separated us from Gangba face to face. Oh, I was initially following Gangba at the front, but this iron gate came entirely out of my expectation. When this iron grating appeared before me, I stopped instantly. Although this iron grating had separated us from Gangba, Gangba showed no intention of waiting for us. He continued running forward without even looking back. Gangba, Kelly shouted when she saw Gangba getting further and further away. Stop shouting. It's useless, Alantes reminded Kelly. How could an iron grill suddenly appear? The elder asked in confusion. I don't know, but there must be something unusual here. I warned everyone. Our main task right now is to find a way out as soon as possible. At this moment, I carefully observed the surroundings. Perhaps because we've been following Gangba's route all along, we we haven't paid attention to changes in the environment around us. Now, on both sides of us stand several enormous stone pillars. These pillars are still carved with completely unfamiliar patterns. Behind these stone pillars stands a dilapidated city wall. The bricks on the wall have long since been eroded by the elements. On our left side appears a narrow passage. When I see this passage, I become excited. Then, the few of us bypass the large iron grating in front of us through this narrow passage. We quickly pass through this narrow passage and arrive at another open area, surrounded by 4 stone gates. We stand in the center among the 4 stone gates, and in front of us stands a grand and magnificent city gate. The entire city gate faces us directly, but it differs from other city gates because its surface is covered with sharp spikes. These spikes resemble stalactites growing on the city gate. How could so many spikes grow on this city gate? Kelly said in surprise as she looked at the gate. What do we do now? The elder asked. How should we proceed? Kelly also asked in confusion. I looked around the environment on both sides. There are now 4 stone gates around us, and the huge city gate in front of us is definitely unopenable, so I didn't consider it at all. What we need to do now is find a way out among the 4 stone gates. After a short discussion among us, we decided to take a chance with the stone gate on the left-hand side. Carefully, we entered that stone gate and quickly passed through it to reach yet another narrow passage. One after another, we passed through this narrow passage, and what appeared before us was a road wide enough for 3 people to walk abreast. However, on both sides of this road, there were countless small round holes in the walls. What are these holes? Kelly curiously asked. Trap, I said without hesitation. It seems full of danger here, Alante said. What do we do now? Should we go back? The elder asked. We won't go back. Let's observe the surroundings first, I suggested. Then, the group carefully examined the surrounding environment. After some time of observation, we found that our current location was indeed a trap. But even if it's a trap, there must be a way to solve it. I carefully checked the structure of the path in front of me, and suddenly I noticed that there were square and circular patterns carved on the walls of the trap. There were also similar patterns engraved on the floor of the passage. It was obvious that these patterns were not randomly carved, so I carefully examined the pattern rules. Not too long afterward, I figured out the mystery of these patterns. I've finally found a way to get through here, I suddenly told everyone. What way? Kelly excitedly asked. Is it these patterns? The elder also seemed to have noticed something. Yes, we must strictly follow the patterns on the wall to walk, I said to the people beside me. Even though I had figured out the way to pass through, it was after all just a guess. So I decided to lead the way myself. But just as I was about to take the first step, Alantes abruptly pulled me back. What are you doing? Alantes said angrily. Passing through here, I said. I know. Do you want to try it yourself? Alantes became even more furious. Teacher, I can fully handle this, I said with full confidence. After speaking, I walked toward the mechanism in front of me, carefully stepping according to the patterns carved on the wall. I had discovered that the patterns carved on the walls followed a rule. They consisted of 2 circles and 1 square pattern. My first step landed on the square pattern, and at that moment, I only heard a sound of bricks moving from inside the wall, then it disappeared. I quickly stepped on the square patterns and passed through the trap, and my companions behind me also followed my method to cross this mechanism. That was close. Kelly patted her chest and said, How did you know that the square pattern was the key to pass through the mechanism? The elder asked curiously. Haha, I didn't know. It was just my intuition telling me so. I shook my head and replied. Ah, you were guessing. The elder appeared shocked after hearing my response. However, this is not the time to talk about this. Although we've passed this mechanism trap, the environment we've entered isn't much better than the trap. In front of us now are 3 rows of even more dangerous mechanism traps. The first row is a set of continuously moving spiked rollers. These giant barrels, nearly 3 meters tall, are covered with sharp spikes. There are 2 of them, constantly moving back and forth in a staggered manner. We need to calculate the timing well to avoid the first row of mechanisms. This time, the one who first passed the mechanism was Alantes. He stood in front of the trap without acting immediately, but waited for the right moment. Then he swiftly slipped through the center between the 2 spiked rollers. Alantes' movements were so fast that none of us could blink. Since I saw Alantes pass the mechanism so effortlessly, I felt slightly more relaxed inside. Following Alantes' way, I also crossed this mechanism. Even though the elder and Kelly also safely passed through this trap, we still faced the second trap in front of us, a huge blade hanging high in the air. This blade was extremely sharp and kept swaying back and forth. We could only seek the timing difference it left for us to get through. Since we successfully used the timing difference to pass the first trap, we could naturally use the same way to pass the second trap as well. Quickly, I found the correct timing and was the first to dart through the gap left by the blade. Next, Alantes, the elder, and Kelly also passed the second trap like me. Now what lay before us was the third mechanism, and it was also the last mechanism in the entire passage. And this mechanism was the most difficult of the 3 because we needed to walk across a section of a path about 50 meters long. On the floor of the passage, countless round holes appeared, from which sharp spikes unpredictably emerged. These spikes were thick and long, and if any of us were hit by them, death would be inevitable. It seems that this time, we're being tested not just on timing differences and agility, but also memory, Alantes told us. Yes, we must remember all the trigger times of the mechanisms, or else we'll end up like a honeycomb. The elder smiled and said. Chapter 166, The Witch Barbara. Although the great challenge we were facing, the elder seemed not to feel a bit nervous. Perhaps his state of mind could make us more relaxed, as the more dangerous the situation is, the more stable our mindset needs to be. We stood in front of the third mechanism, trying hard to memorize the timing differences of these spikes. After some exploration, our actions began. Of course, Everyone was well aware that if there were any mistakes in our memory, all of us would lose our lives here. Without hesitation, I stepped onto the passage full of round holes, carefully reciting in my heart the times when these mechanisms would appear. 10 meters, 20 meters, 30 meters, all of us walked easily. Soon, the distance to passing this mechanism was less than 20 meters. Just as we were about to pass through this mechanism, suddenly a dark shadow appeared before us and instantly shot a cluster of black spikes in our direction. Not good, quick, get out of the way. I immediately shouted loudly to my companions upon seeing the dark shadow. Alanthes moved swiftly. He lunged forward and darted past the mechanism. Then he smoothly drew the sharp sword from his waist and swung it down at the dark shadow. Seeing Alanthes already engaging in battle with the dark shadow, I also performed a forward flip, passing through the mechanism and joining in the fight against the shadow. Not long after, the Elder and Kelly safely passed through the mechanism. All of us surrounded the dark shadow in the center. When the shadow was surrounded by all of us, only then did I clearly see its true form. It turned out to be an animal similar to a wild man. Its whole body, like a human's, walked upright, but it had a face resembling a vulture's. Its long beak was sharp, and its eyes were on either side of its head. Its hands and feet were very much like bird talons. It looked at all of us around it, letting out loud cries that sounded especially grating. This forced all of us to cover our ears. At this moment, it seized the opportunity to try to break through our encirclement, but Alanthes was prepared. He quickly raised his sword and aimed at the monster's head. I only saw Alanthes lift his hand and swing the sword, severing the creature's head. A jet of black pus spurted out, and I instinctively took several steps backward. It seems there are not only dangerous mechanisms here, but even more perilous monsters, the Elder said tensely, gripping his weapon. You're right, we must be doubly careful, Kelly also said nervously. Since we had already passed through the most dangerous area, we continued walking forward. Before long, we found ourselves standing in a large room. As we entered this huge room, we noticed Gamba actually standing in one corner. Quick, look, it's Gamba, I shouted loudly to those nearby. Upon hearing my words, they all looked toward Gambia's direction. Sure enough, Gamba was indeed standing in a dark corner of the room, as though avoiding something. Gamba, Gamba, I called loudly toward him in the distance. But Gamba seemed not to hear my call, just huddling in the corner motionless. What is he doing? Why isn't he responding to us? Kelly asked curiously. Without any hesitation, I ran toward Gamba, but Kelly and Alanthes pulled me back immediately. Don't go, I think there's something wrong with him, Alanthes reminded me. I know, but he doesn't seem to hear my calls, I said. Just as we were all puzzled by Gambia's reaction, suddenly a mass of black mist appeared above Gambia's head. Then, from within the mist, there emerged a vaguely human-shaped hovering figure. Instantly, this figure shot out a streak of black smoke towards Gamba, who was crouched in the corner. This black smoke gradually wrapped around Gambia's entire body, and then Gamba started being slowly corroded by this smoke. Gamba cried out loudly at this moment, and helplessly, all of us watched as Gamba was eroded by the smoke. In an instant, Gamba was completely corroded into a pile of gray smoke dust. Just as Gamba turned into a puff of ash, a thick book dropped from his body. Quick, look, it's a book. Kelly pointed at a book that fell from Gambia's body and said. But now I had no interest in paying attention to that book. Instead, my focus was on the human-like figure hovering above our heads. Soon that figure suddenly disappeared, even though I was staring intently at it, and yet it vanished right in front of my eyes. Where did that thing go just now? The Elder asked anxiously. Perhaps it's gone, Kelly said, carefully observing the surroundings. At this moment, a dark purple smoke appeared before us. The cloud of dark purple smoke was less than 5 meters away from us, and upon seeing it, we instinctively took several steps backward. What is this thing? Kelly asked nervously. Before she could finish her sentence, suddenly a human-shaped figure emerged from the dark purple smoke. No, to be more precise, it was a woman. It looks like a woman, Alanthes said cautiously. You're right, it's a woman, the Elder said, staring intently at the hovering object in front of him. As for me, I carefully examined the human-shaped figure in front of us. The person before us was indeed a woman. She was fully clad in armor, but large portions of her skin were still exposed. This woman had long, ink-green hair, and her eyes shone with an icy blue glow as they fixed on us. Barbara, Barbara. The woman suddenly spoke these words. What is she saying? The Elder asked in surprise. Barbara, she's saying Barbara. Kelly hesitated and then said. No wonder Gamba kept uttering this word. Could this woman be Barbara? The Elder asked. Whatever she is, we need to keep ourselves alive right now, I said to the people around me. Chapter 167, Escape from Death. The moment I finished speaking, the woman in front of us who claimed to be Barbara suddenly conjured a mass of dark purple flames from her hands. It shot straight toward me. Alanthes immediately lunged at my position and pushed me aside just in time as the dark purple flames narrowly missed me. The moment Alanthes stood up, another mass of dark purple flames rushed toward him, but he dodged it nimbly with precise timing. Barbara, Abukala. The woman hovering midair grew visibly enraged since her consecutive attacks were proving ineffective. She then raised her hands above her head, and an instant later, a deep purple aura appeared above her head. This deep purple glow gradually expanded, completely enveloping the entire area we were in. What is she doing? Kelly asked anxiously, observing the surroundings. I don't know, but perhaps she's sealing off our retreat, Alanthes guessed. Now we were all enclosed within a massive deep purple circular object. What was even more unexpected was that large quantities of black mist began appearing around us. Each of these mists was about the size of a person, and they quickly transformed into humanoid forms. How did they turn into people? The elder asked skeptically while gripping his weapon. From the current situation, however, we had no choice but to accept this fact. After the thick mist had transformed into humanoids, I finally discerned their complete appearances. It turned out that the bird-like human monster we had dealt with earlier was actually transformed by this woman. Given that, we had no choice but to fight these bird-shaped monsters. I quickly engaged in combat with the surrounding creatures, swinging my sharp sword relentlessly. With each slash, one after another of the monsters fell, but even more kept rushing toward me. However, after some time of fighting, we hadn't defeated the monsters. Instead, their numbers only increased. At this point, I realized these monsters were all summoned by the woman hovering in the air. I understood clearly that if we didn't kill her first, we'd never be able to defeat the monsters. So, step by step, I approached the woman. Even though countless bird-human monsters kept appearing in front of us, I cut my way through them until I swiftly arrived in front of the woman hovering in the air. I saw her still raising her hands high, chanting something akin to a spell. Without hesitation, I lifted my sword and swung it toward the woman. At the moment my sword struck her, a violent shockwave erupted from her body, instantly knocking me off my feet. I crashed heavily onto the ground, feeling excruciating pain throughout my body. Alanthes, seeing this, ran over and slowly helped me up, his face filled with tension and worry as he questioned my condition. However, at the moment, there was a loud ringing in my ears, making it impossible for me to clearly hear anything Alanthes said to me. Quick, kill that woman. I could only keep repeating these words, hoping Alanthes and our companions would hear me. Upon hearing my words, the elder immediately sprinted toward the floating woman and threw his sword in her direction. At the same moment, the woman had just lowered her hands from the glowing orb above her head. Within seconds, the sword pierced into her abdomen. Aya! We heard an intense scream of agony, though I couldn't hear it. The woman suspended in midair plummeted down, having been impaled by the sword. Her whole body gradually turned ashen gray, and simultaneously, the bird monsters surrounding us vanished without a trace. It seemed like everything was finally coming to an end. Are you okay? The elder and Kelly urgently ran to my side to inquire. With Alanthi's support, my body still felt somewhat weak, but I should be fine now. I gave everyone a gesture signaling safety, and only then did everyone truly relax. The ringing in my ears gradually subsided. The elder walked over to where Gamba was positioned, picked up the book, which looked old on the outside, yellowed and worn but still exuding a sense of thickness and weight. This is what Gascoigne wants, Kelly said, walking over to the elder's side. What exactly is written in the book? I asked curiously. The elder slowly opened the book, and then all of its content was revealed before our eyes. It turned out that the book Gascoigne wanted was not a treasure book, but rather a manual for forging various weapons and tools. The book depicted many intricate weapon designs, as well as a great number of siege machines and construction methods. So, the weapons depicted in this book are what Gascoigne really needs, the elder said, looking at the book before him. No matter what the situation was now, we had certainly obtained this book. Thus, we turned around and began running back toward where we had come from. We soon stood once again in front of the 3 traps. As we were about to cross these traps, suddenly, a violent shaking occurred beneath our feet, and from above us, a massive rock dropped down. This giant rock instantly sealed off the road ahead of us, leaving our only path completely blocked. How could this happen? Kelly exclaimed, staring at the huge rock before her. At that moment, above the enormous stone in front of us, a swirl of black mist appeared, gradually dissipating to reveal a figure emerging from it. Look quickly, there's actually a person. The elder pointed toward the figure above the boulder and said. Our gazes then turned to the shadow hovering midair. How did she survive? I was shocked beyond measure when I saw the scene before me. Before our eyes was the woman who had already died, or at least that's what we believed. However, this time, her appearance had entirely changed. Her skin was now completely cracked, with red liquid flowing from the cracks, seemingly molten lava. Her body remained thin and graceful, but her skin tone had progressively shifted from its initial flesh color to ash gray. Her eyes continuously emitted an intense crimson glow, and on her head grew 2 sharp, ox-like horns. These horns were long and thick, protruding from both sides of her head. How did she come back to life? After seeing her, Kelly was too astonished to utter another word. Perhaps she never died, Alanthes said. At this moment, she hovered before us and let out a loud roar. Instantly, a fiery burst spewed from her mouth, hurtling straight toward us. Take cover, I shouted loudly at those around me. Quickly, we scattered in all directions and managed to evade this assault. She resembles the legendary witch, the elder commented while observing the levitating woman. Witch? What witch? Kelly questioned. But this wasn't the time for discussion because the witch standing before us launched another attack against us. This time, she clasped her hands together, and immediately a sharp blade made of molten lava appeared within her palms. This molten lava sword darted like a fire serpent directly towards us. My intention was to use my own weapon to block her attack, but the moment my weapon touched the molten lava sword, it melted away completely. Run quick! Alanthes yelled loudly at me. Once more, we had no choice but to retreat back to where we found the book. However, this witch instantaneously reappeared in front of us, descending slowly from the air. She held the molten lava sword and walked cautiously towards us. Just as she was about to approach us, a large rock suddenly fell from above, pressing her firmly beneath it. Is she dead? Kelly asked, observing the sight before her. Check the exit. Alanthes pointed at an opening and shouted. Clearly, none of us were in any mood to care whether this witch lived or died. Quickly, we squeezed through the nearby opening and continued running along the forward path until we burst through a stone door. We're back here again, Kelly said, looking at the 4 stone doors appearing around us. It seems the previous opening was a loop, I said. Just as we were talking, the colossal gate before us suddenly shattered, causing a collapse. The witch, she's here again. The elder shouted aloud, staring at the witch reappearing before us. Now, all of us had no other thoughts but to rush back along the way we came. None of us looked back, and none dared to turn around either. Soon, we ran out of the castle and rushed back to the wooden boat. Then without any hesitation, we began rowing with all our might. After a long while of rowing, we finally sighed in relief since the witch hadn't caught up to us. Chapter 168, Natalia's Secret. Our boat soon sped along the route we had come from and headed straight for the lakeside city. But during this process, Kelly saw an odd object. It was enormous, and its whole body was submerged in the blue sea, though it moved rather slowly. This allowed Kelly, who was usually good at observation, to spot it clearly. Look quickly, what is that? Kelly pointed nervously towards the front of our boat. We also soon followed Kelly's finger and looked in that direction. Indeed, ahead of our boat there appeared large ripples on the water. These ripples moved forward slowly in a regular pattern, as if something underneath the water was moving. It seems to be a big fish, the elder speculated. Yeah, I think so too, I echoed. I don't think it's that simple. Alanthi's intuition seemed to suggest trouble again. We'd better ignore it and leave here quickly, Kelly urged anxiously. Kelly made a valid point. After enduring a grueling battle just to escape alive, now was not the time to guess what lay beneath the water. Eventually, after working together, we returned to the lakeside city. We quickly disembarked, and at the port where we docked stood several of Gascoigne's men. They were fully armed, as if they were welcoming our return. They're back. One soldier pointed toward us and said, "It's truly unbelievable. They've actually managed to survive and come back." Another soldier's astonished expression told everything. We followed these soldiers back to Gascoigne's castle. When we entered the grand hall of the castle, it was already crowded with people. Everyone was fully equipped, appearing as if they were ready to face something. "They've returned," a soldier called out loudly to Gascoigne further away. Oh, what? It seemed truly unexpected even for Gascoigne that we had actually returned. At this moment, Gascoigne walked briskly to our side and scrutinized us up and down. His surprised look indicated he couldn't believe his own eyes. "That you have all survived and returned is truly a miracle," Gascoigne said both excitedly and surprisingly. "Not only have we survived, but we've also obtained the item you wanted." I took the book out from under my clothes. "Oh, you actually got this book." Upon seeing the book in my hand, Gascoigne became so agitated that he could barely speak. "You must keep your promise then," I said sternly. "Haha, of course." Gascoigne laughed loudly, snatching the book from me. He started flipping through the contents of the book. After a period of time, he almost confirmed that this was exactly what he had been searching for. He then sent someone to bring Natalia out. This was the first time I saw Natalia in Lakeside City. She was wearing a full-length white gown, her wrists adorned with silver bracelets. Her hair was tied up. The first thing she did when she saw me was show surprise, something I could easily discern from her fearful gaze. The young man escorting her, Gascoigne's son, stood by Natalia's side, showing evident respect and awe for the woman beside him. "I stand by my word, so you can take her away now," Gascoigne spoke to me. After uttering those words, however, a sly smile crept across his lips. "I feel something is not right," the elder warned me. At this moment, Gascoigne approached Natalia's side, whispered something to her softly, and suddenly Natalia yelled at me, "I will not go back with you." "What?" When I heard Natalia say these words, my astonished expression rivaled Gascoigne's disbelief at seeing us alive. "I won't go back with you," Natalia reiterated firmly. "Haha, you've heard her words. I've kept my promise. As to whether she wishes to go with you, that's your issue," Gascoigne smiled wickedly. Naturally, I was bewildered, unsure what Gascoigne had done to Natalia or what he had fed her that made her refuse to escape from here. But the next words out of Natalia's mouth shocked all of us. "I know you must be very curious why I don't want to leave with you," Natalia said. I nodded at her to let her continue. Then Natalia went on. "Because I have learned a tremendous secret here, a secret about myself." "What kind of secret?" I asked curiously. "Haha, I'll explain this part," Gascoigne interjected from the side. "Maybe you still don't know who Natalia really is, right?" he asked me. I didn't respond to Gascoigne's question, because truly, I couldn't answer it. "I am Gascoigne's biological daughter," Natalia suddenly said. Oh, this sentence completely stunned me. "What? Isn't your father Count Sis of the Wolf family?" I exclaimed in surprise. "It seems like Sis hasn't told you everything," Gascoigne said. "Well, now isn't the time to narrate history. Sis has already sent troops to invade Lakeside City," Gascoigne added. "What? You mean Count Sis of the Wolf family is attacking here?" I stared wide-eyed, astonished. "My men have seen a fleet sailing towards the Lakeside City on the blue sea. The flag on their sails shows 3 wolf claws. It's Sis's mark," Gascoigne explained. "But that can't be possible. He sent me to rescue Natalia, and there's absolutely no reason for him to risk coming here," I said, perplexed. "Take them away first," Gascoigne instructed his subordinates. We had already handed over that book to Gascoigne, and Natalia was standing right in front of us. Yet the entire situation was still beyond my comprehension. Why did Natalia say her father was Gascoigne? Why would Count Sis send warships to attack Lakeside City at this moment? It was then that I realized why there were so many people in the Grand Hall when we entered. They must have been discussing defensive strategies against Count Sis. Once again, we were locked back into the dungeon. We didn't offer any resistance this time because we knew any act of resistance would be futile, especially me. Although my mind was riddled with unanswered questions, now was not the time to unravel them. When we reappeared in the dungeon, Cab, who had been imprisoned as a hostage, was overjoyed to see us. "You're back, but why are you locked up here again?" Cab asked us, puzzled. "It's a long story," Kelly replied. Chapter 169, The Sea Monster. After we entered the jail, those who escorted us left. Once again, we discussed a series of events that had just occurred. In the end, our discussion still led to nowhere. Luckily, all of us were still alive, and everyone was intact, which was already enough. On the other side, Gascoigne had already prepared an army. This army was ready in formation, guarding the place where the Countess Sis-Wolf's warships could appear. In fact, Countess Sis-Wolf could only enter the lakeside city through one port, which was the very port where we docked. It was a triangular-shaped port, and Gascoigne named it Victory Port because no one had ever successfully entered the lakeside city from Victory Port. Never. Naturally, Countess Sis-Wolf would not be able to either. When the ships of Countess Sis-Wolf entered the coastal range of the lakeside city, Gascoigne was observing these warships with a telescope. 1, 2, 3. Gascoigne kept counting the number of Countess Sis-Wolf's warships aloud. After looking at the scene before him, Gascoigne seemed to sense something was off. Because these few warships approaching the lakeside city had entire hulls that were in shambles, as if they had been severely attacked, and some of the ships were continuously leaking water. "These ships seem to have been attacked," Lord Harvey, who stood beside Gascoigne, said. "It seems something is amiss," Gascoigne remarked. "Everyone, prepare for battle now," Harvey said. Soon, a large number of soldiers were fully armed and ready for battle. At this moment, faint shouting could be heard coming from afar on Countess Sis-Wolf's warships. Although these shouts were still quite weak, Gascoigne could still make out a bit. "Father, they seem to be shouting something," Harvey reminded his father beside him. "I hear it too, what are they saying?" Gascoigne questioned further. "They seem to be shouting a word," Harvey guessed. "Word? What word?" Gascoigne seemed to tense up immediately upon hearing this. Because when Harvey grabbed me and the elder, he found that a group of their soldiers had died mysteriously. My and the elder's sudden appearance interrupted the investigation into this matter, but this incident always made Gascoigne uneasy. "They seem to be shouting, 'Undead.'" Harvey carefully listened to the cries from the ship, and then said. Upon hearing the word undead, Gascoigne suddenly trembled all over. "It's impossible, it can't be undead." Gascoigne shouted loudly and agitatedly. "Undead? It can't be. How could it be undead? Weren't they extinct hundreds of years ago?" A great number of warriors nearby were also shocked when they heard the word undead. Just as they were astonished, Countess Sis-Wolf's warships had sailed into the waters of Victory Port. "They've come in, what do we do now?" Harvey asked his father, looking at the few approaching ships. Just as Harvey was speaking with his father, Countess Sis-Wolf's warship had entered Victory Port. The warship where Countess Sis-Wolf herself resided was at the front. Gascoigne watched as Countess Sis-Wolf stood on the rapidly sailing warship. She seemed to have sustained heavy injuries, barely holding onto a sail mast while standing, and her subordinates around her were also all heavily injured. How? Gascoigne wondered, staring at the sight before him. Right at the moment when he was lost in thought, Countess Sis-Wolf's warship was abruptly overturned by a huge wave rising from underneath the ship and sank into the blue sea. This unexpected event caused all present to feel a wave of astonishment. "What happened?" Harvey asked in surprise, mouth wide open. "It seems like..." Gascoigne hesitated after looking at the scene before him. "What?" Harvey asked anxiously. "A sea monster," Gascoigne suddenly exclaimed. Right after he spoke this word, a gigantic creature suddenly burst forth from the inside of the overturned warship. This monster resembled a massive lizard, only its size was thousands of times larger than a lizard. The monster possessed a long and thick tail covered with sharp spines. Its pair of fangs protruded externally, and its two powerful claws were ceaselessly scratching the already severely damaged hull of the ship. A sea monster, it's a sea monster. How did a sea monster appear? Weren't they supposed to have gone extinct along with the undead? The crowd on shore became startled and at a loss when they saw such a terrifying monster. What do we do now? The crowd on shore began to grow restless. It seems like these people are all terrified, as they haven't seen a sea monster or heard of undead in hundreds of years. Hurry up and kill it, Gascoigne shouted loudly to the crowd on the shore, looking at the terrifying monster before him. After hearing Gascoigne's order, everyone snapped out of their previous panic. They quickly rolled out several firestone cannons and loaded them with ammunition. "Fire!" Gascoigne shouted again. Instantly, a fiery object resembling a dragon shot toward the sea monster standing on the wrecked ship over the blue sea. However, the sea monster wasn't easy to defeat. Seeing someone attack it, it leaped into the sea in one bound, causing the firestone cannonballs to miss their mark. "We missed," Harvey said tensely. Whoosh. At that moment, the sea monster suddenly emerged from the shore near Victory Port, leaping onto the land. Its sudden appearance left everyone present stunned, especially Gascoigne, who hadn't expected the sea monster to be so powerful. The unexpected emergence of the sea monster caught everyone off guard, and as soon as it reached the shore, it lunged toward the crowd. Its sharp claws grabbed 3 people firmly, who screamed in agony and gradually lost consciousness before dying. Gascoigne naturally wouldn't let the sea monster easily break through his territory. He quickly reorganized his team to counterattack. Gascoigne led the charge, wielding a sharp sword and aiming for one of the sea monster's massive legs. Using its large emerald green eyes, the creature looked around, and when it saw Gascoigne approaching with a weapon, it leapt in one swift jump onto a giant rock, making Gascoigne's attack miss entirely. As Gascoigne's attack was unsuccessful, His son Harvey had already positioned himself behind the sea monster. Wielding a sharp spear, he cautiously approached step by step. Just as he was about to reach the sea monster, it suddenly lashed its thick, long tail and struck Harvey directly. Harvey was thrown dozens of meters away. "Harvey!" Gascoigne shouted out, seeing his son struck by the sea monster. Harvey lay motionless on a soft patch of sand. His eyes were once open, but now completely closed, never to open again. Witnessing their noble lord Harvey fall victim to the sea monster, everyone else charged madly at the beast perched atop the rock. Perhaps due to their great numbers, the sea monster was quickly injured all over by swords and knives. In an attempt to flee, it turned around and tried to leave the land. Seizing the moment, Gascoigne, holding his sword, aimed at the sea monster's neck and delivered a fatal blow. A stream of blood-red pus gushed out, and the sea monster's head fell like a ball to the ground. Gascoigne wasted no time. He rushed to the dead sea monster's body and stabbed it repeatedly, ensuring its demise. "It's dead," one of Gascoigne's subordinates stuttered. "How is Harvey?" Gascoigne asked, his voice quiet and trembling. The person next to him didn't answer, but merely shook his head. "No, this shouldn't be happening," Gascoigne cried, falling to his knees and sobbing uncontrollably. "Master, we've found Sis." One of his men rushed over urgently and told Gascoigne. Sis. Upon hearing this, Gascoigne stood up instantly and hurried to Sis' side. "Is he still alive?" Gascoigne asked. "Yes, he's not dead," one of the subordinates replied. Upon learning that Sis was still alive, Gascoigne tightly gripped his sword, raising it high, murmuring, "It's you who brought the sea monster here. It's you who killed my son." He then thrust the blade forcefully towards Sis' heart. Chapter 170, Forgotten Past. The cold, bone-chilling wind kept blowing against the back of Lord Sis. Alanthes and I were sitting on either side of Sis, slowly tending to him. Suddenly, Sis violently opened his eyes, staring at me with his big round eyes. "You're awake," I said excitedly upon seeing Sis awaken. How are you here?" Sis looked at me, his face full of confusion. "We'll talk about this later. It's most important that you've woken up," I said with excitement. Sis slowly sat up from the freezing floor, shaking his head left and right, indicating he was still a bit dizzy. "How did you suddenly come here?" I asked Sis, confused. "Our Blue Demon Island was attacked by zombie ghosts," Sis said, still feeling tense all over. "You were attacked? Zombie ghosts? What are those?" I asked curiously after hearing this. At this moment, Alanthes, Kelly, Kaboo, and the Elder also arrived beside Sis. Sis was sitting in the center among us few, as we were imprisoned in a dungeon, damp and dark, but some light through the iron-barred window still allowed us to vaguely see each other's faces. "Oh," Sis looked at us, sitting around him in the middle. "Troy." Upon seeing the Elder, Sis suddenly shouted out loud this name. "Huh? The Elder seems to know you too." Kelly, who was next to the Elder, asked curiously. "Really? Do you know me?" The Elder looked astonished at Sis and asked. "What? You don't remember me?" Sis looked shocked at the young man in front of him. He has been suffering from memory loss for a long time. I answered this question on behalf of the Elder. "Who exactly are you? Why do you know me?" The Elder anxiously stared at Sis. At this moment, Sis suddenly stood up and then slowly walked towards the Elder. Next, he hugged the Elder tightly in his arms, despite being weak and powerless even now. "What are you doing?" The Elder wanted to break free from Sis, but he didn't. He didn't know why he didn't struggle against Sis. Instead, he felt a long-missed comfort. "You're actually still alive, which is completely unexpected to me. I'd be willing to give my life to secure your freedom, even if I were to die right now." After saying these words, Sis burst into tears. "Sis and the Elder seem to have a deep bond," Kelly said to me. "Maybe their relationship goes beyond just being close." I hesitated before saying. "What do you mean?" Kaboo asked. "You shouldn't be so worked up. Let go of me quickly." The Elder felt awkward and uncomfortable in the arms of this old man in front of him. "Troy, my son, I can't believe I am really seeing you again. Could this be a gift from heaven?" Sis slowly let go of the Elder and then said these words. When Sis spoke these words, the Elder in front of him was struck like lightning. First instinctively stepping back a few steps, he then fell onto the ground. Their father and son," Kaboo said in surprise upon seeing this. "Your Highness, it seems you've known about this for a while," Alanthes said. "I only guessed." I was calmer than Kaboo. "Are you my father?" The Elder remained seated on the ground. "I am your father, and you are my only child," Sis said. "Only? Then what about Natalie?" I asked in astonishment. "Natalie is Gascoigne's daughter," Sis said. Of course, I had already known this outcome, but I still found it completely unbelievable since I knew nothing about what happened between Sis and Gascoigne. After a brief calming of emotions, Sis and the Elder sat together again, with several others surrounding them. Everyone now wanted to know the exact relationship between Sis, the Elder, and Gascoigne. Sis sat next to the Elder and cleared his throat before saying, "We need to go back 20 years to start. Back then, Sis and Gascoigne were like brothers. The two jointly governed Blue Demon Island. But Gascoigne gradually became dissatisfied with simply spending the rest of his life on Blue Demon Island. His focus shifted to Lake City, not far from the island. Gascoigne believed they should send troops to attack Lake City and take complete control of it, thus ruling all of the Blue Seas territories and trades entirely. At that time, Sis thought their lives on Blue Demon Island were rich and peaceful enough, hence he rejected Gascoigne's proposal. However, the island at that time was jointly ruled by Sis and Gascoigne, so Gascoigne decided to hold an important island-wide meeting to determine his suggestion. Naturally, during the meeting, most of the Blue Demon people supported Gascoigne's proposal. Everyone believed that attacking Lake City would be advantageous since its resources were richer than those on Blue Demon Island. Their supplies on the island were gradually being depleted, and if they didn't find a new way out soon, Blue Demon Island would soon become a dead island. Although many people advocated attacking Lake City, there were still others who shared Sis's view. They thought living peacefully and tranquilly on Blue Demon Island was more important. As for resources, they believed other methods could be used to obtain them. However, despite their brotherly relationship, things took an unexpected turn. Although Gascoigne said he would no longer discuss his plan to attack Lake City, secretly he prepared an army to strike while Sis wasn't paying attention. By the time Sis intervened, it would already be too late. It was a gloomy night with drizzling rain. Gascoigne had everything ready for the assault on Lake City. Just as he boarded the warship to set off, Sis suddenly appeared on Gascoigne's ship. Sis's sudden appearance shocked Gascoigne. He couldn't believe that his carefully laid plan had been discovered by Sis. A fierce argument broke out between the two once again. While they argued incessantly, Sis's son, Troy, unexpectedly showed up behind Gascoigne. Troy, being young at the time, had no idea what his father and uncle were arguing about. He just thought it looked fun and ran to stand behind Gascoigne. Perhaps it was all fate. In the heat of the moment, Gascoigne inadvertently stepped backwards several steps, accidentally kicking Troy off the warship into the blue sea. Even though both Sis and Gascoigne jumped into the sea immediately to rescue Troy, they were too late. No matter how many times they searched the waters, they couldn't find any trace of Troy, not even his body. This incident shattered the bond between Sis and Gascoigne. Fueled by hatred, Sis began hunting Gascoigne down, but Gascoigne, unwilling to fight against his own brother, fled with his children under cover of darkness. However, his plan was discovered by Sis. On that same kind of night, Gascoigne was severely injured, though he managed to escape from Blue Demon Island. Yet, the greater blow came when Sis captured Gascoigne's daughter, little Natalie. So, decades passed, until Troy reappeared, revealing the truth. When the few of us heard Sis recount this long-buried past, we were astonished, especially the elder. Now all the puzzles were finally solved. The mystery of the elder's origins, Natalie's strange behavior. The only thing we still couldn't understand was why Sis had suddenly started a war against Gascoigne. But what Sis said next left us speechless. Chapter 171, The Origin of the Zombie Ghosts. You must not have heard of the term zombie ghost, right? Zeiss asked. What exactly is this zombie ghost you're talking about? Kaboo couldn't wait to ask. That is a terrifying species. It should have been extinct for hundreds of years, Zeiss said. Extinct for hundreds of years? Kelly asked. Exactly, but why has it suddenly reappeared now? Clearly, Zeiss was puzzled by the appearance of the zombie ghost. I think I can fully answer this question. Suddenly a man's voice reached our ears. After hearing the voice, Zeiss turned around quickly. Then Gascoigne stood at the door of the prison cell, looking at us. Why didn't you kill me back then? Zeiss asked. Haha, I think watching your own son die in front of you is truly interesting. Only that way can I take revenge on my son completely. Gascoigne gritted his teeth and said. What? If you dare to touch him, I will do anything to kill you. Zeiss shouted angrily towards Gascoigne. The elder, hearing this, did not feel much fear instead. Although he had already known everything about his own background. After all, he had been separated from his father for too long. In the elder's heart now, family affection seemed to have been completely diluted. Do you really want to let the elder die? I asked with anger all over my face. Don't worry, I won't let him die right away. At least he can live for a while longer, Gascoigne said. What do you mean? Zeiss asked, his face full of confusion. I've already found out why the zombie ghosts appeared, Gascoigne said. What? You know why the zombie ghosts appear? Zeiss asked. It's because of these people around you, Gascoigne said. Several people looked at each other blankly. Do you remember the witch we encountered in the ruins of the ancient city? Gascoigne asked. Witch? We certainly remember her, Kelly said. This witch is no ordinary witch. She is an awakened summoner, Gascoigne said. Awakened summoner. Upon hearing this, Zeiss sat down on the ground immediately. So what if you're afraid? Gascoigne asked Zeiss with a malicious smile on his face. How did you find out? Are you sure? Zeiss asked. I'm completely certain now. Moreover, a large number of zombie ghosts are heading towards Lake City. Perhaps those zombie ghost armies come from Blue Devil Island, Gascoigne said. They are attacking here so soon. Hearing this, Zeiss was even more surprised. Yes, but now I already possess the omnipotent book of tools. I can build even more powerful weapons according to the methods described in this book. This time, I'm not afraid of those zombie ghost armies at all, Gascoigne said arrogantly. You're overly confident. Do you really think using the weapons in the book will destroy the zombie ghost army? Zeiss slowly stood up from the ground and said, I didn't come here to joke with you. I came here to say goodbye to you because you will be trapped here to die. Of course, it will be after I eliminate the zombie ghosts, Gascoigne said. After Gascoigne finished speaking, he turned around and left. For a long time after he left, none of us spoke. This wasn't because we were afraid of what Gascoigne had said, but because one phrase he had spoken had plunged us into deep thought. The zombie ghosts he referred to. Could it be that the zombie ghosts are going to attack here? The elder looked at his father before him, a stranger. Perhaps what he said isn't wrong. We may very likely encounter an attack by the zombie ghosts, Zeiss said grimly. Then the zombie ghosts will definitely attack here. Kaboo asked nervously beside him. How could you be afraid again? Kelly glanced at Kaboo disdainfully. What should I be afraid of? I've already gone through so many hardships, Kaboo said haughtily. However, what Kaboo said was correct. Not only him, but even now, none of us feared any terrifying species. After all, we'd experienced too many incredible and horrific events. What exactly is a zombie ghost? I hesitated before asking. Right, what exactly is this zombie ghost you keep talking about? Kaboo followed up immediately. After hearing our questions about the zombie ghosts, Zeiss hesitated for a moment before finally revealing their true origin. The so-called zombie ghosts were originally the corpses of the blue devils who had died and been soaked for a long time, partially eaten by fish and shrimp. After being washed by the sea currents in the blue sea, they gradually turned into skeletons. While a dead body on its own isn't scary, these skeletons weren't completely lifeless. The souls inside them hadn't perished, and as more blue devils accumulated over time, vast areas of spirit-infested waters formed in the ocean. Over time, this spectral water amassed in the deep sea of the blue sea, creating an enormous whirlpool. Miraculously, within this whirlpool, those deceased blue devils came back to life. This marked the birth of the first generation of zombie ghosts. In the following hundreds of years of evolution, these deep-sea zombie ghosts continued to transform, even fusing with various types of fish in the blue sea. They were no longer content to stay confined in the deep sea, which led to the war between the zombie ghosts and the blue devil people. Of course, Zeiss only gave us a brief account of the origins of the zombie ghosts. Given our current predicament, we didn't have much time to hear him elaborate on such a terrifying story. Since we now had a general understanding of the origins of the zombie ghosts, our only task was to escape from here as quickly as possible. But the dungeon where we were imprisoned was essentially a death chamber. There seemed to be no way out. After Gascoigne left the dungeon, he knew that the time left for him by the zombie ghosts was limited. Those horrifying monsters certainly wouldn't let this place go without a fight. Not only had they already captured Blue Devil Island, but it was also obvious that Blue Devil Island, though difficult to defend, would easily fall under their relentless attacks. Thus, Lake City along the coast was now entirely at the mercy of those monstrous hordes. However, Gascoigne still felt confident. He quickly instructed his subordinates to begin forging the weapons detailed in the Book of Tools, despite the fact that time was now incredibly short. 3 days passed quickly. During these 3 days, we remained locked in the dungeon. No one had visited or provided us with any food or water during this period. We hadn't eaten anything or had a single drop of water in 3 days. Despite this, our physical condition was still relatively stable, perhaps because the hardships of this period had strengthened our endurance. It's been 3 days now. Why haven't they brought us any food? Kaboo asked weakly. Gascoigne has already said that he plans to leave us here to die. Kelly responded with little energy. Perhaps Gascoigne is busy fighting against the zombie ghosts, Zeiss whispered softly. Have the zombie ghosts already attacked? I asked. Judging by the current situation, it's very likely, Zeiss replied analytically. At this moment, Kaboo walked up to the entrance of the cell and shouted loudly. But it did nothing to change our situation, as we had done this countless times over the past 3 days. It seemed like we truly were going to starve to death in this place. Outside the dungeon, however, Gascoigne had no time to think about our fate. In less than 2 hours, a large army of zombie ghosts would soon reach the city gates. A heavily armored man hurriedly entered a grand hall filled with soldiers. At the center of the hall stood Gascoigne. That group of zombie ghosts will arrive at Victory Harbor shortly. The heavily armored man reported to Gascoigne as he approached him. How many of them are coming? Gascoigne asked nervously. We cannot yet determine the exact number, but based on reconnaissance reports, their numbers won't be fewer than 100,000. The armored man replied. What? 100,000? You're serious? Upon hearing the armored man's words, everyone in the hall looked in shock at Gascoigne, who stood in the middle of the room. Are you certain? Gascoigne asked once more to further confirm the figure. There shouldn't be much discrepancy, the armored man confirmed. Angela, how many troops do we have right now? Gascoigne asked the man in armor beside him. Our available forces should not exceed 5,000, Angela responded. That few. Because of our last attack on Blue Devil Island, we lost over 10,000 troops. Additionally, we currently have many severely injured soldiers who haven't regained full combat capability. Therefore, the actual number of troops ready for battle is limited to this, Angela explained. So, how many civilians remain in Lake City? Gascoigne asked again. In recent years, the population of our people along Lake City has been drastically decreasing. Our current population does not exceed 80,000, responded another elderly man dressed in a white robe. 80,000. Our current population has now reached such a low level. Gascoigne took a few shocked steps backward upon hearing this. And among these 80,000, most are women, elders, and children, none of whom can fight. The elder in the white robe added. So, it seems we can only rely on 5,000 soldiers to confront an army of 100,000 zombie ghosts, correct? Gascoigne said as he slowly placed one hand on the shoulder of the elderly man in the white robe. Perhaps this war will be the decisive battle that determines the survival or extinction of our Blue Devils, Gascoigne said with a touch of despair. Chapter 172, Preparations. However, this completely aligns with the atmosphere currently presented in the hall. To use 5,000 people to fight against a 10,000-strong zombie legion is simply a pipe dream. Perhaps none of those present would believe they could win this battle, not even Gascoigne, who has always been brimming with confidence. Now that Gascoigne possesses the Book of Tools, it is impossible to forge large numbers of heavy weapons within just 3 short days. They could only try their best to construct some simple, quick, and practical weapons. I have an idea, said the elder wearing a white robe suddenly. You've come up with an idea? What is it? Gascoigne's eyes lit up with excitement as he looked directly at him. Father, what can you do? Angela quickly approached the elder in the white robe and asked. My plan still needs the approval of our master. The elder slowly turned his head to look at Gascoigne beside him and said, Angurdalu, why must you have my consent for your idea? Gascoigne looked puzzled at the elder in front of him. At this moment, the elder's face was full of wrinkles. His appearance was extremely gaunt, and his face was covered with spots. The elder had small eyes, almost reduced to mere slits. The elder wasn't tall, standing 2 heads shorter than Angela by his side. Slowly, the elder extended his bony fingers and pointed at his own feet. "Father, what do you mean?" Angela looked at her father before her and asked without comprehension. "Angurdalu, are you suggesting I release the prisoners from the dungeon?" Upon seeing Angurdalu make such a gesture, Gascoigne immediately understood his intention. Angurdalu did not reply but nodded to Gascoigne. "Why should we release them?" Angela questioned from the side, clearly confused. "Perhaps your father is right," Gascoigne said. "I don't understand," Angela said. "Those people were able to return alive from the ruins of the ancient city, which shows that their abilities far exceed ours. With the current crisis, they might be able to help us greatly," Angurdalu explained. "What if they refuse to help us?" Angela asked. "They will surely help us, because now we all face the same threat. If we die, they won't survive either," Gascoigne added firmly. "Angela, you go with me to the dungeon," Gascoigne continued. After finishing speaking, Gascoigne walked towards the location of the dungeon, while Angela followed closely behind him. "If we release these few people, what about Sith?" Angela asked as they walked along. "Sith, he must pay the appropriate price," Gascoigne replied resolutely. "In that case, let me kill him," Angela suggested. "No, I want him to die slowly, and I want him to watch his son die slowly in front of him. Only then can I avenge my son," Gascoigne said, gritting his teeth. In no time, the two of them reached the dungeon, and at that moment, we were quietly sitting inside the dungeon. When I heard footsteps approaching the dungeon, I stood up first and said to the people around me, "Someone's coming." Then, the few people near me also stood up. "It's Gascoigne," Sith immediately stated. "How do you know?" Kapu asked curiously. "If I'm not mistaken, this time he has come to release all of you," Sith said. "What? Release us?" Hearing this, I immediately turned back to look at Sith. "Why would he release us?" Kelly asked curiously as well. "Maybe it's because we survived the ruins of the ancient city," Alante speculated. "Exactly. Gascoigne must be facing the threat of a zombie army, and he urgently needs your help now," Sith said. At this point, Gascoigne and Angela had already entered the dungeon. "Looks like you're all in good spirits." Gascoigne looked at us inside the cell and said, "Why are you here?" I asked. "I need your help." Gascoigne cut straight to the point without beating around the bush. "To do what?" Kapu asked on the side. "You already know the army of zombies is going to attack here, right? I need you to fight this war," Gascoigne said. "And if we refuse?" Kelly angrily retorted. "Then we'll all die here." Gascoigne showed no signs of being intimidated by Kelly's threats. "I'll help you," I immediately said. "Really?" Gascoigne looked at me and asked. "But I need you to release Sith and his son as well," I said solemnly. "No." Upon hearing this, Gascoigne immediately rejected my suggestion. "In that case, we'd rather die here." After saying this, I sat down on the ground. "Let me kill him." Angela, standing beside Gascoigne, said to me with hatred. "I don't have time to waste on you now. The corpse devils are approaching the city along the lake. If you really want to live, then come out and help," Gascoigne said in anger. "Except for Sith and Troy," Angela added. "No, they will come out too," Gascoigne stated. "What?" Angela was clearly surprised by what Gascoigne had just said. Not only Angela, but also we inside the dungeon were shocked. Since Gascoigne had made his decision, we smoothly returned from the dungeon back to the Grand Hall. At this point, all of us knew why Gascoigne released us. If it weren't for the imminent invasion of the corpse devils, we would probably be dead in the dungeon by now. "Do you have a plan yet?" I asked Gascoigne. "No, that's why I let you all out," Gascoigne replied. "Do you think we can defend against those corpse devils?" Kelly questioned doubtfully. "We haven't even seen what the corpse devils look like," Kapu chimed in. "If you truly have no good way to resist, then you'd better go back to the dungeon and wait to die," Gascoigne angrily retorted as he glared at us. Next, a few soldiers standing near Gascoigne swiftly moved towards us. All of them gripped their swords, ready to drag us back to the dungeon. "Do you really intend to imprison us again?" Sith suddenly asked from among us. "Unless you can come up with a decent plan," Gascoigne replied arrogantly. "Perhaps I do have some ideas," Sith claimed. After these words were spoken, many people present burst into mocking laughter because none believed anyone could genuinely withstand the corpse devils. "What plan could you possibly have?" Gascoigne continued his disdainful tone. "How many soldiers do we have now?" Sith asked. 5,000, Angurdalu interjected. "And the corpse devils?" the elder asked behind Sith. "They aren't fully counted yet, but likely over 100,000, Angurdalu answered. 100,000. Kapu shivered upon hearing the number. "The strength gap is overwhelming," Alantes muttered. "Now, tell us your plan," Gascoigne urged. Sith slowly approached me, though between us stood several dozen fully armed soldiers protecting Gascoigne. "It's fine, let him come in," Gascoigne signaled dismissively to the guards. The soldiers soon opened a path, allowing Sith to approach Gascoigne. He leaned down and examined the map on Gascoigne's table, moving his hand across it until his finger stopped at a place marked with a coastal outline. "This will be the place where we fight a decisive battle against the corpse devils," Sith said solemnly. Gascoigne bent his head to study the map's location, remaining silent for a long time. But he realized deep inside that Sith was right. The position pointed to was the eastern region of the Port of Victory, a vast open area where the huge corpse devil army would soon land on the port. "The only way we can stop the core of the corpse devils is by fiercely resisting them here," Sith continued. 5,000 men against 100,000, Gascoigne said dejectedly. "We can divide these 5,000 into 3 different groups," Sith suggested. "What kind of division?" Gascoigne asked. "The first group consists of 300 who will man the firestone cannons, forming the first line of defense. The second group includes 2,000 archers, whose task is to attack when the corpse devils get closer. The final group will engage in close combat. Of course, we'll all be involved, Sith explained meticulously. So it seems you've thought this through rather thoroughly, Gascoigne said sternly. But I have one condition. If we survive this war, I hope you'll release my son afterward. You may dispose of me however you see fit, Sith pleaded. If you and your son actually survive such a big battle, then I'll begin considering how to deal with you. Gascoigne clearly didn't have much spare time to ponder on such matters. As the people in the Grand Hall continued their heated debate, a soldier rushed in gasping. The Corpse Devil Legion. The Corpse Devil Legion is already heading toward our port of victory. They'll be here soon. What? Gascoigne was utterly astonished upon hearing this. Upon hearing the soldier's words, everyone in the Grand Hall suddenly panicked, even though they had all mentally prepared themselves for this moment beforehand. Everyone, get ready to fight. Gascoigne shouted loudly to the people in the hall. In an instant, the group in the hall rushed out of the room. Now only a few of my companions, Sith, and Gascoigne were left. So what should we do now? I curiously asked Sith. You are the first ones who faced that witch. You need to head to the port of victory to be the first to counter the Corpse Devil's attack. Gascoigne interrupted abruptly. What? That's just sending us to our deaths. Kapu said angrily. It could be said that way, but do you have any other choices now? Gascoigne asked. Deep down, we all understood that this was not the time for arguments. Even if we didn't fight, we would die when the Corpse Devils breached the port. With our situation clear, we quickly made our way to the port of victory, with Sith accompanying us. If there's a chance, run, Sith whispered to the elder as he walked over. Chapter 173, Bloody Dawn. After hearing C's words, the elder turned his head sharply towards C, but C had already moved far away from him. Gascoigne's men followed C's deployment precisely and divided the 5,000 soldiers into 3 groups. The first group, the Firestone Cannon team, placed the remaining fewer than 30 Firestone cannons near Victory Port on a protruding platform. The second group, the Crossbowmen, stood below the Firestone Cannon platform, ready to fire their crossbows at any time. The last group stood in front of the Crossbowmen. They were the first wave of troops to engage in melee with the landing corps of Corpse Devils. Now everything was ready, yet everyone felt uneasy because they hadn't fought against Corpse Devils for centuries. As for what kind of monsters would appear before them, no one knew. We were standing among the first wave of troops to engage in melee with the Corpse Devil army. Since we had already seen the awakened summoner witch, time passed slowly. Soon, I saw a moving black appear on the coastline of Victory Port, and shortly after, this black dot became larger and its numbers kept increasing. Those black dots seemed to be ships, Kelly guessed, standing beside me. Yes, they should be the warships of the Corpse Devil army, the elder said, standing behind me. Elder, where is your father? Kabu asked. He was talking to me just now, but he vanished as soon as I turned my head, the elder said perplexedly. What did he say to you? Kabu curiously asked. He told us to escape if we have a chance, the elder replied. Escape? Where can we run to? There's only one road here, and all that's before us are those dreadful monsters, Kabu said. No matter what, if we get a chance to escape, we'll run, Alanthus said solemnly. As they were discussing countermeasures, a loud boom suddenly came from their ears, and several fireballs flew over their heads. These fireballs, like fiery dragons, headed straight toward the blue sea ahead. I turned around quickly and realized that these were the masterpieces of the Firestone cannons located on the stone steps above us. What's going on? Kabu asked anxiously. It's those immensely powerful weapons, I said. Firestone cannons. Those Corpse Devil troops must have entered the firing range, the elder immediately said. The elder was right. A multitude of warships appeared before our eyes. They were tightly packed together, and many fiery dragons rushed toward these ships. Instantly, the blue sea before us turned into a sea of flames. Everyone nearby couldn't help but cheer. One by one, the fiery dragons struck at the entrance of Victory Port, and the fierce fires became increasingly intense, even forcing our group of infantry, prepared for close combat with the Corpse Devils, to retreat step by step. After some time of attack, those fiery dragons finally stopped, not because all enemies had been annihilated, but because the Firestone cannons had completely run out of ammunition. However, the inferno before us continued to burn. After waiting for some time, the fire in front of us seemed to start subsiding slowly. It was then that I noticed there seemed to be something moving within the flames, not just one thing, but more accurately, a group of things. Quick, look, there seems to be something moving inside the flames. Kelly, who had been standing by me all along, pointed to the distant blaze. What is it? Kabu asked tensely. Corpse Devils, they're Corpse Devils, the elder stated without hesitation. What? Weren't they already killed? Could such a strong attack not destroy them? I asked surprised. They're far more powerful than you think, the elder replied. As we were still discussing, the flames in front of us had already vanished entirely. Standing before us were those Corpse Devils that they had so often spoken about. What are these things? Kabu asked astonished, gaping at the creatures in front of him. At this moment, Gascoigne walked up to a huge stone staircase and then addressed the second group of crossbowmen. Fire! Upon hearing Gascoigne's order, 2,000 archers simultaneously shot their sharp arrows toward the distant core of Corpse Devils. Instantly, the sky was filled with a dark cloud of arrows that descended upon the Corpse Devils. The sound of arrows piercing through the flesh of the Corpse Devils could be heard continuously, and then the Corpse Devils began slowly walking towards us. Clearly, they were unafraid of the arrow attack. Even though many Corpse Devils had been eliminated by the first wave of Firestone cannons and the second wave of arrows, the number of Corpse Devils before us was still far beyond our imagination. It seems like their numbers haven't decreased, Kaboo said. It looks like we're really going to have a close combat fight, Alanthes said, gripping his sword tightly. The group of corpse devils in front of us quickly moved to within 10 meters of us. When they reached this point, I finally got a clear look at what these corpse devils truly looked like. These corpse devils were indeed monsters, and not just any kind, ugly ones. Although I had seen a lot of monsters and disgusting creatures on my journey, they were by far the most grotesque group of things I had ever encountered. These so-called corpse devils were significantly taller than us, but we weren't entirely outmatched. Their skin was rotten and decaying, and white and black worms could occasionally be seen wriggling in the decaying skin. Each of their faces resembled someone who had been struck by a heavy weapon, making it impossible for me to discern their features even though I was very close to them. Some wore tattered linen clothing while others stood naked in front of us. At this time, a corpse devil of average height emerged from the crowd. He held a long rusted machete as he stepped forward in front of us. Meanwhile, Gaskian also arrived with the rest of his people behind our group of infantry. Looking at this corpse devil holding the machete, I could clearly guess that he was the leader of these monsters. Looks like this is the one in charge, Kaboo whispered. Let's take him out first, I said. It's not going to be that easy, the elder interjected. Why don't they attack yet? Kelly asked. They're waiting, the elder said. For what? Kelly asked. For the tide to go out, the elder explained. I followed the elder's explanation and looked back. Indeed, the blue sea water behind them was beginning to slowly recede. It was at the moment when the tide gradually ebbed that the corpse devil with the machete let out a loud shout as he charged towards us, raising his machete and heading straight for us. Behind him, the entire corpse devil army surged forward. Because we knew little about corpse devils, and because of their rapid speed, it wasn't long before they had reached right in front of us. Even though our infantry had fully lined up their formation, they were quickly scattered by this group of corpse devils. I firmly gripped my sharp sword, standing steady in place. However, countless corpse devils suddenly appeared in front of me. They were like a powerful bull, instantly colliding with us and knocking me several meters away, landing heavily on the ground. When I stood up again, fierce hand-to-hand combat between the people around me and the corpse devils had already begun. Suddenly, a sharp machete came rushing toward me. I nimbly sidestepped, avoiding the attack. When I looked up, I saw a tall corpse devil standing in front of me. His face was distorted, and his whole body emitted a pungent stench. I swung my sharp sword, stabbing toward this corpse devil. I heard a hiss as my sword pierced into the creature's body, instantly causing a spray of black liquid. As I was about to pull the sword out of this corpse devil, more corpse devils appeared beside me, brandishing their weapons wildly toward me. Once I pulled my sword out of the corpse devil in front of me, those corpse devils had already surrounded me. Tightly gripping my sword, I nervously observed the situation around me. Suddenly, two corpse devils from behind rushed toward me. In a flash, I glanced over and immediately turned around, while at the same time, several other corpse devils near me also charged. Bang, 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 bang. After a few loud clangs of weapon collisions, the three corpse devils in front of me fell to the ground. However, their numbers were certainly still many, and they were quite a bit taller than me. I immediately began swinging my weapon left and right, trying to keep these corpse devils as far away from me as possible. While I was engaged with these corpse devils, a figure suddenly appeared beside me. Teacher, I exclaimed in surprise when I saw Alanthes standing next to me. Your Highness, are you alright? Alanthes asked worriedly. A minor issue like this won't bring me down, I said lightly. Soon, the corpse devils around Alanthes and myself charged toward us. They had different weapons, all of them extremely sharp. Suddenly, a jagged axe came crashing down towards my head. I narrowly dodged it by a hair's breadth. At that moment, one of the corpse devils delivered a powerful kick to my back, catching me off guard and knocking me to the ground. Then the corpse devil above me raised his machete, ready to strike. Since I couldn't get up in time, I quickly rolled backward onto my stomach, barely evading the fatal blow. Just as the machete was about to hit my head, there was a swish sound, and Alanthes swiftly chopped off the corpse devil's head. Instantly, a strong stench of decay washed over me. Chapter 174, The Death of Sith. At this moment, I didn't hesitate at all, because a large number of corpse ghosts were rushing toward Alanthes and me again. I gripped the sharp sword in my hand without hesitation and charged forward. In an instant, I fiercely collided with a corpse ghost, and reacting swiftly, I plunged the sword in my hand into the chest of this corpse ghost. Right away, the corpse ghost died before me. Behind me, Alanthes followed, standing by my side while continuously swinging his weapon, causing the group of corpse ghosts around us to gradually move away. It seems like this isn't going to work, I said to Alanthes beside me. Look over there. There's a cave. Alanthes quickly observed that not far from us, there appeared a cave taller than a man. It's a cave, is it safe? I also looked in the direction Alanthes pointed. Regardless, we should check it out first, Alanthes said. Thus, the two of us continuously swung our weapons, eventually struggling to make it to the front of this cave. At this moment, Kaboo, Callie, and the elder seemed to have a silent understanding as they rushed toward here. Soon, our team gathered together once more. You saw this cave too? I looked at Callie beside me and asked. Yes, it appears we are still in sync. Kaboo grinned broadly. At a time like this, you can still smile? Callie angrily said. Even though we had already stood before this cave, the interior of the cave was pitch black, offering no clarity about its surroundings. Moreover, the cave was located on an upside-down triangle-shaped terrain. It was clear now that if we wanted to leave here, it would come at a painful cost. By this time, a great number of corpse ghosts had already appeared before us, their mouths incessantly screaming as they charged in our direction. Before long, dozens of corpse ghosts had charged right into the center of our team, prompting another hand-to-hand battle with these creatures. Due to some experience gained from previous battles against the corpse ghosts, I handled this next confrontation more skillfully. Swiftly lifting my sword, I soon cut down 2 corpse ghosts in front of me. Subsequently, Alanthes, Callie, Kaboo, and the Elder easily wiped out the surrounding group of corpse ghosts. However, given the enormous numbers of corpse ghosts, it wasn't long before more crowded around us again. How do they never end? Kaboo said breathlessly. It seems like this time we'll really die here, the Elder said rather pessimistically. We were now firmly surrounded by at least 1,000 corpse ghosts. Moreover, most of the soldiers from Lake City around us had either perished or were grievously wounded, and the fates of Sith and Gaston remained unknown. Now, all we could do was continue fighting these corpse ghosts, fully aware that our chances of success were slim. Run, hurry into that cave. I anxiously shouted loudly to everyone. After hearing this, the others ran towards the cave behind us. Just as we were about to enter the cave, unexpectedly, a giant rock fell from somewhere, blocking the entrance to the cave directly in front of us. How did this happen? Kaboo almost collapsed onto the ground after seeing such a scene. How did this rock even appear? Callie also wore an expression full of doubt. But we didn't have much time to think about where the boulder had come from, as we were surrounded again by an army of corpse ghosts. It looks like this time we're really going to die here, I said to Alanthes beside me. One final fight. Alanthes said resolutely to me. You're right, one last desperate fight against them. Callie lifted her bow and shot arrows at the corpse ghosts in front of her. Charge! I shouted loudly to the people around me. Thus, once again, we surged into the midst of the corpse ghost army, initiating our final battle. Countless corpse ghosts fell beneath my blade, and Alanthes, Callie, the Elder continuously fought in the final battle against the hordes of corpse ghosts. Only Kaboo seemed to have completely lost hope in this battle. He frantically tried to escape alone, but no matter where he fled, there were always many corpse ghosts chasing after him. At the moment when the Elder was fighting a group of corpse ghosts in front of him, suddenly a tall corpse ghost appeared behind him. He swung a sharp battle axe in his hand and slashed towards the Elder's back. The Elder did not see the danger behind him and continued to fight the corpse ghosts in front of him. Just as the axe was about to hit the Elder's back, a figure suddenly appeared behind the Elder and was instantly struck down by the axe. Hearing the sound, the Elder immediately turned around, and at that moment this figure had already fallen into a pool of blood. The Elder seized the opportunity to thrust his sharp sword towards the heart of the axe-wielding corpse ghost, and without missing its mark, the sword pierced through the chest of the corpse ghost who then fell to the ground. The Elder immediately looked toward the figure lying in the pool of blood, and when he saw who it was, his entire body stiffened like it had been struck by lightning, because the person lying in the blood pool was his father, even though the Elder had yet to formally acknowledge this man as his father. The Elder rushed to Sith's side, knelt down, and slowly lifted Sith's neck. But at this point, Sith had already passed away, without even leaving a final word for his long-lost son. The Elder gently laid Sith down on the ground, and unknowingly tears began streaming down his face uncontrollably. Elder! I shouted loudly, seeing the Elder kneeling next to a corpse. But it seemed the Elder did not hear my call at all. So I waved my weapon and ran toward the Elder's direction while Alanthes and Callie also fought their way toward the Elder's position. What's wrong with you, Elder? Callie asked as she reached the Elder first. I soon arrived beside the Elder, and when I saw the body lying on the ground, I too was greatly shocked. Sith, Alanthes quickly said as he approached beside me. He saved me. The Elder slowly stood up, his face covered in tears. Our situation now. Alanthes tried to speak, but was interrupted as once again a large group of corpse ghosts surged forward. Right at that moment, the coastline of Victory Harbor was suddenly swarmed with countless corpse ghosts emerging from the depths of the blue sea. They've actually come out from the blue sea, Callie exclaimed in astonishment. This time we truly have no hope left, the Elder said sorrowfully. We still have hope, we're not dead yet. I shouted. Why did Sith save you? He wanted you to live well. How can you so easily give up? Alanthes angrily yelled at the Elder. Look, the corpse ghosts are charging towards us. Callie pointed at the large army of corpse ghosts before us. At that moment, an army of blue demons charged out from the side and began battling the horde of corpse ghosts head-on. I saw that the person leading them was Gaston, which meant he was still alive. Isn't that Gaston? Callie asked. It's him. Looks like he's still alive. Let's go help him, I suggested. No, I won't go. He was my father's enemy. The Elder stood rooted to the spot, making no movement. Regardless of how you feel right now, our common enemy is these corpse ghosts in front of us, Alanthes said, and then rushed toward the corpse ghost legion. Even after hearing Alanthes' words, the Elder remained unmoving where he stood. However, a large number of corpse ghosts were rushing towards him. At the very moment when the corpse ghosts were about to reach him, a massive chunk of ice stone suddenly landed right in front of him, blasting the group of corpse ghosts rushing towards him into pieces. Seeing the ice stone land, I immediately stopped in my tracks, and everyone else nearby halted as well. What happened? Alanthes asked. What is that thing? Callie asked. Ha ha. They've come. Gaston, standing not far from us, laughed excitedly upon seeing the piece of ice stone. What's Gaston laughing about? Callie curiously looked at Gaston in the distance. The Snowlanders have come, one heavily injured Bloomage weakly answered. Snowlanders? I was shocked after hearing this term. Chapter 175, The Snowlanders. At this moment, 3 enormous silver sailing ships appeared at the Victory Port. These 3 sailing ships were much larger than all the warships in the lakeside city. On the bow of these large sailing ships, there was a large object similar to a flint cannon. However, what was fired from it was the giant ice stones we saw earlier. Soon the 3 huge sailing ships docked at the port of Victory Port. When the doors of the sailing ships opened, a large number of snowlanders rushed out. "Look quickly, those are the snowlanders," Kelly said in amazement as she saw these people rush out from the ship. Everyone's eyes were focused on those 3 sailing ships. Of course, the numerous Corpse Ghost Legion naturally redirected their targets and attacked towards the direction of the snowlanders. In an instant, the snowlanders who rushed out from the sailing ships clashed with the Corpse Ghost army right before them. Instantly shouting and fighting filled the air. The piercing sound of various weapons clashing together hurt my eardrums. "What should we do now?" Kelly asked while standing by my side. "Now that those snowlanders have clashed with the Corpse Ghost army, we can completely take this opportunity to escape," Alanthes suggested and said. "To where should we escape?" the elder asked. "No, we won't escape anymore. Perhaps these snowlanders can defeat the Corpse Ghosts," I analyzed and said. "No matter how the battle turns out, these snowlanders don't seem like they'll welcome us," Alanthes said. "I think we should first go rescue Natalia now." I suddenly remembered Natalia was still inside the castle of the lakeside city. Perhaps she was being attacked by the Corpse Ghosts right now. So I immediately ran towards Lakeside City, with Kelly, the elder, and Alanthes following me into Lakeside City. By this point, a large number of Corpse Ghosts had already flooded into Lakeside City, continuously destroying its architectural facilities. I held onto my sword tightly and fought my way through. Behind me, others were also constantly battling against the Corpse Ghosts. After cutting through the crowd, I finally entered the Great Hall of Lakeside City. Now the Grand Hall had been entirely taken over by a large number of Corpse Ghosts, each one twisting their faces as they stared at my intrusion. Kelly couldn't help but exclaim when she saw so many Corpse Ghosts gathered in the hall. "It seems we are about to engage in another fierce battle," I said after uttering these words, then raised the sword in my hand and charged towards the group of Corpse Ghosts in the middle of the hall. The elder, Kelly, and Alanthes followed suit without hesitation, rushing straight in. We immediately clashed fiercely with these Corpse Ghosts. Right in front of me appeared 4 Corpse Ghosts, all holding sharp axes. Upon seeing me, they rushed towards me. I nimbly turned slightly to evade the attack from one Corpse Ghost, then slashed viciously with my sword behind him, instantly splitting him into 2 halves. A jet of black liquid spurted out, along with a nauseating odor entering my senses. But I did not relax my vigilance because a large number of Corpse Ghosts were charging towards me. Alanthes saw this and ran to my side first, his hands continuously swinging his weapon to fight off the surrounding Corpse Ghosts. I noticed a woman dressed in a white long robe rushing out from a corner. I immediately recognized her. "Natalia," I shouted loudly, calling to the frightened woman. Apparently, she also heard my call and started running towards me. As I hurried to meet her, several Corpse Ghosts suddenly appeared in front of me, separating Natalia and me to either side. I instantly swung the weapon in my hands toward these Corpse Ghosts in front of me, causing the few of them blocking my path to fall to the ground. Just as Natalia was about to run towards me, suddenly behind her appeared a Corpse Ghost wielding a broadaxe. He quickly approached Natalia, lifting his mighty axe high. Seeing this scene, I threw my sword. The sword drew a perfect arc in the air and pierced through the chest of the Corpse Ghost. Yet it seemed that one slash didn't kill him, for he was still alive and his broadaxe was already headed toward Natalia's head. Just at this critical moment, an arrow flew straight toward the head of this Corpse Ghost, and I watched as this arrow pierced his head, making him collapse immediately. Due to the suddenness of the entire event, Natalia hadn't had time to react when she was already grabbed by me into my arms. I looked at the direction from which the flying arrow came, realizing that the arrow was shot by Kelly, who stood far away. Looking far away at Kelly, I nodded at her slightly as a sign of gratitude. However, now wasn't the time for thanks since we were completely surrounded by an overwhelming number of Corpse Ghosts. "How are you doing?" I softly asked Natalia, who was in my arms. Natalia's body was trembling nonstop, and her eyes seemed to have lost their usual luster. It was clear that she was utterly terrified. Seeing Natalia in such fear, I held her even tighter. Just at this moment, the elder, Kelly, and Alanthes also gradually moved closer to my direction, and soon we gathered together. "We're surrounded again," the elder said. "Is she all right?" Kelly asked, looking at Natalia, who kept shivering in my arms. "She seems to be quite scared," I replied. At this moment, a large number of Corpse Ghosts wouldn't give us any more chances. They surged toward us. Since I had Natalia constantly cradled in my arms, my movement became very inconvenient. So Alanthes and Kelly opened a path for me on either side. As I ran along the bloody trail, they cut through our enemies. Suddenly, a Corpse Ghost appeared before me with an enormous and sturdy figure. He stood taller than ordinary Corpse Ghosts. In his hand, he carried a massive heavy sword, his eyes glowing with a dark green light, and his body emitted a continuous, unpleasant odor. Upon seeing this Corpse Ghost, I tightly pressed Natalia's head against my chest, because I feared she might act out of shock upon witnessing such a horrifying scene. The Corpse Ghost immediately raised his heavy sword and swung it down at me. Fortunately, my reflexes were quick, and I moved left, dodging his initial attack. However, he then swung the heavy sword horizontally toward me. Due to the broad reach of the heavy sword and my encumbered state from holding Natalia, I couldn't avoid it in time. I was instantly struck on my right arm by the blade, though luckily the edge didn't slash into my flesh. Just the blunt side collided heavily with my body. "Your Highness!" Alanthes cried out and sprinted in my direction after noticing that I'd been hit. Behind him followed Kelly and the elder, But the gigantic corpse ghost before me lifted his heavy sword once more and prepared to strike. Since I'd already fallen to the ground with Natalia still in my arms, I couldn't get up or move out of the way in time. All I could do was helplessly watch as the corpse ghost's sword descended upon us. Without hesitation, I turned over and pressed Natalia's body beneath mine to protect her. The sound rang out. Thud, thud, thud. Chapter 176. Evacuation of Yenu City. I tightly pinned Natalia beneath me, but suddenly there was a sound like a heavy object falling to the ground near my ear. It was as though a massive sphere had been forcefully thrown onto the ground. I slowly turned my head from Natalia's chest. In front of me stood a headless giant, and that giant was the zombie. How could this be? I couldn't help but blurt out. Shwa, shwa, shwa. Then a few sounds like wind appeared again in my ears, and instantly in front of me stood a warrior dressed in silver armor. Are you alright? He asked softly. You. I stared at this warrior in amazement. Because the warrior standing in front of me was handsome. Even though he was a man, his beauty was comparable to that of an elf. Although I had seen the beauty of elves before, his charm was no less, even with an air of arrogance and nobility. The zombie has been eliminated by us. You are safe now, the man said to me next. They're all gone, I said while standing up. It seems we've arrived just in time, the man replied. When I stood up, I finally saw clearly the face of the man standing in front of me. He had fine eyebrows, big eyes, a high nose bridge, and although his ears were not as pointed as those of the elves, they were still different from human ears. The man's skin was fair, his eyes sky blue, and his jet green long hair was particularly striking. What's your name? The man asked. Momoki, I replied. Momoki? That's a strange name, the man said. What about you? I asked. Cypress Dracula, he answered. You don't seem like a Lanma person, do you? He asked. Your Highness, are you alright? Alanthes quickly rushed to my side, anxiously asking. I shook my head at him. Is he also your companion? Cypress Dracula asked. Yes, he is our prince, Alanthes replied. Prince. Cypress Dracula looked at me with a suspicious gaze. All the zombies have been eliminated, Kelly and the Elder said as they came to my side at that moment. Let's go, General. Another warrior dressed in silver armor walked to Cypress Dracula's side. All right, I'll leave now, Cypress Dracula said. After he said that, he turned and left us. Of course, we did not follow him out of here, for there was still an important person here, Natalia. I slowly helped Natalia to her feet and let her sit on a step. Judging from Natalia's current expression, she seemed to have been thoroughly frightened. Is she okay? Kelly asked. Seems like she's just scared. There shouldn't be any serious issues, the Elder guessed. At that moment, several Lanma people rushed into the hall gate. Each one held a sharp sword and glared furiously at us. What's wrong with them? Kelly asked nervously. Looks like your luck really is quite something. Someone pushed their way through the crowd. Gascoigne, I immediately said when I saw him. What do you want to do? Kelly asked. Do I need to ask? He's here to kill us, Alanthes said while raising his weapon. I didn't expect your skills to be pretty decent, though it's a pity I didn't get to kill Old Man Zeiss myself, Gascoigne said contemptuously. What did you say? The Elder shouted angrily at Gascoigne upon hearing this. Oh, forgot his son was still alive. Then you take his place in dying, Gascoigne said here, and then signaled to someone beside him. A large number of Lanma charged toward us. Are we going to fight again? Kelly asked, looking at the people in front. It seems we must eliminate Gascoigne, Alanthes said. So once again, we engaged in a chaotic battle with these Lanma. Fortunately, their numbers weren't too many, and most of them had already fought with the zombies for a long time, so their strength wasn't fully utilized. With every slash of my blade, I killed several Lanma. Then the Elder and Alanthes also got rid of threat after threat around them. Kelly stayed near Natalia and did not participate in the fighting. Soon, all of Gascoigne's Lanma companions were wiped out, and the few remaining were no match for us. It seems it's time to end everything. The Elder, holding a steel sword, charged toward Gascoigne. I was about to charge together with the Elder, but Alanthes stopped me. Let him solve it himself, Alanthes said. After hearing what he said, I stopped in my tracks and nodded. Soon, the Elder and Gascoigne were engaged in a fierce battle. All I could hear was the continuous clashing of their weapons. The Elder's skills surpassed Gascoigne's by a mile, and soon enough, Gascoigne was kicked hard in the abdomen by the Elder and fell to the ground. Without hesitation, the Elder raised his sharp sword and lunged toward Gascoigne. But none of us expected Natalia to suddenly appear right in front of him just at that moment. The Elder's sword stopped inches away from Gascoigne. You? The Elder stood there dumbfounded, his sword hovering as he stared blankly at Natalia standing before him. We all in the scene were shocked, and Kelly became flustered. After all, Natalia had always been under her supervision. Perhaps the Elder's brief pause gave Natalia behind him an opportunity. Gascoigne took advantage of the moment to get up, grab a spear lying on the ground, and thrust it directly toward the Elder's chest. Elder, I shouted out loud when I saw what was happening. But alas, it was already too late. Gascoigne's spear was hurtling straight for the Elder's chest. SSSS. Oh, oh. A shrill scream broke the silence, and Natalia collapsed onto the ground with a sharp spear piercing cleanly through the center of her back. Daughter. Gascoigne froze in horror at the sight. Natalia. I cried out desperately at the tragic scene. How? The Elder, who had been standing right in front of Natalia, now stared with wide eyes at the woman collapsing before him. I rushed to Natalia's side, but she had already closed her eyes. Blood gushed endlessly from the wound in her chest. Gascoigne stared numbly at Natalia lying on the ground. He did not say another word. I only heard intermittent sobs escaping from his mouth. You killed her. The Elder pointed the sword in his hand angrily at Gascoigne. How could this be? Gascoigne seemed unable to process what had just occurred. It turned out that at the exact moment Gascoigne threw the spear, Natalia had moved directly into the elder's position, and the sharp spear mercilessly pierced her body. No, my daughter. Gascoigne dropped to his knees, bowing his head and sobbing uncontrollably. The elder strode quickly to stand before Gascoigne, raising his sword once more, then brought it down forcefully toward Gascoigne's neck. But just as the blade was about to touch Gascoigne's throat, the elder suddenly slowed his stroke, letting the sword gently rest on Gascoigne's shoulder. Why don't you kill me? Gascoigne asked, still lowering his head. Perhaps killing you would serve no purpose, said the elder. Just as the elder was about to withdraw his sword, Gascoigne suddenly grabbed its sharp edge tightly with his hands. Instantly, his neck spurted a stream of blood, and Gascoigne collapsed into the pool of his own blood. The elder closed his eyes, and I quietly embraced Natalia's lifeless body without uttering a sound. Time seemed to stand still in this moment. Here, there was no hatred, no enemies, no conflict, only boundless sorrow. After a brief silence, we stepped out of the hall. A large number of xiuxian people had already started boarding their ships. It looked like they intended to leave Yanhu City. Are you leaving? Kelly asked one of the xiuxian people. Our mission is complete, and now we're heading back, the xiuxian man replied. You are still alive. A voice that made us both hate and love rang in our ears. Kabo. Kelly spotted this coward first. You're alive? And we're alive. Kabo excitedly ran over to us. That kick landed squarely on Kabo's stomach, making him wince immediately. However, Kabo didn't seem angry. Instead, he continued to smile at us. Didn't you abandon us and run away? I said bitterly. Kabo, upon hearing my question, hesitated, unsure how to respond. What are your plans now? The elder suddenly interrupted with a question. Plans? I responded. Maybe it's time to leave, Alanthes said, looking at me. It seems we should leave, I agreed. May you have a smooth journey, the elder said profoundly. Elder, do you? Kelly stopped and turned her head to look at the elder. My father died because of me, and so did Gascoigne and Natalia. I'll stay behind to give them a proper burial. Besides, I've already discovered the truth about my origins, so there's no longer any need for me to continue onward, said the elder. Chief Elder, we've been through so much together. We hope you can live the life you want. I walked up to the elder and gently patted his shoulder as I spoke. You all should go now. Perhaps these xiuxian people might be able to give you a lift, the elder said. After hearing the elder's words, we quickly approached General Cyprian Dracula and asked him, Can you give us a ride? Do you also wish to depart with us? He obviously seemed surprised. General, they aren't our people, nor are they blue demons. Should we? One of the xiuxian reminded Cyprian. How many of you are there? Cyprian asked. 4, I replied. Perhaps this is what Snow Oracle is guiding us towards, Cyprian said devoutly. Let us see what you will bring to us, Cyprian continued. So, the 4 of us followed Cyprian aboard this enormous sailboat. The sails were gradually unfurled, and the 4 of us stood on the boat's massive deck, watching the elder growing smaller and smaller until he disappeared from view. Chapter 177, The Witch's Attack. The elder stood alone by the shore littered with bodies, silently watching our sailboat drift away. At this moment, an overwhelming sense of nostalgia gradually arose in his heart. Perhaps it was due to the time he had spent with us. He turned around and saw that the entire Blue Devil Island had once again returned to calmness. The elder noticed the cave blocked by the giant rock had opened, and there seemed to be something at its entrance. What is this? The elder asked in surprise, looking toward the cave. Suddenly, a black glow shot out from inside the cave, wrapping around the elder's entire body. It's you. The elder spoke slowly. Alanthes and I stood on the deck of the sailboat as a dim yellow sunlight gradually appeared before my eyes. The sun is about to set, Alanthes said beside me. Yeah, looks like we've luckily escaped another disaster, I replied. Hope the elder can live well, Kelly said as she walked to my side. Where's Kabo? I asked Kelly. He has been sleeping since he boarded the ship, Kelly answered indifferently. We don't even know where this journey will take us, I said. Now we have one of the Snow Country people leading the way, Kelly said. We still do not know whether he is friend or foe, Alanthes reminded. The teacher is right. Although these Snow Country people saved us, we must still be cautious, I warily agreed. Why did they save us? Kelly asked curiously. That is probably something we need to ask General Cypress Dracula, I said. What? Are you talking about me? Cypress had already stood behind us without us noticing. When did you get here? I quickly turned back and asked. Just now, he answered. We are curious why you all appeared on the Blue Devil Island. Kelly was the first to ask impatiently. I don't know either. I was just following the Queen's orders, he replied. Queen. I was surprised when I heard this word. Yes, our Snow Country is also known as the Ice Kingdom, and the ruler of the kingdom is a brave and wise queen, Cypress said. I really want to see what your country is like, Kelly excitedly said. You will see it, Cypress said. Something's not right, Alanthes suddenly said. What happened? I immediately looked at him after hearing Alanthes' words. I feel something's off. Alanthes stared intently at one spot, seemingly deeply concentrating on something. It seems like your companion has discovered something. Cypress also curiously looked at Alanthes. Did we overlook something? Alanthes slowly turned his intensely staring eyes towards me. Overlooked what? Kelly asked curiously. About what? Cypress asked. The war, Alanthes answered. At that moment, both Kelly and I who were standing next to him fell into deep thought. I kept recalling the battle with the zombie army. Just then, I suddenly looked anxiously at Alanthes and said, That witch? Why didn't that witch show up at the Victory Harbor? Yes, the witch. Kelly recalled instantly upon hearing my words. Why didn't we see the witch? I continued to say, Witch? What witch? Cypress immediately became nervous when he heard my words. the witch called. I was about to say the witch's name, but couldn't remember for a moment. What's the witch's name? Cypress asked anxiously. Awake summoner, awake summoner. A snowman ran over to Cypress and said, What did you say? Cypress immediately became solemn upon hearing this. Yes, that's the witch's name. I immediately responded upon hearing the snowman's words. Yes, the witch you mentioned is her, Cypress said. Yes, I firmly said. Everyone prepare for battle. Cypress immediately drew the sword from his waist, his face full of seriousness. How do you know about the awake summoner? Cypress asked the snowman. One of their companions said it in a dream, the snowman replied. Kabo, I said involuntarily upon hearing this. Look, what's that ahead? A snowman pointed at a black in front of the sailing ship and shouted loudly. When I shifted my gaze there, the black had grown as large as the size of a cabin. What is it? I quietly asked Cypress. It's the witch you mentioned, Cypress said tensely. The witch? She's here. Alantes also tightly gripped his weapon in his hands. It seems we're about to have a tough battle again, I said. That black dot was getting bigger and bigger, and in an instant, a human-shaped figure emerged from the center of the black dot. Of course, this figure was the awake summoner. Her entire body was dark black, and there were faint cracks visible on her skin. There seemed to be a helmet on her head, with 2 sharp horns inserted into it. Her sudden appearance forced our sailboat to make an emergency stop. Although our sailboat had stopped, we were still very close to her, as she was gradually approaching us. Everyone attack! Cypress shouted loudly to the snow country people around him. At that moment, something resembling a firestone cannon on the sailboat shot a giant ice stone toward the witch. The ice stones drew a straight line in the air heading straight for the witch, but before they hit her, they turned into a puddle of water. Missed! One of the snow country people exclaimed in shock. Attack! Keep attacking! Cypress continued shouting as he looked at the witch in front of him. Ice stones kept firing from the sailboat toward the witch, but just like the first attack, none of them hit their target. It looks like she has used magic, Cypress said. What do we do now? I asked. We can only engage in close combat, Cypress replied. Close combat? Kelly exclaimed in surprise upon hearing this. Perhaps it was the sudden stop of the sailboat or the sound of the ice stones being fired that was too loud. Kaboo groggily came out of the cabin. What's going on? He seemed still not fully awake from his dream. When Kelly saw Kaboo come out groggily, she immediately ran to him and slapped his face hard. Caught off guard, Kaboo quickly snapped back to full alertness after receiving Kelly's slap. What are you doing? Kaboo angrily asked Kelly. Look, Kelly didn't say much. She just pointed forward. That witch. Kaboo exclaimed in shock upon seeing the witch in front of the sailboat. How is she still alive? Kaboo asked nervously. Now no one had time to joke with Kaboo. A large number of snow country people shot arrows at the witch, but despite the heavy arrow rain aimed at her, the witch remained completely unharmed. At this moment, the witch had already reached the sailboat we were on. Her whole body hovered in front of our sailboat. Then, she slowly brought her hands together in front of her, and instantly, a glaring blood-red halo appeared between her hands. This halo immediately shot toward us. Dodge! Cypress shouted loudly when he realized things were turning bad. Chapter 178, The Snow Country Territory. But it was too late now. The front plank of our sailboat had already been hit by the witch, creating a large hole. Instantly, the bow of the sailboat began to sink into the depths of the blue sea, and one by one, the people on the sailboat fell into the blue sea. I, like the others, also fell into the blue sea. At this moment, Kelly was by my side. Then the witch floating in midair launched another attack. From her hands once again emitted a blood-red glow. This glow struck directly at the snow country people who had fallen into the blue sea, instantly causing a massive wave to explode from the center of the group of snow country people. I caught completely off guard, was hit by this massive wave and hurled away. The other 2 sailboats had also turned their bows toward the direction of the witch and sailed over, continuously firing icicles towards the witch's position. However, these weapons were completely ineffective. Soon, one sailboat arrived at the location of the sunken ship. Quick, save them! A female warrior dressed in silver armor exclaimed anxiously. At this moment, chaos began within the sailboat as a large number of snow country citizens started rescuing their companions who had fallen into the blue sea. But the witch beside them would not give them any opportunity. She instantaneously transferred herself in front of another sailboat. Then her eyes turned a dark red. Instantly from her eyes shot 2 beams of blinding light, which struck directly at the central part of the sailboat. Immediately, this sailboat was split into 2 by her attack. Look quickly, another one of our ships has sunk. A snow country citizen anxiously shouted to the female snow country warrior. Attack! Attack the witch! The female warrior shouted loudly to those around her. Then, a large number of snow country people shot arrows from their bows at the witch floating in midair. Countless sharp arrows flew straight towards the witch, but even though these arrows struck the witch's body, they still proved futile. Then the witch slowly turned her head to look at the last remaining sailboat, and she rapidly flew towards this sailboat. Just then, a sharp axe flew out from the blue sea, heading straight for the witch's head. Instantly, the axe slashed towards the witch. However, the witch seemed to have noticed the impending danger. She immediately stopped her movement. Then that axe headed straight for the witch's face. The witch simply hovered in midair, slightly waving her hand, and the axe instantly turned into a stone, dropping back into the blue sea. Your Highness! Your Highness! Alanthes called out while swimming towards a piece of wood floating in the blue sea. At this moment, I had lost all consciousness, my entire body gradually sinking into the blue sea. In a half-dream, half-awake state, I felt a force pulling me upwards. Instinctively, I wanted to swim up, but I had no strength left. Just as I was about to completely lose consciousness, I suddenly felt something heavily collide with my face, and I abruptly opened my eyes. Haha, haha, he's alive, a familiar voice echoed in my ears. Cabo. I groggily opened my eyes and saw Cabo staring wide-eyed at me. I thought you were dead, Cabo said with a laugh. How is the prince? Alanthus swam forcefully towards me from afar. Soon he reached my side. Since I was lying on a piece of wood floating on the blue sea, Cabo slowly helped steady this piece of wood and pushed it towards the only sailboat that hadn't yet been attacked by the witch. Alanthi's arrival expedited the pace. Not far from us, I noticed someone floating on the surface of the blue sea. His whole body was floating on the water. Cypress, that's Cypress. I told Cabo and Alanthus beside me. That's Cypress, Cabo confirmed after glancing at the person. Save him, I insisted, albeit weakly. Perhaps he's already dead, Cabo remarked. Save him, I reiterated firmly. This. Alanthus hesitated without saying anything more. I'll go, Cabo volunteered before swimming towards Cypress. In no time, Cabo reached Cypress' side. He first used his hand to check for signs of breath, then slowly revealed a satisfied smile. It seemed that Cypress was not dead yet. Next, Cabo grabbed Cypress by the shoulders and swam back towards me. He's alive, Cabo reported upon reaching my side. At this moment, the witch was already locked in fierce battle with the last remaining sailboat, leaving us no choice but to swim towards its direction. Cabo had one hand firmly gripping Cypress by the shoulder and the other powerfully pushing me, who lay on a piece of wood, while Alanthus tugged at the wood from the front with all his might. In this way, we floated on the blue sea for a short while. Even though the giant sailboat loomed just ahead of us, no matter how hard we swam, we could not get closer to it. During this time, I still lay completely powerless on the wood, my consciousness growing increasingly blurry as I faintly felt myself moving slowly. But where was I now? Where was I going? My awareness started to become more and more unclear. Hey, wake up, a crisp voice gradually seeped into my ears. I slowly opened my eyes following the sound, only to find Cypress staring at me. You're alive, were the first words I spoke upon waking. Yes, so are you, Cypress replied excitedly. Where am I now? I asked. We've already left the blue sea. Now we've fully entered the Frozen Kingdom's territory, Cabo suddenly interjected. Only then did I shift my gaze to the side, realizing that not only was Cypress there, but Cabo, Kelly, and Alanthus also surrounded me. We succeeded, you killed her, Cypress said even more excitedly. What are you talking about? I asked, puzzled by his words. How could you not remember? Cypress looked at me with an expression full of doubt. Perhaps he suffered a severe blow and needs time to recover, Kelly said. All right, but now that he's awake, we can all rest easy, Alanthus said joyfully. Even though I'd awakened, I still felt dizzy in waves, maybe because my memory hadn't yet fully recovered. After a brief recovery, I finally managed to rise and walk on my own. This marked the first time since leaving the blue sea and the sailboat that I walked on land. It's so cold, I said, standing on the ground covered with thick snow. You'll be fine if you walk around more, Cypress patted my shoulder from beside me. Only then did I truly pay attention to those around me. Their attire had completely transformed. Everyone wore thick clothing. Unbeknownst to me, I too had donned a set of garments made from white animal fur. What am I wearing? I asked Cypress beside me. These clothes are made from snow wolf pelts. Wear them and you won't freeze to death, Cypress said. Snow wolf pelts, I repeated. Exactly, they're a dangerous group of creatures, Cypress added. So where are we heading now? I asked. To the ice city, Cypress replied. I looked around at the scenery on all sides. Everything was blanketed in snow as far as the eye could see. In the distance, white hills of varying sizes stretched out continuously. Occasionally, some ancient trees completely covered in snow would appear. Now our group used the most primitive method of travel imaginable, walking through the thick snow. What happened to the witch? I asked curiously. Looks like you really don't remember anything. A female voice reached my ears. I could tell this woman wasn't Kelly. I turned around to see a woman dressed in silver armor walking towards me. She's Vivian Dracula, Cypress Dracula beside me introduced. The witch was killed by you, Vivian said as she walked next to me. But I don't remember any of it, I said, looking at the woman in front of me. It seems your head injury caused temporary amnesia, Vivian said. Do you really want to know how the witch died? Cypress asked. Yes, I replied. At that time, you were still lying on a floating piece of wood, but luckily, you and your companions met a rescue ship, thus getting saved. Once you were aboard, our sailboat was already severely damaged by the witch and quickly began to sink, Vivian said. What happened after that? I asked anxiously. That witch. Chapter 179, The Frozen Forest. After Kaboo, who was floating on a wooden plank above the blue sea, was rescued by the Snowlanders, I and the other companions also boarded a small wooden boat. Although this boat was not large, it could easily accommodate all of us. At this moment, I seemed to be regaining some consciousness but still couldn't move. Cypress had already awakened, and Kaboo, Kelly, and Alantes had not suffered much harm. What should we do now? Kaboo asked anxiously. Look, that witch has begun her assault on the last sailboat. Kelly pointed at a position not far from us. The witch's body was now deep purple. She hovered in front of the massive sailboat, and in her hands glowed a blood-red light. It appeared she was about to launch her final attack. The Snowlanders on the sailboat continued attacking the witch's direction, yet their assaults had no effect on her. In an instant, the witch spread out her hands towards the huge sailboat, releasing a blood-red light directly towards the center of the ship. Then suddenly, Cypress stood up and threw a sharp dagger tied at his waist toward the witch. The dagger shot straight for the witch's face. Perhaps the witch had been too careless, She hadn't noticed that a wooden boat remained close by. The dagger cut across the witch's cheek, leaving a bloody gash on her face. When the witch's body was injured for the first time, she immediately turned and fixed her lifeless gaze upon our small wooden boat. The blood-red light originally aimed at the sailboat vanished instantly. She then appeared before our wooden boat in an instant. The witch, surrounded by purple radiance, loomed on the bow of our boat. Cypress rose and swung the sharp sword he still gripped towards the witch, but it wasn't successful. The witch dodged it effortlessly. Afterward, the arrow fired by Kelly missed its target as well. Slowly raising her hands, she lifted our small wooden boat into the air. Alontes attempted to leap onto the witch's location with a sharp sword in hand, but he fell into the blue sea as soon as he left the boat. Kaboo picked up a spear lying around on the boat and threw it toward the witch, only for it to crumble into dust before even reaching her. Our wooden boat began transforming into thin layers of dust, and everyone on board suddenly floated in midair. This way, all of us found ourselves facing the witch head-on. However, the nearby Snowlanders weren't as fortunate. They were crushed instantly by the witch's magic, disintegrating into fine powder which dispersed into the wind. Just then, I gradually woke up from my semi-conscious state. When the witch's magic was about to attack us again, I suddenly opened my eyes, grabbed a sharp sword near me, and something surprising happened. I appeared in front of the witch in an instant, right in front of her. In just a blink of an eye, I thrust the sword through her chest. As the witch's chest was pierced, a massive shockwave erupted from her body, and I flew off along with it, losing consciousness once more as I traveled through the air. The moment I heard Vivian recount the entire incident to me, I was completely amazed by my own actions. To be honest, we were shocked too. Alontes said, walking beside me. I didn't know you possessed such divine power. Kaboo added. You all witnessed it. I asked in astonishment. They all saw it. Not just them, but all the Snowlanders, Vivian replied. But what exactly is going on? I still looked puzzled. Perhaps only the queen of our snow kingdom can explain this strange phenomenon, Cypress answered. She can explain it? Hearing this filled me with renewed hope. So, we must return to the frozen kingdom as soon as possible, Vivian said. Now that I knew the details of the event, our current priority is to head quickly to the place the Snowlanders call the frozen kingdom. Soon after, our group entered a forest. How can there be a forest here? Kelly asked, stunned at the surroundings. Yes, this is called the frozen forest. Haven't you noticed that the trees here are made entirely of ice? Cypress explained. Indeed, the environment around here matched Cypress' words perfectly. Though named a forest, all its so-called trees were made entirely of cold, frozen ice. Everyone should be careful. Snow wolves frequently appear around here, Vivian reminded us. Of course, I was aware that her warnings were mostly intended for the outsiders among us. Our group cautiously proceeded forward, but the thick snow along the way significantly slowed us down. How much longer until we arrive? Kaboo asked impatiently. If we hurry, Vivian began, but before she could answer Kaboo's question, a white shadow suddenly darted out from somewhere. What is that? I tensely asked as I stared at an unidentified object not far from me. It's a snow wolf. It's a snow wolf. Cypress, seeing the thing ahead, immediately shouted to the Snowlanders beside him. A snow wolf. This is a snow wolf. After hearing Cypress' words, I carefully observed this animal in front of us. Cypress was completely correct. It was indeed a wolf, a large wolf at that. Though it wasn't the largest wolf I had ever seen, its size was still considerable compared to our current group. The snow wolf didn't look different from other wolves except for its snowy white fur, which was very long and even dragged on the ground beneath its belly. Archers, Vivian ordered the Snowlanders next to her. In no time, several archer warriors rushed to the front of the group, relentlessly firing arrows towards the snow wolf from a distance. However, the snow wolf wasn't so easy to take down. It skillfully evaded the arrows. It then charged toward the archers at great speed, causing them to fly into the air after being hit by the wolf. Seeing this, Cypress immediately drew his sharp sword and charged towards the snow wolf. At this moment, more than one snow wolf appeared. They emerged from all sides of the forest. Their sudden appearance completely disrupted our formation, instantly splitting our group apart. There's more than one of them, Kelly yelled. A snow wolf appeared right in front of me. Though it wasn't particularly large, I was confident I could handle it on my own. Holding my sword, I slowly approached the wolf. Instead of rushing to attack, it cautiously searched for the best timing to strike. Gradually, it began to approach me. Suddenly, it pounced fiercely. I thrust my sword toward its abdomen, but it moved too quickly and with immense power. Although I avoided its first attack, it leapt again almost instantaneously from behind. It knocked me down, its sharp teeth aiming for my face. In a panic, I used one hand to firmly hold its neck to keep its head as far away from mine as possible. Then, with my other hand, I grabbed the nearby sword and stabbed it hard into the snow wolf's belly. Instantly, the snow wolf collapsed on top of me. Are you alright? Vivian asked as she approached me. I quickly stood up, pulling the sword out of the snow wolf's abdomen, and replied, Not bad. We need to leave here now. Cypress loudly commanded those nearby. At this point, I noticed many Snowlanders had been attacked by the snow wolves, with quite a number suffering injuries. Though some snow wolves had been killed, their numbers seemed to be continuously increasing. As we ran further ahead, a shrill howl suddenly echoed in my ears. This sound quickly stopped us in our tracks, and also seemed to scare the snow wolves that had been chasing us. Chapter 180, The Snow Bear. Instantly our group split into two sides, forming a path. The snow bear then rushed along this path, and, when it reached the pack of snow wolves, it used its sharp claws to grab one of the snow wolves and violently slam it onto the ground. The snow wolves surrounding it then all charged toward it. It swayed left and right, preventing the snow wolves from maintaining balance on its body. With its claws, it flung all the snow wolves that leaped at it, quickly killing more than half of them. Just as the remaining snow wolves were about to attack again, several gigantic snow bears suddenly appeared around them. Each one fiercely charged towards the direction of the snow wolves, causing the wolves to flee in panic and retreat from the area. These creatures are one of the most ferocious animals in the frozen kingdom. The snow bears, Cypress said as he walked beside me. Snow bears, I repeated, looking at the scene before us. Since the snow wolves had already been driven away by these tall and mighty snow bears, we considered ourselves temporarily safe for now. What do we do now? Kaboo asked nervously. Clearly, compared to the snow wolves, the ferocious snow bears before us seemed even more terrifying. At this moment, the muscular snow bear began walking slowly toward us. What do we do? It's coming over here. Kaboo, in his tension, actually hid behind Alanthus. It seems like we really have to thank them this time, Cypress said while glancing at all of us, then moving towards the snow bear. In no time, the giant snow bear came close to Cypress. First, it scrutinized Cypress up and down, then looked at us standing behind him, focusing its gaze on us immediately. I guess I should say thank you this time, Cypress said first to the giant snow bear. You shouldn't have taken this route, the snow bear said with a deep voice. We didn't plan to come here either, but Cypress was interrupted by the snow bear asking, who are those people? They aren't ordinary individuals, Cypress replied. Perhaps Lucius Mira knows where they come from, the snow bear said. Then it shouted loudly to a smaller snow bear behind it, and it quickly rushed over. Long time no see, Lucius Mira, Cypress greeted after seeing it. Lucius Mira nodded upon seeing Cypress, and then turned to the snow bear in front of him. What's the matter, Marcus Mira? Check out who those people are, Marcus Mira said, pointing at our direction. The moment Lucius Mira saw us, it instantly uttered a word. Humans. What? Are you sure? Marcus Mira seemed surprised. Yes, humans, Lucius Mira confirmed firmly. At that moment, these two giant snow bears started walking toward us, with Cypress following behind them. Cypress's face showed perplexity because he didn't understand why Lucius Mira knew our situation and even possibly more stories about us. When Kaboo noticed these two massive snow bears approaching, he almost screamed but managed to hold back. They're coming, Kelly said anxiously to me, standing beside me. They seem. I paused as I observed the scene. These two snow bears stopped in front of us, and Marcus Mira spoke to me. It looks like you're truly human. When I heard the bear actually speaking to me, I was initially startled, but soon calmed down since we had also traveled through the Monte Carlo forest. Talking bears, Kaboo suddenly exclaimed from behind Alanthus. Although we found it incredible, it wasn't the first time we had witnessed such an event. Are they divine beasts too? Kelly asked curiously. How? Is it surprising that we can talk? Another snow bear, Lucius Mira, asked in surprise. We've also heard other animals speak, I responded. Oh, my answer astonished the two snow bears even more. They actually know what you are, which is quite strange. Cypress also joined us and remarked. How did you know we're humans? We looked at the snow bears in puzzlement and questioned. This is my younger brother named Lucius Mira. It's the seer of our kingdom, or as you would call it in your human world, a prophet, Marcus Mira said. Prophet? Does it know everything about us? Kaboo asked excitedly upon hearing this. I just know some history about you. I don't know about your future, Lucius Mira replied. How? Are you planning to chat here all day? Vivangelo walked up to us from afar and asked. We should leave this place first, Cypress also said. To the Ice and Snow City, Kaboo said. Before we reach the Ice and Snow City, you'd better make a stop at our bear's capital first, Marcus Mira said. Cypress and Vivan knew very well that this was an invitation, and refusing it might lead to. Since Marcus Mira has invited us, it's better to follow the invitation. The bear's capital that Marcus Mira mentioned was quite close to the frozen forest. We quickly followed the two snow bears and arrived in front of a grand and magnificent castle. However, for me, this so-called castle was merely a giant cave. Nevertheless, it was larger than other caves, with more refined exterior decorations. On both sides of the large cave stood two ice-carved statues of snow bears. Turns out to be a gigantic ice cave. Kaboo widened his eyes looking at the scene before him. Truly magnificent, Kelly exclaimed in awe. We haven't seen such scenery along our journey either. Kaboo kept on marveling. Whose are these ice sculptures? I curiously asked the two snow bears leading us ahead. Haha, they were our previous generation's kings, Marcus Mira replied. King. I looked at the increasingly closer ice statues in surprise. This is the first snow bear Colin Mira, and that one is Queen Eve Colin Mira of the first snow bear, Cypress explained beside me as he introduced them. By listening to Cypress, I observed the two ice statues closely. Indeed, there were differences between them. The ice statue on the left side was slightly bigger and looked authoritative while the one on the right was smaller and looked kind. Clearly, these two ice statues represented a male and female couple. Welcome to the bear's capital. The two snow bears leading ahead suddenly stopped. Here is the bear's capital. Kaboo gazed excitedly at the huge glacial cave before him. I carefully observed the surroundings around me. Apart from the giant glacial cave facing us, all around were crystal-like ice walls, forming a crescent moon shape, enclosing the entire glacial cave in the center. Thank you for the hospitality. It looks like we'll spend the night here today, Cypress said to his companions. Our group followed the two snow bears orderly and entered the glacial cave in front of us, alongside several other snow bears. When we entered the cave, what surprised us was that everything inside here was almost no different from a human castle. Tables, chairs, candlesticks, beds, floors, even chandeliers were all present. There's actually everything here? Kaboo stared astoundedly around. This is our home. Of course, we have everything, Marcus Mira said. It feels quite cold here. Kelly tightened her clothes again while saying, yes, the temperature here is much lower than outside, Lucius Mira said. Will we spend the night here tonight? Vivian walked to Marcus Mira's side and asked. You're a large group, so deep within the cave. Marcus Mira pointed toward the far depth of the cave before us. Seems like we still need to walk quite a long way, Kaboo said to Alanthes by his side. What should we do now? Kelly asked me. There's nothing else we can do but follow Marcus Mira's suggestion, I replied. After hearing Marcus Mira's words, Cypress and Vivian led the Snow Kingdom members deep into the cave. When we were also about to follow and walk in, Marcus Mira suddenly called us back. Upon hearing the call, we immediately stopped and turned to look at Marcus Mira. You few stay behind. Maybe it wants to say something to you, Cypress shouted from afar. All right, then we'll stay, Alanthes responded. Do you have any business calling us to stay? I asked Marcus Mira when I walked to his side. I hope to hear what you've encountered during your journey, Marcus Mira said. Chapter 181, The White Ape. At this moment, the other several polar ice bears came to our side together. They formed a circle around us, and perhaps due to the thick fur of the polar ice bears, our body temperatures slowly rose, and we no longer felt any cold at all. I also really want to know what you've all been through. Lucius Mila slowly walked up to us and lay down. All these polar ice bears around us had already lain down on the ground. It seemed that they were also very interested in the story we were about to tell. Carrie sat down first. Even though she was sitting on the floor, she didn't feel cold at all. We others then gradually sat down too. You seem to have gone through quite a lot. Marcus Mila also came up to me and lay down. There's one thing I don't understand. How did you know about us? I asked curiously. After all, now we had plenty of time to discuss this question. I am a foreseer, you know. Lucius Mila interjected. I've never seen real humans before. You are the first ones, Marcus Mila said. But you don't seem surprised by talking animals, do you? Marcus Mila asked. We've been through a lot on our journey. Perhaps it can't be told in a short time, I replied. But now we have all the time in the world, don't we? Marcus Mila said. I turned my head and looked at Aaron's beside me. He was already sitting on the ground, his body half reclining against a huge paw of one of the polar ice bears. He nodded at me. It seemed the task of telling the entire adventure story would fall to me. I took a deep breath and said to Marcus Mila, then I will tell you about our journey. Time passed, and after a long narration, with occasional interruptions from others to add details, I recounted almost everything we had experienced along the way. Both Marcus Mila and Lucius Mila listened extremely attentively. Despite being some of the most ferocious creatures in the Frozen Kingdom, they couldn't help but feel fear as I told story after story of our adventures. Of course, I only recounted what happened after we entered this world and did not mention why we came here. Why did you come here to adventure? Marcus Mila was the first to ask this question. Isn't it because of your princess? Kaboo suddenly interjected. Kaboo, Carrie scolded him sharply. For the princess? Marcus Mila looked at me with confusion and asked. Kaboo is right. We came here to find the true word spring, I said. The true word spring? Lucius Mila immediately stood up upon hearing this term. Do you know where it is? I also stood up excitedly upon seeing this reaction. I know the true word spring can save lives and grant immortality to people, Lucius Mila said. Isn't that just a legend? Marcus Mila seemed less interested in the true word spring. I only know that the true word spring is far away, Lucius Mila said. So does the true word spring really exist? Kaboo perked up at this point. Didn't the mage say it exists? Why are we here otherwise? Carrie said irritably. So you must find the true word spring then, Marcus Mila said. Yes, we must find it, I answered resolutely. Thump, thump, thump. Several strange sounds suddenly reached our ears. What's that sound? I immediately stood up and asked. The white ape. Marcus Mila stood up nervously and said. What's a white ape? Kaboo asked upon hearing this term. But now Marcus Mila didn't have extra time to explain these things. All the polar ice bears around us had already stood up, and I could see from their expressions that they were all very tense. Apparently, the white ape that Marcus Mila mentioned must be very difficult to deal with. Just as we were full of doubt, fierce fighting sounds already erupted at the cave's exit. Suddenly, a giant polar ice bear was thrown inside the cave and fell hard near where we were standing. Isn't that a polar ice bear? Kaboo said in shock upon seeing it. Before I could react, a giant white figure suddenly burst into the cave. At that moment, Marcus Mila was standing right in front of me. When he saw the white figure, he immediately lunged forward. Then, Marcus Mila fiercely attacked the white figure with his sharp claws. His razor-sharp claws aimed directly at the white figure in front of him, but the figure moved nimbly, its body size comparable to that of an ice polar bear. Marcus Mila's several attacks failed to knock it down, I observed. The white figure seized its chance and grabbed Marcus Mila by the neck. Despite the polar bear's thick and strong neck, for this white monster, it was effortless. What kind of monster is this? Kaboo exclaimed, amazed by what he saw. What happened? Cypress hurriedly ran out from inside the cave. The white ape, that's what Marcus Mila called it. I explained the situation immediately. Now, all the snow bears around us had already mixed into combat with these white monsters. Even though the snow bears were all huge, they seemed to have no advantage against these white creatures. In a short time, a great number of snow bears had already been defeated. White ape, Vivian exclaimed upon seeing the white creatures battling the snow bears. What do we do now? Vivian asked anxiously. We rush out, Cypress told us. It seemed there was nothing else to do but follow his plan. I immediately pulled out my sword from my waist, and all the snow country people rushed out from inside the cave. Although the snow bears inside the cave had already begun fighting the white apes, these white creatures hadn't yet attacked us. So our group could take advantage of the moment to escape from the cave. Indeed, that's exactly what we were doing. As our group cautiously moved toward the cave entrance, a white figure suddenly appeared right in front of me. Its sudden appearance cut off our way out of the cave. There it stood right in front of me. I looked up at the white creature in front of me and finally saw clearly the true face of the white ape. This monster named White Ape was completely as large as the snow bears, almost over 4 meters tall. Its entire body was covered with white long fur, even its eyes hidden under this fur. It appeared just a short distance away from the cave entrance and began its attack on us. It raised its massive palm and pounced toward me. Instinctively, I thrust my sword into its massive hand. Perhaps by luck, my blade directly pierced through the center of the white ape's palm. The white ape screamed in agony and instinctively took a few steps back. Seizing this opportunity, I charged forward intending to stab it again and possibly kill it. However, I greatly underestimated the abilities of the white ape. Just as I reached the white ape, it grabbed me with its enormous hand, leaving me completely in its grip. Arents, watching this, snatched a spear from a nearby snowlander and hurled it toward the ape's face. Instantly, the spear struck the white ape's face, causing intense pain, and it quickly released its hold on me. I fell to the ground. Carrie, Kaboo, Cypress, and Vivian all rushed to my aid then. Carrie drew her bow and shot another arrow towards the white ape's face, but the white ape easily dodged this attack. Vivian swung her sword at one of its thick legs, but the white ape kicked her forcefully away. Vivian flew back over 10 meters, crashing heavily onto the ground, unconscious. Quickly save her. Cypress immediately commanded the surrounding snowlanders. Following Cypress' command, several snowlanders ran toward Vivian, but at that moment, 2 more white apes appeared in their path. In an instant, these creatures tore apart all the snowlanders before them. Then, the white ape facing me once again charged toward me. Arents, seeing this, firmly gripped a sharp spear and charged at the white ape. Although the white ape possessed unimaginable strength, Arents, at a distance of about 2 meters from it, spun around and managed to reach behind the white ape. He thrust the spear deep into the white ape's back, while I continued to wave my sword at the front of the white ape. Thanks to Arents' thrust, the spear directly pierced through the chest from the back. Great job, Kaboo cheered, excited beyond measure. There are still white apes behind us. Carrie shouted nervously. Chapter 182, Snow City. At the very moment I turned around, 2 white apes had already charged toward us. However, now we were on an open space ahead of us, so we hurriedly ran towards the cave's exit. Finally, our group escaped from the snow bear's cave, but the 2 white apes also followed closely and jumped out behind us. Since we had already left the cave, we could fully launch an attack on these 2 white apes. Kelly drew her bow and shot an arrow directly at one of the white ape's eyes. The flying arrow headed straight for the white ape's eye, instantly piercing through it. In agony, it howled in pain and swung wildly left and right. At that instant, its sharp and sturdy arm accidentally struck the head of the other white ape beside it. Immediately, that white ape fell to the ground, dead on the spot. Seeing this, Kelly shot another arrow once more. The arrow struck the remaining white ape's other eye. Meanwhile, Aranthes grabbed the spear from Kaboo's hand and hurled it toward the white ape's head. In a flash, the white ape collapsed right in front of us. Quick escape! I shouted loudly to my fellow companions who had come out with me. At that moment, 2 snow bears rushed out from the cave. They were Marcus Mira and Lucius Mira. After the 2 snow bears emerged from the cave, they roared something at us, but since they were still quite far away, we couldn't hear what they were shouting. Suddenly, at the very top of the cave entrance, a massive ice block appeared, falling vertically towards the entrance and instantly sealing it shut. The cave's entrance has been blocked, Kelly exclaimed after seeing this scene. Thankfully, we managed to run out earlier. Kaboo sighed in relief. It seems our luck is actually quite good, Cypress said as he walked up beside me. What do we do now? Kaboo asked as he looked at me. We head to Snow City, Vivian said. It looks like this place is no longer safe, Marcus Mira slowly said as he approached Cypress. All your companions have been sealed inside the cave, Vivian said. Rest assured, they will be fine. There are other exits within the cave, Lucius Mira replied. In that case, let's set off to Snow City now, Cypress said to those around him. The number of people who managed to escape was limited. Many citizens of Snow Country had undoubtedly been killed by the white apes, while others were sealed inside the Snow Bear's cave. Fortunately, I and my few companions were all still alive, along with Cypress and Vivian. As for the Snow Bears, only Marcus Mira and Lucius Mira escaped. Our group reorganized again and proceeded towards Snow City, not too far from the Snow Bear's cave. After walking for about 1 gushi, approximately 2 hours, we finally saw a magnificent and grand city in sight. This city stood about 1,000 meters away from us, and since we were on a high point, I could clearly see everything in the city before my eyes. We've arrived. This is Snow City, Cypress said as he walked beside me. This city is truly spectacular, Kelly remarked without holding back. You're right. We've seen countless cities on our journey, but those that can compare to this one are indeed few and far between. Aranthes also agreed. This city is called Snow City, but you'll marvel when you reach Frost City later, Vivian smiled and said. Since we had already reached here, we quickly crossed a small hill and arrived beneath the city walls of Snow City. Although the city is named Snow City, to me, calling it Crystal City would be much more appropriate, as the entire tall wall surrounding the city is made entirely of transparent crystal. Through the crystal-like walls, I could completely see the interior scenes of the city. The walls of the entire city are more than 10 meters tall. Although the height cannot compare with many cities, the architectural style of the entire wall stands out significantly. Snow City's construction pattern expands outward from the center in circles, and different styles of buildings are constructed within each circle. They vary in height and size, just like entering another world. Of course, for us outsiders, this place is akin to entering another world. When the first gate of the crystal wall before us opened, a team of Snow Country people rushed out from the gate. They were fully armed, but they didn't act against us. Instead, they were there to greet General Cypress. "General, you're back," a Snow Countryman respectfully greeted upon spotting Cypress. "How have things been recently?" Cypress asked after seeing the Snow Countryman. "We've been eagerly awaiting your return," he answered. "Haha." Cypress laughed heartily upon hearing that. "Who are they?" the Snow Countryman asked. Of course, the they in question referred to our group of outsiders. "They are the people I saved on Blue Devil Island. They have quite a background," Cypress explained. "Oh, they don't look like blue devils," the Snow Countryman replied. "That's right, Kaka Dracula. They are humans," Vivian said as she stepped up to the Snow Countryman. "Humans?" Kaka looked utterly confused upon hearing this word. "Well, let's not talk about it here. Let's go inside first," Cypress said. Soon, our group followed Kaka Dracula and arrived before a crystal castle. "Oh, the castles here are all made of crystal," Kaboo exclaimed in surprise. "All the buildings here are made of crystal," Cypress said proudly. "It seems we've come to an incredibly wealthy nation," Kaboo said excitedly. "I think you should stay here," Kelly said disapprovingly to Kaboo. Despite that, we had already entered the interior of the crystal castle with Kaka. We quickly arrived in the great hall within the castle. It was smaller than it looked from the outside, giving off a dainty appearance instead. However, every piece of furniture and the surrounding architecture in the hall was exquisitely crafted beyond compare. "This is our home," Kaka said to us. "Is this your home?" Kaboo asked, clearly astonished. "Yes, we live here," Kaka replied. "Cypress, it seems nothing has changed about your home in these years," Marcus Mira suddenly said from the back of our group. "Cypress's home?" I felt bewildered upon hearing this. "What? Don't your friends know about our relationship?" Kaka questioned Cypress curiously. "This boy named Kaka Dracula is Cypress's son," Vivian began explaining. "Son?" Kaboo questioned aloud, surprised that Cypress had such a grown-up son. "Haha, not that old at all. I haven't even reached adulthood yet," Kaka responded. "How old are you?" Aranthes finally asked after a long pause. 55 years old, Kaka answered. "What? 55 years old? Are you kidding me?" Kelly almost shouted out loud in disbelief. "Aranthes, he's older than you," Kaboo suddenly commented. "How come your human age doesn't match ours?" Kaka asked curiously. "Their human lifespans are very short," Lucius Mira interjected. "That's correct. Our lifespans are less than 100 years," I added. "All right, I'm tired. Everyone, let's rest for now," Cypress addressed everyone. Then, our group of outsiders was escorted to an oversized room. Of course, everything here was made of crystal, but they weren't perfectly transparent. Surprisingly, the temperature inside the room wasn't as low as we expected, so we were able to take off our thick cotton clothes. Soon, we put on the casual wear we came with. At this moment, Vivian walked into our room. As we prepared to leave the room together, we coincidentally met her at the door. "Where are you going?" she asked. "We're thinking of taking a walk," I replied. "Coincidentally, today is our twilight day," Vivian said. "What is twilight day?" I inquired. "Twilight day means the sky will turn a hazy yellow color. This phenomenon only lasts one afternoon, and it's a rare sight," Vivian explained. "Oh, such a scene exists. I would really like to see it." Aranthes became interested. "By the way, Vivian, how old are you?" Kaboo suddenly asked. "I'm not that old. Just 213 years, Vivian replied. We all responded in unison, clearly taken aback by her age. "And how about Cypress?" I asked. 515 years old, Vivian answered. Upon hearing this, we were even more shocked. Chapter 183, Yeloch. At this moment, Cypress also walked to the door of our room. He saw Vivian standing at the door and said, "What? Are you also here to invite them to watch the twilight day?" "Yes, after all they are our guests now," Vivian smiled. "Cypress, you are really 515 years old?" Kaboo asked curiously. "What? Does it not seem so?" Cypress replied with a smile. "Let's go, the twilight day is a rare sight," Vivian reminded us. Following the footsteps of Cypress and Vivian, we left the castle together. When we stepped outside the castle, the scene before us was surprisingly yellowish. "Why is it so dimly yellow?" Kelly exclaimed in surprise. "This is the early stage of the twilight day," Vivian responded. I looked up at the fiery red clouds overhead and exclaimed, "Look, the clouds in the sky are actually fire red." "That's right, this is the unique scene of the twilight day. These clouds are called fire clouds," Cypress explained while standing next to me. "You humans must have never seen such scenery." A voice suddenly came from behind us. I turned around following the sound direction, and Marcus Mira was walking towards us. "Why did you come as well?" Kaboo asked upon seeing Marcus Mira. "How could I miss such a rare view?" Marcus Mira replied. Just as we were chatting happily, the entire sky had been completely covered by fire clouds. This yellowish color with a touch of reddish hue filled the entire space instantly. We seemed to be immersed in a vast yellow sea. Even the air was filled with a yellowish-red hue. "General," a Snow Countryman rushed to Cypress and spoke urgently. "What's the matter?" Cypress turned his head to ask. "We found a suspicious person outside the city," he answered. "Suspicious person?" Vivian asked anxiously. "Is he one of our Snow Countrymen?" Cypress questioned. "Not yet clear. Now he is at the city gate," the Snow Countryman answered. "Let's go take a look," Cypress said and followed the leading Snow Countryman to the city gate. Of course, we followed Cypress to the city gate. The gate opened slowly, and as it opened, a figure stood about 1.8 meters tall at the entrance. He wore a very thick set of clothing, with thick gloves on his hands. His face was covered with something similar to a hood, making it impossible for us to see his true identity. Who are you? Cypress asked as he approached this person. There were several fully armed snow countrymen standing beside Cypress. This person didn't immediately answer Cypress's question. Instead, he raised his head to look directly at Cypress, scrutinizing him from top to bottom. Then he slowly moved his feet, heading in Cypress's direction. At this point, the snow countrymen surrounding Cypress rushed forward and encircled him entirely. Who are you exactly? Vivian asked. Can I borrow a place to stay for one night? He said. He can speak, Kaboo said, standing next to me. Kelly glanced at Kaboo upon hearing his words. What's your name? Cypress asked. Yelaj, he replied. This name sounds so familiar, Vivian murmured thoughtfully after hearing the name. You don't seem to be one of our snow countrymen, do you? Cypress asked. Yes, he answered. Why did you come here? Vivian asked. Can you let me in first before asking questions? He said. Should we let him in? A snow countryman asked Cypress nearby. Come in, Cypress said. This man who claimed to be Yelaj entered the snow city. We returned with Cypress, Vivian, and this mysterious man to the castle where we resided. Since we were outsiders, we just observed as Cypress interrogated Yelaj. You don't seem to be one of our snow countrymen, Cypress asked first. The man did not respond, but only nodded. Why did you come here? Cypress continued. Just for a place to stay, the man answered. Just to stay? Vivian seemed unsatisfied with this answer. The temperature inside the house seemed to rise, and those present started taking off their heavy coats. Of course, my companions and I did the same. However, even so, this man calling himself Yelaj remained dressed in his thick coat, seemingly unaffected by the heat inside. Aren't you feeling hot? Kaboo asked out of curiosity suddenly. I'm not hot, the man replied. Something's not right, Vivian said softly to Cypress. Did you say there seems to be something wrong with him? Cypress asked. Could it be that he suffered serious injuries in the past? Vivian guessed. Unlikely, Cypress replied. At this moment, Kaboo suddenly walked into the room. After seeing this strange man, he was startled for a second and then spoke to his father. It's getting late. Understood. Let's go, Cypress said as he stood up and walked out of the room. When Cypress was just about to step out the door, he intentionally glanced at the man sitting beside him again. The man remained motionless, still seated where he was. Naturally, we also intended to leave the room. As Cypress slowly stepped out, he said to Kaboo, standing next to him, find someone to keep an eye on him. All right, Kaboo replied, casting a look towards the man. A few of us returned to our own room, leaving the man in the original room, as if this would be his long-term place of residence. I thought so at least for now. Once everyone returned to the room, Kelly was the first to speak to us. Don't you think this guy is too suspicious? He's indeed strange, but it's none of our business, I said. In such a hot room, how can he dress so thickly? He's really not afraid of heat, Kelly said. Maybe he stayed outside too long, I replied. What a strange person, Kelly commented. Did anyone manage to see his face clearly? Alanthes suddenly asked. With all the clothes he wears, how could anyone possibly make it out? Kelly replied. Yes, his face is entirely covered, I added. Perhaps he doesn't want others to see his face? Kelly suggested. It's normal not to show one's face, isn't it? I responded. Still, Cypress seems to hold a significant amount of suspicion towards him, Alanthes noted. That's true. He even had his son arrange for someone to watch him, Kelly agreed. Kaboo, what are you thinking about? Why aren't you talking? You usually chatter the most, Kelly asked while looking at the silent Kaboo. Maybe this person is not refusing to let us see, but we simply cannot see, Kaboo said. Many of us might not have fully understood what Kaboo meant. Upon hearing Kaboo's response, we paused momentarily, tried to replay Kaboo's words in our minds again, yet were left confused. What exactly are you saying? Kelly asked perplexedly. You might find my words hard to understand, but I seem to remember a legend I heard when I was very young, Kaboo explained. Legend? What kind of legend? I asked curiously. Have you ever heard the term Invisible Man? Kaboo said seriously. Invisible Man? Upon hearing this term, I became even more puzzled. Not only me, but also Kelly and Alanthes alongside were completely baffled. Looks like you've never heard of it, Kaboo remarked. All right, tell us quickly about this Invisible Man, Kelly eagerly demanded. This is just a legend, which I only heard stories about from my childhood, but now it seems this legend may actually be real, Kaboo stated. Are you saying that this Yelaj person is the Invisible Man? I asked. One of my very old relatives once told me that he saw a man wearing thick cotton clothes whose appearance has never been seen before. This man came from far away, lodged at the inn run by this elder for quite some time, and during his stay, he never took off his thick clothing. One day when delivering food, this elder caught a glimpse of the man's hand without gloves. It was transparent, Kaboo recounted, seeming horrified as if he'd witnessed the scene himself. Maybe he just didn't have hands, Kelly suggested. Yes, the elder thought the same at the time. But when the man left the room a moment later, the elder noticed him using that transparent hand to pick up utensils to eat, Kaboo described with apparent fear. No way is that true. Kelly immediately doubted. How old was your elder relative at the time? Alanthes questioned. Very old, Kaboo uncertainly replied. Maybe he just saw things wrong? I asked. Well, Kaboo found himself speechless upon my question. All right, let's stop discussing this stranger. We should focus on planning our next steps instead, I said. That's correct. Now we must be safe already, but we still need to leave here soon, Alanthes agreed. The sky is no longer early. Let's find Cypress tomorrow morning to discuss the matter, I suggested. Chapter 184. The Invisible Man appears. Perhaps we were all too tired from this journey, and not long after we fell asleep one by one. At this moment, a wooden door slowly opened. When the door was cracked open slightly, one of the Snow Kingdom warriors guarding outside the door went over. Ah! After a soft scream, this Snow Kingdom warrior fell to the ground. Then his body was instantly dragged inside. Not long after, another Snow Kingdom warrior came to take his shift. He found that his companion was not at his post. Just as he was wondering about it, something seemed to tightly wrap around his neck. Even though he instinctively struggled desperately, it was all in vain, and gradually he lost his ability to move, disappearing once again in front of this wooden door. And all this happened outside the room of a man named Yi Go. The next morning, after all of us had enjoyed an excellent sleep, we were woken up by hurried footsteps. What's wrong? I groggily opened my eyes. It seems like something big has happened. Alanthes had already gotten up and dressed. I quickly got up and dressed too. When we were about to leave the room, Cypress was already outside our door. Cypress, why are you here? I felt very surprised when I saw him. What were you doing last night? He asked me as if interrogating a prisoner. Last night, we were all sleeping. I replied with a puzzled look on my face. Did you hear any strange sounds? He continued to ask. No, we were all sound asleep. We must have been too exhausted, I answered. It couldn't be them. The guards didn't see them leave the room. Vivian also walked over. What exactly happened? Kaboo asked with surprise on his face. We lost 2 guards last night, Vivian said seriously. Who did it? Kaboo asked. They haven't figured it out yet, or they wouldn't be asking us, Alanthes said. How did they die? I asked. They were strangled, Cypress replied. Let's go check it out, I said to the people around me. It seemed there was no other choice now. Even though this matter wasn't related to us, since we've already come here, we have an obligation to help the Snow Kingdom a bit. After all, we still need their assistance for our journey ahead. When we arrived before the bodies of the 2 guards, the 2 corpses were lying right in front of us. There were no significant wounds on their bodies, only large bruises around their necks. They were indeed strangled to death, Kelly quietly said to me. Who could have killed them? Vivian asked. What about that man called Yi Go? Cypress suddenly asked. He didn't leave his room last night, but the guards guarding his room were these 2 guards, a Snow Kingdom person said. How do you know he didn't leave the room? Cypress asked. Although the guards watching over him are dead, I was downstairs, and I didn't see anyone entering or leaving, nor did I hear any strange sounds, he replied. Let's just go see that person and we'll know, I said. When all of us arrived at the door of Yi Ji's room, he was just coming out. Of course, he was still wearing that thick outfit, still covering himself completely. You're leaving? Cypress asked first. Yes, thank you for your hospitality, he replied. I'm afraid you can't leave now, Vivian firmly said. Why? He asked suspiciously. What did you do last night? Cypress continued to ask. Sleeping, he answered simply. The 2 guards guarding you last night are dead, Cypress added. Dead? How? He seemed somewhat nervous upon hearing this. Strangled, Vivian added. Strangled? Could it be? Yi Go didn't finish his sentence. However, this unfinished sentence caught Cypress's attention, who suddenly said to the people around him, seize him. You want to capture me? Yi Go said. It looks like you definitely know how my men died, Cypress said. Maybe we should figure out what's going on first, I said, walking to Cypress's side. The situation is already clear now. The person right in front of us did it, Vivian firmly said. Are you sure it's him? Alanthes asked. Even if I did it, capturing me would be like a daydream for fools. Yi Go smiled suddenly from his tightly wrapped mouth. Upon hearing his words, Cypress suddenly drew his sword and pointed it at Yi Go. Do you really want to fight me? Yi Go seemed to not care about Cypress's reaction. Who are you really? Cypress asked. At this moment, his son Kaka also arrived with some people. Then Yi Go slowly started to take off his thick winter coat, 1 piece at a time. First 1, then 2, and 3. Gradually, his whole body was exposed, and right in front of our eyes, something utterly unimaginable happened. After Yi Go removed all his thick clothing, he simply vanished. Gone. Cypress's face was filled with astonishment. How is this possible? Vivian and Kaka were equally shocked. Certainly, everyone present was stunned by this sight, but there was one person who didn't seem as surprised. Kaboo. Invisible man. Kaboo shouted loudly to the people around him. What? What did you say? What's an invisible man? The crowd turned their confused gazes toward Kaboo upon hearing his loud cry. Of course, only we knew what he meant, while he seemed to understand himself perfectly well. What do you mean by invisible man? Cypress asked Kaboo with a puzzled look on his face. This is hard to explain clearly now. We should. Kaboo began to speak, but before he could finish, he suddenly flew into the air. Because the incident was so sudden, none of us had any preparation. Kaboo fell hard to the ground, and perhaps due to the great force of the attack, he first lay on the ground groggily, trying to stand up. However, a mouthful of blood spewed out, and everything became blurry for Kaboo. In a daze, he collapsed to the ground. Kaboo. We were shocked at the scene before us. Who? Vivian called out loudly. Invisible man. It's the invisible man. Kelly next to me shouted loudly. Everyone, get ready for battle. Cypress immediately yelled at those nearby. In an instant, everyone was fully armed with sharp weapons, but they were facing an enemy that was completely invisible and unknown. At this moment, another Snow Kingdom warrior was violently hurled through the air and landed on the ground just like Kaboo, losing consciousness. Many seeing this immediately formed circular formations back to back so they could protect themselves from every direction. However, the enemy they faced was a totally transparent monster. They were in the open, but this monster lurked in the shadows. What should we do now? Vivian asked the solemn-looking Cypress beside her. It seems we've encountered a monster like no other, Cypress said. As soon as these words left his lips, another Snow Kingdom warrior was flung away. A different Snow Kingdom warrior was tightly grabbed by the neck and dragged out of the circle. We can't see him now. What should we do? Kelly held a bow and arrow, not knowing where to aim. Maybe we shouldn't have mocked Kaboo after all. I regretted my previous mockery of Kaboo. But now wasn't the time for regret. This invisible man was attacking us, systematically wiping us out one by one. It looked like all of us might die here just as the Snow Kingdom warriors around us continued to fall victim one by one. Suddenly, Marcus Mira appeared before us. Marcus Mira, Cypress excitedly called out. The only thing that could make Cypress so thrilled was that Marcus Mira could handle this invisible enemy. What are you doing? Marcus Mira was surprised when he saw all of us fully equipped for battle. We've encountered. Vivian was about to explain when she was suddenly struck by a heavy punch to the face. Her face instantly swelled up red. You're under attack by someone? Marcus Mira looked at us and asked. Invisible man. It's the Invisible Man. I loudly told Marcus Mira. Invisible man? Marcus Mira was greatly startled by this word. Chapter 185, The Magician. Of course, after I said this word, I was attacked by this invisible person. He stood right in front of me, though I couldn't see him at all, and then he threw a heavy punch at my face. After being hit, I screamed and fell to the ground. What's wrong, Your Highness? Alanthes saw me suddenly shout and asked anxiously. He hit me, I replied. At this moment, Alanthes held a sharp sword and swung it non-stop in front of me, but it seemed that such behavior did not produce any significant effect. It's useless, he isn't here, I said to Alanthes. Marcus Mila, please come and help us, Cypress anxiously said. After Marcus Mila heard this, he slowly stayed where he was and said to us, you don't need to be so nervous anymore. He is already gone. What? Gone? I was astonished after hearing this. Yes, I can smell him, Marcus Mila said. Naturally, Marcus Mila is a snow bear. Snow bears are extremely sensitive to smells, so even if Marcus Mila could not see this invisible person, he could completely smell him. Perhaps for this reason, this invisible person chose to escape. Then let's chase after him quickly, one citizen of Snowland suggested. Chase? Where should we chase? Can we even see him? Cypress retorted. He is right. Now we can only let him run away, I said. Does Marcus Mila have a way to make him visible? I asked. You people truly seem to have no method, since you are not snow bears like us, it answered. So capturing that monster depends on you, Cypress said. Capture him? Did I say anything about capturing him? Marcus Mila asked. Don't you want to capture him? Cypress asked. He poses absolutely no threat to me. Maybe he means you no harm either, Marcus Mila said. No harm? He killed so many of us. Vivian, covering her half-swollen face with anger, said. I think his coming here should have a reason, Marcus Mila guessed. Do you know him? Cypress asked. No, I've just heard of someone like him, Marcus Mila replied. How are you here? As Marcus Mila was conversing with Cypress, Lucius Mila also walked over. Do you sense a smell? Marcus Mila asked Lucius Mila who was walking towards him. It seems like the smell of an invisible person, Lucius Mila replied without hesitation. Yes, it's the invisible person, Marcus Mila said. This is really entertaining now. First humans, then an invisible person. Who knows what will appear next, Lucius Mila said. What do you mean by saying that? Vivian shifted her gaze to our direction. Are you saying that the invisible person you speak of came for these humans? Cypress anxiously asked. No, we don't even know him, I immediately said. But one of your friends knows. Vivian pointed to Cab, who was still unconscious on the ground. Only then did we direct our eyes to Cab, who was still unconscious. If what you say is true, why did he follow us here? I asked puzzledly. That requires careful investigation, Vivian said. Even for investigation, now we should first treat the injured, I said. This suggestion of mine wasn't incorrect. Even though that invisible person had already left, whether or not he would return was unknown. However, Cab was still unconscious, so we needed to send him back to his room for rest. After sending Cab back to his room, Cypress walked up to me and said, perhaps we really should leave the Snow City as soon as possible this time. To where? I asked. The Frozen City, Cypress said. When are we leaving? Carrie beside me asked. We'll leave when your friend wakes up. We need to hurry because I have to report everything that happened here to our queen, Cypress said. In that case, both of us will go to the Frozen City with you. The two snow bears in the room spoke in unison. Great. With you following us, I think even the invisible person wouldn't dare attack us recklessly, Cypress said. As we were chatting, Cab's eyes gradually opened while he was lying in the bed. After a short period of rest, Cab had basically recovered. Thus, our group once again embarked on a new journey. But this time, unlike when we first came to the Snow City with a large entourage, only a few outsiders, including Cypress and the two snow bears, were heading towards the Frozen City. Vivian stayed behind in the Snow City to continue investigating the invisible person's incidents, even though everyone knew clearly that this investigation would likely yield no results. On this journey, none of us spoke much. Among all of us, Cab talked the most, but he only reiterated what he knew about the invisible person. Meanwhile, one of the snow bears, Lucius Mila, provided another detailed introduction to the invisible person's background. From Lucius Mila, we learned that this invisible person was very likely a magician, which was a big surprise for us outsiders, but not so much for Cypress. Are you saying that invisible person is a magician? I asked Lucius Mila with a puzzled look on my face. There's a high probability that your assumption is correct, Lucius Mila responded. What exactly are magicians? Cab exclaimed in astonishment. You humans, naturally, haven't seen or heard about magicians. However, for Cypress and us, magicians are well known, Marcus Mila said. Let Cypress introduce the magicians to you, Lucius Mila suggested. If you're interested in magicians, I'll tell you a bit about them, Cypress said. Look ahead, there seems to be a house. Carrie suddenly interjected. We all looked in the direction that Carrie pointed, and indeed, not far from us, there appeared an old-looking house. This house could not compare to the architecture within the Snow City, but for our current situation, it was a great place to rest. We can rest inside, Cypress proposed. Great, Cab agreed immediately. Of course, the others had no objections either. We quickly entered the somewhat rundown house, which turned out to be less shabby than we had imagined. Despite the dust, it was fairly clean. We each found a clean spot to sit down. The two snow bears laid down beside me, one on each side. Then, Cypress slowly sat in the middle of us and said, Since we're taking a short rest here, let me take this opportunity to briefly introduce you to the world of magicians. Cypress looked at us seriously and began. Magicians live far to the east. It is said that this place is also the end of the world. The end of the world. I was shocked after hearing this. Maybe the place we've always wanted to go to is there. Alanthus said. Let me finish speaking, Cypress interrupted. Magicians reside in the Magic Kingdom, which is their country, similar to other nations. They have their own way of life. Magicians come in two types, light magicians and dark magicians. Of course, this classification refers to events long ago. Whether they still follow the same path now, I am unsure. Cypress paused for a moment and continued. Magicians start learning magic from a young age. As for what exactly magic is, it's difficult for me to explain clearly. Perhaps you will understand when you see it firsthand. Magicians possess great strength. Each magician has extremely powerful magical abilities and is highly offensive, Cypress warned us. So are magicians dangerous? I asked. It can't be fully judged like that, but some magicians are dangerous. Of course, this includes the invisible person you mentioned if he truly is a magician, Cypress said. After listening to Cypress's words, we gained a basic understanding of magicians. But I still felt a great interest in magicians. For now, our only goal was to head to the Frozen City. Chapter 186, The Frozen City. After staying in the house for a long time, we left and continued towards the direction of the Frozen City. Soon we were walking on a straight avenue. Of course, the entire road was covered with thick snow, so much that it almost reached our knees. While the snow bears could move effortlessly, we had to struggle forward. At this moment, something seemed to appear not far from us. These things moved quickly, almost flashing by, but I could see them clearly. What is moving ahead of us? I suddenly said while walking among the group. What's wrong? What did you see? Carrie asked nervously beside me. They are snow foxes. Cypress slowly walked up to me and said, Will they attack us? Cab asked anxiously. They don't have the guts, Marcus Mira said as he walked ahead of us. Why? Cab asked in confusion. Because we're here, Lucius Mira replied. As we were talking, a huge city appeared not far from us. Look, there's a city, Carrie shouted excitedly, pointing at the position ahead. It really is a city. That must be the Frozen City, right? I happily said. That's correct. We're almost at the Frozen City, Cypress said. Oh, what sound is this? Suddenly, an animal howl rang in our ears. Isn't it the snow foxes again? Cab guessed. No, it's... Cypress didn't get to finish his sentence when suddenly a group of silver-furred animals appeared around us in all directions. Leopards. Aaron saw the animals in front of him and loudly said, Snow leopards. Cypress blurted out. Are they going to? Cab didn't finish his sentence when one of the snow leopards pounced fiercely at him. Cab. Before I could shout his name, the snow leopard had already knocked Cab down to the ground. Then it opened its blood-streaked mouth and lunged toward Cab. Fortunately, Carrie stood next to Cab. When she saw Cab being attacked, she quickly drew her sword from her waist and thrust it into the head of the snow leopard. Instantly, the leopard's head was pierced by Carrie's sword, splashing blood all over Cab's face. Ah! Cab screamed in agony. Just as Cab was being attacked by the snow leopard, several of us also fell under heavy assault from many other snow leopards. In no time, I found myself surrounded by 4 snow leopards. Each one was as large as a lion, fully covered in silvery white fur, with dark green eyes locked firmly onto their prey. Standing in the center, I did not make any rash movements. Holding my sword tightly, I looked around cautiously. It became clear that I would have to defeat them if I wanted to escape danger. Suddenly, one snow leopard charged at me from the front. With an agile dodge, I easily avoided its attack, but 2 more snow leopards came from behind and lunged at me. Gripping my sword tightly, I turned around and stabbed it directly at the snow leopard, instantly killing it. My precise strike hit it right in the head, but the other one pushed me to the ground. Following that, the other 2 snow leopards also rushed toward me. I lay sprawled out on the snowy ground, feeling the cold chill penetrate my body. This reminded me that I needed to survive. The snow leopard pressed me down on the ground and began biting toward my face. One hand resisted its neck, while the other held my sword attempting to stab it. However, its strength was too great, pinning me down unable to move. Its drooling saliva dripped onto my face, and an overpowering stench enveloped me. Just as its sharp claws were about to reach my face, a giant paw struck hard against the snow leopard's head, sending it flying like a thrown stone and disappearing. The snow bear. I saw a standing snow bear appear in front of me. The remaining 2 snow leopards hesitated after witnessing this scene. They remained where they stood, growling quietly. Clearly, they dared not launch a direct attack on the snow bear. Meanwhile, Carrie, Arentz, and Cypress still faced the encirclement of many snow leopards. Carrie was injured in the battle with the snow leopards. Although her injuries weren't severe, they still affected her combat capability. Arentz hadn't been hurt yet, but he was still facing the fierce attacks from numerous snow leopards. Even though we had 2 snow bears in our group, It was evident that we were now greatly outnumbered, and the number of snow leopards showed no signs of decreasing. They quickly forced us into a triangular crossroads. The 2 snow bears stood in front of us, forming a massive wall. But this still couldn't fully guarantee our safety. A few snow leopards began cautiously stepping toward the snow bears. Then suddenly the leopards behind them formed a spear-like formation and charged fiercely at the 2 snow bears. Oh, thus, the battle between the snow bears and the snow leopards commenced. Marcus Mira and Lucius Mira were undoubtedly the strongest attackers among the snow bears. In no time, they repelled the first wave of snow leopards attacking them. But soon, the second wave of attacks surged again. Marcus Mira grabbed a snow leopard by the neck with one paw and squeezed hard, instantly killing it. However, at that moment, several snow leopards pounced on its back, one sinking its sharp fangs deeply into Marcus Mira's left shoulder. Marcus Mira screamed in excruciating pain. Lucius Mira raised his enormous paw and fiercely struck down the snow leopard biting onto Marcus Mira's shoulder. But right at that moment, he didn't notice a swarm of snow leopards charging toward him from behind. Immediately, his legs, back, and even his own paws were tightly clamped in the jaws of countless snow leopards. Seeing this shocking scene, we who had been standing behind them were greatly startled. I raised my sword and was about to charge forward to fight the snow leopards, but was stopped by Arents beside me. Why won't you let me go? I angrily glared at Arents beside me. Even if we do, there's nothing we can do to save them. Arents spoke with a tone revealing a hint of helplessness. While the 2 snow bears were being attacked by large numbers of snow leopards, another group of snow leopards had shifted their attack focus to our direction. At this very moment, a larger-sized snow leopard howled at its companions nearby, as if calling its fellow leopards to target what lay directly ahead. It looks like it's our turn now, Cypress said to us. Are we really going to die here? Cab asked anxiously, his face full of tension. You die first. I'm not waiting around for you. Carrie glared at Cab angrily beside her. The snow leopards before us had readied themselves completely. They moved inch by inch toward us. Then the leading snow leopard gave out a howl. In an instant, over a dozen snow leopards charged toward us like a flood. I gripped my sword tightly, waiting for what would be the final battle. As they were just about to reach us, suddenly countless arrows shot down from the sky. These arrows accurately struck the back of the snow leopards' heads, causing them to collapse on the ground before they could even pounce on us. What is this? I was stunned by the sight. The sealed cavalry, Cypress excitedly said upon seeing the scene. Are they your people? Cab also became thrilled. That's correct, we're saved. Cypress joyfully exclaimed. At that moment, a group of white horse-riding soldiers armed with spears rushed toward the snow leopards. Instantly, the great number of snow leopards surrounding us were either dispersed or wiped out. Are you alright? A man dressed in silver armor dismounted a white horse and said to Cypress. You arrived just in time. Otherwise we would have been in big trouble. Cypress approached the man and hugged him with both hands. Huh. The man also actively hugged Cypress and laughed heartily. Looks like this is a friend of Cypress's, Cab asked the nearby Carrie. Regardless of whether he is his friend or not, we owe him a favor, Carrie replied. Hey, those 2 snow bears. I looked at Cypress and the Snow Kingdom warrior who had saved us, finally realizing what had happened to the snow bears. How are they doing? Cypress and his friend also went over to check on the 2 snow bears. One of them is dead, the other is severely injured, probably. A Snow Kingdom member trailed off. No matter what, let's bring them back to the frozen city first, Cypress said. We were very fortunate to be saved, and we safely reached the frozen city that Cypress had kept talking about. So this is the frozen city? Cab stared at the towering city walls in front of him in amazement. We've made it to the frozen city gates. Cypress walked up to Cab and said, by the way, allow me to introduce you to General Ethan Hart Dracula of the Sealed Cavalry. Cypress introduced the tall and mighty man beside him to us. These friends of yours don't seem to be blue demons. Ethan Hart looked at us with confusion. All right, I'll tell you about them later once we're inside the city, Cypress responded. This city is indeed much more magnificent than we imagined. At least among the cities we've experienced, it can definitely rank in the top few. All the buildings inside the city are made from semi-transparent crystals. Even though they are semi-transparent, we can't see the internal facilities of the houses from the outside. The buildings inside the city are arranged neatly and orderly, making the entire city look like pieces placed on a giant chessboard. It makes people feel both awe-inspiring and not chaotic at all. We need to go see Her Majesty the Queen first, Cypress said to Ethan Hart. Okay, I'll go with you, Ethan Hart replied. To see the Queen? I felt caught off guard after hearing Cypress' words. Yes, our primary task now is to see Her Majesty the Queen as soon as possible, Cypress stated. Since we've already come to the frozen city, there was nothing left to do but follow Cypress' arrangements. A few of us followed behind Cypress and Ethan Hart, while a pair of Snow Kingdom soldiers trailed behind us. Several of them were carrying the severely injured snow bear. We walked with Cypress through a wide street and crossed a long, broad stone bridge before finally reaching our destination. This is the capital of our kingdom. Cypress pointed to an incredibly magnificent castle not far from us. My goodness. I opened my mouth wide in amazement as I stared at the castle. Chapter 187, The Tower of Heaven. Before our eyes stood a giant hexagonal tower, its height almost unimaginable as we could not see its top. It was like a colossal pillar standing between heaven and earth. This castle is called the Tower of Heaven, the capital city of our snowfolk. Eisenhart smiled as he told us. The Tower of Heaven. All of us were greatly astonished upon hearing its name. The Tower of Heaven is tens of thousands of meters high with tens of thousands of rooms, Cypress added. Well, let's enter first, Cypress said to us. Each of us, filled with shock, apprehension, and excitement, walked into the Tower of Heaven. Inside, a vast empty space lay before us. Though a few oil lamps in the hall were still burning, we saw nothing else. So how do we proceed? I asked Cypress while looking at him. Cypress walked to the center of the entire hall, where beneath his feet appeared a dazzling halo of light. This halo encircled Cypress like an enormous and thick pillar of light, causing him to vanish into thin air within an instant. Ah, he was gone. What? Cypress has disappeared? All of us present were stunned by this sight. All right, let's go. Eisenhardt, who had been standing in front of us, said. He then also stepped into the middle of the halo, instantly disappearing from before our eyes. Although we were still surprised, we followed suit with Cypress and Eisenhardt, each one after another stepping into the halo. In an instant of time travel, we found ourselves in another place, a grander hall. You familiarized yourselves quite quickly, Cypress said as he quickly walked to my side. What is this place? I looked around and asked. This is the palace of Her Majesty the Queen, Cypress told me. Her Majesty the Queen. I was tense as I looked around. She hasn't come yet, Eisenhardt said to me. As we were speaking, the other snowfolk entered the hall, placing the severely injured snow bear on the ground slowly before leaving. Seeing this, I rushed to the side of the snow bear, and shortly thereafter, Kelly, Cap, and Alanthes arrived at its side as well. Will it die? I asked Cypress. No, Her Majesty will save it, Cypress replied. At that moment, a woman dressed in a white ankle-length dress slowly ascended into the hall. She was refined-looking, with fair and tender skin and a pair of emerald-green eyes gazing at my position. Your Majesty, Cypress and Eisenhardt, seeing her, immediately knelt halfway in reverence towards her direction. Rise, the Queen gently replied. Yes. They then got up in succession. Who are they? The Queen asked while walking towards Cypress' direction. Your Majesty, they are humans. I met them on Blue Demon Island and brought them back, Cypress answered respectfully with a slight bow. Humans? Why have they come here? The Queen continued to ask Cypress. This. Cypress was momentarily speechless. The Queen stopped right beside Cypress. Queen, is there something wrong? Eisenhardt, standing next to Cypress, cautiously asked. Besides these humans, why is there a magician as well? The Queen asked, her green eyes focusing on Eisenhardt. A magician? How can this be possible? Eisenhardt's face expressed confusion. You've been too careless, letting such a magician slip in unnoticed, the Queen said somewhat sharply. Yes, your servant understands their mistake, Eisenhardt responded. Nevertheless, you can't take full blame for it since the magician is currently invisible. The Queen smiled as she gazed at the location of the wounded snow bear. Invisible person? Can she really see invisibility? Kelly whispered to me. She might really be able to. Cab echoed quietly. At this moment, the Queen began to walk towards our direction, which means she was heading toward the snow bear. Soon, she came to stand in front of me. Then, she lightly bent down and used her delicate, jade-like fingers to softly caress the back of the snow bear. Instantly, the snow bear that had been unconscious woke up as if from a dream, opening its eyes. Look, it's awake, Kelly exclaimed happily watching the snow bear. It seems it hasn't died, Alanthes also said. You should reveal yourself now. The Queen suddenly looked at my position and said, Queen, what do you mean? I looked at her confused. At that moment, a pale blue glow appeared behind me. Though I didn't see the scene behind me, I still felt something strange. Then I suddenly turned around to look. At that moment, a naked man stood right behind me. Perhaps because I wasn't ready to accept his presence, I instinctively retreated several steps after seeing him. The naked man slowly raised his hands in surprise and looked at them. It seems you've been affected by the potion concocted by a magician, turning you invisible, the Queen said. How do you know about my existence? The man asked in shock. Haha, you should put on some clothes first, the Queen laughed loudly. At this moment, Alanthes took off one of his clothes and draped it over the magician's body. What is your name? The Queen asked the magician. Night Song, the magician replied. Is this your real name? The Queen continued asking. I don't remember that. I only know I am called this name, the magician answered. Your Majesty, he has killed many of us, Cypress gritted his teeth and said. He killed our people? Why? The Queen, upon hearing Cypress's words, seemed surprised. That wasn't done by me. It was him, the magician, as if going crazy, kept repeating the same words. Is he insane? Cab whispered to me. I shook my head after looking at Cab. Seems like our friend the magician is quite ill, the Queen said as she looked at the magician before her. What is your purpose here? Cypress stepped forward quickly, angrily asking. I want to go to the frozen mountain range, the magician said. Frozen mountain range? Why do you want to go there? Cypress asked. Isn't it to find the ice crystal? The Queen suddenly interjected. Yes, only the ice crystal can restore me to my former self, the magician said. Aren't you following these humans? Cypress asked. Humans? I don't even know who they are, the magician replied. It seems he's telling the truth. The Queen, looking into the magician's eyes, said. Since we've now made clear your situation, why did these humans come here? The Queen's gaze shifted towards us. We came to search for the true speech fountain, I answered without hesitation. The true speech fountain. The Queen seemed completely unprepared for me to say such a thing. She first flinched, then used her hand to gently brush her light blue shoulder-length hair. Our purpose is to save someone, Kelly added. Does the thing you're seeking truly exist? Cypress asked. It does, but the true speech fountain is at the end of this world, the Queen replied. The thing we seek isn't here, but it's not far from the Magic Kingdom, the Queen said. Magic Kingdom, the magician said when he heard this. If you truly wish to find the true speech fountain, you must cross the underworld. It is the boundary between life and death, the Queen said. The boundary between life and death. After hearing the queen's words, I felt we were getting closer and closer to the true speech fountain. Is it very far from here? Kelly asked. Judging from what you've said, you still have a long journey ahead, the queen said. Regardless of how far, we will definitely find the true speech fountain, I said firmly. I cannot help but admire you for coming this far. Wanting to reach the true speech fountain is virtually impossible, the queen said. Though the queen spoke such cold words, I had already made up my mind long ago. I wouldn't have overcome so many difficulties to get here otherwise. So, you're still determined to keep moving forward? The queen asked me. Yes, I replied. Well, may you achieve your wish. The queen finished speaking and walked toward the exit of the grand hall. Send off to your majesty the queen. Cypress and Eisenhart bowed slightly to the direction of the queen. After the queen left, Cypress said to me, You really intend to continue searching for the true speech fountain? Yes, I replied. Well, I can escort you out of Frozen City to Frozen Mountain Range. To leave the Frozen Kingdom, you must cross there, Eisenhart added. Can I go with you? The silent magician finally asked earnestly. Yes, you can come along. I turned to look at the magician and said, You also want to go? Fear not. First you should account for the lives of my subordinates, Cypress said while drawing his sword from its scabbard. At this exact moment, the queen's voice echoed through the grand hall. Let them go together to the Frozen Mountain Range. Hopefully, they will find what they desire. Permission granted. Cypress immediately sheathed his weapon upon hearing the queen's words. I will escort you all out of Frozen City, Cypress said. At this moment, the snow bear that had been lying on the ground suddenly stood up. It slowly shook its seemingly cumbersome head and asked, Where is Lucius Mira? Why can't I see it? It is dead. The room fell silent for a while before Cypress answered. Dead. Marcus Mira let out a loud roar at the news. Its voice was so deafening that we had to quickly cover our ears and crouch down. After a brief outburst, Marcus Mira finally stopped roaring and turned to us, saying, You wish to go to the Frozen Mountain Range? Yes. I replied. Then I shall come with you, Marcus Mira said. You too? What? Alanthes, who had been silent for a long time, questioned. I once promised Lucius Mira that I would accompany it to the Frozen Mountain Range. Now I must fulfill its wish alone, Marcus Mira said. So you are all ready then? Cypress inquired. 1 snow bear, 1 magician, and 4 humans. Quite an impressive team. Eisenhart remarked as he looked at our strange group. Not long after, we left the Tower of Heaven. Cypress found suitable clothing for the magician. The wounds on the snow bear were healed by the frozen queen, and we prepared our gear for departure, including food, weapons for battle, and clothes. Cypress provided each of us, the 4 humans and the magician, with strong white stallions. These 5 horses were tall and swift, and when I first rode across the silvery white expanse on one of them, it felt as though I was flying through the sky. After a short ride, we finally arrived at our ultimate destination, the Frozen Mountain Range. Chapter 188, The Ice Soul Beast. At this moment, Cyprian said to me, Now before you lies the Frozen Mountain Range. I looked up at the endless expanse of mountains stretching for thousands of miles, their peaks and valleys scattered unevenly before me. Suddenly, a gust of cold wind blew out from within the mountains, and I couldn't help but shiver. Even though I was wearing a thick coat made from animal hides, the icy breeze easily penetrated my clothing. We're going, I said to Cyprian beside me. You must be extra cautious, Cyprian warned. Is there something dangerous in the Frozen Mountain Range? Cab asked anxiously. Are you talking about the Ice Maiden? Marcus Mira, the snow bear, said. That's right. If you want to cross the Frozen Mountain Range, you'll have to get past the Ice Maiden, Cyprian explained. Who exactly is this Ice Maiden? I asked curiously. Looks like we'll be dealing with another terrifying creature, Kelly remarked. She's the sister of our Frost Queen. Her name is Caroline, Cyprian said. The Queen's sister? All of us were shocked by this revelation. Why doesn't she live in your Tower of Heaven? I asked, growing even more curious. Well, it's getting late. You'd better head into the Frozen Mountain Range now, Cyprian urged. After saying goodbye to Cyprian, we entered the Frozen Mountain Range. As expected, the path was rough and uneven. The white horses we were riding couldn't proceed further, so Cyprian had to lead them back to Frost City. Once inside the mountain range, we followed a relatively clear trail and continued moving forward. So what exactly is this Ice Maiden that Cyprian mentioned? Cab couldn't resist asking first. Marcus Mira, do you know? Cab then turned to Marcus Mira, who was walking ahead. Do you really want to know? Marcus Mira replied with a counter question. Of course, Cab answered enthusiastically. Marcus Mira, why don't you tell us? Kelly, walking nearby, seemed interested as well. At this point, both Alanthes and I turned our eyes toward Marcus Mira. Naturally, all of us were quite eager to hear the story. The magician at the end of our group remained silent, showing no interest in the subject. Marcus Mira looked back at our expectant faces and said, Since you're so interested, I'll tell you about the Ice Maiden. Great, Cab responded excitedly upon hearing the snow bear agree. As our group moved along, we listened to Marcus Mira recounting the mysterious background of the Ice Maiden. By the time daylight faded, we had crossed the vast, silver-white landscape, only to find a towering and immense ice cave standing before us. So, the Ice Maiden became hateful due to her unrequited love? Kelly, as the only female among us, clearly understood the Ice Maiden's feelings more deeply. Yes, the snow bear confirmed. We should be especially careful then, I replied. Women filled with hatred are the scariest. Cab couldn't help but chuckle. Kelly shot Cab an angry glare after hearing his comment. Where are we now? I quickly approached the snow bear and asked. This is the only way through the Frozen Mountain Range. The snow bear stopped at the entrance of the cave and explained. We need to cross this, I said, looking at the seemingly endless tunnel ahead. Let's go. Alanthes encouraged us. Since we were already here, we had no other choice but to move forward, regardless of the countless hardships that lay ahead. As soon as we entered the cave, an intense chill swept through our bodies. Even though everyone was dressed warmly, the bone-chilling cold still felt unbearable. It's freezing in here. Kelly exhaled heavily, warming herself with her breath. The temperature here is much lower than outside. Alanthes warmed his arms by rubbing them together. How long will it take to pass through here? I asked Marcus Mira, who was leading the way. A very long time. Before Marcus Mira could answer, the magician trailing behind our group finally spoke up. Hey, you've finally spoken. Cab looked back at the magician. Have you been here before? Alanthes questioned. No, the magician replied curtly. If you've never been here, how do you know how long the route is? Alanthes probed further. The magician didn't respond to Alanthes' question. He merely pulled his head closer to his face and continued walking forward silently. At that moment, Marcus Mira suddenly stopped and whispered, turning back to us. Everyone, be extremely cautious now. Is anything wrong? I quickly approached it and asked. We have entered the territory of the Ice Soul Beast, Snow Bear whispered in reply. What is an Ice Soul Beast? Kelly asked in amazement. It's the animals that died inside here. Although their bodies are dead, the extreme cold in the ice cave has preserved their souls. Over time, they've become Ice Soul Beasts, the Snow Bear explained. Everyone, be careful, Alanthes warned us. Cobb pulled out his sharp sword from his waist first. You'd better put your sword back. It won't work anyway, the magician said to Cobb. Why not? Cobb, ignoring the magician's words, replied disdainfully. The Ice Soul Beasts are a group of dead spirits. They cannot be killed again because they're already dead, the magician explained. Hush, hush. Oh. What is that sound? I heard a cacophony of sounds approaching. The Ice Soul Beasts, they're coming closer to us, the Snow Bear said. What should we do now? Cobb asked anxiously. Don't worry. As long as we don't attack them and move carefully, we can pass through unnoticed, the Snow Bear explained. Although the Snow Bear had informed us how to deal with the Ice Soul Beasts, this was our first encounter with such powerful adversaries, enemies we'd never even seen before. As the Snow Bear walked slowly through the thick snow, a silver-white translucent figure suddenly shot up from beneath the ground and instantly flew to the top of the ice cave. The Snow Bear felt something and immediately stopped, turning back to us. The Ice Soul Beast has arrived. None of us spoke, but we all stared wide-eyed at the Ice Soul Beast hovering above the ice cave. It appeared to be the soul of a dead ice wolf, at least from its appearance. This Ice Soul Beast hovered several meters away from us, seemingly with no intention to attack, but the Snow Bear still chose to stop moving forward just in case, observing its next move. Hush, hush. This Ice Soul Beast hovered around our heads a few times before disappearing instantly. It looks like it doesn't intend to attack us, I sighed in relief. Let's keep going, the Snow Bear told us. We followed the Snow Bear for quite some distance, but we still couldn't see the exit of the ice cave. While the Snow Bear was fully focused on moving ahead, large numbers of Ice Soul Beasts suddenly appeared on both sides of us. Their numbers were astonishing. They instantly filled the entire ice cave. We stood rooted to the spot, startled by their unexpected appearance. What should we do? Cobb panicked. Stay where you are and don't move, the Snow Bear told everyone behind him. At that moment, a floating Ice Soul Beast slowly moved toward my position. It looked like a dead deer, to me, at least. Its floating speed was slow, so I could clearly see its flight path, but I didn't know how to handle it since it was now hovering right in front of me. What should I do now? I stood there, almost holding my breath. Just stay still and don't move. The magician at the back reminded me. Stand still and don't move? I felt a wave of panic upon hearing this. Though I had endured countless trials, this was my first time facing such an enemy, a thing that had been dead for a long time appearing right before me, which was already an unimaginable situation. Should we all do this? Alanthes asked. Do as I say, the magician reiterated firmly. Then he took slow steps toward my back and gently patted my shoulder. I wanted to turn around to look at him, but he whispered softly to me. You slowly walk to my back. Since he had told me to do so, I carefully and slowly moved my body, inch by inch, then gradually shifted behind the magician. The Ice Soul Beast in front of me remained where it was. It didn't move even though I had. After a long while, I was finally standing behind the magician. Then the magician slowly spread out his hands, muttering something under his breath. I saw his hands glowing with a pink-purple aura after he finished the incantation. This aura spiraled outward instantly, spreading all around us. Though there was no sound, these pink-purple wisps drove away all the Ice Soul Beasts surrounding us. They're gone, Kelly exclaimed in surprise. This is magic. I couldn't help but marvel. Your magic still works? Snow Bear asked with a hint of astonishment. Haha, there's still a little left. The magician smiled as he spoke. Chapter 189, The Red Dragon. We quickly left this place, as we were uncertain when the Ice Soul Beast might reappear. After another long journey, fortunately, we didn't encounter the Ice Soul Beast again on our way. By then, the exit of the ice cave had already come into view. Looks like we're about to leave the frozen mountain range, I said excitedly, looking at the exit ahead. It's not that simple. The Snow Bear leading us in front poured cold water on me. Why? Kaboo asked in confusion. Before the Snow Bear could answer, there was a violent tremor under our feet. The ground seemed to shake violently, and the thick snow instantly disappeared. The ground began to crack. We could no longer stand on it, but had to half kneel and half crawl. The cracks in the earth grew more severe, the fissures getting larger and larger. One deep and wide fissure, like a black hole, sucked all of us into it. All of us screamed uncontrollably. Ow, ow, ow. I gently touched my head with my hand, continuously humming these sounds. At this moment, everything was pitch black before my eyes. It seems incredibly dark here, or perhaps I haven't opened my eyes yet. I felt around with my hands on the ground, hoping to understand where I was. But what I found was an uneven and rugged ice mound, a chill spreading from the bottom up into my body. Where am I? I kept asking myself inwardly. But no one would answer me at this moment because only I was present. I exerted all my strength to try to stand up, but it proved futile, as my entire body couldn't move. I don't know how long I lay in this freezing place until finally I managed to attempt sitting up for the first time. However, my sight remained entirely pitch black, unable to determine if it was merely darkness or something wrong with my eyes. After a long while, I slowly tried to open my eyes. It turns out that I was sitting on the edge of a cliff. A slight misstep would send me plummeting into an abyss thousands of feet below me. Fortunately, I was seated above the abyss, a large sheet of ice having saved my life. At this point, I carefully crawled towards the other side of the ice surface. My movements were extremely slow, given that I was uncertain whether the ice could support me much longer. Despite the short distance, my whole body was drenched in sweat. Not long after, I successfully escaped the dangerous area and slowly stood up, even though my legs still trembled. I carefully observed my surroundings. Indeed, I was in a huge abyss, just less than 2 meters away. Now, the path before my eyes was perilously narrow, barely enough for one person to pass through. I had no choice but to take the risk. Carefully treading on this hazardous route, I pressed my entire body tightly against the ice behind me. The bone-chilling cold made me shiver uncontrollably, but I had to endure it since even a small mistake would lead me into the abyss ahead. Finally made it. I exhaled in relief as one of my feet landed on solid ground. However, my situation wasn't much better now, as my companions were gone, leaving me alone in the ice cave. I was currently at the bottom of this ice cave. Since I had fallen down here, my sole objective was finding a way to get back up. I followed the only visible path, soon leaving the abyss behind me. In front of me appeared a pool of water. Indeed, it was a pool of water. How is there a pool of water here? I exclaimed in surprise at the massive lake in front of me. Suddenly, a gust of cold wind swept past me, causing my entire body to tremble. This expansive pool occupied almost my entire forward route. Either I turned back or swam across this pool. Right now, I noticed something slowly moving at the edge of the water. Seeing this, I immediately became alert. Having lost my weapon during the fall, I had to remain weaponless standing on the spot, observing closely this continuously moving object. Gradually, the creature revealed its head from the edge of the water. A white nose-like structure protruded from the water. Snow bear, I shouted in excitement upon seeing the object in the water. You're alive. Upon hearing my shout, it sprang out from the water immediately. I watched as Marcus Mira appeared in the water and stood before me, and I sprinted towards him. You're actually still alive. Marcus Mira exclaimed in shock upon seeing me. I'm alive. What about the others? I looked at him and asked. Relax, they are all fine. I will take you to them, Marcus Mira replied. Following Marcus Mira, we passed through a relatively narrow path, and soon after, I saw Kelly and Aaron standing at the end of the road. Kelly, teacher, I called out excitedly upon seeing them both. Your Highness. Aaron and Kelly also showed excitement upon seeing me. You're actually still alive. Kaboo ran over from afar. I joined Marcus Mira and approached the three of them. Without hesitation, Aaron pulled me into his embrace. Haha. Kaboo laughed mischievously on the side. Where are we now? I asked, releasing Aaron. If I am not mistaken, we should be in the lower level of the ice cave, Marcus Mira said. Where's the magician? I asked, looking around at everyone. We haven't seen him since falling down the ice cave, Kelly said. He might be dead, Kaboo said. He is a magician, he won't die, Marcus Mira responded. What should we do now? Kaboo asked. We have no choice but to go forward. Aaron pointed to the straight road ahead. That's right. There's nowhere else for us to go now, I said while looking around. Since we've reached this point, we have no other option but to take what comes. As for the magician, we can only leave it up to fate now, although deep down, I still believe that the magician won't die. After traveling a distance, following the only road, we arrived in front of a massive ice wall. How could there be such a huge ice wall here? Kelly was astonished as she stared at the massive ice wall. We've reached the end. We can't move any further forward, I said. It's impossible. There shouldn't be an ice wall here. Marcus Mira seemed to be pondering something. Look quickly. Kaboo suddenly spoke up. At what? Kelly turned to Kaboo's position and asked. There seems to be something inside the ice wall. Kaboo wondered aloud. Something? Marcus Mira shifted his gaze to Kaboo's position. Seems like a black object. Kelly also noticed the object inside the ice wall. What? Aaron and I moved to Kaboo's position and asked. Not clear, but there must be something existing there. Kaboo carefully observed the object within the ice wall. What exactly is it? I turned back and asked Marcus Mira. Don't know. I've never seen this thing before. It seems to be a large object, Marcus Mira guessed. It's a red dragon. At this moment, a strange yet familiar voice came to our ears. Who? Kaboo looked tensely in the direction where the sound had come from. The magician. I replied without hesitation, because I always believed that the magician was not dead. Magician? You're not dead? Kaboo asked, surprised to see him. Of course, I'm not dead, the magician answered. What did you say was inside the ice wall? Marcus Mira wanted to confirm again. A red dragon. Have you heard of a red dragon? The magician asked. Red dragon. So that legend is true. Marcus Mira said. That's not just a legend, the magician said. What exactly are you talking about? We all asked with puzzled faces. Now is not the time for this. I'll explain later, the magician said. Do you know how to get out of here? I asked the magician. Yes, but it takes tremendous courage, the magician replied. Courage? We are the ones who lack nothing when it comes to courage, I responded. So what are you planning to do? Kaboo asked. Wake the red dragon in front of you, the magician said seriously. What? Are you crazy? Marcus Mira immediately stopped the magician's thought. Chapter 190, The Red Dragon Awakens. Awaken the red dragon. Even though we don't know what the mage intends to do, it's bound to be something of colossal danger. We have now reached the end of the ice cave. To leave this place, we must break through this ice wall, and the only way is to awaken the red dragon, so that when the ice wall shatters, we might escape. The mage explained our situation in great detail. Can't we try another route? I asked. There are no other routes left, the mage said. For a long time, none of us spoke. We all faced a dire predicament, and we needed to come up with an answer quickly. We'll follow the mage's plan. Alontes broke the momentary silence. No, we can't awaken the red dragon. Marcus Mila remained resolute. What should we do then? Alontes asked. I will lead everyone out, Marcus Mila said. It's futile. There's no way out for us now, the mage said. Must it really be done this way? Can't we find another method? Marcus Mila still insisted on his stance. We don't have much time left. Make a decision immediately, the mage urged. With no other options available at this point, this seemed like the only way forward. We'll do as you say, I told the mage. Then I will begin the process of awakening the red dragon, the mage said. Hearing this, we all instinctively moved several meters away from the mage. Alone before the ice wall, the mage placed his hands gently upon it. Gradually, faint white wisps began to emanate from his hands, and cracks appeared on the ice wall where he touched. These cracks grew larger and deeper, until suddenly, the ice wall before him violently trembled. At that moment, we could feel the ground shake, and the surrounding ice layers began to crack and collapse. Just then, the ice wall in front of the mage exploded on a massive scale, hurling him back by the force of the blast. We hurriedly ran to the mage's position and helped him slowly to his feet. Suddenly, I noticed a huge black hole appear where the ice wall once stood. Perhaps this was the aftermath of the explosion. From the depths of this void, a colossal, razor-sharp spike emerged, bursting forth from the darkness, and it plunged violently into the ground. Only then did I truly understand that this enormous spike was one finger from the claw of the mighty red dragon. Right before our eyes, the ice barrier started collapsing completely, instantly transforming into a mess of shattered ice. Since the enormous red dragon was gradually awakening, we had to take advantage of this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to escape. While the red dragon was not yet fully awake, we quickly moved along the collapsed ice layers. Huge icicles rained down from above, forcing us to dodge them constantly. Finally, before us appeared a patch of bright light. Everyone scrambled desperately towards this bright opening, and within moments, we finally managed to escape the ice cave. However, we didn't stop running. Instead, we continued to sprint forwards. In the distance, the ice cave behind us suddenly imploded with tremendous force. A deafening roar of explosions shook the air, and a massive shockwave surged towards us. Instantly, we were struck by this overwhelming wave of force, and I was hurled several meters away without any defense. Others were similarly thrown off by the attack wave. Only the snow bear, while not entirely unaffected, remained relatively stable and knelt onto the ground. After what felt like an eternity, I slowly regained consciousness. Groggily standing up, I found myself surrounded by a world of pristine silver-white snow, with white flakes swirling in my vision. What happened? I murmured dazedly. Did I die? Is this heaven? Where am I? Why am I here? These questions kept circling through my mind, but they had no answers. Slowly raising my hands, I clearly saw them, and then forcefully slapped myself. I felt the sharp sting of pain distinctly. Am I alive? Am I really still alive? My doubts persisted. You're awake. At that moment, a woman's voice floated softly into my ears. Who are you? You're still alive. Who are you? Don't be afraid. Who are you exactly? Why am I here? What is this place? Rest assured, I won't harm you. I just want to have a proper chat with you. Where exactly am I? I kept asking the woman who was talking to me, but I couldn't see her. My vision remained a solid silver white. Why did you come here? What? Who sent you? Come out. Where are you? Is it my sister who sent you? What sister? Come out. Who are you really? At that moment, I could no longer control my anger and shouted loudly. Ha 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 ha. It seems I've guessed correctly. The woman's voice continued to echo in my ears, lingering for a long time. As I stood there, glaring intently at the silver-white expanse before me trying to make it out, suddenly, this world of silver-white dissipated in an instant. Standing before me was actually a woman, a breathtakingly beautiful one. Her sudden appearance startled me immensely. Instinctively, I took a few steps backward. She did not move any closer, standing 2 meters away from me. At this moment, I began to carefully observe this woman. Her silver hair fell gracefully over her shoulders, her emerald green eyes gazed keenly at me, and her incredibly delicate face smiled warmly at me. Her skin was extraordinarily white, to a point where it inspired awe. Then she asked me, "Who exactly are you?" I heard her ethereal voice reverberate in my ears, and instantly, my heart raced. Although her voice was angelic, it carried a hint of fear. Unable to help myself, I adjusted my breathing and replied, "I don't know how I ended up here." Indeed, my answer was truthful, as I had somehow ended up in this place. "Surely, my sister must have sent you," she pressed on. "Sister?" I felt momentarily confused, but soon I realized. Could the woman in front of me be the sister of Cyprus, the Ice Queen? "Why have you come here?" she questioned. I want. I hesitated to speak. Did you come to kill me? She asked. Hearing her words, I was taken aback inside. If she really believed that, then wasn't I doomed? No, no. I hastily replied. How is my sister doing? She asked. Fine, fine, I said evasively. After all, I knew next to nothing about the Ice Queen, nor did I have any insight into their relationship. Why did you come here? She asked again. I only want to leave this place, I answered. Leave here. Hearing my response, she seemed surprised. I just want to leave, I muttered softly once more. No one can leave the frozen mountain range, not even the Ice Queen, she said. Let me go, I said cautiously. Let you go, haha. She couldn't help but burst out laughing. She slowly turned around, her back facing me. I didn't know what her intention was, but it was my chance to escape. So, I slowly shifted my feet and started stepping backward. When I had retreated nearly 10 paces, I suddenly felt something touch my back. Acting on instinct, I turned around, and to my astonishment, I saw a giant humanoid figure standing behind me. This thing, what I presumed to be a statue, was colossal, towering at almost 5 meters tall, dressed in silver armor. His head was fully covered by a helmet. A massive broadsword hung at his waist. Its weight seemed heavy, the hilt made of a large transparent crystal, and the sheath adorned with several huge crystal gems. Standing in front of this colossus, I stopped dead in my tracks. Wide-eyed, I stared fixedly at the figure before me. Then, at some unnoticed moment, the beautiful woman had already appeared behind the giant statue. As she slowly walked out from its shadow, catching sight of her again, I gasped in shock and inadvertently slipped, falling heavily onto my buttocks. Instantly, a chilling cold rushed through my body. Where do you think you're going? The beautiful woman asked as she came up close to me. You were all ready. I didn't get a chance to finish my sentence before I felt something envelop my legs. Looking down, I realized that my feet had been frozen solid in 2 large chunks of ice. What do you plan to do? I asked her nervously. Haha, let's see how you can run now, she laughed again. Then she waved her hands, those white jade-like hands, gently in front of me. Less than a meter away, an icy mist formed into a circle, and at its center gradually appeared a silver mirror. How is this just a mirror? I was lost in thought as I stared at the object in front of me. Chapter 191, Encounter with the Ice Ape. At this moment, I saw a familiar scene inside this mirror. Within the mirror appeared a tall mountain peak covered in snow, its sides completely enveloped in silver. In the distance, a group of people came into view, seemingly making their way towards this peak. With what appeared to be fierce winds and snow outside, they had to keep their heads low and push hard on their feet as they struggled step by step up the mountain. Seeing this, I suddenly realized that this group was none other than my companions. Leading them was Snowbear, followed by Alanthes, Carrie, Cab, and the Magician. At this realization, I began shouting loudly to them, but it seemed as though they heard nothing and continued struggling forward. Calling out like this will be useless, the woman told me. What do you intend to do? I looked at her angrily. They will soon come here to reunite with you, said the woman, covering her mouth and laughing again. What are you going to do to them? I shouted at her loudly. Your voice is really too loud, she said after hearing me. Then she lightly made a shushing gesture in front of me, and I felt as if my mouth were being glued shut, with my lips gradually stitching together from left to right. Ugh. Suddenly, I couldn't make any sound at all. No matter how hard I tried to shout, there was no sound. You'll feel better this way, the woman told me. Then she slowly turned around and left. After she left, there was only me left. No, to be precise, it was just me and the colossal humanoid figure beside me. I was now completely unable to speak, trying repeatedly to make sounds, even attempting to pry open my own mouth with my hands, but my lips showed no seam, as if they had grown together. My efforts proved fruitless. Having struggled for a long time without managing to open my mouth, I had no choice but to give up. My legs were still trapped within a large block of ice, and now I stood less than 2 meters from the giant humanoid. Looking up at it, it stood motionless like a sculpture. Watching the large sword strapped at its waist, a plan suddenly struck me. I then began moving my body toward the giant humanoid, straining every part of my body to get closer. I bent nearly into a 90-degree angle at my waist, and stretched out my arm to reach the enormous sword. Just as my fingers were about to touch the handle of the sword, the humanoid abruptly moved, startling me so much that I instinctively straightened my body. The humanoid was still moving in front of me. It was moving slowly but was already more than 3 meters away from me. I panicked, realizing this object was alive when I previously assumed it might be just decoration. I truly had been foolish. The humanoid eventually stopped more than 10 meters away, returning once again to its stationary position. I originally thought it might attack me, but it turned out I had overreacted. However, my last chance had slipped away. Now, I could only remain standing helplessly waiting for the woman to come back and interrogate me again. Since escape was impossible, I began carefully observing my surroundings. I was inside a grand hall. Though grand, it wasn't very spacious, with 5 thick, silvery ice columns on each side. These ice columns were so massive that it would take almost 5 people to barely encircle one. There seemed to be patterns carved onto them, but I couldn't recognize what these carvings depicted. Apart from the huge humanoid statue, only I remained in the hall. It appeared I would indeed have to stay here for quite some time. On the other hand, my other companions were battling the blizzard while heading toward a towering mountain peak. Marcus Mira led them at the forefront, a towering ice bear whose massive stature could easily withstand the strong blizzard, also shielding others from direct assaults by the storm. How much longer do we have to go? Alanthes behind him called out loudly. We only need to climb over the snow hill ahead of us, and we'll arrive, said Marcus Mira. Carrie stretched her neck to look at the snow hill that Marcus Mira had mentioned. It was a huge snow hill over 10 meters high, and its distance from their position grew shorter. After a long march through the heavy snowstorm which seemed to be subsiding, there were still no signs of it stopping entirely. They almost reached the enormous snow hill before them finally appearing in front of them. Formed over long years, this giant snow hill rose several dozen meters tall, spanning a width of hundreds of meters. Seen from afar, it looked like an immense snow wall standing firmly in front of them. Marcus Mira walked to the snow hill, then lightly touched it with his sharp claws. A large amount of loose snowflakes fell off the hill, showing that it wasn't very solid. Carrie became concerned at the sight. If this snow hill collapsed, they would all get buried underneath. Is this snow hill sturdy? Alanthes asked first. No problem, nothing will happen, Marcus Mira responded confidently. Are you sure? Cab seemed somewhat skeptical. I'll check, the magician behind them suddenly said. He walked to the snow hill and lightly touched the snowflakes on it, then said, it's absolutely safe. Hearing this, everyone let out a sigh of relief. However, the question of how to get over this snow hill now presented a new challenge. Are you really certain the prince is inside that mountain peak? Carrie looked at the magician in front of her and asked. Yes, after we escaped from the cave, there was a violent explosion within the cave, followed by us all getting knocked unconscious. Before I blacked out, I saw an armored colossal humanoid figure holding your prince tightly and running rapidly toward that mountain peak, the magician said. So he must be in the hands of the ice lady now, Marcus Mira remarked. I am quite sure of it, the magician said firmly. So how are we going to cross this snow hill? Cab asked. I can use magic to melt a tunnel for us to pass through, the magician said. Can your magic hold up for such a task? Marcus Mira couldn't help but worry when hearing this. Don't worry, it'll be fine, the magician replied. Then he stood in front of the snow hill, placing both of his hands on it. Instantly, a warm current flowed between his hands, and a cloud of white steam rose from them. Before them soon appeared a tunnel higher than a person. In no time, this ice tunnel penetrated the snow hill, creating an ice path. Everyone could see straight through from the entrance to the exit. The magician had melted an impeccable route. Cab watched the path before him with excitement in his heart. He immediately took the lead, walking into the entrance of the ice tunnel. The others didn't hesitate either, following Cab into the entrance of the ice tunnel. But just at this moment, an unknown white towering figure emerged somewhere from the top of the snow hill, and this figure suddenly stood in front of Cab. Cab screamed as he was startled by the towering figure. What is that? Alanthes asked, nervously looking at the towering figure in front of them. Trouble. It's an ice ape. Marcus Mira looked at the towering figure and said. What's an ice ape? Cab exclaimed before being abruptly grabbed around the neck by this towering ice ape. Cab was instantly lifted up, swung violently left and right by the ice ape, and then thrown forcefully towards the snow hill. After flying several meters in the air, Cab crashed hard onto the snow hill, causing chunks of snow to slide down on top of him. Everyone, get ready for battle quickly, Marcus Mira shouted to those around him at this scene. Everyone had already drawn the weapons from their waists. Alanthes tightly gripped the sword in his hand and rushed forward, swiftly aiming a fierce stab directly at the chest of the towering ice ape. Despite its large size, the ice ape moved extremely fast. Seeing Alanthes lunging at it, the ice ape jumped and leaped over Alanthes' attack. This failed strike did not stop Alanthes from turning back around, preparing for another attack. By then, the ice ape had already jumped more than 10 meters away. At their current position, several other towering figures suddenly appeared, one after another right in front of them, quickly surrounding the group. Carrie ran to the edge of the snow hill and helped Cab up. At this moment, Cab's head was spinning, and he wasn't sure if he could still fight. His body swayed unsteadily, and if Carrie hadn't been holding him, he might have collapsed onto the ground. In an instant, over a dozen towering ice apes surrounded the few individuals. It was only then that Carrie got a clear look at what stood before her. Each creature was extraordinarily tall, standing over 3 meters high, with an imposing build covered in silvery white fur that looked long and rough. Despite their massive size, their heads were not large, only about the same size as a human's. These creatures were typical examples of small-headed, large-bodied monsters. The ice apes had flat noses, almost no visible bridge, with large eyes that took up about a third of their faces. Their eyes glowed a pale blue, with vertical slit pupils resembling those of a night owl. Their mouths weren't big, but they had clearly visible sharp fangs, which were extremely pointed and protruded past their lips, instilling a sense of terror. These dozen or so ice apes instantly appeared before the group, catching them off guard. Fortunately, the snow bear was ready for battle. With a loud roar, it leaped straight at one of the ice apes. Now, the only one who could engage the ice apes one-on-one was the snow bear. However, the number of ice apes was far too great, and it was impossible for the snow bear to take them all on alone. Soon, several ice apes rushed toward the snow bear. Seeing this, Alanthes charged directly towards the snow bear's position without hesitation. Carrie also rushed forward, but Cab was still dazed from his injury and unsure of what to do next. At this moment, however, the magician suddenly stood by his side and whispered softly, "Go behind me." Chapter 192, The Disappearing Magic. Kabu listened carefully and slowly moved behind the magician. By this time, several ice apes had noticed the presence of the magician and Kabu. They let out loud howls and charged at them. The magician swiftly raised one arm, and suddenly a red flame appeared in his palm. This ball of fire instantly shot towards the group of ice apes rushing at them. There was an explosion near the ice apes, scattering them in all directions. Kabu hid behind the magician and saw nothing, only hearing a loud noise. He poked his head out to see a flash of fire in front of him that quickly disappeared. At the same moment, Kelly's neck had been tightly grabbed by an ice ape. She was lifted up. Alanthes, seeing this, rushed toward Kelly. Swinging the sharp sword in his hand, he hacked down at the claws of the ice ape. The ice ape didn't react fast enough, and Alanthes' blade severed its claw at the joint. It was cut into 2 pieces. Though Kelly was now safe, they were still surrounded by more than a dozen ice apes. The snow bear could hardly hold them off anymore. Large parts of its body had been severely scratched by the ice apes, blood flowing out. The snow bear slowly retreated to the edge of the snow mound's icy wall, and Kelly, Alanthes, the magician, and Kaboo also joined it there. What should we do now? Kaboo asked anxiously. Magician, can you handle them? The snow bear asked at that moment. My magic seems to be almost depleted. If this continues, I might lose my magical abilities entirely, which will make our journey even more difficult, the magician said. Regardless of that, it's already tough for us to get through this current predicament. Let's just focus on overcoming this first, the snow bear shouted loudly. The magician hesitated briefly behind the snow bear, then immediately sprang forward in front of it and shouted loudly. Cover your ears and crouch down. Hearing the magician's command, we all followed suit, crouching down as told. The magician stood in front of the snow bear, with more than 10 ice apes growling before him, ready to launch another attack. At that moment, the magician extended both hands and a layer of water-like currents quickly formed around his arms. Following this, the ice apes roared again and dashed fiercely toward their position. All of them felt a sudden powerful shockwave in front of them, knocking everyone who had been crouched down onto the ground. After a brief pause, Alanthes managed to open his eyes. The magician still stood in front of the snow bear, but the pack of ice apes in front of them had completely vanished. What happened to the ice apes? Alanthes asked the magician ahead of him. At this moment, the magician fell over while standing. The snow bear caught him from behind and gently laid him on the ground. How is he? Alanthes rushed to the side of the magician, asking anxiously. He has fainted, the snow bear replied. What about the ice apes? Alanthes asked again. They have all been shattered into pieces by that impact wave, the snow bear answered. We're not dead yet. Kaboo opened his eyes, surprised. So what should we do now? Alanthes continued. There's no choice but to find a place to rest first. The snow bear spoke. Indeed, given the situation right now, it was impossible for them to continue directly to the ice lady to find me. The snow bear carried the magician on his back, and the group made their way to a white snow mound not far away. I remained alone in the grand hall. The silver mirror had disappeared at some point, though I hadn't paid much attention to it. Now I only felt that my entire foot had gone numb with cold. I thought that maybe after a little while, I would become completely numb all over and pass out. But just as I was lost in these worries, the woman suddenly appeared in front of me. Looks like your companions are quite capable. The woman looked at me, clearly dissatisfied. My companions? What did you do to them? Upon hearing this, I asked urgently. Haha, I just played a little game with them, the woman said sarcastically. What exactly did you do to them? My anger increased when I heard her answer. Don't worry, they are fine for now, but I can't guarantee what will happen next, the woman said with a wicked smile. Are you really going to let us die here? I asked. I won't let you die just yet. I haven't had my fun yet, the woman said as she lightly waved her hand, and the ice block that had frozen my foot instantly disappeared. Although the ice was gone, since I'd been frozen for too long, I still couldn't stand up right away and could only sit there motionlessly. I felt a cold chill spread around me again, and soon a square cage-like structure appeared around me, enclosing me inside. The object covering me was completely transparent. When I touched it with my hand, it felt icy cool, so I quickly withdrew my hand. Then, once again in front of me, the large silver mirror reappeared. It hovered less than a meter away from me, allowing me to see clearly everything inside the mirror. In this silver mirror, my companions came into view clearly. They were resting under a huge snow mound. The mage on the snow bear's back seemed still unconscious, indicating they must have just stopped there not long ago. What are you doing? I looked up at the woman standing before me. You stay here and watch your companions die right in front of you, the woman said seriously and cold-bloodedly. What? Hearing this, I looked at her with sheer terror. Their next encounter will be with enemies they've never faced before. The woman laughed wickedly and then vanished again from my sight. I sat on the freezing ground, feeling the bone-chilling cold creep all over my body. My eyes remained fixed on the mirror, which still showed my companions. What should we do now? Kaboo walked up to the snow bear and asked. The magician has passed out. Perhaps only he knows where the prince is, Kelly said anxiously. Look, Alanthes pointed at the mage carried by the snow bear. At that moment, everyone's attention shifted to the snow bear's back. Upon seeing the mage there, they were all startled, because the entire face of the magician had slowly faded away, leaving only the clothes he wore. He's disappeared again, Kaboo pointed out. Kelly and Alanthes also leaned in closer. All of them stared silently at the mage lying on the snow bear's back. At this point, the snow bear said, Let's lower him from my back. Kaboo and Alanthes together gently lifted the mage off the snow bear's back. He was still unconscious. Carefully, they placed him on the snow-covered ground. After a while, the magician seemed to gradually open his eyes, and his hands began to move weakly. Kelly stood watch beside him the whole time. The magician woke up, Kelly said to the others nearby. Hearing this, Alanthes and Kaboo immediately went to the side of the mage, while the snow bear who had been lying down beside them raised his head toward the mage. The magician slowly moved his trembling hands and managed to sit up shakily from the icy ground. At that moment, a wave of cold swept through his body, causing him to shiver uncontrollably as he curled up. He lifted his head slightly and glanced around at those around him. Of course, they couldn't see his face because the magician had turned invisible again. How long have I been unconscious? The mage asked. Half a day, Alanthus answered. So long, truly. Before the mage finished speaking, he suddenly noticed that his own hands had disappeared, making him tremble violently again. Of course, others could only see a heavy robe hanging in midair, shaking. Why am I like this again? He exclaimed in shock. Naturally, no one could answer such a question since none of them knew what was happening. Seeing this, the mage sighed deeply and said, Forget it. All my magic power is gone. Now, I'm just an ordinary person. You've lost all your magic powers? The snow bear asked, stunned. Yes, I'm now an ordinary person, the mage replied. Can your magic return? Kelly asked. Only ice crystals can restore my magic power. They're the only way to bring it back, the mage explained. Where are these ice crystals located? Alanthus questioned. Unfortunately, they're now probably impossible to find, as they're hidden deep within the Ice Lady's ancient castle, the mage said. But aren't we heading for the castle already? Why can't we find it? Kelly asked. Since the ice crystals are extremely important treasures, the Ice Lady must have placed them in a secure location. It's impossible for me to find them, the mage said, and then added. You guys don't worry about me anymore. I am now just an ordinary person and cannot help you rescue others anymore. You should go without me so that I won't be a burden. That can never be, Kelly said angrily upon hearing this. You've saved us more than once. How could we possibly abandon you? Alanthus said. But I am now just an ordinary person, and I can't. Before the mage could finish his sentence, Snow Bear threw him onto his back and said, We're leaving now. The others also stood up after hearing this and set off without letting the mage speak further. Chapter 193, The Giant Ice Python. They traveled for a long time again and finally, not far ahead of them, a huge ancient castle appeared. The castle was enormous. Although it wasn't the largest castle they had ever seen, it was certainly the most peculiar, because atop the entire castle coiled something massive. Since they were still at a distance, they couldn't clearly see what had coiled around the castle. However, they already sensed that the entire castle was eerie. Since they had arrived in front of the castle, there was only one path before them. Enter the castle, rescue the prince, and find the ice crystal to restore the magician's magical power. Soon, they headed straight for the castle along a winding snow-covered path. Just as they were about to reach the castle, suddenly a huge silver-white shadow rushed out from somewhere. This unexpected incident caught all of them off guard. Zhu Bingxing, Snow Bear, who had been running at the forefront, abruptly stopped its sprint. Because of its sudden halt, the magician on its back instantly fell off. The rest of them also stopped behind Snow Bear. Cabe didn't control his body well and directly collided with Snow Bear's rear end, causing him to stumble. What happened? Why did you stop? Kylie asked the Snow Bear in front. There's something, replied the Snow Bear. What kind of thing? Cabe slowly stood up while gently rubbing his head. At this moment, something incredibly large suddenly appeared in front of them. When they saw the scene, they were all frightened, speechless. Cabe's mouth was wide open and he didn't know what to do. The magician, having fallen to the ground, only saw the creature when he got up. It turned out that in front of them was actually a giant python. This massive python was entirely silver white, its scales shining with a blinding white light, and its eyes glowed red like two red diamonds. It opened its huge mouth and hissed sharply at the Snow Bear in front. This sound caused the others to shiver involuntarily. How could such a big snake appear here? Cabe stared at the giant snake in astonishment. But now, no one could answer his question. This giant snake was standing upright in front of the Snow Bear, less than 10 meters away, while the length of the entire snake exceeded 30 meters. Seeing such a snake appear in front of him, Snow Bear was also surprised, but it quickly calmed down. First, it didn't show any immediate big reactions, fearing too much movement might draw more attention from the giant python. Everyone, don't move, Snow Bear reminded the people behind him quietly. Don't move? Are you joking? How can I stay still now? Cabe, standing behind Snow Bear, was so tense he could barely speak. Cabe, listen to Marcus Mila. It's right. Kylie reminded Cabe behind her. Will this really work? Cabe still felt uneasy. Just as Cabe was about to raise his head to check the situation in front, the giant python suddenly arched its body, preparing to attack. Alanthus immediately understood this python would soon attack them. He shouted loudly at the others. Everyone, scatter! Scatter! Cabe turned back to look at Alanthus behind him. At the very moment he turned, the giant python suddenly lunged towards the Snow Bear in front. Standing in place, perhaps Snow Bear hadn't fully reacted yet, when it was tightly coiled by the python. Facing such a python, Snow Bear was like a little mouse, easily subdued. Seeing this, Kylie involuntarily took several steps back, and Cabe also stepped backward. Only Alanthus, upon seeing this, pulled the sharp sword from her waist and swiftly rushed toward the position of the python, then forcefully chopped towards the python's huge body. With a bang, a crisp sound was heard, and Alanthi's sword snapped into two pieces. Alanthus froze looking at the broken sword in her hand. Immediately after, the python's massive tail fiercely whipped towards her direction. Luckily, Alanthus reacted fast, turning around agilely to dodge the python's attack. Meanwhile, the python continued to coil the Snow Bear tightly in its grasp. Realizing how trapped it was, Snow Bear bared its sharp fangs and bit down fiercely. But the moment its fangs touched the python's scales, they shattered, and a gush of blood spurted out instantly. After sustaining such a serious injury, the Snow Bear couldn't help but let out a loud wail. The louder it cried, the tighter the giant python squeezed around its body. Kylie, standing with her sword at hand about 10 meters from the python, hesitated to get closer to this beast. Alanthus was the closest to the python, but the snake made no further move to attack him. It seemed that the situation had reached a deadlock. Only the snow bear continued to cry out in agony, as it was gradually being crushed by the python. Soon, it would likely be completely killed. What do we do now? Cabe shouted after moving away from the python's danger zone. Alanthes stared at his broken sword in his hand and angrily tossed it on the ground. As Kylie began inching toward him, Alanthes gestured to stop her, signaling the spot where he stood was still too dangerous. Recognizing the sign, Kylie stopped in place. Meanwhile, Cabe remained stationary farthest from the python. So tense were they all that they had completely forgotten about the magician. At this moment, the snow bear tightly bound by the python's coils seemed to have ceased its cries, its entire body slowly going limp, no longer flailing wildly like before. Apparently, it had lost its strength or started slipping into unconsciousness. Watching its prey struggle less and less, the python slowly transferred its blood-red eyes from its current target to focus in front of the snow bear. Its head then retracted slightly. Upon seeing this sudden movement, Alanthes instantly felt something bad was about to happen. He realized the python was preparing to eat. In an instant, the snow bear would soon be swallowed entirely by the python's gaping maw, yet Alanthes found himself powerless to intervene. What is it doing? Cabe, who was standing far away, kept asking dumbly. Kylie turned her head towards Cabe and gave him a subtle glance, indicating for him to stop talking so as not to attract the python's attention. But Cabe failed to understand Kylie's intention and persisted in whispering questions to Alanthes near the python. What's it doing? When Alanthes heard Cabe's inquiry again, he turned around and gave him a quick gesture to hush. After seeing Alanthes' signal, Cabe immediately shut his mouth. And just then, the python suddenly opened its enormous jaw right below its sharp teeth with their hooked fangs appearing before Alanthes in an instant. Alanthes was astonished. Before he could react, the python swiftly bit down directly on the snow bear's head. Within a mere flash, the snow bear was entirely swallowed whole into the python's belly. The three of them were horrified at this shocking scene. Cabe even fell on his rear, his legs trembling and unable to bear his weight. The one standing nearest to the python, Alanthes, observed everything clearly, yet he stood rooted to the spot, frozen like stone. Wide-eyed, he gazed straight ahead at the monstrous python before him. While Kylie wasn't paralyzed with fear like Cabe, she too was shocked stiff. Fortunately, she retained some awareness and quietly crept back towards Alanthes. Suddenly, the python's gaze shifted toward Kylie as she moved. Stunned, Kylie halted mid-step, unsure of what to do next. Her legs trembled uncontrollably. Alanthes quickly shouted loudly at the python to divert its attention. At that moment, the python sensed the noise and immediately turned its massive snake head toward Alanthes. Once it noticed something swiftly moving in its sight range, it perked up with great interest. Then, it slithered after Alanthes using its colossal body. Alanthes' running speed, however, was no match for the python. Just as he took a few steps, the python caught up and slid in front of him, blocking his escape route. Faced with no way out, Alanthes became nervous but could do nothing except turn around and attempt to flee again. Just as he tried to run, the python's body coiled rapidly around him, forming a circular trap that sealed Alanthes tightly inside. Witnessing such a scene, Alanthes instantly felt a wave of panic. He had never faced such a colossal python before. The dangers they encountered, I watched them all clearly in the silver mirror. I shouted loudly, but my companions in the mirror couldn't hear anything. I kept shouting until I could shout no more and finally stopped yelling. After calming down, I began to carefully observe this giant python in the mirror. Its size was immense, comparable even to the rhino-horn python we faced in Monte Carlo. But now, I'm somewhere so far away from them that even if I'm worried out of my mind, I can do nothing to help them. Just as I saw the giant python opening its bloodthirsty mouth and rushing towards Alanthes, the python suddenly paused halfway. It seemed like something attacked it at the neck, causing its entire body to tilt back as if it had been severely hit. Looking at the situation, Alanthes quickly took advantage of the moment and escaped from the circle formed by the python's coils. Now, the entire body of the python fell to the ground and started wriggling violently, as though under a heavy attack. What's happening? Kylie asked softly towards Alanthes. I don't know, replied Alanthes, utterly bewildered. As they looked on with confusion, they saw something moving from the middle of the python's belly. The abdomen began to rise and fall, as though something were about to burst out from inside. Their eyes fixed intently on the python's belly, when suddenly a large hole appeared in it, and a stream of white liquid spurted out from its abdomen. Then, a massive white object charged out from the snake's belly. Seeing this, Kylie exclaimed, It's the snow bear! It's the snow bear! Chapter 194, The Ice Girl. Upon hearing Kelly's scream, the other two also turned their gaze toward the white object. After a long while, they finally made out the face of the white object. Indeed, it was the snow bear that had been swallowed by the giant python. At such a sight, I couldn't help but take a deep breath, as it was too perilous. And just at that moment, unbeknownst to me, the woman had once again appeared before my eyes. Her sudden appearance startled me, causing me to instinctively stand up. But since I was confined in a cage, my head harshly collided with the upper edge of the cage, leaving me momentarily dazed. I didn't expect your friend to be quite skilled, the woman said expressionlessly. They won't give up so easily, I said while rubbing my head. Then it seems I must take matters into my own hands, the woman said with a wicked smile. What? Before I could look up at her, she disappeared once more. After the snow bear emerged from the python's abdomen, the other three humans had already rushed to its side. They couldn't believe their eyes, especially Caleb, who kept staring at the snow bear in shock, wondering if the one in front of him was really still alive. The snow bear was covered in the white liquid from inside the python, which smelled sticky and repulsive. After Kelly stood next to the snow bear, she had no choice but to cover her nose with her hand to avoid inhaling too much of the stench. Meanwhile, Alanthus looked back at the fallen python on the ground. It was not dead yet, only lying there convulsing, evidently suffering great pain. It wouldn't last much longer before it would die. At this moment, the gate of the castle in front of them suddenly opened. Instantly, all their gazes shifted towards this colossal ancient castle gate. This was a crystal gate 30 meters high, arch-shaped, and open from the middle. Carvings of intricate patterns adorned the surface of the door panels, though the style of these patterns remained unclear to everyone. The gate quickly cracked open a gap, revealing glimpses of vague imagery within the fortress through the gap. Why is the gate opening on its own? Caleb asked anxiously. I don't know, but it clearly wants us to enter, Alanthus replied. It's inviting us? That's impossible, Caleb exclaimed upon hearing this. Huh? Kelly showed signs of confusion. What's wrong? Alanthus questioned. Where is the magician? Kelly inquired. How did he vanish? Caleb immediately looked around when he heard this. There's no need to search. He has already left, the snow bear suddenly said. Left? Kelly asked. I can no longer detect his scent, the snow bear stated. I think he must have chosen to leave so as not to drag us down with him, Alanthus said. That's right. We were too focused on that python earlier and completely forgot about him, Kelly said. But now, none of that matters anymore. What we must do is get inside the castle, Alanthus said. Enter? This place is obviously. Caleb was just about to speak when an unseen suction force abruptly appeared from somewhere and pulled everyone standing in front of the gate into the castle itself. Simultaneously, the massive doors of the fortress slammed shut. This powerful current dragged them into a vast hall until the pull finally ceased. They landed like scattered pebbles in someone's grasp, sprawled flat on the ground. Perhaps due to the suddenness of the events, their minds were completely muddled, unable to rise no matter how hard they tried. Caleb attempted several times, falling heavily onto the ground each time. Alanthus reminded them not to waste their energy on futile efforts. Teacher, Kelly, Caleb, Marcus Mira. A familiar voice suddenly reached their ears. It sounds like someone is calling us. Marcus Mira's hearing was highly acute. As soon as he detected someone calling their names, he alerted those around him. However, he himself was unable to move, and everything before him appeared blurred, as if he were in a faint. Though the others had also heard the calls, their vision suffered similarly. Apparently, upon being drawn inside, some substance had clouded their sight. Kelly spoke softly to her companions nearby, though her voice was low and those around her didn't seem to hear her clearly. Alanthus calmly sat on the cold floor, having sensed he was in a large space. He gently ran his hand across the ground, a chilling sensation instantly coursing through his entire body. Where are we? Kelly asked her companions nearby with a terrified look on her face. I don't know, but it seems we're in a spacious room, Alanthus guessed. Why does it feel like something is covering my eyes? Kelly said as she kept rubbing her eyes with her hands. I feel the same way, Alanthus replied. Me too, Caleb said. Ha ha ha. Suddenly, a woman's laughter echoed from afar. This laughter was akin to something emerging from the abyss, causing their bodies to shiver uncontrollably upon hearing it. Who is laughing? Alanthus closed his eyes and tried hard to pinpoint the source of the laughter. At this moment, he felt a gust of wind suddenly slicing past him. Instinctively, he leaned backward, and the wind disappeared. Soon after, that woman's laughter appeared again at a distance not far from him. However, this time the laughter was brief and intermittent. Who are you? Alanthus asked once more. Why are you laughing? Kelly also asked. Wait. Marcus Mira suddenly interrupted. What's wrong? Kelly questioned. Could this woman be? Marcus Mira didn't finish his sentence before the woman's voice resounded near his ear. You're quite impressive to have managed to enter my territory. The Ice Girl. Marcus Mira immediately exclaimed upon hearing this. Yes, I am the Ice Girl, the woman responded. And now that you've entered my domain, there's nothing to worry about because you'll all die here soon enough, the woman coldly stated. Ice Girl, what did you do to our prince? Kelly suddenly asked angrily upon hearing this. Prince? Do you mean that man? The woman gestured toward a cage far away. At this point, I was locked inside a cage about 100 meters away from them. Despite shouting loudly and repeatedly, they seemed unable to hear me. I struck the transparent walls around me, hoping to make noise to attract their attention, but it proved futile. And with the Ice Girl already standing in front of them, even if they noticed my existence, communication would still be nearly impossible. After some time, their vision seemed to gradually recover, and the Ice Girl simply exchanged a few words with them before disappearing again. Once their vision fully restored, Alanthus was the first to notice someone sitting on the ground about 100 meters away, staring at him with a similar expression. Your Highness. Alanthus shouted loudly when he saw me. Kelly and Caleb also spotted me at the same time. They immediately tried to run towards me, but although their vision had recovered, their bodies were still weak. So, for the moment, we could only look at each other from 100 meters away. Fortunately, the distance wasn't very far, so we could communicate by shouting. Through a short exchange, I informed them of my physical condition, and they informed me of theirs. Now we were pretty certain both our conditions were relatively intact, but I was still confined within this transparent cage, while they had almost fully regained their strength and started running toward me. When they finally reached where I was, suddenly, one of the mannequins that had been far away from me earlier somehow appeared right in front of them, placing itself between me and them. What is this thing? Caleb instinctively took a few steps back upon seeing it. It's extremely dangerous. Retreat quickly. I shouted loudly at them. But since they had come to my side, they would absolutely not abandon me. First, Alanthes charged at the giant mannequin. Of course, in his current state, he was no match for the mannequin. The mannequin remained still until Alanthes reached it. Then it lifted one hand and grabbed Alanthes by the neck, lifting him off the ground. Alanthes, like a mud skipper out of water, began struggling fiercely from side to side. After seeing this, Kelly also rushed forward, unarmed as she was, and pounced onto the mannequin. At this point, Ice Bear and Caleb also charged in. Ice Bear ran with great speed and rammed directly into the mannequin. The mannequin, holding Alanthes in one hand, didn't budge at all while Ice Bear used every ounce of its strength to collide with it. There was a loud sound of impact, followed by Ice Bear's agonizing howl. Hearing this, Kelly and Caleb immediately halted their charge and turned to look at the howling Ice Bear. At that moment, Ice Bear's head had suffered an enormous gash, so large that it stretched almost from the top of its head down to its neck. Meanwhile, at some point unknown to everyone, the mannequin had drawn the sharp sword from its waist. Residual blood from Ice Bear could still be faintly seen on the blade, revealing that Ice Bear had been cut by this very sword. "You mustn't come any closer. Run." Watching the scene before me, I shouted loudly. Chapter 195, A Battle of Ice and Fire. But my shouting was utterly useless. Although Kelly hesitated for a moment, she still prepared to rush towards the mannequin, and Kaboo beside her also began to charge. At this moment, a strange cry reached our ears. This cry was very bizarre. Though it was far away, we could hear it clearly. After hearing this cry, the mannequin suddenly let go of Arance and immediately turned in the direction of the sound. It then slowly tightened its grip on the sharp sword, seemingly on guard against something. After a pause, another howl sounded. This time we heard it even more clearly, and the second cry was much closer than the first, as if it were about to reach us. Hearing the sound, all of us looked at each other, even though I was still in the cage. But I could still see the expressions of fear and confusion on the faces of my companions outside. At that moment, a cloud of white ice fog instantly appeared around us, and then a person dressed in crystal-like armor stood before us. Seeing this person, several of us couldn't help but shout out, because this person was none other than the ice woman who had locked us up. For some unknown reason, she had reappeared before us. But at that moment, I seemed to feel that the reappearance of the ice woman must have been closely related to the howls. Her subsequent question completely confirmed my suspicion. She immediately looked at us and asked, "When you arrived, did you pass through an ice cave?" "Yes, we came from there," Kaboo, standing some distance away from the ice woman, tremulously answered. "And how did you get out from there?" she asked with great severity. Kelly tried to explain, but she was interrupted by another ear-piercing howl. This third howl was even closer, almost directly above us. "You've awakened it." The ice woman stared hard at us with wide eyes. "What are you talking about?" Kaboo didn't understand for a moment. Although Kaboo didn't catch on at once, I immediately remembered. The awakening the ice woman spoke of referred to the massive red dragon. The ice woman is talking about the red dragon. The snow bear gritted his teeth while clutching his wound and said, "Unbelievable that you've shown such audacity." Having said that, the ice woman immediately transformed into a swirl of ice mist and disappeared before our eyes. And that mannequin also vanished in an instant, as if they had never existed before us. But since they were gone, it at least meant we were safe for now. They gathered in front of me, but I was still trapped in the cage, so they could only look at me through the bars. The snow bear attempted to use his sharp claws to open the cage, but after many failed attempts, he finally gave up. Others also tried different methods, but without any success. Helpless, I asked them to stop this futile action. At that moment, I wasn't sure whether I would ever be able to leave here again, nor were my companions sure whether they could rescue me from inside the cage. We could only face each other in despair. Then, the snow bear, holding his injury, said, "Maybe there's hope for you yet. If you're caught by the ice woman's magic, then if she dies, such magic will disappear." Hearing this, everyone felt a glimmer of hope once again. But when we thought about it further, killing the ice woman was practically impossible. It was like trying to take down a god. Despite the numerous hardships we'd faced, battling countless monsters along the way, they were always defeatable. However, the ice woman before us was an entirely different story. Even though she was one of the Snow Kingdom, her abilities were simply unmatched. Just as we were reflecting on this, another massive roar echoed in our ears, the sound so loud it made our eardrums ache. Suddenly, we felt the ground beneath us violently shake. We all fell to the ground, and try as we might, getting back up was nearly impossible. We lay there, doing our best to stabilize our bodies with the shaking ground. This continued for quite a long time until the vibrations slowly subsided, and we cautiously tested standing again. Even though we had managed to get back on our feet, our minds were completely blank, unsure of what had happened. Just as we were thoroughly confused, an awe-inspiring scene was unfolding outside the Ice Woman's castle. The earthquake we felt was caused by this event. At that moment, the Ice Woman stood just outside the main gate of the ancient fortress. Behind her was the mannequin, gripping a sharp sword and staring into the distant sky. Suddenly, a red dot appeared in front of the Ice Woman, quickly drawing nearer until it was fully visible before her. Seeing this thing before her, the Ice Woman's eyebrows twitched with unease. Then she walked toward the red dot. Almost simultaneously with that movement, an unexpected disturbance occurred above the ancient castle. Something unknown seemed to begin peeling away the exterior of the castle. In no time, the entire structure began shaking violently, with large chunks of ice falling from within the castle like an icy rain. The outside of the castle also started to experience intense fluctuations, with crack-like fissures appearing all around. At this moment, something massive suddenly peeled off from the top of the castle. equally as gigantic as the red dot in front of the ice woman. This enormous object immediately hovered beside her. Taking a few steps forward, the ice woman suddenly stopped. She floated effortlessly, like a snowflake, in front of the colossal creature that had been peeled off. This creature then slowly lowered a long, neck-like appendage, and in an instant, the ice woman was drawn into it. The red dot in the sky had already arrived in front of the castle. It was an unbelievably massive red dragon, each of its red scales towering over the mannequin. Its claws were easily strong enough to crush the mannequin into mincemeat. Compared to the dragon, the colossal ice snake we encountered seemed nothing more than a pitifully tiny worm. The thing that absorbed the ice woman turned out to be another immense ice dragon, equal in size to the red dragon. The ice dragon's body shone crystal clear, and its silver-white eyes looked like giant, rock-solid pieces of ice. In no time, these two massive dragons intertwined in the sky. Their huge wings spread across the heavens, blocking the sunlight. Sometimes they entwined together, other times they separated. The red dragon would occasionally spew out a colossal fire snake, launching it at the ice dragon, which retaliated by spraying out an ice snake to counteract the fire. When the ice snake and the fire snake collided, huge waves of energy surged through the air. The atmosphere in the sky began to change, producing smoke-like substances where the ice snake and the fire snake clashed. At this moment, the red dragon made its move first, diving furiously down at the ice dragon with incredible speed. Within an instant, it lunged for the ice dragon's neck with a ferocious bite. However, the ice dragon quickly reacted by withdrawing its neck and dodging the attack. Then, it swung its tail and struck toward the red dragon's head. But the red dragon, equally cunning, effortlessly evaded the blow. It was clear that the abilities of these two monstrous creatures were evenly matched. Again, the ice dragon unleashed a stream of an ice snake from its mouth, but once outside, the ice transformed into countless icicle-like projectiles flying straight at the red dragon. Watching these icicles fly toward him, the red dragon suddenly pounced forward, pulling its wings entirely inward at the last moment, before shooting forth like a bowstring arrow right through the hail of icicles, heading directly toward the ice dragon's abdomen. The ice dragon didn't anticipate the red dragon's prowess. Unprepared, it was struck in the belly. With a loud roar, it fell heavily from the sky. The red dragon swiftly dove down again, aiming to attack the ice dragon once more. But after plummeting some distance, the ice dragon suddenly halted mid-fall. By the time the red dragon closed in, the ice dragon was already spreading its wings and ascending once again. From its mouth, it emitted a pale blue razor-sharp icicle spear, holding it tightly as it rocketed forward towards the descending red dragon. The two enormous creatures met head-on with great momentum. Instantly, the red dragon was impaled by the ice spear clutched in the ice dragon's jaws. Chapter 196, The Death of the Ice Dragon. Fortunately, it didn't dive down with full force. When it saw the ice dragon's counterattack, it immediately tilted to the side, but the icicle still struck its left shoulder wing. The icicle mercilessly pierced through its entire wing. It howled in pain, attempting to move away from the ice dragon, but the ice dragon was now in hot pursuit. The red dragon exerted all its strength to fly higher into the sky, but due to its damaged wing, its flying speed was greatly affected. Soon enough, the ice dragon following behind caught up. Watching the injured red dragon ahead, the ice dragon increased its speed and opened its huge mouth, fiercely biting down on the red dragon's tail. With such a fierce bite, the red dragon lost its balance, falling down. But the ice dragon wasn't done. It clamped down tightly on the red dragon's tail and began to shake it violently. The red dragon, with one severely injured wing and its tail firmly bitten, helplessly swayed along with the ice dragon's movements. Then, seeing that the red dragon had almost lost its ability to resist, the ice dragon released its grip. The red dragon fell like an immense rock towards the ground, making a loud crash as it hit the surface. At this moment, the ice dragon, which had been flying in the sky, slowly descended. Once it landed, it looked at the red dragon lying almost lifeless on the ground, its lips curling into what seemed like a woman-like smile. The red dragon's body had completely collapsed into the ground. Its wing that had been pierced by the icicle was shattered by the great impact, while the other wing had deeply sunk into the earth. Its two colossal claws rested heavily on the ground, its long neck stretching outward, and its massive head laying on thick snow. Still, it wasn't dead yet. You could see it breathing heavily through the snow around its nostrils. The ice dragon moved slowly toward the red dragon's direction. Soon, the ice dragon stood above the red dragon. Looking at the nearly dying red dragon, it opened its colossal dragon mouth, revealing those teeth, each taller than a man and incredibly sharp, before suddenly lunging and clamping down on the red dragon's neck. In an instant, the ice dragon bit down tightly on the red dragon's neck, causing the red dragon to let out another wail, shaking its whole body in a futile attempt to struggle. However, its body wouldn't obey any more commands. Ignoring the red dragon's reaction, the ice dragon simply held fast to the neck, swaying violently to try and rip it off. As the ice dragon swung and clamped forcefully on the red dragon's neck, something sharp suddenly shot out from somewhere, piercing directly into the ice dragon's eye. Instantly, the ice dragon trembled violently, instinctively releasing the hold it had on the red dragon's neck. It took several steps back and roared loudly. Perhaps because everything had happened too suddenly, the ice dragon hadn't had time to react. Just as it tried again to see clearly what had occurred, the red dragon's head rushed towards its own neck, and in a flash, the red dragon's sharp and hard teeth pierced through the ice dragon's neck. At once, the ice dragon's neck began to crumble, ice shards scattering all over the ground like icy rain, while its neck got instantly severed. Its huge head crashed onto the ground, causing the ice dragon's entire body to begin cracking extensively due to the broken neck. Quickly, the dragon's body shattered into countless pieces of ice. Gradually, the decapitated head also started breaking apart, with icy mist enveloping this scene. From the icy fog, a woman clad in silver armor gradually stepped forward. In front of her stood an enormous creature. "It seems I truly underestimated you," said the woman, gasping for breath. "You shouldn't have sealed me," a vague yet robust voice responded. At this moment, the Ice Queen raised her hand and threw it toward the head of the red dragon. A huge ice ball flew toward the red dragon and struck its head all at once. But such an attack evidently had no effect on a monster of this size. After being attacked by the Ice Queen, the red dragon immediately began its counterattack. It opened its dragon mouth and sprayed out a giant fire snake from its mouth. This fiery serpent sped straight toward the Ice Queen. Standing in place, she waved her hands in front of her, and a layer of white ice appeared before her. When the fiery serpent sprayed onto the ice layer, it stirred up waves of icy mist. The Ice Queen stood within the ice layer and seemed to suffer no harm at all. However, not long after, the ice layer suddenly shattered, and the Ice Queen, caught off guard, was instantly engulfed by the fiery serpent. Luckily, the Ice Queen still had her armor to resist for a while, but soon the armor was melted by the scorching fiery serpent. "You're done." The rough voice spoke to the Ice Queen again. The Ice Queen did not respond further. She just crossed her hands over her chest, as if doing her best to fend off the red dragon's attack. Soon the fiery serpent disappeared, and the Ice Queen was enveloped in icy mist. All the snow around her had already turned into pools of boiling water. Then the Ice Queen seemed unwilling to give up. She lifted her hands, and instantly, a silver-white spear appeared in her hands. Then her whole body floated, and she charged toward the red dragon's eye. However, the red dragon had already prepared itself. It blew hard in the direction of the Ice Queen, who fell like a flake of snow to the ground. Then the red dragon stepped down with its enormous claw upon the Ice Queen lying on the ground without time to rise, trapping her under its massive paw. But the Ice Queen was not dead. Using her spear, she fiercely stabbed toward the center of the red dragon's claw. The red dragon only felt a sharp pain in its claw, and it immediately lifted its claw. At that moment, it saw clearly that its claw had a spear stuck in it. As the red dragon looked at its claw, the Ice Queen had somehow floated behind it. From the ground emerged a huge ice rock covered with countless protruding icicles. This enormous ice rock was as large as the dragon's head. If it were to strike directly at the red dragon's head, it might kill the red dragon outright. The red dragon only felt something striking its head harshly. It immediately looked back and saw the Ice Queen preparing more ice rocks for an attack. It roared loudly at the Ice Queen and spewed out an incredibly hot flame from its mouth. This ball of flames instantly melted all the ice rocks, and the Ice Queen was also instantly engulfed in the flames. For an unknown amount of time, the flames surrounding the Ice Queen slowly extinguished, and the person wrapped in the flames had completely vanished. Whether she had disappeared or truly died, it was unknown. However, this now didn't matter at all since the red dragon had already eliminated its threat. At this moment, it looked up at the sky, roared loudly, and shot up through the clouds. Almost simultaneously at the place where the Ice Queen was entangled by the flames, there gradually floated a thing about the size of a fist and as thick as a finger. It hovered in midair and then began moving slowly before disappearing into the air. We didn't see the epic battle between the two dragons because we were still inside the Ice Queen's castle. We didn't know if the Ice Queen would come back. But obviously, we could no longer stay in the castle. The transparent cage that had kept me imprisoned also mysteriously disappeared when the Ice Queen vanished. Now I was able to make physical contact with others. We quickly discussed, and with Snow Bear by our side, we decided to rush out of the castle together. The journey out of the castle was much simpler than we imagined. We encountered almost no obstacles and successfully escaped the castle. When we burst through the last gate of the castle, the same clay figure that had been guarding me reappeared before our eyes. This statue seemed to have been standing motionless at the entrance to the castle. When it sensed some movement at the castle gates, it turned its face toward us. "How is this guy here?" Kaboo asked nervously after seeing the clay figure. "It's fine, we can handle it," Alanthus said firmly. Chapter 197, White Deer, Alley City. Since we had safely escaped from the ancient castle of the Ice Maiden, we naturally weren't afraid of this giant humanoid clay figure anymore. Thus, all of us, including the Snow Bear, prepared for battle and slowly approached the direction of the clay figure. But just then, a gentle breeze passed by, just a light wind that didn't seem very strong. Yet, in an instant as it swept past, the humanoid figure before us started to change, beginning to disperse starting from its head. Its head gradually turned into countless snowflakes that danced in the air, and as the wind grew stronger, the entire figure began dissipating from head to toe. Before long, the clay figure disappeared right in front of our eyes. "What's going on?" Kelly asked, looking at everything with a puzzled expression. "Quick look," Cab immediately shouted, pointing in the direction behind us. We immediately turned around, only to see another humanoid form emerging right before our eyes. However, this time the humanoid figure was made up of the enormous ancient castle behind us. With each passing breeze, the castle slowly dispersed. Before long, the entire castle completely vanished. We were all taken aback by what we saw, but soon we snapped out of our daze. "How could this happen?" Kelly asked again. "The Ice Maiden is dead," Snow Bear said immediately. "The Ice Maiden is dead." We were all extremely shocked upon hearing this. "How do you know?" I asked. Because the entire frozen mountain range has begun to change. Look at the surrounding terrain. Snow Bear pointed toward our surroundings and said. Only then did we carefully observe the area. Indeed, the mountains around us were also beginning to shrink as the wind blew. What is this? I muttered while looking at the environment. The frozen mountain range is gradually disappearing, Snow Bear explained. Disappearing? Cap exclaimed in surprise. So how did the Ice Maiden die? Kelly asked. This might be why we experienced such a violent earthquake in the castle, Snow Bear said. You mean? Alanthes didn't finish his sentence, so Snow Bear continued. All right, let's hurry up and leave here. The frozen mountain range no longer exists, and now is the perfect time to leave. After hearing Snow Bear's words, we quickly quickened our steps. It took us nearly 3 days, but we finally managed to leave the frozen mountain range far behind. Although we were still in cold winds along the way, we could obviously feel the chill gradually receding. When the 4th day arrived, we found ourselves standing in a field covered with tender green grass. We've finally made it out, I exclaimed excitedly. It looks like we've finally left the frozen kingdom, Alanthes said excitedly as well. Yes, you have left the frozen kingdom. You are free now, Snow Bear said. So what should we do next? Cab asked. However, I still hadn't planned anything concrete about our next journey. I was just thrilledly observing the lush green grasses around me. This place seemed to be a vast prairie, one that we hadn't seen in a long while. In this moment, my heart felt as though I were meeting an old friend. Occasionally, there would be small trees standing amidst the grasslands, and occasionally birds would appear in the sky above us. Their melodious songs reached my ears, making my body instantly relax. Without thinking, I fell back onto the soft grass, and the others mimicked my actions after seeing what I'd done. I was overwhelmed with a feeling of long-missed familiarity. Gently running my hand over the tender blades of grass beneath me, I felt my body and mind utterly at ease. It seemed like I'd forgotten everything, all the experiences we'd endured in the Frozen Kingdom. You will reach your final departure from the Frozen Kingdom if you keep walking forward, Snow Bear said beside us while we lay on the grass. Perhaps because we really enjoyed this sensation too much, we had completely forgotten about Snow Bear being nearby. After hearing Snow Bear's voice, we all got up immediately, and I sheepishly asked, where exactly are we heading if we keep moving forward? You'll be reaching the city of White Deer Alley. That's the territory of the dragons, Snow Bear said. Dragons? Upon hearing this name, my nerves tightened once more. That's right. Your next challenge will be crossing through the Dragon Kingdom, Snow Bear confirmed. So, is it dangerous there? Cab anxiously asked. Haha. Well, you're definitely going to miss the days spent in the Frozen Kingdom, Snow Bear said, slowly turning around and starting to walk back toward the direction of the Frozen Kingdom. Marcus Mira, I suddenly called out to stop him. It turned and looked at me. I knew it was going home. So, I ran in front of it and hugged the Snow Bear's thick neck tightly, saying, Marcus Mira, thank you for your help along the way. Take care of yourselves, be especially careful, the Snow Bear said to all of us. It left, just like that. We had barely exchanged much with it. Now our goal was the place called White Deer Alley City that Marcus Mira had mentioned. We walked for nearly 2 days because we were getting farther and farther away from the Frozen Kingdom. Thus, we also felt our bodies getting warmer, so we took off the thick fur clothes we were wearing and only left a relatively thin garment on. After another day, we finally saw a city appearing before us. We stood on a huge rock, looking down from above at a distant city. This was a special city, one we had never seen before. Even though it was still far away, we could see it very clearly. This city was incredibly large, almost an infinitely extended rectangle. We could only see the beginning of the city, but not the end. Outside the city stood a tall wall, which was gray-white in color, made from an unknown material. Strange patterns and totems were carved onto the gray-white walls. Due to the distance, we didn't see the true appearance of these totems clearly, but one thing was completely certain. We had never seen such totem styles. Within the city walls stretched countless houses, their structures entirely different from those of other cities. They seemed to have been built using one single architectural model, making all the large houses look almost identical at first glance. However, if you approached and observed closely, you could still distinctly discern some subtle differences. Additionally, the building materials of these houses were completely different from the gray-white material used for the city wall. Instead, they were constructed from another substance we'd never encountered, a material resembling black steel stone. The shiny black surface gleamed under the sunlight, looking especially dazzling. What puzzled us particularly was that the buildings inside the city were spaced far apart. There was a whole building gap before another appeared. The streets within the city were also very wide, capable of accommodating 5 carriages traveling abreast without feeling crowded at all. These streets were paved with waist-high slabs of rock. The rock slabs were smooth, and they appeared extremely hard. Even some slabs bearing huge carvings remained completely unbroken. Looking deeper into the city, we couldn't see the end anymore. And the entire city seemed endless, stretching infinitely toward the distance, giving people a feeling of absolute despair. Is this the White Deer Alley city that the Snow Bear spoke of? Cab asked as he gazed at the city before his eyes. It must be here, I nodded and said. Well, we've rested long enough now. Let's go. Alanthes patted my shoulder and said. Soon we departed from where the rocks were located, following a winding mountain path until we reached the flat ground. Not far from us lay White Deer Alley City. Everyone looked at the city right before our eyes, and strangely, a sense of fear surfaced within each of our hearts at this moment, which was quite normal for an entirely unknown domain. We strode boldly towards White Deer Alley City. Before reaching White Deer Alley City, we needed to cross a small grove first. This grove wasn't big, and even with the naked eye, we could fully see our ultimate goal beyond it. Just as we were about to enter the grove, a massive shadow suddenly appeared out of nowhere. It rushed past us in an instant, yet we hadn't noticed anything until the giant shadow swept past us. That's when we became aware. We immediately went on high alert. Just as we were preparing to do something, Alanthes, who had been walking in front, was suddenly struck by something. In an instant, he flew up and fell heavily onto a tree stump. Perhaps due to the suddenness of the incident and having faced no danger during our journey so far, we had let our guard down. Alanthes' sudden attack caused us to swiftly enter a combat-ready state. I saw my teacher being attacked, so I hurriedly ran to him and slowly turned him over. Only then did I realize that blood was seeping from his face and nostrils. He's badly injured, I said to the other two. But now they had no time to heed my words because standing before them was a massive shadow, one that was getting closer and closer. The shadow finally became fully visible to all of us. What is this thing? Cab exclaimed in shock as he took several steps backward. Chapter 198, The Monster. Just as this huge shadow gradually revealed itself before us, we finally managed to make out what stood in front of us. It seemed like a human, or perhaps more accurately, a species resembling humans. Its height easily exceeded 3 meters, though that was only our estimate. It might actually be taller. It wore a dark green armor with a strange design, something we had never seen before anywhere. This armor seemed to grow out of its body rather than being worn. A totem resembling a dragon's head adorned the chest of the armor, while the elbow and leg sections clung tightly to its body. The parts of its body left exposed were almost the same color as the armor. If it weren't for how close we were, we would have assumed it wasn't wearing anything at all. Besides its great height, its physique was also extraordinarily robust, much like a standing water buffalo. Its eyes were a deep yellow, contrasting sharply against its dark green body. Its nose looked somewhat similar to a human's, but much larger, which could partly be due to its face being twice the size of a human's. Most strikingly, on both sides of its head were objects resembling open fans that gently fluttered as if they were breathing, like fish gills underwater. Its enormous mouth caused an undeniable sense of unease, making us feel as though it could bite off our necks at any moment. What the hell is this thing? Kaboo asked nervously again. Could you stop talking for once? Alanthes said to Kaboo with a feeble voice. At that moment, all of us were fully focused on the creature in front of us, and we had already prepared to attack. However, after it suddenly appeared, it made no further move, seemingly waiting for our next action. This led to a standoff where none of us made the first move. After waiting for a long time, it began walking toward us, prompting us instinctively to step backward, trying our best to maintain a certain distance from it. Suddenly, it stopped, then opened its massive mouth and addressed us. Who are you? Why are you here? Its unexpected words completely caught us off guard, leaving us at a loss. However, Alanthes reacted quickly and immediately responded, We mean no harm. Please don't hurt us. You aren't wizards, nor do you appear to be Snowland natives. Who are you? We're humans, Alanthes replied, wiping the bloodstain from his mouth. Humans? I've never heard of them. We've come from far away, I interjected. Why did you come here? That's something difficult to explain clearly, I answered. As we spoke to this creature, an array of howls emerged from somewhere unknown. We had no idea what these sounds came from, but I noticed this monster grew unusually tense upon hearing them. Do you need help? We can assist you. I ventured cautiously. You'd be willing to help me? It sounded extremely surprised at my words. The howling sound erupted again, now evidently closer. Everyone present became even more nervous. Kaboo had almost curled up behind us, and Kylie started checking around carefully, worried about possible surprise attacks. Yes, we are willing to help, I stated firmly. After hearing my answer, it didn't immediately agree, hesitating briefly instead. Then it glanced nervously toward a direction far away and said, Follow me. What? It wants us to follow it. Kaboo sounded even more surprised. Alanthes and I exchanged glances, wanting to discuss whether we should really go with it. However, there wasn't much time to deliberate. With limited options and its urging, we decided to follow it into the forest. The path inside the woods wasn't complicated, and the forest wasn't vast either. From the entrance, we could practically see the exit. In fact, the entire forest covered an area so small that if anything went awry here, we might find it challenging to exercise our full abilities. The group followed the creature as it walked through the woods, and soon we arrived at a massive ancient tree. It suddenly stopped beneath the tree. What's going on? Why has it stopped? Kylie whispered to me. Perhaps it's looking for something, I guessed. Of course, my baseless guess was entirely wrong. It wasn't searching, it was preparing. Then it turned around and asked us, Can you climb trees? Climb trees. We were all stunned upon hearing this. Yes, I quickly replied affirmatively. Good, all of you climb up immediately. Don't look down, and only come down when I tell you to. It instructed. Since it had given us our task, even if we were reluctant in our hearts, there was nothing we could do about it. Soon, we began climbing this huge tree, though its roots were uneven. The tree may have been very tall and large, but climbing it was not difficult. We easily climbed deep into the trunk. Not long after we climbed the tree, we heard an unfamiliar and piercing sound from a distance that none of us had ever encountered before. At this point, we felt some unusual movement under the tree. Then came a series of more significant vibrations, followed by the creature's loud roar. The roaring continued for quite some time, and then the sounds of intense fighting started, getting louder. Crouching on the tree branches, we strained to listen to what was happening underneath. Since the tree was so big and its leaves so dense, they nearly blocked all our vision. Thus, we could only rely on our hearing to sense what was happening below. There was a chaotic clamor, which sounded like weapons clashing. Then we heard someone shouting. Although we couldn't clearly make out the details at first, We still crouched on the tree listening intently. After a while, the shouts reappeared. I perked up my ears carefully, hoping to understand them. At this moment, Alanthes suddenly said to us, "It seems they are calling us." Calling us? Kylie looked at Alanthes doubtfully. That's right, they seem to be calling us. I confirmed after listening carefully again. It appears they are telling us to go down. Alanthes continued. Go down? No way. We don't even know what's happening down there. Kaboo said nervously. Should we go down? Kylie looked at me with concern. I was still carefully listening to what was going on beneath the tree. Finally, I clearly heard the calls directed at us, and they were indeed urgent. It seemed the monster was in some kind of danger. Let's go down quickly, I said, and began climbing down. Kaboo hesitated for a moment, but then saw Alanthes and Kylie also beginning to climb down. So he quickly followed, even though his heart was filled with reluctance because the situation below was still unclear. However, I didn't overthink things much, since we had already promised to help the creature. Promises should be kept. Moreover, since we were now within the territory of the Dragon Kingdom, this creature was a member of the Dragon Kingdom. Strengthening relations with it wouldn't hurt. In no time, we climbed down from the big tree, and as soon as we got off, we were instantly shocked by what we saw. In front of us appeared dozens of gigantic monsters whose appearances were exactly the same as the one we met earlier, making it impossible for us to differentiate between them. Instinctively, we all picked up scattered weapons on the ground. Kylie grabbed a bow and quiver full of arrows. However, this quiver wasn't woven out of bamboo, but rather made of some smooth fabric. Alanthes picked up a giant heavy sword from the ground. This heavy sword was almost taller than a person, incredibly weighty, but obviously extremely sharp. Alanthes, who was robustly built, found it somewhat hard to wield the sword, but overall could manage it. Kaboo picked up a slightly smaller heavy sword, which was still quite heavy compared to the larger one. As for me, I chose a sharp spear that was 2 meters long but not particularly heavy, crafted from an unknown material. After picking up our respective weapons, we ran towards where the shouting originated from. Before too long, we spotted the monster engaged in battle with other similar creatures. But we were uncertain about which was which, so we dared not jump into the fight rashly. What should we do now? Kaboo asked me from behind. Let's watch first, and at least figure out who was calling us just now, I said as I looked at the situation in front of me. You guys are still standing there? Hurry up and come to help. One of the monsters among that group turned its head and shouted loudly at us. That monster seems to be. Before Kaboo could finish his sentence, I had already charged into the group of monsters with my spear raised. Chapter 199, Abandoned Building. Following closely behind were Alanthes and Kelly, then Cab rushed up as well. Thus, we became entangled with the group of monsters before us. Although they were tall, their numbers weren't many, perhaps because most of the previous monsters had already been killed by another monster. I gripped my spear and stabbed toward the head of a monster, but it was too towering to be easily hit. My attack was easily evaded. Then it swung its massive broadsword at me. I quickly dodged aside, and the blade slashed past my face before embedding deeply into the ground. At that moment, Kelly lifted her bow and fired an arrow directly at the monster in front of me. The arrow traced a beautiful arc from Kelly's hand and struck the monster between its brows, instantly piercing through its skull. With a thud, the creature collapsed. The remaining few monsters roared after seeing their companion killed and charged at us. Alanthes also swung his heavy sword towards them, producing loud clangs of metal colliding. Clang, clang. His weapon trembled violently due to the force. After witnessing this, Cab involuntarily stepped back a few paces. Taking this opportunity, I pushed Cab hard on his back, causing him to move forward instinctively for a few steps. Seeing Alanthes' heavy sword quivering, it seemed evident he would struggle momentarily to raise his weapon again. The monsters took this chance to slash down toward Alanthes' head. Just as their weapons were about to strike Alanthes' neck, a huge body suddenly appeared in front of him, holding a heavy sword horizontally above Alanthes' head. He then forcefully pushed upward, deflecting the monster's weapons far away. Next, he swung his heavy sword at the group of monsters. At that moment, I quickly supported Alanthes and asked anxiously, "Teacher, are you all right?" "I'm fine. Didn't expect this heavy sword to be so difficult to control," replied Alanthes. As he spoke, he discarded the heavy sword and picked up a slightly smaller one from the ground. It looked more suitable for him. He swung his new weapon and charged fiercely at the group of monsters, followed by the rest of us. The number of monsters had diminished significantly. Combined with our courageous charge, they couldn't withstand us for long and soon scattered in retreat. When all of them had fled, we stood in place gasping heavily. Certainly, none of us possessed the stamina to fight such giants without tiring. "How come you're just now arriving?" the monster asked as he stood in front of us. "We didn't hear your cries clearly," Kelly replied. "Did I not speak loudly enough for you?" the monster questioned. "No, perhaps you were too far away," I answered. "Fortunately, I reacted quickly. Otherwise, I'd be dead now and wouldn't have waited for your rescue," the monster said with apparent dissatisfaction. "Who exactly are these people?" Cab asked. "They've come to kill me," replied the monster. "Why?" I questioned. "Because I am the sole heir of the Dragon King," answered the monster. "What? An heir?" Cab heard this and stared dumbfounded at the monster in front of him. "So, does that make you the king?" Kelly asked in surprise. "Not yet. The current king is my brother," he replied. "But didn't you say you're the only heir?" Cab queried further. "It's my uncle's son who told me," explained the monster. At this revelation, we exchanged glances and gradually understood the situation. It seemed once again we'd found ourselves embroiled in a kingdom's plot of succession intrigue, reminiscent of the Dwarven brothers' feud in the Gnome Kingdom that we had previously encountered. "So, what do you plan to do now?" I asked. I need to save my sister, the monster replied. Sister? You have another sister? Cab curiously asked. Yes, she is imprisoned inside Bizilu City, the monster answered. In that case, it seems our paths still coincide, remarked Alanthes. You also want to enter the city? The monster asked. Yes, we want to leave your kingdom, Cab replied. Then your route should lead back where you came from, stated the monster. Why? We just came from there, I said. Because it's impossible for you to cross the Dragon Kingdom, the monster insisted. Many people said that. The Snow Countrymen, the Blue Demons, the Elves, and the Dwarves did too. But they were all wrong, Cab retorted disdainfully. Do you really claim to have met so many races? The monster seemed surprised by Cab's assertion of having encountered numerous distinct races. Of course, we've come from a place so far away, Cab said, hearing the monster's apparent disbelief and immediately becoming interested again. All right, let's first find a safe place to talk slowly, I reminded everyone. Thus, we immediately left the forest. Soon, we arrived at the base of Bizilu Alley City, and the sky began to darken. Due to the dim light, the towering wall in front of us stretched out like a giant snake blocking our path, making us appear incredibly small. Now how do we get into the city? I asked the monster. You follow me. It told us, then ran towards a dark section of the city wall. The rest of us followed closely behind, but we soon stopped when a triangular corner appeared before us. This monster slowly approached the corner and gently tapped the gap there. Instantly, the center of the triangular corner began to split open, gradually growing larger with time until it could accommodate the creature's body comfortably. In a flash, the monster slipped inside. We exchanged glances and also entered. Finding the crack narrower than expected, we slightly twisted our bodies to pass through this wall. Once inside Bizilu Alley City, a huge silhouette stood blocking our way. It was the monster. What's that? Cap was startled by the shadow, but he quickly realized and asked the monster. We have now entered the city. What should we do next? From now on, you must stick closely to my steps. Don't stray too far. Remember this well. The monster warned us anxiously. I've memorized it, I replied promptly. Following this, we wound through street after street as the monster led us through 9 turns and 18 bends. Before long, an old-looking building appeared before us. Situated in an inconspicuous corner covered in overgrown weeds, this building obviously hadn't been inhabited for quite some time. The monster strode toward this dilapidated structure which towered like a grand cathedral, larger and more expansive than any typical church. Its roof not the spire-shaped type, but a common flat design instead. What is this place? I cautiously asked the monster. It did not answer immediately, but walked directly to the house's entrance. When it reached the door, it turned around and said, You need to be very careful. A wave of coldness swept over me upon hearing its warning. If the monster was reminding us, this place must surely be dangerous. Should we go inside? Kelly questioned me. Are we really going in? Cab echoed. I watched as the monster gently pushed the house's door open and gestured for us to follow. Since we had already come this far and had no way to turn back, I told the others beside me. No matter what happens, we have to go in. Otherwise, we won't have any other options. With that, I stepped forward into the house first, followed by Alanthes and Kelly, with Cab being the last one to enter. As we stepped inside, the entire interior of the house revealed itself to us. Despite the darkness, through the broken holes in the roof where moonlight streamed in, we observed the room. It was indeed clear that no one had lived here for a long time. The entire house was almost entirely covered in heavy layers of dust. Decayed wooden furniture lay scattered and crumbling, and walls began peeling due to prolonged disuse. It seems pretty secure here, Cab murmured as he looked around. Yes, this place is indeed safe. The monster agreed as it turned back. Why did you tell us to be cautious? I asked puzzled. Look, the monster pointed towards the deep darkness within the house. What's that? I looked in the direction the monster was pointing at. Something seemed to stand erect in the darkness, but due to the overwhelming blackness, we couldn't discern exactly what it was. They are probably statues. Alanthes suddenly declared. That's correct. What you need to watch out for are these statues, the monster explained. Be cautious of statues. They're not going to suddenly come alive, right? Cab asked anxiously. They won't, unless you provoke them, the monster responded. At this, I immediately got a chill down my spine and took several steps back, and the others also retreated a few steps. The monster, seeing our apparent fear, gestured to us and said, It's all right. As long as you follow my instructions, it's absolutely safe here. Chapter 200, The Nightwalkers. Even though the monster had reassured us, I still felt uneasy. It wasn't just me. Everyone else shared this feeling too. But now that we'd already come inside, it was clear we couldn't go back out. Even if we could, we'd have nowhere to go and would be easily discovered. That's when our real danger would begin. Moreover, the monster had told us how safe we were here. If it said it was safe, then it would be safe. We quickly cleared a clean spot to sit down while the monster perched on a large gray rock in the room. Of course, this stone was nothing like those statues. Since we were safe for the time being, at least safer now, the monster began to ask us detailed questions about our origins. Of course, this wasn't our first time facing such a situation, so a few of us selected one of the most talkative among us to recount our journey. Naturally, that person was Kabu, who happily became our spokesperson. He soon started speaking at length. At first, the monster seemed puzzled by what he heard. Then came a streak of doubt, until Kabu's animated storytelling finally made the monster truly start to believe our story. In fact, it was so shocked by our experiences, it hadn't even encountered anything like that itself. Although Kabu was the main storyteller, we occasionally chimed in to fill in the gaps or add details that Kabu hadn't personally experienced. This went on until dawn began to break. Are the things you've been through really true? The monster still sounded somewhat skeptical. To be honest, it's hard for anyone to believe such a story unless they experience it themselves. Anyone hearing this tale would surely think the teller is insane. But we truly lived through all this. I observed the monster's expression. Although its mouth implied doubt, deep down it seemed to believe us. We haven't even introduced ourselves yet, I suddenly said. That's right, what's your name? Carly asked as well. Surely we can't keep calling you monster forever, Kabu added. Deborah Mila, that's my name, the monster replied. Deborah Mila? Isn't she the same last name as the snow bear? Kabu excitedly exclaimed after hearing this. Snow bear? Have you seen that kind of creature? The monster asked after hearing Kabu's words. Of course we've seen it. It's what brought us here, Kabu answered. Then what's your sister's name? Allantes questioned. Gujala Mila, the monster replied. After the monster had introduced its own name and its sister's, we briefly introduced ourselves as well. Naturally, the monster wouldn't be able to remember all our names quickly, so it had its own method, giving everyone nicknames. For instance, since Kabu talked non-stop, it named him Talk-a-Lot. That was actually a phonetic translation from their dragon language, meaning a talkative mouth. Carly's nickname was Misty, referring to her as an ace archer. Allante's nickname was Muscleman, because his build was much stronger than ours. As for me, my nickname was Quickstep because I moved the most nimbly. Before we knew it, daybreak had fully arrived, and each of us stretched after having gone without rest all night. At that moment, the monster suddenly told us, "Please stand up now, don't speak, and gather beside me." We all looked at each other in confusion, but followed through anyway. Once we stood by the monster, an ear-piercing sound suddenly emerged from somewhere unknown. It was so sharp that all of us had to cover our ears and press our bodies down to minimize the noise reaching us. Then we saw moving objects appear above the broken holes in the roof. These objects wriggled slowly. Though I didn't get a clear look, I sensed they might be some kind of animals. "What are those things?" Carly whispered to me. It was evident that the others had also noticed these creatures. I shook my head slightly, lowering myself further to signal I didn't know. Soon, these creatures began crawling toward our room. In no time, they had entered inside. Only then did I get a closer look. They were a group of little flying dragons. Dragons? Kabu muttered with surprise. "They're nightwalkers," the monster informed us. Nightwalkers. I turned around, repeating the name as I looked at the monster. By this time, the nightwalkers had almost all surged into the room, and we stood by the monster's side without daring to move a muscle, for fear of disturbing these creatures. After entering the room, they began to crawl toward our vicinity. Their speed on the ground was fast, and in the blink of an eye, they had already disappeared from before us. "Did they vanish?" Carly exclaimed in surprise. "They didn't vanish, they're right around us," Allantes said, pointing at the surroundings. We looked in the direction Allantes pointed. Sure enough, they hadn't disappeared but surrounded us instead. Perhaps because it was too dark when we entered the room during the night, we hadn't clearly seen the layout of the entire room. Now that dawn had come, we finally saw how the room was arranged. Surrounding us were countless stone statues. I examined these statues carefully and realized suddenly that they weren't actually statues. They were cylindrical stone pedestals. Each pedestal held a crouching nightwalker. It turned out that these stone pedestals were the nests of the nightwalkers. "These nightwalkers have perched themselves up there," Carly commented as she observed the scene. "These stone pedestals are the nightwalkers' nests," I responded. As soon as I finished speaking, all the nightwalkers had settled onto the surrounding stone pedestals. Sunlight gradually filtered through the cracks in the roof above, and just then, the nightwalkers on the pedestals underwent a strange transformation. Their bodies started to change color from their feet upward until their heads became stone gray. "Are they transforming?" Kabu cried out in amazement. "They're about to sleep," the monster relaxed and replied. "Sleep?" I asked, confused, turning my gaze back to the monster. "This is their home. They're called nightwalkers because they only go out at night to hunt for food. During the day, they return here to rest," the monster explained. "But they seem to be turning into stones," Carly exclaimed. "This is the way they sleep," the monster answered. "Then will you?" Kabu ventured hesitantly. "No, I'm not a nightwalker," the monster answered firmly. "The sky has brightened now. What do you plan to do next?" Allantes reminded himself of our main task. "You've been awake all night. Rest for a while now," the monster suggested to us. "Rest?" None of us spoke, looking at each other. "Just take a good rest. I'll wake you up when the time comes," the monster reassured us. Since the monster had told us to rest, none of us refused, mainly because we'd been too exhausted lately. So, we quickly found relatively clean spots and lay down. As I searched for a clean place, I noticed that the stone pedestals around us were actually very close. The nearest ones were almost within arm's reach, and the farthest were no more than 2 meters away. Finding a slightly clean spot, I laid down and fell asleep almost instantly. This deep sleep lasted longer than expected, perhaps due to how utterly fatigued we were. I lost all awareness as soon as I closed my eyes, until I gradually felt something calling to me. Slowly opening my eyes, I saw Allantes in front of me. My eyelids fluttered open lazily, and I stretched with a yawn before saying groggily, "Is it night again?" "No, get up quickly," Allantes urged anxiously. Hearing this, I sat up immediately and glanced around. When I comprehended the situation, I froze in shock. Before my eyes was a horrifying sight, a swarm of nightwalkers like ants clinging to a long object. Due to the drowsiness still lingering in my vision, I couldn't make out exactly what the long object was. I rubbed my eyes hastily and stared toward the group of nightwalkers. Horror struck me as I realized that the long shape was a corpse, and worse still, it was none other than Kabu. "Kabu!" I jumped to my feet. "Teacher!" I remembered Allantes who had woken me. But Allantes is no longer by my side now. I only feel that something seems to be grabbing my feet, so I look down. After seeing what's grabbing my feet, I couldn't help but scream again. My teacher was actually crawling on the ground, one hand tightly gripping the position of my ankle, and his entire body was already covered with those nightwalkers. Those black, worm-like nightwalkers were densely attached to Allante's back, as if pus-filled boils had grown all over his back, making it disgusting. As I was intently staring at Allantes lying on the ground, something slapped my shoulder forcefully, and I quickly turned around. It was actually that monster, one of its hands already resting on my shoulder. "What are you still doing here?" it asked anxiously. "Did something happen?" I asked, looking at the anxious-looking monster. "These nightwalkers have suddenly awakened and attacked your companions," the monster said. "How could they awaken? Is it nighttime already?" I immediately looked up toward the roof. Chapter 2:01, Rescue Operation. At this moment, beams of light streamed in through the cracks. It was certain that it was still daytime. So, shouldn't these nocturnals only awaken at night? Why are they awake now? Could the monster have made a mistake? But the monster is from the dragon clan. It shouldn't make mistakes, right? I was pondering all possibilities when I instinctively turned my head back. In an instant, the monster standing next to me had already moved away from me. I was first stunned and then began looking around. My whole body almost went limp because all around me, there appeared a large number of nocturnals. This group of nocturnals, dense like a swarm of oversized ants, suddenly surged toward me. Before I could take any defensive measures, the nocturnals had already overwhelmed my entire body. I immediately violently swayed my body left and right, trying with all my might to shake off this group of nocturnals. However, their numbers were just too vast. Though I managed to shake off some nocturnals above my body, even more of them charged up. Soon, I was knocked down by the masses of nocturnals, and a surge of black fluid like nocturnals engulfed my entire body. Without putting up much resistance, my whole body was completely covered by the nocturnals. At that moment, my face was tightly blocked by countless ant-like nocturnals. I started slowly losing the ability to breathe, and my entire body became uncontrollable, numb, stiff until I lay on the ground like a dead person. A large number of nocturnals continued clinging to my whole body without a trace of pity. They revealed their incredibly sharp teeth and started tearing at my entire body. Perhaps due to my complete numbness, I didn't feel any pain. Instinctively, I slowly turned my head, looking towards somewhere indistinct nearby. Then, a crack appeared before my eyes. Although this crack was extremely narrow, it let me witness something even more unbearable. Less than an arm's length away, a human head appeared, and its owner was none other than my teacher, Allantes. His entire head was broken off, those blood-red eyes fixedly gazing in my direction. On his eyes, coagulated black blood remained. I stared at Allantes' severed head with disbelief. How could it be true? Did Allantes die like this? Was I also destined to die here? This can't be real. No, it's not real. While I was lost in these thoughts, I suddenly felt something bite my shoulder. Although the sensation wasn't prominent, I could clearly perceive it. Suddenly, I jolted open my eyes. It turned out that Allantes was gently patting my shoulder and saying, "Wake up, we need to go." I looked at Allantes for a long time, unable to come to my senses. As I gradually woke up, I realized everything that had just happened was merely a dream. "What happened?" I mumbled groggily. "We need to go," Allantes told me. I rubbed my eyes with my hand and stood up asking, "Is it night yet?" "No, it's twilight now," the monster said. "Twilight?" I looked up at the ceiling full of holes. "The monster says now is our best chance to rescue people," Caboose said. Upon hearing himself called a monster, Dibula Miris seemed quite upset. It angrily glared at Caboo's position. Seeing this, Kelly rushed to punch Caboo's chest angrily, saying, "What monster? You're the one who's a monster." Hearing Kelly say that about herself, Caboo realized how hurtful his previous words were, so he apologized to the monster. "Sorry, I spoke wrongly earlier." "All right, stop talking nonsense. Let's hurry up and go," the monster reminded us. I still felt somewhat dazed, so I could only follow them as we left this house. The group followed the monster through numerous winding paths toward a large architectural complex. By the way, along the journey, I had regained my awareness and understood why we must perform the rescue mission during twilight. Originally, dragon clans possess vision far superior to other races, being 20 times better than Snow Country citizens during the day and 50 times better at night. However, at twilight, their vision drops drastically to nearly 1/10 of a regular human's, meaning they essentially see like blindfolded individuals. This was exactly the perfect time for us to carry out the rescue mission. We followed the monster for a long time, and finally, a group of tall buildings suddenly appeared before my eyes. These buildings stood before us like enormous statues. We were less than 100 meters away from these towering structures when the monster suddenly stopped in its tracks. It emitted a strange sound from its mouth that we could hardly describe. It was somewhat like a bird's call, but not entirely so, and it also somewhat resembled an animal's low growl. In no time, another tall monster appeared from somewhere unknown. Its appearance was almost identical to Dibula Miris. If it weren't for its all-black armor, we would surely have mistaken one for the other. "Is it here?" Dibula Miris asked the approaching monster. "Yes, it is indeed imprisoned here," the monster answered. Then, its gaze instinctively shifted to look at the few of us standing behind Dibula Miris. When it saw us, there seemed to be a hint of surprise in its eyes, though it didn't display anything too obvious. We couldn't even notice any strangeness in its expression. "It doesn't seem very surprised to see us, does it?" Caboo whispered quietly to me. I noticed it too," I replied just as softly. "What do you plan to do now?" the monster asked Dibula Miris. At this moment, the guards inside will definitely not come out since it's twilight. But the end of twilight is near, so we must hurry. Fortunately, our luck has been good. Look at them. Their arrival truly saved Xiaxia Miris, Dibula Miris said. Can they really handle it? The monster seems skeptical about us. At least, during twilight, he can still see clearly, Dibula Miris said. So what should we do now? The monster asked. We need to lure the guards out, Dibula Miris said. But it's twilight. They won't come out, the monster replied. They will, because I'm here, Dibula Miris stated. But, before the monster could finish speaking, Dibula Miris made a shushing gesture with her hand. When I give the signal, you all run into that building. Dibula Miris turned to look at us and said. The several of us looked at the group of buildings Dibula Miris was pointing at. It was a web-like architectural cluster with circles surrounding each other, and between the circles were stone paths connecting them together, which seemed to serve as passageways between different areas. Where are we going? I asked. You just need to rush into that building and keep running until you reach the end of the architectural complex. Then enter the only room there, where you'll find a member of the dragon clan. It's my sister, Xiaxia Miris. Give this thing to her, and she'll follow you out. Dibula Miris pulled out a jade-like object hanging from her waist and handed it to me. I took it and carefully examined it. It seemed to be an intricately carved piece of stone, no larger than the size of my palm. Fine patterns adorned its surface, appearing extremely delicate, though I couldn't tell exactly what was carved on it. I just felt the patterns hinted at something profound. All right, I got it. I placed the stone in my chest pocket. Do we just charge in? Kaboo exclaimed in surprise. Certainly not. You only act according to my signal, Dibula Miris said. Chapter 202, Rescue. Speaking of which, it followed the monster by its side and walked toward that group of tall buildings, while we remained motionless where we were. We stood here watching the two monsters walking farther and farther away. Then slowly they had already stood in front of the main entrance of those buildings, seemingly shouting at the gate. Since we were not part of the dragon clan, we couldn't understand what they were shouting. We only felt them roaring at the gate of the building complex. At this moment, the gates opened, and a group of armored monsters slowly walked out from the giant door. Each of them held weapons, indicating that their intent was to cause a massacre. Because it's difficult for us to capture the expressions of these creatures, it was hard for us to judge what kind of facial expression Dibolamila's face would show right now. Would it feel fear and terror? Even if it didn't feel fear now, those of us more than 100 meters away were becoming increasingly terrified inside. Surely soon, we would have to face some kind of monstrous creatures. Just as I thought about this, suddenly Dibolamila and its companion monster engaged in battle with the group of monsters in front of them. However, their fighting movements were extremely strange and also seemed slower. Many of their attacks missed the target, deviating quite significantly. It was then that we truly understood what Dibolamila meant by attacking at twilight. At this moment, Dibolamila loudly shouted towards us, indicating it was our time to act. I looked back at the other three people, and then rushed forward desperately toward the direction ahead. Subsequently, the three of them followed closely behind. In no time, the four of us reached Dibolamila's position. It was currently battling multiple monsters, but due to the dim light of the twilight, their vision was blurred, so they could only wrestle aimlessly together. It seemed that neither Dibolamila nor its companion would be in any danger for now. While we were thinking like this, several monsters rushed towards us. Though their vision was severely affected, the sounds of our running must have triggered them. Suddenly, a colossal broadsword swung down towards my head. Before I could react, the broadsword cut straight down from my left side, creating a deep groove on the ground. Another monster then charged toward our position, waving its sword wildly. But when it reached several meters away from us, it stopped, then began wildly swinging its weapon left and right. After seeing this, we glanced at each other and quickly overcame this monster, swiftly rushing into the tall building before us. Following Dibolamila's words, we kept running forward inside the building, without being attacked by any monsters along the way. Soon, we appeared before a tall building. Apparently, its sister is locked up here, Kelly said to us. No matter what, everyone needs to be careful, I reminded. Then, the group moved towards the front of the building gate, a massive bronze-colored door standing 10 meters high, intricately carved with countless dragon patterns. These carvings were lifelike, almost seeming ready to come alive and leap out of the gate. Cautiously, we approached the front of the gate. Since it was closed, all of us started pulling together on the central handle of the gate. The handle, resembling two palm-sized loops, was also bronze-colored, with similarly carved dragon patterns around its edges. Our four-person group split into pairs, collectively pulling the heavy handles of the door. We used all the strength we had, eventually managing to pry open a gap in the door wide enough for a person to walk through. The door's open, Kaboo exclaimed excitedly upon seeing it. At that moment, a thick wave of black mist surged out from within the gate, heading directly toward Kaboo. Upon seeing it, Kaboo immediately retreated backward but tripped over his own feet and fell onto the ground. You okay? Kelly asked while looking at Kaboo lying on the ground, showing no intention of helping him up. I'm fine, Kaboo replied. Is there something inside the gate? Alante said, surprised. What is it? Kelly curiously looked toward the gate. The interior of the gate was pitch black, yet we could feel that something was moving inside. However, we couldn't see clearly what it was. Could it be the sister of the monster? Kaboo asked. It can't be. If its sister is imprisoned, she must be guarded by something, I guessed. What should we do now? Kaboo asked. I tightened my grip on the weapon in my hand, and then walked firmly towards the gate. Just as I was about to enter the interior of the gate, suddenly two red light spots appeared from within the gate. These two red light spots were like stars in the night sky, constantly flashing in the darkness. What is that? Kaboo asked, looking at the red light spots inside the gate. I don't know, Kelly replied. After seeing the red light spots inside the gate, I also involuntarily stopped my steps. At this moment, I heard a sharp howling sound coming from within the gate, instinctively covering my ears, and the other 3 people also covered their ears without exception. In an instant, the gate seemed to be hit by something huge. Once, twice, 3 times. The entire gate was thus struck by a tremendous force, and I had no choice but to take a few steps backward. I returned to Alante's side. At this moment, we did not know what kind of thing was behind the gate. Then, the gate was instantly broken open. The bronze-colored gate was smashed into 2 halves, and an immensely large thing surged out from it. A dragon. Several people looked at the monster in front of them and widened their eyes, speaking involuntarily. We looked at the giant monster standing in front of us, and for some reason, I felt that this monster in front of me was almost an infinitely enlarged night stalker. Its blood-red eyes, each as large as fists, stared at us fixedly, and it opened its mouth to roar loudly at us. What should we do now? Kelly asked nervously. We'll charge through. Kaboo said with courage he didn't know where it came from. No, our route forward has been blocked dead. Alantes pointed at the road ahead and said, That's right, our path to enter the bronze gate has been tightly blocked by this huge monster. At this time, it slowly moved toward us. Because the space here was originally not large, soon it had already closed the distance to less than 2 meters away from us. It was almost face-to-face distance. Since we were so close to each other, fear arose in me uncontrollably. So, I clenched my spear and charged toward it. My movement speed was fast, and in an instant, I appeared near the monster's head. Then, I swiftly squatted down and thrust my spear towards its long neck. At this moment, there was only the hissing sound as the spear touched the creature's neck. It seemed that my spear made the monster feel something, and it immediately raised its neck and lowered its head to look at me crouching below its neck. I also raised my head to look at it, thinking that this was probably going to be bad. I was still lost in thought when the monster opened its big mouth and spewed a column of fire at my position. This fire snake was like a thick pillar, surging straight towards me. I turned and rolled to the other side of the monster, making its attack unsuccessful. At this time, Kelly also drew her bow and shot an arrow towards the monster's eyes. 1, 2, 3 arrows continuously shot at it. Although Kelly put all her strength into these shots, and these 3 arrows reached the monster's eyes, they seemed to have no effect on it at all. Its twin pupils were like 2 unbreakable hard gemstones. How come it's fine? Kaboo asked in surprise after seeing this. How would I know? Kelly snapped irritably. Chapter 203, Dragon Rider. At this moment, Alanthes gripped the heavy sword and charged towards the monster's neck, but before he could run very far, the monster suddenly turned around, and its tail lashed directly at Alanthes' chest. Fortunately, Alanthes reacted quickly and instantly blocked with the heavy sword. Otherwise, this attack would surely have been fatal. Even so, he was still hurled several meters away, and the heavy sword guarding his chest broke instantly. Then the monster turned its head toward my position again. I stared straight into the monster's eyes, and immediately a wave of heat rushed toward me. My body moved instinctively, but my speed was still too slow, and an instant surge of heat knocked me over, hurling me several meters away. I fell to the ground, feeling a sweet-hot sensation rise from my throat. With one spurt, I sprayed blood onto the ground in front of me, leaving a patch of crimson before my eyes. Your Highness. Kylie saw me hit, and ran immediately toward my position. Kaboo also ran toward me along with Kylie. Just as they were about to approach me, a massive, sharp claw suddenly descended, standing between them and me. It was the monster's claw, and then the monster charged toward Kylie and Kaboo with a powerful headbutt. There was a bang, as the monster's head collided heavily with the ground, creating a deep crater. Fortunately, both Kylie and Kaboo managed to dodge luckily. The monster then turned around, its thick and long tail swiftly whipping toward Kylie's position. Seeing this, Kaboo pushed Kylie's back, causing her to stumble and fall on the ground, while Kaboo himself was struck by the monster's tail and thrown up into the air again. At the moment when he was about to fall from the sky to the ground, something suddenly appeared beside him. It was a circle like a transparent film that enclosed him inside. This transparent film slowly transferred Kaboo to a position about a meter above the ground before it disappeared, and Kaboo landed with a sudden thud. What just happened? Kaboo looked toward Kylie's position, completely dazed. However, this wasn't the time for them to ponder over the matter. The monster charged toward Kylie's direction once more. Kylie had barely stood up when the monster's tail flew toward her. Just as Kylie was about to be attacked, a wall-like object suddenly appeared in front of her, blocking the tail's attack outside. Then, a gray fog engulfed the monster's entire body. What is this? I struggled to stand up and asked shakily. It seems someone is helping us. Kylie ran to my side and supported me while speaking. Soon, Kaboo and Alanthes joined us. All of us looked at the scene before our eyes. The mass of gray fog wrapped the monster entirely. Then came a piercing howl from the monster, indicating it endured unimaginable pain within the fog. Gradually, the howling subsided and then vanished altogether. We all stood there silently, watching, until a figure emerged. This was extremely unexpected for all of us. From within a cloud of gray fog, a shadow gradually stepped out. The figure wore a gray hooded cloak, pressing his hooded head low, making it impossible to discern his face. But the moment he walked to us, we were all dumbfounded. Magic user? I called out in surprise first. My God, you're not dead. Kaboo shouted, terror-stricken. How did you end up here? Alanthes didn't seem surprised at all. Honestly, I never thought you'd come this far. The mage said, weren't you separated from us in the frozen mountains? I asked. Yes, but... He didn't finish his sentence. As he felt something talking behind him, he immediately turned around. At that moment, he saw two huge silhouettes charging fiercely towards him. Without hesitation, he spread his hands wide, and a shockwave surged forth from his palms, striking directly against those two huge figures, who were immediately thrown back. "That's Deborah Mira," I shouted loudly. Just before they hit the ground, a soft cushion-like substance appeared beneath them, gently catching both individuals. "They must be your friends," the mage said. "Are you alright?" Kylie quickly ran to Deborah's front and asked. "I'm fine, did you succeed?" It asked. "We just took down the dragon guarding your sister," Kylie said. "Dragon?" Upon hearing this, Deborah Mira suddenly looked toward the distance where the dragon was lying. Then, it and another person suddenly ran fiercely towards the location of the dragon. "What's wrong with it?" Kaboo asked, looking at where Deborah Mira had run off to. I seemed also puzzled, so I followed him and ran over as well. The others followed me until we reached the dragon's side. "Never thought you'd end up transforming in the end." Deborah Mira squatted down, gently stroking the dragon's head. Soon after, the prone dragon began convulsing all over its body, and some changes started occurring in its form. Slowly, its entire body began contracting. The enormous body shrank, and the large wings vanished. In a short time, before us lay not a dragon but a gigantic draconian being, more precisely, a draconian woman. "It's actually a draconian," Kaboo exclaimed upon seeing. Though I didn't voice it, from the moment I saw Deborah Mira treat the dragon this way, I had guessed some clues. I turned and looked at Kylie and Alanthes beside me. They too had figured it out long ago. "This dragon is my younger sister," Deborah Mira said. "Oh," Kaboo reacted with extreme surprise. However, we were not caught off guard. "Never thought your sister would be such a dragon," the mage said. "We should go," the creature by Deborah Mira reminded. It was right. This wasn't the place to linger, given that we were still in a dangerous area, and twilight had already passed. Darkness gradually enveloped us. Our group quickly fled from the cluster of buildings. But when we emerged from the structures, what appeared before us was a group of towering creatures. And even stranger, these creatures rode something extremely peculiar. "What's this?" I asked. "Dragon riders," Deborah Mira answered. Although I didn't fully understand what dragon riders were, based on what was revealed before our eyes, it must have been an army both terrifying and spine-chilling. Before we could comprehend the situation clearly, they had already charged toward us. These draconian warriors' mounts moved astonishingly fast, closing the considerable distance between us in moments. When they finally came within reach, I realized exactly what they were riding: another species of dragon-like creatures. Their shapes resembled those of giant horses, but they bore dragon heads, two powerful back legs planted firmly on the ground, while their chest possessed arms like humans. Their eyes were massive and situated on either side of their heads, with rows of sharp teeth bared, growling menacingly at us. A pair of piercing emerald green eyes locked onto us like prey, prepared for a brutal assault at any second. At that moment, these beasts rushed forward at incredible speed, almost instantaneously arriving before us. I gripped my spear tightly and aimed for a monster's head, striking directly. However, it effortlessly dodged, swiftly sidestepping and grabbing my spear with one hand before yanking it forcefully away. My spear disappeared instantly from my grip. Only then did I realize how utterly insignificant my strength was compared to theirs. Just as my weapon was flung aside, the beast was already before me. Towering over 5 meters tall, it sat high on its mount, which instinctively lowered its head, aiming for a vicious bite aimed directly at my face. Since I had no weapon left to block it, I had to dodge by darting to the side. However, at that very moment, I realized there was another dragon rider lurking in that direction. This rider grabbed hold of me and threw me into the air. Mid-flight, I formed a semicircular arc, crashing heavily onto the ground. "Your Highness has been attacked," Kylie shouted loudly. However, her current situation was far from optimistic, as a large number of dragon riders had surrounded her in the center. Kylie raised her bow and fired several arrows in quick succession. Although all of them hit their targets, they caused almost negligible damage. At this moment, one of the dragon riders leaped down from its mount and swiftly charged toward Kylie. Its speed was so fast that Kylie didn't have time to react before being knocked down to the ground. The towering monster then grabbed Kylie by the neck and hoisted her into the air. Struggling fiercely in midair, Kylie's efforts proved completely futile as the creature's grip did not loosen even a bit. At this moment, Alanthes suddenly appeared before the monster, swinging the broken heavy sword in his hand with great force. In an instant, the blade slashed off the arm that was holding Kylie. The monster roared loudly and immediately staggered back several steps. The other dragon riders nearby immediately rushed toward Alanthes. At this critical moment, the mage instantly materialized in front of Alanthes, waving his arms lightly. Immediately, a transparent protective shield formed around him and Alanthes. The group of dragon riders reached them, but no matter how hard they attacked the shield, they couldn't break through it. Next, the mage stood before Alanthes, vigorously waving his arms once more. A powerful shockwave erupted from the transparent protective barrier, instantly hurling the surrounding dragon riders away. All of this happened so suddenly that even the dragon riders hadn't anticipated that a mere mage could possess such astonishing offensive power. Deborah Mira, who was supporting her sister, and its companion witnessed this horrifying scene firsthand, almost stunned by the sheer power unleashed by the mage. Chapter 204, The City Against the Light. I was still dazed at the moment. Even though I had been thrown to the ground with great force, I did not lose consciousness. I just felt dizzy in my head. I noticed someone seemed to slowly help me up, and I looked hazily at the person who had lifted me. "Teacher," I said weakly. Are you alright? He asked. I swayed my body from side to side, then looked at Alanthes with blurred eyes and said, these minor injuries can't do much to me. Alanthes looked at me, then nodded approvingly. Then the other people also came over to me. Carrie ran to my side and inquired about my condition. When she made sure that there was no major issue with my body, she also sighed in relief. How are we going to proceed? Alanthes asked Jebra-Mira. That way. Jebra-Mira replied while still supporting her sister and pointing towards a direction. We all looked in the direction she pointed at. It was a relatively broad road, but it wasn't the same way we had come in. Clearly, this road led to another exit. So we followed Jebra-Mira and her sister toward the exit. After a short while, we exited the cluster of buildings and soon arrived on the street. By now, the sky had already grown completely dark. We felt as if something was watching us from around our perimeter. Jebra-Mira reacted first. She gradually let go of her sister, stepped beside us, and looked around sharply before saying, we're surrounded by the dragon guards now. In a moment, I'll clear a path for us, and you must follow me without stopping unless I order you to. Break through. Kabu seemed a little afraid upon hearing this. At this point, many shadowy figures began to emerge gradually from the surrounding darkness, quickly forming a circle around us. They've come, one of Gajira-Mira's companions remarked while supporting her. Let's have some fun, Jebra-Mira said and rushed towards a patch of darkness nearby. Soon, we heard the clashing sounds of weapons. Then Jebra-Mira shouted loudly at us, run this way, hurry. So we dashed desperately toward the direction where Jebra-Mira was shouting. Since Gajira-Mira needed assistance walking, Alanthes and another companion of the dragon clan helped her run together. Following Jebra-Mira's command, we ran for our lives. None of us dared to look back. With her guidance, we finally returned to the building we had rested at before. Why are we back here? Kabu questioned while staring at the structure in front of him. Why did you bring us back here? Carrie asked aloud. By this time, a large group of dragon guards appeared behind us, each fully armed with incredibly sharp weapons. Before long, they were lined up right in front of us. At a rough estimate, their number should be well over 100. Even if we resisted to our best ability, escaping death seemed impossible. Fortunately, this time we didn't need to fight ourselves because Jebra-Mira had lured them here for a reason. Numerous dragon guards encircled us at the entrance of the church behind us. We stood by the gates of the church, looking tense at the guards ahead. Fearing that they might suddenly charge towards us, Jebra-Mira quietly stood in front of us all, her massive figure alone shielding us. Then, she slowly unsheathed the weapon strapped to her waist. I carefully observed what Jebra-Mira pulled out. It was an object similar to a hammer. Perhaps due to the night, my vision wasn't too clear, but I could roughly make out its form. What's that thing she's holding? Kabu whispered in my ear. I don't know. I responded quietly. Suddenly, Jebra-Mira swung the hammer-like object in her hand with all her might towards a huge rock beside her. Instantly, a loud and piercing sound reverberated throughout the area where we stood. Instinctively, we all had to cover our ears to prevent further injury. Suddenly, I only heard an array of cacophonous sounds entering my ears. I wasn't sure what these sounds were, but I was certain I had heard them before. The noises grew louder and seemed to get closer to us. That's when it finally dawned on me that this sound belonged to the nocturnes. At this moment, large numbers of nocturnes began to stir slowly from the stone pillars inside the church, apparently awakened by the noise made by Jebra-Mira. It was then that I realized why she had brought us here. Everything had been prepared beforehand. While I was still thinking about it, suddenly a massive force surged out from within the church, revealing a mass of dark objects right before our eyes. Nightwalkers. Are they Nightwalkers? How could they be here? The group of dragon guards standing before us were all stunned upon seeing the Nightwalkers. They spoke as they moved backward step by step. But it was already too late because the Nightwalkers had already started to surge towards them. In an instant, a large mass of blackness rushed over. The dragon guards hadn't made any preparations yet, and they were all knocked down instantly. Then came waves of cries of agony as the Nightwalkers bit into the dragon guards lying on the ground. Their sharp fangs were so razor-sharp that a single bite could tear off a large chunk of flesh. Though the dragon guards were being attacked by the Nightwalkers, these creatures did not distinguish friend from foe. Soon, the swarm of Nightwalkers turned their gaze toward our location. Trouble! Run! Shouted Jebra-Mira loudly to all of us. After shouting, she quickly supported her sister and sprinted toward an intersection behind the church. After seeing her move, the rest of us closely followed suit. Along the way, none of us looked back. None dared to look back. We ran for quite some time, unsure how long exactly until Jebra-Mira stopped. Following her lead, we all halted as well. All of us breathed heavily. After all, we were humans, and our stamina couldn't compare with the dragon people's. Are we safe now? I asked while gasping for air. We're safe now, at least from the Nightwalkers, replied Jebra-Mira. So where do we go now? Alanthes asked, half squatting on the ground, evidently having expended a lot of energy. To Dragon Coiling Island, Jebra-Mira said. Where's that? Kabu asked. It's far from here. Gajira-Mira, who had been supported this whole time, suddenly spoke up. Because this was the first time we'd heard a female dragon person speak, we were momentarily surprised, though it lasted only for a second. Next, we followed Jebra-Mira forward, and after almost a night's journey, we actually managed to leave the city. I thought this city would never end. Carrie asked in astonishment. We've left the place? Kabu exclaimed excitedly. We haven't really left. One of Jebra-Mira's companions said. You mean we haven't left White Deer Lane City? I asked. Theoretically, yes. We've just exited the inner city. We are still within the outer areas of the entire city, meaning we aren't completely out of here yet, the companion explained. So, when will we fully leave here? I asked. At our current pace, it may take 10 days, the companion replied. 10 days. Kaboo reacted with great surprise. But don't worry, we'll take shortcuts. We can leave here in less than 3 days, the companion added. Indeed, he was right. After walking for less than 3 days through the outskirts of White Deer Lane City, we finally emerged from the city. Before our eyes was a wide open space. Since it was daytime, we could clearly see the surroundings. We've finally escaped, Carrie said contentedly. So which way do we go next? I asked. If we walk one more day ahead, we'll reach another city. Reverse Light City, the companion told me. Another city? Is it bigger than this one? I asked. No, much smaller. However, we won't enter the city since there will certainly be many dragon people waiting for us, Xiaobrahmira said. No, I was a bit puzzled. We're going to bypass Reverse Light City, but that will take another day, the companion said. That means we have to walk for at least 2 more days, Kaboo said. If everything goes smoothly, there will be a boat waiting for us when we reach our destination, Xiaobrahmira said. Will we encounter anything on the way? Alanthes seemed to have sensed some danger already. Let's go. Xiaobrahmira didn't say anything else. Chapter 205, White Tiger. Since we have come this far, we followed Dianamira and the others across this open expanse, then a massive rocky mountain. After struggling through the rock mountains, a city appeared before our eyes. However, unlike White Deer Alley City, this city was small, roughly only 1/10 the size of White Deer Alley City. The entire city was built on the backside of a towering mountain range, whose endless peaks completely blocked out the city's sunlight. Thus, the origin of the name, Reverse Light City, becomes clear. It seems like we've arrived at Reverse Light City, I said, standing on a large rock and looking at the city still far in the distance. We need to go that way. My companion pointed toward the west side of Reverse Light City. The east of Reverse Light City is a continuous stretch of tall mountains spanning thousands of miles, while the north forms a triangular corner. We were located at the south side of the city, which is also the entrance to the city. Since Dianamira had already mentioned that we would cross over Reverse Light City, it's clear we would not enter the city itself. I looked up at the sky. Dawn had just begun to break. This indicated that the first day of our journey had essentially come to an end. After a brief rest, we set off again. Instead of heading towards Reverse Light City, we moved toward its west side because, after some time of recovery, Gajira had gradually regained strength and could now walk on her own. In light of this, I approached her and took out from my chest the accessory given to me by Dianamira. Upon seeing it, she looked incredibly surprised and immediately asked me why I possessed this item. After explaining everything to her, she instantly understood everything. She quickly turned back to look at her brother, Dianamira, who nodded to confirm. It was at this moment that I noticed tears welling up in Gajira eyes. Although I didn't know what this accessory was, I was certain it held great importance to the brother and sister duo. Shortly after, our group passed around Reverse Light City and entered a forest. What place is this? I asked Dianamira. Ironwood Forest, she replied. Ironwood Forest, why is it called that? Kaboo asked. Try chopping down a tree with your weapon, my companion suggested. After hearing this, Kaboo immediately swung his heavy sword at a tree. All we heard was a crisp sound as the weapon met the tree, followed by Kaboo's startled exclamation. What happened? Kelly walked up from the back of the group to where Kaboo stood. This tree hasn't been cut down. Kaboo exclaimed in disbelief. So it's called Ironwood Forest, Gajira explained. Only then did we begin to carefully observe the trees around us. Initially, upon entering the forest, we saw nothing but ordinary-looking large trees, never imagining these were iron trees. I stepped closer to an iron tree and tried chopping at it with my weapon, but the tree was as hard as steel. No use trying. Here, not just the trees, but even the grasses and flowers cannot be harmed, Dianamira informed us. This area has been enchanted. The mage, who had been silent for a long time, suddenly spoke. The mage hadn't said a word since our escape from the church. Enchanted? I asked curiously. Yes, if this place has been enchanted, then there must be something sealed here, the mage continued. If not the red dragon, could it be? The mage left his thought unfinished. The white tiger, Dianamira suddenly interjected. The white tiger, it truly is the white tiger, the mage exclaimed in shock. What are you two talking about? Kaboo, clearly confused, asked. This will be explained when there's time, the mage replied vaguely. Since he wasn't willing to elaborate, none of us pressed him further. For quite some time afterward, no one spoke as we followed Dianamira and her sister deeper into the Ironwood Forest. Though we could see the general environment of the woods clearly, this forest seemed alive, and I felt as though the trees were watching us wherever we went. This place doesn't feel right, Kelly noted. Everyone needs to stay cautious, I warned everyone. Just after I finished saying this, Dianamira suddenly stopped moving forward. It quickly retreated a few steps, and Gajira did the same. What's wrong? I looked ahead. Because their huge figures almost blocked my view, I could only see that there seemed to be something moving in front, but I couldn't tell what it was. So I slowly walked to Dianamira's side, and only then did I really see what was in front of me. It was a huge silver-white thing. I took a closer look, and realized that the silver-white thing was actually a giant white tiger. The size of this white tiger was similar to the one we encountered in the Monte Carlo forest, but its face looked more ferocious. How did it get out? Gajira asked her brother beside her. I don't know. Has the seal started to fail? Dianamira guessed. At this moment, the mage immediately ran up to us, and then he tensely told us, "You need to retreat behind me right away." Upon hearing this, all of us immediately stepped back, soon leaving the mage standing in front of us. He slowly raised his hands, and then two flame-like shapes appeared in his palms. After seeing the flames in the mage's hands, the white tiger reacted, but it didn't immediately attack us. Instead, it first made a crawling motion. It lay silently on the ground, as if waiting for the right opportunity. The flames in the mage's hands kept burning, and he showed no intention of throwing them. At this moment, the white tiger suddenly lunged forward with its body toward the mage. In response, the mage threw the flames from his hands. We only heard a loud boom near our ears, and then the mage flew backward like a bird. Seeing the mage flying over my head, I couldn't help but scream out, and the others screamed upon seeing this scene as well. At this time, the white tiger had already appeared in front of me, now less than 3 meters away. I could even clearly see every silver-white hair on its body. Seeing the white tiger right in front of me, my whole body seemed to lose control. Even though I'd seen many monsters before, somehow seeing such a beast caused my body to freeze involuntarily. Your Highness. Aaron saw this and immediately rushed toward me. But it was too late now. The white tiger in front of me pounced at me. Its speed was so fast that I had no time to react, and in an instant, I was knocked down onto the ground. Aaron charged forward and swung the broken sword in his hand towards the white tiger. The broken sword struck the tiger's neck with a crack, and Aaron's weapon broke into 2 again. Then, the white tiger lowered its head and stared at me lying beneath it. My entire body couldn't move, and I could do nothing but helplessly watch the white tiger in front of me. At this moment, Debola Amira suddenly appeared in front of the white tiger. It swung the weapon in its hand forcefully toward the tiger's head, and the tiger skillfully dodged the attack. The heavy sword that Debola Amira had swung plunged into the ground beside my face. If it had moved half a millimeter further towards my face, my head would have been cut into 2 pieces by the heavy sword. Kelly drew her bow and shot several arrows at the white tiger at this point. Despite all the arrows hitting their marks, none of them inflicted any damage on the tiger. Now the white tiger stood far away from us, staring at us intently. By this time, I had been pulled up by Aaron and Kabo. Gradually, I recovered some awareness. Meanwhile, Debola Amira and its sister positioned themselves between us and the tiger, while their companions stayed behind us, surrounding us humans in the middle. As for the mage who was thrown away by the white tiger, he still lay under the shade of a big tree. From his appearance, it seemed he wasn't seriously injured but had merely fainted. Chapter 206, The Maze Forest. At this moment, the white tiger suddenly roared at us wildly, and then leapt up dozens of meters into the air before plunging toward us. Immediately, it landed right in the center of our group, and an enormous current of air surged out from its side. Several of us were instantly hit by the airflow and thrown away. Just then, the white tiger jumped again. In midair, it suddenly used its sharp teeth to snatch me up. I felt an intense pain shoot from my abdomen throughout my entire body. Next thing I knew, I was dazed and unsure when I had fallen onto the ground. With blurry eyes, I looked around and seemed to see a few shadow-like figures lying off in the distance. However, I couldn't fully identify what they were. As I was about to observe more carefully, I felt something grab my head, turning my face. At that exact moment, I saw an immense blood-red mouth coming straight toward me to bite down. Oh! I let out a loud scream. What's wrong? A familiar voice reached my ears. Alan Tez walked over to my side, his face full of tension as he asked me. I stared at the teacher in front of me and then glanced at the other companions beside me. They were all looking in my direction with serious expressions. It's nothing, just a dream, I said, somewhat embarrassed. We should set out now, Deborah Mira told us. I stood up from the ground, walking over to Deborah Mira's side and asked, where are we going now? We need to cross a forest, Deborah Mira said. When I heard the word forest, my heart clenched immediately. Could it be that what I just dreamed about was really about to come true? But after some careful thought, there shouldn't be that much of a coincidence. My dreams must be caused by lack of rest during this period. Still, I wanted to confirm further, so I continued asking, what's the name of that forest if it has one? I wanted to verify whether my dream truly existed. The Maze Forest, Gujula Mira interjected. After hearing that name, I almost completely relaxed. It seems like dreams are just dreams after all. You shouldn't underestimate the Maze Forest. It's not as simple as you think, Gujula Mira added. What's in there? Are there terrifying monsters? Cab immediately asked. There aren't any monsters. Even if there are, we wouldn't be able to see them, Deborah Mira said. That forest has life, Gujula Mira said. Life? Kelly asked in surprise. The maze forest we are about to cross is mobile. They move according to a regular pattern, Deborah Mira explained. Mobile? The magician immediately stood up and walked to Deborah Mira's side to ask. Why? I asked. That forest moves according to a specific rule. Its movement follows the shape of a triangle, though it's difficult for us to understand its movement pattern fully. So, getting to the location of the maze forest still depends on luck. If we get there and find nothing, we will have no choice but to wait, Deborah Mira replied. A triangular position movement? Is that forest under a spell? The magician speculated. Under a spell. I almost fell to the ground upon hearing that. What's wrong with you? Alan Tez gently supported me and asked. It's nothing, I said, but my heart was racing extremely fast, and my whole body started shaking involuntarily. Could there be something trapped there? The magician asked. Deborah Mira nodded and answered. Yes, in the center of the triangle, there is a terrible monster trapped. A trapped monster? No way. Could there be anything more terrifying than all of you? Cab asked skeptically. If I'm not mistaken, perhaps that monster could be. The magician didn't finish his sentence. Is it the white tiger? I suddenly blurted out. Upon hearing the white tiger mentioned by me, the magician, Deborah Mira, and the two other dragon people looked at me in astonishment. From their astonished expressions, I could tell that what I had said was entirely correct. What's this white tiger nonsense? Did you make it up? Cab disdainfully looked at me and asked. How could this be possible? How do you know about the white tiger? The magician questioned first. I can't explain clearly right now. If we can get through that forest, I'll explain everything to you properly later, I replied. Upon hearing this, Cab finally realized that what I had said earlier was no joke, but entirely true. Both Deborah Mira and Gudula Mira also turned their attention to me, and from their eyes, I could see the confusion in their expressions as well. Clearly, they were puzzled at how I could utter the name of the white tiger. We soon followed Deborah Mira all the way to the location where the forest was supposed to be. Thankfully, the forest did indeed exist, and it showed no signs of moving at all, at least not visibly to our eyes. Of course, we weren't sure if the forest was still moving or not. With the forest appearing right in front of us, we carefully made our way toward its interior. Quickly, we entered deep into the woods. This forest wasn't as dense as I had imagined. Instead, it felt rather sparse. The ground was covered with dead branches and fallen leaves, which made a creaking sound as we stepped on them. Despite the clear sky above, we didn't see or hear any animals or birds chirping. An eerie silence hung over the entire forest, one so oppressive it sent shivers running down my spine. Cold sweat streamed down my back, mingling with the constant creaking of footsteps on twigs. Our pace gradually quickened, and before long, we had reached the heart of the forest. Just then, Deborah Mira, who had been walking ahead, suddenly stopped and held up one hand near her head. Following her lead, we immediately halted. A suffocating tension enveloped us as none of us knew what had happened. Deborah Mira slowly turned around and whispered something to those nearby. Due to the distance between us, we couldn't make out their words clearly. They were communicating in a language foreign to us. What are they saying? Cab asked. I'm not sure, but it doesn't sound good, Kelly replied. They're saying that the forest seems to be moving. The magician interjected abruptly. Moving? I exclaimed in astonishment. But we haven't felt anything, Kelly remarked. The movement of the forest is utterly silent. We wouldn't notice it, the magician explained. At that moment, Deborah Mira came up to us and said, we might have already strayed far off our original route. No way, Cab gasped in shock. I haven't sensed any change in the position of the forest's exit, Deborah Mira added. Change? What kind of change? I inquired. We should have left this forest by now under normal circumstances, yet here we remain, Gudula Mira chimed in. So, are we trapped here? Alan Tez asked. In theory, yes, Deborah Mira responded. So does this mean the forest is moving now? I asked again. Yes, but its speed isn't fast, Deborah Mira clarified. What do we do now? Cab questioned. It looks like we'll need to find a clean spot to rest for a bit, Deborah Mira suggested. With nothing else we could do, each of us sought out a clean area to rest. At this point, the magician walked over and sat next to me, asking why I knew about the white tiger. So, I recounted every detail of the dream I'd had to him. After listening to my explanation, the magician furrowed his brow deeply and said thoughtfully, Do you know where the white tiger in your dream came from? Shaking my head, I answered no. He continued, I don't know why you dreamt about the white tiger, but since you did, let me tell you its origin. Maybe there's a reason you dreamed about it. It seemed the magician was about to share a long story, and naturally, I was eager to listen. Since we were stuck there anyway, it was better to hear him out. Straightening my posture, I looked intently at the magician. Chapter 207 Adam, Eva, Dracula. Hundreds of years ago, darkness shrouded the world, plunging it into an unprecedented silence. It was a chaotic world where elves, dwarves, and other peace-loving races suffered unprecedented blows, all facing the same enemy, the demon race. The demons sought to eliminate all other races in order to dominate the world. Many races launched large-scale rebellions against the demons, but all ended in failure. At this time, King Poseidon of the elves refused to become a lamb awaiting slaughter for the demons. He assembled the largest army of elves in history to attack the demon fortress, also known as the Demon City. This prolonged battle was the greatest ever witnessed in the entire world, with its ferocity far beyond what ordinary people could imagine. Poseidon led his 18 bravest and strongest elf warriors into a life-and-death struggle against the demons. This army fought for an entire day and night before finally defeating the demon forces. Even though the demon army was defeated, the demon king was not destroyed. Poseidon led his 2 sons into the demon tower within Demon City. Since the demon king resided inside the tower, they encountered resistance from the remaining demon monsters after entering the tower. However, they fought their way through bloodshed until they reached the demon king. They engaged in a fierce battle with the demon king and managed to corner him at the top of the demon tower. Poseidon thrust his sword into the demon king's chest, and at the very moment the demon king fell into the tower, he pulled Poseidon down with him, and thus the demon king and the elven king fell together into an abyss of 10,000 feet. From then on, the whole world once again returned to peace and tranquility. However, good times didn't last long. The 2 elven princes and several ministers began fighting over the throne of the elven kingdom. Slaughter, death, pain, all became trivial in the eyes of the elves. After years of conflict, the major rebel forces established their own nations, one of which was Sax country under Darius. But wasn't Poseidon still alive? I couldn't help interrupting the magician's storytelling upon hearing this. He heard my question and looked up at me saying, What I've said before is just a legend. Legend? Didn't you say that Baihu truly existed? I asked. The other 3 countries that split off from the elf kingdom were located in different regions. Among them was the Ross kingdom, which was the richest of the elven kingdoms. Its castle walls were the strongest of all elven kingdoms, resembling a fire-red fortress made up of tens of millions of blocks of firestone, indestructible, standing tall on Doomsday Mountain. Under the sunlight, it burned like a blazing flame. Its walls reached 100 meters high, enough to resist any external invasion. Within the city lay circular architecture clusters. Since it looked like a fiery blaze, the elves called it the Crimson Capital. The magician paid no heed to my previous question and continued narrating the story. Although he hadn't answered my question, I quickly became engrossed in his tale. My spirit lifted, and I stared directly at him. Nevertheless, King Ross was a prideful, arrogant, and greedy individual who always dreamed of annihilating other countries and ruling the entire elven world. Despite being an ambitious king, he was cunning and deeply calculating. One day, Ross sat on a chair entirely made of pure gold while having a meal. Inside this luxurious hall, the walls were studded with gemstones the size of eyeballs, which by comparison were among the smallest gems in the entire kingdom. The carpet laid out on the floor was woven with gold threads, extending from the entrance of the great hall all the way to Ross's feet, symbolizing extreme opulence. At that very moment, a knock sounded at the door of the grand hall. Slowly rising from his golden chair, looking solemn, Ross walked to the pearl-encrusted central throne. Sitting down shortly, he said somewhat displeased, "Come in." At this moment, a pair of golden double doors slowly swung open. The doors were incredibly heavy, adorned on both sides with golden dragon-shaped totems. As the doors opened, a young warrior walked in. He was clad in silver armor, and his waist carried no weapons. Without a helmet, his head of golden hair stood out prominently. His thick, arched eyebrows resembled a crescent moon hanging on his face. His deep-set blue eyes stared intently at the king before him. The king also looked at this delicate face, then asked in an interrogative tone, "What is it, Lockster?" The young man named Lockster knelt down before the king and replied, "Father, Adam Eva Dracula from the Magic Kingdom requests an audience." After speaking, he stood up and moved to stand below the left side of King Ross's throne. King Ross remained seated on the throne without moving a muscle as he responded to Lockster, "Tell him to come in." As soon as he finished speaking, a magician dressed in white robes entered. He looked very young, about the same age as Lockster. He held a staff and approached King Ross. Upon seeing the elder seated on the throne, with white hair, a face full of wrinkles, and dim, lifeless eyes, anyone who didn't know better would assume he was just a common old man. Adam Eva Dracula respectfully bowed to King Ross and said, "Great king, I bring dire news." After finishing, he raised his head toward the king sitting on the throne. Ross turned and looked at his son, addressing Adam Eva Dracula by saying, "I've heard of magicians from the Magic Kingdom, and I never expected we'd meet here. What bad news do you bring? Is it that your staff is broken?" He chuckled heartily afterward. At this, Adam Eva Dracula also laughed along. After a bout of laughter, he told the king, "Your Majesty, the message I bring concerns the safety of the entire world." At this point, Ross stopped joking around and looked gravely at Adam Eva Dracula. The magician continued, "Sire, the demon army is regrouping anew. They are ready to make their comeback, and we must prepare for war." Clearly, Ross had not anticipated such words from Adam Eva Dracula. Unable to help himself, he burst into laughter again and said mockingly, "I think you've been frightened out of your wits by the demons. The demon king has been dead, hundreds of years ago." The magician responded, "Though the demon king may be gone, we have yet to find his body, making it uncertain whether he truly perished. Moreover, the demon troops have found a new master. They are regrouping behind the walls of Demon City. We must act now." But before the magician could finish, Ross waved his hand dismissively and said, "Enough, my grand magician. Don't spread such scaremongering here. If you're really so cowardly, perhaps you should find a quiet place to end your own life." Since King Ross was so arrogantly self-assured, there was nothing the magician could do but turn and leave the Crimson Capital. Riding a brown stallion, he made his way toward another kingdom, Sax country. In no time, the magician entered Barrius's territory, known for treating all people kindly. Barrius greeted the magician with great joy, overjoyed to see this old friend once more. They had previously fought together to exterminate remnants of the demon race. When Barrius heard the magician's news, he was greatly shocked. Immediately, he summoned several generals, and they gathered together to devise plans for resisting the demons. The magician said to Barrius, "If we only focus on defense, the power of the demons will continue to grow. One day, they will surely annihilate us. Now, there is only one chance, to find the Crimson Sword that killed the Demon King hundreds of years ago. Only then can we save this world once more." Barrius fully agreed after hearing the words of the magician, but a huge problem appeared. Where was the Crimson Sword? How could they find it? This question obviously didn't stump the magician. It seemed that he had already done all his homework. He informed King Barrius that the elves had once seen the Crimson Sword. They could start by finding that elf. Barrius immediately dispatched his subordinates to accompany the magician in the search for the elf. However, the location of the elf was in the Crimson Capital, and Barrius was constantly at war with Ross. To enter the Crimson Capital in search of an elf would be extremely difficult. But Barrius was still very shrewd. He sent two of his most capable assistants, a general named Velica, who was a well-built and highly skilled warrior, and the other was his own son, named Cruz. The three of them rode their fast horses galloping wildly, and soon had covered a day's journey. However, the horses needed rest too, so the three of them stopped to rest near a large rock. But the magician had no mood for resting. He kept looking around nervously, fearing that they might encounter monsters from the demon race. But as fate would have it, just as he was gazing into the distance, he suddenly noticed more than 10 rapidly moving black dots far away heading straight towards their position. Chapter 208, The Elf Alliance. He immediately called the other two people over, and the three of them hid behind a rock. Those black dots were getting closer and closer to them. Soon, They saw that those black dots were actually a group of cavalry from a demon monster clan. These monstrous creatures were riding a type of animal with a terrifying appearance. None of them could name this specific animal. The monsters had a pair of blood-red eyes. They barely had noses, only revealing 2 black nostrils. Most strikingly were the rows of horrifying fangs exposed outside their mouths. Each of these fangs was as large as a palm, and if one were bitten, there would be almost no chance of survival. Their running speed was extremely fast. Not even the fastest horses of the elves could match them. The magician said to the 2 people behind him, "It seems these are the wolf knights of the demon clan. Everyone must be careful and not move recklessly. Prepare for battle." At this moment, all 3 of them held their breath, waiting for the arrival of the battle. Wylika glanced sideways at the magician and whispered, "Our horses," which made them realize that their horses were still grazing in the distance. This was trouble now. It seemed they had no choice but to face off against the wolf knights. The wolf knights had already noticed the presence of those few horses and quickly turned their attention to the giant rock behind which the 3 of them were hiding. Crows instantly drew his sword and was the first to rush out. His sudden appearance startled one of the wolf knights, causing the monster riding on its back to wobble and fall off. Before it could stand up again, a sharp blade slid across its neck, and its head rolled down like a ball onto the ground. Wylika, hiding behind the rock, did not back down either. With a swift leap into the air, he jumped from the top of the rock and slashed towards a wolf knight with his sword. Immediately, a wolf knight painfully fell to the ground, ceasing to breathe as soon as it hit the floor. Upon seeing such a scene, the other wolf knights were momentarily stunned, but soon launched a counterattack. A group of wolf knights charged towards Wylika and Crows, and at this moment, the magician also came out from behind the rock. He waved his wand and muttered some incantations, and immediately, a blinding beam of white light cut through the sky. The light was so glaring that Wylika and Crows had to cover their eyes. When the group of wolf knights saw this beam of white light, they scattered in fright and fled. A long time later, as the light slowly faded, they opened their eyes. The magician told them, "The journey to Chitu is still a long one. Everyone must always be cautious about the demon clan's sudden attacks. We must leave here as soon as possible, otherwise, more demons will gather here," the magician added. Thus, the 3 of them once again embarked on their journey to Chitu. The night enveloped the entire sky like a huge piece of black cloth. Unconsciously, raindrops as big as soybeans started to fall from the night sky, and the sound of the rain was akin to music echoing through the air. In the rain, the 3 of them found a hotel to stay at. The 2 elven people were utterly exhausted and threw themselves onto the bed upon sight of it, snoring loudly within moments. Only the magician remained awake, gazing at the scenery outside the window, contemplating how bright and clear tomorrow would certainly be. There were many kinds of people staying in this hotel, but most of them were elves. Among them were merchants, soldiers, adventurers, and occasionally, dwarves and other races. The stormy night passed, and the dim sunlight gradually rose above the horizon, waking up the earth and its beings. As the 3 of them walked out of the inn's door, a layer of blinding light shone down. It was sunny, with birds chirping and flowers blooming sweetly. The trio rode on newly bought pure-blooded steeds, galloping across the vast grasslands. Unfortunately, the good scenery didn't last long. Suddenly, 3 giant birds appeared in the sky. Their flying speed surpassed any other bird. These strange birds had massive wings that blocked out the sun when spread open. Their 2 back legs were as wide as huge stone pillars, equipped with incredibly sharp claws. Their eyes were dark green, constantly emanating a green glow. The bodies of the 3 strange birds were light red, as if they were wearing a red coat. Moreover, each carried a moving black figure on their backs. Carefully looking, the magician recognized it as a demon creature sitting on them. The magician looked up and shouted loudly, "They are the demonic strange bird knights. Let's run away quickly." At this moment, the 2 elven riders also looked up at the 3 monsters. Just then, one of the strange bird knights swooped down towards the 3 of them. The monstrous bird opened its huge mouth and lunged toward Wylika. Instantly, Wylika pulled on his reins, causing the horse to come to an abrupt stop. Due to the inertia, he nearly fell off, but this caused the strange bird knight to miss its mark. However, what Wylika did not expect was that another strange bird knight dived down from behind him. Before he could react, it, along with his horse, was swallowed whole by the gigantic bird. Although Crows and the magician witnessed such a tragic scene, there was nothing they could do to save him. Crows yelled loudly at the strange bird knight, but it had no effect. Then another strange bird knight dived down, and the magician immediately swung his wand. A fireball shot toward the strange bird knight. With a bang, the strange bird knight plummeted from the sky. At that moment, more than 10 giant eagles suddenly appeared in the sky. These eagles quickly surrounded the 2 remaining strange bird knights and began pecking at their eyes. In no time, one of the strange bird knights lost both its eyes, leaving it unable to fly. It collided hard with a large rock wall, splashing out thick liquid everywhere. The other strange bird knight, realizing the danger, fled instantly. The magician immediately understood where these giant eagles came from upon seeing them. Moments later, a group of cavalry galloped toward them. Leading them was Roth's son, Rashut. The magician and Crows followed Rashut into Chitu, where the magician soon met Roth once again. "Father, they have arrived," said Rashut respectfully to Roth in the grand hall. Roth stood up from his throne as soon as he saw the magician. He quickly approached the magician excitedly and said, "Magician, I am very glad to see you again." The magician was obviously startled by Roth's actions. He did not understand why Roth's attitude had changed so much from before. "Your Majesty, We have come here looking for, the magician started to say, but Roth turned around and looked at Rashut beside him. Rashut, understanding his father's intentions, turned and walked out of the grand hall. Roth turned back and said, perhaps I can help you find him. The magician was somewhat surprised upon hearing this, though he didn't show it. However, Crows, standing behind him, was astonished. He immediately asked, does your majesty know who we are looking for? If I'm not mistaken, the person you're searching for is an elf named Bibajile, Roth replied. At this moment, the magician finally understood why Roth's attitude had completely shifted towards him. It seemed he had learned about xiuxian and fully believed in the terrifying consequences of the demon clans making a comeback. However, he might be a blue elf. I can ask xianxia for you, Roth added. Roth then led the magician and Crows to the most beautiful garden in the city of Chitu. This square-shaped garden had a hexagonal fountain at its center, where the water was crystal clear and refreshingly cool. On either side of the garden stood tall elven trees, approximately 6 or 7 meters high, with pale green leaves edged with serrated edges. Their branches twisted dramatically upward from the tree trunks. The dozens of interconnected branches formed a dense shade, making it an excellent spot to relax. Roth sat down under one of the elven trees on a sturdy tree stump, and the magician and Crows followed suit. Where they sat, the elven tree was taller than any other, with large, thick leaves like a giant umbrella shading the three of them. The magician looked at the towering tree behind him and said, Your Majesty, this tree looks to be at least hundreds of years old. Roth also glanced at the tree and responded, When I was very young, it was already quite massive. As a child, I often played under this tree. Now, I've become a father myself. Crows stepped closer to the magician and whispered, This tree seems so large that it would take more than a dozen people to encircle it. It's astonishing. It's the largest tree I've ever seen. Chapter 209, The Blue Elves. Ross looked at the two of them and said, This tree is not only gigantic, but also the home of the Blue Elves. After speaking, he walked to the center of the enormous elf tree, picked up a stick, and gently tapped the tree 3 times. Bang, bang, bang. Soon, a small black hole appeared in the body of the massive elf tree, and from it emerged a diminutive figure. The mage fixed his gaze and realized it was a blue elf. The blue elves were a rare kind of race. Even though they shared a lineage with the elves, their numbers were few, and they seldom appeared before outsiders. Even Crows, who was also an elf, rarely saw blue elves. This blue elf had a large round head, deep blue eyes, a flat nose that was almost unnoticeable, and a mouth that matched the size of his head. His ears were also different from those of ordinary elves. This blue elf's ears were thick and round, vastly distinct from the long, pointed ears of regular elves. What was amusing was that he had no eyebrows, and his face resembled a blue ball placed atop a short and chubby body. The moment he came out, he startled the mage and Crows, leaving them speechless since both had rarely seen a blue elf, and the mage, despite years of travel and extensive knowledge, was seeing such an elf for the first time. While they were captivated, Ross spoke. This is the leader of the Blue Elves. His name is Fantasi. You can ask him whatever you want. Upon hearing Ross' words, the mage quickly regained his composure and asked kindly, Hello, it's nice to meet you. Fantasi also responded amiably, though his voice was sharp and grating. The mage then inquired, I am looking for a blue elf named Bibajile. Do you know where he is? Fantasi scratched his large, round head with his left hand. The sparse strands of blue hair on it swayed left and right. Suddenly, he gazed at the mage with his deep blue eyes, which reflected the mage's face, and said, I met Bibajile several years ago. He was a mischievous little guy. I scolded him a few years ago for breaking my favorite teacup. I haven't seen him in these past few years. Others say he went somewhere far away. Some claim he sustained severe injuries and was nearly dead, but miraculously survived. After hearing this, the mage was surprised but also felt a tinge of disappointment. He slumped down on the ground without saying a word for quite some time. At this moment, a petite blue elf poked his head out of the tree hollow, then crawled out. Wearing a pair of shorts and exposing his thin, short shoulders, he jumped beside the mage, lifted his left hand, and carefully touched the mage's hair. Just as this happened, the mage seemed to have noticed something. He suddenly stood up, startling the little one. The small figure slowly rose from the ground, rubbed his tiny bottom, and tilted his head upward to look at the mage, asking, Are you looking for Bibajile? Upon hearing this sentence, the mage was struck as if by lightning, instantly bowing his head and asking anxiously, Do you know where he is? Fantasi told the mage, Don't believe his nonsense. He's Ruby, the biggest liar among our blue elves. Ruby then said, I'm not lying this time. I really saw Bibajile just a few days ago. I even enjoyed a delicious meal with him. Fantasi immediately contradicted him, saying, If you saw Bibajile, why did he only see you? The mage remained standing stiffly without moving, clearly trusting what Ruby had said more. He then asked Ruby, Ruby, did you really see Bibajile? Did you see him with your own eyes? Can you take me to find him? Ruby stood before the mage, nodded his head, and said, I saw him with my own eyes. He's in Monte Carlo Forest. When Ross heard this name, he immediately yelled loudly at Fantasi. This kid is lying. Monte Carlo Forest is the territory of the Beast God tribe. How could a blue elf like them possibly go there? As he finished speaking, he gave Ruby an intimidating stare. At this point, Crows told Ross, I don't think he's lying. I believe him. Then, he turned his head and looked at Ruby, saying, Can you lead us to find Bibajile? Ruby was clearly angered by Ross' words, but since Ross was the elven king, he didn't dare act overly insolently. He could only glare unhappily at Ross without uttering a word. Look, you've made this little guy angry. Go and apologize to him, the mage respectfully said to Ross. After hearing this, Ross's expression turned sour. He glared at the mage unhappily, but then he thought that since his goal was to obtain the chi sword, and only the mage had any hope of finding it, he decided to suppress his pride. He walked over to Ruby, squatted down slowly, and extended his right hand in a friendly gesture, saying, I apologize for what I said earlier. I shouldn't have doubted you. Please forgive me. Even though it was hard for him to say these words, he still managed to speak them out. When Ruby heard Ross's apology, he realized that since the Elven King had already made some concessions, he shouldn't push too hard either. So he accepted Ross's apology. He asked, So you really are going to look for Bibajile? Yes, the mage affirmed. When Ruby asked, the mage looked up at the sky. The light was fading, so he said, It's getting late today. We'll set off tomorrow morning. The night view of Chidu was especially beautiful and enchanting. A full moon hung high in the night sky, shining brightly. The moonlight streamed through the window, illuminating the mage's room and making it exceptionally bright. However, the mage wasn't asleep. Instead, he strolled alone in the garden, step by step. Suddenly, he felt something behind him, and he immediately turned around. The sudden movement startled the person behind him. With the help of the bright moonlight, the mage finally recognized the face. It was King Ross. Immediately, he paid respect and asked, Did I startle you just now? Ross quickly moved next to the mage and asked, Why aren't you sleeping so late at night? I'm just out for a stroll to clear my mind, the mage replied. Why do you seem to lack confidence in finding Bibajile? Ross asked. It's not that. Even if we don't find him, I will spare no effort in locating the chi sword, the mage answered. Will you and Crows, along with that little one, be the only ones going tomorrow? Ross asked. I think for now, it will just be the three of us, the mage responded. In that case, bring my son along, Ross said. Prince, the mage was slightly taken aback upon hearing this, but from Ross's eyes, the mage could clearly see an unwavering order. So he didn't refuse but accepted. The mage was well aware of why Ross wanted his son Rosehuet to join the group. Ross was an ambitious king who always desired to unite all elf races. If he got hold of the chi sword, it would certainly accelerate his plan for unification. Though Rosehuet was surely a pawn planted by Ross near him, ensuring Ross was the first to know when they found the sword, and allowing him to claim or use it immediately, the mage couldn't decline. After all, given his current strength, he would never be able to locate the chi sword on his own. Every bit of help counted. Chapter 210, The Station. Several giant eagles soared in the deep blue sky. It was another clear day. The magician, together with Cruz and Ruby, had already prepared to set off. The three of them tidied up their equipment. Actually, just some food and personal necessities such as gloves, hats, daggers, and of course, large weapons were out of the question since they would enter the perilous Monte Carlo forest. They needed to lighten their load as much as possible. Otherwise, if danger struck, it would be hard to escape. Soon, the three left the room where Ross stood waiting for them outside with Roth. Roth will accompany you, Ross told the magician. That's good. This journey is long and dangerous, and Roth's help will make things much easier, the magician said. In fact, these words were mainly for Cruz and Ruby, since he hadn't mentioned Roth joining the group before. Thus, the four of them rode on 3 swift horses setting off from Chita City. Over an endless expanse of grassland, the galloping of the 3 strong, fast horses echoed across the plains. The sea of green prairie stretched endlessly ahead. Those swift horses seemed like lonely wooden boats in a vast ocean. Suddenly, there was a thunderous roar overhead, followed by a lightning bolt splitting through the skies. Before long, drizzling rain began, fine as cow hair. But such weather was fickle, much like a woman's mood. You could never guess what she might feel next. The rain gradually grew heavier, droplets falling like tears from the heavens above. Let's pick up the pace. There's a forest ahead where we can shelter from the rain, the magician said. Hearing this, each of them raised their whips and gave their horses' hindquarters a heavy strike to quicken the pace. The hooves splashed muddy water from the puddles until finally, they reached the woods. This was not a very large forest, yet dead trees jutted upright out of the mud-covered land. Everyone was exhausted. They barely managed to dismount upon entering the forest, seeking patches of ground to rest. At this moment, Ruby emerged from behind the magician where he had been sitting all along. He said to the 3 who were nearly sprawled out lifelessly, You all seem so listless. How about I tell you a story? Too worn out to respond. No one paid attention to him. However, the magician muttered, What do you want to tell? Go ahead. Clearly fatigued himself. This was merely a form of acknowledgement. Yet encouraged by the magician's reply, Ruby started enthusiastically talking at length. It was said that within the Monte Carlo forest, a unique race resided. The beast gods of the forest referred to this race as flower fairies. They all lived in a kingdom called Gar. There, it was perpetually spring, beautiful and enchanting, a place many longed for but could hardly attain. Flower fairies were an extremely rare kind of race, rarely seen even by the beast gods. They were small in stature, with 2 pairs of translucent wings on their backs. Their appearances resembled beautiful women, akin to heavenly maidens with wings. They lived happily on the land of the Gar kingdom, but such days didn't last long. A malevolent demon king sought to destroy this paradise, using his dark powers to create numerous monsters. These monsters attacked the flower fairies of the Ara kingdom. Before long, a great number of flower fairies were slaughtered. But just when they were about to be wiped out completely, a beautiful magician appeared in the Ara kingdom from somewhere unknown. Witnessing the cruel massacre of the flower fairies, she couldn't bear it and engaged the monsters in a deadly battle. However, since there were too many monsters to entirely exterminate, she unleashed her ultimate move, a single devastating strike. Before Ruby could finish telling the story, the magician interrupted him, saying, "I've heard this story before. My teacher told me when I was very young. In the end, this female magician used her most powerful magical strike. She separated the Aur kingdom and the monsters into different realms, sparing the Aur kingdom from its doom. However, the price was her own life. On her deathbed, she cast one final spell, transforming her body into an endless maze. This maze trapped the group of monsters inside, and thereafter, no one has ever seen the Aur kingdom again, nor have any beast gods seen the flower fairies within the kingdom. That maze is known as the Panzila Palace because this female magician was named Panzila." Thus, the magician finished the second half of Ruby's story. Ruby looked at the magician in astonishment, who then said to him, "Little one, this story isn't a legend, it's real." Just after the magician finished speaking, the rain in the sky stopped suddenly. But then, a flock of pitch-black feathers came flying swiftly toward the woods, shimmering with a blood-red glow. The magician looked up at them and shouted loudly, "Blood crows! Everyone wake up!" His shouts startled the other two, waking them up from their haze. Cruz was the first to awaken. He hadn't fallen deeply asleep anyway, so he jumped up quickly. At a glance, he saw large groups of black objects rushing towards them. Roth soon stood up as well, and the four began searching for places to hide. The blood crows entered the woods at lightning speed, yet they still couldn't find shelter. Once inside the woods, these blood crows charged directly at their position. Their beaks sharp as daggers tore into Cruz mercilessly, prompting him to unsheath the dagger at his waist and wildly slash above his head. One by one, the blood crows had their heads or wings cut off and fell to the ground. Yet despite the heavy losses, the blood crows continued attacking the three relentlessly. Roth joined Cruz, wielding a dagger and continuously slashing down on the blood crows. Although they managed to kill quite a few, all three were injured to varying degrees. With all their strength, they tried to protect themselves from being pecked to death. Only Ruby had taken refuge in a small tree hollow, something he had dug in a short amount of time. Since the hole was too small to accommodate others, the remaining three had no choice but to fight against the blood crows outside. The magician, meanwhile, utilized his magical power to repel the blood crows closing in on him. Though he was fully capable of annihilating the crows with powerful magic, doing so would cause catastrophic damage to the already limited size of the forest. Besides, Ruby was still hiding in the tree hollow. However, as the magician wrestled with this dilemma, a sudden noise erupted deep within the woods. Instinctively, the magician glanced toward the depth of the forest, only to see a streak of purple light shoot out. He quickly ducked his head, but soon realized that the light wasn't aimed at him. Instead, it struck the middle of the flock of crows. Instantaneously, a dazzling burst of purple light exploded among the blood crows. After being hit by the purple light, the majority of the blood crows crashed to the ground. Just a few less seriously wounded ones hovered in the air, eventually dispersing and fleeing. "What happened?" Cruz looked astonished in the direction of the magician. "Was that your magic?" Roth asked. "No, perhaps someone is helping us," the magician said while looking into the depth of the woods. At this moment, a figure appeared intermittently, heading towards their position. Cruz immediately became alert. He tightly gripped the dagger in his hand and held it in front of his chest. Roth was also anxiously watching this approaching figure. Soon, they clearly saw the features of the person. It was a man dressed in coarse linen clothes. His long hair almost covered half of his face, leaving the other half faintly visible. "Why did you save us?" the magician suddenly asked him. "Where are you going?" he asked in a low voice. Cruz looked at the magician, wanting to know whether they should tell him the truth. Then the magician said, "We are going to a very far place." "A very far place? Do you mean you're going to—" The man didn't finish his sentence. "Thank you for saving us," Cruz respectfully said. "Since I've helped you, you must help me with something," the man said. It was only then that the magician understood why this man had come to their aid earlier. It seemed he had been waiting for such an opportunity all along, intending for them to help him. Since he had already saved their lives, they naturally ought to return the favor, even though the magician wasn't entirely pleased. "I'll help you, but don't think that you can command us just because you saved us. Who do you think you are?" Roth angrily said to the man. Roth. Upon hearing Roth's disrespectful words, the magician quickly interrupted him from saying more. "You don't have to help me, but you won't be able to leave this forest either." The man seemed unshaken or angered by Roth's words just now. This time Roth didn't say anything more. He just glared angrily at the man before him. "I sincerely apologize, my friend has a bad temper, but we will help you." "What exactly do you need us to do?" the magician asked. "Do you know what an inn is?" the man asked. The magician, who traveled extensively, knew the place well. But as far as Cruz and Roth were concerned, the inn was a completely unfamiliar place. Still, there was no time for further deliberation, so they followed the man toward the exit of the forest. Of course, Ruby, who had been hiding inside the tree hollow all along, came out quite early without Cruz noticing. It wasn't until they set off that they realized Ruby had been standing behind Cruz all along. Cruz instantly picked Ruby up like an adult lifting a child. The four followed the man and eventually left the woods. There weren't many dangers along the way, but the road was tough. After walking for more than half a day, they finally emerged from the forest. In front of them stood a huge city. "Oh, I haven't been here for a long time," the magician remarked upon seeing the city. "Have you ever been here before?" the man asked. "It was a long time ago," the magician replied. The man led the group down a steep slope and continued straight to the city gate. This gate soared hundreds of meters high, with impenetrable walls on both sides constructed seemingly from a rare type of rock. "Is this the inn you mentioned?" Cruz asked. "That's right, this is the inn," the magician responded. Have you ever been here before? Ruby asked from within Cruz's arms. Not even heard of it, Cruz replied. This place existed a long time ago. I never imagined it would have grown to this scale. The magician marveled. As they chatted, they walked into the city. The city gate was wide open, meaning anyone could freely enter or leave. However, the monstrous creatures of the demonic race couldn't get near it. They'd be shot down by the city guards' arrows before reaching the city. Why is it called an inn? Ruby curiously asked. Thousands of years ago, when the elves, dwarves, and those other races hadn't yet appeared, this place was the mixed territory of the four great kingdoms. At that time, the inn was simply where each kingdom sent its convicts to gather. But after countless years, these exiled people formed their own city here. Since the inn stood at the center of the four great kingdoms, the people of the four kingdoms named it as such. And in the language of the four great kingdoms, inn means the central region. The magician briefly explained the origin of the inn. Chapter 2:11. Bloodthirsty Demons. Kruger and Luo Zayut nodded in agreement, as they had never heard of this place, let alone seen it. But today was quite an eye-opener. The man led them all into a building, which seemed to be an inn. There were not many people in the entire inn. Only a few waiters dressed in uniforms were walking around. When the man entered, these waiters greeted him warmly, showing that they were familiar with each other. He then led them up to the second floor. Upon reaching the second floor, he walked straight ahead and opened a door at the far end of the hallway. They all walked in. The moment they entered, several people inside immediately stood up, glaring at them angrily. Could this be a trap? Luo Zayut was the first to raise his dagger. Put the knife down, the magician said, looking at Luo Zayut while glancing at the people in the room. What? Are you sure about that? Luo Zayut looked at the magician with puzzlement. They seem to be part of a circus, Kruger remarked, looking at the group. That's right. We are members of the circus. The man finally entered, closing the door behind him. Who are they? A tall man asked. I rescued them from the forest, the man replied. Why did you save them? Another well-built man questioned. Perhaps they can help us find our captain, the man answered. With just them? Is that even possible? The tall man snorted disdainfully. You shouldn't underestimate them. One is a magician, 2 elves, and 1 blue elf. Don't you think such a team seems peculiar? The man queried. Why were you in that forest? The tall man further inquired. We were passing by, the magician responded. Passing by? Where are you heading if your path leads you there? Could it be you're going to? A female voice chimed in. At this, the man nodded at her and said, I believe our destination is the same. What destination? Luo Zayut pretended not to understand, asking the man. The man looked at him but did not speak. Instead, he glanced back at his companions standing behind him and said, All right, let's introduce ourselves first. We may have to travel together in the future. Upon hearing this, the magician carefully observed the 4 individuals before him, 5 in total, including the man who had saved them. Among them were 4 men and 1 woman. The man then addressed the magician, introducing himself. I am called Bamyanfing, Half Peak. You can call me that directly. The tall figure is known as General. The girl is Wolf Girl, because she grew up among wolves. Hence, we call her Wolf Girl. The well-built man is called Broken Soul Ring. And lastly, the handsome man is known as Reciter. In just a few sentences, the man completed their introduction. Listening to these strange names left the magician and others puzzled. Evidently, these were not their real names, but rather nicknames. The magician's group also politely introduced themselves, and soon they all became more familiar with each other. Bamyanfing was their leader, and on the magician's side, the natural leader was the magician himself. Bamyanfing said to the magician, Now that we all know each other, we should not have too many reservations. After all, mutual trust is required for working together. Clearly, Bamyanfing approached things with seriousness and attentiveness. The magician agreed with his words, yet since the 2 teams had just become acquainted, how they would interact going forward remained to be seen. Before they knew it, night had fallen. The magician and Kruger strolled along a long and wide corridor. The silver lines of moonlight shining on their bodies and faces made them appear especially beautiful, almost like an oil painting set against the backdrop of the corridor. Kruger asked the magician, Do you really trust that man called Half Peak? It's hard to say. After all, he saved our lives. The magician seemed unsure. I find this group of theirs pretty peculiar, Kruger noted. You're right, they are rather strange. Besides, the purpose of their trip to Monte Carlo Forest is unclear to us, the magician added. Although the 2 teams had decided to go together to Monte Carlo Forest, they did not reveal their true intentions to each other. Early the next morning, they were all ready. Kruger still held Ruby in his arms, while Half Peak's group looked at Kruger with an odd gaze. However, Kruger didn't pay much attention and was the first one to step out of the inn gate with Ruby in his arms. Soon, the whole group left the station as the distance to Monte Carlo Forest wasn't far anymore. They would reach the destination within half a day if they rode horses. In the blink of an eye, they arrived in front of Monte Carlo Forest. Before them stretched an eerie and dark green forest. The trees grew so lushly that their branches almost intertwined. Some had even grown together like braided ropes. Looks like we're about to embark on a perilous journey. Half Peak said to the magician. Is this Monte Carlo Forest? Ruby, who had been carried the whole time, asked. Yes, this is where your friend is, the magician replied. Ruby couldn't help but gasp at the sight of the seemingly endless forest. Although blue elves like him lived in tree hollows, seeing such a vast forest still made him marvel. The team cautiously moved toward the deeper parts of the forest. The forest was very dense, and the gaps between the branches were extremely small. They could only see tiny rays of light filtering through the minute gaps, slowly forming streaks like threads of light. Stop! Suddenly, the only female in the group called out anxiously. What did you hear? Half-Peak immediately went to Wolf Girl's side and asked. Someone's following us, Wolf Girl said seriously. They are bloodthirsty demons, the magician added as he walked to Wolf Girl's side. You felt it too? Wolf Girl said. They've been following us for a while, the magician responded. What should we do then? Kruger asked, walking up to the magician. We need to find a way to eliminate them, Half-Peak said. Soon after, Reciter, who had been walking ahead, came back, panting, and said, There's a stream up ahead where we can refill our water. A stream? Ruby became excited upon hearing it, completely unafraid of the bloodthirsty demons mentioned by the magician, possibly because he'd never seen such creatures before. Perhaps we should act there, the magician suggested. Right. With water, we won't fear any danger, Half-Peak agreed. They quickly reached the stream Reciter had spoken of. It was a narrow but sufficient brook, enough to quench their thirst. Several people happily walked to the bank. The stream water was incredibly clear and refreshing. Kruger placed Ruby on the ground and scooped up some water, drinking it greedily as the sweet flow cooled his parched throat. Ruby submerged himself entirely into the stream, while Luo Zaya loudly rebuked Ruby for polluting such pure water. At this moment, from the thick woods nearby came faint noises. Wolf Girl was the first to stand up, reviewing her surroundings with the intensity of a fierce wolf. Others also became alert instantly. Time seemed frozen. The sha-sha sound gradually intensified as bushes began to rustle violently. A mysterious shadow surged out of the underbrush. These beings were not members of the magic race, yet they shared the cruelty and heartlessness of the magic clan, perhaps even more ferocious. They possessed pairs of long, razor-sharp canine teeth, resembling elf-like humans in appearance, but towering over the average elf in height. Their blood-red eyes sent chills down everyone's spines. Upon emerging from the woods, these monsters scouted around like predators seeking prey, and soon their gaze fixed onto the magician's group. They began howling, a piercing, terrifying sound that chilled those who heard it. Chapter 212, Demon Tower. Suddenly, a leading bloodthirsty demon with a face full of anger howled toward the position of the mage, and then it swiftly rushed to the mage's position. The group of bloodthirsty demons behind it also surged forward. The mage held his staff tightly, slamming it forcefully in front of him, from which an impulse wave erupted forth, directly rushing toward the incoming bloodthirsty demons. In an instant, the leading bloodthirsty demon was struck by the onrushing impulse wave, being hurled several meters away. The group of bloodthirsty demons behind it were similarly flung far away. However, their speed of getting back up exceeded everyone's expectations, just the blink of an eye, and they rose from the ground, surging toward the mage once again. At this moment, Bamianfing drew a dagger from his waist and charged at the group of bloodthirsty demons. Then the general swung the sharp axe in his hand, chopping toward the group of bloodthirsty demons. The mage originally intended to use magic again, but Bamianfing and others were already tangled in fierce combat with the bloodthirsty demons, so he abandoned that thought. Kruesha hugged Ruby, who stood on the ground, and moved as far away from the creatures as possible. Then the she-wolf, the bard, the soul-breaker, and Luishut all rushed toward the monsters. With a swift swing of Bamianfing's blade, the head of a bloodthirsty demon was severed, instantly spraying out a stream of black pus. The she-wolf moved at an extraordinary speed. The group of monsters could not catch her. Though the she-wolf was female, her strength was immense. Targeting a monster, she grabbed its neck and twisted it with great force, immediately turning its neck into a pretzel. The bard stood before a group of bloodthirsty demons, opening his mouth wide and emitting a loud shout. A shrill sound burst from his mouth, followed by an impulse wave akin to a raging fire surging toward the bloodthirsty demons. In an instant, the group of monsters turned into a pool of pus. Though the number of bloodthirsty demons was large, their fighting power wasn't strong. They were quickly exterminated, leaving only a few stragglers fleeing in panic. The general slapped his hands together and said, These monsters aren't even enough to fill the gaps between my teeth. Bamianfing retorted, Don't brag. This group quickly organized their equipment, filled all water flasks to the brim, and left hastily. Kruesha embraced Ruby since he wished to protect Ruby, thus did not join in the battle. Compared to the others, his stamina was more abundant. Hence, he consistently walked at the front of the team. Of course, by now Ruby could walk on her own and didn't need to be carried in Kruesha's arms. Besides, she didn't feel comfortable being constantly held like this. Thus, they continued walking for what seemed like hours, until in front of them appeared a lush green meadow. Colorful, beautiful flowers blossomed across the meadow, with towering trees standing upright on either side. Birds flew through the branches and sang continuously. This sight was nothing short of celestial. For a long time, they hadn't seen such a beautiful place. Everyone soon forgot about the danger just past, and found themselves irresistibly drawn to the beauty of the scene, including the mage, who could not resist the stunning scenery. However, the mage quickly identified dangers within this beautiful scene. He looked around, and then gazed up at the sky, shouting suddenly, We must leave here fast. It's very dangerous. But everyone was entranced by the paradisiacal environment, and paid no attention to him. The mage immediately cast a spell over the crowd. It was a spell to make people regain awareness. Although somewhat painful, it wasn't fatal. After Luo Shoot was hit by the mage's spell, he immediately came to his senses and asked what happened. The mage replied, We must leave right now, quickly. At that moment, others too regained consciousness and looked perplexedly at the mage. Immediately, the mage turned and tried to leave. However, suddenly they noticed a dense fog creeping slowly toward them. Now everyone confusedly approached the mage, asking what had occurred. The mage explained, This mist is poisonous. We can't let it near us. Upon hearing about the poisonous mist, everyone became nervous immediately, and Xuanxia embraced Ruby once again. Ruby trembled in Xuanxia's embrace. What should we do now? Luo Shute asked anxiously, stepping back while distancing himself from the approaching mist. Ruby, don't you know how to dig tunnels? The mage suddenly directed his gaze toward Ruby's location and asked. It was then that Xuanxia realized this too, so he told Ruby cradled in his arms, you should immediately dig a big hole so we can hide inside. Ruby was clearly terrified by the sight, but soon she regained her senses, though her whole body still trembled with fear. Xuanxia gently placed Ruby on the ground. Standing there, Ruby looked around at their surroundings. By now, the thick fog had almost completely enveloped all the trees around them, leaving their position akin to a well opening. However, unlike a normal well, this one was gradually shrinking. Ruby, it's up to you, the mage said tensely to Ruby. Since they had reached this point, Ruby didn't hold back any longer and began digging in the ground. For someone like her, a blue elf, making a hole wasn't difficult, but creating one large enough to accommodate everyone within such a short time was. Ruby worked tirelessly, continuously digging. At this moment, the thick fog around them began slowly advancing closer. The mage immediately instructed everyone to cover their mouths and noses to avoid inhaling the toxic fumes. Just then, something unexpected happened. Ruby's tunnel suddenly collapsed without warning. They only heard Ruby let out a loud scream before disappearing from view. Ruby. Xuanxia watched as Ruby fell into an unfathomable abyss. What happened? Bamianfing asked. Ruby fell into the hole, Xuanxia replied. What do we do now? Luoshut asked. We go after her. Bamianfing said these words while leaping into the deep pit Ruby had dug. This cave seemed bottomless. Bamianfing flew through the air for an indeterminate amount of time before landing hard in the depths of the cavern. Soon after came the thuds of others falling in after him. Strangely, despite the great height of their fall, none of them were harmed, not even sustaining a single scratch. We've made it down. Luoshut slowly stood up. The others also got up and observed their surroundings, marveling at the vast cavern that stretched before them. Who would have thought this little blue elf could dig such a massive hole so quickly? Luoshut exclaimed in admiration. This isn't Ruby's doing. It's a pre-existing cavern, the mage declared as he struck the ground forcefully with his staff, bathing the area in a warm yellow glow. A gigantic cavern then revealed itself before them. Towering rocks protruded from the walls, forming numerous jagged structures throughout the chamber. Suddenly, the general pointed upwards and shouted, prompting everyone to look up. Dense fog seeped into the cavern from the top opening. Without hesitation, they all sprinted deeper into the cavern. Illuminated by the light from the mage's staff, the mage led the group. Following closely behind were Xuanxia, carrying Ruby, Luoshut, and Bamianfing, who continued running tirelessly until they felt safe enough to stop. Where are we? Why haven't we exited this place yet after running so long? Luoshut asked the mage curiously. I'm not sure, perhaps it's some kind of natural cavern, the mage speculated. At that moment, Ruby unexpectedly jumped down from Xuanxia's arms and started walking toward a dark corner. Xuanxia, caught off guard by Ruby's unusual behavior, stared at her standing form with confusion. Ruby ignored Xuanxia's expression and moved steadily towards a dried-up, decomposed corpse that came into view. It was a small, emaciated body that appeared to be that of a blue elf. What did you find? Xuanxia followed Ruby's gaze. Seeing Ruby standing solemnly before the corpse, his face displayed obvious grief. Clearly, Ruby knew who the deceased was. Do you know him? The mage asked as he joined Ruby's side. He is the blue elf person you're looking for. Ruby's answer stunned everyone, including the mage, who hadn't anticipated such a statement. Instantly, they all froze in shock. Ruby, don't make things up. Can you be sure? Luoshut immediately questioned. Turning around, Luoshut noticed tears welling up in Ruby's eyes. Ruby firmly stated, it's Bibijialai, I wouldn't make a mistake about it. Upon hearing this, Xuanxia and Luoshut collapsed onto the ground, while the mage remained silent. Bamianfing approached after noticing their sorrowful expressions and asked what had happened. Ruby gave a brief account of the situation here. After glancing at the corpse beside Ruby, Bamianfing expressed his helplessness as well. No one had expected the turn of events to take such a dire course. However, there was nothing that could be done about it now. After a brief rest, the group set off again. This time, though, none of them spoke. A combination of seeing the deceased blue elf's body and the shattering of their hopes left them in silence. It wasn't until they reached an enormous gate deep inside the cave that the quiet finally broke. How can there be a gate here? Bamianfing asked as he approached the mage. The mage didn't reply. He simply stood in front of the gate and stared at it for a long moment. Then he murmured, I finally understand where we are. This isn't a naturally formed cavern at all. So where are we then? The general who hadn't spoken for a while now asked. The Tower of Evil, the mage said. The Tower of Evil? You mean the place where the Demon King was defeated? Xuanxia, holding Ruby in his arms, questioned. That's right. This must be the Tower of Evil, the mage confirmed with certainty. But that doesn't make sense. The Tower of Evil shouldn't be. Before Xuanxia could finish asking, the gate before them suddenly opened on its own. Startled by the opening of the gate, everyone immediately gripped their weapons tightly and watched nervously in front of them. In that instant when the gate opened, they saw something silver moving within. It seemed like ghost fire flickering faintly as it floated out from the interior of the gate. As I listened to the mage tell me this story, I was completely engrossed and failed to notice Kelly talking to me. When Kelly called my name a few times without any response from me, she lightly tapped my shoulder, snapping me back to reality. This interruption also disrupted the mage's tale. Both the mage and I looked at Kelly in confusion. Kelly told us, This forest has returned to its original position. We can go out from here now. Hearing this, both the mage and I felt very pleased. But my mind was still preoccupied with the story the mage had started telling. Apparently, it couldn't continue further for now. Soon, Arance walked up beside me, urging us to leave quickly. So, we practically sprinted toward the exit of the forest as fast as we could. Not long after, we exited the woods. In front of us stretched a beach. Still, we were some distance away from the sea itself. Chapter 2:13, The Dragon Demon. After a long journey, our group was now approaching the vicinity of the sea, and on the beach rested a colossal warship. This was a warship like none we had ever seen before. Its size was nearly 3 times that of the sailboats from the snow country. Several of us were astonished by what lay before our eyes. At this moment, a long wooden plank slowly extended from within the giant warship. It was a sturdy plank that stretched directly from inside the cabin to the nearest part of the shore. Daibolamira was shouting towards the interior of the ship while waving at us, signaling for us to quickly follow. Of course, Juramira and its companions were the first to enter the giant warship, followed by our 4 individuals. The magician was the last to enter the warship. Once aboard this massive vessel, I noticed that although the interior of the warship was enormous, there weren't many members of the dragon race on board. Only a few scattered dragon people stood around, and with the few of us who just boarded, there were no more than 20-odd people. Why are there so few people on the ship? Kabu asked. Clearly, I wasn't the only one to notice this. Daibolamira did not rush to answer his question, but instead approached one of the dragon people, speaking to it in a language we couldn't understand. Soon, Daibolamira waved us over and said, "Follow me." And since we were already on the ship, there was nothing left to fear. Thus, we followed Daibolamira into the cabin of the giant warship. Inside was a spacious cabin, large enough to house a small army. Upon entering, Daibolamira was the first to sit down in a chair. Carefully observing the surroundings, I noted there was little here except for some basic furniture. There wasn't even a single bed. "Why is it so simple here?" I asked. "Because this is the command center of the entire ship," replied Daibolamira. "The command center? Do you command here?" Kelly looked at Daibolamira curiously and asked. "This is the heart of the whole warship," Juramira said as he entered the cabin. "Why are there so few people here?" Kabu asked again. At this point, Daibolamira began pounding on a section of the cabin wall where there was a noticeable groove. After forcefully tapping the groove, soon the entire ship started moving. The position where I stood began to shift slightly, suggesting the entire ship was now in motion. "Our ship is moving," Kelly exclaimed. Juramira then walked over to me and pointed to a portion of the cabin wall, saying, "Take a look." He approached the wall, grabbing a protruding ring and pulling it forcefully. A square window appeared before us. Through this square window, I saw a massive wing continuously flapping against the seawater. The incessant flapping sound was sharp and ear-piercing. Not only did I witness this scene, but Kelly, Kabu, and Alanthes saw it too. "That's a dragon's wing," the magician suddenly said. "You're right," responded Juramira. "A dragon's wing? Could it be this ship is actually a dragon?" Kabu asked in astonishment. "More or less," Daibolamira replied. I glanced at both the magician and Daibolamira, seeming to grasp something. Perhaps this explained why the ship was so enormous. It was entirely constructed around the body of a giant dragon. It also clarified why dragon wings could be seen on either side of the ship's hull. Time passed, and the group took their seats inside the cabin. I still hadn't forgotten about the story of the white tiger that the magician had told me and wanted to ask further questions, but at that moment, a breathless member of the dragon race rushed into our cabin. "What has happened?" Daibolamira asked, looking at the dragon person. "A dragon demon. It's a dragon demon," the dragon individual exclaimed nervously. "A dragon demon? How could it appear here?" Juramira said anxiously, turning to look at his brother. At this moment, Daibolamira immediately ran out from the cabin, and naturally we followed her. The magician and Juramira also went along. We quickly arrived at the deck of the giant warship, where there was ample space, and a few of us stood by the railing gazing out at the boundless ocean before us. Although I had seen the sea in the human world and encountered several so-called seas during this time, this one was different. Aside from the distinct color of this sea compared to others, its current also behaved strangely. "The color of this sea is actually green?" Kelly exclaimed, astonished and unable to close her mouth. "And the water patterns of this area are actually flowing toward the inside of the ship," I said in shock. "This is the sign of a dragon demon's appearance," Daibolamira stated. "Huh? What kind of monster exactly is this dragon demon you're talking about?" Kabu asked. "It's hard to explain clearly to you, but soon you will see the true form of the dragon demon," Daibolamira replied. Then, around our ship railings, the dragon people began moving some equipment that we had never seen before into positions closer to the surface of the sea. These were devices resembling gigantic fish spears with crossbows, yet much larger and more complex. "What are these things?" I pointed at the nearby enormous equipment and asked. "These are baits used to lure out the dragon demons," Daibolamira explained. "Lure out the dragon demons? Are you planning to kill it?" Kabu asked. "Kill the dragon demon? It seems you really need a proper lesson on how formidable they are." One of the dragon people responded after hearing Kabu's words. "They? Does that mean there's more than one dragon demon?" Kelly asked nervously. Before Kabu could question further, one of the dragon people had already launched a spear towards the green ocean. A harpoon, as thick as an arm and taller than a man, shot straight into the sea. I only saw the harpoon, like a water snake, penetrate directly into the green ocean. "What are you doing?" I questioned doubtfully. "Looking for the dragon demon's location," Juramira answered. "Are you trying to catch the dragon demon?" Kabu asked. "No, We're going to follow its position while navigating, Dibola Mira said. Why? Before Kaboo could ask again, another dragon person had already launched another harpoon. Suddenly, we noticed something similar to a fish emerging from the green waters dozens of meters away. It leapt high into the air, rising to over 10 meters above the water, clear for all of us to see. However, due to the distance, I couldn't discern the exact features of this dragon demon, but roughly made out that it resembled a colossal flying fish. On both sides, there were wing-like structures, its back sported tall, dense fins, and to my astonishment, the dragon demon's color was green, the same color as this sea. If it hadn't jumped out from under the water, we wouldn't have been able to see it at all. You see, that's the dragon demon. Dibola Mira walked up beside me and said, "Why is it green?" I asked. This is precisely why we needed to draw them out. Because their skin color matches the sea, we must know their swimming path to avoid collisions with our ship, Dibola Mira explained. Colliding with our ship? Surely not. Could a single dragon demon capsize our ship? Kaboo, confused, looked at Dibola Mira and asked. Of course not. But what if there were tens of thousands of them? Juramira also approached me and said, after the spot where the earlier dragon demon surfaced, there was once again movement on the water surface. Slowly, bubbles began forming on the ocean surface. Then those bubbles grew larger until countless dragon demons emerged one by one. Witnessing this scene, we were almost completely breathless. In front of us unfolded an incredibly stunning sight. Hundreds and thousands of dragon demons leaping from the sea through the bubbles and plunging back into the water repeatedly. All we could do was widen our eyes and stare at them continuously. We've located their movement positions. All right, we'll follow them, Dibola Mira ordered the nearby dragon people. Chapter 214, The Dragon Kingdom. Our ship soon changed its course, and we kept following the group of dragon demons. Of course, we always maintained a relatively safe distance from them. After a long voyage, we finally saw a small, barely visible object in the distance. That thing seemed to be a huge island, but it was too far away for us to see clearly. After sailing for a while, the object finally became clearer before our eyes. At this moment, the spectacular sight of those dragon demons gradually disappeared. It seemed as though they had only appeared to guide our way. This island was large. Although I had not yet set foot on it, I could already judge the overall area of the island from the ship. There was only one tall building on the island, a cluster of buildings resembling an ancient castle. The building complex consisted of 3 parts forming a pinzy-shaped layout, like 3 colossal stone tower sculptures standing there. Our warship quickly docked at the shore, and the long and thick plank extended out of the ship again. We disembarked one by one. Now that we had stepped onto the beach of this island, soon a group of fully armed members of the dragon clan hurried to our position. They arrived at both sides of the warship and orderly lined up on either side of the ship until Dibola Mira and Gujula Mira came down from the ship. Only then did they change formation. King, you've returned. One of the dragon clan people quickly walked up to Dibola Mira and respectfully said, I'm not the king yet. This time it was just my good luck. Otherwise, I wouldn't have made it back, Dibola Mira told him. Are they also with you? The dragon asked. Yes, they saved Gujula Mira, Dibola Mira replied. At this point, the dragon turned around and looked at us. Among us stood a magician. How is there a magician here? The dragon was somewhat surprised upon seeing this. It's nothing. They are all my friends. Dibola Mira gently patted the dragon's shoulder. We didn't linger too long in this place and soon followed Dibola Mira and Gujula Mira, the brother-sister duo, toward the pinzy-shaped architectural cluster. Along the way, no one exchanged words. Not even Kaboo, who usually talked nonstop, said anything. The magician's breathing was so quiet that it was almost impossible to hear. We followed them through a patch of short grass on the island. It was indeed an island, and it should have almost been uninhabited. Aside from some ramshackle houses we saw along the way, the truly worthy structures were the pinzy-shaped architectural complexes. I carefully observed the surroundings of the island along the way. Here, weeds were everywhere, and every now and then, a foul smell would invade the nose, making it hard for me to concentrate on observing more details. After a long march, we finally arrived at the gate of this architectural complex. It was an old door over 5 meters high. Judging from its appearance, it had a history of over 1,000 years. We followed Dibola Mira and Gujula Mira into the interior of the building. As soon as we entered, I was immediately stunned by the surrounding environment, because right in the middle of the interior was a spiral staircase. Each step wound around itself in an upward spiral. Welcome to our home, Dibola Mira said to us. Is this your home? Kaboo looked around at the surrounding environment and said in amazement. You will be very safe here, Gujula Mira said. The group didn't linger much longer and ascended the spiral staircase together with Dibola Mira. I don't know how long or how many floors I climbed. When Dibola Mira stopped in front of a room, he informed us that this would be where we rest going forward. Since we had endured a long journey, none of us said much. So, we all rushed into the room. The entire room was quite spacious, completely surprising all of us beyond expectation. Even the magician did not expect it. The whole room spanned nearly hundreds of square meters, enough not only to accommodate us, but even an entire platoon would have plenty of space. We quickly collapsed onto soft beds. These beds were enormous for us. Sleeping several people on one bed would still leave plenty of room, let alone each person having their own bed. Soon after, Kaboo fell sound asleep, while Kylie and Alontes continued inspecting the remaining contents of the room. I wasn't too interested in these decorations and furnishings in the room, even if they were peculiar. However, I was more interested in the unfinished story of the magician. So, I sat up from the large bed and said to the magician who was lying on the opposite side, Your story is not finished yet. What happened next? Upon hearing my question, the magician also sat up and glanced at the other 3 people beside him, who were already fast asleep in their beds. He then asked me, "After such a long journey, aren't you tired?" I shook my head at him and replied, "I'm not tired at all right now. I just want to know the final outcome of that story." The magician slightly curled his lips into a smile and then said, "All right then, I will tell you the rest of the story." Hearing this, I straightened my body and stared solemnly at the magician, who continued. When the magician and the group from Banmian Peak looked into the gate, a faint silver-white light slowly appeared from inside the gate. This silver-white light soon moved closer and started to drift out little by little from within the gate. When they finally saw clearly what it was, they were dumbfounded because they saw a fully silver-white tiger. "It's by who, white tiger?" I immediately exclaimed after hearing this. The magician nodded at me and continued. After emerging from the gate, this by who charged towards them fiercely. The magician paused his narration here. Seeing him stop, I urged him to continue since I was completely absorbed in his story. However, the magician asked me instead, "Do you feel anything unusual about our room?" Unusual? I began examining the surrounding environment carefully. Perhaps due to the darkness of the room, I couldn't see anything. After all, we entered the room in the evening, and there were no windows in the room either. We hadn't lit any candles, so everything around me was pitch black. As I had been engrossed in listening to the magician's tale, I hadn't noticed these details much. It was natural for us not to light candles at night. Just as I was gazing into the dark surroundings, suddenly a loud scream came from beside me. I immediately turned toward the source of the cry, which was Kabu's bed. "What's wrong?" Alantes and Kylie woke up instantly upon hearing the scream. "It's Kabu," I said. "There's something here. Something's in here." Kabu stumbled off his bed in panic. "What is it?" Kylie asked anxiously. "I don't know what it is, but it moves," Kabu replied. At this moment, the magician waved his hands in front of himself, and a blue light ball appeared hovering above our heads. "What is this?" Kylie pointed at the light ball above our heads. Before I could say anything, the blue light ball split from the inside outward, and in an instant, the entire room was illuminated brightly by the blue glow. "It's bright, it's bright," Kabu shouted happily as he looked around. At this very moment, I could see clearly the situation inside the room through the blue glow. The room was exactly the same as when we first entered. There was no significant change. I carefully looked left and right, noticing that except for Kabu's bed, which was in complete disarray, everything else remained unchanged. But just as I was about to shift my gaze away, I spotted a moving object quickly darting down from Kabu's bed. There's something on Kabu's bed," I loudly shouted, pointing at Kabu's bed. Chapter 215, Lava Beast Attack. At this moment, everyone turned to look in the direction of Kabu's bed upon hearing the noise. The moving object was so fast that I couldn't see it clearly, and I wasn't sure if my eyes were playing tricks on me. But just as I was doubting what I had seen, something that blended almost perfectly with the ground began to move. "What is that?" I pointed to a spot less than 5 meters away from us. The magician quickly stepped beside me and looked. After seeing the moving thing on the ground, he immediately said, "It's a lava beast." "What kind of beast?" Kabu didn't hear clearly. "Lava beast," the magician repeated again. Before the magician could finish speaking, the lava beast crouching on the ground suddenly leaped up and pounced toward him. Because of its incredible speed, the magician didn't react in time and was instantly tackled to the ground by the lava beast. Upon seeing this, I rushed forward and kicked the big, fat head of the lava beast with all my strength. Perhaps due to the power behind my kick, the lava beast seemed heavily injured and quickly sprang off the magician. As I watched the movements of this monster, when it had moved far enough away, I immediately helped the magician get back up. "Are you alright?" I asked anxiously. "The lava beast shouldn't be aggressive," the magician murmured to himself, shaking his head. Only then did I turn to look at the direction of the lava beast. It was an animal only about the length of one arm. Its shape resembled a catfish with 4 limbs crawling on the ground. Its form was also somewhat similar to a gecko, though slightly larger. Right now, this lava beast opened its large mouth and roared loudly at us before charging at us once more. The magician raised one arm in front of himself, and the lava beast then floated into the air. It swung its limbs left and right, but its body was no longer able to move. "Good job," Kabu exclaimed excitedly. The lava beast hovered in front of us, less than 3 meters away. As I stared at the creature with its mouth wide open, a jet of unknown sticky liquid suddenly spewed from its mouth and splashed directly onto the magician's face. Surprised by the sudden attack, the magician instantly covered his face and collapsed to the ground. Meanwhile, the lava beast fell from midair and started crawling towards the magician's position rapidly. Instinctively, I placed my hand on my waist, but at that moment I realized that we had left all our weapons on the warship when entering the island since we assumed there wouldn't be any danger here. Who would have expected such peril right inside our sleeping quarters? Just as I prepared to kick the swiftly approaching lava beast with my foot, a gentle breeze passed by my ear, and then a sharp dagger pierced straight through the head of the lava beast. The lava beast crawled a few steps, and then collapsed limp. Immediately, I turned around and saw Dibola Mila standing behind us. She had come upon hearing our shouts. "You came just in time," Kabu said excitedly upon seeing Dibola Mila. She ignored Kabu's words and walked straight to the magician, squatting down halfway. At this moment, the magician was covering his face and appeared to have fainted. Dibola Mila gently removed the magician's hands from his face, and I noticed his eyes had already become completely turbid and filled with a grayish-white liquid. "What happened to his eyes?" I asked anxiously. I never imagined the lava beast would have evolved to this extent. Dibola Mila murmured to herself. "What exactly happened to him?" I continued asking. "We must save him quickly," Otherwise, he won't only go blind, but might even lose his life, Dibola Mila said seriously. Soon, we carried the unconscious magician to the large bed. Dibola Mila sought out a few dragon people skilled in medicine, who applied some ointment to his eyes. However, this was merely temporary protection for his eyes to prevent further erosion by the lava beast's liquid. From Dibola Mila, we later learned about a way to cure the magician's eyes. On this island, there was a flower called blind flower, which grew in cold and damp areas. Although Dibola Mila wasn't certain where exactly, she had heard that the blind flower could heal any injury inflicted by the lava beasts on this island. Now that we knew how to help the magician, I quickly armed myself along with 3 other companions. Maybe because we had completely gotten used to acting together throughout our journey, even timid Kaboo didn't utter a word of complaint. Dibola Mila watched as the few of us got ready. Then he pulled out a very thick book from somewhere unknown. He flipped open this heavy tome and presented it before us, quickly perusing its pages until he stopped at one. He pointed at a not too clear drawing on the page and said, "This is what the blind flower looks like. Though it may not be too clear in the book, you should still be able to get a general idea." I moved closer to look at the book, and indeed, in the center of the page was a drawing resembling a flower. The whole pattern wasn't drawn with much clarity, so it could only roughly be seen as composed of numerous small petals forming a central blossom. Still, seeing the pattern of the blind flower was better than seeing nothing at all, so we tore out that page, and I placed it carefully inside my coat. "Are you leaving now?" Dibola Mila asked. "Yes, didn't you say the magician is in great danger?" I replied. "But it's nighttime," Dibola Mila reminded us. I glanced at the companions standing beside me, then nodded resolutely to Dibola Mila. Seeing our determination, Dibola Mila led us out of the compound and showed us a winding path, instructing, "If you follow this route, perhaps you can find the blind flower." "Aren't you coming with us?" Kaboo asked. "His Majesty the future king cannot risk anything happening to him," Gajira Mila added as she emerged from the buildings. "Even so, we can't abandon the magician. He has saved all of us before," Kaboo said angrily. Alantes patted Kaboo's shoulder, signaling for him to keep quiet. Kaboo immediately understood Alante's meaning and closed his mouth. "In truth, I'd also like to come with you to search for the blind flower, but there are more pressing matters for me. A great battle is about to begin, and I must prepare myself," Dibola Mila explained. Hearing this, we had no further arguments. The group of us, holding torches, followed the winding path that Dibola Mila had indicated and set off into the night. Chapter 216, Blind Flower. With the light of our torches, the 4 of us could only see a very small area around us. All around were trees scattered in disarray. Some had completely dried up and died, while others were starting to turn yellow. Because we had prepared thoroughly before setting out, even though we were walking through such a desolate area, none of us felt any fear. Perhaps we had gradually become accustomed to it by now. We walked along a winding path for a long time until a massive wall, over 100 meters high, suddenly blocked our way. "What is this place?" Kaboo approached the giant wall, using his torch to illuminate it as he asked. "Maybe it's the edge of the island," Kelly guessed. "It might not be," Alanthes said. "Regardless, we have no way forward now," Kaboo said. I held my torch and looked around, but apart from the colossal wall in front of us, there was nothing else in sight. At that moment, I noticed that the wall seemed to have undergone some changes, though I wasn't entirely sure. I walked closer to the wall, intending to touch it, when Alanthes suddenly called me back. I turned around and saw him hurrying towards me, unclear as to why he was stopping me. Once Alanthes stood beside me, he whispered, "Be careful and slowly move away from this wall." Besides me, Kelly and Kaboo also heard Alanthes' words, but none of them understood what he meant. It wasn't until I stepped back from the wall that we finally saw it moving slowly under the firelight. This was what had been feeling off all along. "This wall is moving," I whispered to Alanthes. Hearing my words, Kelly and Kaboo started examining the wall carefully too. Although we were several meters away, the glow of our torches still faintly illuminated the top of the wall. Kaboo noticed that the black parts on the wall were now flowing with cracks resembling magma, glowing red. "What's going on?" Kaboo asked, perplexed by the situation. I, too, was captivated by what I saw. As I observed the continuous appearance of these red cracks on the wall, I realized something. Immediately, I took several more steps backward, and Kelly called out to me when she saw my actions, prompting me to stop retreating. "What's wrong?" Kelly asked. "We need to leave here quickly," I whispered to her. "What did he say?" Kaboo turned around and questioned. "Hurry, let's go," Alanthes said anxiously at this moment. "What's happening?" Kelly asked confusedly. "The thing in front of us is not a wall," I explained quietly. "Then what is it?" Kaboo asked. "A lava beast," Alanthes interjected. "Ah." Upon hearing Alanthes' words, Kaboo couldn't help but yell out. "You need to be quieter." I didn't get a chance to finish my sentence because the wall in front of us reacted significantly. It began to shake violently, and then the entire wall appeared to collapse rapidly downward. "The wall seems to be gone," Kaboo pointed out. "It hasn't disappeared, rather." Instantly, a nauseating stench enveloped us, causing us to retreat several steps while covering our mouths and noses with our arms. The foul smell was somewhat reduced, but just as we were about to leave, waves of howling cries erupted around us from all directions. These sounds were familiar to us since we had heard identical ones not too long ago. "It truly is a lava beast," Kaboo said, filled with horror. In fact, we weren't so afraid of the lava beasts now since we'd fought them before and had gained some experience. Moreover, our equipment was complete. There was a sharp sword hanging at my waist. Kelly wielded her most proficient bow and arrow, and a pair of double daggers was tucked into her belt. Alanthes carried a sharp axe, and Kaboo held a sturdy sword. If we really engaged in battle with these lava beasts, we would not be at a disadvantage. Instead, we could carry out a massacre. Additionally, we had rested sufficiently in the tower, and our bodies were currently in optimal condition. However, the unfavorable factor for us was the number of lava beasts present. We still didn't know exactly how many there were. If the entire wall consisted of stacked lava beasts, then there must be tens of thousands surrounding us. But now we had no time to think about anything else, because some lava beasts had already charged towards us. I immediately retaliated, and with a single strike of my sword, I decapitated one lava beast. At the same time, Kaboo and Alanthes also engaged in battle against the surrounding lava beasts, while Kelly attacked the distant ones with her bow and arrows. Soon, numerous lava beast corpses piled up around us. However, even so, more lava beasts kept charging at us. We fought as we ran, not knowing how long we had been running, until we reached a point where there was no way forward anymore. In front of us stood a genuine tall wall. Although this wall was not as high as that giant wall, it was still enough to block our path. What do we do now? Kaboo asked anxiously while slashing the surrounding lava beasts. As I fought off the lava beasts, I observed the surroundings. With one hand holding my precious sword and the other a torch, swinging them continuously, suddenly, a robust and massive creature leaped from the high wall behind us. The appearance of this monster caused the lava beasts encircling us to scatter and flee immediately. What is this thing? Kaboo asked, staring at the monster before us. I looked at the monster standing before us. It was at a certain distance from us, and during our fight, our torches had almost burned out. Even if we used the torches to light up the monster before us, it was difficult to see its form clearly. At this moment, it was slowly walking toward us. I raised my torch to shine on it, revealing its shape under the flickering firelight. The instant I saw this monster, I was startled so much that I fell onto the ground with a thud. Alanthes, seeing my reaction, yanked me up. What's wrong? What is it? He asked, his torch almost extinguished due to the fight, leaving him unable to make out what was ahead. What is that thing? Kelly also looked at me tensely and aimed her bow and arrow into the darkness ahead. It's actually, though Alanthes pulled me up, my whole body went limp again. I couldn't understand why I reacted like this, for I had gone through countless trials and tribulations and would usually remain calm even encountering terrifying things. But when I saw what was illuminated by the firelight just now, an indescribable force seemed to strike my innermost heart. My hands trembled uncontrollably, and my legs felt too weak to stand, allowing me to barely rise only with Alanthes' support. Kaboo then once again shone his torch at the spot in front of us. To everyone's surprise, there was absolutely nothing there, not even a single lava beast. There's nothing here? Kaboo said perplexedly. What did you see? Kaboo turned back to ask me. I didn't answer Kaboo's question because I was completely stunned by the current situation. I had seen it clearly. It was glaring at me with eyes fixed firmly, but now there was nothing in front of us. After an unknown period of time, I began to slowly recover my physical condition. All along, I was being supported by Alanthes and Kaboo as we walked. No one spoke. Not until we reached a huge rock did we stop. Let's rest here a bit, Alanthes suggested. I eagerly leaned against the rock to rest. Kelly approached me and asked, what did you see earlier? I didn't know how to answer this question, so I evaded, saying, maybe I just saw something wrongly. What do we do now? Kaboo asked. We continue searching for blind flower, I replied. But there doesn't seem to be any such flower here, Kaboo said. Just then, Alanthes suddenly shouted, quick, look. Although my body was still frail, I immediately stood up and walked to Alanthes' side, asking, what's the matter? Your Highness, where's that map of yours? Alanthes asked. I immediately took out the map. Alanthes carefully studied it after taking it from me. Confused, I stood beside him. Meanwhile, I began to observe the surroundings. We were standing at a place similar to the corner of a triangle, and the corner was covered with strange plants. As I moved closer to inspect these plants, I immediately told Alanthes, we found the blind flower. Kelly and Kaboo also came over when they heard. They looked up at the object, then turned to look at Alanthes. Alanthes, holding the map in his hand, said, this doesn't seem right. What's not right? I asked. Why is what's depicted on the map different from what's above? Alanthes asked. I walked over to him and looked at the location marked on the map. Indeed, the pattern of the flower on the map was completely different from the things growing on the wall in front of us. Kaboo approached these objects, reaching out to touch them, but Kelly suddenly warned Kaboo not to move recklessly. However, it was already too late. The moment Kaboo touched them, he collapsed onto the ground as if he had been struck by something instantly fatal. Kelly immediately rushed to Kaboo's side. At that very moment, the plants growing on the wall suddenly sprayed a stream of sticky liquid directly toward Kelly's face. I tried to warn Kelly, but it was too late. Once the sticky liquid hit her, she fell to the ground instantly. Alanthes grabbed my arm and ran toward the exit. My body was still weak, so after running only a short distance, I tripped and fell. Just as I was trying to get up, I saw a massive silver-white creature lunging straight at me. I screamed and instinctively raised my arm to defend myself. But in an instant, its teeth clamped down hard on my arm, and with one fierce pull, my entire arm was torn off clean. Blood spurted everywhere. As soon as this happened, Alanthes quickly ran back to my position. My consciousness began fading rapidly, until I finally lost all awareness and collapsed on the ground. Chapter 217, Panlong Island. Your Highness, Your Highness. Kelly was gently shaking my shoulder and saying beside me. I slowly opened my eyes after being shaken by Kelly. My blurred vision focused on Kelly in front of me as I asked, what's wrong? Your Highness, did you have a nightmare? Kelly asked. A dream? That's when I began to regain some awareness. I slowly stood up, and before me burned a fire pit. Kaboo and Alanthes were sitting around the fire to keep warm. At that moment, I also felt a bit of coldness and instinctively pulled my clothes tighter. I walked over and sat down next to Alanthes. Your Highness, you're awake, Alanthes said. I nodded at him and asked, did I just have a nightmare? Yeah. Alanthes nodded again and confirmed. Your Highness, look at this. Kelly eagerly pulled out a jute bag from her waist. I stretched my neck toward the jute bag and saw what seemed to be a kind of plant at first glance. Instantly, I realized what it was, and I couldn't help but excitedly ask, is this blind flower? Yes, Kelly replied immediately. Who found it? I immediately looked at Alanthes. It wasn't me. Alanthes directly pointed to Kaboo on the other side. I didn't expect Alanthes to directly point to Kaboo. Kaboo was sitting silently by the fire, shivering all over. At this point, I turned my gaze towards him as well. Kaboo was shaking uncontrollably, and he seemed to have been completely soaked in water. His whole body was drenched. What's wrong with Kaboo? I couldn't help but ask. He fell into a big puddle. Kelly interrupted and said, Puddle? What happened? I looked at Kaboo, utterly confused. Kaboo was too frozen to say anything. He only sat greedily beside the fire absorbing its warmth. Let me explain, Kelly said to me. Then she came over and sat next to me. I also turned my body towards Kelly's direction. At this moment, I was already extremely eager to know every detail of the event from Kelly's mouth, so I immediately asked, what exactly happened? Kelly explained, when you were sleeping, Kaboo, probably due to boredom, wandered aimlessly around here. But unfortunately, he accidentally fell into a hole. Alanthes and I searched for him for quite a while without success. However, we managed to find Kaboo's footprints and followed them until we reached the hole. By then, Kaboo had already been submerged in the accumulated water inside the hole. Alanthes and I used a great deal of strength to pull him out, and right when we dragged Kaboo out, we noticed a plant entwined around Kaboo's ankle. This plant was wrapped around Kaboo's ankle. Alanthes was the first to spot this plant, and we immediately compared it with the pattern you carry, and they were identical. Therefore, we could confirm that this is indeed blind flower. Kelly recounted the entire event at one breath. At this moment, I had a general understanding of the entire incident. It seems our luck isn't too bad. Since we've already found the blind flower, we can return to the magician. But given the current situation, I'm not optimistic. It must still be nighttime, and we don't understand the surrounding environment well enough yet. Plus, Kaboo is thoroughly soaked, which, although not serious harm, will undoubtedly affect our progress. Do you have any plans? Alanthes asked me. Let's wait until dawn to decide, I said, looking up at the dim sky. We stayed by the fire all night, and set off early the next morning. Kaboo, after a full night of drying, had already completely dried himself off. Combined with a full night's rest, all of us were physically energized. We quickly found the way back, and on this journey, we hardly exchanged much conversation, focusing instead on wanting to return to the tall tower where the dragon people reside, because the wizard there was awaiting our arrival. On the other side, Deborah Mira and her dragon warriors had already prepared for a major battle, because their sole and most powerful enemy was leading a massive fleet towards Panlong Island. The leader of this fleet was Iligan Mira, the seventh ruler of the Dragon Kingdom. Deborah Mira and Gudra Mira were the children who had their younger brother killed by Iligan Mira. After their father was killed by Iligan Mira, they fled to this Panlong Island. For a long time, Iligan Mira attacked this island, but due to its easy defense and hard attack nature, he couldn't conquer it. After several failed attempts, Iligan Mira decided to temporarily give up, as these two on this isolated island posed no threat to his rule. But things are different now, because during one of Iligan Mira's travels, Deborah Mira and Gudra Mira led a group of dragon warriors in an ambush against him, almost killing him. Fortunately, he managed to capture Gudra Mira, but Deborah Mira escaped. By a twist of fate, Deborah Mira encountered our special group, and we accidentally saved Gudra Mira. This greatly enraged Iligan Mira, which is exactly why he personally led a large army to Panlong Island. Deborah Mira naturally knew that Iligan Mira would not let them go easily. She had fully prepared for a desperate battle on Panlong Island with Iligan Mira. While we were on the journey to find Blind Flower, Deborah Mira had already made all the necessary arrangements for the upcoming fierce battle. Panlong Island is a huge island, and its geographical location is at a place with high tides, practically commanding from a height. Such a geographical advantage suits near-sea defense, while large-scale amphibious operations are unfavorable, which is also one of the reasons why Iligan Mira's mini attacks on Panlong Island have failed. However, this time Iligan Mira not only mobilized a large fleet, but also deployed a great number of Dragon Knights, completely changing the power dynamics. Dragon Knights have completely destructive offensive capabilities. Even 3 or 5 of them could dominate in such a battle. This time, Iligan Mira dispatched as many as 18 Dragon Knights, which was almost enough to completely destroy the entire Panlong Island. However, Deborah Mira was unaware of this situation. Time ticked away as the sun gradually rose from the east. Deborah Mira was fully equipped, ready for the final battle with Iligan Mira. Standing alone inside the highest watchtower on Panlong Island, a dragon warrior approached her side. "Where is Iligan Mira's fleet now?" asked Deborah Mira. "Soon their fleet will enter our range of attack," the dragon soldier replied. "Good. This time I'll make sure they won't return," said Deborah Mira. "Is it true that Iligan Mira personally leads the fleet attacking us?" questioned the dragon warrior. "Yes, it seems he plans to completely annihilate us this time," said Deborah Mira. "There's movement ahead. They're here. Iligan Mira's fleet has arrived." Chapter 2:18, Dragon Knights. At this moment, several Draconian soldiers were shouting loudly to the Draconians around them. Dibola Mira heard this and looked toward the distant sea. Indeed, not far from his position, a massive fleet was heading towards the dragon coiling island. They were traveling at great speed, and Daibola Mira could easily calculate that with their current pace, it would take them less than an hour to enter the waters around Dragon Coiling Island. He immediately ran out of the lookout post and arrived at the entrance port of Dragon Coiling Island, which was the same port we had entered by boat. If Iligan Mira intended to attack Dragon Coiling Island, they would need to approach this port for a landing operation. How much further are they? Asked Daibola Mira. Not long now. We can start our long-range attacks now, said a Draconian. No, let them get closer. We must ensure the accuracy of our attacks. We can't afford to waste our ammunition, said Daibola Mira. The long-range attack mentioned by the Draconian was none other than the kind of weapon we had seen on board used to attack dragon demons, except these weapons on Dragon Coiling Island were much larger in scale. There were countless numbers of them, nearly 1,000, and all these gigantic weapons were arranged around Dragon Coiling Island, some up high, others down low, some to the left, others to the right. This way, they could virtually cover every position of the entire Dragon Coiling Island and defend against assaults from any direction. "They're here," came a voice from behind Daibola Mira. Turning back, Daibola Mira saw his younger sister, Gudjara Mira, clad in green armor approaching him. "Why have you come?" Daibola Mira asked, somewhat displeased. "How could I miss such an important battle? If Dragon Coiling Island falls, there will be nowhere for me to flee either," Gudjara Mira answered. As she spoke, Iligan Mira's fleet had become fully visible to the naked eye. It seemed like this was exactly the right time to launch the attack. Watching the huge fleet steadily advancing, Daibola Mira said to those beside him, "The real battle begins now. Fire the arrows." Immediately, a dark mist resembling a rain of arrows shot toward the massive fleet on the sea. Despite the significant distance between Dragon Coiling Island and the fleet, the sounds of the arrow-like rain piercing through the ship's hulls were loud and clear. In moments, several giant warships rushing toward Dragon Coiling Island sank into the ocean. The second wave, the third, the fourth, the fifth, all successive waves of arrows descended upon the fleet, like lightning flashing across its skies, relentlessly piercing ship after ship. Soon enough, more than a dozen warships vanished beneath the waves. Watching each ship sink one after another, Daibola Mira felt a surge of excitement. "Something doesn't seem right." Gudjara Mira suddenly voiced her doubts from the side. "What is it?" Daibola Mira turned toward his sister. "Why aren't they retaliating? Why are they just letting us hit them without fighting back?" Gudjara Mira asked. At that moment, Daibola Mira realized something was amiss. He quickly turned to look at the sinking warships. "Oh no, those ships don't have any Draconian warriors aboard." Daibola Mira shouted loudly. "What?" A nearby Draconian also turned toward the sinking warships. "If no one is on board, why didn't they resist?" Gudjara Mira questioned. "How much of our arsenal is left?" Daibola Mira immediately asked. "We've already expended quite a lot. And though we've sunk numerous ships, we likely only have enough for 2 more group volleys," replied a Draconian. "Damn it, we've fallen into their trap. Prepare everyone for close combat." Daibola Mira yelled aloud to the Draconians around him. A sense of unease, or even fear, now crept onto the faces of every Draconian. As the ships before them slowly sank into the sea, another batch of colossal warships appeared, moving toward Dragon Coiling Island. This time, Daibola Mira gave no order to use long-range attacks. Though this second wave had far fewer ships than the first, the decks were clearly packed with armed Draconian warriors, their eyes filled with murderous intent. Daibola Mira tightly grasped the sword at his waist, and suddenly one of the Draconians shouted something alarming. Turning in the direction of the shout, Daibola Mira almost fell backward as he caught sight of what lay ahead. A vast group of dragon knights were flying swiftly toward Dragon Coiling Island. Dragon knights. Dragon knights. How could it be? It's impossible. Dragon. The sudden appearance of the dragon knights was something utterly unforeseen by all the Draconians on Dragon Coiling Island. Even Daibola Mira had not anticipated that Iligan Mira would mobilize such a formidable force to attack Dragon Coiling Island. "What do we do now?" asked the Draconian warrior anxiously. "Fire arrows at the position of the dragon knights." Daibola Mira gripped his sword tightly as he spoke to the Draconians around him. "Fire! Kill those dragon knights!" the Draconian shouted loudly. In an instant, an arrow storm dark like mist shot toward the dragon knights in the air. With a whoosh, the arrow storm swept past the group of dragon knights. Not a single one was hit, let alone injured. "What do we do if we miss?" the Draconian asked anxiously. But at this moment, several dragon knights had already circled high above Dragon Coiling Island. On the backs of those colossal dragons rode armored Draconian warriors one after another. Daibola Mira immediately snatched a spear from a nearby Draconian and hurled it at one of the dragon knights. However, despite the accuracy with which Daibola Mira threw the spear toward the dragon knight, it failed to pierce him. What came next for Daibola Mira was a wave of scorching heat. A fire snake expelled from the mouth of the dragon the knight rode. Instantly, a wave of searing flames engulfed the coastal areas of Dragon Coiling Island. Many Draconians were scorched by this fiery wrath, screaming in agony as they fled wildly, some jumping directly into the sea. Large numbers of Draconians were burnt across their bodies, some collapsing to the ground wailing pitifully, others limping uncertainly, while still others ran desperately hoping to extinguish the flames on their bodies. But in the end, they were all burned alive. In just a short time, vast numbers of Draconians had been reduced to ashes by the flames. And this was merely the power of a single dragon knight. As the numerous dragon knights swirled in the sky over Dragon Coiling Island, they continuously unleashed attacks towards various parts of the island. Flame after flame consumed anything burnable on Dragon Coiling Island. Dibola Mira and Gujara Mira were completely trapped within 10 meters of the shore by a wall of flames composed of roaring infernos. Around them, countless Draconians had already been burned alive, with only a few temporarily surviving. At this very moment, the massive fleet led by Ilagan Mira had completed its landing. Now, Dragon Coiling Island presented virtually no barriers to disembarkation. A giant warship sailed straight into the port of Dragon Coiling Island. Following this, the gate of the warship slowly opened, and in an instant, large numbers of Draconian warriors dressed in black armor, holding sharp weapons charged onto the land of Dragon Coiling Island. Chapter 219, The Dragon War. At this moment, Dibola Mira had no time to think about anything else. Clutching his sharp sword, he charged towards the group of dragon people who had landed, while the other surviving members of the dragon race also joined the hand-to-hand combat, because they were aware that not fighting would mean certain death. A fierce battle quickly erupted, and the sounds of slaughter soon echoed across the entire island since most of Dibola Mira's dragon clan had already been burned up by the dragons of the Dragon Knights. Only a small portion was engaging in close combat. In a short time, the dragon warriors led by Ilagan Mira took over the majority of the Coil Dragon Island. As Dibola Mira swiftly swung his blade, a dragon warrior fell before him. Another flurry of shining blades followed, and 3 more dragon men collapsed at his feet. One beheaded with blood gushing from the neck stump, another with severed legs lying gasping on the ground, the last one pierced right through the center of his chest by a sharp sword. However strong Dibola Mira might have been, after all, he was just one man. Most of the dragon warriors on Coil Dragon Island had been burnt to death by Ilagan Mira's dragon knights. Only a few were still battling with Ilagan Mira's forces. Then, Dibola Mira saw Ilagan Mira standing less than 10 meters away. Clenching his sharp sword tightly, he rushed toward Ilagan Mira. But as he was about to reach Ilagan Mira, a group of dragon warriors appeared in front of him, glaring at him with menacing eyes. Another round of slashing began, and Dibola Mira was soon engulfed in the cries of these dragon people. In the sky, there were still a large number of dragon knights soaring, continually spraying flames over various corners of Coil Dragon Island. Flame after flame kept igniting in different areas on the island, as if fire would never stop burning it. Soon, an enormous stream of fire resembling a colossal fiery snake rushed towards the only building complex on the Coil Dragon Island. By chance, we returned just then. We were thrilled to be back here, but we were completely shocked by the scene before us. Numerous dragon people had been incinerated to ashes. Their bodies, though not entirely burnt, were unrecognizable in many cases. The soil on the island emitted a pungent smell of severe charring. What is this smell? Kabu, covering his nose, said. What happened here? I widened my eyes, staring intently at the scene ahead. Look, what's that? Who are they? It's the Blue Demons? No, not the Blue Demons. It seems to be some other faction. Several of Ilagan Mira's dragon subordinates noticed us. Kill them. A dragon man roared and charged towards us. Arance lifted his weapon first, attacking the dragon person coming toward us. But just as Arance's weapon was about to collide with the dragon person's weapon, an arrow shot straight through the dragon person's head, causing the dragon person to fall dead instantly. At that moment, all of us turned our heads and found Kelly holding a bow aimed at the fallen dragon person. However, very quickly, a great number of dragon people surged toward our direction. Without much thought, we immediately engaged in battle. I wielded my sword, striking out at the enemies ahead. But being dragon people, they were obviously larger and significantly stronger. In close-range fighting, we held no advantages. After several rounds of clashes with the dragon man in front of me, none of them seemed injured, yet my strength began to deplete gradually. While I was breathing heavily, a horde of dragon people came surging behind me. They all wore black armor, indicating clearly that they belonged to Ilagan Mira. Run this way, Kabu shouted loudly to us. We looked in the direction Kabu shouted, and it was the exact path leading to the cluster of buildings where the wizards were. Without any hesitation, we ran towards that group of buildings. However, along the way, we continuously encountered attacks from a large number of black-armored dragon people. Though we managed to fend them all off, our strength had been significantly drained. Eventually, we were cornered by these black-armored dragon people at a location less than 100 meters away from the building complex. The 4 of us were forced into a nearly dead-end spot, which was shaped like an inverted triangle, with us completely standing inside its corner. At this moment, a large number of black-armored dragon people surged toward us. Without a word, I could only swing my weapon and fight against them. Soon, with swift movements, I cleanly beheaded one of the dragon people. It seemed that due to their vast numbers, they couldn't fully utilize their combat abilities in this confined space, which allowed me to easily slay one of them. Clearly, not just me but Arance, Kabu, and Kelly also realized this situation, and they simultaneously rushed forward. Within this narrow space, we waged a fierce battle against the dragon people. Before long, numerous dragon people lay fallen at our feet, and the rest of the dragon people dared not approach us recklessly. They too had noticed the same issue and slowly began retreating from the tight space. Nevertheless, they didn't leave entirely. Instead, they surrounded us, keeping us trapped within this narrow area. The situation became suddenly tricky as we had relied on the advantage of terrain to hold a significant edge before. If the black-armored dragon people had continued attacking us for some time, we would surely have hacked our way through and escaped. But now that they had stopped their offensive and tightly sealed us in this small space, the advantage of terrain had completely turned in favor of the black-armored dragon people. We had lost all advantages and become extremely passive. In the sky, there were still many dragon knights flying around. Now, they had stopped raining flames upon Coiled Dragon Island and were constantly circling over the island, as if conducting reconnaissance. Daibola Mira tightly held onto a heavy sword, swaying on a huge rock. Behind him lay piles of black-armored dragon people's corpses. Clearly, he had engaged in a life-and-death struggle with them, while his surroundings remained filled with black-armored dragon people. Each face among them brimmed with murderous intent. It appeared certain that Daibola Mira wouldn't escape alive today. Just as Daibola Mira was about to make his final desperate stand against this group of black-armored dragon people, a massive flying dragon descended from the heavens. In an instant, it crushed a large number of black-armored dragon people into mush. A flood of black-armored dragon people scattered and fled in panic. Seeing this flying dragon, Daibola Mira felt indescribable excitement because this was none other than his sister, Gajira Mira. Instantly, Gajira Mira sprayed a stream of fire from her mouth, transforming the area around Daibola Mira into a sea of flames. In Daibola Mira's ears echoed a surge of agonized screams from the dragon people being burned alive. At this point, Daibola Mira took the opportunity to jump onto Gajira Mira's back. Then, Gajira Mira carried her brother into the sky, but the skies were already entirely under the control of the Dragon Knights. When they saw Daibola Mira riding a giant dragon, they were astonished, quickly launching an attack toward him. Gajira Mira made a quick turn and dived sharply toward the ground. Daibola Mira clung tightly to a protruding ridge on the flying dragon's back, feeling a gust of wind rush past his ears. Immediately after, Gajira Mira landed on the ground, and coincidentally, the place she landed was exactly where we were surrounded by the black-armored dragon people. Suddenly, a large number of dragon people, seeing the immense flying dragon before them, instinctively fled from their positions. Seizing this opportunity, we all dashed out of the place we were surrounded. "Have you returned?" Daibola Mira shouted at us from atop the flying dragon. As we ran, our eyes were fixed on the position of the flying dragon. When we spotted Daibola Mira, we finally came to a halt. Just as I was about to speak with Daibola Mira, a large group of dragon knights swooped down from the sky. These dragon knights unleashed massive streams of flames at Daibola Mira and the giant dragon he rode. The streams of fire intertwined with each other, creating an immense wave of heat that surged toward us in an instant. In a flash, we were hit by the powerful shockwave, being flung several dozen meters away. That colossal flame struck Daibola Mira's head directly, piercing through the back of the flying dragon into its abdomen, cleaving the entire body of the dragon into two. Instantly, torrents of blood spurted out, and the internal organs of the dragon's abdomen sprayed and scattered around. Due to the impact of the enormous thermal shockwave, all four of us fell hard onto the ground. Although it was painful, we didn't sustain significant injuries. I had landed on my back and been horizontally struck by the shockwave, so I clearly witnessed the entire process of the flying dragon being struck. After crashing to the ground painfully, I felt intense pain coursing through me before I struggled to rise, supporting myself with my hands. The others also stood up, and soon we regrouped. Meanwhile, a group of dragon knights who had descended from the sky continued roasting the already charred remains of the flying dragon from a distance of several dozen meters away. At this very moment, a thunderous howl reverberated in our ears. The sound was so deafening that we had to cover our ears tightly to avoid having our eardrums ruptured. The dragon knights relentlessly attacking the flying dragon seemed to be similarly affected by this ear-splitting noise. They dispersed instantly. At that exact moment, an extraordinarily massive creature descended from the heavens. It immediately clamped its jaws onto a dragon knight who was about to take off, then tore it into pieces right before our eyes. "What is this?" Caboose slumped onto the ground upon seeing the monstrous figure. We were left speechless as we beheld this creature standing before us. Chapter 220. The Red Dragon Reappears. At this moment, the group of dragon riders began to crash around like headless flies. They wanted to escape from the area where this monster was located. However, this massive creature seemed to have some kind of magical power that kept these dragon riders firmly locked in this area. Then the monster flapped its giant wings and flew up, fiercely lunging towards the group of dragon riders in the sky. I stood still at the spot, my whole body numb as if I had lost all sensation. Because right before my eyes, a monstrously huge red dragon had just appeared. This was an incredibly large red dragon, its size almost 10 times that of the dragons ridden by the dragon riders. Its entire body was a deep red, with jet black eyes that gave a very eerie feeling. Its dragon claws could easily pick up a dragon rider and tear it apart, and its tough dragon scales were almost indestructible, making it impossible for any weapon to harm it even slightly. Soon, this red dragon began massacring the skies, tearing apart a great number of dragon riders. The group of dragon riders could only run for their lives around it, as if trapped by a massive stone weighing them down. Not long after, the group of dragon riders that had originally been circling in the air had completely disappeared. Such a sight was not only seen by us, but also by Iligan Mila and its group of dragon warriors who had been fighting nonstop. At this moment, the dragon warriors fighting on the ground all dropped their weapons one after another. They began running in large numbers toward the direction of the warships because they wanted to leave this place as soon as possible. It seemed they knew what was about to happen next. Iligan Mila led the charge towards the direction of its own warship, but the distance to the warship was still quite far as it had almost conquered all the positions on Dragon Coil Island. Just as it ran towards the warship, a giant flame shot out from somewhere unknown, heading straight towards its position. With quick reflexes, Iligan Mila made a sharp turn, avoiding the flame's attack position. Immediately, that mass of flames exploded violently behind it, and a massive wave of heat surged from behind and knocked it down. Although it was knocked over by the shockwave, since it wasn't directly hit by the flames, it quickly got up again and continued running towards the direction of the warship. At the same time, something colossal, resembling a supporting pillar, descended from the sky, instantly crushing Iligan Mila's entire body top down. Iligan Mila hardly put up any resistance. It didn't even know what happened when it had already lost its life. And that thing which resembled a supporting pillar was precisely one of the claw of this gigantic red dragon. Subsequently, the red dragon started to spray out bursts of flames from its mouth continuously, and the scorching flames began burning the dragon warriors fleeing towards the warships without interruption. Instantly, a large number of dragon warriors were burned to ashes by the flames, and after a gentle breeze passed, nothing remained. We stayed where we were, each standing there blankly, witnessing such a tragic scene. "Let's run towards the tower." A powerful voice pierced into my ears. I turned back sharply to find that it was Aaron speaking. He had a serious expression while looking at me and the two girls beside me, Callie and Cap. By now, these two had already begun running towards the tower, and Aaron grabbed my arm and ran towards the tower's location too. That red dragon continued spewing flames towards the group of dragon warriors without noticing our actions, thus giving us the opportunity to escape. We quickly took advantage of this period to swiftly flee into the tower. In fact, escaping into the tower was not our final goal. Rescuing the magician within the tower was our mission objective this time. Even though we were all yet unaware whether we could safely enter the tower, or even if we could successfully bring the magician out alive and depart from the island unscathed, it remained uncertain for each of us. Still, we had to take a gamble, even though our chances of survival were extremely slim. The four of us quickly returned to the original room, where the magician was still lying on his bed, seemingly completely disconnected from the bloodshed outside. With his eyes closed, he lay motionless on the bed. I hurriedly walked to the side of the magician and gently touched his shoulder. His entire body felt as cold and hard as a solid block of stone. "How is he?" Aaron also walked over and asked. "There are no signs of improvement," I said helplessly. "What should we do now?" Cap asked anxiously. "Perhaps we are safe for now," I said. "But we can't." Before Aaron could finish his sentence, a violent tremor threw all of us to the ground. The earth shook so violently that we remained crawling on the ground for quite a while before slowly attempting to stand up. "What's happening?" Callie asked. "Maybe it's that giant red dragon outside," I guessed. My guess was correct. That red dragon had almost instantly incinerated all the dragon warriors attempting to flee Dragon Coil Island. Then its target shifted to the tower where we were located. It didn't know we had already entered the tower, so it just sent out flames to test the structure, with large amounts of scorching flames burning the exterior walls of the tower. Soon after, the outer wall began to melt and peel off. The tremors we felt earlier were due to this chain reaction caused by the peeling off of the walls. Next, the red dragon intensified its attack on the tower. Its gigantic claw reached into the inside of the tower. The walls of the tower were no match for the red dragon's claw and were pierced through instantly. We had already stood up. I looked at my companions beside me and said, "We must leave immediately. Cap, quickly carry the magician. Let's go now." As I spoke, I waved the sharp sword in my hand towards an exit ahead. After hearing my words, Cap hesitated for a moment. Before he made any move, Aaron had already placed the magician on his back. He said to us, "I will carry the magician. You clear the way for me." Without further ado, we ran like mad toward the exit in front of us. This straight passage was actually the corridor through which we had originally entered the room. Now, it was completely battered, but it was still barely passable. After our desperate sprint, we soon arrived at the position of the tower's exit. At this moment, a gigantic claw suddenly stretched in from the tower's entrance. Although the tower's entrance was small, the huge claw managed to slip in relatively easily. We were less than 10 meters away from the exit, and the claw also started to grab towards our position. Aaron was carrying the magician behind the three of us. Callie immediately drew her bow and shot arrows at the position of the giant claw. However, after several shots, it proved meaningless. This giant claw seemed unable to feel any pain, continuing to search around, as chunks of rocks started raining down on us. Parts of the roof beams nearby also began collapsing towards us. The four of us avoided some falling rocks by dodging left and right, but the giant claw showed no sign of leaving. If it did not retreat, there would be no way for us to escape the tower. Just when we were stuck in helplessness, a huge shadow suddenly fell from above us and stood in front of us. In that instant, we were all stunned by the sight of this shadow, yet we quickly regained our composure. This enormous shadow held a sharp axe, her eyes firmly fixed on the claw constantly extending in front of her. Then she swung her axe with great force and hacked at one of the claw's thick and long fingers. In a flash, a big and long finger was severed by the axe in her hand. Immediately after, we heard a howling scream, and the giant claw retreated instantly. The massive shadow then rushed out as well. The entire process was so fast that none of us had time to react, and all we saw was the space in front of us now becoming empty. This was precisely our best chance to escape, so we ran for our lives towards the exit of the tower. In no time, we escaped the tower. By then, we saw that the giant red dragon was standing about 100 meters away from us. Even though it was far from us, its immense body was like a moving mountain. We knew clearly that if it wanted to attack us, it might only take 2 steps for us to be killed. And right in front of the giant red dragon, that huge shadow was wielding the axe in her hands, engaging in battle with the red dragon. There was no more time for me to worry about anything else. Pointing at the warships docked at the harbor, I shouted loudly, "Run fast! Let's get on the ship." After being reminded, the group once again started running for our lives. None of us looked back. We just kept dashing toward the warship ahead. Arance, carrying the magician on his back, was moving a bit slower, so Cap and I helped support the magician together while running alongside him. Just as we were about to reach the warship, the red dragon suddenly descended from the sky, landing right between us and the vessel. Its emerald black eyes, like abysses, stared at us intently. Then it opened its massive mouth and sprayed a huge ball of flames directly at us. The flames approached us at an alarming speed. At the very moment when they were about to engulf us, the colossal shadow reappeared in front of us. She stood before us, shielding us completely behind her. Then she tightly gripped the sharp axe with both hands. The axe stood like an incredibly sharp spike in front of her. Miraculously, when the flames touched the axe, they seemed to be drawn towards it, and gradually, the flames disappeared entirely. Chapter 221, Kelly's Death. Of course, we could not see any of this because our view was blocked by the enormous shadow in front of us. The shadow then rushed toward the red dragon once again. Before we could even say a word to her, she vanished from our sight once more. We were forced to run toward the position of the battleship since our direct path had been blocked by the red dragon. This time we would have to take a very long detour in order to try and escape into the battleship. The shadow continued to fight the red dragon with the sharp axe in her hand while we almost reached the ship. However, at that very moment, the massive shadow was struck by the red dragon's tail, and she flew towards us like a rock. Dang! With a sharp sound, the huge shadow collapsed right in front of us. Without hesitation, I ran towards her, and Kelly ran over too. Cab was originally still supporting the mage on Arance's back, but after hesitating for a second, Arance shouted loudly, "What are you waiting for? Go!" So Cab also ran over. When I reached the shadow, I immediately tried to help her up, but what I didn't expect was just how tall she was. By the time Kelly and Cab arrived as well, the red dragon had already started flying towards us. Before we had another chance to lift the shadow, the red dragon had landed in front of us, less than 10 meters away. At such close distance, it was almost face to face. Every single scale on its body was crystal clear. "Hurry and take her away." Kelly instantly drew her bow and shot an arrow towards the red dragon's eye. While taking this opportunity, Cab and I each grabbed one arm of the fallen shadow tightly and tried to pull her toward the position of the battleship. But after pulling only a short distance, we found ourselves completely unable to move her anymore. As we were continuing our attempts, the red dragon spit out another ball of flames which headed directly toward us. Since Cab and I were entirely focused on rescuing the fallen shadow, we did not notice the attack of the flames at all. At this moment, Kelly dropped her weapon and dashed desperately toward the direction of the flames. Just as I raised my head to look ahead, I saw a scene I would never forget for the rest of my life. All I saw was Kelly running incredibly fast towards the center of the fireball, and then she threw herself directly into the heart of the flames. No! Watching everything unfold, I shouted loudly. But now it was completely useless. The instant Kelly leapt into the center of the fireball, a violent explosion occurred. The powerful shockwave from the explosion pushed the three of us more than a dozen meters away. Except for the giant shadow who remained lying on the ground, Cab and I were relatively unharmed. I stood up immediately and went mad running toward the direction of the red dragon. However, before I could take a few steps, I felt as if something hit me hard at the back of my head. My vision went black, and I fell to the ground. I don't know how long it took, but eventually, I slowly opened my eyes. My posterior head was still throbbing in pain, my brain filled with confusion. Slowly, I tried to support my body with my hands in an effort to sit up, but I couldn't manage after several tries. At that moment, a hand suddenly grabbed my shoulder and pulled me up forcefully. "You've awakened." A voice, extremely familiar to me, spoke. "Master," I responded upon hearing the voice. "Are you alright?" Arance followed up. I rubbed my blurry eyes and saw my master sitting right in front of me. My vision was still hazy, perhaps due to that severe blow to the back of my head. I struggled to make my vision clearer, and after quite some time, I finally managed to clearly see the situation around me. I turned out to be on a boat, a lifeboat specifically, one of those slim wooden boats shaped like a leaf. Gradually, the continuous sound of flowing water became clearer to me, and only then did I notice Arance sitting opposite me, looking tense. "Master, I'm fine," I said to him. "So where are we now?" I asked further. "We're heading to the city of Reversing Light," Arance replied. "The city of Reversing Light? What?" I asked in surprise. Arance did not respond to my question. I saw his eyes filled with bloodshot, and they were swollen, indicating that he had been crying for a long time. Suddenly, I felt an overwhelming sense of sorrow welling up in me. I knew my master was like this, and unconsciously, tears began streaming down my face as well. Despite trying to suppress my emotions, I couldn't hide the tidal wave of pain within me. So, I burst into tears. But just at that moment, my shoulder was suddenly patted by someone. Turning around immediately, I found Kelly standing behind me. She looked at me and smiled faintly before asking, "Why are you crying?" I stared at her in disbelief, then hugged her tightly. But right at that moment, the Kelly who should have been in my arms vanished. Startled, I quickly stood up and looked around for her, but all I could see was the river flowing endlessly. No one else was there, not even Arance who had been by my side earlier. Panicked, I scanned the surroundings. Now, the entire boat only contained me. Standing at the center of the boat, which had ceased to move forward, I felt completely lost. Just when I was about to lose control, a massive wave overturned the boat, throwing me straight into the water. Still somewhat dazed from before, I instantly began sinking to the bottom as soon as I hit the water. Instinctively, I flailed my hands desperately in the water, yet it proved utterly futile as I continued sinking. Gradually, the air trapped inside me was used up entirely, and my frantic hands stopped moving. My whole body floated downward rigidly, resembling a piece of wood plummeting toward the seabed. In that last conscious moment, I glimpsed a figure in armor waving at me from the middle of the seabed. Struggling to make out more details, I couldn't see clearly underwater, only managing a rough outline. Based on my memory and experience, I was certain it was Kelly. There she stood, at the bottom of the sea, waving her hand to me while her hair surged towards me like strands of rope, pulling upward. Though wanting to reach out myself, my entire body was already beyond my control, leaving me no choice but to continue sinking. However, just when I touched the depths, those rope-like strands somehow wrapped tightly around me. They pulled me powerfully downwards. Like a log tied with ropes, I was dragged directly to the center of the seabed. Once again, I encountered Kelly in that place. This time, instead of being in armor, she wore a thin white veil. As the water current swayed the veil left and right, she appeared to me as a ghost haunting under the water. She slowly drifted towards me. Seeing her so near, my heart wrestled with conflicting feelings. On one hand, I wished she would come closer so that I could once more be with her. On the other hand, I started fearing her approach due to growing apprehension. While grappling with these conflicting thoughts, before I knew it, Kelly was almost half a meter away from me. Her face, pale as paper, was perfectly visible to me. Her whole body glimmered eerily white, looking more like a translucent jellyfish floating slightly before me. I was paralyzed, unable to move, and could only watch as her eyes flickered even though they remained shut. Suddenly, she opened her eyes and stared deeply at me. At the very sight of her piercing gaze, I let out a loud scream. Instantly, a powerful current surged into my mouth, filling every inch of my body with seawater. I felt like a water-filled ball, swelling up entirely. My stomach was so bloated that I wanted to vomit but couldn't. The reason I screamed was because the moment I saw Kelly's eyes open, they were milky white, just like her skin tone. Her eyes looked murky in the water as those pale eyes stared at me intensely. Even though my body had been filled with seawater and puffed up like a ball, perhaps changes were beginning to occur in my body, and I started to float slowly toward the surface of the water. Little by little, I floated upward, watching Kelly who still hovered at the bottom of the water, her pale eyes staring intently at me. Next, I quickly ascended toward the surface. Just as I was about to see the water's surface, Kelly, who had been floating at the bottom of the water, suddenly shot up from below. She lunged straight toward my position. At this point, I was still tightly bound by the ropes around my body, leaving me utterly unable to resist. In an instant, Kelly appeared before me, glaring at me with her pale eyes wide open as she lunged straight toward my face. My eyes widened as I watched her approach. At the very last moment when she was about to reach me, I noticed Kelly's entire face suddenly becoming grotesquely twisted. Ultimately, she turned into a ghostly pale corpse without a single ounce of blood color. All of this happened in an instant, giving me no time to react. I could only scream again out of instinct. Suddenly, I sat upright, and a face I recognized all too well gazed worriedly at me. "Teacher," I said, looking at the face in front of me. "You've woken up. You were having a nightmare," Aaron asked with concern. I stared at him, but my vision was still blurry, and everything seemed unclear. I instinctively rubbed my eyes and saw the teacher's eyes, which were bloodshot and swollen, as if he had been crying for a long time. Only then did I come back to my senses. An overwhelming surge of sadness flooded through me like waves. I clenched my teeth tightly and gripped my hands fiercely. The nails were so deeply embedded in the flesh that it caused excruciating pain. A flood of memories flashed through my mind. I seemed to return to Mo country, where a boy and a girl held hands, running across a lush green field. The girl was slightly older than the boy and also taller by half a head. I stood behind a large tree, watching the two children on the grass. At that moment, the boy slowly turned his head, and instantly, I realized that boy was myself. The girl was Kelly. With a look of astonishment on my face, I watched them. Then, they gradually ran further and further away until they disappeared from sight. Chapter 222, The Giant Maya. I instinctively rubbed my eyes. When I opened them again, I saw a young man and woman sparring with swords. The man was clearly dominating, attacking the woman relentlessly, but she seemed unfazed, calmly defending herself against his assaults. Suddenly, she executed a side kick that struck him in the chest. Taken completely by surprise as he was focused only on attacking, the man was instantly knocked to the ground. "You lose," the woman said as she extended a hand to pull him up. The man smiled at her, and then they both vanished into the wind. Standing not far from where they had been, I realized that those two were younger versions of myself and Kelly. The scene shifted. A gentle breeze blew, and suddenly I found myself in a place I knew all too well, a shooting range in Mo country. Turning my head, I saw Kelly approach me, holding a longbow. "Are you ready?" she asked me with a smile. "Ready for what?" I asked her, utterly surprised. "Obviously." She raised her longbow and shook it in my direction. Only then did I notice I also held a longbow in my hands. Kelly took the first shot, raising her bow toward the target. All I heard was a swift swish, and her arrow hit the bullseye precisely. She glanced back at me and said, "Your turn." Compelled, I raised my own bow and fired an arrow toward the target. Just as my arrow was about to hit the bullseye, I noticed someone standing there. Shocked, I watched as the figure in the center of the target was revealed to be Kelly. Before I could react, my arrow mercilessly pierced her heart. The sound of the arrow striking her heart rang through the air, and I screamed, frantically running toward her. No matter how hard I tried, all I could see was Kelly lying in a pool of blood, unreachable. At that moment, I slowly lifted my head. My tear-soaked eyes met those of Aaron's, who looked at me with tears streaming down his face. I suddenly felt an overwhelming pain, as if once again I was reliving everything Kelly and I had experienced. leaving our hometown together, entering the Monte Carlo forest, surviving the unclaimed lands, exploring the dwarf kingdom, penetrating the elf city, enduring the demon war, crossing the Blue Devil Island, reaching the icebound kingdom, and finally arriving here. Together we faced countless hardships, but now she was gone forever. I don't know how long this painful sensation lasted, but gradually, I began to regain my composure. Wiping away my tears, I looked up at my teacher. He had already sat back down in his spot, eyes closed, but I could still see the swelling and traces of tears around his eyes. Then, I realized I seemed to be on a boat, and only then did I begin examining my surroundings. To my astonishment, I was indeed on a large boat. It was a falling leaf boat, a wooden vessel shaped like a long, wide leaf. The space was ample, able to fit 7 or 8 people. I looked at my teacher, seated less than a meter away from me, and behind him I spotted Kaboo curled up in a corner near what I thought was the prow. Only then did I realize that what I had been facing wasn't the prow but the stern, since I had been sitting backwards the whole time. Feeling the boat glide backward against my back, I immediately turned around. First thing I noticed was the magician lying within reach of my hand. Seeing him filled me with excitement, and I was just about to push him when something huge loomed in front of me. A giant shadow appeared less than 2 meters away, standing at the bow of the ship and rowing rhythmically with an oar. Stunned, I stared at this enormous figure. Even though I could only see her back, I was certain she was a woman due to the thick braid hanging down her back and the noticeable curves visible from the side. Though I was shocked by her presence, my past experiences warned me against hasty actions. I had to observe her movements first. Right now, she was focused on rowing and seemed to pose no immediate threat. Moreover, I quickly recalled seeing this very same shadow before I fainted. This towering silhouette stood at the bow of the ship, skillfully maneuvering it with powerful strokes. Although I could not yet see her face, there was something undeniably imposing about her form. I stared intently at her, widening my eyes. She was undeniably a giant. Though she was a woman, her size was almost equal to that of a barbarian man. Had I not frequently fought against barbarians, encountering such a tall woman would surely have stunned me. But now, I didn't feel too surprised. Next, I noticed that this woman was dressed in the armor worn by the dragonkin, specifically black armor that fit her perfectly. Hanging from her waist was a battle axe, the same axe used to fight the red dragon. I observed her from behind for quite some time. No one on the ship spoke. The only sound was the boat gliding through the water. "Have you had your fill of looking?" the woman suddenly asked me from behind. Her words startled me, as I hadn't expected her to speak first. Moreover, it seemed she had known all along that I was observing her. I stammered, unsure of what to say. "What do you want to ask?" she questioned. "What's your name?" I hesitated before asking. "You can call me Maya," she replied. "Maya, thank you for saving us." I quickly expressed my gratitude. "I wasn't saving you. It was just a coincidence," she said. "A coincidence?" I looked at her with puzzlement and asked. At this moment, she suddenly dropped her oar and turned around. It was only then that I saw her face clearly. Her face was painted with a red powder in the shape of a cross, which stretched from her forehead to beneath her eyes, forming a striking cross shape. "You wouldn't believe it, but she has brought us a surprise," Aaron suddenly interjected, stepping beside me. "A surprise?" I looked at Maya with even greater confusion upon hearing this. "Why did you stop rowing?" Aaron asked Maya. "What do you see over there?" Maya pointed toward a spot not far ahead of our ship's bow. I immediately turned my gaze to where she indicated. To my horror, it was a group of sea dragons darting up and down in the water. "It's the sea dragons," I exclaimed. "There's no way we can get past them right now," Maya remarked. Hearing this, I glanced at my teacher. My teacher also looked back at me, seemingly sharing the same realization. We had no clear solution. We were stranded in the middle of the vast ocean, relying solely on this small boat to move forward. Jumping off and swimming away wasn't an option either. "Teacher, what's this surprise you're talking about?" I asked immediately. "Maya knows the magician," my teacher said, visibly thrilled. After hearing this, my jaw dropped open in astonishment. The idea that Maya, a giant, would know the magician seemed incredibly coincidental. I gazed at the towering Maya before me with disbelief. Then, unable to contain myself, I asked, "How do you know the magician?" Maya looked at both me and Aaron's, then glanced toward the distant sea dragons before saying, "It looks like we'll have to spend the night here." Chapter 223, The Living Fire Melts the City. The story must begin a long, long time ago, when Maya was only 5 or 6 years old. Her father was an extremely rare member of the giant clan. Back then, the giants were almost extinct, but her father had fortuitously survived. Her mother, on the other hand, was a half-brownie and half-elf hybrid, what people commonly referred to as a mixed blood. Because of this, Maya's mother had been looked down upon by her fellow clanspeople from a young age and frequently bullied, until she met Maya's father. At first sight, the two felt an immediate connection, and over many years of close interaction, they developed feelings for each other, eventually leading to the birth of their daughter, Maya. Due to her parents' unusual identities, Maya's family never lived in the city. Instead, she grew up with her parents in a deep mountain cave. Since childhood, Maya had learned hunting skills from her father in the rugged mountains and forests. Her father taught her everything he knew without reservation. Because Maya's mother carried brownie blood, under her guidance, Maya also mastered the skill of forging various strange and powerful weapons. These crafted weapons were not only rock solid, but could slice through steel as if it were butter. And so, for 16 years, Maya lived peacefully in the depths of the forest with her parents. One day, Maya went with her father to a nearby town to buy essential supplies. As Maya's father belonged to the giant clan, the other townsfolk dared not act recklessly around him. By this time, Maya herself was much taller than her peers and possessed a sturdy frame that even several strong men would struggle to match. Quickly, they finished purchasing what they needed and were about to head back into the forest when Maya noticed something, a massive shadow moving towards the town from the distance. Having never seen anything like it, Maya asked her father what it was. Her father stared intently at the approaching shadow and suddenly began shouting loudly, alarming the townspeople who turned their attention to him. Hurry! It's the red dragon! The red dragon! Everyone, run! Her father yelled at the top of his lungs to the townspeople. Maya didn't know what this red dragon was that her father spoke of, so she merely looked curiously up at him. However, the townspeople seemed to understand what was happening and rushed to look in the direction the giant was pointing toward. A colossal shape loomed ominously in the sky above the town. Panic gripped Maya's father, who immediately grabbed her hand tightly and shouted, "Run!" Maya felt herself being dragged as though she were just a piece of cloth. Her wrist felt like it might break from the intense grip of her father's large hand, and a fiery pain coursed through her entire body. As they fled, Maya involuntarily glanced back at the monstrous shadow. It was now directly over the town, and chaos erupted on the streets below as the crowd panicked like headless flies, running aimlessly without any sense of direction. In the confusion, Maya suddenly felt herself collide with something solid. Turning sharply, she realized her father had stopped running. Floating menacingly in front of him in midair was an enormous creature that neither Maya nor anyone else had ever encountered before. Though she did not fully understand its identity, she recognized the creature's appearance. It was the red dragon her father often warned her about. Suspended high in the air, the red dragon flapped its immense wings powerfully, sending strong gusts of wind rushing toward Maya and her father. Even though both were members of the giant clan and had muscular physiques, they were still knocked off balance by the forceful wind. In this moment, her father spoke urgently to Maya, saying, "You must leave here right now and run back home. Whatever you do, stay far away from the forest. Do not go back there." Before Maya could fully comprehend what her father had said, he pushed her forcefully toward his back and shouted loudly, "Whatever you do, do not return to the forest. Run." With those words echoing in her ears, Maya bolted in the direction her father had pointed. It was one of the exits of the small town, an exit that she and her father rarely used because it led to a deep river channel, a place dangerous even for members of the giant clan. For despite their towering physiques, deep rivers or oceans posed a significant risk, as they could not remain submerged for long. As Maya ran, her mind raced with thoughts about why her father had instructed her to flee through this particular exit. Turning back impulsively, she saw him grip a formidable weapon and charge fearlessly toward the colossal red dragon in front of him, shouting something indistinct as he sprinted forward. Despite being too far away to hear his words, she watched in horror as her father closed the distance between himself and the red dragon. The moment he neared it, the dragon emitted a thunderous roar and spewed a stream of fiery flames, resembling serpents of fire, directly at her father. Undeterred, her father's eyes bulged with defiance as he plunged straight into the burning inferno. The sight of this struck Maya with such profound shock that she froze mid-step, her legs trembling beneath her. In that moment, an overwhelming fury surged within her, tightening her jaw as she prepared to rush headlong toward the dragon herself. But just then, a chilling breeze swept over her from behind, causing her to turn abruptly. To her astonishment, standing before her was a man cloaked in a long gray robe. Her entire body seemed to stiffen, immobilizing her like a block of stone, unable to move another inch. Maya attempted to speak to this mysterious man, but found herself unable to utter a single word. Desperate to regain control of her limbs, she focused all her strength on moving again. However, much to her dismay, instead of running towards the red dragon, her feet inexplicably carried her in the opposite direction. Try as she might, no amount of effort allowed her to regain control of her own body. Within moments, she had been taken out of the town. As she left the settlement, she felt a searing heat emanating from behind her, yet she was powerless to turn around and see what happened next. Before long, she arrived at the river channel. Expecting to stop abruptly, she was stunned when her body leaped headfirst into the icy water below, an action she never anticipated. Surprisingly, though she felt a sudden chill throughout her body, her clothes remained completely dry. Twisting her neck, she discovered that she was now encased within a large bubble hovering in the middle of the rushing river. Her body continued to feel colder by the second until suddenly, above her, a blazing scarlet flame erupted across the expanse of the river. Stretching like a massive corridor of fire, it coursed violently from one end of the river to the other. As the flames enveloped the sky above her, Maya began to feel warmth return to her body. She stared in awe at the fiery spectacle overhead, unsure how long it would last. Gradually, the intensity of the flames waned, eventually fading away entirely. After an unknown span of time, Maya found herself lying on the riverbank. Though unharmed, her body lacked any strength to stand up. Even though the mysterious force controlling her had vanished, her body still lay there motionless, like a lifeless sculpture carved from stone. At this moment, she felt as though a shadow of a person appeared before her. This shadow was not towering. At least, it wasn't when compared to herself. Then the shadow opened its palm and lightly drew several circles in front of her, and suddenly her entire body seemed to regain sensation. She began attempting to move her body, though she still couldn't rise immediately. She was now able to move slightly. Not long after, she had completely regained her senses, and upon fully regaining them, she stood up immediately. She wanted to see who the person was that waved their hand in front of her, but now there was no one around the riverbank except for herself. She quickly moved toward the entrance of the town, but before she took a few steps, she saw raging flames fiercely burning before her. Such a wildly intense fire was something she had never witnessed in her life. She was entirely stunned by the sight before her eyes, and then she felt her legs weaken and collapsed on the ground. With wide-opened eyes, she stared helplessly at the distant blazing inferno that towered over her. And in that instant, her eyes were soaked with tears. She could hardly believe she was witnessing such a terrifying scene. At that moment, it seemed as if she saw her father's determined face once again as he ran toward the red dragon, glancing back at her as if telling her, "You must live well. You must preserve the spark of our race." Thinking of this, she could no longer contain her emotions and broke into loud sobs immediately. She buried her head deeply between her arms, and a flood of tears burst forth like waves. After a long while, she slowly raised her head. Her eyes had already swollen from excessive pain. She clenched her fists tightly and stood up from the ground forcefully. Next, looking at the inferno still fiercely burning, she wiped away her tears and walked toward the direction of the forest. But after taking only a few steps, she instantly remembered her father's last words to her, how he told her to stay away from the forest, to always stay far from it no matter what happened. But why did her father want her to stay away from the forest? Her mother was still waiting for her, and her father inside a cave deep in the woods. She might not yet know what had happened, and Maya had to go back and inform her. Just as she thought about this while heading toward the forest, an overwhelming sense of scorching heat suddenly struck her. It was the same searing feeling she had just experienced, all too familiar, so she immediately started running toward the source of the heat. After running dozens of steps, she abruptly stopped in her tracks. In an instant, she saw the colossal red dragon circling above the forest, spraying streams of fiery flames from its mouth. Almost in the blink of an eye, vast expanses of the forest had been consumed by the inferno. Chapter 224, Maya's Experience. Maya saw that the area where the red dragon had spewed flames was actually the cave where she had once lived with her parents. At this sight, a wave of anger surged within her. She seemed to have lost all reason and wanted to rush into the depths of the forest to save her mother. However, at that moment, there was a sudden violent explosion deep in the forest. An immensely powerful wave of heat erupted from the depths, just as Maya was about to charge into the forest's interior. The heat wave pushed her back violently. Whether by coincidence or fate's arrangement, she flew hundreds of meters through the air, landing once again on the riverbank near the stream. But this time, she was not conscious. The impact of the heat wave was too strong, leaving Maya's mind in a nearly fainting state. Gradually, Maya felt her eyelids growing heavier, and her consciousness became increasingly blurred. After some time, she passed out. After an indeterminate amount of time, Maya began to slowly regain consciousness. Her mind, however, was still clouded, dazed and confused. She sensed that she was confined inside a small prisoner cart, so tiny that she had to curl herself up within its cramped space. Maya could feel her body gently swaying from side to side. After a while, she finally managed to open her eyes and take in her surroundings. Indeed, she was imprisoned in a small, confined cart. "Hey, she's awake." A sharp voice came from beside Maya. Maya tried to turn her head to look, but the space she was in was far too narrow. With her large build, it was impossible for her to twist her head around. She could only listen again as the speaker continued. This person seemed to be reporting something to their leader, but since most of what they said was meaningless, Maya paid little attention to it. In her mind, she thought that though she hadn't fully regained her strength yet, when she did, she would easily break out of the cart and deal with everyone who had captured her. While she was contemplating this, the cart holding her suddenly stopped, which puzzled her. She wanted to see why it had halted, but at that very moment, the cart imprisoning her began to crack. Maya only heard the continuous sound of wood breaking, and then the entire cart collapsed instantly. Maya felt herself being flipped out of the cart. "What's going on?" the sharp voice said again. Before he could say another word, there was a cry of pain, and the sharp voice fell silent, collapsing to the ground. Maya now lay on the ground. Although she could see things, her body was still weak. "You mean this one?" A man's voice sounded near Maya. "Yes, exactly her," another man responded. "What should we do now?" asked the third man. "Let's bring her to our place first," said the second man. Maya then felt her body lifted and moved again. As she attempted to turn her head to see who these people were, she found her neck somehow fixed, unable to move in any direction. Her eyes could only see her own body moving forward. After a long while, she noticed a cave-like area ahead of her. She recognized such caves well, having lived in similar environments her whole life. She was quickly set down. Then, a hand waved in front of her face, and Maya suddenly felt her body regaining sensation, as a wave of warmth surged from her feet upward, awakening her. The weakness that had enveloped her disappeared instantly, and she sprang up with vigor, startling those nearby due to her abrupt movements. "Why is she reacting so intensely?" asked one man in shock. "It seems she truly differs greatly from us," another man remarked. Now standing, Maya opened her eyes wide and looked at those around her. She quickly noticed several individuals sitting beside her, clearly belonging to different races. At least Maya could distinguish two distinct ones. One was a magician clad in a gray robe seated at a distance from her, and another was an elf sitting next to the magician. There was also a man wearing a half mask across from the elf, and a lone woman crouched in a darker corner. "You're quite tall, aren't you?" Another man's voice came from behind Maya. Maya immediately turned around and saw a man of similar height standing behind her, smiling at her. "Who are you people?" Maya asked in surprise. In fact, Maya was not afraid of these people. After all, she had lived in the forest for so many years and faced countless dangers. She just wanted to know who these people were and why they had brought her here. You would have died if it weren't for the magician saving you, said the giant standing behind her. Saving me? Is this really considered saving me? Maya clearly did not agree with such an idea. The magician was right. Rescuing you will only bring trouble to himself, the giant said. Are you hungry? The magician looked up at Maya standing there and asked. Maya didn't feel hungry at first, but when the magician mentioned it, she realized she actually was quite hungry. So, she nodded at the magician. Have some food then, the magician beckoned her. Only then did Maya see that in front of the magician was a package wrapped in large leaves. She knew that inside this wrapping were food items. Taking a few steps forward, Maya approached the magician and asked, What kind of people are you? Why? But before she could finish her sentence, the magician handed her the package. Eat something first, the magician said. Maya took the package handed to her by the magician and carefully unwrapped it. Inside were some pieces of animal meat. Since she had grown up in the forest, she instantly recognized it as venison from a young adult deer. It's not poisoned. Eat it, the man with half a mask said. Looking back, Maya saw the man approach her, and he placed a piece of deer meat from the package into his mouth. This action seemed to confirm his honesty. After observing this, Maya started eating the venison cautiously. It had been cooled for quite some time, indicating they had probably been there for a while, but it still tasted very good. Hungry as she was, she savored it greatly and soon finished off the entire pack of venison. I didn't expect you to eat so much, the giant commented. At this moment, another man walked in from outside the cave. He entered the cave, and his eyes fell on Maya first. Another new arrival? He asked the giant. Saved by the magician, replied the giant. She appears to be from the giant race, the man said, examining Maya carefully. By this time, Maya had eaten until she was full. Then, looking directly at the magician in front of her, she asked, Who exactly are you people? Why are you here? I'll explain everything to you. But first, you need to get to know us. The magician smiled at Maya. After hearing this, Maya nodded. Subsequently, the magician introduced the people around him. Half-Peak, General, Wolf Girl, Bard, and Cruz. Upon hearing their introductions, Maya was greatly surprised since she had never heard of these people before. Additionally, their names were rather peculiar. Why do your names sound so strange? What kind of people are you? Maya couldn't help asking. Haha, looks like your reaction is just like the one the magician had when we met for the first time, said the giant general. Upon hearing the general's response, Maya continued questioning. Then why are you here? What's your purpose? To find the Crimson Sword, said the magician. When the word Crimson Sword left Maya's lips, I immediately remembered it in my mind. Just a brief reflection, and I quickly recalled it, asking promptly, Is the Crimson Sword you spoke of the same one that slew the Demon King, a holy sword? When I asked this, Maya was utterly surprised, clearly not expecting me to know about the Crimson Sword. Maya stared at me in amazement for a moment before replying. Yes, it's the Crimson Sword. But how do you know? As for this matter, it's difficult to explain fully now, but I'll let you know when the time is right, I answered. At this moment, Maya looked up at the sky. The sky had already turned an unbearable shade of gray. I had been completely absorbed by the story Maya was telling and hadn't noticed the change in the sky. Now, following Maya's gaze, I also looked up at the sky. We were almost entirely enveloped in darkness. However, we could still make out part of the boat's condition from the faint sliver of moonlight in the sky. Maya immediately took action. She first flipped up a section of the boat's bottom plank beneath her feet. Watching her, I never would have guessed that the bottom plank on the boat could be moved. Then I saw Maya take something out from inside the flipped plank. I curiously watched the thing Maya held in her hand, and so did Alante's. Neither of us knew what it was. Just as I was about to ask, Maya quickly said, Help me unfold this. After hearing that, I also reached out my hand to grab the object. As soon as my fingers touched it, I felt that it was some kind of material similar to hemp cloth. Because it was so dark now, I couldn't clearly see what fabric it was made of. Maya and I unfolded this piece of cloth slowly, and soon the entire cloth covered the surface of our boat. Next, Maya took out several wooden boards resembling oars from under the other few ship planks, instructing us to prop these wooden boards at the four corners of the cloth. It was like a huge tent, except this tent was placed over the entire boat. After doing all this, we were completely enclosed within the massive tent inside the boat. Maya then took out something that seemed to be an oil lamp from somewhere and lit it in the center of our space. In an instant, our surroundings transformed from pitch black to bright light. What exactly is this tent? I asked Maya confused. It's a special waterproof fabric unique to the dragon race. This fabric not only resists water, but is also very sturdy. I noticed earlier that the weather outside looks like rain, so we need to be prepared, Maya explained. In that case, this is like a giant raincoat, Alante said, his face filled with surprise. Exactly. Now we can sleep comfortably here, Maya replied. At this point, I glanced back at Kabu, who was still curled up at the stern of the boat. Kabu didn't help when we were setting up the tent. He just lay there with his eyes closed, seemingly asleep. But I knew deep down he wasn't sleeping. Perhaps he needed more time to adjust to the reality of losing Kelly. Though at this moment, my own heart was also filled with pain, perhaps even more painful than Kabu's, but surely we had to continue forward. And currently, we were still in a dangerous situation. After everything was done, the three of us sat next to the oil lamp Maya had lit. We gathered around the lamp while Kabu continued to lie down and pretend to sleep at the stern of the boat. I stared at the oil lamp before us, which was about the length of my forearm. Judging by the fuel inside, it would last easily until early morning. The lamp was made of a material I'd never seen before, shaped into a spiral tower form. The wick of the entire oil lamp rested at the top of the tower, quietly emitting a silver-white glow. This glow was bright but not blinding, and even staring directly at it for long didn't cause any discomfort to my eyes. Maya then looked at me and said, "Since you know about the Crimson Sword, you must know how the Demon King of the magic race died, right?" I didn't expect her to ask such a question, so I stared at her in surprise for a long time without answering. I hesitated and then said, "How should I say this? Actually, the Demon King, or rather, the Elf Princess, was killed by us." When Maya heard me say this, she didn't seem surprised at all. I had expected her to be startled, but she wasn't. Instead, she nodded at me and said, "Is that so? Then it seems the magicians afterward didn't find the Crimson Sword." As soon as I heard Maya say this, I immediately asked, "You haven't finished your story yet. What else happened between you and the magician?" Chapter 225, The Silver Axe Reveals Itself. Maya adjusted her posture and began recounting her experiences with the magician once again. At that time, Maya was in the cave, completely bewildered, and asked the magician what had happened. Although the magician could not tell Maya everything, he still explained part of the situation to her. He told Maya that when she had escaped from the town, it was his magic that had protected her, allowing her to survive and leave the place. After she left, the Red Dragon began a nearly destructive attack on the town, spewing flames that burned down buildings. Many people who didn't escape in time died there. In fact, almost everyone perished except for Maya, including her father. The Red Dragon's flames scorched all the structures in the town, generating intense heat that caused wooden buildings to creak as they were incinerated, quickly reducing large parts of the town to ruins. Unsatisfied, the Red Dragon then flew to the forest where Maya's mother was and launched another frenzied assault. Since the forest consisted entirely of wood, it instantly turned into a sea of fire. The forest burned even faster than the town, and soon it was reduced to ashes. Recalling this, Maya almost remembered everything she had just experienced. Being still a child, she couldn't hold back her tears as they streamed out upon realizing that both her father and mother had been killed by the Red Dragon's flames within the same day. She didn't know how to face such an outcome, and perhaps only crying could temporarily relieve the endless sorrow in her heart. "Why are you searching for the Red Sword?" Maya suddenly asked the question she had previously raised after hearing the magician's account. "This is the mission we must accomplish this time. Have you ever heard of the Demon Clan?" the magician asked. Upon hearing the term Demon Clan, Maya shook her head. Naturally, for someone who seemed to have lived her whole life in the forest, the Demon Clan was an entirely unknown world to her. "We need to find the Red Sword to stop the rise of the Demon Clan," the magician said. "Are the demons you speak of more terrifying than the Red Dragon?" Maya asked in astonishment. "That is a monster 1,000 times more terrifying than the Red Dragon," Close interjected. "I don't know about your Demon Clan, but is there any way to kill that Red Dragon?" Maya asked, hatred burning brightly in her eyes at the mention of the Red Dragon. "Killing the Red Dragon is almost impossible, but if we can find the Silver Axe, it is entirely possible," the magician replied. "The Silver Axe, so all we need is to find it?" Maya asked, resolute determination evident in her gaze. "Yes, the Silver Axe can kill the Red Dragon," the magician confirmed decisively. "I will find it. Just tell me where the Silver Axe is located," Maya declared firmly. Legend has it that the Silver Axe is stored in a palace composed of 18 palaces. To enter and obtain the Silver Axe, one must traverse all 18 palaces, the magician explained. "Where is this palace located?" Maya inquired intently, already knowing what she had to do, her eyes now bloodshot as she stared fixedly at the magician. "If you really decide to go there, you can directly search for the entrance in the No Man's Land," the magician hesitated slightly before saying. In reality, the magician didn't want to reveal the location of the palace to Maya because he wanted her to follow him to find the Red Sword. However, judging by Maya's reaction and determined look earlier, it appeared that the female giant would not be joining him on this mission. No Man's Land. Where is it located? Maya looked at the magician curiously upon hearing the name. "It's far from here. If you truly decide to go, I can use magic to teleport you there," the magician responded. "So, transfer me there now," Maya urged earnestly. The magician watched Maya for a long time before replying. "Since you've decided to go, let me warn you. The place you're going to is far more dangerous than Monte Carlo Forest. If by chance you manage to find the palace, remember its name is 18 Tomb King's Palace. Only by overcoming all the obstacles in every palace will you obtain what you seek." Alontes and I couldn't help but gasp when we heard this. Even though we were sitting in front of the oil lamp and feeling a warm temperature, we were still shocked by what Maya had recounted. I glanced at my teacher beside me and asked, "I remember that the Red Sword we found was in the City of Death. So it was you who found the Red Sword?" Maya asked upon hearing my words. I nodded at her to confirm it was true. She didn't seem too concerned about it after hearing, maybe because she had never really cared about the threat of the Demon Clan all along. However, if I wanted to know more about the magician's experience later, I would have to wait for him to wake up and ask him myself. So, I turned back and looked at the magician lying behind me. The magician still lay there motionless, but since Maya had already given him the herbs we found, I noticed his complexion starting to improve slightly, making him appear much more comfortable overall. Clearly, the herb was effective. With that thought in mind, I turned back to look at Maya again. I noticed the axe tied to her waist and asked, "According to your account, you must have found the Silver Axe already," as I kept my eyes fixed on the axe. Maya noticed my gaze constantly focused on the axe at her waist, so she drew it out completely. The moment she pulled it out, I was utterly captivated by the object in her hand. The silver axe she held was genuinely silver in color, glowing softly with a silvery light inside our tent. This light wasn't blinding, yet it managed to draw everyone's attention to its location. Could this be the Silver Axe? I asked, astonished, as I stared at Maya. Maya nodded at me to indicate it was indeed the silver axe. I wanted to take a closer look, but Maya quickly put the axe away before I could. Then she said, "It's getting late. Tomorrow, we don't know what we will encounter," which I understood perfectly, meaning she wanted to rest now and no longer wished to discuss anything further with us. Given that we'd just met and weren't familiar yet, this was typical of someone like Maya, who always preferred solitude. Strangers naturally elicited a certain distance from her. When I looked at Maya again, she had already closed her eyes to rest. It seemed she was quite exhausted and needed a good rest. I then looked back at the magician, whose complexion had improved significantly. Clearly, the herbs had played an important role. I quietly asked Allantes beside me, "Teacher, what about the enormous red dragon? Did it die?" "No, we don't know where it came from either. We were caught off guard completely, but fortunately, its appearance saved us from disaster," the teacher replied. After considering his words, I realized he was right. If not for the red dragon's unexpected intervention, we might have already perished on Dragon Coiling Island. Yet, as soon as this thought crossed my mind, I felt an indescribable pain deep within me. This sorrow naturally stemmed from losing Kelly. My eyes shifted to Cab, who had remained silent the whole time. Kelly's death had evidently impacted Cab greatly. I knew Cab liked Kelly, though I wasn't aware how deeply he cared for her. For a long time, the two of them had existed in each other's worlds as adversaries. Recalling this, I tried my best to suppress thoughts of Kelly, but every time I closed my eyes, she would stand before me smiling or waving. I didn't even realize how I had endured such a night until I opened my eyes again and saw the bright blue sky and white clouds before me. "Get ready, we're almost there," Maya said while rowing the boat beside me. Almost there. I couldn't believe it. I hadn't thought we would arrive so quickly. "A strong current last night significantly increased our speed," Maya explained. "Looks like we've been lucky," Allantes, rowing on the other side, added. I slowly rose, supporting myself on the wooden board of the boat. In the distance, I saw a stone-gray beach within my line of sight. It appeared Maya had been right. We had truly reached land. I glanced at the magician lying motionless nearby with Cab beside him, still lost in his days of grief over Kelly's loss. I flexed my arms slightly and joined in with rowing the boat alongside everyone else. Before long, our boat drew close to the stone-gray sand. As soon as it touched shore, I cautiously surveyed the surroundings, fearing some monster might attack us unawares. However, after observing for quite some time, it seemed there was no immediate danger nearby, so I relaxed slightly. The four of us disembarked from the boat. Allantes carried the magician while I supported him behind Allantes to help ease the burden on my teacher as much as possible. Naturally, Maya wouldn't lend us a hand, just as she'd said. She even admitted that rescuing us was purely coincidental. Cab walked alone, seemingly forgetting everything. I was about to call out to him, but my teacher stopped me. "Let him have some time to cool off," the teacher said. Chapter 226, The Creature Chimera. After hearing the teacher's words, I nodded to show my understanding. The next part of our journey was not arduous at all. One could even say it was easy. We didn't encounter any danger on the way. We didn't even see a single dragon warrior. We walked along the stone-gray beach for half a day until I saw some shrubs of varying heights. It was then that I began to faintly see the outline of a city in the distance. Could that be the city of Counterglow? I asked while pointing towards the distant position far ahead of us. We finally arrived. Maya stopped walking and said to the group, "What should we do next?" I questioned. Maya seemed to sense something as I noticed her furrowed brows staring intently at the city in the distance. "Did you notice anything unusual?" I asked. There seems." Maya started hesitating. "What's wrong?" Allantes, who was carrying the magician on his back, also approached Maya's side to ask. "It's the red dragon. If I'm not mistaken," Maya responded. I didn't expect Maya to say these words. I had no idea that the red dragon was still alive. The red dragon is still alive? Upon hearing the name of the red dragon, Kabu, who had been silently trailing behind us, seemed to go mad and rushed to stand beside Maya to ask. Maya didn't respond but nodded to us, and somehow, changes appeared around us. I only felt that something was moving near me, so I abruptly looked around and immediately was shocked by the things surrounding us. To put it simply, it was a terrifying creature with a lion's head, a goat's body, and a snake's tail. "What is this thing?" Kabu loudly called out upon noticing a group of these creatures quietly appearing around him. "Chimera," Maya warned, scanning the surroundings as she spoke to the rest of us. "What?" Hearing this name, I was taken aback. We were now surrounded by more than 30 of these creatures. How did they appear without making a sound? I questioned. "They crawled out from underground," Maya replied as she tightly gripped her silver axe. Kabu and I also tightly held onto the weapons we'd obtained from the dragon warriors. Only Allantes, carrying the magician, wasn't in a good position to fight, so Kabu and I stepped forward to shield Allantes behind us. Just as we prepared ourselves for battle, the chimeras around us suddenly lunged toward us. They moved swiftly, and in an instant, they were already before my eyes. I immediately swung my sword toward the chimera rushing at me. In just a moment, my blade struck the chimera's shoulder. It quickly sidestepped to the left and jumped out of my attack range. After escaping my attack, it bared its teeth and roared furiously at me, indicating the previous blow inflicted significant damage on it. Blood kept flowing from its shoulder, and to my surprise, this liquid-like blood was green, resembling tree sap. Despite its evident pain, constantly licking the wound with its tongue, it didn't seem to affect it. Even though I was temporarily free of danger, both Kabu and Maya had already engaged in close combat with the chimeras. Looking back, I saw 2 chimera corpses lying before Maya, yet many more chimeras were rushing towards her. Kaboo was in a similar predicament. He continuously swung his weapon, not having killed any chimeras but managing to keep them at bay. Perhaps these chimeras realized the strength of our attacks and ceased assaulting us, instead circling around to surround us. We were confined within a fairly small space by over 30 chimeras. Although the space was limited, it wasn't so easy for them to approach us either. For a moment, we stood face to face with the group of chimeras. Just as they were about to launch another large-scale attack on us, something unexpected happened. It was as if they had spotted some even more terrifying monster and instantly scattered and fled. Some quickly dove underground while others escaped into the surrounding bushes. We looked at this scene with confusion when suddenly I heard the sound of people running not far from us, getting closer and closer by the second. In no time, the sounds came right in front of our position. Immediately, I saw that they were a team of dragon warriors. Even more chilling was their numbers, which were greater than the chimeras we just fought. Based on my quick estimate, there were at least 50 of them. When the leading few dragon warriors caught sight of us, they too seemed surprised. I noticed terror flashing in the eyes of these dragon warriors, indicating that they might have also encountered some frightening events. I thought to myself that these dragon warriors must be fleeing from something. Perhaps they were escaping for their lives, and meeting us was merely a coincidence. Regardless of whether it was or wasn't, our enemies had instantly changed from the group of chimeras to this troop of dragon warriors. If I had to choose between these two adversaries, I would rather face the chimeras again. And what's worse, the number of dragon warriors was so overwhelming. After seeing us, they hesitated for a moment, but since dragon warriors are an incredibly fierce race, without exchanging any words, they rushed toward us directly. Maya was the fastest among us to react. She immediately swung her silver axe and charged at the dragon warriors. Following her example, I also joined the fray. Kaboo stayed behind Alanthes, both guarding him and observing the surroundings, ready to remind us of anything happening around us. Although Kelly's death was a great blow to Kaboo, it had also ignited within him a desire for revenge. His combat state now was unprecedented, something I'd never seen before. This was certainly good news for our team. In no time, the three of us became entangled in battle with the dragon warriors. As the most ferocious members among all races, the dragon warriors had an incredibly powerful attack force, something I had already experienced firsthand on Dragon Coiling Island. Not long after the fight began, both Maya and I were driven back dozens of steps. Soon enough, we retreated back to Alanthes and Kaboo's side. Once again, we found ourselves surrounded by the dragon warriors. The same predicament had occurred twice in such a short span of time. As we prepared to put up our final resistance against the dragon warriors, unexpectedly, one chimera emerged from the ground, instantly lunging for the head of a dragon warrior. Too fast and too close. The dragon warrior had no time to prepare, and in a flash, his head was bitten off. This scene played out less than 3 meters from me, and I instinctively took several steps back. During this brief interval, chimeras continuously burst out from the ground around us, and even those that had earlier fled into the surrounding bushes charged out again. Before we knew it, the chimeras and dragon warriors were engaged in a chaotic melee. The sudden reappearance of the chimeras once again saved us from dire straits. Taking advantage of their distraction, we dashed along a certain direction and broke through. We didn't look back as we ran as far as we could. Due to Alanthes carrying the magician, his speed wasn't fast, so Kaboo and I pushed the magician from behind to alleviate Alanthes' burden. Thus, we quickly distanced ourselves from the dangerous area. During this period, I only looked back twice. Neither revealed any pursuers, yet I still didn't let down my guard. I kept running until finally, a massive iron gate appeared before us. Chapter 227, Slaying the Red Dragon. We gradually came to a stop, all of us catching our breaths in heavy gasps. It seemed that running for our lives like this really drained our strength. Instinctively, I turned around to check if any enemies were chasing us, but there was no one behind us this time. It looked like we had truly escaped the danger zone. Breathing heavily, I slowly straightened my half-bent waist. In front of me, an incredibly massive iron gate appeared. This gate was entirely forged from irregular pieces of iron, standing at least 30 meters tall. On its surface, countless dragon-shaped totems and some incomprehensible characters were carved. "We finally made it," Maya said, still panting. "Is this the Reverse Light City?" I asked. "Yes, it's here," Maya replied. "Do you think that dragon might be here?" I hesitated to ask. "It's very likely," Maya responded. "That's perfect. Then I can kill it to avenge Kelly." Kaboo couldn't suppress his anger after hearing that the red dragon was likely within the city. "You can't defeat it with just the two of you," Maya said disdainfully. "Can't defeat it." Kaboo became furious after hearing her words. "Only the silver axe can slay it." Maya waved the silver axe in her hand as she spoke. "Well, let's go inside and discuss it," Alante suggested. I nodded in agreement. At this moment, I noticed that although the gate was very large, there was a huge hole right in the middle of it. The hole was enormous, more than 10 meters high and 5 meters wide, as though specially cut for us. "This hole, it's probably the red dragon's doing," Maya said as she put away her silver axe and walked towards the gate. The rest of us followed Maya into the city. As soon as we entered, I was deeply stunned by what I saw. Before me lay an impressive cluster of towering buildings, each resembling a miniature castle, scattered across the area visible to us. Beneath our feet were stone slabs taller than a person. Just like the previous gate, these slabs were also carved with countless dragon totems and symbols. As we walked further in, we discovered that most of these fortress-like structures were damaged, many having suffered catastrophic destruction, now reduced to crumbling ruins. Could all this be the work of the red dragon? I asked as we continued moving forward. Exactly. It seems like the dragon caused a massacre here, Maya replied. We kept walking deeper into the city until a vast open space suddenly appeared before us. I realized immediately where we were. In my country, such places existed too. This was an immense square. It was far larger than any I'd ever seen anywhere else. Moreover, on the four corners of the square stood 8 colossal stone pillars, paired together and standing in each corner. As I tried to move closer to inspect these stone pillars, suddenly, a large number of dragon warriors burst out from somewhere unknown. Their sudden appearance startled us all. We all drew our weapons in preparation for battle. From all directions of the square, over 100 dragon warriors surged out. If we truly fought against so many dragon warriors, we wouldn't stand a chance. Right as we were preparing to engage them head-on, a massive shadow appeared above our heads. The shadow was so large that it almost covered the entire sky above us. Immediately looking up, I saw an unimaginably huge red flying dragon circling in the air above us. Meanwhile, those dragon warriors that had emerged earlier rushed toward the city's exit in a frantic escape, not even attempting to attack us despite seeing our presence. In the blink of an eye, they had fled far away from us. Just then, the red dragon above us suddenly dove down, landing directly in the direction the dragon warriors had fled to. Next, I noticed a giant red tumor-like object emerging from the neck of the red dragon, which was gradually moving upward along its long, thick neck. Upon seeing this, Maya immediately shouted, "Everyone get down!" It was at this moment that Kaboo noticed the appearance of the red dragon. He immediately roared loudly toward the red dragon, and then raised the weapon in his hand and charged towards it. After seeing this, I quickly grabbed Kaboo's arm and shouted at him, "Are you crazy? Do you want to die? I'm going to kill it, kill it!" Kaboo roared loudly. Before Maya could finish telling us to lie down, the red dragon had already spat out a stream of flames like a waterfall from its mouth. This flame instantly surged toward the group of dragon warriors in front of it. In just an instant, I felt an unbearably hot heat wave rushing toward my face, causing me to lose my footing and be pushed several meters away by the heat wave. Luckily, I wasn't thrown very high, or I would have fallen hard on the ground. After being thrown, I instinctively tried to grab onto anything around me, but this was a vast open square area with nothing for me to hold onto. The rest of us were all more or less in the same situation. We were all blown up by this sudden heat wave. The one who probably suffered the most serious fall was the mage, as he was still unconscious and Allantes was carrying him, so the entire weight of Allantes fell squarely on the mage. After I fell, I quickly stood up and ran to where Allantes was not far away. At this moment, Maya and Kaboo also got up and ran to Allantes' position. We immediately helped Allantes and the mage, who were lying on the ground, to stand up. Kaboo then put the mage on his back. It was clear that Kaboo had been intimidated by the intense heat of the red dragon and did not recklessly rush toward the red dragon again. Seeing Kaboo calm down a little, I felt much more relieved. Just after Kaboo had put the mage on his back, we heard a loud noise behind us. I immediately turned around and saw that the huge red dragon was standing behind us. Red dragon. Maya turned around and saw it too. She called out loudly to us. But now it was too late. The neck of this red dragon had once again filled with scorching gas. Just as it was about to release the flames from its mouth, Maya suddenly swung her silver axe and hurled it toward the red dragon's neck. Perhaps Maya's action was too fast. Even the red dragon didn't react in time. Instantly, the silver axe embedded into the neck of the red dragon. Although the silver axe pierced directly into the red dragon's neck, it managed to use its colossal dragon claw to shield its neck. As a result, the fireball in its mouth was not released, but instead swallowed back inside. This way, we all escaped another close call. But given our current situation, all we could do was leave here immediately. Although the silver axe did not hit the red dragon's neck, it directly penetrated the inside of the dragon claw guarding the neck. Instantly, the red dragon let out a massive roar as the silver axe wounded it, and again, a scorching heat wave rushed toward us. We had no way to escape and were once again knocked to the ground by the heat wave. Fortunately, this heat wave was not as powerful as the previous one, so we were merely blown backward a few steps and fell down. I was just about to get up when I saw Maya charging toward the red dragon. I knew she wanted to retrieve the silver axe embedded inside the dragon claw. Sure enough, Maya dashed toward the dragon claw. However, due to the red dragon's large size and its readiness for her next attack, as Maya approached, the red dragon lifted its gigantic claw and crushed down toward her location. Watching the giant claw pressing down, Maya didn't dodge, but instead fiercely leaped toward the giant claw. I was almost stunned by this series of actions by Maya. I didn't know what Maya intended to do because from her current behavior, it seemed like she was attempting suicide. Right when I was astonished by Maya's actions, I saw her suddenly leap into the air. Her body spun an incredible circle like a leaf, then slipped through the gaps between the claws of the enormous dragon. She stretched out her superhuman arm and firmly grasped the silver axe embedded in the inner side of the dragon claw, chopping directly at one of the claws. I heard another loud roar from the red dragon, followed by one of its claw fingers, thick as an arm, falling right before us. All of this was almost completed in an instant. Not just me, Kaboo and Allantes saw it clearly as well. I noticed that after seeing Maya's actions, Kaboo was so shocked that he nearly lost his balance. I quickly grabbed him to ensure he wouldn't drop the mage on his back again. Although Maya's series of actions were impressive, it had completely enraged the massive red dragon. Not only had its claw been pierced by the silver axe, but one of its fingers had also been cut off. It was now extremely furious and let out a roar at Maya, making all of us feel unstable on our feet. At this moment, Maya shouted loudly at us. "Why aren't you running yet? What about you? I immediately shouted back. I'm going to kill it. Don't worry about me. After saying that, Maya tightly gripped the silver axe and once again charged toward the red dragon. As Maya rushed toward the red dragon, Kaboo beside me seemed ready to charge along with her. I pulled Kaboo back and said, "Hurry, we need to go, you can't kill it." Chapter 228, Desert. Kaboo had initially intended to rush forward, but I firmly grabbed his arm and pulled him towards me. Seeing that he was entirely unable to help, he abandoned the idea of assassinating the red dragon. We immediately ran toward a gap the red dragon had left open. Several people seized this gap and ran through it. The red dragon clearly saw us as well. It immediately flapped its immense wings, which blocked out the sun, sending gusts of wind our way. Instantly, a powerful force blew us back over 10 steps. However, we did not fall this time because we were prepared for the red dragon's attack. What we hadn't anticipated, though, was that after flapping its wings, the red dragon immediately took flight, grabbing at us with the claw that had lost one of its dragon fingers. Because the claw was so enormous and we were in such a confined space, all of us were instantly caught by the red dragon's claw. Almost simultaneously, the red dragon soared into the sky, lifting us several hundred meters above the ground. Because the red dragon's movements were so swift, none of us realized what was happening until we were already hundreds of meters up in the air. At this moment, Maya had unknowingly climbed onto one of the red dragon's wings. Since we were completely ensnared by the red dragon's claws and still had control over ourselves, we dared not move recklessly in the air hundreds of meters high. Any slight movement could send us plummeting dozens of meters down. Moreover, the red dragon appeared to be ascending even faster, suggesting we might already be at an unknown altitude. Just then, Maya slowly began climbing toward the red dragon's back and made her way towards its head. My armor was caught in the smallest gap of one of the red dragon's claws, making my situation slightly safer than others, and from my position, I could see Maya climbing toward the red dragon's head. I knew what Maya intended to do. She surely planned to cleave through the red dragon's skull with her axe at the top of its head. If she succeeded, all of us would plummet thousands of meters into the sky alongside the falling red dragon. Right as I was about to shout loudly at Maya, she stood atop the red dragon's head, raising her silver axe and preparing to strike through the creature's skull. In that split second, just as her movement flowed seamlessly, the red dragon abruptly turned, causing Maya to lose her balance and slip into the air. At this crucial moment, Maya used her quick wit and struck the red dragon's skull with the full force of her silver axe. It is unclear where exactly the axe hit the red dragon's skull, but the beast let out a piercing roar. Following this, the entire body of the red dragon sank suddenly, and its grip on us loosened. All of us, including Maya, were thrown away like stones in the air. I don't know how many spins I went through in the air. All I felt were fierce gusts of wind pushing me around and making me sway uncontrollably, much like a kite twisting in the air. Gradually, I started to feel a throbbing pain in my head, accompanied by waves of nausea, as if my internal organs wanted to come out. As time passed, my vision became increasingly blurred until it eventually faded altogether, leaving both my mind and body unconscious, akin to falling into an abyss. The scorching sunlight pierced through the clouds and illuminated my body. Threads of golden light covered every inch of me. At this point, I began to regain consciousness gradually, starting with my hands whose fingers twitched feebly, restoring sensation to them. My fingertips seemed to touch something extremely soft, yet delicately smooth. I thought I recognized the feeling of this texture from somewhere before. Slowly, I also regained sensation in my feet, but my mind remained a blank slate. After an indeterminate period of time, strength returned to my whole body. I then tried to open my eyes, but no matter how hard I strained, it was futile. Only when I could manage some slight body movement, an unknown force surged within me, and I opened my eyes suddenly. A blinding light immediately shone upon my retinas, forcing me to close my eyes again instinctively while shielding them with my hands. At this moment, I realized I could freely control my body once more. It seemed my stamina had been fully restored. I slowly opened my eyes just a tiny slit, but because my arm was blocking the light in front of my face, the sunlight didn't shine directly into my eyes. I thought to myself that I must be lying flat on my back here, but how did I get here? I tried hard to recall everything that had happened to me, but no matter how hard I thought, I couldn't remember anything. It was as if all of my memories had been erased. Since I now had no idea what had happened, I decided to first take a look at where I was. With that in mind, I began to slowly move my arm away from my face. After waiting for a long time, when my eyes gradually adjusted to the sunlight, I finally dared to look around. The moment I caught sight of my surroundings, I almost went numb. I never would have expected to find myself in such an area. The blazing sun above me shone brightly on my entire body, and around me stretched an endless expanse of desert. Yes, I was indeed amidst a sea of sand. When I realized I was here in this vast sandy expanse, I found it hard to believe my own eyes. In my haste, I attempted to stand up, but after several tries, I still failed due to the fact that my strength hadn't fully returned yet. It took quite a while before I eventually managed to stand upright in this sea of sand. Perhaps because I had fainted for too long and lain there among the dunes for too long. Once I stood up, I felt dizzy and unsteady, with my legs swaying uncontrollably from side to side. What was once only a mild feeling of thirst suddenly became overwhelmingly intense. It seemed I had completely lost awareness of myself during my unconscious state, and now my thirst was unbearable. Where am I? I asked myself. However, there was no way I could answer this question at the moment. I had a strange sense of familiarity about this place, like I had seen or visited somewhere similar, but no matter how hard I tried, I couldn't bring it to memory. Under the scorching sun, every part of my body felt like it was being seared with pain. The only thing I could do now was leave this place and keep walking, regardless of where I was heading. Thus, I began taking hesitant steps toward an unknown destination. I didn't know where I was going or what might await me ahead. All I could do was walk, step by step, until much later, after covering a great distance, I felt as if my body had become lifeless, utterly out of my control. By this time, my vision began to blur further, and my entire body started burning more intensely. Suddenly, my foot slipped on the soft sand beneath me, causing me to lose balance and tumble down the side of the dune I had been standing on. I don't know how many times I rolled, but eventually, my body came to a stop. My eyes grew increasingly misty, as if a layer of sand haze had enveloped everything before me. At this moment, I noticed a shadow appearing in front of me, a humanoid shadow slowly approaching. Though I wanted to stand up to see clearly, my body had already lost all sensation, and even the little bit of consciousness I retained was slipping away. The next thing I saw was this shadow reaching me and bending down to look at me. Then it seemed to say something to someone nearby, but by now, my consciousness had faded completely. I could no longer hear their conversation. Finally, I felt as though my eyelids were filled with lead. No matter how hard I tried to open them, they wouldn't budge. Before long, I lost complete awareness and fainted again. Chapter 229, Sand Beasts. The blazing sun shone overhead as a caravan of nearly 50 people advanced through this sea of sand. This caravan was rather unique. Unique in the fact that every single one of its members was a woman. These women were dressed variously, some in coarse linen clothes, others fully armored, suggesting there were both civilians and warriors within their ranks. At the rear of this group stood a prison carriage capable of holding over a dozen individuals. Inside it were 3 prisoners, unusual prisoners, all being women as well. As the convoy continued forward, a warrior-like woman riding an animal resembling both horse and ox let out a shout loud enough to stop the entire caravan. "What's the matter?" Another woman, also riding one of these strange animals, came over to ask. "What's that?" The first woman pointed at something not too far from her location. "It appears to be a man." The woman who saw it exclaimed, her face filled with alarm. "Can't be a man. It seems really like a man. You must be mistaken." At this point, the surrounding women began whispering among themselves. "I'll go take a look," the woman shouted before heading off. This woman was named Molly Degra. She was not only the leader of this caravan, but also its founder. Molly Degra cautiously approached the figure, lying motionless on the sand. As she bent down for a closer inspection, another woman quickly joined her, asking, "Leader, is it truly a man?" Molly Degra carefully examined the unconscious figure. She then turned to her companion and said, "Looks like we've stumbled into quite the fortune here. It could be a major deal." With that, she ordered someone to place the man inside the prison carriage. By this time, the man had lost all consciousness and was carried by a few female warriors into the carriage. Riding atop her own steed, a creature known as a santao, a hybrid-looking beast with features resembling both horse and ox, larger than a horse, yet sturdier than a cow, Molly Degra led the caravan ahead. The santao had duck foot-like pads beneath their hooves, enabling them to navigate effortlessly across the vast sands. After being lifted by the female warriors into the prisoner carriage, the man remained unconscious for a long while. Meanwhile, the 3 female inmates took great interest in him and crowded around curiously, with one even daring to touch his head with her hand. However, their actions did not go unnoticed. The guard outside quickly reprimanded them, forcing them back. Not sure how long I had been unconscious, I started feeling my body growing heavier, as if a 1,000-pound mountain lay upon me. Just as I was fading in and out of consciousness, my body seemed struck by some forceful impact, which flipped me over entirely. "Get ready for battle. We've got sand beasts around us," Molly Degra loudly shouted to the women warriors beside her. Before she could finish her sentence, a shape emerged rapidly from beneath the sand. Its movement was swift, appearing instantly in front of Molly Degra. "Leader, be careful." One of the warriors barely finished her warning when the sand beast lunged violently at Molly Degra. Reacting swiftly, Molly Degra pulled sharply at the reins around the neck of her santao, which obediently pivoted aside. Thanks to this agile maneuver, she easily avoided the attack. Yet, the beast did not give up so easily. Having missed once, it immediately leaped again towards her. This time, however, Molly Degra was prepared. Drawing her sword swiftly from its sheath, she slashed downwards as the creature leapt toward her, leaving a deep cut along its underside. Infuriated by the pain inflicted upon it, the creature began spilling blood profusely from the wound and thrashed wildly from side to side. Right as Molly Degra was about to deliver another fatal blow, the creature suddenly charged fiercely in her direction. Being significantly larger than the santao, almost triple its size, it delivered a single powerful collision, throwing Molly Degra from the santao's back and landing her heavily on the sand below. "Leader." Upon seeing their leader assaulted by the sand beast, several female warriors simultaneously rode their santao straight towards the creature. However, this sand beast's running speed was just too fast, and the momentum it built up while charging was enormous. In almost the blink of an eye, the sand beast rammed into the prison carriage containing the prisoners, causing the entire vehicle to topple over onto the ground. The few female prisoners screamed as they were thrown into the sandy terrain. I was still unconscious, but after all that commotion, I began regaining slight awareness. My eyes started having sensation again, and slowly, I opened them. Next, I only felt as if my body had been hit by something else. Then I heard a snap, which sounded like something breaking. Though I desperately wanted to see what had caused the sound, my body still wouldn't move. More screams followed in quick succession, all from women, loud and clear as they reached my ears. Quickly, pull him out. When I heard these words near my ear, I felt as though my body was tugged slightly. No, we can't. This sentence wasn't finished when a scream erupted and a female warrior collapsed onto the sand. It's coming again, everyone attack. No, it's here. Run, quickly run. These chaotic shouts, cries for survival, continuously swirled around my ears. I felt some sensation returning to my body as I wobbled and managed to stand up. My head still spun, but I felt much better than before. In my hazy state, I saw something massive rushing toward me. Maybe it was an instinctive reaction. I rolled forward on the sand to avoid its assault. Right then, I noticed a discarded sword lying near my feet, and I immediately grabbed it. At that moment, the massive creature charged at my back again. I suddenly jabbed backward with great force. Perhaps thanks to good luck, I managed to stab right into its body somewhere. I didn't know where exactly, but an unbearably foul smell instantly hit my nose. The thing writhed and shot away from me. At this time, my vision became clearer. In front of me, a monster I had never seen before continued twisting. It resembled a four-legged snake, except its size was hundreds of times larger. Its skin was sandy brown, making it hard to notice unless closely observed. Its short but thick limbs ended in three sharp animal claws. The monster had large protruding eyes, bulging outward as if they were about to burst. Its mouth was huge, unnaturally wide open, revealing rows upon rows of tiny yet sharp fangs inside. What is this thing? I thought to myself, though there was no time to ponder, as the monster pounced at me again. Instinctively, I held the sword horizontally in front of me. In the split second before it attacked, it suddenly changed direction and lunged towards Molly Degra instead. Perhaps due to our proximity, it seemed this monster possessed some intelligence. This feint had been a diversionary tactic. Molly Degra had barely recovered from being knocked down when the sand beast once again hurled itself at her at tremendous speed. Perhaps even now she couldn't comprehend how I suddenly appeared in front of her. I didn't know where I found the strength either, but practically arriving at the same time as the sand beast, as it opened its enormous jaws to bite down on Molly Degra, I raised the sword, timed my strike, and thrust downwards forcefully, targeting the creature's skull. Chapter 230, Sandstorm approaches. Suddenly, a pungent and foul-smelling stench rushed towards me. I felt an unknown liquid splashing all over my face and mouth. Instinctively, I took several steps back, distancing myself from the sand beast in front of me. Behind me stood Molly Degola, her face filled with bewilderment and shock. I turned around and motioned for her to move behind me, so as to prevent the sand beast from harming her again. "Who are you?" asked Molly Degola, bewildered. I stared intently at the sand beast whose skull had been pierced, not hearing Molly Degola's question. In the next moment, the sand beast seemed to be moving again. Despite its skull being pierced by a sharp sword, it was still capable of movement. Looking at the sand beast in front of me, it still seemed somewhat dangerous. Thus, I quickly approached the sand beast and, with great speed, pulled out the sharp sword from its skull. At that very moment, the sand beast started rolling frantically on the sandy ground, as if in extreme pain. After a long while, the sand beast ceased making big movements and slowly stopped struggling altogether, lying completely still. "Is it dead?" asked Molly Degola, standing behind me, puzzled. I turned to look at her, just as she was also looking at me. The moment our eyes met, I felt an overwhelming sense of familiarity, but it disappeared almost instantly. "Captain, are you all right?" Several female warriors rushed to Molly Degola's side and asked. "I'm fine," Molly Degola replied, brushing the sand off her clothes. "I can't believe how strong this man is," said one of the female warriors while approaching me and glancing at me. "Who are you?" Molly Degola asked, coming closer to me. I looked at her, but found myself unable to answer her question. Indeed, who am I? Apparently, I know nothing about my own background. "Hey, our captain is asking you something." A female warrior shouted at me impatiently. I blankly stared at the person shouting at me, but did not respond. "Could he possibly be mute?" whispered one of the female warriors to herself. "Whether he is mute or not, he's clearly no ordinary person," Molly Degola said, while leaping onto a sand camel. "Well, let's go. We'd better leave before more sand beasts attack," said Molly Degola, riding her sand camel and addressing those around her. "What should we do with him?" asked a female warrior, pointing at me. "We'll just let him follow us. He won't run away, and even if he tried, he couldn't get far in this desert," Molly Degola said, and then rode her sand camel back to the front of the group. This time, our team suffered significant losses from the sand beast attack. Out of nearly 50 people, only 30-odd remained. Additionally, the 3 female prisoners inside the prison cart were all killed by the sand beasts. The heavily damaged prison cart became useless, and the group could only continue on foot. Of course, most people were riding sand camels, and only a few were walking. Naturally, I was among them. Throughout the journey, hardly anyone chatted. Perhaps because of the cruel battle we had recently endured, with so many casualties, everyone was feeling heavy-hearted. There was almost no talking on the way, except when a few female warriors occasionally gathered to correct the route. Our team walked far, and I didn't know exactly how long I had walked, only noticing the sky transitioning from daylight when I woke up to the darkness of nightfall. "All right, let's rest here tonight." Molly Degola suddenly turned her sand camel and announced to the group behind her. It was then that I realized where she was speaking from. We had reached an area surrounded by numerous rocks of various sizes and shapes. Some rocks were massive like tall walls, while others were the size of fists scattered chaotically on the ground. The area occupied by these rocks was extensive, covering a large expanse. Since we entered this rock region, we had already traveled for a long time, yet had not managed to leave it, showing just how vast the region truly was, far beyond what I could have imagined. Let's rest here tonight and set off early tomorrow morning, Molly de Galas said to those around her. The sky had turned pitch black by nightfall, and we formed a circle, lighting a bonfire made of dry firewood in the center. I noticed this dry wood seemed to be carried by their sand camels, suggesting they had prepared for a long journey this time. Molly de Galas sat beside me, clearly showing great interest in me. The other female warriors still eyed me suspiciously. When they saw Molly de Galas sitting next to me, they all placed their hands on the swords at their waists. You cannot speak? Molly de Galas asked tentatively. I looked at her, perhaps because it had been too long since I last spoke. The words I wanted to say seemed unable to come out no matter what. Seeing how difficult it was for me, Molly de Galas clearly thought I was mute and asked again. Since you can't talk, let me ask you questions and you can answer by nodding or shaking your head. Hearing this, I simply nodded my head to show agreement with her suggestion. She then asked, do you know who we are? I shook my head at her. Do you know why we captured you? I shook my head again. Perhaps you don't even know how you got here, right? Recalling my memory loss, I nodded my head. Your appearance was certainly unexpected for us as well, but it might turn out to be a good thing for me, she added and tossed a stick of dry wood into the bonfire in front of her. The desert became unbearably cold at night, a stark contrast to the scorching heat during the day. We all covered ourselves with thick felt blankets made from animal pelts. Although I did not know which animal's pelt it was, I had no intention to inquire further. Perhaps due to my having saved the leader's life, my hands and feet were not tied when I slept, nor was I under extra supervision. However, a few female warriors took turns guarding at night and occasionally passed by me. Maybe because I had been unconscious for too long, now that it was time to sleep, I found it hard to fall asleep. I struggled to recall my past in my mind, but no matter how hard I tried, I could remember nothing. My head started to ache slightly, so I stopped trying altogether. I curled up inside the thick blanket, and the dense fur helped shield me from the biting cold wind. I didn't know how much time had passed before I fell asleep. When I woke up to the sounds of commotion, it was already morning. These people rose early, I thought to myself, while simultaneously crawling out from under the blanket. After returning the blanket to one of the female warriors, I approached the female leader's side. She was busy organizing her gear, signaling that our journey would soon resume. Are we setting off this early? I asked. Upon hearing my question, the expression on the female leader's face appeared extremely surprised. I, however, failed to notice anything unusual, and the leader immediately said to me, you can actually speak? Her question instantly jolted me back to reality. Somehow, I could now speak. I certainly. Before I could finish my sentence, the leader interrupted. Yes, its emergence is 3 days earlier than I expected, she said. Confused by her mention of something appearing earlier, I questioned her about it, but she refused to continue the conversation. Instead, she kept packing her equipment until everything was ready, and then said to me, sandstorm. I'm talking about the sandstorm. Clearly, I wasn't familiar with the local climate changes, but fortunately, I understood the meaning of sandstorms. Learning that we might soon encounter one, I felt as though my body had been electrified. Immediately, I returned to my original spot to pack my things. Though I had almost nothing to prepare, I assisted others around me instead. Once everyone in our group was fully prepared, we set off again in haste, traveling much faster this time, nearly 3 times faster than yesterday. Moving so quickly through such a hot desert naturally consumed a lot of energy. It wasn't long before some members began struggling physically. Moreover, our water supply dwindled quickly, and we had barely more than half the amount left. Just as I was rushing forward with them, I suddenly felt a strong gust of hot wind blowing towards us from the front. The female leader immediately stopped and rode her sand camel to the top of a dune to observe the situation ahead. When she saw a massive sandstorm, like a giant wall, slowly approaching them, she shouted loudly towards the group. Despite being not too far from the team, her voice was completely drowned out by the deafening sound of the sandstorm. At this moment, the female warriors in the group obviously understood the leader's intentions. They began to dismount their sand camels and took out their wool blankets, covering their heads with them. Then they all lay down on the sandy ground. Apparently, they didn't care much about my existence. No one offered me any help, so I had to follow their example and take off a blanket from the back of a sand camel and cover myself with it. The next sequence of events I almost don't recall at all. I only felt that I tightly clutched the wool blanket over my head. That incredibly forceful sandstorm seemed to circle above me for a long time without departing. This sensation was unbearably excruciating, each second feeling like a year. All I could hear was a ghastly howling sound, the noise of the tiny grains of sand rubbing and colliding against each other in the wind. I originally thought the sandstorm would pass quickly, but unexpectedly, it lingered around our location, showing no signs of moving. Although its wind wasn't yet very strong, I started to feel the wind intensifying little by little. Suddenly, I heard a scream from a nearby female warrior, and then her voice vanished instantly from my ears. I knew she must have been swallowed up by the sandstorm. Shortly after, another female warrior screamed as she, along with her blanket, was swept into the air. At that moment, I realized that I could likely end up just like these female warriors, getting caught in the sandstorm. Yet there was nothing I could do about it. I heard another female warrior shouting something in our direction. I was baffled as to how she could still speak amidst such a powerful sandstorm. I strained to make out what she was saying, but no matter how hard I tried, I could only hear a short sound, a single word. Escape. Chapter 231. The Arrival of the Scorpion. When I heard this word by my ear, I was extremely surprised. Judging from the current situation, escaping would be an impossible task. After all, we are in the middle of a sandstorm now. Running away at this point would be equivalent to walking into our own death. However, since she risked her life to warn us, there must be some even more terrible incident that has occurred here. Moreover, it seems like I can recognize this voice as that of the female leader. Looks like she wasn't carried away by the sandstorm after all. Since she is warning us to flee for our lives, we must listen to her advice. With that thought, I immediately wanted to slowly move the blanket covering my head. However, just as my hand started moving the blanket, an incredibly strong wind force instantly blew it out of my grasp, disappearing above me in a blink of an eye. In that same instant, a wind laden with fine sand blew directly towards my face, causing me to tightly shut my eyes and kneel down on one knee, one hand firmly braced against the sand to prevent myself from being blown away by the storm. I maintained this posture for a long time until the sandstorm in front of me subsided enough for me to gradually stand up. I didn't dare open my eyes fully, but only squinted slightly through the small gaps to see what was going on. Because of the still intense winds, combined with fine sand constantly striking against my cheeks, my vision was almost completely obstructed. Even so, through the tiny gap, I noticed something not too far from us. It was a large thing, nearly twice the size of Chateau. Although I couldn't make it out entirely, its shape seemed like a round stone at first glance, but upon closer inspection, it certainly did not appear to be a stone. Moreover, it seemed to move along with the direction of the sandstorm. Whether it's moved by the sandstorm or it moves on its own, it remains uncertain. If it's being moved by the sandstorm, then it should be an inanimate object. If it moves by itself during the sandstorm, then it's alive. Given the situation earlier where the female leader disregarded her own safety to urge everyone to escape, this thing must definitely be alive and highly dangerous. Upon realizing this, I was ready to get up and leave, but the tremendous sandstorm blowing before me made every step difficult. And what's more, that thing seemed to be moving in my direction. However, there was no time for further consideration. Any distance I could cover might mean survival. I exerted nearly every ounce of strength to take a few steps amidst this colossal sandstorm. Just then, I suddenly saw a massive black shadow less than a meter away from me. Its sudden appearance startled me, causing me to instinctively lurch backward. Right at that moment, a pair of sharp pincers came into view. These pincers, like two large scissors, lunged toward my neck. Fortunately, my backward movement caused it to miss. Although its initial attempt failed, it had now come quite close to me, and I could see its whole form rather clearly. What confronted me with its pincers turned out to be a truly enormous scorpion. It was a black scorpion, curving its tail as it prepared a fatal blow against me. At this moment, I was being blown back towards the scorpion due to the sandstorm, and seemingly simultaneously, the scorpion's tail pierced towards me. Instinctively unable to react or dodge in time, all I could do was helplessly watch the scorpion's stinger come towards me. Just then, out of nowhere, a sharp dagger flew out and severed the scorpion's stinger in midair as it attacked. I immediately looked towards the direction from which the dagger was thrown, seeing a figure standing there. It was the female leader Molly Degula. Seeing her made me think she was still alive and saved me once again. This balanced out our previous deaths. The scorpion, having lost its tail, obviously appeared enraged but also in immense pain. It let out a series of incredibly tragic cries before disappearing into the sandstorm. At that point, I was about to advance towards Molly Degula, but suddenly, a powerful gust of wind swept me off my feet. Completely unprepared, I was like a kite with its string cut, getting dragged into the very center of the sandstorm. Entirely out of control, I could only be tossed around by the sandstorm. I don't know how long it had been, but I began to gradually lose consciousness. My mind started spinning, and my eyes felt as heavy as if they were filled with lead, completely unable to open. I knew in my heart that this was a sign of another impending faint, yet there was nothing I could do about it. Gradually, my vision turned pitch black, and once again, I passed out. The biting cold wind incessantly stirred up the fine sand on the ground, layer after layer, forming a sandy mist in the air. I sat alone on the sand, completely enveloped by this thick haze. Though I had awakened long ago, my mind remained clouded in confusion. I strained to recall what happened before I fainted, but no matter how hard I tried, I could remember nothing. It was as though I hadn't experienced anything at all. With great difficulty, I stood up from the sand. By now, the sky had transitioned into twilight. The desert's day-night temperature difference was extreme, and having just regained consciousness, I could only feel overwhelming cold. The icy desert winds continued to rage fiercely, and I stumbled step by step along a path whose destination I did not even know, until a city appeared before me. By this time, I had no strength left in me at all. Initially, I didn't believe what I saw. During such a dark night, with my mind still disoriented, seeing a city rise in front of me might have been merely a hallucination. But as I walked closer, I hit my head violently against the city wall, forcing me to stop. Given how weak my body already was, after hitting the wall, I fell directly onto the sand. Fortunately, I didn't pass out again. From the collision, I lay helplessly on the sandy soil. Perhaps because I was simply too exhausted to stand once more, I tried several times but failed every attempt, until a shadow appeared before me. When I found myself sitting by the campfire again, a female warrior clad in armor sat beside me. This person was unfamiliar to me, or at least to me in this present state. Yet she looked at me with familiarity. Several other armored female warriors also sat by the fire, seeming uninterested in me. All their heads hung low, expressions solemn, as if they'd endured a heavy blow. "Do you really not recognize me?" the female warrior asked me. I looked at her and shook my head. "Looks like his brain has suffered a severe injury. It might be temporary amnesia," another female warrior said. "We first met him when he was already suffering from amnesia. It seems this is just another episode of it. Yet another warrior added. Amnesia? Are you saying I've forgotten you before? So I did know you all previously, right? I questioned after hearing their conversation. To be honest, we weren't very close either. You've known us for not very long. The female warrior beside me replied. What's your name? I asked. Just call me the leader, she answered. Where are we now? I continued asking. If I'm not mistaken, we're inside an abandoned city, the leader responded. Hard to believe that the legend is actually true, one of the female warriors said excitedly. I glanced around. Our current location was within a severely decayed room. In front of me, only a small portion of a house wall still stood, while the rest of the structure had collapsed entirely. Even the roof tiles had fallen off, leaving behind just a few thin beams hanging precariously above, threatening to collapse at any moment. My mind was still foggy, but after eating some food handed to me by the leader, I felt much better, almost able to move on my own again. Looking at the people before me, I tried desperately to recall where I'd seen them before, but it was futile. Nothing came to mind. Just like what one of the female warriors said, my brain must have suffered significant trauma, causing the memory loss. I didn't know how long this would last, or if it would ever fully recover. Though we had lit a campfire, complete darkness surrounded us. I stared up at the sky, which was pitch black without a single star, not even a glimpse of the moon. It seemed as though we were enclosed entirely by darkness. What should we do next? One of the female warriors asked the leader. Since we're here already, let's not waste this excellent opportunity, the leader said. As I watched the expression on the female leader's face, she seemed thrilled about our arrival here. I was slightly taken aback, unsure of who these women were, even if I used to know them. Based on my current condition, it seemed best to keep a certain distance between us and them. You mean we're going to? One of the female warriors said. Exactly, since we're already here, let's see what there is, the female leader said. I sat by the campfire silently listening to their conversation. Although I had no interest in what they were saying and could hardly understand it at all, I was still carefully listening to them, hoping to learn something about them, or even myself from their talk. It's too late now, we'll set off early tomorrow morning, the female leader told the people around her. Several female warriors agreed, then each found a place not far from the firewood pile to rest on their own. They were very disciplined. Even while resting, one of the female warriors voluntarily took up the night watch duty. Since I wasn't part of their group, naturally, I didn't need to keep watch. But if danger arose, I knew clearly that they wouldn't come to my rescue either. You should rest too. We're setting off early tomorrow morning. As for you, find your own way out from here. The female leader hesitated for a moment and said to me. Upon hearing the words from the female leader telling me to leave on my own, I suddenly felt much more relieved. I thought she would insist on taking me with them. It seemed like my overthinking. Anyway, this was better. They go their way, and I go mine. And my physical strength has been restored significantly. It won't be a problem for me to leave here once I see the road clearly in the morning. Since the conversation had reached this point, I decided not to communicate too much with them anymore. So I imitated them, finding a large rock near the fire to nap against. Perhaps because I was too tired, I soon fell asleep. While sleeping soundly, I vaguely heard loud shouts nearby. Startled awake and unprepared, I immediately saw the scene in front of me. An enormous scorpion appeared before us, attacking the group of female warriors. One of the female warriors had been pierced through by the poison stinger on the scorpion's tail and hung from it. The sight prompted me to instinctively reach for a weapon at my waist. But then I realized I didn't have any weapons on me at all. Hurry up, run, run, the female leader shouted loudly to her group of female warriors. Chapter 232, The Gigantic Scorpion Attack. It was already too late, for apart from her, the group of female warriors had all been killed by this enormous scorpion. Several bodies lay haphazardly before us. Seeing this situation, the female leader seemed unable to suppress her rage. She tightly gripped her sword and prepared to charge toward the scorpion. At that moment, I suddenly grabbed her and forcefully pulled her in the opposite direction of the scorpion. What are you doing? She shouted as I dragged her. You're no match for it. You'll just be sending yourself to die. I responded loudly. Let me go? What's this got to do with you? My people are dead. They're all dead. She screamed while trying to break free from my grip. Realizing the situation might turn worse, I swiftly elbowed her on the neck, accurately knocking her unconscious. Even I was surprised at how effective my move was, but now wasn't the time to be astonished. I hoisted her over my shoulder and ran deep into the city with long strides. As I ran, I kept glancing back to see if the giant scorpion was following us. Not until I was certain the scorpion had stopped pursuing did I put her down. Bending over, I panted heavily, realizing how heavy this female leader truly was. After carrying her for so long, she still hadn't awakened. Only then did I take a look at my surroundings. This place must have been inside the city already. Around us were decrepit houses, decayed beyond repair. Only their architectural outlines could hint at their original structures. Our current position could be considered a major street in the city. Faint traces of bricks still remained on the ground, though they were so broken down that they crumbled into powder under the slightest pressure from my foot. I glanced back along the path I had run from and noticed that the stones looked like sandbags that had leaked sand, spreading along the route where I escaped. I silently thought to myself, fortunately, that scorpion doesn't know how to track. Otherwise, we would have been chased down by now. Just as I was thinking this, I heard the scorpion's frenzied roar again from a distance. It seemed to have sensed something unusual, and the sound was getting closer. Though I still couldn't see it, I could feel clearly that danger was approaching fast. I immediately tried to lift the female leader again. However, at that moment, I saw her starting to stir awake. She shakily rose from the ground, her eyes still dazed, seemingly affected by the blow I had delivered earlier. Hurry, run, I said to her. She froze upon hearing me, pointing at my back and gasping, "Duh, danger." I turned my head in the direction she indicated and realized that the giant scorpion had somehow already appeared behind me, less than 3 meters away. "Give me the sword," I said through gritted teeth, not taking my eyes off the scorpion ahead. In an instant, a sharp blade was handed to me. I thought to myself that this female leader had a pretty quick reflex, despite the situation. But just as I thought that, the scorpion lunged at me, its 2 claws striking hard towards me. I rolled quickly out of its way and swung the sword downwards at one of its front legs, chopping it off instantly. A foul-smelling liquid sprayed out from the severed leg, and I immediately leaped backward several steps. Clearly, the scorpion didn't expect such a swift counterattack or the loss of its own limb. Turning sharply, it charged again with its 2 sharp pincers. In response, I slid forward, using the sand on the ground for momentum, and ended up right beneath the scorpion's abdomen. Without hesitation, I thrust my sword deep into its belly. This single strike seemed to enrage the creature thoroughly and possibly caused near-fatal damage. The colossal body convulsed violently as it flipped onto its side, twitching as if seized by intense spasms. Watching this, I figured my earlier stab must have done substantial damage, nearly killing the scorpion. Just as I was about to turn around and escape with the female leader, she suddenly pulled out a dagger from somewhere and rushed madly toward the injured scorpion. By the time I attempted to stop her, it was already too late. She had already reached the front of the scorpion. Fortunately, the scorpion seemed still in pain and hadn't noticed the female leader standing before it. The female leader raised her dagger and plunged it with all her might towards the scorpion's skull. With an immense force, the dagger instantly pierced into the scorpion's head. In response, the scorpion became even more frenzied in front of us, wildly swinging its tail, smashing the already broken walls around it into even smaller pieces. However, after just a few struggles, it stopped moving. "She's dead," the female leader said angrily, staring at the motionless scorpion. "Not sure," I replied. Before I could finish my sentence, the female leader had already walked up to the scorpion and pulled out the dagger from its skull. Seeing her act so rashly, I was about to warn her, but as she removed the dagger, the scorpion showed no signs of movement. That relieved me for a moment. Just then, I felt something unusual under my feet. It felt like a tremendous force surging upward from beneath the ground. The female leader also sensed this and immediately shouted at me, "What is it?" "I don't know, but we should run," I said. As we were about to leave, a huge black object suddenly emerged from the ground. At first glance, it looked like a giant black statue, but upon closer inspection, I immediately realized what it was. It was an enormous claw. This meant that underneath us was yet another colossal scorpion, and now its head had emerged from underground. We could clearly see it in front of us because it was directly in our line of sight. As we stood there stunned, it fully emerged from the ground. This scorpion was incredibly massive, far larger than the one the female leader had killed earlier. Because of its sheer size, we felt like tiny ants compared to it. Its sudden appearance caught us completely off guard, and the female leader appeared to be utterly shocked by the monster before her eyes. Immediately, I grabbed her hand and urged, "We must run." At that exact moment, the colossal scorpion swung its giant pincers toward us. These pincers were so enormous, and since our bodies were minuscule in comparison, its attack missed us entirely. Seizing this opportunity, I noticed a large hole where the scorpion had emerged, and deep inside it, there seemed to be something resembling stairs. Could this have been an old secret passage? I wondered. Without hesitation, I dragged the female leader toward the big hole. She stumbled as I yanked her forward, about to question me, when suddenly a black, massive object appeared above her head. Glancing up, she was astonished by the sight before her. The colossal scorpion had now fully emerged from the ground, revealing its abdomen above us. Each black scale on its abdomen gleamed like armor, emitting a dark luster. This light blinded us momentarily, making us feel as if we were about to faint. Despite this, I remained relatively alert and quickly pulled the female leader toward the dark opening. I used every ounce of strength to drag her into the hole, not caring about any potential danger inside. Once inside, I turned around to look back and saw the giant scorpion already retreating in the opposite direction. It seemed as though we had narrowly escaped a disaster. I finally exhaled and began observing the surroundings within the cavernous darkness. Everything was pitch black and unclear, but I could feel a bone-chilling coldness that sent shivers down my spine. Although it was dark, we could still observe parts of the cave through faint shadows. "What is this place?" I asked. Chapter 233, The City in Autumn. The reason I asked such a question is because I had heard the female leader mention that there seemed to be something here, leading me to believe that she must know something about this place. At least, she should know where we were. Hearing my question, the female leader clearly wasn't prepared to answer. Her entire body was trembling due to the cold emanating from within this black hole. I took a few steps forward and sensed something behind me. Carefully, I reached out with my hand for a touch, and just one brush revealed the cave wall beside me. It felt extremely cold, as if frozen by some force. Next, I slowly started feeling my way along the wall, inch by inch. Soon, I touched something. A single brush told me what it was, and I immediately stopped moving, pulling the female leader back. Shocked by my sudden action, she froze on the spot. She tried to turn around and look at me, but it was too dark to see anything clearly. So she asked softly, "What's going on? Why are you holding me?" I didn't respond, instead fumbling around the wall with my hands. Quickly, a light appeared in my grasp. Seeing the light suddenly appear in my hands, the female leader instinctively took a step back before realizing that I was now holding a torch. "What is that? How can there be a torch here?" she asked in surprise. Bathed in the flickering light, I could see the expression on the female leader's face, not a good one. She seemed shaken by the colossal scorpion we'd encountered earlier. Not knowing how to answer her question, I shook my head, indicating my ignorance. However, with the torch providing illumination, our progress quickened. Yet, it felt like the black hole would never end. After walking a considerable distance, we came across a fork in the road. 3 caves stretched out before us. How can there be 3 caves? She wondered aloud. Where exactly are we? I asked her again. Turning to look at me, she answered, You're not from here. You don't know. This is the legendary Lost Ancient City. I thought it was nothing more than a myth until now. The Lost Ancient City? Yes. To us, the people of Tian-nu-gua, it's just a legend. But now, its existence has been confirmed. If this is Tian-nu-gua, then what's inside this ancient city? In the legend, this is where all the treasures lost by Tian-nu-gua are buried. Hearing about the treasure did not excite me as much as it did her. Instead, I felt an increasing sense of danger, though I couldn't pinpoint why. Who would have thought we would end up here by accident? Will you go look for the treasure next? At my question, the female leader hesitated. We'd come this far, and leaving without trying seemed regrettable. However, the risks of searching for treasure were significant, compounded by the fact that her companions were already dead. What was meant to be a joint effort now rested solely on her shoulders, making the prospect even more daunting. Instead of overthinking this, we should focus on deciding which route to take, the female leader said. She was right. Our first task was to choose the best path forward. Observing the 3 roads ahead, any choice seemed fraught with peril. While I contemplated the options, a strange rustling sound emerged from behind us. Turning around quickly, the darkness limited our visibility despite the light from the torch. There was nothing visible, but my immediate reaction was that the colossal scorpion had returned. It had originated from this very cave. Is it here? She asked nervously. I'm not sure, but we need to leave here immediately, I responded. Without thinking about the safest route, I grabbed the female leader's hand and rushed toward one of the cave's entrances. As we rushed into the entrance of the cave, I could still hear that rustling sound, which seemed to have come much closer. Neither of us had time to think, and we sprinted straight into the depths of the cave. We ran for what felt like hours until both of us were out of breath, forcing us to finally stop. I carefully listened again. The sound had completely disappeared. It seemed our desperate run had put some distance between us and whatever it was. Or perhaps it hadn't even chased us at all. Either way, we were safe now. It seems we're temporarily safe, I said to the female leader. I can't believe there are so many dangers in this Autumn City, the female leader replied. When I heard the name, Autumn City, a fleeting sense of familiarity washed over me, but it vanished just as quickly. What should we do now? I asked the female leader. Since she was the one who knew this place, and I was an outsider here, it only made sense to follow her lead. We've got no choice but to keep going forward, the female leader said. With her words spoken and having already chosen this path in a moment of danger, we had no other option but to press on. This time, instead of running, we walked steadily toward the depths of the cave. After walking for what felt like another eternity, fatigue set in once more, and we stopped reluctantly. As I looked around, the surroundings seemed identical to before. Despite traveling such a long distance, everything appeared unchanged. Just as I thought this would continue indefinitely, the female leader suddenly pointed ahead with excitement and called out to me. Her sudden shout startled me, but I quickly turned my gaze in the direction she pointed. To my amazement, there was a faint light at the spot she indicated. The light grew stronger and expanded gradually, eventually filling nearly the entire cave. Before us unfolded a scene so astonishing that it left both of us speechless. Chapter 234, Gold and Silver Treasures. What appeared before us was a scene I had never anticipated, and I believed that no matter who it was, no one would expect the sight we were about to witness. In front of us stood a colossal hall, so vast that one could barely see its end. But that wasn't the highlight. The real surprise was that the hall was entirely filled with all kinds of gold and silver treasures. This filling wasn't just in our imagination. It was literally packed to the brim, every corner stuffed with wealth. And there we stood, on top of a mountain of these accumulated riches. At the sight of this scenario, both me and the female leader were too stunned to say anything. All around us, gold and silver vessels of various sizes piled up endlessly, forming a thick layer of coins like an endless golden carpet. Among these treasures, numerous pieces of jade and crystal glass glistened, their dazzling brilliance piercing through my vision. My whole body froze at the sight, as if paralyzed by sheer astonishment. It wasn't due to some magic or physical attack, but a genuine terror rising from deep within my soul. The female leader, standing beside me, also seemed overwhelmed by what she saw. She collapsed onto the heap of coins beneath her. I tried to help her up, but soon realized that I too was frozen in place. After a long while of staring at the sea of gold and silver treasures, we finally managed to shift our gaze towards her. She was still sitting on the pile of coins, absent-mindedly stroking the endless stream of gold coins beneath her fingers. It seems like this is the destination we've been looking for, she eventually said after a while. I didn't know if she was speaking to me or perhaps addressing the fallen comrades, but as I looked at her, I noticed that she had slowly regained her composure and began walking into the depths of the great hall. Unsure of what else to do, I followed suit, moving deeper into the treasure-filled expanse. With every step, I realized how incredibly thick the layer of coins was beneath our feet. As I stepped, they felt sturdy, almost as though beneath them lay yet more layers of gold. Each footstep gave a sense of treading upon a robust fortress wall. As I walked, my eyes scanned the surroundings. Except for countless piles of gold and silver objects, there was practically nothing else around. Occasionally, massive pillars supporting the roof came into view. These enormous beams, wide enough to require several people's arms to encircle, bore intricate carvings on their surfaces. The light emitted by the treasures illuminated the details vividly, but I lacked interest in those carvings and simply glanced over them briefly. We traversed this sea of golden coins for quite some time. Somewhere along this journey, an ominous premonition suddenly struck me. Though I couldn't discern the source of this foreboding, it grew increasingly stronger as we ventured further into the depths of the grand hall. At this moment, I grabbed the hand of the female leader, who continued forward without noticing my change in demeanor. Surprised by my sudden action, she turned to look at me. The moment she turned, something in her expression shifted. Her eyes seemed larger than ever, and even more unsettling. Her pupils had constricted vertically like those of a snake. Instinctively, I let go of her hand, but it was already too late. Suddenly, I found myself entwined by a thick rope-like object around my body. Upon closer inspection, I realized it wasn't a rope at all but the massive coiled body of a snake. To my horror, the snake's body wasn't just any ordinary snake. It was the woman herself. The shock left me speechless as I struggled to break free from her grip, only to find her coils tightening further with every movement I made. Soon, my breathing became labored and progressively ceased altogether. My vision blurred as darkness crept into my consciousness. My mind seemed to stop functioning entirely, succumbing to an overwhelming drowsiness. Unable to resist further, I closed my eyes and fell unconscious. I don't know how much time passed, but I slowly opened my eyes. My entire body felt as though it were being devoured by 10,000 ants, each bite more excruciating than the last. Yet no matter how much pain I was in, I couldn't scream. My vocal cords seemed blocked as if sealed shut by an invisible force. Using all my strength, I managed to turn my head to see what was happening around me. The female leader lay only a couple of meters away, seemingly in the same condition as me, except she hadn't yet awakened. Lying where I was, I stared at the vast, endless darkness before me. Yet oddly, there was a faint golden glow surrounding us. Slowly, I began to realize that everything I had just experienced might have been nothing more than a dream. Just then, I heard movement from the female leader beside me, and immediately turned to look at her. She really had awakened, though like me, her entire body remained immobilized. Oh. The female leader began emitting hoarse sounds, much like my own earlier attempt to speak. Struggling with all my might, I tried to stand up, but my body refused to cooperate. Only my head could move slightly, and as I strained to listen, I heard something, a strange, hissing sound, in the distance. In this otherwise silent place, the sudden noise put me on edge. Unfortunately, my body remained immobile, forcing me to stay lying there helplessly. Soon, however, I heard the hissing sound moving closer to our position. At this point, I noticed a gradual return of sensation to my body, though I still couldn't speak. Turning my head toward the female leader, I saw her also beginning to recover. After what felt like an eternity, we both sat upright, but were still unable to talk. With simple hand gestures, I pointed to a distant location where the hissing sound originated. The female leader also heard the sound, but her reaction was different from mine. Her face immediately darkened, as if she knew exactly what or who made the sound. Though we still couldn't speak, we managed some rudimentary communication through gestures. Before long, our bodies mostly regained their ability to move, and I immediately rushed to the female leader's side, pulling her up forcibly. Furiously, I pointed at the spot where the sound had originally come from. However, the sound had vanished. Seeing this sudden silence, the female leader's expression hardened, as if she anticipated something truly terrifying was about to happen. As I looked warily at her, I suddenly realized that something about the surface beneath my feet felt off. I quickly glanced down and froze. Beneath us was a path entirely paved with golden coins. A sea of treasures stretched out endlessly, glittering under the weak light. It dawned on me that what I had seen in my dream wasn't a dream at all. It was real. We actually stood within an enormous hall filled with treasures beyond imagination. Countless gold coins forming the road beneath us, walls of gold and silver vessels, and heaps of jade and crystal. For a moment, I thought I was still dreaming, so I pinched myself hard on the thigh. A wave of sharp pain spread through my body, confirming that this world before me was real. But when I glanced at the female leader, she didn't seem shocked in the way I was. Instead, her demeanor appeared even more tense, perhaps due to whatever danger that hissing sound suggested. I patted her on the shoulder, and she finally turned to look at me. She pointed to a shadowy area ahead and behind us, indicating we should leave this place immediately. Personally, I wasn't particularly attached to these mountainous riches before me. Just their sheer existence left me profoundly awestruck. Before my awe fully subsided, I noticed a vague human-shaped silhouette emerging from the nearby shadows. It seemed roughly our size, looking almost like another person. My thoughts raced. Could there be others here? Perhaps survivors among her people? But deep down I doubted it. More likely, someone else had discovered this place. Just as I was lost in these speculations, a startling event unfolded before us, leaving both of us utterly dumbfounded. Suddenly, a monstrous humanoid figure appeared before the two of us. At first glance, I was utterly terrified, as this was something I had never encountered before. She was, in a way, half-human. Her upper body resembled a person like us, but from her waist down, she transformed into the shape of a snake. In short, she was a terrifying half-human, half-serpent creature. Her sudden appearance shocked both the female leader and me to the core. The female leader even instinctively stumbled backward several steps, and I too took a few steps back. Chapter 235, The Snake Charm Revealed. As I retreated, I took the opportunity to observe more carefully the female monster in front of me. Although her upper body was humanoid, she had many differences from us. First of all, she actually had 4 arms, 2 on each side. I could see clearly that her arms were partially covered with armor and something resembling wrist guards. What shocked me even more was that she had 3 eyes. In addition to the 2 eyes like ours, a third eye was located in the center of her forehead. Just looking at it made me feel as if I'd seen her eye somewhere before. But now wasn't the time for reminiscing. Her appearance clearly didn't bode well. I wanted to glance at the female leader beside me, but she reacted first by grabbing my arm and sprinting frantically toward our back. Without hesitation, I immediately started running as well. Along the way, I dared not look back at what was chasing us. I ran for an indeterminate amount of time until my whole body was severely exhausted, prompting me to gradually slow down. Only then did I turn around to look. But when I turned, I immediately noticed that the humanoid monster was less than 2 meters away from us. It seemed as if she had been following us all along, or perhaps we hadn't moved at all during our escape attempt. The female leader was just about to run again, but I grabbed her arm and stopped her. She clearly didn't understand my action and looked at me angrily. Ignoring her reaction, I pointed to the pile of coins under our feet instead. That's when she finally looked down at them too. She realized that the coins we were stepping on, which formed something akin to a sea wave, were slowly sliding toward the direction of the monster. Though their movements were slight, they were easily perceptible beneath our feet. This meant that all our desperate attempts to run had been futile. We hadn't moved an inch, merely treading water where we stood. Meanwhile, the snake-like creature's lower half appeared to act like a suction cup, pulling the coins we stood on closer to her position. Occasionally, her snake-like body would undulate in an S-shaped movement, while the coins beneath us moved ever so slowly toward her location. I gestured toward our feet and then at the monster, and it became clear to the female leader what I meant. Running blindly would achieve nothing. Evidently, this monster wasn't trying to kill us. She might simply be playing with us. After all, she had yet to attack us despite our prolonged efforts to flee, indicating that she didn't intend to let us die quickly. At least, that was my personal assumption. We couldn't really know what the monster truly intended. Now that running was out of the question, the only way to leave this place would be to defeat the monster. However, since she hadn't attacked us previously, we also had no idea how powerful she truly was. Blindly attacking her without a plan was reckless, but staying there indefinitely wasn't a solution either. Thus, I decided that taking the initiative was necessary. I gestured to the female leader, signaling that I would attack first and assess her strength while she stayed behind to observe. Understanding my intent, she nodded her agreement. With her approval, I dashed forward a few steps toward the monster. Unfortunately, I had no weapons in my hand, having lost the torch earlier when I had blacked out. So, I charged at her unarmed. This proved to be an entirely wrong decision. As soon as I approached within less than a meter of her, one of her hands grabbed my arm tightly. With minimal effort, she hurled me away like a wooden stick. I heard the sound of my body colliding heavily with the pile of coins. The impact nearly caused me to lose consciousness. Thankfully, I managed to cushion the fall somewhat with my hands against the pile of coins, though I still landed painfully. Despite this, I didn't completely pass out. I merely felt a brief loss of consciousness. Suppressing the pain throughout my body after landing, I struggled to get up and leaned against a nearby pillar to keep myself standing. However, before I could steady myself, the monster had already glided gracefully in an elegant S-shape towards my position. Her sliding movement was extremely smooth and fast. In the blink of an eye, she was right in front of me. I was so close to her that I could count every single hair on her head. Only then did I realize that her hair wasn't ordinary hair at all. Each strand, as thick as a finger, turned out to be little snakes growing on her head. They were now swaying left and right, tongues flickering, curiously peering at me. The monster's entire face became crystal clear in front of me. I could see with precision the deep red pupils of her 3 eyes. These pupils radiated blood-red light, like the glow of hell's dead calling to me. I knew in my heart that this time I was surely done for, so I made no further resistance. My entire body couldn't move anymore anyway. Just as I closed my eyes waiting to die, I suddenly felt a powerful force seemingly bursting forth from behind me. I was instantly slammed away and thrown several meters horizontally. This fall also happened to take me out of the monster's range of attack. When I struggled painfully back to my feet, I saw a tall figure standing in front of the monster, and in their hand was something that emitted a silver glow. After seeing this situation, the female leader immediately ran toward me and helped me up. I gestured in front of her, asking if she recognized who this person was, but the female leader seemed equally shocked by this sudden turn of events. She shook her head, indicating she didn't know who this person was either. However, now was our chance to escape. This was without doubt the best decision we could make under these circumstances. With this in mind, the female leader supported me as we slowly and painstakingly ran in the opposite direction of the monster. Since I was severely injured, the female leader had to both carry my weight and struggle forward herself. I don't know why, but during this escape, I kept turning around multiple times to look at the person who had saved me. Though we were far enough away now that we couldn't clearly see their features, there was just a fleeting moment when I felt this person was somehow familiar, as if connected to me by countless threads. But we had no time to dwell on this now. We traveled a long distance until both the female leader and I were almost completely drained of energy, and we finally slowed down to a stop. Sitting amidst the piles of gold coins, we gasped for air heavily. Now, neither these gold coins nor the surrounding silverware interested us anymore. Our only important task now was to survive. Even though we had escaped the monster's pursuit, we still couldn't speak. I suspected that what we were experiencing might be related to these coins. I had a feeling that they gave off an ominous premonition. Moreover, they seemed to be emitting some kind of scent, although this was likely just my own delusion. We couldn't talk now anyway, so I couldn't share this idea with the female leader beside me. Just as we were about to set off again, I suddenly noticed a massive shadow appearing in front of us. This shadow emerged silently and abruptly, and I instinctively tried to scream, but found myself utterly unable to produce any sound. Clearly, the female leader had noticed the giant shadow too. She stood up, preparing to fight, but before she could make any moves, the shadow quickly grabbed her and pulled her into the air. Like a marionette puppet, the female leader was yanked away. Seeing this scene, I froze momentarily in shock. However, after a brief pause, I quickly rose to grab her. Right then, the enormous shadow stepped out from the darkness. "You're actually still alive," were the first words she said to me as she stepped out from the shadows. Chapter 236, Meeting Maya Again. I was certain that sentence was directed at me, because she stared straight into my eyes while speaking. I made brief eye contact with the female team leader. Clearly, she was just as surprised as I was. This person knew me, but I couldn't recognize her at all. The female team leader gestured to ask if I knew her, and I shook my head in response, indicating that I had no idea who she was. My reaction clearly confused the giant woman standing before us. She said to me again, "Why do you seem not to recognize me?" I shook my head at her, signaling that I didn't know her, and then she told us, "You should come with me." Upon hearing that she wanted the two of us to go with her, both the female team leader and I felt somewhat uneasy. We weren't willing to blindly trust strangers, especially someone we didn't even know. She walked a few steps ahead and looked back at us, saying, "You have no other choice now. That monster hasn't been killed." Her words were clearly meant to intimidate us into following her. In this situation, we indeed had no other choice but to follow her from a distance, keeping our guard up. Soon, we arrived at a small wooden house-like place. She waved for us to enter and went in first. After hesitating briefly, the female team leader and I reluctantly stepped inside as well. Once inside, I realized the interior space was much larger than it appeared from the outside, though the three of us squeezed together still made it feel cramped. As soon as we entered, she seemed more relaxed and asked me, "Do you really not remember me?" I carefully observed her face under the glow of countless gold coins and precious metalware around us, and only then did I realize that she was a woman. Actually, an extremely tall one. "What's wrong with you?" she asked again. Then she said, "Oh, I forgot." She took out a stylish golden goblet from a dark corner. The exquisite design of the goblet suggested its immense value. After placing it in front of me, I noticed that it contained some kind of liquid. It looked like water, but wasn't exactly water. She motioned for me to drink it. Of course, I would never agree to such a suggestion. She seemed aware of that already, so she drank a sip herself first, showing there was no poison. The female team leader watched me carefully. Clearly, she also doubted the contents of the goblet. Watching her drink without any adverse effects and considering she'd saved me earlier, along with her seeming recognition of me based on her previous questioning, I reasoned that she harbored no ill intentions toward me. I took the goblet and symbolically drank a small amount. She then gestured for the female team leader to take a drink as well, and after some hesitation, she did. After drinking the liquid, I immediately felt a cool sensation in my throat, with a refreshing chill spreading through it gradually. Slowly, I began regaining awareness and tried producing some simple sounds, discovering that I could indeed speak, something that made me incredibly excited. Beside me, the female team leader appeared equally surprised. Encouraged, we finished the remaining liquid in the goblet. We quickly felt our throats healing rapidly, and a wave of freshness extending throughout our bodies. "How do you feel?" she asked. "Much better," I replied unconsciously. That sentence slipped out effortlessly. I could actually talk again. I was startled by how naturally the words came. "How about you?" she asked the female team leader. "I believe I'm fully recovered," she replied, without sensing the same shock I did. "Who are you? Have you met him before?" the female team leader questioned first. "I know him, but apparently he doesn't remember me now," she answered. "They said I lost my memory," I explained. "I guessed as much, though I didn't expect your memory loss to be so severe," she responded. "Who exactly are you two? And how did you end up here?" the female team leader asked. "Well, once his memory returns, all your questions will be answered," she said cryptically. "You seem to be from the giant race," the female team leader cautiously inquired. "Yes. Are you familiar with our kind?" she responded. "I've only heard of them in some ancient books," the female team leader replied. At this moment, my eyes involuntarily turned to the silver axe strapped to her waist. Seeing me looking at the silver axe, she drew it out. "Take a look at this silver axe and see if it brings anything to mind," she said. I looked at the silver axe, which was indeed a silver-colored axe, its surface gleaming with a faint silver light. This silver axe seems familiar, as if I've seen it somewhere. Fleeting memories flashed through my mind, but disappeared just as quickly. "This is called the silver axe," she answered. "What's your name?" the female team leader asked. "Maya," she replied. "Does hearing that name bring anything back to you?" The female team leader looked at me and asked. Hearing the name Maya, I could feel just how familiar it sounded, yet I couldn't place where I had heard it before. After a while, I still couldn't recall anything, so Maya said, "Never mind. If you can't remember, don't worry about it. Maybe you'll recall later. By the way, what was that humanoid snake creature?" Maya asked. "That was a snake mirror," the female team leader responded. "Snake mirror?" I glanced toward the female team leader, puzzled after hearing it. "That's right, it's something from our legends. Never thought it would actually exist," the female team leader said. "It looks like many things in your legends are true," I said. The female team leader understood what I meant. "For instance, the ancient city where we now found ourselves served as proof." "Are we safe here?" I asked. I've been here for a while, and I think we should be relatively safe, Maya said. How long have you been here? The female team leader asked. About a few days, Maya said. The day we discovered you, wasn't it? The female team leader asked me while looking at me. I nodded at the female team leader in complete agreement. Have you found a way out since you've been here so long? I asked. Actually, asking this question was redundant. If there were an exit, Maya would have left already and wouldn't have been stuck here for so long. I did find a way out, Maya replied. Clearly, Maya's answer surprised both the female team leader and me, and we immediately became excited as we turned our gazes to her. But I can't leave based on my current condition, Maya said. Why? I asked. How do I explain it to you? You'll know once you see the exit, Maya said. Where's the exit? I asked eagerly. Not so fast. This isn't the time to get excited. Maya seemed entirely unruffled. We're trapped here. How can we not be anxious? I said. We can't go there now because that location is being guarded by the snake mirror, Maya said. Guarded by the snake mirror. The female team leader shivered instinctively upon hearing the name snake mirror. What kind of monster is this snake mirror that makes you so fearful of it? Maya asked. I was also highly interested in the snake mirror the female team leader had mentioned, so I turned around to look at her. That's an ancient legend deeply ingrained in our hearts. Chapter 237, Undercurrents. In legend, the snake charm is called a kind of monster by the people of the celestial kingdom. But in fact, this is just a legend, and no one would really believe in the existence of the snake charm. The appearance of the snake charm comes from another legend. In the legend, there was a princess named Eva Dracula who became melancholy due to the sudden disappearance of her child. She fell into complete despair until she vanished in one night. It said that someone in the desert zone once saw her appear, and others claim they've seen her in a city that flickers between visibility and invisibility. This city is large, ghostly, always appearing and disappearing suddenly, much like her and her child. Someone inside the city claimed to have seen Eva Dracula standing alone on top of the city, gazing into the distance. Beside her appeared a creature that looked part snake and part human. Eva Dracula called this creature Charm, hence the term snake charm. The female leader informed us about the legend of the snake charm in the simplest way possible. By the time Maya and I had completely absorbed the story told by the female leader, we hadn't even noticed she had already finished narrating it. Is it over? I asked curiously when the leader stopped telling her tale. It's over, the female leader confirmed while looking at both me and Maya. Aren't the things you mentioned now real? I questioned. The current situation seems to indicate it's indeed true, replied the female leader, glancing around the surroundings. What happened to the princess in the end? I asked again. In fact, within the whole legend, only Eva Dracula truly existed. She was once our kingdom's princess, explained the female leader. She actually existed. Maya was astonished upon hearing this. Yes, she is undoubtedly real, and her child did disappear as well, the female leader affirmed. So what you're saying isn't just a legend after all, I remarked. You can say that, but for some later parts, I'm unfamiliar with them. They were merely passed down by the elders, confessed the female leader. But judging from our current predicaments, the legends you've spoken about are completely true, I concluded. This conclusion didn't even require much analysis from my side because the situation we're encountering couldn't be any clearer. Well, we should figure out how to get out of here, said the female leader. Maya, don't you know how to get out? I shifted the topic to her. That's right, but now isn't the time for us to leave. Besides, I can't guarantee that we will succeed in leaving either. Maya showed little confidence in our escape. I had long figured out this point since she had been here for a while already. If she could leave, she wouldn't have stayed here for such a long time. After the female leader had recounted the legend of the snake charm to us, it gave us a bit more understanding of the monstrous snake charm, albeit a very minimal one. Since Maya said it wasn't yet the time for us to leave and search for an exit, we followed her advice. Moreover, both of us were indeed exhausted after battling fiercely with the snake charm and running so hard for such a long duration. Very soon, both me and the female leader fell asleep. Perhaps I was too tired. I seemed to have dropped my guard entirely and relaxed myself, lying fully on the pile of gold coins. I didn't know how long had passed, probably a day. At least that was my thought when I woke up. My awakening was triggered by Maya waking me up. As soon as I woke, Maya covered my mouth firmly. Instinctively wanting to sit up, I found that Maya was tightly pressing down on my chest with her other hand, making me feel breathless. Naturally, I turned my gaze toward the female leader. At this moment, the female leader also woke up. She, like Maya, was completely still on top of the gold coin pile, not daring to move a muscle. Although I had just been woken up by Maya, seeing this scenario made me understand something had happened. Sure enough, soon afterward, I heard a series of hissing sounds coming from outside the small room where we were hiding, and I could definitely confirm that the thing was already extremely close to us. I slowly placed my hand on Maya's that was covering my mouth, then gently nodded, indicating that I had fully understood the situation. Upon receiving the message I sent, Maya slowly moved her hand away from my mouth, and just as she took her hand off, I heard a hissing sound near our location. At this point, I could completely confirm that it was the snake charm making this sound. I tapped the side of Maya, who had been lying on the pile of gold coins, and pointed to the silver axe strapped to her waist, signaling that if the monster rushed in, she should pull out the silver axe and take it down. Maya seemed not to agree with my idea, shaking her head at me to indicate no. She showed great apprehension towards that monster, and so did I. After all, we had faced it before. None of us were its match. We three could only lie motionless on the pile of gold coins, while the hissing sounds continued incessantly. I could already completely feel the creature's awareness of our presence. I even saw Maya begin to place one hand on the handle of her silver axe. Right at that moment, I only heard a loud noise, followed by an earthquake-like shaking. Along with the continuously sinking gold coins, I slid downwards, but soon came to a stop. By then, I had completely slipped out of the low, hidden room. As I was about to jump up, I saw Maya draw the silver axe from her waist. Meanwhile, I noticed Maya make a gesture for silence, and then she abruptly charged forward. Her speed was too fast for me to react. Before I could come back to my senses, Maya had already rushed forward with the silver axe in her hand. Immediately after, I heard Maya loudly shouting something to me and the female leader. Though I didn't hear clearly what she said, one thing was certain. She was signaling us to escape. The female leader and I immediately got it and rushed toward the direction she had indicated. When we had finally made it through, I saw Maya locked in combat with the snake charm, and she yelled again to us. This time, I heard it crystal clear. She was guiding our escape route and pointed toward a direction, implying that we should run in that direction for our lives. What about you? I shouted, looking at Maya, who was still some distance away from us. Maya didn't immediately answer my question. Instead, she forcefully threw the silver axe in her hand toward me, and I immediately jumped up to catch it. Only then did Maya shout to me, "You two run. I have a way out myself. If you don't leave now, it will be too late. Let's go." The female leader grabbed my arm and ran toward the position Maya had pointed to. Under the current circumstances, I had no choice but to follow her. So I ran while glancing at the direction where Maya and the snake charm were fighting. But soon they disappeared from my sight. Maya and the female leader kept running in the direction indicated by Maya for a long time. Then I realized there was actually a cave ahead of us. Although it was a cave, it was barely big enough for a normal person to pass through. That's when I understood why Maya had been so pessimistic about escaping. Based on her current figure, it would be impossible for her to escape through this so-called cave. Upon seeing the cave, the female leader immediately squatted down to observe it carefully, and I also crouched down to check it out. However, it was too dark inside, so even if there was something in it, we couldn't see it. Regardless of what was inside, it was now our only way out. At this moment, the female leader and I looked into each other's eyes. Both of us clearly knew what our sole path forward was. I told her, "I'll go first, you follow me." She nodded at me, and the two of us almost completely crawled into the cave right in front of us. As soon as I entered the cave, I felt an extremely cold breeze sweep across my whole body, making me feel uncomfortable. The female leader behind me also sensed this and wanted to say something to me. But at that very moment, I suddenly felt my body tilt sharply downward. Before I could let out a shout, the female leader and I were both pulled into the darkness ahead by some force. Following that, there was the sound of falling into water. Like two heavy stones, the female leader and I directly plunged into swift flowing water. I could never have imagined that we would end up in such a situation. When I fell into the current, I was completely unprepared. Moreover, this was the first time I had experienced water so violently rushing. At least, that's what I thought at the moment. The raging flow pushed both me and the female leader hard in the direction of the current. My whole body felt like a waterlogged balloon, bobbing up and down in the torrent. One moment half my body was submerged, the next I was fully thrust underwater. The female leader wasn't much better off than me. Her smaller figure made her less likely to be fully plunged into the water, but she still faced significant challenges. Most importantly, the nameless river where we found ourselves was littered with sharp tree branches and jagged rocks. Multiple times, I was thrown against these objects and suffered injuries on my body. As we were helplessly carried down by the rushing current, I suddenly collided with what seemed to be a stone wall, with enough force to make me almost pass out. Fortunately, I had strong willpower. I gritted my teeth and resisted losing consciousness completely. But I did feel as if I were floating, entering an unknown realm. All around me was the sound of flowing water, mixed with faint voices whose words I couldn't quite grasp as my consciousness started fading, though I didn't black out entirely. "Look, there's another one here. Is that woman from Tian New Country? What about this one? Who is he?" These muffled conversations kept echoing in my ears, but I couldn't muster the strength to wake up. My mind wandered hazily until I suddenly felt an intense pain in some part of my body. Acting purely on reflex, I immediately sat up, eyes wide open. What met my gaze was utterly beyond comprehension. Chapter 238, Fama Tribe. Right now, in front of my eyes, what I saw was that I was actually lying on a super comfortable big bed. Not far from me, there was a cabinet over a person's height. On top of the cabinet were a lot of books, and it seemed like this place was a library. The brief clarity was not enough to fully restore my spirit. At this moment, I felt a headache come on, which, although not unbearable, seriously affected my reaction and thinking. "You're awake." A woman's voice came from not too far away from me, and I instinctively looked toward that position, just as a woman walked over to me. "How are you feeling? Do you have a headache?" It seemed like she could sense how I felt. "What's wrong with me?" I asked weakly. "Where am I? And who are you?" I asked several questions in a row, but she didn't answer immediately. Instead, she handed me a bowl of water. Well, if what was in that bowl was indeed water. Looking at the thing she handed me, I hesitated somewhat because I noticed that the liquid in the bowl wasn't water. It appeared to be some kind of viscous substance. Out of caution, I did not immediately take what she offered. Seeing that I hadn't taken the bowl, she seemed to understand my thoughts and smiled, saying, "It's not poisoned, drink it with peace." Although she said this, I still had no intention of taking the item from her. She then said to me, "Do you not want to regain your memory?" This made me recall some fragmented memories. I realized my memory was already damaged before I ended up here. "Can it help me regain my memory?" I asked doubtfully. "Drink it, and you'll find out," the woman replied. Though I still doubted her words somewhat, I had absolutely no reason to refuse. Even if I refused again, considering my current state, forcing me to drink it wouldn't have been a problem for her. With this thought, I slowly took the bowl from her hand. What is it? Even after I accepted the bowl, I didn't drink immediately. It's a potion. It can restore your strength and gradually bring back your memories, the woman explained. I attempted to place the rim of the bowl against my lips, slightly touching the liquid inside. It was a liquid resembling kanji, yet tasteless like water. Thus, I gulped down all the liquid in the bowl at once. After finishing it, I wiped the remaining liquid from the corners of my mouth and asked, "What is this place?" "So, you really are an idiot." The woman suddenly said this sentence, confusing me completely as I didn't understand what she meant. Hence, I asked back, "What do you mean by that? I said there was no poison in it, and you believed me, right?" The woman laughed mockingly as she spoke. Upon hearing this, I froze entirely, wanting to get up immediately, but even maintaining a sitting posture was extremely taxing for my body, let alone standing up. "What do you mean? You're trying to fight me?" The woman dismissed my attempt disdainfully, giving me a contemptuous glance afterward. "What exactly did you make me drink? Who are you? And where am I?" My anger was beginning to surface uncontrollably. "All right, stop fooling around with him." Another woman's voice chimed in from behind where the first woman stood. This other voice sounded older than the first woman, and the tone and demeanor were much steadier. As the woman spoke, she walked to stand directly in front of me, prompting me to carefully observe the two women in front of me. Both were about my age, and their heights were almost identical. Their only differences were that one had black hair while the other had red. What surprised me was the unusual clothing they wore, whether it was considered clothing or armor. Although I didn't know precisely what they wore, it felt like the skins of certain wild animals. "Who are you?" I questioned. "That should be our question for you," the black-haired woman replied. At that moment, I saw a bird resembling an eagle fly in from outside the door, landing swiftly on the red-haired woman's right arm. "This is an eagle," I murmured to myself. "Yes, it's an eagle," the red-haired woman said while raising her right arm towards me. I noticed that the ring finger of her tightly clenched right hand was actually broken off. Perhaps the red-haired woman also realized I saw her injured finger, and thus added, "Oh, we haven't introduced ourselves. My name is Nine-Finger Falcon Trainer Darius Dragle. My name is Deceased Wolf Man Magnus Dragle." The black-haired woman quickly followed up. Right after she spoke, a black object darted out from under my bed. Initially startled by this sudden movement, I found my body unable to make any significant action and just lay down again. "Huh." The black-haired woman burst into laughter at my pitiful state. After hearing her loud laugh, I knew I should feel irritated but currently had no way around it, as my body really could not perform any significant movement. Struggling once more, I managed to sit up against all odds. As I finally settled into a sitting position, a massive black hairy face suddenly came close to mine. This time, though somewhat mentally prepared, I was still shocked enough to hastily move backward without lying down this time. Only when I moved back did I see what stood before me. It was a black wolf. Although not the largest wolf I'd ever seen, it was undoubtedly an oversized animal compared to others. Its entire fur coat was pure black, so long it almost enveloped its entire body, leaving only a pair of yellow eyes staring fixedly at me. "Is this your wolf?" I asked the black-haired woman. "Yes, this is my illusionary beast," the black-haired woman replied. "So, that eagle must be your illusionary beast, then?" I pointed at the eagle perched on the red-haired woman's arm. "It seems you're starting to get familiar with our environment," the red-haired woman said. "Well, since we've introduced ourselves, it's your turn," the red-haired woman questioned. Aye. Clearly I was yet unable to fully answer her question. "Oh, I forgot, you have amnesia. Well, once you recover some of your memory, we can talk about it later," said the red-haired woman. Then she patted the black-haired woman next to her, and the two of them walked out of my room. After they left, I finally felt relaxed, lying down completely on the bed. In this unconscious state, I fell asleep again. I don't know how long I slept this time. When I woke up, I heard quite a lot of noise outside. Dazed, I got up from the bed, staggering toward the door. Before I stepped out completely, I saw a vast grassland spread out in front of me, and those noises came precisely from the people who were tending their cattle and sheep on the grasslands. If these animals were indeed cows and sheep. Just as I was about to step out the door, suddenly a spotted tiger leaped toward me. Though it didn't truly attack my body, I instinctively retracted and fell back due to momentum, landing hard on the ground. However, I soon got up from the ground. At this moment, I noticed a woman standing in front of me. She was the same height as me, with her hair twisted up into a circle on her head, and blue eyes looking straight at me. "Are you okay?" she asked. I didn't reply but merely shook my head to indicate I was fine. Only at this moment did I realize that I could move on my own already, as if my body was gradually recovering. Clearly, that bowl given to me by that woman must have been medicine. She hadn't deceived me. "How about it? Do you remember anything now?" the woman asked. "Not yet." I hesitated slightly and answered, for I needed to confirm whether my memory was restored or not. Just after thinking briefly, I realized my body might have recovered, but my memory hadn't. "It's all right, take your time," the woman said. "The spotted tiger just now, it was your illusionary beast, wasn't it?" I suddenly said, even surprising myself why I asked such a question, since I knew nothing about this place. "Haha, looks like Magnus told you a lot," the woman laughed and said. "You can call me Erica Dragle," she said. "What exactly is this place?" I immediately asked. "This is our home, the only place where we can survive. If you insist on knowing where we are, then you may call it Wind Demon Valley," the woman said. "Wind Demon Valley? Then what are you guys?" I asked. "In fact, we are actually the same as the people of the Tian Kingdom, just a different branch. The people of the Tian Kingdom call us the Wind Demon Clan. Of course, if they even remember us at all," the woman said. Chapter 239, Mo Palace. Although I still cannot fully understand what she said, at least I know my current situation now. After she finished speaking, she turned around and left. She stopped after taking 2 steps and turned back to tell me, "Rest well here. Later, our queen will summon you." Then she walked away. Queen, I muttered to myself. Even though the word queen was mentioned by her, I am not interested in any queen for the time being. I might as well take this opportunity to understand more about this place, at least look at the scenery here. It was then that I started to carefully notice the surroundings. The place where I am located is a huge lowland area, just like an extraordinarily large sky pit, and my position is right at the center of this enormous pit. Surrounding me are fields of terraces. I knew what they were. These were terrace-like farmlands stacked section by section in an orderly manner. Green rice seedlings were planted on the terraced fields, showing that this race of people also lived off farming like many farmers do. I looked back at the house I had stayed in. It was a short dwelling, barely higher than my head. The roof was flat, piled with what seemed like a lot of straw, which was likely used for rain protection, though I'm not entirely clear about its specific purpose. What astonished me was the type of wood used to build the houses. It seemed to be an extremely special kind of timber. The house was constructed from a great amount of round logs, which were light brown in color. This color somewhat resembled the hue of sandalwood I'd seen before, but when I touched it, it felt smoother than sandalwood. Moreover, when I hit it hard with my fist, my entire arm throbbed painfully, making me realize how incredibly hard this timber was. I turned my head once again to look at the whole scene. I was standing at a relatively elevated spot, allowing me to see part of the low-lying area. I could see that most of the houses here were almost the same as the one I had stayed in, differing only slightly in size and shape. I tried to move forward, and although I was able to walk on my own now, since I'd only just regained some strength, my gait was still slow and awkward, much like an old man who has just discarded his cane, each step taken with great caution. I slowly made my way to a terraced field, where 2 women stood half bending over while transplanting seedlings into the terraced field. When they saw me, their eyes widened momentarily, followed by smiles as they nodded to me. At that moment, I felt a sense of familiarity and unconsciously nodded back to them. In that instant, a small white fox suddenly appeared at my feet. It was tiny, about the size of my arm, and then a gray wildcat emerged from behind me. Seeing them, I clearly understood that these were probably the morphed beasts of these 2 individuals. Though I don't know why everyone in the Fuma tribe has a morphed beast, if I get the chance, I must ask about this thoroughly. I continued walking forward with heavy steps, finding the path increasingly difficult due to the large amount of mud mixed with broken stones, all while my movement itself was already extremely slow, making it even harder for me to proceed. After a long time, I nearly reached a rock wall, where I finally stopped. I didn't stop because I was too tired, but rather because I had basically reached the end of this place. Leaning against the rock wall with one hand, bending over slightly, I took deep breaths. It was at that moment I inadvertently raised my head and looked ahead. To my astonishment, there was a palace towering at the spot within my sight. At least, that's what I believe it was. It was a massive palace, situated at the top of a steep cliff, and because the cliff was high and dangerous, I was in the best viewing position, so I could almost see the entire palace without obstruction. Although I could make out the general outline of the palace, given the considerable distance between it and me, I could not discern the finer details. "That is the palace of our Fengma clan." A woman's voice came from behind me. I immediately turned around and saw a black-haired woman walking toward me, accompanied by a black wolf. I immediately recognized her. She was Shirlang Ren Ma Gushir de Gula. Ma Gushir. I blurted out her name upon seeing her. Hearing me call her name, she was surprised at first, and then burst into laughter, saying, "It seems your memory is really good, to remember my name." I nodded to her and pointed at the palace far away on the cliff ahead of me, asking, "What place is that?" "Oh, there? That's the palace of our clan, Mo Palace," Ma Gushir said. "Mo Palace? Does your queen live there?" "Yes, but you don't need to be too curious. You will go there sooner or later." "I am going there. But not now. When will I?" My words were not yet finished when she patted my shoulder and continued. "Do you know why it's called Mo Palace?" Of course I didn't know. If I knew, would I still have to ask you? But my expression naturally could not reveal any disdain, so I said, "Not clear. Around Mo Palace, a kind of flower called Mo salt flower grows in abundance. It is a pure white, 3-petaled flower with a very fragrant pale blue pistil inside. This flower is extremely precious because it's one of our important medicinal herbs. As long as we have it, we can survive." Upon hearing her say this, I became interested in this thing called Mo salt flower. With my current strength, climbing that cliff was impossible, so it seemed I would have to wait a few more days. At this moment, Ma Gushir suddenly asked again, "What is your relationship with the person from the Tian NV country?" Hearing her question, I immediately recalled, right, there was another person who came here with me. My relationship with her is actually nothing significant. We just happened to meet, just like you and I now. I hesitated for a moment before replying. "How is she doing now?" I asked. "No problem, but she hasn't woken up yet. It seems her body isn't as strong as yours," Ma Gushir answered. "It's getting late, you should get some rest early." After saying this, Ma Gushir turned around and left. I looked up at the sky. Indeed, it had already started to grow dim. It seemed dusk had set in, and soon night would fall completely. I had no choice but to return to the house where I had awakened earlier. I thought that I would go see the woman who had come here with me tomorrow. However, I couldn't remember her name anymore. Maybe my memory would return tomorrow. For me now, the most important task was to sleep well and rest properly to restore my strength quickly. With this task in mind, I soon drifted into slumber. I don't know how much time passed, but in the hazy state between sleep and wakefulness, it seemed like I heard some sound. The sound was blurry, as if calling to me, though I wasn't sure. Not even sure if it was calling me, since I couldn't identify the name being called. Thus, I woke up groggily and slowly sat up on the bed. At this moment, I felt that the sound seemed to be quite close. I immediately looked up, and, sure enough, a woman dressed in black robes stood less than an arm's length away from me. Who are you? My mind was still muddled. You don't need to know who I am. You only need to answer my questions. What do you want to know? Why did you come here? I don't know. And what's your relationship with the person from the Tianenvi country? This I also don't understand. Oh, I forgot. You have lost your memory. Yes. Then let me help you regain your memory, she said. Suddenly, a thick giant snake slowly coiled around from beneath her feet. She was already facing away from me, wearing a full black robe covering her entire person, and then this incredibly huge snake appeared beside her, scaring me quite badly. Seeing the snake, I almost jumped off the bed and ran for my life, but I suppressed the idea forcefully. When the giant snake wound its way from her feet to her shoulder, she instantly turned around. I was preparing to see her face clearly when the snake on her shoulder suddenly lunged toward my neck. Chapter 240, Audience with the Queen. Because that snake's speed was just too fast, I had almost no time to react, and instinctively blocked myself with my elbow in front of me while shouting loudly. In an instant, I sat up from the bed. At this moment, I was panting heavily, and huge sweat drops flowed down my head like rain, soaking my whole body. It was a dream. Just a dream, I realized at last. I wiped the sweat off my face and pinched the bridge of my nose hard. At this moment, I sensed something peculiar, a very familiar feeling, as if an old friend from long ago had returned. I sat on the bed for a long time before I figured out what it was. My memory was gradually returning. Now, my mind was very disordered, but it wasn't complete confusion. Rather, various memories and images kept switching and piecing together chaotically in my mind. I started to gradually remember bits and pieces of my past, such as the woman from Tian's country who came here with me, or Maya, who stayed behind in that cave to save us. These memories surged into my mind like a flood, causing my brain to be overwhelmed by so many fragments of memory, leading to sharp headaches starting to occur. At this moment, someone walked in from outside the door. Since I had been looking down and pinching the bridge of my nose all along, I didn't notice that someone had entered the room. "What's wrong?" asked a woman's voice. Upon hearing the voice, I looked up and was surprised to find that the person standing in front of me was none other than Dalius, the red-haired woman. "Why did you come?" I asked somewhat uncomfortably. "To check how your mental and physical condition are doing." "I'm fine," I replied dismissively. "That's good. Our queen wants to see you," she said solemnly to me. Hearing that their queen wanted to see me, I was first startled, then felt a discomfort in my heart. Maybe it was just my intuition, but I always felt that their queen might not be a good person. But judging by Dalius's tone, refusing to meet their queen now was impossible, and she would certainly escort me there regardless. Anyway, I had to go and see who their queen was. So I responded, "Shall we go now?" She didn't answer my question, just nodding at me. I got up, stretched my body a bit, and found that apart from a slight headache, my body had basically recovered completely. I followed Dalius out of the room and headed toward the cliff position. This time, both Dalius and I took much quicker steps. "Are you ready?" Dalius asked me. Her seemingly nonsensical question left me stunned for a moment, but immediately after, I saw two unidentified objects seem to fly down from straight ahead of me. They appeared to be some kind of animal, resembling horses in body type, but with wings sprouting from their backs on either side. In an instant, they flew to my front. It was only then that I saw their full appearance clearly. They were winged horses, each with a white horn about the size of a finger and length of a hand protruding from its forehead. I looked at the scene in disbelief. "This is our mount, the flying unicorn horse." Dalius pointed at the two winged horses in front of us. After she spoke, I suddenly felt as though there was a connection between my fragmented memories and this creature. My eyes fixed intently on the white horn on one of the winged horse's foreheads, and suddenly, even though my memory hadn't fully returned, I remembered. I seem to have seen animals like this somewhere. I frowned. "You've seen them?" Dalius obviously seemed surprised by my words. "Yes, I've seen them, and it was not long ago," I said. As I tried to recall where I had seen these animals, Dalius immediately said, "Well, whether you've seen them or not doesn't matter right now. Let's hurry and go." With that, she grabbed me and pulled me in front of one of the flying unicorns, then leaped onto the back of the horse effortlessly. I mimicked her actions and similarly mounted the winged horse. Then the two flying unicorns flapped their enormous wings, slowly ascending. I only felt a huge gust of wind passing by my sides, and I quickly grasped the mane of the horse tightly. The flying speed of the unicorn horse was not as fast as I imagined. Perhaps due to being a first-time rider, the unicorn horse I was on deliberately slowed down. Not long after, we descended onto a flat area. I saw that our landing position was directly in front of the palace, and around the palace were planted the foam salt flowers that the black-haired woman had mentioned earlier. I bent down to carefully observe these wondrous flowers beneath my feet. Indeed, they were beautiful and unique, with tiny protrusions growing inside their stamens. These protrusions were so small that if you didn't look closely, you wouldn't even notice them. Even stranger, these protrusions seemed to change color, though I couldn't fully confirm if they truly did. Dalius, seeing how intently I was examining the foam salt flowers, clearly grew impatient since she had been sent by the queen to fetch me. She quickly urged me to hurry up and not waste any more time. I understood her urgency, but still took one last glance at the foam salt flowers before walking toward the entrance of the palace. I had known this palace was called the Foam Palace. Although I had seen it from below the cliff, now standing directly in front of it, I could see its entire appearance. It was indeed magnificent, and I could tell that the material used for its construction was much finer than the wooden material of the house I stayed in, likely of the same type of wood but a higher grade. It had a faint yellowish hue, and I could see that the two massive pillars standing before the main gate of the palace formed a single piece, indicating that they must have been constructed from two enormous trees. These pillars were as tall as 5 men and thick enough for 3 men to encircle. They stood majestically at the entrance of the palace, creating an awe-inspiring sight. The palace's doors were 3 men high and 5 men wide, with a graceful arched shape. The surface of the doors was intricately carved with countless fine patterns, so intricate that I could barely make them out with the naked eye. There were no guards stationed outside the palace gates, which suggested this place wasn't overly important. Following Dalius, we approached the main door of the palace, where she knocked on a circular iron ring attached to the door. The ring appeared to be made from a special kind of iron, and there were 2 such rings, one on each side of the door. Clearly, they had been specially crafted for this door. As I was lost in thought staring at the iron ring, the door creaked open. I saw 4 women inside pushing hard on the heavy palace doors, making it clear just how weighty the doors were. The first thing I noticed upon entering was the interior of the palace. Though it looked majestic and imposing from the outside, it wasn't as grand or ornate as I had imagined. First, I saw the Great Hall of the palace, an expansive space capable of accommodating nearly 2,000 people. On either side of the hall stood rows of lampstands, devices used to hold lighting tools. Each lampstand resembled a triangular fork, about the size of an adult's head. They were neatly arranged on both sides of the hall, with 2 parallel rows on each side, and the number and positioning of the lampstands on the left and right were identical. As Dalius and I entered the hall, the 4 women behind us closed the heavy door once again. I turned back to look at them. All of them wore a kind of armor-like clothing, likely made from the fur of some wild beast, similar to what Maya and Dalius wore when I first met them. I paid particular attention to the weapons hanging at their waists. These appeared to be small curved daggers, about the length of an arm, with the blade curving downward from the middle without a sharp angle. Clearly, this curvature was intentionally designed rather than formed due to wear and tear during use. Moreover, each dagger's blade was razor sharp. Even though these daggers were sheathed at their waists, the sheaths only partially covered the blades, leaving the curved parts exposed. This kind of sheath design was entirely new to me. Then, I hurriedly stepped next to Dalius, who had already stopped moving forward. Before us stood a grand throne, made of the same material as the rest of the palace, perfectly matching in both color and texture. Since the great hall was illuminated by lampstands on either side, the lighting in the room was crystal clear, allowing one to easily see every detail of the hall, whether its overall appearance or intricate carvings. Clang! A heavy-sounding footstep echoed by my ear. I immediately looked up and at once saw a woman standing not far in front of me. And this woman was someone I never would have expected, for I had actually seen her recently, in the nightmare I'd had. But how could this be possible? Could it mean that nightmares can come true? My heart suddenly churned with unrest. Perhaps because of what I was thinking, my expression inadvertently showed, and just then Dalius gave me a slight nudge beside me. Realizing this, I immediately turned my gaze to the woman in front of me. Your Highness, I brought the person, Dalius said respectfully to the woman in front of her. Before speaking, she made a peculiar gesture. I observed as Dalius placed her left and right hands together, one above the other, with her left thumb tightly gripped by the right hand above. It seemed to be some sort of strange hand salute. Then Dalius bowed her head low before the woman. But I didn't feel an overwhelming sense of fear toward the woman before me. The only thing causing me dread was still the nightmare I'd had. The woman slowly turned around at this moment, and only then did I clearly see her appearance. She was tall, almost as tall as me, dressed in a long black robe that nearly enveloped her entire body, exactly like the figure I had seen in my dream. Have you recovered physically? The queen suddenly asked me. Startled, I looked into her deep yellow eyes and replied, I've mostly recovered. And your memories? They haven't fully returned yet. There's still much I cannot remember. Chapter 241, The Ghost Tribe. When she heard me say this, she nodded at me. By chance, I noticed that in the corner behind her, there was a coiled, thick, and strong dark golden python. I froze for a moment as my eyes involuntarily stared at the position where the snake was coiled. Apparently, the queen had also noticed this, so she turned back to look at the snake and extended her hand, waving slightly towards it. Subsequently, the great python slowly crawled over to the queen's side, quickly reaching beneath her feet. Do you already know what this is? The queen asked me. Yes. Ah, this is your illusory beast. Then do you know why everyone here has such an illusory beast? I'm not sure about that. None of the people here have told me. Darius, you may withdraw. I'll speak with him alone, the queen said while waving her hand toward Darius. Upon hearing this, Darius immediately answered, Yes, your majesty, and then quickly strode out of the grand hall. At this point, only the queen and I remained in the grand hall. Even the soldiers who opened the door for us had quietly left sometime without our noticing. My heart began to have an ominous premonition. This feeling had existed ever since I saw the queen, and now, this premonition became increasingly evident. You must be wondering why we brought you here, the queen said to me. That's true, but I thank you all for saving me when I was unconscious. In fact, outsiders can't usually enter here. The woman from the celestial nation who came in with you is still unconscious. She hasn't awakened yet? Was she severely injured? Upon hearing this from the queen, I immediately recalled the scenes before I arrived here. She hasn't suffered severe injuries, but she still cannot wake up. Why? I questioned, clearly sensing that the queen seemed to want to tell me something. That's precisely the reason why we saved you. What do you want me to do? I instantly understood why I'd been here for so long and why these people had treated me kindly. It turned out they needed me to do something. Men are indeed perceptive. You figured it out too quickly. The queen looked at me, and a slight smile appeared on the corner of her mouth involuntarily. So, what do you need me to do? My sense of foreboding grew even stronger inside me. She didn't tell me her request right away. Instead, she pointed to the chair in front of us and said to me, "Take a seat. Our conversation will last a long time." I didn't follow the queen's suggestion because I knew what kind of chair it was. This was the throne. How could it possibly be offered to me casually? Clearly, something wasn't quite right. All right, as you wish. The queen did not show any displeasure on her face upon seeing my refusal to sit. Then, she recounted a very long story to me, so long that I regretted not listening to the queen and sitting on that chair. The story started from a very long time ago, perhaps hundreds of years earlier, as time was just too distant. Even the queen's memories became blurred. At that time, they lived here as they do now, tilling the soil for survival, exactly like how I see them now. For a long time, they lived peacefully and secluded lives until one person appeared. That person was a magician, coming from the boundaries of the magic kingdom. Her arrival was initially just a passing through, and the local people were used to encountering travelers or adventurers from other races. Once again, they regarded the magician as a traveler, and the magician also seemed to act as they assumed. She passed through and was captivated by the scenery and culture here. However, she was different from other racial travelers. She was a magician, and an extremely powerful black magician at that. This was something the ignorant people here were unaware of. At first, they were all very interested in such a magician. Over time, the magician began to become familiar with the locals and stayed longer. Until that incident occurred, a completely unexpected midnight when everyone was sleeping as usual. Just as they all drifted into dreams, no one could have anticipated the condition that caused this black magician to suddenly cast a curse magic without being attacked. Instantly, the entire place was enveloped by a substance similar to mist. When people stepped out of their rooms the next morning, they realized that their home had been enclosed within a massive cloud of gray fog. And when someone curiously approached these fogs, they were instantly corroded, turning into a puddle of blood and water. Seeing someone turn into that state in the blink of an eye, everyone panicked. They didn't know what had happened, but at that moment, the young princess immediately thought of the black magician. Thus, she quickly sent people to find her. But no matter how hard they looked, the black magician was nowhere to be found. It was then the queen slowly realized that the mist hovering over them might have been caused by that black magician. Over the following days, the entire community tried all sorts of methods to disperse the mist, but none of them worked. Year after year, decades, even centuries passed, until they discovered that the mist seemed to recede from them at a steady annual pace. Their living space gradually grew larger. Meanwhile, they also noticed that where the mist had retreated, a lake mysteriously appeared. As the mist slowly dispersed further, the lake became larger and larger. Not only that, 50 years after the discovery of the lake, an even stranger event occurred. Shallow ripples started appearing on the surface of the lake. These were not the normal ripples created by the wind. Instead, it seemed like there were some unknown creatures moving beneath, creating the ripples. Sure enough, when those ripples grew stronger, a terrifying thing finally surfaced. They actually saw fish-like human monsters emerging from the lake. When they caught sight of the monsters rising out of the lake, it seemed as though everyone froze. Before they could react, the monsters had already rushed toward the shore where they stood. What followed was an unprecedented massacre. Completely unprepared, they were ruthlessly hunted down by these monsters. A great number of Winmo people were killed, and the killing spree lasted for 3 entire days. On the third day, as if responding to some mysterious call, the monsters all returned to the lake, and the lake's surface began to freeze over with a thick layer of ice. Upon hearing this, I couldn't help but shiver. Though the queen spoke clearly and tried to explain thoroughly, I always felt something was off. First, her story seemed too one-sided. Many details were not clearly explained. Perhaps she omitted them to save time, but considering how long she had already spent narrating the entire tale, it wasn't likely that she skipped over important details just to save time. Second, while she told the story, I could still discern certain inconsistencies. For instance, she never mentioned where the black magician came from, or why she arrived here, or what happened between her and them. To sum up, based on my feeling right now, it seemed as though she intentionally concealed something from me. Some facts, at least partially, were hidden by her. So, how can I help you? I interrupted before she finished her story. I always believed we could never escape the surrounding mist until your arrival. Only then did I realize that perhaps the mist only obstructs us but has no effect on you. The queen straightened herself and said to me, "The mist has no effect on me. Otherwise, you wouldn't have come here. Didn't you say someone else came here with me? She is still unconscious. She hasn't awakened yet." Upon hearing this, I felt somewhat surprised since I'd already been here for some time. "What do you want me to do to help you?" At this point, the queen slowly walked over to me and said, "You must also be curious about why each of us has such an illusory beast." She gestured toward the python lying under her feet as she spoke. "Does helping you have anything to do with these illusory beasts?" "These illusory beasts are another curse given to us by the black magician. They entangle us tightly so that we can never leave here. Aren't the mists already blocking you? That is just the first obstacle. The real barrier is these illusory beasts. Why don't you kill them? Because if we kill them, we will be killed as well. They are closely connected to our bodies. So what do you want me to do?" In the center of the lake lies a round island. In the middle of the island stands a massive ancient tree, which we call the World Tree. An illusory beast guards this tree. If it is killed, the curse on the tree will vanish and both the illusory beasts around us and the layer of mist will lose their magic. Now I finally understood why the queen asked me here. It was all about this matter. She wanted me to go and kill that monster to release their curse. But still, there were many questions, mostly coming from the details of every sentence the queen had spoken. She just roughly told me the whole process of the event, but left out a lot of details unexplained. Do I just need to kill the monster? Nothing else? Killing the monster isn't that simple. There must be many dangers on the island. However, we have never been there since we cannot even approach the lake's location. Are those monsters still in the lake now? The lake is frozen at the moment, so those monsters haven't come out yet. They need the ice to melt before they can emerge from the lake. What exactly are those monsters? We gave them a name. We call them ghosts. If I go, then only I can reach the lake. The lake is frozen now, so you can easily walk to the island without a boat. By the time our conversation reached this point, the entire situation became clearer. Queen wants me to go and take down the monster guarding the world tree. And if I agree to go, it would have to be solely me since I am the only one who can remain unaffected by any magical curses. I couldn't help but feel that something about this request seemed too strange, somewhat unrealistic or off. If I refused, though Queen hasn't yet mentioned the consequences, I knew for certain my situation wouldn't be good. On the other hand, if I go, success isn't even guaranteed. I might not even make it to the base of the world tree before being taken down by those monsters. Right now, either decision feels almost inevitably fatal for me. For quite some time, I remained silent, clearly showing my hesitation. The queen obviously noticed this concern because she pulled something out of her bosom and placed it in front of me. Squinting, I recognized it. An object that felt oddly familiar yet distant, and something I had used not long ago. Chapter 242, The World Tree. Suddenly, a name popped into my mind, and I immediately blurted it out, Silver Axe. It was the weapon that Maya had carried. After we escaped from that terrifying cave, she handed it to me and stayed behind to cover our retreat. As soon as I mentioned the weapon's name, the queen promptly responded, "It seems your memory is gradually returning. This weapon doesn't belong to me. It belongs to another friend of mine," I replied. "Where is this friend of yours?" Hearing the queen's question, I hesitated and shook my head. Since I still couldn't confirm whether Maya was alive or not, I certainly hoped she was still alive. However, given the urgency and danger of the situation back then, her chances of survival were very low. "The weapon will be returned to you," said the queen, handing it over to me. I took the silver axe that she offered, and habitually gazed at the weapon in my hand. Images of me using it before surged quickly in my mind. At that moment, I heard footsteps coming from behind me. Turning around, I saw Darius standing there, holding a set of clothes with both hands. "These are the clothes prepared for you," the queen told me. Looking at the clothes Darius held, they were similar to what they were wearing, but ours had a difference. It was silver white, seemingly made from some special material. "Put it on," the queen said. After I wore the set of clothing, I realized this wasn't just ordinary clothes. It was, more precisely, a set of armor. The entire armor appeared to be made of some kind of beast skin. Though the material felt very hard, it also had a smooth texture. On the inside of the armor were soft, fine furs which touched my body, making it feel very comfortable. Clearly, these specially designed armors had been carefully crafted and perfectly suited me. I didn't believe this was merely a coincidence. They must have specifically tailored this armor according to my physique during the time I was here. They must be confident about where I am heading next. The whole suit of armor, apart from covering the upper body, also included a skirt-like lower part. There was a long and wide piece of cloth at the front of my body, while the left and right sides were relatively shorter. The rear skirt style design mirrored the one in front almost identically. Hanging on my left side was an axe sheath that only covered half of the axe. I inserted the silver axe into the sheath, then moved my body left and right. Despite wearing the armor, I felt lighter and even more agile than usual. "When do you want me to depart?" I asked the queen. "If possible, preferably today," the queen answered. I hadn't expected the queen to be so firm. I thought she would let me rest here for a few days before departing. "Today? Yes, surely our time now is running out," the queen said somewhat anxiously. For some reason, I always felt like the urgency on the queen's face seemed somewhat fake. But I didn't have the time to discern the truth right now. Since the queen wanted me to leave so quickly, I couldn't decline. So, I simply nodded my head to indicate that I was ready. Then, following Darius, I left the palace once again and mounted the flying unicorn to arrive at the edge of a large lake. Leaping off the unicorn, I stood on a mound. Less than 50 meters in front of me was an enormous lake, its size stretching beyond sight. I could clearly see a thin layer of gray mist floating on the surface of the lake. This was exactly the same kind of gray mist the queen had spoken of. "Is this the lake you mentioned?" "Yes. Looks like I have a long journey ahead of me today." Then, I began walking toward the lake. Along the way, I noticed many people standing around the lake's periphery. Some of them were digging holes, one after another, each deep. They then covered the holes with materials resembling soil. What are they doing? They're preparing fully against ghost attacks. Traps, I thought to myself. In no time, Darius and I reached the edge of the lake. Now, I was only a few meters away from the lake. A few steps forward, and I would be stepping into the lake itself. "I can only see you off until here," Darius said to me. "Can't I ride the flying horse instead?" "If it were possible, I would definitely let you do that," he replied. Obviously, my question was somewhat redundant. As I looked at the mist in front of me, I felt completely clueless. Although the queen had said that I could pass through this mist, it must have been just empty words. If her judgment was wrong, then I would be doomed. But now I had no other choice. After silently counting a few numbers in my mind and encouraging myself, I finally took my first step towards the world tree. When I took my first step, I looked back and saw Darius standing behind me, her eyes filled with anxiety. Clearly, she also wasn't 100% sure if I could get through this mist. However, the queen's words proved to be correct. When I stepped into the mist, it didn't cause any harm to my body. I thought that walking on the frozen lake would make my body feel involuntarily cold, but in fact, it didn't. There was a slight coolness, but nothing made me physically uncomfortable. I walked nearly 100 meters, and at this distance, Darius standing by the shore could still see me. But as I kept walking farther and deeper into the lake, my figure gradually disappeared into the fog over the water. Initially, the fog only hovered around my ankles, but as I continued walking further, it slowly began to rise, now reaching my waist. My visibility also dropped from initially about 100 meters to less than 10 meters. But there was one thing I could confirm. I was still heading down the relatively correct path, because the fog kept rising. I was prepared for getting lost and encountering various dangers, yet on my journey so far, I hadn't faced any crises. My right hand hadn't left the control range of the silver axe since I stepped into the mist. I had expected the lake to be enormous. I certainly thought so while on the shore. But soon enough, I vaguely felt an enormous black object appearing in front of me. The closer I approached, the clearer the shape became until I could fully recognize it. The island has arrived, I muttered to myself as I looked at the land emerging before my eyes. The reason I said this is because the fog around me remained dense without diminishing, confirming that I hadn't retraced my steps, and that this piece of land was not where I had started. When I stepped onto the land, a chilling sensation surged up from under my feet. It was much colder than walking on the lake's surface, indicating that the temperature on this island must be very low. Fortunately, the armor I wore was both windproof and warm, ensuring I wouldn't freeze to death here. After stepping onto the island, my visibility became even lower. I could only see several meters ahead of me. Looking down at the ground beneath my feet, it was just ordinary soil. As I ventured deeper into the island, the surrounding fog seemed to gradually dissipate, and my visibility improved. After about half an hour or 1 hour, the fog around me had almost entirely dispersed, revealing another scene in front of me. I had expected the island to be barren, but I was utterly wrong. Once the fog dissipated, what unfolded before me was a breathtaking sight resembling a paradise. This was entirely different from the forest and island I had experienced before. It felt like stepping into a secluded utopia. Around me were vast fields of beautiful flowers, vibrant and enchanting. It was difficult to describe their beauty in words, as if no language could capture it. Beneath my feet was lush green grass, and when I knelt down and touched it with my hands, I felt a smooth softness. Rising up, I just happened to catch a gentle breeze passing by, carrying a faint sweet fragrance. I wasn't sure if the aroma came from the nameless flowers or the green grass below. Although the scene before me felt like a dream, I remained very composed, as my goal this time was to take down the shapeshifter guarding the world tree. With that in mind, I quickened my pace and soon found myself deep within the island's forest. The dense trees surrounding me blocked out almost all the light from the sky, with only occasional beams breaking through gaps between the branches. I gazed at the thin shafts of light, feeling as though I were walking inside an ink painting. The tangled, gnarled roots and dry branches on the ground made progress difficult, but I soon discovered a rhythm for moving forward, and my steps naturally became quicker. The towering trees continued to obscure the sky as I approached a cliff. From here, I could see far into the distance. A waterfall stood in view, and beside it loomed an incredibly massive ancient tree. When I caught sight of it, my mind went blank, for its sheer size struck awe and fear into my heart. Even standing on the cliff and staring at the giant tree in front of me, I couldn't help but feel an overwhelming sense of dread. If the thickness of a tree were measured by how many people it would take to wrap their arms around it, then the tree before me might require thousands. No doubt, this enormous tree was the world tree that the queen had spoken of. Chapter 243, The Ghost Marsh. Since I found this giant tree, the only path before me now is figuring out how to get to the location of the world tree. As I look around, all I see are vast stretches of dense forest. There's almost nothing else nearby. My surroundings are filled with bird calls and unknown insects chirping. The route to the world tree on this cliff appears clear to me. It's a relatively wide road. To arrive there smoothly, I first need to cross a not-so-short marsh. As I gaze at the marsh that isn't far from me, my eyes can't help but reflect fear, though I still mutter some words in my heart. I don't know what they are. Maybe something to encourage myself. Slowly, I climb down the cliff, and it turns out to be easier than I imagined, taking hardly any effort at all. The forest below the cliff is much sparser than before, yet the path underfoot remains difficult. The twisted roots on the ground are like layers of spider webs, making each step incredibly challenging. On this journey, I occasionally spot birds resting on nearby branches, unsure of their exact species. They resemble bats, but are fatter, with very shrill cries. These cries nearly deafen me along the way, forcing me to cover my ears tightly, further slowing my progress. It took a long time before I finally reached the edge of the marsh that I'd seen from the top of the cliff. Up close, this marsh looks entirely different from how it appeared from above. From the cliff, I could only discern its general outline, but now I can see every detail. This is a swamp entirely composed of an unknown dark green vegetation. I deduce it as a marsh purely based on my experience and guesswork. Although I cannot definitively identify this murky green area, one thing is certain: danger must lurk here. With caution, I take my first step into the marsh. Under my foot is a small mound covered with green moss. There are countless such mounds scattered across the marsh, thankfully providing more space for walking. My pace is slow here because the terrain is complex. Even though there are many possible footholds, some spots are too small and slippery, causing me to nearly fall into the dark green pools several times. Just as I'm carefully progressing step by step, suddenly, I notice that around the marsh, the surfaces of those dark green pools are starting to bubble, gurgle, gurgle. It seems like something underneath is breathing, and these bubbles grow both in number and size, suggesting that something terrifying might emerge from the marsh. Instinctively, I pull out my silver axe, gripping it tightly with my right hand, while keeping a sharp eye on the surrounding situation. I also quicken my steps involuntarily. However, during this hurried period, I accidentally slip, falling forward due to the suddenness of it all. Without any time to react, I land heavily and directly fall into the side of the dark green bog. Taken completely by surprise, I have no chance to respond and end up inhaling a mouthful of bog water. My body immediately curls up in pain. Desperately, I struggle to claw my way out of the bog, but my whole person has already sunk deeply, and escaping won't be easy. Nevertheless, I continue fighting, eventually pulling myself inch by inch out of the bog. After crawling out of the marsh, I started coughing and vomiting incessantly. I have no idea how long this situation lasted before I slowly regained a bit of consciousness. Just as I was about to stand up, something suddenly grabbed one of my ankles. Startled, I immediately looked down and saw an ink-green monstrous hand gripping my ankle tightly. No matter how hard I kicked it, it didn't let go. It felt like it had grown onto my ankle, its grip getting stronger and stronger. I also felt waves of sharp pain in my ankle which then spread throughout my entire body. Desperately, I tried crawling forward to get away from it. At that moment, I noticed my silver axe embedded in an open spot in the marsh not far away. Biting my teeth, I struggled toward the position of the silver axe. As I reached out and was about to touch it, my ankle suddenly experienced a huge counterforce pulling me back into the marsh. Thinking I might be completely dragged into the marsh, I used all my strength to reach for the axe. Finally touching the handle, I quickly tightened my grip and pulled myself towards the direction of the hand gripping my ankle. I strained to look at my ankle and saw a thick, ink-green monstrous hand trying to pull me further into the marsh. There was no time to hesitate. With the silver axe in my hand, I fiercely swung it down towards the hand grabbing my ankle. After one strike, I didn't know if I had hit it or not, but there was definitely some effect. The hand seemed to loosen its grip on my ankle, stopping my sliding. Despite the excruciating pain in my ankle, I immediately stood up. Just then, I noticed bubbling emerging from less than 2 meters away in the marsh. These bubbles grew larger and larger, as if something enormous was about to burst forth from within. On high alert, I prepared to flee when I suddenly saw a monster's head emerge from the bubbles. Then it began walking out of the depths of the marsh. Staring at this creature, I was stunned because in front of me was a completely unnameable monster. Humanoid in body, but with a head and limbs resembling fish. Seeing this, I instantly recalled what the queen had said. Perhaps this half-human, half-fish monster was the ghost she had mentioned. As I became engrossed by the sight of this monster, everything around me had already changed. From the depths of the surrounding marshes, all sorts of strange bubbles were rising. Following the appearance of one more monster from the marsh, another came after, until the third, fourth, fifth one appeared and surrounded me entirely. Now countless monsters surrounded me, their appearances bizarre and all somewhat resembling a specific type of fish. Their bodies weren't particularly large, with even the tallest among them being about my height. Watching these creatures emerge one after another from the marsh, my right hand involuntarily gripped the silver axe tightly. I did my best to observe my surroundings, but I was almost dumbfounded by the scene before me, finding it difficult to stay focused. Looking at these monsters, the nearest ones were less than 2 meters away. If they chose to attack me, they would be in front of me almost instantaneously. Slowly, I positioned the silver axe horizontally in front of me to prepare for sudden assaults. Sure enough, a ghost rushed toward me aggressively. It was so close that it surged in front of me in the blink of an eye. With great effort, I swung the axe horizontally at it, perhaps due to good luck, cutting it in half at the waist. Instantly, a foul smell erupted from the monster. I was overwhelmed by the stench and instinctively stepped back several paces. But I forgot that behind me were those other ghosts. In an instant, an ink-green claw lunged toward my shoulder. Unable to evade in time, it clutched my shoulder tightly, causing waves of severe pain to radiate through my body. But my reaction was still quick enough. I immediately swung the silver axe backward, a strong blast of unpleasant pus hitting me in the face. Ignoring all else, I turned back and saw the monster that had seized my shoulders staring at me with green fish-like eyes. I forcefully swung the axe sideways again, creating a gaping wound across half its body, from which a flood of foul-smelling liquid poured out. Simultaneously, more ghosts surged in my direction together. Chapter 244, White Tiger. I barely had any time to react, and could only swing the silver axe in my hand to fend off the ghosts rushing at me from all sides. Although I was trying my best to resist, there were simply too many of them. They seemed fearless. Even though I killed a few in front of me, the ones behind showed no hesitation and continued to pounce on me. Just as I finished off one ghost, another appeared behind me without me noticing. It grabbed the back of my neck and lifted me up forcefully. Taken completely by surprise, I was flung away like a stone. I felt myself flying through the air for a while before crashing into a swamp with great force. I immediately began flailing around, attempting to escape from the swamp, but no matter how hard I struggled, it was futile. I could feel myself sinking deeper into the mire. After what felt like an eternity, I sensed a powerful vortex forming around me. I was then swept into it, as if I were a piece of straw. I lost all control over my body, swaying left and right with the vortex. At that moment, my mind went completely blank, worsened by being submerged in the swamp. My breath had already reached its limit. Suddenly, I was thrust against a rock wall. The back of my head hit a protrusion on the wall painfully. Out of instinct, I opened my mouth wide to scream, but instead, I inhaled a large amount of swamp water, causing my whole body to arch in shock. My internal organs felt as if they were spinning with the currents of the vortex, followed by unbearable waves of pain sweeping through me. Gradually, however, this excruciating pain started to fade, replaced by a strange sensation, almost indescribable, a feeling of absolute nothingness where all senses began to disappear. Slowly, I entered into a mysterious state of chaos. Gradually, my eyes became unfocused. Initially, I could still see part of the scene within the vortex, but soon everything around me blurred into chaos until everything in my vision faded completely. The entire world seemed to be leaving me. The last thing I could still feel was an intense sense of loneliness. Then I gradually closed my eyes, letting the darkness envelop my whole body, slowly consuming me completely. Somehow, another wave of severe pain surged through my body again, twisting me completely. I started to cough violently, bringing up copious amounts of thick, nauseating substances repeatedly. I kept vomiting violently until I felt as if my entire stomach was about to empty, after which I slowly stopped. Curling up, I felt chilled sensations enveloping me, trembling uncontrollably. No matter how hard I tried, I couldn't control the shivers. Gradually, I began to perceive a faint light ahead, only then realizing I had been keeping my eyes shut this whole time. I tried to slowly open them, but it wasn't easy since I was practically in a state of collapse. Every little movement required great effort, including opening my eyes. After an unknowable period of time, I finally managed to pry my eyes open bit by bit. Even though I just opened my eyes, the first thing I saw was a glaring beam of light shining directly in front of me. I immediately closed my eyes to avoid blinding myself. Time passed unknowingly, and eventually, I seemed to regain some strength. Now I was able to make small movements with my body. When I finally opened my eyes fully, I found myself lying on the shore beside a waterfall. The deafening sound of the huge cascade next to me made it unnecessary to even lift my head. I knew, purely by sound, that it was a waterfall. Streams of icy cold water constantly splashed and chilled my body. Slowly, I began moving my hands and feet. Soon, sensation returned to them, and although I still felt cold, I could make slight movements. I lay on the shore by the waterfall until my body fully regained its senses. It wasn't until I stood up beside the waterfall that I truly got a clear view of the entire scene around me. Behind me was a colossal waterfall, whose deafening roar drowned out every other sound in this place. In front of me stood an ancient tree of such immense size that it was impossible to describe in words. Clearly, this was the world tree mentioned by the queen, and my destination had finally appeared before my eyes. Because the giant tree was so massive, standing in front of it made it nearly impossible for me to see its complete form. The world tree almost blocked all sunlight from reaching the ground, but for some unknown reason, the entire tree emitted a soft, unobtrusive white light, perhaps a special glow coming from the leaves above. Although I had mostly regained my strength, my body still felt bitterly cold. Coincidentally, there was a faint beam of sunlight piercing through the shadows of one large tree. That rare ray of sunshine immediately drew me toward it. Standing under that beam of light, I felt a long-lost warmth. I squatted greedily beneath the sunbeam, savoring the small amount of heat. Gradually, I began to feel my body temperature return, and the chills slowly disappeared, replaced by an indescribable warmth. Roar! A sudden howl reached my ears. I instantly stood up and looked around. Based on the sudden howl, I could roughly determine that it came from a tiger, and not just any tiger, as it seemed quite large. However, I couldn't accurately estimate just how big it was. Keeping a vigilant eye on my surroundings, the howl disappeared abruptly, leaving me completely disoriented. This vast space under the towering tree obscured most of the area, making it difficult to pinpoint anything with clarity. The thick canopy above blocked out the entire sky, and even though the tree itself emitted a pale white glow, visibility was far worse than natural sunlight. Roar! Another howl rang out, clearer this time. I was now certain that the sound came from behind me. I quickly turned back, but there was nothing. All I could see were dense clusters of trees. Suddenly, a shadow appeared behind the vast tree canopy. Watching the scene unfold, I didn't feel fear. Instead, I became calmer. Perhaps after battling those ghosts earlier, encountering this tiger didn't faze me. But soon, I paid dearly for my complacency. Before me appeared a tiger of enormous size. While enormous might seem impressive, it was only slightly larger than a regular tiger, which was why I hadn't taken it seriously. This tiger slowly emerged from behind the tree canopy, and its fur was pure white. Not the ordinary kind of white, but an unnaturally vivid shade of white, whiter even than freshly fallen snow. Its entire body was covered in this radiant white fur. But what made the tiger stand out even more were its crimson eyes. Strangely, the tiger's eyes were completely red, no whites at all. A pair of fiery red pupils glared back at me, set against the pristine white of its fur. Chapter 245, The Great Battle with the White Tiger. Its sudden appearance caught me off guard, but fortunately, it didn't launch a surprise attack on me. Otherwise, I would have died while basking in the sunlight earlier. When I saw it, my first instinct was to retreat as far as possible, trying to maintain a certain distance from it, so as to ensure my safety to the greatest extent. And it seemed that it didn't want to get too close to me either. Maybe it was also very wary of me. When I kept retreating until I reached the edge of the waterfall's flowing water, it also stopped. Now the distance between us had exceeded 30 meters, which could fully guarantee my safety at least for the time being. Moreover, even if it suddenly attacked me, I would have enough time and space to react accordingly. My eyes were fixed on it, and its crimson twin eyes also stared at me unwaveringly. I don't know whether it was because I was too nervous or because I had been staring at it for too long, but the white tiger in front of me suddenly appeared as two, and they showed up instantly, as if another one completely split out from the first white tiger's body. Seeing this situation, I was startled and stunned for a moment. I thought I might have been mistaken, so I wanted to touch my eyes. Just then, the two white tigers in front of me split again, and this time there were 4 white tigers in front of me, standing side by side. My mind went blank at this moment, completely unaware of what was going on. Instinctively, I pinched my thigh, and an instant sharp pain spread throughout my body. This made me completely panic-stricken. I had no idea what had happened. As I was still bewildered, dozens of identical white tigers suddenly appeared around me. How is this possible? I murmured to myself. Facing such a situation appearing in such a short period, I was totally at a loss for any response. After a brief daze, I gradually calmed down. Since these white tigers haven't yet launched an attack on me, the urgent task now is to think of ways to respond next. I immediately reached for my weapon, but only realized that the silver axe wasn't at my waist. It must have been lost somewhere when I was sucked into the whirlpool. With that realization, I couldn't help but use my peripheral vision to glance around, hoping to spot something I could use as a weapon. While doing so, I suddenly noticed a rather inconspicuous but noticeable thing under the shadow of the tree in front of me. That was something emitting white light. Although it was quite a distance away from me, I could tell from its vague outline that it was the silver axe I had lost. Since I found my weapon, all that remains is how to retrieve this axe. Given my current predicament, sneaking over quietly and grabbing it back is almost impossible. The only way is to run as fast as I can to the location of the silver axe. This would certainly catch the attention of the white tigers surrounding me. Why they haven't attacked me yet is unknown to me, but right now I don't care much about that. So, without hesitation, after silently counting to 3 in my head, I dashed towards the position where the silver axe lay. I originally thought my running speed was already very fast, indeed the fastest I could go. Just when I thought I could already see the location of the silver axe clearly, a burst of white light suddenly appeared in front of me. Before I could react, I felt an intense pain in my chest, and I was instantly thrown far away with great force. I fell without defense, thoroughly dazed. Just as I was about to stand up, I felt another heavy impact from behind, and I was once again hurled away. This time, I hit the ground even harder and couldn't get up immediately. However, I gritted my teeth and managed to stand up despite the pain. At this point, I noticed that after the 2 attacks, I was actually thrown to the base of the world tree, and the silver axe was less than 2 meters away from me. Without hesitation, I reached for it. Just then, I sensed the white tiger lunging at me again. This time, I had a slight reaction time, though not much. Even with that short window, I grabbed the silver axe stuck among the tangled roots. After pulling out the silver axe, the white tiger leaped right in front of me. I immediately held the silver axe horizontally in front of myself and blocked its pounce. The white tiger apparently saw the weapon in my hand and quickly changed direction to pounce toward the other side. At this moment, it stood almost face to face with me, and I once again clearly saw the white tiger in front of me. It had reverted to just one. It didn't launch a new attack against me, obviously knowing the power of the silver axe in my hands. I took advantage of this gap to stand up immediately and kept the silver axe ready in front of me. I faced off with the white tiger across from me, not daring to make even the slightest move, while the white tiger also remained motionless, as if we were 2 statues standing firm. Suddenly, the white tiger made the first move. It assumed an attacking posture and suddenly lunged at me. With the silver axe already held in front of me, upon seeing its movement, I instantly swung the axe down toward the tiger's abdomen, but it nimbly half-turned midair and deftly evaded my strike. Then, it gracefully leapt behind me. As soon as I turned around, I was already too late. When I managed to spin around, the white tiger had already rushed to my front and struck sharply at my chest with its sharp claws. Fortunately, I was wearing the specially tailored armor given to me by the Wind Devil clan, but despite this, 3 deep claw marks appeared on my chest, rendering the armor's protection completely useless. My body hadn't suffered any severe injuries, so without hesitation, I swung the silver axe at the white tiger's head, but its movements were too fast, and with a beautiful dodge, it avoided my attack. Next, its claws struck again toward my back, and unable to dodge in time, 3 heavy claw marks appeared once more on my back. At this point, the armor I was wearing lost all protective function, but I had no time to take it off because the white tiger attacked again, this time aiming for my face. In an emergency, I retreated several steps backward until I felt my foot slip, causing me to fall into the water with a splash. I desperately struggled underwater, trying to swim upward, but somehow, something seemed to be tightly gripping my feet and dragging me downward. Its pull grew stronger and stronger, and I strained every ounce of strength to try swimming ashore. At that moment, I felt the thing holding my feet loosen slightly, and I immediately swam toward the bank. Finally, I spotted a glimmer of light and fought my way onto the shore. When I climbed up, I gasped greedily for the hard-earned air, like a vampire thirsting for blood. Just as I was crawling onto the shore, the white tiger appeared in front of me, opening its mouth and biting down fiercely toward my head. Right at that moment, I realized I still had the silver axe in my hand. Instinctively, I swung it and chopped down toward the white tiger's neck. Instantly, a thick wave of blood splashed toward me, and I managed to drag myself from the water onto the shore. However, before I could steady my footing, I felt the canopy of the world tree in front of me begin to tremble violently. A shower of leaves and broken twigs began falling, and the ground beneath me started to shake uncontrollably. Now I couldn't even stand properly. As I struggled to stay upright, clutching tightly onto a protruding rock with both hands, the world tree in front of me finally gave way and began to collapse. Deafening sounds of snapping branches echoed all around, and the entire giant tree started breaking apart in the middle, leaning precariously toward my position as if it might fall directly on top of me. Watching this disaster unfold in front of me, I wanted to flee immediately, but I was completely unable to stand due to the violent shaking. Staggering, I knelt there with both hands clutching a jagged rock firmly. Raising my head to look at the enormous tree, I saw its massive trunk split open violently and collapse exactly toward my location. Chapter 246, King Snake, Million Dracula. The splitting of the giant tree gave me almost no reaction time. Even if I had been given enough time to react, it would have been difficult for me to dodge its attack in such a situation. Almost instantaneously, I heard the terrifying sound of the massive tree breaking, and then that indescribably large trunk came crashing down toward my position. There was no time for me to respond, and I instinctively blocked myself with my hands. I thought the trunk would completely crush or pulverize me. But what I didn't expect at all was that the trunk instantly turned into dust right before it crushed my body. The trunk had almost touched the top of my head when it became ash. With my eyes closed, I waited for death to come, but after a while, there was no movement at all. The loud noise of the broken trunk also became silent. Only then did I open my eyes and take in the scene before me. Suddenly, I realized that everything around me had changed. The enormous tree had vanished without a trace, and the surroundings were completely different. I looked around and found that I was no longer on the island where I had just arrived, but on a flat piece of land. What is going on? I muttered to myself in confusion. Just as I was puzzled, a voice suddenly appeared behind me. I quickly turned back and saw a woman standing at a distance that wasn't far from me. I recognized her immediately. It was the queen of the wind demon race. Why are you here? I felt even more bewildered upon seeing her. I've come to thank you, she replied. Thank me. Your mission is completed. You mean I've already killed the phantom beast? That's when I recalled everything that had happened before the great tree collapsed. You freed us, the queen said with a smile to me. But as I looked at the queen's smile, something seemed off. From the first moment I laid eyes on her, I felt something wrong, and now this sensation had only intensified. The queen seemed not overly concerned about the changes in my expression and continued. Now, you should have seen our true forms. At this point, I felt an ominous foreboding, a thoroughly unpleasant one, and I immediately became alert. My eyes fixed on the queen standing before me. Then, an unbelievable scene unfolded. The queen started to float up into the air, unaided by any external force. What startled me even more was that the armor she had worn disappeared, replaced by a white long gauze-like robe that enveloped her entirely, leaving only her hands, feet, and head exposed. And even stranger, she suddenly disintegrated into shards mid-air, vanishing like dust from my sight. Watching this transformation, I was completely dumbfounded, unable to comprehend the scene before me. I immediately began searching for the queen in every direction, but after several rounds of looking, I couldn't find her anywhere. It was as if she had evaporated into thin air. Just as I was about to give up looking for her, 3 meters away from me, a white mist suddenly appeared. Countless fine white particles quickly converged, and in the blink of an eye, the queen's face reappeared in front of me. The sudden sight made me scream out loud. I'm not a timid person, but faced with this situation, my heart couldn't help but feel a hint of fear. Do you feel afraid? The queen asked me with a smiling face. How can you? I didn't finish my sentence. This is the ability of our wind demon race. The queen's smile vanished, and an incomprehensible solemnity took its place. Ability. As I watched the change in the queen's expression, I involuntarily retreated a few steps. He wanted to seal this. The queen spoke, revealing once again her eerie countenance. Although I didn't fully understand what she was saying, I could still make out some comprehensible things from parts of her words. Based on my guesses, the magician that the queen mentioned who sealed this place should indeed exist, and the reason for sealing it might not be as she had stated. So, the queen was lying about this matter, though I'd already expected that. What surprised me was that in the moment I broke the seal, I may have unleashed something terrible or some kind of horrifying power. Perhaps I've done everything backward. The magician wasn't trying to destroy this place, but to protect the outside world from being destroyed by the species within it. This thought made me suddenly stiffen all over, but I managed to stay calm despite it. With the events already occurring, I have no other choice now but to face the changes that will come next. I guess you should have figured out a few things by now, the queen said disdainfully. You are the real threat here, I said with conviction. Yes, our ability is exactly what the magician tried to suppress, but now his seal has been broken by you. The queen laughed loudly as she spoke. While listening to her, I scanned my surroundings looking for any space I might be able to use. But after glancing around using my peripheral vision, I realized there wasn't a single escape route or hiding spot available. There's no need for you to look anymore. You can't escape, the queen added. Are you going to kill me now? I asked, not understanding why I'd voiced such a stupid question, yet still asking. Before I kill you, I'll tell you my name, the queen said. What good does knowing your name do? Am I not still going to die? I replied while preparing myself for defense. King Snake, Million Dracula, the queen said expressionlessly. It seemed she was beginning to attack me, and I completely braced myself for it as well. Fortunately, I still had the silver axe in my hand. Now, she was hovering entirely, floating in midair. Then, I heard an ear-splitting scream, followed by a blinding white glow surrounding the queen. Before I could clearly see what was happening before my eyes, the queen teleported instantly toward me. Her speed was beyond anything I could have imagined. If the white tiger's speed was the fastest I had ever seen, then the queen's movement could simply be described as instantaneous teleportation. The second my eyes blinked again, she had appeared right in front of me, punching me directly on my right cheek. I felt an overwhelming pain, swaying violently to the left. Caught completely off guard, I received a powerful punch from the queen that almost knocked me unconscious. Fortunately, my reaction was quick, and I stabilized my footing immediately. Even though I took a blow, I instinctively moved slightly to the left and quickly distanced myself from the queen. However, what I did not anticipate was the queen appearing behind me unnoticed, swiftly delivering a kick to my back that sent me flying forward, landing hard on the ground face down. I intended to get up immediately, but before I even managed to stand, the queen had appeared in front of me. She lifted me effortlessly as if I were a sack of rice, flung me aside, and I flew several meters away before falling once more on the ground with great force. At this point, I was utterly dazed, nearly losing consciousness as I felt another gust of wind rushing toward me. Struggling to raise my hands to defend myself, everything was blurred, unable to see clearly. Once again, I was lifted, this time with somewhat less strength. I thought I would be thrown a few more meters, but it didn't happen. Instead, I faintly heard someone speaking softly beside me. The voice was light, yet I could hear it clearly. It was a woman talking to me. "Wake up, hurry." Everything in front of me remained hazy. Although I kept my eyes wide open, everything looked so indistinctive. Instinctively, I murmured something to her, unclear and slurred. Perhaps even she couldn't understand what I said. At this moment, I felt as if she had slung me onto her back and was running quickly toward some destination. I could feel her breathing heavily, her stamina seemingly severely depleted. Gradually, my eyes began to regain their ability to see, allowing me to slowly distinguish shapes around me. Larger objects started to become clearer. Since I was being carried on her shoulder with my head pressed against her back, it was then that I noticed the person carrying me wore shabby armor. Her back bore countless wounds, some old scars, others fresh injuries, clearly recent. "I can walk myself," I said to the person who carried me. However, she didn't seem to pay attention to what I said, nor did she reply, continuing to carry and run with me. I tried saying it a few more times, but still to no avail. Then, I attempted to wriggle free from her grip, only realizing that my entire body couldn't move at all, though my mind remained alert. It was only then that I understood why she hadn't listened to me. It was right of her, as she clearly knew my exact condition. So there I stayed, helplessly carried by her for an indeterminate period until she finally stopped running, gently setting me down. When I looked at her face, I was utterly stunned. I never expected to see her again, let alone believe she still existed in this world. The name Maya almost slipped out before I could stop myself. She glanced at me upon hearing this, not showing any particular emotion, but instead spoke to me for the first time. "How do you feel now?" I had no idea how to answer her or express my feelings at that moment. "Your body might have experienced severe trauma and is still in a numb state. But don't worry, we're safe now. We've moved far away from those monsters," Maya added immediately. Staring at Maya in front of me, I couldn't utter another word. From the very instant I saw her, a flood of memories surged forth like a gushing fountain. Everything I'd been through coming back at an overwhelming speed that I struggled to process. As time ticked away second by second, memories continued flashing in my mind until the moment when I could finally get up and walk around. That's when the feeling finally eased. Chapter 247, Maya's Rescue. "Who would have thought you're still alive?" I said to Maya again. "I didn't think I'd survive either, and yet here I am, seeing you again," Maya replied. "How did you end up there? And how did you save me?" I blurted out all my questions at once. "That's a long story. It might be hard for me to explain clearly. If we have time, I'll tell you properly," Maya said. "All right, where are we now?" I asked, looking around. "It should be the desert where we first arrived," Maya said. Looking at the surroundings, it all seemed correct. Although I couldn't confirm whether this was the exact desert we had come to at first, the environment unmistakably told us where we were. "So, does that mean we've escaped the Queen's control?" I asked. "Perhaps. Now, it seems our task is figuring out how to leave this desert," Maya said while gently caressing the silver axe. "Looks like you've taken good care of my silver axe," Maya said with a smile. This was the first time she had smiled at me since we met again. I responded bitterly. "This time, I'll return it to its rightful owner." At this moment, Maya looked up at the sky and said, "It seems night is falling. We should find a place to sleep. Can you walk on your own? I don't want to carry you anymore." With that, she stood up and made a walking motion. I also stood up and found that I could move freely now, with no apparent issues with my body. Maya and I continued forward. Neither of us knew how long we would walk or where we were heading until the sky turned completely dark. Then, we finally saw an area formed by a pile of enormous boulders. "It looks like we'll spend the night here," I said. Maya looked around and pointed to a huge rock not far from us. "Let's go there," she said. The place she indicated was a massive rock with a stone hollow large enough to accommodate both of us, similar to a shallow cave. Maya and I crawled inside, then leaned against the stone walls on either side. I looked up at the sky through the gap above. Against the black canvas of the night, several bright stars twinkled, and occasionally, one or two shooting stars streaked across the heavens. Watching these, I felt my entire body begin to relax. Reflecting on what had just happened, and everything I'd experienced here gave me a surreal, dreamlike feeling. Or maybe it was because I was too tired, I gradually drifted off to sleep. Huge waves crashed against the hull of the ship, their frothy spray pounding terrifyingly on the wooden deck with a plop-plop sound. A magician cloaked in black sat quietly inside the cramped cabin. Opposite him was another person, a child of about 12 years old. The child wore a gray coarse linen shirt and open-toed sandals, his pants riddled with holes of various sizes. He appeared like a little beggar. The magician, having traveled extensively, had seen countless children like him, but this one was different. He held a flute in his hand. The magician could clearly see that this was not an ordinary flute. It was made of special wood. "Is that a red sandalwood flute?" the magician suddenly asked the child. The child evidently hadn't expected the magician to speak to him directly, and for a moment he was at a loss. Quickly regaining composure, he straightened up and replied, "Yes, it was left to me by my father." "How old are you?" 12. "Why are you on this ship? Where are you going?" The child stared silently at the magician without answering. The magician noticed the child beginning to tremble as the sea spray from the monstrous waves seeped in through cracks in the ship. Gently, the magician waved his right hand, and immediately a palm-sized glowing point appeared in front of him. Initially silver-white, it soon turned fire-red and slowly drifted between the magician and the child, radiating warm red light outward. The child stared intently at this strange object, his eyes never leaving it. Gradually, he felt less cold, and his body began to warm up. At this moment, the child raised the flute and began to play. A series of melodious notes reached the magician's ears. Listening to the tune, the magician slowly closed his eyes, savoring the beautiful music brought to him by the child. "Who taught you to play this?" the magician asked, still with his eyes closed. I made it myself," the child replied shyly. Upon hearing that the music was created by the child himself, the magician immediately opened his eyes and began to examine the unassuming child in front of him more carefully. "Does this tune have a name?" the magician asked. "Night Song," the child replied. "Oh, why is it called that?" Before the magician could finish his question, the entire cabin suddenly tilted over. Both the magician and the child were caught off guard and fell inside the cabin. However, the magician's reflexes were quick, and he instantly extended a hand, conjuring up an orb-like bubble that enveloped the child entirely. Just as the child was enclosed in the bubble, a massive wave surged into the cabin. The magician and the child, who was inside the bubble, were instantly engulfed in the water. The magician intended to conjure another bubble for himself, but at that moment, he noticed something moving in the waves. He immediately recognized what it was, a sea soul beast. Before the magician could cast another spell, the sea soul beast charged toward him. Layer upon layer of waves crashed against the beach, scattering countless stones of various sizes across the shore. A figure suddenly appeared on the beach. It was tall but bent and twisted, like a shuffling old man. It roamed the beach in search of something. Its body was gaunt, with gray dry skin tightly adhering to its frame. It was so emaciated that one could count its ribs from the side. It had a head resembling a wolf, and its hands and feet were similar to a wolf's as well. However, it was not a werewolf, but a voracious one. Some races also called them young wolves. Clearly, this young wolf stood taller than most of its kind, even though it was as thin as a skeleton. Suddenly, it seemed to have spotted something good and immediately sprinted toward it with all its might. When it reached the spot, it saw a child lying unconscious before it. Whether dead or fainted, it didn't matter, for this would be enough for the young wolf to enjoy a full meal. Layer upon layer of waves crashed against the beach, while the young wolf greedily gnawed on the child's body, muttering, "Not enough, not enough, I want to eat more." At a nearby position, another person gradually woke up from their faint. "It's so cold," was his first feeling. Next, he lightly waved his hand, and warmth quickly spread throughout his body. He stood up and cautiously looked around. This place seemed to be a small island. He had never been here before and had never seen an island resembling this one. As he was pondering about where he was, he suddenly spotted something and immediately rushed toward it, wildly flailing his arms. Instantly, a black orb formed between his hands and shot toward the young wolf that was feasting on the child. Before the young wolf could react, it was obliterated by the black orb, scattering chunks of meat all around, forming an irregular circle. The magician soon arrived at the center of this circle, gazing at the child's remains that had been devoured beyond recognition on the beach. Rage almost consumed him, and two larger black orbs unconsciously formed in his hands. After a long while, these black orbs slowly diminished until they completely disappeared. At this moment, the magician noticed a flute still standing upright in the spot where the waves lapped against the boy's hand. Clenching his fists, he bent down and pulled the flute out. As soon as he did, he heard a distant voice calling from somewhere deep within the island, faint but discernible. Straining his ears further, he finally understood what was being called. It was his own name. He had been traveling on a merchant ship, but he never expected it to be capsized by the waves before reaching its destination. Following the direction of the voice, the magician soon arrived at the entrance of a cave. This was an enormous stone cave, dark and unfathomably deep. The magician felt no fear in this situation. Having undoubtedly experienced great challenges, nothing could truly frighten him, nor was there anything that he couldn't handle. After hesitating for only a moment, he stepped into the cave. Once inside, the voice calling him became crystal clear, and he could now distinctly hear what it was saying. However, he wasn't yet interested in deciphering these sounds. Instead, he moved swiftly toward the depths of the cave. As he passed through, his magic illuminated everything, making it so bright that even the veins in the rocks on the cave walls were clearly visible. The magician walked faster and faster. Suddenly, a green glow emerged from his side, like a sharp sword piercing directly towards his throat. The magician immediately stopped, taking a small step backward to effortlessly evade the attack of the green light. It narrowly missed his throat, but the magician showed no concern, as if he had already anticipated some discomfort would arise here. Soon, he ventured deeper into the cave and entered a vast space. Its size caught him by surprise, as he had been walking through narrow passages all this time. Now, the entire space was unimaginably huge and empty. Chapter 248, The Appearance of the Dragon Rider. The magician saw that directly in front of him, within the vast space, there was a huge horizontal stone staircase placed. Standing atop that staircase was a person, and the magician immediately knew that the voice had come from her. At this moment, the magician waved his wand, and the entire open area instantly became brightly lit. The magician looked at the person in front of him, and upon seeing their back, his mouth almost dropped open, leaving him completely speechless. That person slowly turned around and said to the magician, "Hello there, old friend." A memory was interrupted by an urgent chime, and Iligu abruptly opened his eyes. Nearby, Kabu was shaking him with urgency, shouting, "Wake up! Wake up! Something's happened." Iligu quickly became more alert after Kabu's shaking. In that instant, several female warriors clad in armor rapidly approached the cage where Iligu and Kabu were held. They rushed to the cage and told the three people inside, "You'd better keep it down, or else." Before they could finish their sentence, the trio, Iligu, Kabu, and Alantes, heard an unbearably shrill cry. That sound was all too familiar, as for a while, they had often heard it. This cry drew closer and closer until they saw large black shadows circling in the sky. The nearby female warriors looked up at those shadows in terror. Kabu, Alantes, and Iligu were locked in an iron-barred cage, which wasn't very large but was enough to confine them tightly. Meanwhile, the prisoner carriage holding them had stopped, not out of choice, but because the group guarding them was under attack by unknown creatures. Those so-called creatures were fully known to the three in the cage. Around the cage, cries of alarm and panic filled the air. Even though these people were experienced female warriors, they still lost all composure in such a situation, unable to handle it effectively. For what they faced weren't ordinary monsters, so much so that calling them monsters would be insufficient. They were far more terrifying and fearsome. The three inside the cage watched in unison as immense black shadows flew overhead, knowing deep down something even worse was coming. Suddenly, a colossal dragon covered in green scales the size of human palms landed before the female warriors. One of the female warriors was riding some unidentifiable creature, stationed directly opposite the giant dragon. Clearly, she was utterly dumbfounded by the enormous beast before her. "Run!" Another female warrior shouted loudly at her. It was already useless, as the rider and her mount hadn't even moved when suddenly they were engulfed in a fireball. Instantly, both the rider and her animal became a massive flame sphere. Upon seeing this, the other female warriors stared wide-eyed, with some even forgetting to flee. "How did they come?" Kabu asked Alantes from inside the cage. "I don't know, but it seems like we've drawn them here," Alantes speculated. "We led them here?" Kabu appeared skeptical of Alantes' guess. "What should we do now?" Kabu asked nervously. "There's nothing we can do now, stuck in this cage," Alantes replied. "Magician, figure something out," Kabu urged anxiously. At this point, Iligu shook his head and said, "I've used up all my magic power. I'm just an ordinary person now." "What? This?" Kabu looked shocked after hearing this. "What we need to do now is make sure we don't create any unnecessary commotion to avoid disturbing these dragon people," Alantes offered another suggestion. Upon hearing this, Kabu immediately closed his mouth because he didn't want to end up roasted like that female warrior. It was clear that the previous warrior was burned to death by the flames spewed from the dragon's mouth, and there were many dragons now flying in the sky. Although their numbers were not too high, in such a tense situation, neither Kabu nor his companions could count them. Meanwhile, Alantes noticed someone particularly stand out among the many flying dragon riders, as the rest of the riders wore green armor, while this one wore purple armor. Judging by the figure, it was evidently a woman due to her distinctly feminine features. "Look, the leader seems to be a woman." Kabu also seemed to have noticed this. Alantes nodded to Kabu in agreement, but he didn't say a word. Then he glanced at Iligu, who had been silent the entire time beside them. Iligu seemed uninterested in everything that was happening here, as if danger meant nothing to him. "What are you thinking about?" Kabu gently patted Iligu's shoulder. "I'm thinking about how we can get out of here." Iligu pointed to a sharp sword not far outside the cage. "It's a sword." Kabu's face lit up with excitement after seeing it. "Can you reach it?" Iligu asked Kabu. Kabu made some gestures inside the cage, realizing his arms weren't long enough, but still decided to give it a try. As he prepared to stretch out his hand for the sword, Alantes suddenly pulled Kabu back. Then all three heard a loud metallic clang. Their cage appeared to have been lifted by something and was suddenly raised off the ground. "We've been captured by those dragons," Kabu shouted loudly to the two others nearby. At this moment, Alantes seemed much calmer than Kabu. He quickly looked around and indeed, as Kabu had said, their cage had been picked up by the claw of a giant dragon. However, the cage wasn't very high off the ground yet. Alantes kicked forcefully against the iron bars on the side of the cage. Perhaps due to the forcefulness of the dragon grabbing it, the structure of the cage had become loose. After Alantes gave a few strong kicks, a clear sound of metal breaking could be heard. One of the iron bars broke open into a small-sized hole. Although the hole wasn't large, it was big enough for the three of them to jump out. "Hurry up, jump!" Alantes shouted loudly to the other two. Next came the sounds of Alantes jumping out from the cage, followed by Kabu and then Iligu. Because everything happened so abruptly, none of them even exchanged any words as they tumbled onto the sandy ground together. Afterwards, the three shakily stood up from the soft sand, and despite its cushioning effect, they started running frantically. At this point, Allantes noticed several mounts left by the female warriors right ahead of them. While running, he shouted to Kaboo and Iligo, "Let's ride these things. Otherwise, there's no way we can run fast or far enough." All right. Amidst the commotion, Allantes couldn't tell who answered, but now there wasn't time to care. The three quickly dashed towards the abandoned mounts. With identical motions, they leapt aboard simultaneously. The creatures, stimulated somehow, immediately began galloping furiously in one direction. Even though it was the first time for the three to ride such beasts, and they didn't even know what these creatures were called, they quickly mastered the skills and began following the direction the female warriors had fled earlier. Just at this moment, a huge flying dragon landed behind them. A person dressed in purple armor leaped down from it, the same female dragon rider Allantes had mentioned before. "Your Highness, they've fled to the east." Another dragon rider also landed beside her and reported. "Do we need to?" Before this person could finish speaking, the woman waved her hand, signaling for silence. The dragon rider immediately shut his mouth upon seeing the motion from His Majesty. "Let them run. We'll just observe where exactly they're heading," His Majesty said. "Then should we follow them now?" the dragon rider asked again. "Not yet. We have all the time in the world to play with them," His Majesty replied. At the same time His Majesty was speaking, several dragon riders also landed beside them. A few male dragon clan members jumped down from their dragons and walked over to His Majesty. They watched the distant figures escaping, while the cold look in their eyes chilled anyone who saw them. They seemed like demons ready to devour everything. By now, the female warriors and the three men were already far away from the sight of the dragon riders. "They don't seem to be chasing us." Kaboo looked back at the vast desert and said, "They're riding flying dragons. Even if we manage to pull ahead a bit, they'll catch up easily. So they're in no hurry at all." Allantes thought quickly and guessed the intentions of the dragon clan correctly. However, all they could do now was keep sprinting frantically. Soon, they found themselves following the female warriors to a high point overlooking a massive city. From there, they could get a full view of the entire city. It was an enormous city that seemed endless, even though they were in a position much higher up. Chapter 249, Sandstorm City. "How can there be a city here?" Cab asked in surprise. "Perhaps this is the place those female warriors wanted to send us to," Allantes said. "So where are we now?" Cab asked again. Cab had not expected an answer to his question, but Night Song suddenly replied, "Sandstorm City." After Night Song finished speaking, Cab and Allantes involuntarily looked at him. "How do you know? Have you been here before?" Cab asked in astonishment. "We'd better hurry. They'll catch up soon," Night Song said. It was obviously correct even if Night Song had just explained everything about this place. After a long while, it seemed that the Sandstorm City he mentioned was right before their eyes, but they still rode their unnamed mounts for a long time, until finally arriving with the female warriors who were fleeing for their lives as well, reaching the city gate of Sandstorm City. "Hurry! Open the gate!" The female warriors shouted loudly to the people inside. Soon, a massive bronze door opened, and a large number of female warriors walked out. Each one was fully armed, and from their expressions, it was clear that they were on guard against something. Of course, from the perspective of these three men, these warriors were guarding against those dragon riders. "Why are you bringing three men?" one female warrior said as she drew her sword from her waist. The others who came out also drew their swords and pointed them toward the direction of the three men. At this point, they realized that these women were not guarding against the dragon riders, but rather guarding against them. Clearly, these three men could no longer put up any resistance, as they were completely surrounded by these female warriors. However, the first female warrior immediately added, "Our current danger isn't them." "What is it then?" a female warrior who had come out from the city asked. "I don't know what it is. We've never seen anything like it," the female warrior answered. "What exactly did you see?" At this moment, a female warrior walked toward our direction, but it was obvious that she was different from the others. She was a warrior clad in white armor, wearing a white helmet. All the other female warriors wore beige armor, and none of them wore helmets. Therefore, her appearance stood out among them. When Allantes and the other two saw her, they knew immediately that she must be a leader here. "We don't know. We've never seen it before," another female warrior replied. "What about you? Do you know?" She suddenly turned her gaze toward Cab's direction. "We know what it is," Allantes abruptly said. Cab had been contemplating whether or not to tell them, but Allantes immediately answered her question. "You know?" The surrounding group of female warriors all looked at them in amazement. "Then tell me, what are those things?" the leading female warrior asked. "They're dragon clan members," Allantes said. Upon hearing the news from Allantes, the female leader's face immediately changed. "Are you sure?" she quickly questioned anxiously. "Yes," Allantes said. "What are you talking about? What dragon clan? It's probably just some nonsense they're making up. The dragon clan wasn't always just a legend? If the dragon clan really existed, why have we not seen them in all these years? Nonsense. I think we should just kill them." One by one, the female warriors nearby spoke contemptuously towards the three of them. "That's enough. All of you shut your mouths." The lead female warrior immediately stopped their murmurs. The female warriors immediately looked toward the direction of the leader. Now, her face was filled with horror as she gazed at the three of them. "Why would they come here?" the lead woman asked. "There's no way you wouldn't know. After you showed up, they appeared too," the lead woman immediately countered. "Leia Degra, do you really mean there are people from the dragon clan?" A female warrior beside Leia still eyed her suspiciously. "I can't explain more right now. There's no time. Where are they now?" Leia asked Allantes. "We're not sure, but they don't seem to be chasing us anymore," Allantes replied. "Everyone, back into the city. A great battle is about to begin." Leia shouted to those around her. Just at this moment, before everyone had the chance to enter the city, a patch of black cloud suddenly appeared directly in front of the city. The female warrior who was on guard atop the city wall obviously noticed it, as well, and immediately blew the horn. That is the horn of crisis, Leia immediately said to the people around her. Everyone standing in front of the city gate turned back to look, only to see a mass of blackness resembling floating clouds drifting toward the city. Everyone retreat into the city, Leia immediately ordered. Alanthes, Cab, and Night Song clearly also understood the gravity of the situation, so they immediately followed the group of female warriors into the city. However, just as they entered, a huge green flying dragon swooped over their heads in the sky, and the citizens who saw this scene were instantly shocked. Some who hadn't seen it clearly curiously looked up to the sky. Hurry up and run, Alanthes shouted to those looking upward beside him, but it was obviously too late, because another giant dragon flew past their heads. Then came the third, fourth, and fifth dragons. When the air was filled with these dragons, suddenly, the female dragon clan member clad in purple armor riding the dragon spewed the first stream of fire. A blazing beam of flame shot toward the group of female warriors watching them, and in an instant, those female warriors were engulfed by the flames. Their unbearable cries of being scorched covered all other sounds nearby. Then, attacks like descending heavenly flames began to shower down upon the city. Numerous fiery beams like snakes of fire fiercely struck the city. The three of them didn't even have time to take in the whole appearance of the city when it instantly became a sea of fire. Now, all they could see were the female warriors loudly shouting and running chaotically everywhere. Countless buildings were consumed by the flames, swallowing countless lives. The three of them could only rush towards areas without flames or where the flames hadn't burned too severely yet. Soon, a broad road appeared in front of them. There weren't many buildings around here, which relatively reduced the scorching heat from the burning. At this moment, the three of them spotted the female warrior in white armor. She was commanding the female warriors around her to evacuate, seemingly knowing that they couldn't hold their ground here any longer. Actually, they barely had any resistance anyway. These dragon riders launched their attack on the city like lightning and held the high ground. Even if the defensive facilities here were good, they couldn't withstand such fierce assaults. The entire city seemed to ignite instantly, leaving no room for counterattacks. Leia Degra, the female leader, quickly organized a team. Of course, this wasn't a team meant to retaliate against the dragon clan in the skies, but rather a rescue team. They began saving whoever still survived. Under these circumstances, almost no one could be saved. Yet Leia continued persistently searching for survivors in every possible place to evade the flames. When Alanthes and the others reached her side, Leia was already utterly exhausted, despite the dragon clan having been in the city for less than half a gore, about an hour. Is there anything we can help you with? Alanthes supported Leia and asked. Seeing Alanthes and the others run to her location, Leia glared at them in uncontrollable anger, but now lacked the strength to fight or argue. She said to Alanthes beside her, run towards the skybridge direction, and keep running without stopping. Chapter 250, The Blaze Burns the City. Alanthes looked at the direction that Leia had pointed to. It was the end of this broad road, and it seemed that as long as they ran to the end of this road, they could escape from the city. At this moment, there were already a large number of female warriors running in that direction. Some had been burned by the flames, and some were injured during their run as burning houses collapsed around them. But no matter how badly they were hurt, they had only one goal, to escape from here. Alanthes said nothing, immediately carrying Leia on his back and running towards the end of the road, with Cab and xiuxian following behind him. At this moment, a huge flying dragon rider descended from the sky and instantly landed right in the middle of the road where they were escaping, completely blocking their escape route. The female warriors saw their escape route blocked, so they all drew their weapons from their waists and rushed towards the giant dragon. However, the dragon slowly opened its mouth and a ball of flame spewed out from its throat, hitting the bodies of those female warriors, instantly burning them to ashes. The three of them watched everything unfold before their eyes, and even Leia could only shout in anger because her body was still weak and unable to move. Alanthes glanced around at the surroundings, and the female warriors nearby also stopped in their tracks. They all drew their weapons from their waists, seemingly ready to fight the dragon before them in a final battle. Just then, the dragon rider atop the dragon was about to command the dragon to spew fire again towards these people. But unexpectedly, an incredibly sharp battle axe had already split the chest of the dragon rider. Everything happened too suddenly, giving almost no time for reaction. The dragon rider fell directly off the dragon's back, the battle axe embedded deeply into its chest. At this moment, many people turned back to look, hearing Cab immediately shouting loudly, "It's Momoki and Maya." Hearing this, Alanthes quickly turned back and saw us and Maya rapidly running towards their position. When I reached beside Alanthes, I didn't stop, but simply glanced at him, then directly ran toward the spot where the dragon rider had fallen. The dragon, without its rider commanding it anymore, flew away on its own. I pulled the battle axe embedded in the dragon rider's chest out and shouted to the people behind me. "We must run. Leave here as soon as possible." In the sky above, numerous dragon riders riding on giant dragons hovered overhead. They continuously controlled their dragons, burning the entire city. We hurried along the road ahead. Along the way, we saw houses burned to ruins on all sides, and with every gentle breeze, we were surrounded by heavy smoke and the strong smell of scorched materials. Perhaps due to our excessive speed, we began to consume a great deal of physical energy. On top of that, we inhaled a lot of ash from the fires, causing violent coughing among us. Alanthes carried Leia, who was still semi-unconscious, while I and Maya cleared the way in front. Soon enough, we saw a massive stone gate ahead of us. This might be the exit gate of the city. Look, there's a stone gate. Cab excitedly said upon seeing it. The gate was already severely damaged, and we didn't need to worry whether the gate would open for us or not since the entire gate was burned with a massive hole. As several of us were about to rush through the gate, suddenly a huge black shadow appeared in the sky. In an instant, it descended right in front of the gate, completely blocking our way forward. It's a dragon rider. Alontes pointed at the figure in front of us and stated. By now, I already had the silver battle axe in my hand. I glanced at Maya beside me. She hadn't spoken a word since we arrived here. I looked at her, and I saw she returned my gaze. Then both of us drew our weapons and rushed towards the dragon rider. Cab instinctively wanted to join us, but Igasong pulled him back just in time. Cab turned to see him and heard Igasong say, they too should be able to handle it. Our task now is to protect the rest of the people to escape. Perhaps Kapu felt that the logic of Ji's words was solid, so he didn't rush up. At this point, Maya and I had already rushed to the face of the giant dragon. The dragon instantly opened its huge mouth. I could see clearly as a fiery ball erupted from it. But Maya seemed entirely unfazed, raising her sword as she charged toward where the dragon's flames were spewing. I wanted to call out another warning to Maya, but a distance had already opened between us. Suddenly, I saw the fiery breath impact directly against Maya's sword, turning it instantly to ashes. Realizing this, I bolted toward Maya and tackled her to the ground just in time. The instant the dragon unleashed another burst of flame, almost instinctively, I held my battle axe horizontally in front of me. In a flash, when the fire touched the battle axe, Maya and I both felt a sudden cold current washing over us, as if the entire fiery torrent completely enveloped us. However, once the dragon's flame dissipated, Maya and I found ourselves unhurt on the ground, our clothes untouched by the slightest damage. Regaining myself at that moment, I noticed the dragon rider trying to adjust the position of his mount. With a mighty leap, I surged forward, wielding my battle axe as I cleaved down toward the rider. Perhaps my jump wasn't high enough, but my axe merely grazed the chest of the rider as I arced through the air. Now the dragon rider also pulled a massive heavy blade from his waist and swung it fiercely toward my throat. But I had already jumped over him, making his attack miss. Spinning around, I struck at the dragon rider's back with my axe, causing the rider to fall to the ground. Seizing the opportunity, I reversed my grip on my battle axe and brought it crashing down onto the rider's head. Effortlessly, I decapitated him, watching as his corpse fell lifeless to the earth. As the slain dragon rider disappeared from view, the dragon immediately flew away. Glancing at the dead body, I shouted loudly to those behind. Let's go. We don't have any time. They'll come back. Then our group left this city which had been burned to cinders. A large number of female warriors also escaped with us, and we ran frantically ahead since we did not know when the dragon riders might catch up to us. We hardly rested at all until we reached a place filled with yellow mist and stopped. What is that? Cab pointed at the yellow mist ahead and asked beside me. Sandstorm. It's a sandstorm. Leia on Alante's back said weakly. Sandstorm? What do we do now? Cab looked anxiously at Leia on Alante's back and asked. We'll see what others will do, I said to the people around me, pointing at the group of female warriors. But that group of female warriors did not seem fazed by the approaching sandstorm. Without hesitation, they ran straight into it. Watching their actions, we realized we could only follow them inside the sandstorm, too. Each of us wrapped our faces with cloth to prevent the sand from being blown into our eyes. Expecting the worst, we prepared for the full brunt of the sandstorm. Yet surprisingly, nothing we imagined occurred after entering. What's going on? Maya also felt curious. This seems more bearable than where we were before, Kapu said. Although it's called a sandstorm, it's actually just an isolation zone, Leia on Alante's back explained. Isolation zone? What does it isolate? I turned around curiously and asked. You'll find out soon, Leia replied. As she spoke, we had already emerged from the sandstorm region, only to be confronted with a scene completely unexpected by us. Chapter 251, The Red Dragon's Rescue. It was an incredibly astonishing bridge. Yes, right before our eyes appeared a bridge. What we didn't expect was that this bridge actually spanned across an unfathomably deep cliff. Beneath the cliff was a region shrouded in mist, its depth unknown. Is this the bridge you spoke of? Kabu turned around and asked Leia. Leia seemed to have regained some strength and had already dismounted from Aaron's back. However, she still walked unsteadily. She approached the start of the bridge and said, Our only option now is to cross this bridge. I looked at the others beside me. They seemed to have no constructive suggestions for me. Meanwhile, the female warriors from the Celestial Women's Kingdom had already begun crossing the bridge and running forward. Let's go, I said to the people beside me. We also climbed onto the bridge with the large group of female warriors. Only after stepping on it did I realize how massive the bridge was. Although I couldn't see the entire length of the bridge, I could guess its grandeur from its width. Moreover, the construction material of this bridge was something I had never seen before. It was made of a semi-transparent crystal, or rather, a stone material similar to crystal. I could even see the scenery below through the part one stepped on. I also estimated that the width of the entire bridge was nearly 50 people wide, meaning this bridge could accommodate 50 people walking shoulder to shoulder. In my view, this was almost a miracle, even though I had already witnessed too many miracles along the way. Just as we were trying our best to cross the bridge, an unbearably sharp sound suddenly came into our ears. What is that sound? A female warrior who had been running ahead asked. It's the dragon race. They've caught up, Leia replied. Right after she finished speaking, we saw a red fire snake suddenly appear behind us. descending from the sky and instantly burning the area behind us into a sea of fire. They have started attacking us. Kaboo immediately shouted loudly. Run, run quickly, don't look back. Aaron's shouted loudly to those nearby. Whether or not those nearby heard his warning, everyone ran desperately toward the front. We several individuals kept running forward without looking back, only to find the group of female warriors running ahead suddenly turning around to run back toward us. What's wrong? Before Kaboo could finish asking, a huge dragon rider suddenly appeared in the air in front of us. They've cut off our path, Leia told us. At this moment, I saw some of the female warriors drawing their weapons and rushing toward the dragon rider in the air. I knew clearly that even if they rushed ahead, they would not be able to kill him. They were just marching to their deaths. But given the current situation, we had no other options. Whether moving forward or backward, we would encounter blockades by the dragon riders. Rather than retreating, it might be more worthwhile to make a bold move forward. With that thought, I had already lifted the silver axe in my hand, originally wanting to call Maya and Arentz, who were nearby, to rush together. But before I could shout out to them, I saw them already charging toward the direction of the dragon rider. I immediately followed them in the charge. At that moment, the dragon rider blocking our way had already made the giant dragon spew out a fire snake. A thick and long fire snake shot out from the throat of the giant dragon, and the group of female warriors rushing in front of us were immediately engulfed in flames. But the women warriors rushing ahead showed no intention of retreating. They were loudly shouting something. Because their shouts were too loud and chaotic, I couldn't make out what they were saying, but there was one thing I could guess. They must have been trying to boost their morale for this attack. Despite their extraordinary courage, soon a fire snake engulfed them inside. All we could hear next was their cries of agony being burned alive in the flames, which were so heart-rending and filled with unbearable pain. At this time, the dragon rider flew higher on his dragon, while our position happened to be right within its attack range. Oh no! Aaron shouted to the people nearby. Hurry, scatter, scatter! I shouted loudly as well. Just as we were about to be burned by the dragon rider's flames, I saw a black object appear from the front of the bridge. It was a slender object that looked like an arrow. When the object landed on the dragon rider, I became certain of my guess. The moment the dragon rider fell in front of us after being pierced through the chest, I clearly saw the full size of the arrow. This arrow could be described as a giant bow and arrow. It was as thick and long as an arm and as tall as a person. Shot from far away, it precisely pierced through the chest of the dragon rider. As we observed the dead dragon rider, another arrow came flying from afar. This time, its target was the neck of the giant dragon. In an instant, the neck of the dragon was pierced through, and dragon blood immediately splattered out. Without any warning, the entire dragon fell toward our position. Just before this falling dragon was about to crush us into a pulp, I suddenly noticed a huge shadow appearing in front of me. Although it flashed past quickly, I could still make out the shape. It was another dragon. Only this one had a fiery red body. At this very moment, I immediately realized something and shouted loudly to the people nearby. It's the red dragon. He's still alive. Of course, Maya, who had been beside me all along, also saw the reappearance of the red dragon. Clearly, she was as shocked as we were because we had thought since arriving at the celestial women's kingdom that the red dragon had already died. Its sudden reappearance left us all astonished. Although his appearance was unexpected, the red dragon inadvertently saved all of us this time. By biting down on the falling dragon's neck, he lifted it up effortlessly, dragging the dead dragon into the clouds. Everyone standing on the bridge watched in stunned silence. Almost everyone was completely transfixed by the scene. After a long while, we finally recovered. Maya immediately moved to chase after the direction the red dragon flew, but I stopped her right away. I told her that pursuing the red dragon now would be meaningless. Even if she caught up with him, with her current strength, she wouldn't be able to fully kill him. Our only way forward was to leave here and go somewhere safer. Moreover, I already knew how to kill the red dragon. After hearing my words, Maya obviously disagreed with my decision not to chase the red dragon, but when she learned that I already had a plan for killing it, she immediately asked what it was. However, given that we hadn't completely escaped danger yet, I didn't tell her much more than saying we should discuss it once we reached a safe place. Even though Maya was reluctant, she couldn't deny the logic in my argument, so we continued running with the group of female warriors toward the front of the bridge. Due to the red dragon's sudden appearance, it entirely disrupted the attack plans of the group of dragon riders. Originally, they planned to exterminate all of us survivors on the bridge, but the red dragon's appearance forced them to retreat temporarily to avoid his attack, giving us ample time to escape. Soon, our group arrived at the end of the bridge. We've arrived at the central area of the celestial women's kingdom, Leia told us. Looking at the city ahead of us, it was a particularly unique city. The entire city stood before us like a giant fortress. I could even see every room, every window, and every street in such vivid clarity that it felt like everything was imprinted in my mind. Let's keep moving, Leia urged when she noticed us slowing down. Only then did we quicken our pace again, soon leaving the bridge behind. At this moment, a large, arched gate made of a special material slowly opened before us, and soon a large number of fully armed female warriors marched out in formation, their eyes all focused intently on our direction. What happened over there? A female warrior who appeared to be the leader asked Leia. We encountered an attack from the dragon race. Sandstorm City has been completely destroyed by the dragons, Leia said helplessly. What? Sandstorm City has been destroyed? Apparently, the female warrior couldn't believe what Leia was saying. Why would the dragon race suddenly attack us? The leader followed up. I think you'll need to ask these outsiders that question, Leia said, pointing at us. At this moment, A group of female warriors had already tightly gripped their sharp swords and surrounded us. Disarm them and tie them all up. The leader pointed at us angrily. Our current situation naturally didn't need to be explained further. There was no way we could resist. Moreover, the dragon race was still chasing us from behind, though we weren't even sure if they were indeed pursuing us. Without much resistance, we threw our weapons to the ground and were escorted by dozens of female warriors toward what they called Sky City. Along the way, our eyes were blindfolded with black cloth, obviously so that we wouldn't see the route into the city. Thus, even if we escaped where we were held, it would be impossible to escape the entire city. Soon, we were brought to an open area. Although I couldn't see the whole scene, I could still listen carefully to the surroundings. Since our footsteps were very loud and produced a clear echo, I could determine that we must have been in an open area, perhaps a square or inside a very large palace. My guess leaned more toward the latter. We were now walking inside a massive and spacious palace. Stop! The leader's voice reached my ears. I only heard Kabu let out an unwilling groan behind me. Before I could understand what happened, something heavy like wood struck my knee, and I fell to my knees without warning. Once I knelt down, I realized that I was kneeling on something soft, like a carpet. But since we'd been walking on stone-paved roads the entire way, it was clear that we were now at the end of this place. In a while, you will truthfully answer the questions. If not, you will die immediately, the leader said to us. As she spoke, she drew her sharp sword and placed it against my neck. I could perfectly feel the sharp blade carrying icy coldness rushing toward me, and it was evident the others felt the same as well. At this moment, a melodious horn sound came close to our ears. Though the horn sound wasn't loud, it was extremely piercing in this open space. It was a horn sound that I had never heard before, and I couldn't judge its meaning from the tone. I then heard someone walking, although I felt that person was very far away, possibly not even in the same room. Greetings, Your Majesty, the leader immediately said. At this moment, I could feel that the dozens of female warriors escorting us all half knelt down, and the sword pressed against my neck was withdrawn. I didn't hear the queen speaking, but instead heard the sounds of the surrounding female warriors standing back up. Your Majesty, we encountered a sudden attack from the dragon race in Sandstorm City. Leia walked to a staircase in front of us, crossed her hands over her chest, bowed her head respectfully, and reported. After Leia finished speaking, a long silence followed. I thought the queen might not be present until suddenly, a distant and yet incredibly beautiful female voice asked, "Why did the dragon race suddenly attack us?" Your Majesty, we're unclear about this, but it may be related to these outsiders, Leia said while redirecting the conversation to us. We remained kneeling on the ground, though there was a carpet under us. As time went on, we started to feel the pain in our knees. After a long pause, the queen finally spoke again. Then who exactly are they? We're not entirely sure, but we can confirm one was once a mage, another seems to have the bloodline of the giant race, and 3 others remain unknown to us. Leia gave a brief introduction. Magician. Upon hearing this name, the queen seemed slightly interested. This time, she didn't wait long to respond but quickly asked, "What is your name?" The queen questioned the magician. At this point, a female warrior seemed to strike the magician's neck hard. I heard him groan and immediately say, "Night Song. How dare you lie in front of Her Majesty the Queen?" A female warrior wanted to hit the magician again, but was stopped by someone. "This probably isn't your real name, is it?" the queen asked. "It counts, because I've completely forgotten everything about my past, including my real name," the magician replied. "Amnesia." The queen hesitated for a moment, seemingly finding it amusing. "He is telling the truth," I immediately added. After I said this, I immediately felt a heavy blow to my neck, and my whole upper body sank down. "The queen did not ask you a question, so you'd better keep quiet," one of the female warriors nearby warned me in a low voice. "Oh, so it seems you are the leader of your group?" The queen seemed to shift her attention back to me. "Your Majesty, we unintentionally trespassed into your country out of desperation. Please forgive us." I wanted to lift my body to speak, but the spot that had been struck was too painful for me to straighten up. "So you're the ones who brought the dragon race here as well?" There seemed to be a slight change in the queen's tone, but I couldn't detect any emotion from it. Chapter 252, The Sky City. Perhaps their appearance has nothing to do with us. I could only answer this way, as the sudden appearance of the dragon people left us unable to fully confirm whether it was indeed related to us. If we were to admit rashly, perhaps we would immediately die here. "So you also know about the dragon people?" asked the queen. Apparently, this queen began wanting to understand everything that we knew. However, because we have experienced so much, it wasn't possible to completely explain clearly in a moment. I could only reply most simply, "We know some, but not all. Your ability to come here means that you must possess capabilities that others do not," said the queen. I did not understand why the queen was saying this. Her statement was like a question, but also not entirely a question. It seemed she very much wanted to know what abilities we had that allowed us to get here. Perhaps even we ourselves do not fully understand what kind of ability it is that enables us to persistently reach here. "But Your Majesty, the dragon people's attack is real, and you are facing true danger." I carefully thought for a moment and said. The reason I responded this way was mainly to shift the focus of the matter to the side of the dragon people. Currently, the dragons were the greatest threat here. I didn't want too many interactions or conversations with the queen either, as one wrong word might result in our immediate death. "It seems you are more concerned about the situation here than me." The queen's words carried a hint of mockery. Upon hearing this response, I realized my answer was completely mistaken. Perhaps the queen didn't care about the threat from the dragon people because this place was her territory, and they had effortlessly killed a giant dragon. Clearly, the dragon people's threat wasn't much to them. All right, one final question. Which race do you belong to? Asked the queen. Human, I answered without hesitation. After I replied, the queen didn't say anything else but fell back into her earlier silence. At this time, I felt the people beside me start to untie the black cloth tied over my eyes. Soon, the black cloth was removed, and only then did I see where I was. When I saw the entire scene around me, I was dumbfounded. The environment I was in was almost exactly what I had guessed. We were indeed inside a colossal hall. Only this hall was far larger than I had imagined, many times so, and the queen sat at a position quite far away from me. Kneeling on the ground, I couldn't clearly see her face, but I could make out that she sat on a large chair, which appeared to be made of something resembling crystal. Since the distance was too great, I could only barely see these details. What stunned me even more was the fact that there was a grand staircase in front of the queen's position. The staircase consisted of over 500 steps divided into 3 stages. The first stage had approximately 300 steps, the second around 150, and the third roughly 50, arranged from largest to smallest. Besides what I saw, massive columns of various sizes stood around us, almost identical except for slight differences in size. Intricate patterns were carved onto each pillar. Since I was kneeling on the ground, I couldn't entirely discern what these carvings depicted. Not just mine, the black cloths covering the eyes of the rest of the group were also removed, meaning that now we could fully see the general environment here. At this moment, the queen who was far away from us spoke again. Since you have come here, stay for a few days. Before we could respond, the female warrior beside us grabbed us and said, "You may leave now." Next, we were led out of the palace like tethered animals. Moreover, I learned from some passing female warriors that they were apparently preparing for war. It seems their luck isn't bad after all. The queen actually removed their blindfolds. Yes, looks like they're still somewhat useful. The queen wouldn't let anyone casually see the conditions within the grand hall. As we were escorted along, I heard the whispers of the female warriors discussing among themselves. Soon, we were brought to the front of a dungeon cell. All of us were thrown inside in one go. Luckily, the space inside was relatively large, spacious enough to accommodate several more people comfortably. However, the room contained absolutely nothing besides the 4 walls, with a stone-slabbed floor beneath us. What do we do now? Kaboo asked first. Given our current situation, we can only stay here for a few days, Alanthes said. Do you think their earlier conversation implies that there's going to be a big battle with the dragon people? Kaboo seemed to have also overheard the female warrior's words. It's evidently so. Regardless of why these dragon people came here, they certainly don't appear friendly, I said. What if they are really here because of us? Maya, who had been silent all along, asked. In that case, our troubles will only get bigger, Alanthes said. I hope it's not as bad as you say, I replied. As the few of us were discussing this, I noticed that Yilij was sitting in one corner of the room, seemingly uninterested in our conversation. Since he has always been rather quiet ever since joining our group, we've grown accustomed to his reticent personality. Do you have any ideas, Yilij? Kaboo turned to ask Yilij, who was seated nearby. Yilij, hearing Kaboo's question, looked up at the rest of us and said, perhaps we shouldn't worry too much. Why do you say that? Everyone, with puzzled expressions, looked at him and asked. Maybe it has something to do with those dragon people, Yilij said. We glanced at each other after listening to his reply, unsure exactly what he meant. Could you elaborate on that? I asked. There's nothing more to it, just my intuition. Yilij finished and lowered his head again, looking at the ground. Nonsensical, Kaboo commented. Since none of us had any other ideas, and everyone was still alive, we decided to follow Yilij's example and each found a spot to sit down. As my position happened to be close to Maya, I whispered to her. Now you have plenty of time to tell me how you found me, right? Hearing this, Maya straightened herself, cleared her throat, and began recounting everything she experienced alone. Kaboo and Alanthes, sitting beside us, also shifted their attention to Maya. Even Yilij, who had been quietly lowering his head, now lifted it up. I originally thought Maya would tell a convoluted story, but I was completely mistaken. Maya's narration was simple and even rushed, because, contrary to my expectations, she hadn't gone through complicated events. Her description of the entire incident almost immediately commenced. After she told us to leave the cave, she assumed that she was doomed and therefore had no intention to resist further. However, when she took a few steps backward, she felt as though there was a gust of cold wind passing behind her. She wanted to turn around to check where it came from, but at that moment, the snake charm had already darted in front of her. Maya instinctively took a few more steps back, then suddenly lost her footing and fell down. When she woke up later, she didn't know how many days had passed. She only felt very weak physically and sensed that she might have returned to the desert. So you came out like this without knowing how? Kaboo interrupted to ask. Maybe I just had good luck, Maya replied. Maybe that was the exit. We just failed to find it then, I said. She nodded in agreement after hearing that. How did you find me then? I continued to ask. Finding you was just another coincidence, Maya said. At that time, although she had successfully escaped the territory of the snake charm by sheer luck, her body was extremely weak, so she didn't set off immediately. She rested in place for quite some time. Though she had no food, due to minimal physical activity, her strength gradually returned. When she began leaving the desert to look for new routes, she unexpectedly encountered me. After hearing her account, I wasn't sure whether to feel excited or disappointed. On the one hand, I wanted to know what exactly happened to Maya, but on the other hand, I was somewhat let down after hearing her story. Fortunately, Maya was alive and hadn't encountered real danger, and now we've reunited again. A perfectly fine outcome indeed. So how did the two of you end up in the Sandstorm City? Kaboo asked. The circumstances are roughly similar to Maya encountering me. I gave a brief explanation. Kaboo and Alanthes both nodded, expressing relief. At that moment, there was a sudden noise in our ears. I immediately recognized the source. It was where we had passed through the main gate. Apparently, someone at the city's main entrance was blowing a horn, indicating that something had appeared near the city. Could it be? Alanthes stopped halfway. Dragon people. I nodded and added. They have truly pursued us here? Kaboo sounded particularly nervous. Perhaps they won't actually launch an attack here, I said. They will attack here and destroy this place. Yaij suddenly stood up from the ground and said, how can you be so sure? Do you know something that we don't? Kaboo, hearing Yaij's words, looked at him with a face full of shock and asked. It's just my intuition, Yaij replied. I looked at Yaij and knew in my heart that he was no ordinary person. There was definitely more to him than met the eye, though we still didn't know his true identity, because he had been too mysterious throughout our journey. Now that the dragon people have arrived, what are we going to do? Kaboo asked. There's nothing we can do, I said and leaned against the wall. If the dragon people really came for us, would the queen hand us over to them? Kaboo anxiously questioned. No matter what, there's nothing we can do now. Let's rest well while we still have the time. Maybe soon, we won't get the chance to rest anymore, Alanthes said. Chapter 253, The War of the Dragon Clan. Several of us sat on the cold ground, trembling with the chill that permeated our bodies. But for me, at this moment, it was already considered a fairly good treatment. I leaned against the icy wall and looked toward the window in the middle of the prison cell's central wall. That window was only about the size of a dragon's head. As I watched the scene outside, I slowly drifted off into sleep. Perhaps due to the extreme fatigue we had endured over this period, none of us said anything. We just closed our eyes, whether asleep or simply resting. On the other side of the Sky City, the group of dragon people had already begun preparing how to attack here. Those dragon riders transported some gigantic warships from a distant place. They used the claws of dragons to firmly grip both ends of the huge warships, while the warships were crowded with dragon warriors. Soon, one by one, the warships were transported to the land of the kingdom of the Heavenly Maidens. A large number of fully armed dragon warriors set foot onto the territory of the kingdom of the Heavenly Maidens. Each wore hard armor and carried sharp weapons. A large number of dragon warriors gathered no less than 2 kilometers away from the Sky City. On the side of the Sky City, these female warriors did not sit idly by. They had all prepared fully to greet this battle of the skies. Your Highness, our army is completely ready, a member of the Dragon Clan said. I imagine those female warriors of the Heavenly Maiden Kingdom are also ready to face us in battle, the prince said. But even now, their strength isn't enough to match ours, the Dragon Clan person said. Don't underestimate them. Although we've never engaged with them in combat, they're not easy to deal with, the prince said. When will we launch the attack? The Dragon Clan asked. We depart now. Let's take advantage of the dim light and press forward, the prince continued. After speaking, he turned around and leapt onto the back of a giant dragon, then waved to the troops behind him. Behind him, the large number of dragon warriors began organizing their gear. Like a winding snake-like formation, they advanced toward Sky City. At that very moment, we were meditating quietly inside the dungeon when suddenly Leah stormed in with a large group of female warriors. With a single command, we were once again tightly bound and led toward the city gates of Sky City. Where are you taking us? Kaboo asked anxiously. No one answered his question, but I could clearly see the fury in the faces of these female warriors. It seemed something had enraged them greatly. You haven't answered yet. Before Kaboo could finish his sentence again, a slap came down harshly on his left cheek from one of the female warriors. I heard Kaboo let out a wail and then fell silent. Turning back, I saw that Kaboo had been knocked unconscious by the warrior's powerful blow. Several of us were taken together to the gates of Sky City. Upon ascending to the city walls, I widened my eyes to look beyond the gates, seeing countless dark shadows less than 500 meters away. These dark shadows approached like a dense fog, rolling towards our position. What is? Before I could finish my sentence, Leah beside me said, This is the army of the Dragon Clan that you brought upon us. Aren't they just a group of dragon knights? How could there be so many soldiers? Alanthes exclaimed in surprise after seeing the sight. It seems they were transported here, Leah explained. Transported? I didn't quite grasp what she meant at that moment. Do you really not know the geographical location of our country? A somewhat familiar voice came from behind me. I turned around and saw the female leader we met during our first encounter walking towards me. She wore a light blue armor this time and was accompanied by a squad of female warriors. I don't understand what you mean, I replied. She glanced at Leah, who also shook her head. Then she continued. Our country consists of 3 floating continents in the sky. The first place you were in is the first of the 3 continents. We call it the desert zone. The Sky City where you are now is the second continent, known as the central zone. The third continent is the rainforest zone. I suppose you won't have the chance to see it. The female commander looked at me as she spoke. After hearing her explanation, I was almost at a loss for words, because I didn't even know if I should believe what she said. But my rationality told me that everything she said was true. This could fully explain the shock we felt when we saw that sky bridge. It meant that when we crossed it, we were actually walking on a bridge thousands of meters high, or even higher in the sky. And the so-called abyss I saw was in fact an open sky stretching upward into the clouds. On Alanthes and Maya's faces beside me was also written surprise after hearing the female leader's description. By the way, I forgot to introduce myself. I am Boyka Degacula, she said. So what do you intend to make us do now? Are you planning to hand us over to those dragon people? I asked. If only we could, we would definitely do it this way, thus avoiding the outbreak of war, Boyka said. It's impossible. They didn't come here because of us, Nigesha suddenly said. Hearing Nijesha's response, Boyka looked at him, clearly not expecting such an answer from Nijesha. Why do you say that? Do you know something? Boyka glared at him. Nothing. Just an intuition, Nijesha replied. Intuition. General, look, those people have stopped. At this moment Leah pointed to the group of Dragon Clan soldiers outside the city wall and said. Boyka immediately looked at the army of dragon people outside the city walls. We also noticed that those Dragon Clan members had actually stopped about 300 meters away from the city gate. It seemed as if they had no intention of attacking immediately. Why did they stop? Leah asked with a puzzled expression. Could they be waiting for something? Or perhaps they want us to send them down there. Leah pointed at us. Boyka looked at us, but there was no sign that she intended to hand us over. Instead, she attentively observed the dragon people below the city wall. It looks like they are preparing something, Boyka guessed. Just at this moment, I suddenly saw a black object fly out from among the dragon people. That thing moved extremely fast, heading directly towards our position. What is that thing? One of the female warriors pointed to the object flying towards us. Is it a rock? Leah wondered aloud. Upon hearing that sentence, I immediately knew what it was, so I shouted loudly to them. It's a trebuchet. They are throwing huge stones at us. Hearing my warning, Boyka reacted immediately and shouted, Everyone, lie down. Before she could finish her sentence, the giant black object had already been hurled toward the wall. Everyone get ready to counterattack. Archers prepare. Boyka shouted while lying flat on the ground. That huge stone passed right by our heads. Immediately afterward, it smashed heavily into a house inside the city, causing it to be covered in smoke and dust. Before we could get up again, another large stone flew toward us, hitting a spot very close to us. A few female warriors standing nearby were instantly crushed into mincemeat. Upon seeing this, Boyka quickly stood up, drew her sword from her waist, and directed the mass of archers behind her to shoot arrows toward the outside of the wall. Instantly, arrows rained down like droplets. Since our hands were tied behind our backs, it was very difficult to get up, but we managed to stand up nonetheless. At this time, I finally got a clear view of the situation below the city wall. They've started their attack. Kaboo shouted upon seeing the scene outside the city wall. I immediately looked around. The entire area had already entered a state of full warfare. Numerous female warriors armed with weapons stood on the city walls, and large numbers of archers shot arrows down onto the ground below. At this point, I noticed a sword lying at my feet. I immediately squatted down and picked it up, cutting the rope binding my own hands with the blade turned away from me. Then I cut the ropes off the other individuals. I threw the sword in my hand to Alontes, who after catching it said to us, Let's leave the city wall now. But where can we go? Kaboo asked anxiously. I picked up another sword from the ground and said, The teacher is right. We can only leave here. No matter where we go, let's just leave here first. Just as I finished speaking, another huge rock fell near us. Where should we go? Maya pointed to a nearby watchtower. With that, the few of us dashed frantically toward the watchtower. At this point, outside the city walls, large numbers of Dragon Clan troops had already begun a fierce assault on the wall. They used trebuchets for cover while deploying many siege ladders onto the walls. Soon, some dragon warriors appeared on the walls and engaged in hand-to-hand combat with the female warriors. We took advantage of the brief distraction created by the fight between the women and the Dragon Clan warriors to escape into the watchtower. This was a not-so-large watchtower that barely provided enough space for the likes of us to hide. Having come to the walls without paying much attention to the environment here, we could say that this section of the wall was very high. Indeed, unexpectedly so. The entire wall was built from an extremely hard type of stone, each block rectangular in shape, and I could tell just from looking at the stone style that they were incredibly tough. This is also why the dragon people had been attacking this wall for such a long time without being able to breach it. Moreover, a few small watchtowers stood atop the wall, like the one where we now hid, positioned at various locations along its length. I roughly counted them and figured there were 8 watchtowers set up along the wall. Our current position was the second watchtower from the left end of the wall, where we still considered ourselves relatively safe for the moment. What should we do now? Kaboo asked while crowding inside the watchtower. The only thing we can do now is to leave here immediately, Maya said. No, given our situation right now, leaving here immediately is impossible, Alante said after assessing the surroundings. Perhaps we could retreat to the palace where we were imprisoned. I think we would be safer there, Nijesha said. What? Are you crazy? Running back there would be like walking into a dead end, Kaboo replied, clearly confused as he looked at Nijesha. No, Nijesha's right. Going there now is our best option, I said after thinking for a moment. Are you crazy too? Kaboo seemed even more baffled when I agreed with Nijesha's idea. That's correct, we should go there, Alante said, glancing at Maya beside him. Crazy, you're all insane, Kaboo exclaimed in shock. Just then, a huge rock hurtled toward the watchtower where we were hiding. Rock, I shouted loudly as I saw the stone falling toward us. Chapter 254, Racial Confrontation. At this moment, we almost instinctively rushed out of the outpost. Immediately after, a massive boulder crashed down behind us, utterly destroying the outpost and reducing it to rubble. Various sizes of rocks splashed over our heads, and everyone instinctively remained on the ground for a long time without getting up. All of you prepare for battle. Get to the gate's position, hurry. A familiar voice rang in our ears. I looked up at the person who spoke, and saw that it was none other than Boyka, and by her side stood Leia. They quickly organized an army. Fully armed, they rushed toward the gate's position. My gaze shifted to the gate, where I saw the massive doors of the city wall had been forcefully smashed by the dragon people, creating a huge hole large enough for the entire dragon army to enter. At this point, a large number of dragon warriors began surging toward this gaping hole in the gate, while the army made up of female warriors also charged forward. In no time, the two armies met at the breach of the gate, engaging in close combat. Shouts of fighting, cries, and wails instantly mixed into one cacophony. Truly, Boyika and Leia were worthy leaders among the female warriors. They led bravely from the front. Leia swung her sword, decapitating a dragon warrior rushing toward her. Then with a jump, she slashed another dragon warrior's head off. Within mere moments, Leia had killed 2 dragon warriors, but more rushed in immediately, engulfing her amidst the crowd. Seeing this, Errance beside me grabbed my arm and said, "We can use this opportunity to escape to the palace." Just as I was about to nod at him, I heard a sharp scream ring through my ears. "It's the dragon riders, they are here," I loudly told those around me. Apparently, they had also heard this sound, yet they didn't stop their footsteps and continued running toward the palace's location. However, we had a fatal weakness. We did not know the exact location of the palace. After all, when we were transported there, our eyes were blindfolded with black cloth. Thus, the route we chose was completely guessed, though knowing the true path might be better than staying still to die. As we ran towards a direction, a dragon rider appeared above us in the sky. "Dragon rider, it seems they are only now beginning to attack here," I said to everyone. It was at this moment that a huge arrow shot toward the dragon rider's dragon. I knew this was the same kind of arrow we had seen on the bridge. But this time, it missed the dragon rider, which quickly judged the origin of the arrow and fiercely charged toward that direction. I watched the dragon rider head to its target. There was seemingly nothing but a mound-like structure. It was then that I realized why the dragon riders hadn't rashly attacked this place before, because what they feared were those giant arrows that had once killed their companions. Then, at this point, the dragon rider flew above the mound, bending its neck and exhaling a ball of flames from its throat. Instantly, the whole mound was burned away. Suddenly, from another raised mound, another arrow shot directly towards the dragon's neck. I thought surely this time the dragon rider would be hit, but unexpectedly, it avoided the attack again. Then, flapping its gigantic wings, it turned around and shot another burst of flames toward the arrow-launching location, instantaneously surrounding the entire area in flames. Next, another dragon rider descended from the sky. Once again, an arrow shot out from another location but was easily dodged, repeating the same scene as the first dragon rider. A massive flame consumed the whole area. We were stunned by the scene in front of us, and almost exactly in the center of this blazing inferno, making escaping nearly impossible. We're right in the middle of these flames now. What should we do? Kaboo already panicked, unable to speak clearly. "Nige, can you extinguish these flames?" I asked. "Impossible. I have no magic left now." Nige seemed also worried about our current situation. "It seems we are really going to." Maya didn't get a chance to finish her sentence when suddenly, icy rain fell from the sky, instantly dousing the flames around us. "It's raining." I immediately looked up. At this moment, I saw several flying unicorn horses descend from the sky, the kind of flying creatures I had seen in the Wind Demon tribe. And at one glance, I saw the person riding such an animal was none other than the Queen of Sky City, though I did not know her name. Following her, numerous flying unicorns descended from the sky. Some even began charging toward the dragon riders. At this point, I watched as the queen leaped down from the back of a flying unicorn horse. She wore a suit of silver-white armor that wrapped her entirely, almost leaving no skin exposed. But what surprised me even more was that at the queen's waist, hanging on her armor, was Maya's silver axe. "I didn't expect you all to still be alive," the queen said with a touch of surprise upon seeing us. "They've come to destroy here," I hurriedly said. "Destroy? That sounds too serious," the queen replied. At that very moment, on the other side, a dragon rider suddenly appeared before the queen. The giant dragon vertically landed dozens of meters away from the queen. Looking closely, indeed it was the leader of the dragon race. I assumed so, at least. From the back of the dragon leapt a woman wearing purple armor, part of the dragon clan. "It's been a long time, my dear sister," the dragon woman said while laughing. "It's been a long time, Gabriel Mira," the queen responded. "Haha, I didn't expect you to remember my name," she said. "This is not a place you should come to," the queen stated. "I don't see it that way," Gabriel countered. "Do you really want our two races to fight to the death?" the queen asked. "Perhaps, but you can end all this," Gabriel said. "How do you propose I end it? Do you think I'll surrender to you?" the queen asked. "I know you well, Mafasha Dracula. You will never surrender to me," Gabriel said. "If you already know the outcome, what else is there to say?" Mafasha replied. Listening to their conversation, although I didn't know them personally, I could tell from their dialogue that they must have known each other. Moreover, they undoubtedly shared a complex and intertwined history. "Will they start fighting again?" Kaboo whispered to me. "I think they will," I quietly answered. At this moment, I saw a large number of dragon warriors cross through the broken city wall and enter the city. On Mafasha's side, those female warriors stood ready for battle, poised for the imminent clash. Both armies had prepared themselves for a great confrontation. Numerous dragon warriors had already entered within the city walls, quickly creating a subtle yet tangible barrier between Mafasha and Gabriel, separating the two armies about to unleash their full force. At this moment, a dragon warrior walked up to Gabriel and whispered something. We outsiders stood behind the female warriors. Since we were still some distance from the dragon warriors, we couldn't hear clearly what the dragon warrior had said to Gabriel. However, after he finished speaking, Gabriel displayed a mysterious smile, then said to Mafasha in front of her, "It seems today's war is unavoidable, so let's resolve everything as quickly as possible. Are you suggesting settling it through combat?" Mafasha hesitated for a second before asking. Gabriel nodded slightly after hearing Mafasha's words. You really want to settle this conflict by personal combat? Mafasha asked again. Yes, I believe you wouldn't like to see our two races slaughtering each other, Gabriel replied. All right, I agree. Mafasha finally consented. After Mafasha agreed with Gabriel's proposal, Gabriel nodded to a nearby dragon warrior, and that dragon warrior stepped forward. I saw this was an enormous dragon warrior dressed in dark green armor, wielding a double-headed battle axe. He looked like a demon brimming with ferocious intent. From Mafasha's side emerged Leah, but compared to the dragon warrior, Leah appeared small and slender, entirely mismatched. As soon as Leah stood before the dragon warrior, before I could fully comprehend what was happening, the dragon warrior swung his battle axe down toward her. However, Leah reacted quickly, swiftly ducking and leaping out of harm's way. But the dragon warrior turned around instantly and attacked Leah again. Using her sword, Leah blocked it in front of herself. I heard a sharp metallic clang as the heavy double-headed battle axe struck down onto her sword. Due to the overwhelming disparity in strength, Leah was forced back several steps, almost collapsing. Fortunately, Leah was agile. She deftly retracted her sword downwards, causing the dragon warrior to lurch forward unsteadily. Seizing the moment, Leah delivered a fierce blow with her knee directly into the dragon warrior's face. The whole face of the dragon warrior was struck by Leah, emitting a pained howl before crashing onto the ground with a thud. However, at the moment he fell, instinctively, he swung his battle axe, which just happened to slash towards one of Lee's legs. This strike occurred in the blink of an eye, followed immediately by Lee's anguished cry as she collapsed to the ground. Blood poured forth instantly, and Leah hugged her severed leg in unbearable pain while letting out agonized cries. Clearly, all present, at least the female warriors of the Sky Maiden Kingdom, had not anticipated such an outcome. Boyka, upon witnessing this, immediately shouted for her companions to carry Leah back. Gabriel observed Leah being carried away and gestured a hand toward Mafasha, perhaps indicating readiness for the next round. At this point, the dragon warrior who had injured Leah also rose from the ground. Looking at the group of female warriors before him, he asked, "Who's next?" After Boyka helped carry Leah away, she quickly lunged forward to stand directly before the dragon warrior. "It seems today is your death day," Boyka said furiously. Chapter 255, The Chaotic Battle. Before she could finish her sentence, a dragon warrior swung its battle axe toward her head. I thought Boyka would leap away like Leia, but instead, she slightly sidestepped, allowing the blade to pass harmlessly by her side without causing any injury. The dragon warrior was shocked by this, but in its moment of surprise, Boyka had already drawn her sword and thrust it towards the weak spot at the dragon warrior's shoulder, an area not fully protected by its armor. Perhaps due to its immense size, the dragon warrior's movements were much slower than Boyka's. In an instant, Boyka's sword pierced into its shoulder. A gush of blood erupted forth as the dragon warrior immediately stumbled back a few steps, letting out a loud roar. Boyka then smoothly withdrew her sword, but the dragon warrior showed no sign of retreating. It swung its axe again, this time with less force, perhaps because of its injured shoulder. Boyka blocked the axe with her sword, took a step back, and quickly pulled out her sword, slashing towards the dragon warrior's neck. I heard the sound of the sword slicing through the air just as Boyka beheaded the dragon warrior. A gasp of shock rippled through the ranks of the dragon army. Clearly, they did not expect Boyka to defeat their comrades so easily. Haha. Gabriel laughed upon seeing its dragon warrior killed so effortlessly, seeming more amused than angry. "It seems you are still capable of putting up a fight against us," Gabriel remarked. Another dragon warrior emerged from the crowd. It was considerably smaller in size compared to the one that was killed, almost comparable to that of an average human. However, it wore a set of black armor unlike the others. Only a breastplate, wrist guards, and shoulder pauldrons adorned its body. Its weapon was a crescent-shaped scythe-like sickle, a form I had never seen before. Out of curiosity, I moved closer to get a better look. This new dragon warrior didn't rush into an attack against Boyka, but instead moved cautiously to the left and right, as if testing her. Boyka clearly recognized its intentions and didn't make a rash move either. But suddenly, the dragon warrior charged at Boyka, swinging its sickle towards her neck. Boyka quickly retreated several steps, the edge of the sickle grazing past her throat. Immediately after, the dragon warrior reversed its grip on the sickle and struck downward towards Boyka. She dodged by stepping to the side, but the warrior struck her on the back with its unarmed elbow, causing Boyka to stumble and nearly fall. Despite regaining her balance quickly, when Boyka turned around to retaliate, the sickle once again came cutting towards her neck. Instinctively, Boyka kicked powerfully at the rushing dragon warrior, her foot connecting squarely with its chest plate. Although the kick was strong, the dragon's armor was very tough and seemed unaffected. Still, Boyka's counterattack managed to alter the dragon warrior's direction, narrowly avoiding another strike across her neck. The prolonged combat between Boyka and this dragon warrior followed, showcasing the strengths of both fighters. Gradually, however, Boyka started to be pushed into a disadvantageous position, though it wasn't obvious yet. Suddenly, during their entangled fight, we heard a group of extremely ear-piercing howls. I looked immediately in the direction of the sound, and saw an enormous flock of giant dragons flying directly toward the Sky City where we were stationed. I instantly recognized them as a group of dragon knights. At that same moment, taking advantage of our brief distraction, Gabriel's army surged forward fiercely. But Mufasa was prepared. Deep down, she knew Gabriel wouldn't give up so easily on capturing the Sky City. What she still couldn't figure out was why Gabriel had delayed the assault. Now, It appeared that Gabriel had merely been waiting for the dragon knights to appear. What had just been a one-on-one duel has now turned into a chaotic battle between two armies. For a moment, the sounds of slaughter, wailing, and shouting echoed through the sky. Since we were on the side of the Tian kingdom, we inevitably became entangled in this great battle. Soon, two dragon warriors appeared before me. Their bodies were immensely strong. Though I didn't fear powerful enemies, I had fought against dragon warriors before and knew how formidable their abilities were. Additionally, the weapon I held now was not my silver axe, so I would be even more at a disadvantage when fighting them. Just as I prepared to fight, a heavy sword already slashed toward me. I retreated several steps to avoid the attack, and then another dragon warrior swung its battle axe down at me. Instinctively, I used the sword in my hand to block horizontally in front of my face, protecting my head. However, the dragon warrior was incredibly strong. Its battle axe almost instantly knocked me to the ground. I struggled to hold back the descending axe with my sword. At that moment, I felt a spray of liquid hit my face, and the pressing force suddenly disappeared. I immediately stood up and saw Arance standing before me with his sword in hand, and the head of that dragon warrior had been severed. But there was no time to celebrate, because more dragon warriors were rushing toward our direction. Fortunately, Arance and I had already prepared for defense, and at this point, Kabu, Maya, and Yigu also moved toward our position. Soon, we gathered together once again. At this moment, a group of dragon warriors surrounded us, quickly trapping us within their encirclement. It seems we're about to face another tough battle, Arance said while tightly gripping his sword. It's going to be hard for us to break through their encirclement, Kabu nervously replied. The group of dragon knights that entered the Sky City headed straight for the city's interior. They seemed to have no interest in destroying the Tian kingdom's army, but instead focused on inflicting devastating damage to the buildings inside, just like what they did to the Sandstorm City. I observed the surroundings and found Kabu was right, because these dragon warriors had sealed off any possible escape routes. To flee from here, we would have to fight with all our might, yet our chances of breaking out were extremely low, almost impossible. If Yiga still had his magical power, perhaps we would stand a better chance. But now, Yiga was almost like an ordinary person. The surrounding group of dragon warriors began gradually shrinking their encirclement. We had no choice but to lean our backs against each other until we reached the point where there was nowhere left to retreat. Only then did we realize that we could no longer evade, for we had nowhere else to go. At this moment, the group of dragon warriors surrounding us charged forward without hesitation. Watching these ferocious creatures rushing towards us, I shouted loudly to my companions, hoping that my voice could bring courage to all of us. Soon, we mixed into battle with these dragon warriors. Since the dragon warriors were much stronger and taller than us, fighting them was especially arduous. Even though I had battled barbarians before, dragon warriors were completely different from them. In an instant, I slashed down, causing one dragon warrior to fall at my feet. Then, more enemies emerged behind it. 1, 2, 3, and soon, I was surrounded again. Looking at these dragon warriors before me, I silently told myself to stay calm, to remain composed. Next, I held the sword in my right hand and grasped a battle axe obtained from a fallen dragon warrior in my left hand. The group of dragon warriors before me charged at me without hesitation. I first held the sword in front of me horizontally, and then swung the axe in my other hand at the dragon warrior in front of me. I heard a wail, and my axe accurately struck a dragon warrior in the chest, knocking it painfully to the ground. However, it was not dead but kept struggling painfully on the ground. Yet, the other dragon warriors took advantage of this opportunity and had already rushed to my front. They swung their weapons and slashed at me. I saw a sharp, heavy sword horizontally cutting toward me, then another sword stabbing at my chest. I quickly retreated several steps and barely evaded this attack. But soon, they swung their weapons at me again. I immediately threw the battle axe in my hand with all my strength toward one of the dragon warriors. It instantly struck its face, causing it to fall down. Right at this moment, I was kicked down by another dragon warrior, and a heavy sword descended from above toward my head. Ah! I shouted loudly. Chapter 256, Decisive Battle. Next, a wave of bloodiness came towards me. I immediately saw Maya standing behind me. She had plunged a heavy sword into the chest of the dragon warrior. Blood gushed out from its chest and continuously dripped onto me. At this moment, that familiar voice sounded again, and I quickly stood up to look at the sky. It turned out that those dragon knights had begun to launch a full-scale attack on this area. Numerous dragon warriors started retreating towards the gate position. They were not fleeing. Instead, they were going to use the dragon knights to completely destroy this city. Clearly, Mufasa had realized this as well. She immediately rode her flying horned horse and charged towards the group of dragon knights. Of course, in addition to her, more Pegasi also rushed forward. In an instant, countless flying horned horses surged ahead, surrounding the dragon knights in the sky. However, though their numbers were great, the size of the dragons was far beyond what the flying horned horses could compare with. Mufasa, riding her flying horned horse, charged towards a dragon knight. Soon, the dragon knight noticed her, and with the dragon under his control, he charged towards Mufasa. A ball of fire was being prepared in the dragon's throat to burn Mufasa. But Mufasa wasn't a lamb awaiting slaughter. She rode towards the dragon's head, holding a silver, double-headed battle axe. The moment when she was about to collide face-to-face with the dragon knight while riding the flying horned horse, it was also at this exact moment when flames erupted from the dragon's throat. Along with the spouting flames, the silver battle axe was thrown accurately into the dragon's throat. Instantly, the flames engulfed the battle axe inside. Suddenly, the dragon knight felt something was wrong with the dragon he was riding. its huge dragon body began shaking uncontrollably, swaying left and right. Then, it plummeted to the ground. An enormous roar came from the earth instantly, as the dragon knight crashed hard on the ground, and the neck of the dragon was snapped into 2 pieces. Gabriel couldn't help but cry out in anger upon seeing this scene. Then it leaped onto its own dragon and rushed fiercely towards Mufasa. Naturally, the great battle in the sky had already begun, and the 2 army soldiers on the ground mixed together once again for another fierce fight. Looking at the fallen dragon rider on the ground, I then saw a silver shining object at the place where the dragon's neck was broken. I immediately recognized what it was, so I quickly ran towards that location, which was emitting a silver glow. Just as I was about to reach that spot, a dragon warrior suddenly grabbed my neck tightly. I was lifted off the ground by it. At that moment, I began vigorously swinging my body around, hoping to escape its grip through my movements. However, no matter how I tried to think of ways to break free, it proved futile. Instead, the strength of its hand gripping my neck grew stronger. Gradually, I began losing consciousness as everything went dim. Just as a streak of white light started slowly appearing before my eyes, I suddenly felt myself crashing heavily onto the ground. My head slammed into the ground, bringing me back to consciousness. Dazed, I got up to see Alante standing in front of me. "Your Highness, are you alright?" he asked urgently. "I'm fine." I seemed still unable to say much. At this moment, I immediately looked back at the silver axe lodged in the middle part of the dragon's severed neck. Fortunately, the silver axe was still there. I immediately pulled it out. At this point, numerous dragon warriors again charged fiercely towards our direction. I saw many female warriors start to line up in a straight line, like forming a human wall. Quickly, the ranks of these women joined together, standing staggered positions effectively. Soon, a human-shaped wall appeared before us. I signaled a few companions next to me to join them, and thus, several outsiders became part of this wall too. Now, the numerous dragon warriors were rushing towards us. The women warriors remained motionless, firmly taking their places, thrusting their spears horizontally from underneath their armpits. Just as I was about to lift the silver axe, the dragon warriors surged like a flood tide. The massive impact nearly scattered our human-made wall. We each stepped back several steps, fortunately maintaining our formation albeit moving the entire wall backward slightly. "Hold on, hold on, hold on," Boyka loudly shouted to the people beside him. "Hold on, hold on, hold on." Everyone began shouting this phrase aloud. Perhaps these words really worked, or perhaps the fearless charge of the female warriors inspired them to unleash new strength. We actually started to reclaim the territory we had just lost. A large number of dragon warriors were impaled by the spears in the front ranks and fell to the ground. Behind them, even more surged forward. This time, we kept using our spears to stab at the fearless dragon warriors. Soon, 1, 2, 3, 4, more and more dragons were killed or injured by us. However, the female warriors in the front ranks were also constantly being slain by the incoming dragon warriors. Before long, both armies saw their numbers drastically reduced. Soon, the human-shaped wall we formed was completely dismantled. However, the army of the dragon people also suffered heavy casualties from that previous assault. One could say that in that intense battle just now, neither side gained any advantage. On the other battlefield, Mufasa led her flying horned horse army in a fierce battle with the airborne dragon knights for a long time. Although their numbers held an absolute advantage, their attack power was rather limited, and the size of these flying horned horses could not compare with the gigantic dragon knights. Even though they managed to kill a few dragon knights, their offensive power was indeed limited. Now their numbers were almost completely losing their former advantages. They were suffering heavy losses. Gabriel rode his giant dragon and landed in an open area, and Mufasa, riding her flying horned horse, followed suit. They were facing each other. "It seems this is the time for us to fight to the death," Gabriel said dismissively. "You still have time to leave with your army," Mufasa replied. "Do you know why I've come?" Gabriel asked. "You want the levitation stone in the Sky City." "That's impossible. Your dragon race will never be able to touch it," Mufasa said. "Once I kill you, no one will be able to stop me," Gabriel said. As he spoke, he immediately rode the giant dragon and rushed low toward Mufasa's position. Mufasa did not attempt to evade. She rode her flying horned horse, holding a crystal sword, and charged toward Gabriel. Instantly, Gabriel's giant dragon spewed a stream of flames from its mouth, which rushed directly at Mufasa. Mufasa gripped the mane of the horned horse and turned aside, dodging the attack. But the second wave of attacks quickly arrived. Gabriel suddenly leaped off the dragon's back, swinging a heavy sword down toward Mufasa's head. Mufasa charged forward with her flying horned horse into Gabriel. There was a loud scream, as Gabriel was pierced through the chest by the pointed horn of the flying horned horse. Despite the armor protecting his chest, it was still penetrated, causing the blood to flow uncontrollably. Gabriel was then thrown heavily onto the ground. Seeing its master wounded, the dragon attempted to rush forward and swallow Mufasa whole. At that moment, a huge red shadow suddenly dropped from the sky, biting into the neck of the giant dragon. Then, effortlessly lifting it, the shadow carried the dragon into the air and disappeared quickly into the sky. I looked at the red shadow and immediately shouted loudly to those around me. "It's the red dragon. It has appeared again." Those around me also saw it, and Alantes immediately grabbed my arm and said, "We need to leave here quickly." But before he finished his sentence, an enormous shadow fell from the sky. The place where it fell was right where we stood. "That's the dead dragon. Quick, quick, get away." Chapter 257, The Death of the Red Dragon. At that moment, people present began to shout loudly. We also sprang into action as soon as we saw the scene. Just when we had fled a few steps away, the huge shadow fell heavily on the spot where we just left. The immense impact sent all of us flying through the air, some even several meters away due to the shockwave. Not only us, but also the surrounding dragon warriors were affected by the shockwave. Many of their warriors were thrown down, and because of the immense vibrations caused by the great dragon's body, many tall buildings suffered damage, including the giant walls surrounding the Sky City. These walls surrounding the city, influenced by the shockwave, started cracking from within. Some parts, which were not too sturdy, collapsed partially, but as the collapsing portions increased, a large section of the walls crumbled, and consequently, those dragon warriors originally stationed below the wall were all buried beneath the sudden collapse. At this time, various cries of agony came from the rubble of the wall. These cries sounded like evil ghosts from hell, making it unbearably terrifying to listen to. Because of our timely escape, none of us were affected by the falling debris. However, I truly witnessed that hellish scene. Of course, apart from the numerous dragon warriors crushed under the rubble, there were also a number of female warriors who were buried in it. Seeing this, I immediately said to those around me, "Quick, let's rescue them." Naturally, Alanthas, Maya, Yelich, and Kabu began running toward the female warriors buried under the rubble. We exerted nearly all our strength to drag out 1, 2, 3, a small part of the female warriors from the pile of debris, but most of the ones we just pulled out had already lost their breaths. However, some of the female warriors were still alive though seriously injured. On the other side, Gabriel shakily stood up and immediately raised its weapon, charging toward Mufasa. At that very moment, Mufasa riding the flying unicorn charged at Gabriel. In an instant, Gabriel was hit hard and flung several meters away by Mufasa's flying unicorn. It fell with a heavy thud on the ground. But right when Mufasa rushed again toward the spot where Gabriel fell, unexpectedly, the red dragon appeared before her. Without any reaction from Mufasa, the red dragon opened its enormous mouth and bit down at her position. As Mufasa remained stunned, Maya suddenly appeared behind her, gripping her silver axe, and then rushed towards the red dragon in a flash. Watching Maya, I realized she had somehow taken the silver axe from me without my notice. How did she? Alanthas beside me also felt greatly astonished. However, just as we all showed our amazed expressions, Maya had already rushed into the red dragon's mouth. More precisely, she was swallowed whole by the red dragon. Of course, including ourselves, Mufasa, and Gabriel, almost all of us simultaneously witnessed this unbelievable scene. After Maya disappeared into the red dragon's mouth, it instantly closed its enormous jaws. Then as the red dragon flapped its gigantic wings preparing to fly, what seemed to be an intense pain appeared in its throat. Apparently, such excruciating pain was intolerable. The red dragon writhed its massive body while spiraling in midair. What's wrong with it? Kaba looked up, extremely perplexed about the red dragon's state. It's Maya. Maya is still alive. Watching the behavior of the red dragon, I immediately exclaimed. Just as my words faded, this humongous creature resembling something beyond description plummeted from the sky. Its entire body like a colossal spike crashed headfirst onto the ground. Instantly another earth-shaking sensation swept towards us, and none of us could stand firm as we all fell to the ground. When we rose again, that red dragon had fallen to the ground. There was a crack on its neck and a massive fissure had blown open on its head, blood flowing profusely from the cracks. Is it over? Kaba beside me asked with a shocked face. Everything is over. I hoped my words would come true. As we were staring at the corpse of the red dragon, Maya suddenly emerged from its broken neck. She was completely drenched in the blood from the red dragon's neck, as if she were a person engulfed in flames. A few people who saw Maya emerge from the body of the red dragon felt both incredibly astonished and extremely excited. Maya, she's still alive. I shouted immediately. Yes, she really is alive. Alanthas also said excitedly. We all couldn't wait to run towards Maya's position. But just at that moment, a giant shadow suddenly appeared behind Maya. The shadow instantly appeared right behind Maya, but Maya herself couldn't see it. Only we could see it clearly. We immediately shouted loudly towards Maya, but it was already too late. Maya had been pierced through her back by a dragon claw as thick as an arm. Just then, a heavy sword chopped the dragon claw into 2 pieces, and Maya collapsed forward on the ground. By the time we reached Maya's side, she had already lost all signs of life. Maya, Maya, Maya. We kept shouting Maya's name, but it was useless. She's dead. A voice came from behind us. I looked back and saw Mufasa walking towards us. Though none of us wanted to accept this fact, we all knew Mufasa was right. Maya was dead. She had died right before our eyes. At this point, Mufasa walked straight up to Gabriel. She picked up a sharp sword from the ground casually, and Gabriel seemed to have sustained serious injuries. It was Gabriel who had cut off the dragon claw earlier. Now, Gabriel lay fallen on the ground, nearly about to faint from blood loss. When Mufasa stood in front of it, Gabriel had completely lost its ability to resist. Mufasa looked down at Gabriel lying at her feet without saying a word, then simply raised her sword and slashed it down toward Gabriel's neck. Chapter 258, The Gloomy Forest. Just as Mufasa was about to cut Gabriel's neck with her sword, I suddenly appeared in front of Mufasa and then countered with the weapon in my hand against her blade aimed at Gabriel's neck. When Mufasa saw me preventing her attack, she glared furiously. What are you doing? Mufasa said angrily. The war is over, I said to Mufasa. Do you want to protect it? Mufasa asked. I shook my head and pointed to the people around us. Almost everyone had serious injuries, and some had already lost consciousness and fainted. Look at them. The fight is over, I said. Mufasa looked at the people around her and slowly lowered her sword. Why did you save me? Gabriel, lying on the ground nearby, asked me. I didn't save you. I saved everyone, I replied while looking at it. The war is over, I added. You can go now, take your people and leave, Mafasha told Gabriel. After hearing this, Gabriel staggered to his feet. He no longer had the strength to resist. He looked around and realized that only a few of the dragon warriors who had accompanied him to the Sky Kingdom remained. Soon these dragon warriors gathered together, ready perhaps to launch another attack on Mafasha's army. But Gabriel stopped them. It's all over, he said to his clan. Clearly, he understood that he had already lost this battle, and even if they continued fighting, there would be no good outcome. Why sacrifice more of his clan? Let's go. Gabriel turned and said to his people. As we watched them leave, Mafasha spoke up. You can go too. Us. We turned back to look at Mafasha. Boyka walked up to us and said, you can leave, just follow this road, and you will exit the Sky City. She then pointed to a path in front of us. And where will this lead us? I asked. To the third region of the Sky Kingdom, the Rainforest Zone, Mafasha said. The Rainforest Zone? A few of us exchanged glances. That is the only way out of our kingdom. Whether or not you can leave smoothly depends on whether you can cross the Rainforest Zone safely, Mafasha continued. So how do we proceed? Kapu asked. Oh, you can ride the flying unicorns, Mafasha said. Since the Queen of the Sky Kingdom had given the command, each of us mounted a flying unicorn. Of course, for us to smoothly reach the Rainforest Zone, Boyka would also accompany us part of the way. We quickly rode off toward the direction of the Rainforest Zone. Unexpectedly, the speed of the flying unicorns was incredibly fast, and before long, we reached the area they had mentioned, the Rainforest Zone. We leapt off the flying unicorns, and before us stretched an endless expanse of forest. Is this the Rainforest Zone you mentioned? I asked Boyka. The gloomy forest, it's what we call it, Boyka replied. Not another place like the Monte Carlo forest, is it? Kapu immediately tensed up and asked. What? Like what? Boyka looked at Kapu curiously. It's nothing, just another forest we visited once, I interjected. However, you need to be extremely careful once you enter here. There are things inside you've never seen before, Boyka warned. You mean snake charmers? I said. You know about that. Boyka seemed somewhat surprised after hearing my words. What are snake charmers? Kapu and Alante stared at me in shock. It's hard to explain right now, I said. Since you already know, you must be very cautious. I can only escort you this far, Boyka said, then mounted her flying unicorn and left. The other flying unicorns also departed with her. Now, only the four of us stood before this gloomy forest. Are you all ready? I asked those beside me. Looks like our new journey is about to begin, Alante said. I handed the silver axe in my hand to the teacher. This silver axe was also the one I had taken from the dead Maya's hand. He took the weapon I gave him, swung it left and right, and apparently, it felt pretty smooth to use. As for me, I used a crystal sword given to me by Boyka, which was entirely made of crystal. The sharpness of the sword was extraordinary. It could easily split the crystal ice walls surrounding the Sky City. Kapu and Gabriel then drew the weapons they had received from the female warriors. At first, after we entered the forest, we didn't notice anything particularly unusual about it. This place seemed just like any ordinary forest, and none of those strange things appeared. Not until we had walked for about half a day did we realize the eerie nature of this forest. Because ever since we had entered this forest, we hadn't seen a single animal inside, nor heard a single bird sing. That was too weird. At first, we were walking slowly forward, but after noticing the eeriness, we quickened our pace. This place is truly creepy, Kapu said anxiously. Gabriel, do you know what's going on here? Alantes asked. I'm not quite sure either, but this place feels familiar to me. However, I only have a vague memory of it, Gabriel replied. Well, tell us what happened here. Share whatever you remember, Kapu immediately asked. Gabriel didn't finish his sentence. At that moment, there suddenly came a rustling sound close to our ears. The sound was coming from the bushes near us. We stopped advancing immediately, each of us gripping the weapons in our hands tightly, not daring to be careless. What's down here? We haven't seen anything so far on our way, Kapu whispered extremely quietly, almost inaudibly. Right at that moment, a shadow darted out from the bushes beside us. More precisely, it should be described as a black shadow, a snake-like shadow that clearly leaped right in front of us. Oh, what is this thing? Kapu was startled by the monster in front of him. I focused intently and saw a dark serpent demon standing before us. A serpent demon, I said instantly. What? What are you saying? Kapu beside me wanted to ask further. But at that very moment, the black serpent demon lunged straight toward his position. Kapu wasn't fast enough to dodge, and he was hit hard by the serpent demon. He fell heavily to the ground. As he quickly stood up, the serpent demon already opened its mouth wide and bit down towards Kapu's neck. But someone suddenly waved their battle axe upward, chopping at the head of the serpent demon. This serpent demon reacted incredibly quickly. It abandoned its attack on Kapu and nimbly leaped into the nearby bushes. Then, Alante shouted at us, "Run, everyone!" But just after he said these words, the serpent demon hidden in the bushes jumped out again. This time, its target was none other than Alantes. Since Alantes was closest to the bushes, the serpent demon's attacking range became very short. In an instant, Alantes was tightly wrapped by the serpent demon. Teacher. Seeing this, I immediately swung the crystal sword in my hand toward the serpent demon. Don't. Gabriel tried to grab my arm, but he was a little too slow. My sword had already struck the head of the serpent demon. Instantly, the head of the serpent demon was chopped off, and a kind of indescribable gas rushed toward us. Instinctively, all three of us stepped back several steps. Although we managed to avoid the gas released from the serpent demon, Allantes was completely enveloped by it. I saw teacher standing still in the spot and soon falling to the ground. I wanted to rush forward and support him, but Gabriel firmly stopped me. I glared angrily at him, but he seemed unconcerned or possibly deep in thought, and he immediately said to us, "This creature emits a special kind of gas. We can't touch Allantes now." "What kind of gas? Is it poisonous gas?" I asked immediately. "It's not poisonous. I can't explain it well either, but when I just saw this monster, some memories popped up in my mind," Gabriel said. "So what should we do?" I asked. After hearing my question, Yilij remained silent. He seemed to be trying hard to recall something. Kaboo and I, upon seeing this, understood that Yilij was now recollecting a way to save Allantes. So the two of us stood by his side without a word in order not to disturb his thoughts. Yilij kept recalling memories in his mind, but these memories were only scattered fragments. Just as Kaboo was losing patience, he immediately asked Yilij, "Why don't you?" But before Kaboo could finish his sentence, Yilij suddenly said, "Snakebone grass can save him." "What?" Kaboo immediately said. "Snakebone grass," Yilij repeated. "Where can we find it?" I quickly asked. "It should be within this forest," Yilij replied. "Can you find it?" I asked. "This I can try but hope." Yilij did not continue. "What if we cannot find the snakebone grass?" Kaboo asked. Chapter 259, Giant Shipwreck. I looked at Yilij, hoping he could offer an ending that we could all accept. Yilij looked into both of our eyes and said, "He will slowly melt away." Upon hearing these words from Yilij, it felt like my whole body had fallen into an endless ice pit. "How much time? How much time do we have left?" I asked, barely holding back my sorrow. "As soon as possible. This I cannot be too certain about," Yilij replied. Since Yilij had already mentioned a way to save Allantes, the three of us first covered Allante's entire body with some large surrounding leaves so that he would suffer less harm from the serpent charm gas. Of course, those gases gradually dissipated after we performed these actions. After finishing all this, we began searching for the snakebone grass because we were afraid more serpentine spirits might take advantage of our absence and attack Allantes again. So after careful consideration, we decided to leave Cab by the teacher's side while Yilij and I went together in search of the snakebone grass to save the teacher's life. Cab chose to stand guard on a tall tree close to the teacher, allowing him a broader observation range. And I handed over the silver axe in Allante's hand to Cab. And thus, Yilij and I set out. We ran quickly through the forest, leaving marks along the way to avoid getting lost. It was then that Yilij suddenly grabbed my arm, and I almost stumbled due to his pull. "What's wrong?" I was about to inquire when I noticed an incredibly astonishing scene before me. "What is this?" "This is..." My eyes widened in disbelief at what I saw. "It seems to be a ship," Yilij revealed the answer. "That's right. There was indeed a ship before us, though it was already grounded. Even I could see this ship had been here for years, at least a century or more. If it were merely a ship, we wouldn't need to be so astonished, but the ship before us was just too immense. How should I describe the sight of this giant ship? If this were called the ruins of a deserted city, it would not be exaggerated. How could there be such a huge ship?" I was almost speechless in astonishment. "Do you know what this is about?" I turned to Yilij and asked beside me. Apparently, Yilij hadn't seen such a scene either, and he was also stunned. After being dazed for a long time, he finally answered my question, but his response only reflected his own amazement, without any knowledge of the origin of this ship. However, we certainly came here to find the antidote. Standing here daydreaming would not work, so Yilij and I headed towards this massive ship together. Soon, we both arrived at the bottom of this giant ship, and its colossal wreckage blocked our view entirely. All we could see ahead of us was a ruined carcass that was completely decayed. The whole massive wreck was riddled with holes of various sizes. It could be seen that this place was once probably a sea, and for unknown reasons, it had now turned into land, overgrown with lush forests. We continued walking forward along the giant shipwreck until suddenly, Yilij spoke to me. "Look, that seems to be snakebone grass." I originally didn't think it would be this easy to find the antidote, but after listening to what Yilij said, I immediately looked toward where he pointed. Not far from us, there were indeed several grass-like plants shaped like snakes. But since I had never seen any snakebone grass, I couldn't be sure if this was the cure we were looking for. "Is it this?" I asked hesitantly. "Yes, it is. It's snakebone grass." Yilij's eyes were full of confidence. Since he seemed so confident, Yilij and I rushed over wildly. When we reached the location of the snakebone grass, I finally got a clear look at its appearance. It really did resemble a snake, only half the length of a human arm, the whole plant grayish-black, resembling a black serpent spirit. "Will this grass be poisonous?" I questioned. Yilij did not respond, but immediately extended his hand to pick it. Before I could stop him, Yilij had already pulled out a snakebone grass. Seeing Yilij pulling out the snakebone grass with seemingly no harm, I imitated him and pulled one out as well. Just as I pulled out the second snakebone grass, I suddenly felt something move beside me. Although the movement was very slight, I still sensed it. I immediately looked in the direction of the movement. There, at the location of the giant shipwreck, I actually saw the entire massive ship seem to come alive. The whole ship began to move, and its bow moved like a snake's head, slowly swaying toward me, as if watching me. "This is Yilij." I quickly turned around to find Yilij, but he had vanished without my noticing. The ship's bow moved toward me. Instinctively, I stepped back a few paces. But before I could stabilize myself, I tripped and screamed as I fell backward. Oh, I abruptly opened my eyes. I only felt my forehead drenched in sweat. Looking up, I saw drizzling rain falling from the sky, unclear whether the moisture on my forehead was sweat or rain. Glancing around, the surroundings were eerily quiet. I was still lying in a corner, though small. It served as a bed. Sitting up, I looked at the colossal wreckage of the giant ship. Only then did I realize that everything that happened just now was merely a dream. We had traveled a long distance to reach this enormous shipwreck, and with the night having fallen, we decided to spend the night here to rest our bodies. The sky was still gloomy, and my gaze unintentionally fell upon Alanthes nearby. Teacher, you haven't rested yet? I asked, walking over to him. How did you wake up? The teacher moved aside for me to sit. I sat down promptly. It's too quiet here, I said. It seems like there's nothing here, the teacher said. So, we need to leave here as soon as possible, I said. But apparently, it won't be so easy, the teacher said. How can there be nothing in a forest? I questioned. This is suspicious. Do the snake charms you mentioned really exist? The teacher asked. They do. Maya and I have both seen them and fought against them, I replied. However, mentioning Maya made me fall silent, and the teacher stopped talking. For a long while, both of us remained quiet. We left too hastily and didn't even arrange a funeral for Maya, the teacher said. I believe the people of the Tien New Kingdom will give her a proper funeral, I said. Have you ever thought about where we'll end up after leaving here? The teacher asked. I shook my head. I think once we leave here, we might have to completely rely on someone, the teacher said. Yaij, I immediately said. Yes, apart from him, I can't think of anyone else who would help us, the teacher said. As our conversation deepened, the sky gradually brightened, signaling the beginning of another journey. Standing beneath the colossal wreck of the ship that loomed before us, perhaps due to arriving late at night yesterday and also feeling somewhat fatigued, I hadn't carefully examined the shipwreck then. Now, with an unobstructed view and the sky growing brighter, today seemed to be a clear day. Indeed, before me lay an incomprehensibly huge shipwreck. How should I describe this ship? Simply using huge would be insufficient. It was the most enormous ship I had ever seen, without exception. I estimated that the height of the entire giant ship exceeded 500 meters, and its length was almost more than 2 kilometers. Describing such a colossal ship as merely a large vessel would be inaccurate. It would be better described as a mobile city. The entire body of the giant ship had rotted away into thousands of holes, judging from its decayed state. It must have been here for thousands of years. A large part of the ship's structure had deteriorated so much that even a slight touch would cause large sections of wooden planks to fall off. It seems this ship has been here for quite a while, Alanthes remarked. What kind of ship is this? I became curious about the ship itself. Judging from the general appearance, it appears to be a warship, Alanthes said. How do you know? I asked. Look at the holes of various sizes on the ship's body. Some are caused by boulders smashing, some pierced by giant hooks, and those very tiny holes were made by arrows, the teacher replied. Upon hearing this from the teacher, I started to pay more attention to the details of the ship's body. When are we setting off? Asked Cab, stretching lazily beside me. I think we should check here carefully. There might be some discoveries, I said. Cab looked disdainful upon hearing it. What's so interesting about a broken ship? It's just unusually large, Cab said. Cab is right. We shouldn't waste our time here. Alanthes rarely agreed with Cab's words. I looked at these people beside me, knowing clearly that my inquiry here would be futile anyway. Actually, there wasn't much to investigate. Thus, I nodded at them, showing that I agreed with their opinions, and suggested we could depart now. However, just as we were about to set off, a snake charm suddenly darted out from one of the holes in the ship's body. After seeing it, I immediately screamed loudly, but it seemed that everyone else was too stunned to react, and all stood there frozen. Quick, get out of the way, I shouted loudly. Chapter 260, Nidaj's Mother. Alanthes was the first to react, immediately swinging the silver axe in his hand towards the direction where the snake charm appeared. Cab and Nidaj also raised their weapons against it. I saw that a relatively petite snake charm had appeared before us. Although it seemed not to pose much of a threat, I did not dare to slack off, quickly stepping in front of the teachers. I told them that I had seen such creatures before and knew their prowess, so I cautioned the people around me to be extremely careful. As my words ended, this snake charm suddenly darted out and disappeared instantly through the various large and small holes in the ship. Escaped? Cab looked bewildered at me and asked. Not likely. Perhaps it went to call its companions, I replied. Then let's leave here as soon as possible, Alanthes said hastily. But just as we were about to leave in a hurry, countless snake charms suddenly emerged from the various large and small holes in this gigantic ship. We immediately assumed defensive postures. We knew now there was no escape. Only a fight to the death awaited us. How could there be so many? Cab exclaimed incredulously. Perhaps they have been keeping an eye on us all along, I said. Why didn't they act at night then? That would have given them a better chance, Cab questioned. Maybe they're waiting for someone, Nidaj suddenly said. Nidaj rarely spoke to us. Since all his magic had vanished, he spoke even less. However, every word he spoke to us carried deep meaning. I always felt that he seemed to know a lot of things, but couldn't share them with us. Waiting for someone? Who? I asked. At this moment, these snake charms surrounding us seemed to change. They began to move continuously, not launching attacks on us, but moving around us constantly. We didn't know what they wanted to do. Cab didn't finish speaking when we heard a sound from a location not far from us. It was a woman's voice, getting closer and closer to us. It sounds like someone is talking, Cab said. Can you see her? I asked. Cab didn't finish his sentence, and only saw that Nidaj suddenly walked toward the figure of that woman. Nidaj's sudden action made us jump, and Cab tried to stop him immediately, but it was too late. Now Nidaj was at a considerable distance from us, getting closer and closer to that woman. When they stood face to face, what is he doing? I asked the teacher next to me. Don't know, but he must recognize her, the teacher said. At this time, Nidage seemed to be talking to her in some kind of special language. Of course, we wouldn't know what they were saying. At this point, these snake charms surrounding us started to slowly disperse, as if Nidage was helping us. It seems that Nidage is saving us, I said. At this moment, Nidage turned and looked at us and said, "Come over." Hearing Nidage say this, none of us moved, fearing any unexpected situations. "It's safe," Nidage said again. Hearing Nidage say this once more, we three hesitated and walked toward the direction where Nidage was. When we reached where Nidage was, we finally got a clear look at the appearance of this woman facing him. There was no doubt she was from the Heavenly Maiden Kingdom. But what distinguished her was that she was dressed in clothes made of snake skin, or rather a type of armor. Besides these, I saw this woman's face, and she seemed quite old. Although several people had already come up to her, her gaze never left Nidage. This completely confirmed our guess. She definitely recognized Nidage, and very likely, they were quite familiar with each other. "What should we do now?" I asked Nidage quietly. "We follow her now," Nidage said. Hearing this, the group became fully alert and followed the woman in front of us as we proceeded. Her way of walking was quite peculiar. Though she walked on two legs, her swaying motion resembled that of a humanoid snake charm. Perhaps all these large snake charms here were her pets, I thought to myself. Just as I was pondering this, a cliff suddenly appeared before us, and about 10 meters across from the cliff, there were remnants of an abandoned city. However, the space between us and the remnants of the city was completely severed. "What should we do now?" "There's no way we can jump over," Cab said. At this moment, the woman waved her hands gently forward, and the group of snake charms that had been following us through the grasslands rushed toward the cliff like arrows. I initially thought they had gone mad, but as they reached the gap of the cliff, the snake charms began to wrap around each other one by one, gradually forming a massive structure resembling a bridge spanning the cliff. It was only then that we fully understood. The snake charms were using their bodies to form a bridge for us to cross. We followed this woman to the other side of the cliff, which was where the remnants of the city lay. "What should we do next?" Cab asked cautiously. "Let's just see what Nidage will make us do," Alanthes replied. The woman walked to the edge of a pile of ruins within the city remains. I saw that it was a relatively intact area among the debris. She pointed at this location and then walked into the depths of the ruins. Of course, Nidage followed without hesitation, as if the two had something very important to accomplish. "Stay here and rest. I'll be back soon," Nidage turned and told us before disappearing with the woman into the depths of the ruins. How could he? Cab immediately tried to stop Nidage, but Alanthes and I held him back. We both believed that Nidage would not be in any danger. If she wanted us dead, we wouldn't even still be here. Since Nidage asked us to rest, the three of us cleaned up the area a bit. It wasn't too dirty, just some scattered stones that made moving around inconvenient. I leaned against a somewhat usable rock. Alanthes sat near me under a withered tree, and Cab stretched out far away on a stone bench, looking comfortable as if it were tailored to his height. Alanthes and I silently avoided talking about Nidage and the woman, as we weren't sure of their relationship. We stayed there for quite some time. As time passed, clouds in the sky gathered thickly, dark clouds covering the once clear blue sky. It was going to rain, we knew that much, yet how quickly the weather changed gave us an ominous feeling. At that exact moment, I heard someone running out from the depth of the ruins. I instantly stood up and looked in the direction of the sound, seeing Nidage sprinting out while yelling something incomprehensible due to the distance. By the time Nidage ran to our position, we heard her shout, "Run!" "What happened?" I immediately asked. "Just run. Quickly." Nidage didn't elaborate, but repeatedly urged us. Since Nidage had spoken, we immediately bolted as fast as possible. But just as we were about to leave the ruins of the city, a loud noise came from behind us. I couldn't help but turn back and saw that the woman was surrounded by black mist, floating toward us like a ghost. How did she become like this? I couldn't help asking. "Don't talk, let's just run," Nidage shouted loudly. I immediately turned back to flee, but at that moment, the woman had already appeared right in front of the four of us without us noticing. We instantly stopped in our tracks, staring at the woman, or rather, the monstrous creature in front of us. It was only then that I truly got a good look at her. The mass around her wasn't black mist as I had thought earlier. It was countless snake charms entwined around her body. At this moment, I saw the snake charms on this woman's body growing continuously, and the woman herself began to grow larger and larger until she had completely transformed into an enormous snake charm. "What's going on?" Cab immediately raised his weapon. Seeing this, I quickly drew the sword from my waist, and Alanthes lifted his silver axe. It seemed we were about to engage in another fierce battle with this snake charm. Just as all of us were fully armed, Nidage suddenly ran up to us, blocking us from her as she shouted loudly, "We have to run. Don't fight her." "But she's blocking our way," Cab said immediately. "Then let's find another path to escape," Nidage replied. "I don't see any other ways to escape now. Only by fighting her do we stand a chance," I said, glancing at the broken cliffs behind me. "No, there must be another way," Nidage urged anxiously. "What's wrong with you, Nidage?" Alanthes asked immediately. "I won't let you hurt her," Nidage said. Upon hearing these words from Nidage, all of us froze for a moment. We'd suspected there might be something between Nidage and this woman, but we didn't know just how close they were. Now, with Nidage speaking like this, we were more certain than ever of our suspicions. What exactly is going on? Cab couldn't wait any longer to ask. She is my mother." Nidage hesitated for a moment, but finally confessed. Chapter 261, The Battle of the Snake Charm. When Yeli Gus said this sentence, we were even more astonished, completely unexpected, completely speechless, and utterly at a loss. "Mother she?" I couldn't help but ask instinctively. "Yes, she is my mother," Yeli Gus confirmed. At that moment, the snake charm that Yeli Gu called Mother had already taken on its complete form. It suddenly arched its body into an attacking stance. Because of its immense size, we standing in front of it were like tiny ants. Its head quickly rushed toward us. Even though we weren't struck by this attack, the impact wave formed by its enormous snake head knocked all four of us down onto the ground. I immediately got up, and in just the blink of an eye, that massive snake head probed towards my position again. The giant snake eyes, glowing with yellow halos, stared at me intently. It was only then that I saw that its lower body was only partially in the shape of a snake. The rest actually resembled a human's. What approached earlier was merely the upper half of the woman herself. Her upper body had grown incredibly huge, and combined with the scene we witnessed before, we instinctively thought she was a giant snake. Now I could see clearly. It wasn't a giant snake, but a colossal snake charm, exactly like the one that Maya and I had encountered. This snake charm once again bent down, her yellow snake eyes sweeping left and right, as if we were already her prey. But we weren't sitting idly waiting to die. We began fleeing through any possible gaps, though each attempt ended in failure. Normally, we could have fought this snake charm, but Yeli Ji's words forced us to hold back. Our hesitation gave it a significant advantage as it now unleashed ferocious attacks on us. Since her upper body resembled that of a human, her hands could continuously attack from every direction, forcing us to scurry about like rats. But running away forever wasn't an option. Just when we had run out of ideas, the snake charm somehow pulled out an enormous sword from somewhere. This sword, cloaked in black mist, swung towards us like a summoning from hell. Luckily, our small size allowed us to dodge the attacks relatively easily at first. However, its second and third attacks followed swiftly. Unable to retaliate, we found ourselves completely overpowered, possibly on the verge of death. What should we do now? Kabu asked, the first to give in to the pressure. I looked at Yeli Gu, who also glanced at us. Breathing heavily, out of breath, Yeli Gu said, maybe I've been too selfish. I haven't considered any of your feelings. You must live, kill her. I could hear Yeli Ji's voice trembling as he said those words. I didn't know what they discussed during their time together, but I fully understood the happiness one feels upon discovering one's origins, especially when one's mother appears right before them. And even more so for someone who has lost their memories, the fulfillment of rediscovering them. It's imperative that we live, I immediately told Yeli Gu. With a thunderous crash, the sword in the snake charm's hand stabbed downward toward us. I immediately leaped aside, narrowly avoiding the blade but falling hard onto the ground in the process. Is everyone okay? I asked as I quickly got up. The moment everyone answered affirmatively, a massive sword came crashing down where I stood. With no way to retreat further, I raised my own sword horizontally above my head to block the strike. As the two swords collided, I felt as if my entire body was about to be crushed flat, and I dropped instantly to my knees, shattering the stone slabs beneath me. Shouting with all my might, I resisted the downward force until I noticed the immense pressure gradually lessening. Looking up, I saw a heavy sword had appeared beside me, intercepting the large sword and taking on most of the pressure, sparing me. I immediately turned my gaze and saw a giant in purple armor appearing beside me. At first, I was taken aback, but then I instantly recognized him. He was Gabriel Mira, the leader of the dragon clan. But at this moment, I didn't have time to think too much, as we were still being suppressed by this colossal creature. Of course, the other three people also noticed Gabriel's arrival, and they immediately swung their weapons, attacking the giant snake charm. However, ordinary weapons could not even scratch it, except for the silver axe in Aaron's hands, which managed to cut off part of the snake charm's tail upon striking it. At that moment, I felt the pressure on me suddenly disappear, because the snake charm had withdrawn its weapon and turned to attack Aaron's position. Gabriel Mira and I seized the opportunity to escape from there. Kabu and Night Song also took advantage of the situation to join us, but now Aaron's was trapped in a corner behind a pile of collapsed walls. The snake charm immediately raised its sharp sword high and fiercely hacked down toward where Aaron stood. A huge blade slashed towards Aaron's, but his reaction was quick. He immediately ducked down and rolled out of the way. The snake charm's attack completely missed this time, but it did not give up. Instead, it quickly turned around and slashed again in the direction Aaron's had fled, the enormous sword like a steel nail piercing toward his position. Because of its extremely swift reflexes, the snake charm almost struck Aaron's just as he escaped. This time, Aaron's wasn't quick enough to react, and all he could do was watch helplessly as the blade, resembling a steel spike, stabbed straight towards his chest. At this critical moment, an enormous heavy sword appeared in front of Aaron's with incredible speed, blocking the large sword just as it had done for me earlier. The massive blade firmly held off the blow, protecting Aaron's from certain death. Run! Gabriel Mira gritted his teeth and shouted. Aaron's immediately understood what he meant and escaped from there. Now only Gabriel Mira was left to confront the snake charm alone, and it was clear that one person, even Gabriel Mira, could not hold against it. Immediately, I swung the sword in my hand and charged toward the snake charm. In my mind, I knew that regular weapons would be ineffective against this snake charm, so I warned Kabu and Night Song not to participate in my attacks. When Aaron saw me rushing forward, he clearly understood my intent and followed suit, charging once again toward the snake charm's position. At this point, the snake charm was still overpowering Gabriel Mira, but we soon arrived in front of it. Teacher, let me jump onto you. I shouted loudly. The teacher also understood my intention and crouched down slightly. Taking advantage of his lowered posture, I stepped forcefully on his back, exerting all my strength and springing upward. Then I tightly gripped the sword in my hand and thrust it towards the snake charm's chest. I knew this might be my only chance. If I failed, We might all be obliterated here. Just as I held the sword and lunged toward the snake charm's chest, its other hand suddenly grabbed my neck. Instantly, I was caught by the throat, stopping my flight midair and dangling directly in front of its venomous snake eyes. Oh no! Kaboo couldn't help but shout when he saw this. Arance, seeing this, had already swung his silver axe, hacking toward the snake charm's abdomen, but its enormous tail swept low and Arance was sent flying like a stone. His silver axe flew out of his hands and stuck firmly into a giant, broken courtyard wall. Seeing this, Kaboo and Night Song immediately ran to Arance's side since they currently lacked the ability to fight this snake charm. Meanwhile, I was still firmly held by the throat by the snake charm. However, I hadn't lost consciousness completely, though I felt myself gradually losing the ability to breathe. As I realized the light was fading from my vision, I used every last ounce of strength to throw the crystal sword in my hand. The sword described a perfect parabola in midair, accurately striking the snake charm's chest, though not its vital spot. However, this temporarily caused the snake charm to immediately release its hand from my neck. I then fell heavily to the ground. On the other side, Gabriel Mira forcefully deflected the sharp sword he was holding back. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Gabriel Mira quickly ran in front of me and grabbed me, dragging me towards the other three people. Because I had fallen too hard, I had not fully regained my consciousness for a moment. When Gabriel Mira dragged me to Arance, Kaboo, and Night Song, my mind was still in a state of confusion. Arance wasn't in much better shape than I was. Although he was still quite conscious, his body could hardly move at all. It seemed that the snake charm's previous attack had indeed seriously injured Arance. Perhaps it was the effect of my treasure sword strike that caused this enormous snake charm to begin contorting its entire body. It swayed wildly left and right as if it were a dying giant snake making its final struggles. After a while, my consciousness gradually returned, and I could stand up to look at this frenzied snake charm in front of us. In an instant, the snake charm before us shattered like a completely crushed stone into pieces. We had just barely regained some awareness when we were once again thrown into chaos. What is that? Kaboo immediately pointed at the scattered fragments falling from the snake charm and asked. Chapter 262. The End of the World. I watched as the snake enchantress in front of me slowly disintegrated, and immediately saw that what fell off her body wasn't debris but a countless number of smaller snake enchantresses, each as thick as an arm. Of course, by this time it wasn't just me who had realized this. Yellowgoze immediately shouted for us to flee, and Alanthes quickly ran towards the silver axe embedded in the rock wall. At this moment, only this weapon could save us. Just as Alanthes pulled out the silver axe from the stone wall, Yellowgoze suddenly ran to the group of scattered small snake enchantresses. He spread his arms wide between us and them. What are you doing? Come back, I yelled immediately upon seeing this. At that moment, the group of scattered snake enchantresses surged toward Yellowgoze like a tide of black water. No! Gabriel Mira and I both cried out almost simultaneously. Beside us, Gabriel Mira lifted his heavy sword, preparing for a final battle. But at this very moment, a miracle appeared before our eyes. That mass of snakes, which had resembled a flood of black water, stopped abruptly right in front of Yellowgoze. They did not surge towards him, instead stopping within mere inches of his face. At that moment, I could see faintly through the black mass the face of a woman. I knew who she was. She was the woman who had led us here. She was Yellowgoze's mother. She wasn't saying anything to Yellowgoze at this moment. Rather, her whole body merged completely with the mass of snakes. I originally thought she might want to say something to Yellowgoze, but looking carefully, I saw she was using her entire body to hold back the attack of the swarm. You go ahead. I'll hold them. Yellowgoze shouted loudly to us. What? What are you going to? Before I could finish my words, Yellowgoze dived headfirst into the mass of snake enchantresses enveloped in black mist. Did he enter it? Is he dead? Kapu exclaimed in shock at the scene in front of us. Let's go, we need to go. Alanthes shouted, grabbing my arm all the while. It was evident at that moment that I had no intention of leaving there. I didn't want to so easily abandon Yellowgoze. Since Yellowgoze had plunged into the midst of the snake enchantresses, it caused the entire swarm to stop moving completely, hovering in place like a cloud of black smoke. The few of us, heavy-hearted, carefully escaped from the ruins of this city. After leaving, we were nearly madly fleeing for our lives. Perhaps none of us wanted to recall the last moments of Yellowgoze. We ran in silence until we finally came to a halt when we noticed a white light glow before us. We stood before this field of white light, now completely surrounded by its glow. Where are we? Kapu asked in astonishment. I don't know. Maybe this is the way out of the dark forest, I speculated. Perhaps here is. Alanthes seemed to have something to say. At this moment, an object resembling a meteor flew past our heads. What was that? Kapu asked nervously. Could this be? Gabriel Mira beside us seemed to recognize where we were. What is this place? I immediately turned my gaze to Gabriel Mira. The end of the world. Gabriel Mira said. The end of the world? I felt a wave of shock hearing that reply. Could we really have found it? Kapu also sounded surprised. But there's nothing here? Kapu asked next. Maybe we should walk forward and take a look, I suggested. With those words, everyone began to move forward together, walking toward the white field ahead. When our feet stepped into the white glow, we finally realized where we were. This white glow was actually water. It was simply the color of the water. So this is water? Alanthes was incredibly surprised. I was astonished too, but one thing was certain. We had certainly entered this white area of mist. What surprised all of us even more was how shallow the white waters were. They barely reached up to our knees. It's not deep at all, Kapu commented. Maybe this is just a shallow lake, I analyzed. As we walked through this expanse of white water, suddenly a massive, indistinct form appeared directly in front of us. Its size almost entirely covered our line of sight. What is this thing? Kappa was stunned. Here seems to be. Gabriel Mira seemed to know what this place was. What? I immediately asked. The embankment of the world, Gabriel Mira answered. Could this be the fountainhead of truth? Alanthes quickly asked. Fountainhead of truth. After hearing this, Gabriel Mira immediately turned to look at Alanthes. We came here to find it, I said. Maybe, but I don't know what you mean by the fountainhead of truth, Gabriel Mira replied. As we were chatting, we had already reached the embankment of the world that Gabriel Mira had spoken of. This place was actually a gigantic wall. I looked up toward the top of the wall, its peak towering into the clouds. It was impossible to see the end of the wall. This might be tens of thousands of meters high, Kappa guessed. Everything here has no end, Gabriel Mira said. No end? Kappa asked curiously. Because this place itself has no end, Gabriel Mira said. So where exactly is the fountainhead of truth? I asked with some urgency. Gabriel Mira shook his head at me upon hearing this. Perhaps this water is it, Kappa said. I also shook my head. It can't possibly be so easy. These waters are definitely not the fountainhead of truth. Alanthes also rejected Kappa's guess. Chapter 263, the final chapter. At this moment, the white waters beneath our feet seemed to be changing. They began to slowly rise. What's happening to the water under our feet? Kaboo was the first to look down and speak. Is it the tide rising? I also felt a tinge of surprise. Look, what's going on? Alanthes turned to Gabriel Mila and asked. I'm not quite sure about this either. All my knowledge of here comes only from ancient books, Gabriel Mila replied. In just the brief time we had been talking, the water that had only reached our knees was now completely above our waists. What do we do now? Kaboo anxiously asked. We should quickly head back, I immediately said. Head back? Can we even make it back? Kaboo nervously said. No matter what, we have to try, Alanthes said. So the group started briskly moving toward the way we had come. Saying run was a bit exaggerated, as we were actually just walking in this expanse of water. Due to the constant rising tide, the water had now completely covered our waists, and in some time, it would cover our chests. At that point, we might truly have no way back. How much longer until we return? Kaboo anxiously asked while walking. At this point, we don't even know if we're on the path back. We can only rely on intuition, I answered while struggling to walk. My answer wasn't wrong. After all, the water had now risen nearly to our chests, and we didn't remember the route we came by. Our attempt to go back was basically guided by instinct alone. However, we soon distanced ourselves from the towering wall ahead. The few of us continued to move forward through the waters. I could feel my feet starting to float, realizing the water had almost submerged us entirely. We're being submerged, I shouted while swimming in the water. The water had now completely submerged all of us. While before we were still able to wade through, now we could only swim to keep moving forward. But with limited stamina, it wasn't long before our strength had been severely drained, and I had involuntarily swallowed several mouthfuls of water. I could only feel my body growing increasingly exhausted, as if filled with lead. I wanted to continue swimming forward, but my body wouldn't obey my commands. Gradually, I began to sink into the water. Before I knew it, my entire body was fully submerged underwater. In the water, my body began uncontrollably convulsing, forcing me to open my mouth wide, allowing large amounts of water to flood into my lungs. My body was gripped by severe pain, the intense agony making me struggle even more desperately. I don't know how long this situation persisted, but when I opened my eyes again, I found my body completely spent, so much so that I lacked the strength even to speak. I stared at the ceiling above me, and realized I was lying in a room. Strangely enough, the furnishings around me looked somewhat familiar. You're awake. A woman's voice rang in my ears. You? Upon hearing her voice, I immediately turned my gaze toward the source. I saw an exceedingly familiar figure beside me. She stood facing the window with her back to me. When she slowly turned around, I froze entirely for a moment.